They say that the winner becomes king, and the loser starts over. An ordinary engineer from modern times suddenly transmigrates into a novel and becomes a master designer. With just his head and his existing experience, a single swing of his staff can create a vast, fully equipped estate in this medieval era. Our protagonist today is Kim Soo-ho, but in this world he is only a secondary character known as Lloyd Frontera. Besides his extraordinary design skills, he is also a true capitalist at heart. Everything started a few years ago. Ex-Ho suddenly time-traveled into a story about a tank engineer. When others wake up, they find themselves in a warm bed with soft blankets, but he wakes up face down on hard, soft ground. He was also affected by the cold, his bones shivering from the chill, lying on the road for so long that his jaw was crooked to one side, looking extremely ugly. After regaining composure and tidying himself up, Soo-ho began to clear his mind and organize the information. Suddenly, someone called out, and when Lord Lo-ho turned around, he recognized Habiel Azrahan, a tank engineer and the protagonist of this novel. He looked handsome and just like in the illustration. In the novel, Habiel becomes famous across the continent as the swordsman Habiel, but his background is only from a small town called Eos Frontera, where he was just an ordinary swordsman. There is also another character, the notorious Marquis from Frontera, named Lloyd Frontera. It really is bad luck in bad luck. I transmigrated into a strange world and ended up in the body of a rough young man, luckier than I could have hoped. Seeing him scream like a madman, Habiel found it utterly incomprehensible. The guy in front of him looked incredibly unpleasant. After a while, the two of them returned to the Duke's mansion. Hab lit the stove to warm the room. He said that Loy had been drinking all day until he was completely drunk and causing chaos in the tavern. Then he wandered home on his own and finally collapsed on the street. With this situation, Loy will definitely dominate the front page of the newspaper tomorrow. Hearing this, Loy could only fall silent, speechless. Indeed, a miserable life can only end like this. Habiel was assigned by Lord Loy's father to follow him closely, because he doesn't want to see his son poor and lying around far from home with a crooked jaw. Truly pathetic. But in this medieval time, the weather seems harsher. Even inside by the fireplace, Loy still feels cold. Habiel says he will inform Lord Nam Tuok about what happened at the tavern tomorrow morning. He looks very determined and has no intention of holding back. Habiel was about to leave the room when Loy suddenly called out, nervously asking about his family. The entire Loy family is currently drowning in debt. Habiel didn't answer directly, only giving a sharp remark. You probably just found out too. Then he coldly closed the door and left, leaving Loy alone in the room, lost in thought. Actually, I knew everything in that novel. Last night, in the cramped dorm room, I was still trying to finish reading the last chapter. Therefore, I know Loy's fate inside out. The reason Lord Din Nam fell into debt was because he and his wife were swindled by a con artist. Losing everything, including their savings and assets, and eventually unable to bear it, they committed suicide together. From then on, Loy became a wanderer who only knew how to drink until he was completely drunk. In the end, he suffocated in a pool of blood due to alcohol poisoning. That's just life. Life outside has been hard enough, and even crossing into another world with a noble status didn't make it any better. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, revealing that your wish has been randomly selected and granted by the Supreme Being. Loy didn't understand what this message meant, but he was so annoyed that he didn't care anymore. The next morning, Lloyd's mother, Mabella Frontera, came to see him and asked about what happened yesterday. Lloyd actually only transmigrated into this world last night, so he has no idea what the original owner of this body did all day yesterday. Could it be that last night when I was reading a novel, it all went wrong? Mabella, looking exhausted and worn out, advised Lloyd not to cause any more trouble and to go apologize to them. Lloyd was feeling confused and unsure of what to do, but if this body had committed a wrong, he thought he should apologize properly. Loy stammered that he would go apologize to the tavern owner and the others. Mabella and Habiel, upon hearing this, were so surprised they gaped as if they had just seen a strange phenomenon or a new creature appearing before them. After a while, Loy and Habiel set out together to the tavern to apologize. Seeing Loy walking down the street, the busy townspeople quickly and suddenly scattered in surprise. Even the curious children inside the house, looking through the window, were picked up by their parents, and the door was tightly closed. It seems Loy's reputation is so notorious that everyone in the town despises him. Seeing that everyone wanted to stay away from me like that, Loy wondered why Habiel always followed him. The reason seemed touching, but in reality, it was very cold. Habiel also followed Lord Nam Tuok's orders to get by day to day, and to prevent things like what happened yesterday from happening again. It's just for show to escort you, but really it's to protect the townspeople from Lord Loin. Loin feels that if he wants to survive in this world, his first step is to erase the image of himself as a scoundrel in everyone's eyes. But on second thought, if I settle the debts at home first, life might get better because after all, Lloyd is the heir of the Barron family. Lloyd opens the control panel to check a few necessary things for the plan, but looking at the skill list, it's really a mess. None of them seem usable. Lloyd, annoyed, gestured and flailed wildly, making Habil look at him with a judgmental and unpleasant expression. Soon, the two of them arrived at the tavern. Lloyd almost went the wrong way, but then changed course. Habil suddenly looked at Lloyd with a scrutinizing and unreadable expression. When Lloyd asks, he responds as if nothing serious is happening. Watching Lloyd open the door and step inside the tavern, Habil feels that something has changed since last night. It feels like my young master Lloyd has become a different person. The echoes of yesterday's chaos still linger inside the tavern, everything shattered and broken. Nothing seems intact anymore. Lloyd kneels before the bartender and bows his head to apologize. The bartender, witnessing this, feels even more horrified than when he smashed everything last night. Seeing that seriousness wouldn't work, Lloyd switched to apologizing in a rude and mocking manner, but maybe this approach wasn't effective either. It's true that once you're hated, people will just hate no matter what. The tavern owner stammered to Lloyd that he didn't need to apologize. Everything is still pretty stable for now, but seeing his confused and scared expression makes Lloyd feel something hard to put into words. On the way back, Lloyd said that although he apologized, he still felt the owner wasn't quite satisfied. And that's understandable. After smashing up a place built with blood, sweat, and tears, and then just offering a simple apology, who could be truly satisfied? Lloyd is starting to feel that life is hard, having already paid his family's debt and now having to cover the compensation for this place. It's really tough. And on top of that, he can't get close to anyone in this town. If I don't pay off the debt now, I won't be able to do anything else. Just when Lloyd was at a loss and didn't know what to do to settle the debt, Habil said something that made Lloyd's mind race. The tavern owner's mother is still suffering from the cold winds of last winter, and with the chaos Lloyd just caused, this year will be the worst for her. Looking back, the atmosphere in the tavern was quite gloomy, with only a small heater that couldn't warm the entire place, so it would be very difficult for the old lady to withstand the cold. Koreans have traditionally used hot stones placed under the floor for heating, but this method has not yet been discovered in this era. Lloyd suddenly stops while walking. A bold idea flashes through his mind. I believe this will definitely be a new breakthrough in this world. In the medieval times, there was no heating system. With the mind and knowledge of an engineer, a perfect design sketch forms in Lloyd's mind. If it succeeds, Lloyd will definitely make a lot of money, and everyone here will surely not believe it was designed by that bastard Frontera. Anyway, in the real world, his expertise is in construction and design. He even built a building in just a few days when he was in the army as an engineer. If it succeeds, Lloyd will definitely be able to pay off all those debts. That will be the place to open the bass for his first order. At this moment, the system suddenly appears and announces that Lloyd's journey is just beginning. RP has been activated by the RP system, meaning relationship points can be accumulated by developing connections with important characters. Lloyd stared in surprise at the RP system display showing 0, wondering if it was like EXP, with no explanation about how to use it. The guide mentioned that RP could be increased by improving key relationships. Lloyd immediately turned to look at Habil to check. There really is something showing above his head, a system panel displaying the character's impression level towards Lloyd. Habil's current score is 30, which is very low. Without hesitation, Lloyd immediately tests the ability to increase RP to warm up. Although it was very awkward and forced, Lloyd tried to act cute and complimented Habil for being very handsome. Habil didn't react at all with a cold expression, and his liking for Lloyd even decreased. Maybe this way won't work. Lloyd really doesn't fit this vibe at all. A while later, Lloyd and Habil returned to the tavern, and Lloyd drafted a comprehensive contract with the contractor. He is both the owner and the operator. Then he hands it over to the landlord. He promises to compensate for everything he has damaged by covering all construction costs. Seeing the contract presented by a rough and degenerate man, the bartender's gaze was full of judgment and suspicion. His trust in Lloyd was almost non-existent. But in order to ensure the successful repayment of his debt, Lloyd, though reluctant, had to use the simplest approach to get the bartender to agree. He relied on a friendly, trustworthy image of himself to try to persuade the owner. And of course, it was a resounding success. It was a bit shady, but at least it got the job done. This first contract is considered successful. Lloyd assures the tavern owner that he will never regret it. Without waiting long, Lloyd quickly got to work, choosing the open space in front of the shop to carry out his plan, and began to measure and weigh. Habil, after a moment of silence and deep thought, asked Lloyd if he was creating a new wrongful act by threatening the owner and forcing him to sign the contract. Lloyd remained silent for a while, not answering, and calmly asked Habiel if he had ever heard of distorted perception. Loy explains that this distortion has haunted Habiel's mind with negativity and prejudice because he has done those things before, so now he is the same. Habiel argued that it wasn't prejudice, but experience and judgment. Loy immediately retorted, "Isn't both of those rooted in the past?" When it got to this point, Habiel froze up and couldn't argue anymore, because it was just too accurate. He also didn't expect that the arrogant young master in front of him would sometimes say things like this. Loy continued to say that he would definitely make the tavern owner and his mother laugh while playfully tapping his staff on the ground. "I will make them laugh no matter what, because their smiles will be the foundation and motivation for Loy to earn money." And so Loy started working diligently, digging the earth, moving it, smashing it hard, and repeating the process several times. Next is the process of building the frame using wood from the Duke's warehouse and applying a basic fire-resistant wooden structure, a traditional Eastern construction method using fireproof wood to build the walls. Then he applies red clay from the riverbank outside, but what Loy didn't expect was that his body was too weak. After just a little work, he was exhausted and had to rest. This project has been dragging on for a whole week now without being finished. Seeing Loy so passionate and dedicated, Habiel also started to have a different opinion of his young master. "I can't believe that foolish Loy is actually still bound by the tavern owner." Seeing the young master so frail and trembling, yet still trying to push through his work, even Habiel feels a bit moved. Just as Loy was about to fall backward, Habiel quickly rushed over to catch him, took the axe from his hand, and asked what he needed to do to help. Loy said that the planks were about 1 span wide and 2 spans long. He raised the spear and performed a few basic, impressive moves. Immediately, he completed the required number of planks for the project. Loy looked on with wide-eyed amazement and a look of admiration, truly deserving of the main character's strength. The one who will become a master swordsman later on looks no different from a modern technological device. Once the fat reaches the cat's mouth, it must be kept in check. Since Habiel makes such delicious salt, Loy naturally couldn't pass up the chance to negotiate and ask for help. He wants Habiel to continue working with him to complete this project. Habiel just heard and immediately felt annoyed. Instead of thanking them, they went on to ask for more work. How strange. However, with his clever mouth and seemingly unreasonable arguments, he managed to be very convincing. Loy successfully persuaded Habiel to join his team, and so the two of them rolled up their sleeves and worked tirelessly like diligent bees, digging, shoveling, and swinging away. After dozens of hours, the project Loy designed was finally completed. He even made sure to place a logo right in the middle of the facade to create his own signature. It's now time to call the tavern owner to test the product and make up for the trouble Loy caused. The fire from the outdoor stove flickers brightly. Thanks to that, the inside of this small wooden house is warmed up. The bartender and his mother feel very satisfied. The old woman felt as if her stiff joints were relaxing, and the bartender was so surprised he couldn't believe his eyes. In the end, the people here were surprised because Loy used a traditional Korean floor heating method called gudun ondol, which combines floor heating with room-warming structure, a technique that did not exist in the medieval era. In the end, both the mother and the tavern owner smiled. Loy kept his promise exactly as he had said. Habiel couldn't believe that Loy was capable of doing that. Even his manner of speaking and facial expressions had changed. Habiel still couldn't believe this was real. Loy really kept his promise to a commoner. But seeing the smiles of the two tavern owners and his mother, Habiel also felt warmth in his heart. His good impression of Loy increased by 2 points. Loy also received 36 RP for a slight improvement in his relationship with a key character. This first contract can be considered successful. Although I spent quite a lot of money on the wood, it was worth it. After all, this model house is just a marketing tool for future profit. A few days later, more and more people came to try the warm house that Loy had created. The line of people waiting to experience it was endless. Loy also took this opportunity to promote his service, but because of his reputation, no matter how attractive the discount was, people still couldn't trust and accept it. While trying to attract customers to his business, Agus Frontera, Lloyd's father, suddenly appeared. His current reputation is at 20. The scene shifts to the Frontera estate, where Loy is having breakfast with his father. He looked up at him. Loy stared seriously at Frontera as he enjoyed his meal, silently thinking that he had avoided wandering around too much to avoid running into his father. What if he doesn't let me continue those projects? Suddenly he speaks up and says, "I want to hear about this." Frontera sternly asks, "What are you planning to do this time?" Loy calmly responds while eating. "Probably no need to beat around the bush. The shop owner ordered a heated room, so I'll just make one for him." "Turn on the lion mode." Hearing that, he asked further, "Have you made an agreement with them in advance? It seems you already know everything." Aguas Frontera warns seriously. Our top priority is protecting the people lying or deceiving them will not be forgiven. Loy still looks indifferent and replies, "That's not so bad. Dad doesn't have to worry. As expected, no matter what I do, someone will misunderstand." He calmly stood up and said, "Looks like you have nothing more to say, so I'll take my leave. Running, dodging, quick turns, and sneaking away are the best options." Loy turned to leave when Agus Frontera spoke. "Is it because of our current situation? You probably also know what's happening to our family." He calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, I will overcome this difficulty soon, so don't lose your way from what is right." Loy turned back with a somewhat sad expression. "I've heard this before. You remember your father from your old world." "Hey," Kim Shu shouts, "it will be fine. Don't worry. Nothing serious will happen. So just focus on studying hard. We've already decided everything will be okay." But Loy's face darkened after the memory. It was just a lie. Nothing was okay at all. Do I look like someone who would endure suffering for those damn money? "Dad, don't give up because I will stay strong and support you." Loy remembered himself from before. A few years ago, he should have said the same thing to his father. He steps outside to consider his options. Now 32 choose Type A and 57 choose Type B. I received half of the deposit for the project when suddenly two strangers appeared in front of Lloyd Frontera. The overweight man on the left is a loan shark. The person next to him is his accomplice. The loan shark's man was glaring. The two of them walked past without greeting, making him curious. So what does that mean? They just walked past Baron's son without even saying a word? Suddenly he realized that these people were sitting openly on Agus Frontera's desk inside his office. How much longer does Mr. Akis plan to delay this? Midlolap added, "You only have 5 days left until the deadline." He warned Frontera to bow his head and accept his fate. If he keeps whining, we won't stop here. Loy stood outside the door listening in on everything. Silo saw that he wasn't speaking and raised his voice. "Why are you so silent? Weren't you going to make money by selling the stuff in this mansion?" He stands outside the door, gradually smiling, just as Loy's face slowly contorts with a look of satisfaction. Just in time, I show the scene change to his room. Loy looks at the notification board and quietly contemplates. 36 affinity points. I gained a few more after Javier's favorability towards me increased. What can I do with these points? Suddenly, the message on the notification board changed. Your skills will be increased when using the current friendship points. He was surprised. Oh, this damn message really knows why, huh? Hearing that, the notification board pouted. All right then. Loy chuckled softly, admitting his mistake. Sorry, is that okay? I won't say it again. After a moment of loading, a circle of power suddenly appeared beneath him. It scanned his entire body and then announced the knowledge of soil mechanics, water mechanics, and architecture. After a while, the magic circle reached Lloyd Frontera's head, detecting knowledge of clean water and sewage water, steel structure design and construction design, and advanced level programming design. Huh, you have more knowledge than you look? Hearing that, he angrily shouted, Do you really need to say that? I am a scholarship student in the advanced class. A display panel appears after completion, showing the skills you can learn based on your current knowledge. Basic measurement and necessary affinity points. Basic setup, the required affinity points. Loy, seriously reading every word, I still don't really understand what these are for. He looked at his current friendship points and quickly selected both skills. Friendship points. 36. I have enough points to upgrade both anyway. Basic measurement skill. After the announcement, Loy's eyes suddenly lit up. He was so excited that he pushed the window open to look outside. Wow, what is this? Loy gazed at the existing design table below in amazement. Is this real? Even without using GPS, I can still measure just with these eyes. The next skill also makes him just as happy. The basic design skill Loy uses to draw on the existing screen, isn't it? Wow, this is amazing. It's a far cry from the effort I used to spend on paper drawings. After trying out the two skills, I sat on the bed and thought that my work would be much easier from now on. But I wonder if Habel can do the work of many people for the project. Loy sighed as he thought about the excavator from his previous world, wishing he knew how to build heavy machinery, wondering if he could create one. The notification board appeared like a fairy godmother and said, Oh, maybe you can. And he was surprised. What? Really? A notification appeared, making him gasp in amazement. The notification read, Draw a random fantasy item using affinity points, featuring diverse characters, various skills, and selecting a noble fantasy partner. Loy looked at the content and thought it resembled a real game advertisement inviting players to buy items. Suddenly, an additional line appeared below the notification that caught his attention. Drawing a random fantasy creature costs 50 affinity points each time. Looking at the usage fee, Loy sighed and muttered in disbelief. Now I have one friendship point. I think about the 3 powerful spirit beast types I've known. Are they fantasy characters? If I'm right, they could be just as useful as heavy machinery. With that in mind, Loy immediately decided to increase his affinity points. I need to gather as many affinity points as possible so I can become stronger by increasing the favor from important characters. Returning to the previous room, a hand slammed on the table. Aris Frontera Midlot made a proposal. If you don't have the money to pay, I'll tell you where to get it. His face, already hideous, looks even worse now as he speaks in a sneaky tone. I know a very good place where you can sell your debt and your maids at a bargain price. Agost Frontera heard that and his face grew serious. How dare you? Suddenly a voice from nowhere echoed in the room saying, What do you think you're doing being so inhumane just because you're the creditor? Lo slung an arm around Mitlope from behind. He suddenly pushes him away and starts cursing. Who is this kid? Akis timidly asked. Loin Map immediately realizes his identity and shows his attitude. Ah, so the eldest son has issues with his father's character. Is that why you interrupt when adults are talking? If you don't leave here. Loey frowned and cut him off. Enough. If you have an invitation, just bring it out here. They looked at each other in confusion. What do you mean? He darkened his face and explained that the kingdom's laws are about 3/5. All nobles in the kingdom have the right to protect their rights and interests. He frowned and looked at the two with a piercing gaze. What are you talking about? I've never heard of such a law before. He then put on a carefree expression and replied, Oh, you didn't know? Would you like to check with me? Loy called in a serious tone. Hobby, a figure stepping in from outside. Yes, Lord Loy. He slowly pushed the door open, revealing the figure of a knight. Loy, with a terrifying face, ordered to cut off the hands of the criminals. Habil Asrahan received the order to draw his sword. The two people stammered in fear. Girl, are you crazy? Do you want to get yourself killed? He smiled and reminded them, That's why I wanted to review the terms with you, so let's see which side the court will favor. Habil Asrahan didn't wait and drew his sword, advancing forward. The two loan sharks were now terrified, their mouths agape. Milo and Silo run away, but not without cursing. Do you think you're allowed to do that? You will regret this. With a bang, they both ran out the door, leaving him behind. Loy Frenera waved his hand and smiled contentedly. A bunch of fools. Ecos Frontera only spoke up now. Lloyd Hable. He frantically asked what the purpose was. What do you two think you're doing just now? It won't make things any better. Suddenly, Loey stepped forward and placed the bag on the table. He softly explained, I was going to give my father the deposit money I earned, but this prize should be enough. Akos Frontera couldn't believe his eyes, but still refused. Is the deposit money the money I took from everyone? How can I use this money? Habil Azrahan stood behind, reassuring him. Please don't worry. Lord Akos, I will oversee Count Loy to make sure he keeps his promise to everyone. He looked at Habil's serious face and silently accepted. From his expression, he trusted Loy. He takes the opportunity to bow politely. We, the children, ask for permission to leave. The two quickly left Agus Frontera's office, and Habil Azrahan, suspicious, asked about what happened earlier. How do you know about that law? I thought you were indifferent to everything. Loy is angry. I found it. Is it done? I really have found it. From Habil in the legend, he recalls the scene where Habil Azrahan stands in the rain. After Lloyd's parents died, those two loan sharks wanted to dig up their graves to find and sell something valuable, and that time, Hable, according to the kingdom's law section 3/6. The kingdom law section 3/6, he gently beheaded those two scoundrels. All nobles in the kingdom have the right to defend their rights and interests, and then he beheaded those two guys. And when Habil was sued and taken to court, he was found not guilty. He secretly felt pleased. Remembering the entire novel is really beneficial. He stroked his chin in anticipation. Anyway, the notification will appear as expected, with the sudden pop-up of the alert. Notification. Akos Frontera's favorability towards you has increased by 6 points. You received 60 relationship points for strengthening your connection with an important character. Friendship points, 61. Loy smiles contentedly, satisfied. I predicted it, like a god. Mythical creature, I am here. Under the moonlight shining on the lone trees in the training ground at this time, you check around and there's no one here, right? Loy calls out and a notification appears, randomly drawing a mythical creature. Starting with a 50 affinity point draw, he immediately clicks on the close button to end it. After clicking, a sudden blue light appeared and the collision sounds from the gears grew more intense. Then it formed a circle and began connecting with each other. Lloyd stared in amazement as he watched it operate. Wow, is that magic? The magic circle is starting to complete, revealing a fully formed version of the spell. The spell is a failure. Looking at the result, he sighed in disappointment. It's a small circle, but when the magic circles collide, they create a chaotic noise, a terrible racket. Suddenly, something begins to emerge from the middle of the circle. Vil didn't expect a hamster to stick its head out from inside. Damn. Loey looks at the finished product speechless, crawling out and falling to the ground, her whole body covered in dust as she looks up at him, who is standing still in front of the hamster, sighing and criticizing. Truly, a failure. Hearing that, I was hurt, and tears welled up. The hamster staggered forward and said a few words. Podong. Podong walks away with an annoyed look on his face. What do you mean? Aren't you a failure? You know how to do many things, right? He stopped to ask questions like about the gunpowder. I don't need something like that. I wave my hand in protest. Show off, isn't that right? Then show me what you can do. The little hamster puffs up its cheeks, then spits out 2 things along with its water. Phew, Loey looked disgusted by that. This is so dirty. He looked at the content on the paper and read aloud the instructions for using the podong. Loey looks at the scattered mouse in front of him and reads the content. Podong is a cute hamster. Take care of it with love. Pour the red and green seeds from the bag into your hand so Podong can eat sunflower seeds that can change their size. 2 images show red sunflower seeds that grow larger when eaten and expire after 12 hours. Green sunflower seeds that shrink when eaten. Feed Po. Dong this before the red sunflower seed loses its effect. Loin Han Nu continues reading. The price for a set of 2 colored sunflower seeds is a sign of closeness. He still looks at her with a bored expression, unchanged in his face. How big can you get, like a human? He shouted. Podong, I should check myself. He takes a red sunflower seed from his pocket and puts it in Podong's mouth. Digging hamsters are also useful. If it grows to human size, it would be very helpful. Bites into the sunflower seed, and suddenly Podong's body begins to grow, shocking Loy. The rapid transformation caused her body to hit him directly in the face. Yeah, Loy was thrown far away by Podong's body. Thud. He looked up in panic. Oh my God. Loy looked at her huge body. Dutin. What the hell is this? 5 meters? No, it must be at least 10 meters. Podong looked down with a disdainful expression, and it was glaring arrogantly at him. Suddenly, a notification appeared, and Podong's level 1 excavation skill, along with her profile, quickly demonstrated her ability. Her level 1 leveling skill flattened the ground as she used her massive body to roll and make the surface perfectly smooth. Finally, Podong's level 1 cheek pouch skill, she has something in her mouth about to spill out. Podong spits out a large stone from her mouth. Oh, it fell right in front of Lloyd with a splash of saliva, but he didn't care at all and was even happy. Damn it, the heavy machinery problem has been solved. After preparing everything, he returned to the mansion to think. But if he suddenly appeared with something amazing like that, everyone would be suspicious, right? Loy gently pats Podong, who is peacefully sleeping, and comes up with a plan. All right, I'll bring my summoning book with me and then say, am I a genius summoner or what? Oh wow, why am I so smart? I'm going to go crazy. After some calculations, he confidently walks forward with his plan to handle the labor issues for the upcoming large-scale projects. Now, with the dawn breaking, in front of the Frontera estate, Loy stands before the crowd, giving orders, repeating in a commanding voice, "Safety comes first." Everyone weakly responded, "Safety first, 30 Frontera noble soldiers." Loy looked at their sleepy faces with helplessness, about to laugh himself to death. They answered as if soldiers who don't work still get paid. The nobleman is heavily in debt, so why hasn't he dismissed them? He regains his composure, smirking, and says, "Fine. Then no more extra wages for labor. Being able to mobilize manpower is truly a relief." Loy then shouts loudly once more, "Listen carefully, you are soldiers, and your proper place to gather is in the army." He slung the shovel over his shoulder and spoke seriously. But what is the primary duty of the army? It is labor. When we were in the army, we had to dig and weed more than we trained. Loy pointed to the side and said, "Do you see the patch of land over there now? That is the sandy land we have been digging all night long." The image of Podong working hard at digging comes to his mind. Actually, that pile was all dug up by Podong in just 30 minutes. Loy enthusiastically explains the plan in detail. The first important task we must carry out is to revive this land through a project to build a heating room for the local people. To do that, first you will need to move the soil and rocks to the construction site. Everyone looked displeased, as if they disagreed. Everything seems to be going according to plan, so I wasn't worried at all. Just as I expected, I knew they would react this way. Suddenly someone stepped forward from behind and spoke, and young Lord Enman Frontera grimaced and asked, "What exactly did you just order my soldiers to do?" Countess Knight Commander Frontera Nerman Loy smirked, knowing he had predicted this person's arrival. The images of the three key characters from the novel gradually appeared in his mind. There are 3 knights on this land, and the person is Nerman. Under him are Bayan and the main character of the novel, Habel Azrahan. Loy stood still, recalling that at the beginning of the novel, both Bayan and Habel remained loyal until the land was destroyed. But this guy was even the first to betray and leave the Count. He looked at his face and the youthful jawline as he recalled. Because Nerman sold the Count's information to the con artists, he is also heavily in debt. His face clearly showed malicious intent. This is not good at all. How could this guy be the chief knight? He turned back and asked back at him, "What do you think we are doing?" "Knight Nerman," Nerman Frontra replied with a serious look. "I can't believe you would order the soldiers to do such dirty work. As the head knight, I cannot accept this." Loy propped his chin on the hall with a smug face, secretly cursing himself. "Damn it, I'm earning money to pay off my debt, but I already got the Lord's permission." He doesn't care and brings up the past again. "I don't know what method you used to deceive the Lord, but looking back at the young master's past, Enman Frontera firmly states his opinion. I believe you're using the army for personal purposes. Am I wrong?" Lowy remained indifferent to those words, smiling without dismissing the idea. "Not at all, you are right." Then suddenly fell silent and changed the subject to the beating. Nerman Frontera is so angry right now that veins are bulging on his face. If he tried playing an online game, he'd be terrified to death. Loy slowly lifts the spear stuck in the ground, then let me do it. He suddenly swings the shovel at Nerman Frontera to see what happens. The bystanders watch the scene in shock. He also grimaced after taking the hit. Loy then smiled confidently after acting. Nerman Frontera's whole body trembles as he shouts his name, so furious that he no longer looks like a knight. "You bastard, did you just try to tarnish the reputation of a knight? Damn, the useless son of a baron on the verge of bankruptcy." Of course, that insult was just a muttered curse. He wouldn't dare complain out loud. Loy Fawn openly raised his hand to his ear to signal he couldn't hear clearly. "What? Did you just say what? You want to put aside your rank insignia and fight, huh?" He skillfully twirled the shovel in his hand before pointing it straight at Nerman Frontera. Loin confidently demands, "Fine, let's try it once, shall we? Let's settle this duel hand to hand." He still clenched his jaw and gritted his teeth as he responded. "You will regret this, you idiot." In front of the Frontera estate, a voice echoes. "Are you really going to duel Knight Nerman in a month?" Habel Azrahan asked seriously. "Are you confident you'll win?" he said with a smug face and a teasing tone. "What? Are you stupid? Of course not." He just pointed at his head and insulted him, making Habel Azrahan so angry that he wanted to draw his sword right then and there. "My opponent is a knight known as the Heart of Magic and an expert in basic swordsmanship. How can I, just a lazy guy, possibly face him? Are you asking without thinking? Do you even know how to use your brain? Huh." He calmed down and slowly relaxed his grip on the sword. "Phew, I almost cut him down." Seeing him pick his nose, Habel Azrahan couldn't help but think how unbelievable it was that he suddenly threw dirt at Knight Nerman and even challenged him to a duel. Although he wanted to go back to being a scoundrel, Loy just focused on picking his nose without paying attention to him. To make such a money-making plan, he sought the favor of the Baron, then started a debate and stepped aside. At that moment, he appointed Knight Bayan as a replacement supervisor and commander of the construction battalion. Lloyd pulled out a yellow object from his nose, disgusting Habel Azrahan, but he still couldn't believe that he lacked confidence in the duel, with no explanation at all. It was so annoying I wanted to tear him apart. Lloyd takes a cloth from his pocket to wipe his hands and says, "Well then, Sir Habel, there's a story you need to hear. Smile and ask me to teach you how to use a sword." Habel Azrahan straightforwardly. "I don't want to." Loy again shows an unpleasant expression. "Why is that?" he explained seriously. "First, my duty is to watch over you, young Master Loin." Habel Azrahan delivered a criticism with a face completely devoid of emotion. "Secondly, young Master Loy is a worthless scoundrel. I mean, if a scumbag learns swordsmanship, it could cause even more danger to those around him. Can't you at least speak politely?" Loy gradually understood. "So that's how it is after all. You don't want to teach me, do you?" He seriously makes an offer. "What if I teach you swordsmanship in exchange for curing your insomnia?" Habel Azrahan was stunned. "How does he know about that?" Lowy chuckled confidently, as if he could read his mind. "Because it's in the novel and I also know the cause of his insomnia. You remember the information from the novel. In the novel, the Blood Knight and the Knight's rank are divided into 4 levels. The highest is the Master Swordsman, then the Senior Swordsman, Intermediate Swordsman, and Novice Swordsman. Then I learned about the difficulties Habel Azrahan is facing, and his rank is Advanced Swordsmanship Expert, soon to become a Master Swordsman. The reason he can't sleep is because his superhuman nervous system is too sensitive. It's called the Swordmaster's Syndrome." He sighed with a look of boredom. Of course, that information wouldn't reach this rural area. How could this fool possibly know about it? Are you going to agree to this deal or not? Pretending not to know is pointless anyway. Your face clearly shows the signs of a sleepless night. Habil Azrahan sighed in frustration and then agreed to the deal. All right, I'll give it a try. Loy smiled contentedly. Really? Don't take it easy on me. He sneered and replied contemptuously. Of course. I mean, you will definitely give up. I've tried many different ways to cure your insomnia. Starting from cognitive behavioral therapy, herbal remedies, scent therapy, to physical exercises, traditional medicine, and so on. After rambling on about everything, Habil Azrahan still collapsed into a deep sleep. Loy smugly watched him sleep soundly. Damn it, this unreasonable bastard. I know how to cure your insomnia. Lies, he muttered some kind of formula, the first time he nodded off while reading a magic technique. Am I right? Magical technique number 18, loudly reciting a book about reinforced concrete to make everyone sleepy. Loy, full of energy, laughs maniacally. Now, all of your sword techniques will belong to me. The scene shifts to the forest. Habil Azrahan orders to run 50 laps immediately. Loy stood there stunned for a moment, then turned and walked away silently, watching him run off with suspicion. Did he just run without complaining? He stands straight and watches Loy run. Thud. Thud. Gradually, he managed to run half a lap. After running a lap, Loy gasped for breath and complained. Panting. I hate doing this. Teach me some techniques. Habil Azrahan said nothing and just stood still, watching him run. Once again, Loy came to mock him. You didn't have high hopes for this, did you? You thought I would give up and start screaming, right? Habil Azrahan continues to use the tree's ear and keeps running another lap. Loy comes back with a teasing tone, then says, You're not suited for this, and ignores me, right? Habil Azrahan heard that and immediately moved. They focused their lights. He smiled contentedly and continued. Ha ha. What are you going to do now? I'll just keep running until it's over. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The passive skill for annoying characters has leveled up to level 4. Anyone who sees you will think you're an idiot and will want to hit you. Loy read the words with frustration. I don't need a skill like that. Get lost. Then he kept running persistently, panting heavily. The sweaty person walks on, but honestly, I'm really exhausted already. Claiming you're not tired is a lie, but this is nothing compared to when I was in Korea. He remembers his dark times in the previous world, unable to enjoy the warmth of family. Every morning he wakes up in a cramped rented room. Day after day, he moved bricks to the 4th floor of the villas and filled trucks with boxes all night. The tired image of him working appeared in his mind just to keep himself from starving to death. Always harboring a hope that one day things will get better, Kim Soo-ho suddenly notices a flickering light ahead. Keep going, Kim Soo-ho will get better soon. You are getting closer, you're doing very well, you've met the standard. Kim Soo-ho tries to reach the light ahead, just a little more, just a little more. Then he realizes something that plunges him back into despair. The light that seemed to be right in front of him grew ever more distant, and Kim Soo-ho collapsed to the ground in regret. Returning to Lloyd Frontera, he continues to run around the training area despite the pain and despair. Loy happily enjoys the moment, thinking, this is nothing. Habil Azrahan remains silent, watching. He thinks to himself that if the Lord truly wants to learn, I will teach him my skills. The shape he is trying to run with, even as his body nearly reaches its limit, flickers in Habil Azrahan's eyes, and the notification appears once again. Habil's good impression of you has increased by 1. You have gained 18 friendship points because your relationship with an important character has improved slightly. Current affinity points are 29. Night is falling in front of the Frontera estate. How could it be so disrespectful to someone who has protected our family for 6 generations? His face clearly showed disappointment. I thought finally he had understood these past few days. It seems I have misunderstood it. Agus Frontera is seriously talking about the current situation. Morally, I can't stop this duel, but since he's still the future heir of this land, don't teach him a lesson. He seriously suggested that getting injured was enough to make him understand. Aman Frontera bowed in respect, obediently following orders, but deep inside he chuckled slyly, not sure if he could do the same throughout the entire fight. Nerman Frontera left Akos Frontera's office, secretly calculating that he would defeat that arrogant brat and kill him. If the Count caused a fuss over this, he would sneer at him, thinking that he would kill both the kid and the Count, and then frame it as a suicide. And just as planned, I will leave this village and move to a bigger place. Nerman Frontera chuckled to himself as he walked away. Thanks to that young master's son, my plan will succeed sooner than I expected. A month later, in front of the Frontera estate, Lloyd and Nerman Frontera face each other before the crowd, with his parents and nearby knights looking very worried. Nerman Frontera, holding his sword, asked Han, "Are you ready for this fight?" Loy Frontera kicked his left leg and pushed the sword stuck in the ground up. He arrogantly slung his sword over his shoulder and replied, "Of course." Loy confidently smiled, saying he's ready to defeat him. Everyone looked at the weapon in his hand with confusion. What is that? A haul or something? Is he planning to fight Knight Nerman with that? Nerman Frontera was so angry he couldn't speak. Habil Asrahan looked down from above, reflecting on the past of the hall, a hall made of steel, something he had asked the blacksmith to craft. Akos Frontera holds his head in criticism. Is that kid just joking around? Habil Asrahan silently dismisses his words. Joke around? Probably not anywhere. If you reflect on what he has done since last month, he recalls the days when Lloyd Frontera led basic training every morning without complaint, then went to the construction site to teach villagers about the heating system, and finally practiced swordsmanship until late at night before going to sleep. Habil Asrahan remembered that time and was sure it wasn't the will of someone just fooling around. I am certain that young Master Lai is very serious. After waiting for a while, Akos Frontera finally announced that the match between Lloyd and Knight Nerman would now begin. Upon hearing the announcement, Nerman Frontera immediately took a defensive stance, while Loy Frontera, though serious, kept a mocking expression as he prepared himself. Seeing his stance, Habil Asrahan wondered what was going on with that posture. Are you mocking me right now? Loy calmly raises his shield forward and immediately blocks Nerman Frontera's attack. Habil Asrahan and Aus Frontera were both very surprised to see that. Seeing this, he quickly prepared to strike again. May won't be so lucky the second time, but his next attack is still easily blocked by Lai. Habil Asrahan was even more amazed, impressed by the unusual yet effective move. That is a specialized technique used in actual combat, as if his swordsmanship has been honed over many years. Nerman Frontera was panicked after 2 failed attacks. Seeing his wide-eyed expression, Loy felt a sense of pride. Why are you so surprised? Every man in the Republic of Korea can do that. He remembers his time in the military. This is a modern close-quarters combat technique using a blade/attack. Loy took the opportunity to rush in and attack. Actually, this hall of ours can do a lot of things. I block Nerman Frontera's attack and point out the weapon's use. I can use the spear blade as a shield and then attack directly at Nerman Frontera's face. The original cutting power was already very strong. Suddenly, he drove the blade into the ground. If I do this, Loy will stand on the hall and jump around. I can ride it like a pogo stick. Ha ha, let's go for it. Habil Asrahan looked again and wondered, is he really just joking around? A confident smile appears in his eyes, causing Habil Asrahan to hesitate. Or perhaps no, Nerman Frontera is now furious and charges forward. Lloyd immediately takes a defensive stance. Gnome, the first weapon I prepared to defeat him is this shovel. Use your ultimate skill and push him back. The second is the basic sword technique I learned from Habil. Nerman Frontera grimaced as he defended against the attack, thinking, isn't he just a worthless drunkard? How did he become this strong? Finally, he used the skill from the Jup system table, wrapped in mana, and the third thing was that this synchronized the level 1 digging tool set. The body and soul merge with the hall, increasing the level of synchronization between you and the hall. He recalls his exhausting days. Habil's good impression of him increased by 1 during the training. Along with the moment when Lord Loy's parents stood in shock in the room, it was also the first time that Lord and Lady Nam saw their son's passion throughout their lives. It increased by +2 and +3. The affinity points have accumulated like that. And after that, the notification also appeared, recording the affinity points. Do you want to learn more digging skills? Friendship points needed. 40. Yes. He tiredly wiped his sweat and read each word on the notice board, realizing he had learned a pretty interesting skill. Back in the present, Loy and Nerman Frontera are carefully preparing for their opponent when he suddenly takes a deep breath. NM Frontera considers his final move and stands tall with confidence. I have no other choice. I didn't think this was necessary to deal with an ordinary person. A stream of energy begins to emerge from his sword. Habil Asrahan, standing above, looks surprised as the mana flow from Nerman Frontera's body starts to move, mana gradually being drawn into his chest. Loy suspected he was in a state of depletion. All the mana within NMAN Frontera's body has gathered at the magical heart. Suddenly, he raised his sword high and confidently declared, "This is the real confrontation, you damn brat." Loy heard but said nothing. Suddenly, Enman Frontera charged forward at incredible speed, causing Habil Asrahan to be amazed and to think quickly. In the past 10 years, for an unskilled person, even an ordinary person would need at least 5 years to develop a magic heart. So it was impossible for young Master Loy to block such a sword attack. In short, Nerman Frontera immediately aimed at his shoulder and swung down. Loy remained unfazed and immediately raised his shield, gradually losing consciousness as he only kept his face focused and swung his sword down. You're really an idiot. I'll crush that hall and smash your skull. Mabella Frontera and Frontera are terrified by the scene. But surprisingly, Loy was still able to withstand the magical heart's attack. Inman Frontera was so shocked that his eyes widened and his whole body touched the ground, struggling to stand firm. What? It feels like all the strength in my body is gradually fading away. Loy smirked cunningly, thinking to himself, this fourth technique I prepared for him is this one. He thought of Habil Azrahan, the magic technique that made Habil the strongest man in the novel. The mana inside Nerman Frontera gradually flows from his body through his sword, the core technique, Azrahan. He panics and pulls the sword out of the hall. Huh, has my magic been absorbed? Lloyd didn't wait for Nerman Frontera to recover and charged forward, striking him in the face and distorting his features. In midair, a tooth was spectacularly ejected. Nerman Frontera looked up at the sky, puzzled. Huh, what is that red stuff? My tooth? He takes the opportunity to land another blow to the chin, then raises his sword into the air with an emotionless face. A strike to the back of Nerman Frontera's head nearly makes his eyes pop out of their sockets. Loy's strike knocked him flat on the ground. Everyone around was so surprised they had their mouths open and eyes wide. Agus Frontera, sitting above, watched in shock as everyone around was stunned by the knight who was defeated and lying on the ground by Loy's hand. What? Young Master Loy won? This is so unreasonable. That's strange. Humph, Agus Frontera stammers as he announces. I hereby declare that Lloyd Frontera has won the match. Nerman Frontera, hearing this, looks puzzled. Huh? What did you just say? How could someone like me, skilled in swordsmanship, lose to that scumbag? He stepped forward in front of him and said, Did you hear that? I have won the match. Loy warned seriously. Tell me, how do you want to be beaten? He solemnly raises his sword. Is it finally time for the long-awaited punishment? Nerman Frontera was terrified along with the ventilation hole he had just received. Agus Frontera saw his actions and shouted, What are you doing, Lowen? The fight is over. He doesn't care and keeps hitting Nerman Frontera, who is crouched on the ground holding his head. I'll start right now. Oh no. Agus Frontera went from panic to anger and shouted loudly. Everyone saw him attacking repeatedly like that and rushed over to stop him. Please stop, sir. Young master, the match is over. Bayan is tense. Has he lost his mind? Habil Azrahan wondered. Has he lost his mind? Loy gradually calmed down. All right, let me go. He stood with his arms crossed and let out a deep sigh before continuing to strike Nerman Frontera. The two soldiers, seeing that, helplessly tried to stop him. The young master stopped and left. Habil Azrahan looked seriously. If you observe carefully, he recognizes it from Lloyd's strikes. He is striking him in places that won't cause too much pain. The calm expression on his face catches Habil Azrahan's attention, and that composed look suggests he had predicted what would happen next. He secretly guessed Lloyd Frontera's intention and seemed as if he knew everything in advance. 15 days before the fight, Lloyd arrogantly demanded, Now teach me the Azrahan mind technique. Seeing Habil Azrahan's surprised expression irritates him. Why do you look like that? It's not like I asked you to teach something evil like stealing heads, Lloyd slowly imagines. Unlike fiber-pulling energy, it can absorb surrounding energy and convert it into your energy, right? Habil Azrahan asked skeptically. Young master, how do you know about that? He thought to himself. Isn't it a technique he has never revealed to anyone and hasn't perfected yet? Loy stiffly explained, Remember when I helped you fall asleep? You said it in your sleep. The thickness of his face could be used to nail things down. Habil Azrahan doubted and considered. Right now, he has an iron mask on his face, but it's just my imagination. Right? But besides talking nonsense, there's no way for him to know about that non-existent technique. I'm sorry, but I can't teach it to you. That technique is still cutting in and incomplete, huh? You smirk suspiciously and ask, If I can perfect it, will you teach me? Habil Azrahan hesitated but agreed. If what you're saying is true, what's with that confident expression? Lowy thrust his sword into the ground and began to explain. Listen carefully, I will seriously explain how it works. Maybe your magic heart is absorbing external energy in its own way. Hold tightly with your right hand on your magic heart and push away with your left hand on the external energy. And the result is boom, it will burst out from what we see. From your magic heart's perspective, external energy is an alien thing, isn't it? He gradually explains how external energy works. Now the core is transforming, and the energy absorbed from outside will no longer mix with the magic heart. He explains how to use the two energies correctly, so then separate them, manipulate them, and recombine them. Along with the description, the two spheres in his imagination gradually merge together. He confidently explains what he knows to Habil Azrahan, like a secondary engine to the main one. They are one, but also different. Now then, tell me, isn't that amazing? He was stunned by the lecture, I'm sure of it. I don't know what that engine is, but how did the young master manage it? Loy then put on the iron mask and replied, Oh, I just imagined it. Does it really work? That's great. Thud, thud. Habil Azrahan silently thought, not again with that expression. From what he just said, isn't it clear that he definitely knows something? He started following the instructions, gradually merging his body with the external energy. And then he was able to master Azrahan's mental technique that he had been worried about for a long time. After the first attempt, the number of successful circles he could create reached 3. With more practice, he might reach 4 or 5 circles. Suddenly, a notification appears. Habil's good impression of you has increased by 5. Loy, what are you complaining about? How long have you been teaching me the magic heart technique? I don't need that. I just want to learn the absorption part. I don't need the energy around me, only the energy I touch. Back in the present, Loy is still frantically attacking Nerman Frontera. Young Master Loy has that ability. So I predicted that he would defeat the Nerman Knight, and he did so triumphantly. Akis Frontera is still furious and shouting. Loin, I told you to stop. I cannot allow you to tarnish a knight's reputation any further. He finally stopped and looked up. Loin panted heavily and spoke. Are you talking about a knight's reputation? He asked, pointing to the table in front of Akis Frontera. Please first look underneath the tablecloth before deciding whether those words truly honor Sir Nerman or not. He quickly lifted the tablecloth. Letters? Akos Frontera takes a letter from the table and reads it in surprise. What's going on here? Loy, who apparently knows everything, speaks up to explain. Toads is the one who caused trouble for the Count's estate. That is the letter from that bastard to Sir Norman. He trembled as he listened to his words. The state of our territory. The Count likes and dislikes certain things. Guidance on forging property documents. These letters contain everything they have exchanged so far. Nerman Frontera was panicking, wondering how that brat managed to find the letters he had hidden within the walls, and he smiled as if reading his thoughts. That's right. In the novel, Habil later found them. He remembers Podong jumping in front of his room. Last night I asked Podong to take them away. Returning to Akis, he silently sank into the chair after reading the contents of the letter. Loy stood confidently below, just as expected. In the novel, he is described as a kind man. Anyone else would have shouted and demanded to kill him immediately. He silently apologized in his heart. I'm sorry, but the words kind leader and good leader mean completely different things. Unable to wait any longer, Loy spoke up. If your father is worried about how to get rid of this guy, then I have a suggestion. Akos Frontera hesitantly replied, Oh, really? What is that? Are you seriously suggesting your opinion? Let's release a really fierce mouse on this guy's head. If the mouse injures him, banish him from this land. If not, his rank will be lowered to a common soldier, and he will be given a chance to atone for his sins. Everyone was surprised to hear that. A mouse? Why is there a mouse here? No way Sir Nerman was injured by a mouse. Maybe this is... Agus Frontera gradually understood those words. Distributing justice with minimal punishment conditions would give him a chance to repent, while also serving as a warning. Bayan also approved, saying it was a wise decision. It serves as a generous and transparent warning to others. Eikos Frontera approves and accepts. Very well, we will follow your suggestion. Loy looked down and asked Sir Nomman if he had any objections. He is now in a subordinate position, so there is only one possible answer. No, thank you, Your Excellency. He coldly glances at Nerman Frontera. Character? Let Lo imagine a similar situation if this were to happen. If acts of mercy are bestowed upon criminals, will they be able to atone for their sins in return for the forgiveness given to them? The man in the imagination laughs eerily. What's wrong with this idiot? Is he feeling soft? No way. They will only be more determined to manipulate you and will find a way to exploit your kindness. Back to reality. Lord Frontera chuckled smugly. You will regret this decision, Lord Frontera. I will surely avenge both you and that fool. Loy shatters his dream and speaks up. Oh my, it's so good to see that smile of yours, but unfortunately, it's your last one. What are you saying? He gently hands the red sunflower seed to Podong Mak, asking what he means. Idiot. After successfully handing over the sunflower seed, Loy quickly threw Podong into the air, his face burning with murderous intent. The best way to beg for mercy is nothing at all. Taking the sunflower, Podong quickly enjoyed it as her body gradually grew larger in the air. Agus Frontera and Mabella watched with their mouths open in amazement. Habil, Asrahan, and Bayan were just as stunned. The growing size of the Podong figure caused the crowd witnessing the scene to be extremely terrified. Her body had swollen to its maximum size. Loey took the opportunity to run away from the falling area. Nerman Frontera shouted in panic, but couldn't make a sound as the giant descended rapidly from the sky. With a loud crash, dust and smoke billowed everywhere. He stood posing at a distance from Bodong's falling area. He lands successfully, creating a grave beneath himself. Lowen looks regretful. I feel sorry for him. He raises his finger and smiles contentedly. Expelling it like this will permanently solve the problem of dealing with that sore on this land. After some time in the land of Lord Frontera, Bodong is now focused on digging something, moving continuously from right to left and walking, diligently digging a trench around the village. Habil Azrahan asked, "What is Lord Podong doing?" Loy smiled and replied, "He's preparing to expand the road." I remember the skinny, weak soldiers from before. Surprisingly, those frail engineers have started working hard. The once feeble engineers now have muscles and are working seriously. Loy recalls the past. In ancient times, there was a territory called Rome, and the people there are passionate about roads. They created a road system called the Appian Way. He turned back and pointed, saying, "From now on, we will build it starting from the Count's mansion up to the eastern hillside." Habal Asrahan still wondered why a road was needed, but Loy interrupted and kept a quiet watch. He confidently smiled and revealed his true intention because the coverage of this land would soon skyrocket. Habil Azrahan asked a question that caught his attention. Where did the young master learn to do all these things? Along with everything he has done from the past to the present, Habil Azrahan recalls that you came up with the idea of building a heating system we have never heard of before, as well as summoning something that looks like an ancient high-level magic. He looked at Loy with a determined expression and asked, "Are you really our young master Lai?" A red alert notification suddenly appears. Warning, Habil is currently suspicious of your identity. He looked at the notification board and broke out in a cold sweat. Habil Azrahan looked at Loy with a determined gaze. He stood still, filled with anticipation. When I saw his personality in the novel, I knew he would definitely realize that a stranger had appeared inside the Count's son. Loy remembered Habil Azrahan's cold-blooded moments, so drawing his sword might be possible with this guy. But don't worry, I've already prepared a move just in case something like this happens. I have studied things no one else knows about. Why is that? I can't do that. That's stubborn special skill. Habil Azrahan nervously repeats his past mistake. No one knows, but the young master only drinks alcohol, and with stubborn words he raises his voice. Do you watch over me 24 hours a day? Not at all, is that right? I really was a bastard before, but do you know what I'm doing now? No. Is that correct? Habil Azrahan changed the subject. So how do you plan to explain the summoning? That's even more difficult for mages with 20 years of experience, yet you keep pushing forward without hesitation. And what about you? How could you masterfully manipulate energy at just 20 years old? You didn't learn from anyone else, right? You are a genius, Habil Azrahan shyly denies. No, I don't think I'm a genius. You keep pushing forward with that scowl on your face. If you can be a genius, then why can't I? So what if I suddenly become a genius summoner? Habil Azrahan, upon hearing that, stood still and speechless. He turned around and walked away with a confident tone. If you have nothing more to say, I'll be going now. I have some things to check. A stubborn special skill. Rapid-fire dialogue. Loy walks away with worried thoughts. Has he understood yet? He must understand by now. It's okay. It's okay. He approaches the unfinished construction site ahead. Serbian, please watch over the arrangements for me while I am away. I understand. Please don't worry. Habil Azrahan also stepped forward to offer, I will go with you because watching over the young master is my responsibility. Where are we going? Loy asked, confused. Huh? Why are you saying something so obvious? Of course, you should come along too. He smiled and mentioned the next stop of the trip, somewhere far away to settle the unpaid bills. Playing the dark game before a remote small town in the territory inside a certain room, a man inside angrily slams the table and curses loudly. A blue-haired man clutching his head in frustration, unable to believe he lost so much money, he will definitely make those bastards pay. The ones who set fire to the territory. A large man steps forward. Isn't that how most gambling stories go? That's the amount of money you've earned so far, right? He said sternly to remind him. Furthermore, if you cannot pay me as your escort, I will leave now. These, in panic, tries to stop him. I can still pay you. I'll pay you more, so don't go anywhere. The escort reminds once again that if he doesn't receive the money on time, he will leave. He grimaces, thinking about his next move. The only way to make more money is to deceive others once again. There are many people looking for me, so I have to run away now. Suddenly, a voice from nowhere echoed. Oh, are you talking about me? Lo confidently kicks the door open and walks in. They suddenly jumped up from his seat. What's wrong with you? Loy still remained calm and spoke. Oh, right, you have no idea what I look like, do you? I bow my head to introduce myself. Lloyd Frontera, you'll see soon enough if I introduce myself like this, right? These opened his mouth in shock after hearing his name. The escort, seeing the situation turn dire, asked, "Should I kill him?" These panicked and shouted, "No, run away quickly, escort him and prepare to escape." He jumped out the window and flew away. The escort lands after the jump and screams in fear. "Oh." His face turns serious, and the figure of a blue-haired knight gradually appears in the escort's eyes. Habil Azrahan, sword in hand, slashes straight ahead to block the path. He sternly orders, "Hand over that guy and leave quickly. If you refuse, we will consider you an accomplice." Habil Azrahan remembered the words of advice, just like what young Master Loy had said. "They will escape through the window and into the alley, so just wait there." The escort puts down the weapon and starts looking at him with a deadly glare. The surrounding energy begins to envelop his body. This little brat. The escort raises their hand to create a dark sphere. "Do you know how to use a sword?" Loy stands at the window, looking down thoughtfully. "Habil, you lost the count and are seeking revenge, fighting against Thord's guards, the con artist you uncovered." He recalls the story from the novel where he first faced a dark mage, and the image of Habil Azrahan struggling to defend himself appears in Lloyd Frontera's mind. He struggled to face the overwhelming power of gravity magic. Returning to the present, he smirked cunningly as he looked down. That is what was described in the novel. Below, the escort threw the dark sphere toward Habil Azrahan. He also did not back down and used his sword to block the attack. Suddenly, the energy from the sphere radiated out, astonishing Habil Azrahan. It burst open and formed a giant sphere that covered his entire body. The escort smirked confidently and reached out his hand, just as expected. You will clench your fists and shout, "I'm going to die." The gravity from inside the sphere begins to crush Habil Azrahan down. Loy recalls the story from the novel when Habil fought that bastard, and he was just an ordinary high-level swordsmanship expert. But the escort looked ahead in panic as Habil Azrahan used his magic heart to cancel the gravitational energy inside the sphere. Now Habil has a magic heart with 3 circles around it. He quickly cut the sphere in half right away. After splitting the sphere in 2, Habil Azrahan calmly asked, "What was that just now? Was it a gravity-manipulating magic?" The escort, sweating nervously, was speechless in front of that scene. He quickly shrank back and ran away. This wasn't in the contract. These, panicking, tried to stop it. "Hey, you bastard." Habil Azrahan stepped forward in front of him. "Do you know how serious aristocratic fraud is?" Theset, terrified, stepped back and fell into some crates. "Oh." Habil Azrahan raises his sword, ready to punish. "I will cut off your leg so you will crawl to the court." These screamed in terror. "Hey!" He quickly lowered his sword when suddenly a voice shouted, "Stop! Are you crazy? You will be punished if he goes to the temple." Habil Azrahan suddenly froze in place, looking into Lloyd's determined eyes, secretly suspicious. So this guy has finally learned to sympathize with others. Lloyd looked at his shyness and put on a speechless face, then gently smiled and reassured him, "Don't be afraid." Lloyd speaks sweet words to soothe Thez's mind. Everyone in life will sometimes become greedy. They would pull off a big job if the opportunity arose. He smiled gently. "Decapitating you would be a bit too much. I won't let the court find out about this." This stammered. "So you will forgive me then?" Lowy rested his chin on his hand, smiling brightly. "No complaints. Of course that's what you deserve. Isn't that what life is really about?" She was terrified after hearing his words. Loy started to get angry. "My capitalist side has one more condition for forgiving you." He was overjoyed to hear that. "Please go ahead. Anything is fine." He took a piece of paper from his pocket and pushed it forward. "It's simple. Just sign this contract and it's done." He looked at the paper on the table with curiosity. "What kind of contract is this?" Loy explained and reassured him that it's just a normal employment contract. "Of course, I will also pay you your salary." Then he said something that shattered his dream. "But 80% of your salary will be taken to pay off the debt." These looked very dissatisfied but didn't dare to speak up. Loy casually said that the debt and interest would be paid off in 520 years. His words echoed in his ears. He was so terrified that his face twisted in horror. Looking at the man before him, Habil Azrahan silently confirmed, "I knew it. He's not here to sympathize or forgive him." Loy sneered inwardly, thinking to himself, "Do you really think I'm crazy enough to kill the one who owes me? I will never suffer such a loss." I imagine myself draining Thord's of his life force, savoring everything I can take from his remaining days. Thord's panics and screams. "Why would you bring such an unreasonable contract?" Lo still shows no emotion. "Oh, really? I didn't expect you to use such a sinister face to threaten. Then we have no choice but to hold your wrist to sign. Let's settle this at the court." After the threat, he cried and signed the contract. Dawn breaks, and in the forest, the 3 of them are hitching a ride with a merchant. Habil Azran, sitting next to Thordes, said, I received some money from this guy, so there won't be any problem paying the interest for a few months. Loy felt annoyed. What do you mean by that? All of this money will go entirely to the labor costs. I've already calculated it, and 30 soldiers are not enough. He paused, thinking. But I wonder if any villagers will come to apply after the recruitment notice is posted. Maybe I look like a fool and they feel uncomfortable. A few days later at the Fronter estate, a notice was posted on the Fronter land announcing a job opening with a salary of 20 gold coins. For more information, please visit the Viscount's residence, where the villagers are lining up for interviews. Loy looked at the crowd with confusion. Oh, they don't hate me? Habil Azrahan replied. I am sure they do, but he provided a reasonable explanation, and you set an appropriate deadline to build ODN at a low cost. I thought you would punish the traitor against me. You might even be called Habil. Azrahan looked at Loy with a serious expression. A capable and trustworthy man. That's the kind of person you said I should become. Loy thought to himself. I can't believe it. Is that all? Is that all? The man at the front stepped forward. Young master, where is the employment contract? Loy stammered. Oh, yes, you must be right about that. A statement from the man made him surprised. No, it's not. I wanted to thank you first. He smiled and talked about his situation. My children often catch colds when the weather turns cold. But thanks to the young master, I no longer have to worry this year because we have... Ondan. The man bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you very much. Loy, seeing that, shyly replied, Oh, I see. It's just something I need to do. I'm only trying to satisfy my greed. I'm so ashamed. And sir, I have a relative who owns a territory called Dracona, and they asked if you could build there. He quietly rejoiced after hearing him say it's here, the first step to a grand future. He smirked to himself, calculating that he hadn't built Odan for nothing. I will raise the price, citing travel costs, and drain all their money. He still keeps his cunning smile and agrees. Of course, but it will cost some money to get there. Habil Azrahan looked at Lloyd's face with helplessness, that vulgar expression again. Seeing his satisfied look, Habil Azrahan immediately realized that he built Odan just for this reason. Didn't he? Then he looked at the construction behind him, wondering silently, what about the path up the mountain? After the interview, the two of them moved up the mountain. Lo spoke in hell. He quickly responded, Yes, young master. He chuckled softly, talking about the future of the mountain. Sooner or later, this mountain will become a barren place. Habil Azrahan was confused. Huh, what do you mean? Loy explained. Onan consumes a lot of resources. The trees we have here won't last much longer. Habil Azrahan looked surprised and widened his eyes. He suddenly spoke up. So, if the young master knew what would happen, why did you still calmly interrupt Habil Azrahan? That's why I am canceling the construction of that road. Looking at the tunnel that Podong has dug, you described that at the end of the tunnel, we will reveal the true face of the capitalist and announce the plan. Then sell it at a high price. If it receives high praise, others will not be able to resist it. He sneers mockingly. Of course our people will get a discount, but only a little, just a little. Habil Azrahan looked at him with contempt, thinking he was truly unjust and despicable, and Loy, as if hearing his innermost thoughts, turned around. Do you think I am unfair and despicable? Niemni speaks about the problems that the Fronter family is facing. If I don't do this, do you think we can pay off the debts of this estate? Habil Azrahan was speechless after hearing Loy say that. He spoke up to share his opinion. I agree that right now, that's the best way. But Lord Habil Azrahan seriously warned that the Baron wouldn't be at ease knowing about the coal mine. He kept warning. Even other barons had tried again and again. But Loy interrupted. I know it will collapse because of the weak ground. He smiled confidently and said, I can do it. Loy remembered the techniques from the previous world with modern excavation technology because he had knowledge of shield methods. He raises the shovel and commands, Let's go, we have a lot to do. Habil Azrahan still looked confused and asked, So the method is a shield? A different technology I don't know? He glanced at Lloyd's back with trust, but he was curious to see how this completely different young master would handle it. Back to the tunnel that was still open earlier, deep inside the dirt and rocks in front of the entrance, darkness envelops the entire interior of the basement. Suddenly, a monster's foot gradually appears in the flickering light. From the feet to their tangled hairs, they gradually become visible, followed by their glaring red eyes inside. They gradually reveal their entire bodies. Swarms of insect-like monsters are waiting inside the tunnel. Back in the present, Loy is preparing to create something. He spins his hand to summon a magic circle. He casts magic into the sky and shouts loudly, Luxury apartment building, Gangnam District. A blue light gradually rises into the sky, reaching the clouds before slowly descending back down. With a swoosh, a tall building suddenly appears behind Loy, who is striking a cool pose. In reality, he's boredly working on a design and daydreaming, wishing he had that kind of awesome skill. Tap tap. He uses his hand to create a beam of light and draws on the paper. This takes too much time. Basic level 1 design skill and optional floor plan sketching skill. Loy sighed and leaned back. I just want to summon 100 zombie workers without having to pay them too much. A notification pops up, but if you don't like it, just draw it by hand. Loy immediately sits up and keeps drawing. Oh no, this is a really cool skill. I remember the last fight, when due to Nerman's scandal, I gained 630 affinity points because I made a good impression on Lady Habiel, Bayan, and others. I have discarded all of them and upgraded the basic design skills to level 2, 3, and 10, advancing to intermediate level 1. The optional skill for measuring residential capacity at levels 2, 3, and 10 has been upgraded to intermediate measurement level 1. I was able to acquire the land survey, construction cost, and underground skills. Loy approaches the basement covered with dirt and rocks. Now we have to dig here. His eyes lit up after using the intermediate measurement skill, a land survey ability that helps Loy see detailed underground pathways. This skill only allows him to see 5 meters ahead, but it will help find a safe route. After checking inside, he stood pondering how to dig this out as quickly as possible. Doing this manually would take a lot of time, and he would get tired quickly. Loy remembers Podong lying bedridden. Podong is sick because of the road system project, and even if he recovers, it will still be very dangerous because he's too big. He frowned seriously, thinking of the final option. I knew it. I have no choice but to do it. Loy uses the random creature drawing system. I have enough affinity points. Randomly draw fictional creatures, starting a draw with 70 affinity points. Current friendship points are 119. The sound of machinery rings out once again. Loy sat idly, waiting. Suddenly, a bow and a body emerged from the magic circle. A very lively little creature crawled out of the magic circle and fell to the ground without any help from Loy Frontera, along with a bump on its forehead. It let out a few squeaks. You look down at the creature and secretly criticize. What is this thing? Is it used for assassination? Is it poisonous? Doesn't it look pretty useless at first glance? But Podong also seemed that way initially, so it must be useful too. You speak up to ask, do you also turn giant when you eat sunflower seeds? You also have maxed out skills? Bello. Proudly nodded repeatedly. Loin asked her to perform. Can you show me your skill? Bao nodded with a smile. Weeks later, in front of the mountain cave, Bao transforms into a stone-crushing machine. Step 1. Bao becomes giant and devours all the soil and rocks in front of the protective device. He happily chews the rocks without a single complaint. Belle's level 1 soil digestion skill. Loy stands in front of Belle and orders him to prepare as Habi trembles and lifts her hips. Belle's soil digestion skill level 1. Habil Azrahan, covered in sweat, stands ready. Belle shoots out glowing red steel rods towards him. Step 2, Belle will heat the steel until it turns red. The steel wind skill level 1. Habil Azrahan seriously cuts the incoming steel rods in half. Step 3, Habil cuts the steel. Deep inside, the blacksmith team is also working diligently. Step 4, build a structure that supports the ground. Habil Azrahan secretly feels helpless about his current task. Why does a knight like me have to go through the dung of a giant snake? Step 5, on-site inspection. Loy, full of energy, shouted, "Well done, let's move on." The workers he hired follow orders and continue the work, moving down into the tunnel and pushing forward. Loy is gasping for air from lack of oxygen and feels a bit dizzy. If we don't connect the pipes, we might have lost consciousness already. Habil Azrahan stepped forward to report, "Loinsama, I think it's better if we leave now. You should also rest like the other workers." But he turned away in refusal. "Idiot, I am the supervisor. As the supervisor, I need to oversee the operations." Loy seriously thought about the old world. In Korea, managers were all talk, and some bastards weren't even present at the site anymore. I will never be like them. I will oversee the operations. He uses his sensing ability to detect something. Yeah, Loy looked ahead at the path in front of him. I see it now. He looked at the dark stones and recognized them. "Coal," he said softly. Seeing the results, Loy shouted together with everyone in the bunker, "We're almost done. Keep going." Bio stepped forward and gently patted his cheek. "Thank you." "Thanks to you. We did it 10 times faster." Loy turned around to announce, "Listen, when we reach the coal layer, Trungstar will remove the protective cover and expand the space." He warned seriously, "This is a dangerous mission, so don't let your guard down." Bang! The sound of the rocks behind drew Loy's attention. Boom! He trembles and looks at Loy in confusion. What's going on? The ground here is very solid and hard to collapse, isn't it? He uses his skill to widen his eyes and probe the earth. The measurement skill made Loy discover something. What is that? There was no hole before, was there? Suddenly the hole widens in shock as a giant ant monster bursts out of the dirt and rocks, causing Loy to panic as the giant insect rushes to attack. Habil Azrahan quickly grabbed his weapon and rushed forward, cutting its mouth in half in an instant. Loy also seized the opportunity to raise his shovel. I hit the giant ant directly on the head to finish it off. A strike shatters its head into pieces, and it falls motionless. Loy calmed down after the shock. An unexpected thing appears that wasn't mentioned in the novel? No hesitation. Why do I feel so at ease? This ant must have its own colony. After that thought, a bunch of glaring red eyes appeared, all focused on the two of them. The swarm of ants charged forward for no reason. Loy immediately ordered upon seeing the giant ants. "Everyone, run outside quickly." The crowd panic and shout as they rush out of the basement. Whoa. Habil Asrahan stands in front, slicing the giant ants rushing toward him in half. Loy was stunned by their numbers, silently calculating how many there might be. 100 of them will be doomed if they reach the lost territory. He looked back at Habil Azrahan, struggling to fight. Can Habil stop them? No, it's not possible. We are running out of oxygen. Loy looks at the successful people running away to plan their next move. The mine we built can't be destroyed unless explosives are used. If this place collapses, we'll have to finish it quickly. What should I do now? What should I do now? Habil Asrahan saw him standing still, so he walked up and punched him in the face. Get your senses back. Young master, you cannot panic, Loy angrily retorts. I'm not panicking, I'm thinking. Habil Asrahan defends against the giant insect's attack. Then hurry up and come up with something quickly. He glared and reminded him once more. Then quickly come up with something? Loy gritted his teeth and thought. The ant tunnel beneath the earth was collapsing. The light in his mind seemed to be flickering out. Suddenly, a surge of energy burst forth. Loy had finally understood. It's him. He grabbed the torch on the wall. He orders firmly, we will attack directly. We will go through the tunnel with the swarm of ants. Habil Azrahan rushes forward, sounding so ridiculous. But he cut down the giant ants in front of him, along with his thoughts. There must be a reason for it. Let's go together towards the giant ants. The scene shifts to the Frontera estate, where a frantic messenger arrives with news. My lord, I have some bad news. What? Where is the Loy monster insect? The soldier quickly reported as he was about to put on his armor. The workers have been evacuated, but young Master Habil and 2 others are still inside. Bayan is preparing to seal the mine completely. Akas Frontera quickly puts on his armor. Let's go. Hurry up. Head back to the basement. Are we still far away? How much further do we have to go inside? Loy asked irritably, holding the torch behind him. Don't talk to me right now. I'm very busy here. You and Habil Azrahan are driving the giant ants from both sides away. Luckily, the ants don't plan to leave their nest, but this pincer situation is not good at all. Seeing Habil Azrahan's determined face, Loy was deeply worried. Habil was also nearing his limit. In this heat, the underground lacks oxygen, but the ants are still abundant. Use your measurement skill to check. We need to find it as soon as possible. Somewhere underground, there is a layer of methane gas. Habil Azrahan continues to sweep away the giant ants inside the tunnel. Loy also seriously pushed back the creatures behind him. Coal beds are home to microorganisms that thrive on methane, which is why methane gas hides everywhere within the mineral veins. Advance. Advance. Holding the torch tightly in his hand, he thinks about the plan. As long as he can find that thing, he can blow away these ants and create a vast space behind him. Loy uses his measurement skill to look behind, noticing the gap beneath the ground. There it is, the methane layer. Loy quickly kneels down. As he prepares to dig, he looks up and advises, I will dig this patch of earth, so you can stay away from the ants. Loy uses all his remaining strength to dig up the pile of dirt and rocks beneath his feet. Oh no. The giant ants are charging at us without mercy. Habil Azrahan spun around and prepared to strike, swinging his sword to cut down the approaching giant ants one after another. Loy still trusted Habil Azrahan and kept digging until suddenly a piercing scream made both of them stop. A giant ant dozens of times larger than the others appears. Loy is terrified. Wow, this giant queen ant is really huge. The colossal queen ant quickly charges at them, leaving no time to rest. Loy trusts you. Habil, can you handle her? He immediately retorted, No, there are things I know I can't do no matter how hard I try. Helplessly, he replied, Just try and then see. Habil Azrahan gradually accepts the request, but right now we have no other choice, do we? The giant ant king charges forward to attack. He uses his magic heart to brace himself for the attack, and along with the giant ant's rapid charge, Habil Azrahan quickly defends himself. The giant insect lord was stunned by his agility. Habil Azrahan grit his teeth and braced for the attack. He swung his sword, sending the giant ant king flying backward. Loy seized the opportunity to quickly dig into the ground. Habil is trying to hold on, just need to buy some time. The giant insect god and Habil Azrahan are engaged in a fierce battle, both attacking at lightning speed. Loy finally reached the place he needed to get to, surprised by the stream of gas erupting upward. After successfully finding the mangas, Loy quickly ordered everyone to run. Habil followed towards the exit. The two of them quickly ran off with the giant ant king in pursuit. He looked ahead and then in front of him, where the narrow path they had used before was. The two quickly run out of the cave mouth. Loy swiftly turns around and grips the torch tightly. He quickly throws the torch into the tunnel and shouts, "Eat this!" The torch falls straight onto the giant queen ant's head. The torch suddenly shot from the head of the giant ant deep inside. Unexpectedly, the giant ant didn't give up the opportunity and charged forward, but got stuck because her body was too large, along with the continuous release of methane gas in the tunnel. The torch then caught fire and started spreading throughout the basement. With a loud explosion, the underground chamber blew up like a nuclear bomb, but thanks to the giant queen ant blocking the entrance, the two of them were spared from the fire. In the basement, the flames gradually spread deep into the ground, sweeping through the remaining insects without missing anything, and with the massive explosion, the impact from inside also escaped outside. Habil Azrahan shields himself but still gets hit. The huge explosion outside the basement can also be heard. Akos Frontera, seeing that, anxiously rushed forward, but Loin Bayan stopped him from moving. "No, you can't go in there. Lord, you'll get hurt too." After the explosion, the two lie motionless in front of the tunnel entrance. Lo wakes up, clutching his head and covering his ears. He looks at the results behind him and concludes that the plan seems to have succeeded. Loy quickly sits up. "Habil, he protected me. Bell was no exception and was also unconscious on the ground, so I carried him up. Bello, I'm sorry. The terrible situation you're in is also because of your decision to stay with me." Suddenly he realizes something ahead. He stares in shock at the only exit in front. "Oh no, the exit is blocked. This is bad." He tiredly stands up, gasping as the notification suddenly appears. The oxygen shortage warning flickered weakly, and knowing this, he looked ahead to calculate the distance, realizing he needed to tunnel through quickly and more than 5 meters deep. The notification appeared again, showing only a third of the oxygen remaining. Loy struggled to stand and move forward to dig, but there was no other choice. "Let's go quickly. Habil, you're weak." Habil Azrahan, hearing a faint call, opened his eyes and saw his blurry figure before him. "We have to escape from here together." Habil Azrahan's vision gradually blurred. "Both of them are my people." Then he gradually faded away once more, and a series of unexpected notifications appeared. Notification: "I admire your perseverance in never abandoning HBL." Notification: "HBL's affection for you has increased by 6. You received 108 affection points. Your current affection points are 157. Loy froze, panting, with his remaining oxygen reaching the red alert level, but he had nothing left to lose. "Hey, what skills can the knowledge-seeking system develop?" A loot table appears, showing your current knowledge. The system scan begins on Loy Frontera's entire body. After a successful scan, the system displays a message indicating that knowledge has been found. Energy absorption around you has been discovered as a method of energy intake. Knowledge of increased energy absorption found. By combining these skills, you will be able to acquire the Astrahan core technique. Seeing the notification, he was overjoyed. "Great, I've practiced many times after the fight with Nerman. I can develop my skills as much as I want." Loy quickly accepts the skill. "Do you want to learn the Astrahan core technique? You need 15 friendship points." "Yes, of course I do." The system activates, enveloping his body with energy, granting him the Astrahan core technique with a single tier 5 magic circle, as a sudden beam of light appears in Loy Frontera's mind. The light is getting closer, a beam of it circling around his heart. I can feel it. Unfortunately, I don't have a magic heart, but I can sense the existence of the magic circle. Notification: "Energy deficiency, 120%. Loy calmly considers. With human skills, even if I train hard, upgrading them won't be sustainable. But he looked at the system panel and quickly regained his composure. I have enough affinity points to rapidly upgrade the Astrahan core technique and enhance the affinity skill ABR needed. Currently, 142 affinity points. He touched the system panel and decided to upgrade the Astrahan core technique and the affinity skill needed. Just 10 points, I will bet everything here. The system interface activates, a stronger flow of energy pours into his body, core technique, single circle level 6, energy deficiency at a 125%. He continues to upgrade, each time increasing friendship points by 5. Upgrading the Astrahan core technique to level 7. Loy keeps upgrading but also worries. But what if I need those points for something else? But now I have no other choice. I need to upgrade as much as I can. Astrahan core technique single circle level 8. Core technique of Asrahan single circle level 9. Core technique of Asrahan single circle level 10. Suddenly another notification appeared, upgrading the magic circle skill in Loy's heart, doubling his surprise. His whole body billowed with smoke after a series of upgrades to the Astrahan core technique, reaching double level 1 with a 200% energy deficit. The system requires 100 affinity points for the next level. Current affinity points are 7. Loy hesitantly asked, "What else is there? What will happen now if the number of connections increases?" A sudden notification appears. Option 1. Energy user, you will not feel tired for the next 10 minutes. Option 2. Power explosion, your energy capacity will triple for 20 seconds. Limited to once per day, Loy Fontera no longer hesitated and began to raise the axe. Let's begin. Shout out the skills and energy as it starts to erupt. The energetic person quickly keeps digging non-stop as the oxygen remaining nears its limit. Loy uses his measurement skill with worry. Please, reveal yourself. He looks at the pile of dirt in front of him with hope. A small hole. If I only see a small hole, Loy keeps digging forward. He keeps digging without stopping, getting closer and closer to the exit. A red alert appears, showing only 1/10 of the oxygen remaining. Suddenly, Loy saw something ahead and used his measuring skill to spot the exit. I see it. I found the end point. Loy pushes himself to dig with all his might, seeing the result ahead. Habil, Azrahan, and Bel are still unconscious, lying behind. Loy grits his teeth and forces himself to move forward. The remaining oxygen is almost gone. Loy struggles until his last breath, but the oxygen supply has reached its limit. The exit is still 3 meters away to dig through. Loy collapses in front of Heaven's Gate, the hall slipping from his grasp. Out of energy, Loy kneels on the ground, exhausted after 10 minutes of using his power. He gradually collapsed in front of the basement filled with dirt and rocks, with 2 people behind him. Loy still didn't give up and started to get up, continuing to use another skill, unleashing his power. He continued digging forward with his skill still active, frustrated as he looked at the distance to the exit. Damn it, 20 seconds, 30 meters to the exit, and he's out of oxygen. Loy collapsed to the ground without reaching the exit. His vision gradually faded along with his negative thoughts. That skill was too short, as the son of a noble from a remote area. Loy closed his eyes and waved his hand. I just want to live a peaceful life. Loy gradually sank into darkness in the tunnel. Suddenly, a cracking sound made him open his eyes again. Loy struggled to get up and search for the source of the noise. Jack! Bodong suddenly crawled in from the front exit. Loy saw a glimmer of hope and was overjoyed. He took a deep breath as air was rushing into the tunnel. Oxygen is oxygen. Loy tried to stand up despite his trembling body. Let's go, Kimsu shouted. The relaxed life of the noble's son is waiting for you. The sky outside has darkened. In front of the Frontera estate, a torch begins to move into the cellar. Bayan is worried. Your Excellency, going further would be very dangerous. Akis Frontera doesn't care and keeps walking. So you can go back now. I will go to the end of the road. Suddenly he noticed something ahead. A figure of a man carrying someone else gradually appeared in the darkness. Loy, exhausted, carried Habil Azrahan as he moved through the basement. You have overcome your physical limitations with extraordinary skills in extremely dangerous situations. The special challenge with the Azrahan core technique has had a great impact on you. The third optional skill, energy mode. Even when you are extremely exhausted, the traces of the Azrahan core technique will remain intact. Akos Frontera rushed to Lai as he saw him step out. He could no longer endure and collapsed. Loy fainted and collapsed into Agos Frontera's arms. The gloomy atmosphere in the basement finally came to an end. The morning dawns over the Frontera estate. The locals begin to gossip. Talking about young Master Loin, I used to think he was just a fool, but it turns out that's not the case. The locals see him differently now. My nephew works in the mine, so he saw everything firsthand. When the ant monsters started appearing, he didn't hesitate to evacuate the workers first. Oh, so those rumors are true? He continued describing how he stayed inside with Sir Habel. I heard that the 2 of them eliminated all those giant ants. Yes, after killing them all, he carried Knight Habel. He is truly very different from the Loy we used to know. Amid the sunlight shining on the Frontera estate, Habil Azrahan is watching over Loy lying unconscious on the bed in front of the Frontera mansion. His tired body has also been refreshed a bit. Loy slowly opens his eyes, and Habil Azrahan, who is watching over him, realizes that the first thing in front of him is not a warm embrace, but a notification. Yes, the notification states that you will be rewarded with a large amount of affinity points as a deserved reward for your great achievement. Your current affinity points are 7 after the reward. My current friendship points are 507. Loy looked confused for a long time before suddenly breaking into a capitalist smile. I've become a hero? 500 friendship points? This is awesome. The scene shifts to the basement from earlier, where everyone is diligently working on construction. Suddenly, the crowd looked toward the entrance as Lai and Habil Azrahan stepped in. Young Master, it's Young Master Loy. Everyone bowed respectfully. Hello, Young Master. You've also worked hard today. Loy shyly replied. What? Everyone looked at him with admiration and silently praised him. You fought for our lives. He is completely different from other nobles. A practical example of noble responsibility. Loy forced a smile, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure. He looked at the surrounding structures and reflected that 2 weeks had passed since the incident, and the ant monsters and work at the coal mine were proceeding smoothly. Loy stepped deeper into the basement, calculating how to operate. It seems there are no violations, but during this time we should still prioritize safety. I need to identify even the smallest risk factor to prevent it. Habil Asrahan followed and asked Han, today we are exploring the ant cave again. May I ask you something? Loy agrees, but still makes a request. Keep it brief, we only have a limited amount of oxygen. Habil Azrahan asks with a slightly worried tone, why you have to do such dangerous things yourself? You can order the workers to do this, right? He wondered silently. No way. Does he really care about the workers' safety? Young Master, you are the heir to the estate, so Lloyd interrupted Habil Azrahan's words foolishly. An hien gang len tieng, I must be the one responsible for this dangerous mission. Habil Azrahan was surprised. After that serious remark, Lloyd turned back to smile with a capitalist face, because that way they wouldn't be able to say anything if I spent a large amount of money. Habil Azrahan sighs in frustration. I don't know if this is good or not. The notification also adds Habil's affection for you is increasing, so stop. He saw the dead end and said, this is the end of the road, let's find another way. Loy refused, didn't he? Wait, you used a sensing skill to detect something? I think the other side is hollow. Habil Azrahan is suspicious. Are you going to dig it up and study it? Loy brings hope to dig inside. Who knows, what if someone witnesses it? So if they're about to hatch, you should go inside with a torch. Humph. What catches Lai's eye is a giant blue creature chained up alongside other animals. The two of them step inside to check it out. Habil Azrahan, holding a weapon, steps forward and looks at him, appearing dangerous. I will take care of him. Wait a moment, they are acting recklessly. He looked at Harchi's face with curiosity and asked what kind of creature he was. Habil Azrahan replied confusedly, what are you talking about? That's an orc. No, a normal orc wouldn't be like that. Whatever, forget it. Loy brings the torch closer to check. Is he dead? Habil Azrahan quickly responded. Maybe not yet. I heard that the ant monsters like to store their prey's energy, which can paralyze their victims. He chuckled wickedly. Really? Loy again puts on his capitalist face with excitement. This harvest is truly a wonderful reward. Returning to the Frontra estate, he introduces himself seriously. My name is Hirochi Keech. Dear Lord Lo, because of my benefactor, I will never forget your kindness. You said Keech is definitely intentional, right? To emphasize your personality more? Hirochi feigns ignorance. I have no idea what you're talking about. Keech Hirochi, the son of the orc tribe chief. After treatment by the doctor, he has recovered. He clenched his fist to show his gratitude. I, Hirochi, son of the Steel Sand tribe, will never forget your kindness. Keech, I will give you anything you want. Keech Loy smiled cunningly. And that's why I decided to help this idiot. Seriously? He straightened up and then made a proper capitalist offer. Please gather 120 people to help us work in the mine. Hirochi firmly refuses. No way. Hearing that, Lloyd immediately looked displeased. He quickly put on a cheerful face and asked, why is that? What is the reason? Hirochi revealed the truth just now. Lord Lo just sighed like that, looking like a scoundrel. Keech responded with sweet words. No, that's not it. It's just a habit like yours of Keech. Hirochi comments on the spirit of the tribe. Orcs are Keech warriors, and warriors only obey the orders of the Keech leader. He seriously explained that Lord Lo is not a warrior. Even if we lend you workers, you can't give them orders. Keech Loy realizes the problem. So this is the tough part. I think of Hirochi's species that I know of. I heard that wild orcs have to bring back the head of a monster ant when they reach adulthood. Hirochi entered the ant nest by mistake and was paralyzed. Loy's face gradually darkened as he came up with a plan. Then he clicked his tongue, spitting saliva everywhere. Loy clapped his hands with a smile and said, well then, I guess we have no choice. By the way, congratulations on coming of age. Hirochi bowed his head in disappointment. Hirochi didn't catch a giant ant monster. I was paralyzed. I failed. The suspicion is confirmed. Huh? What are you talking about? He pointed to the head of the giant queen ant. Weren't we the ones who caught it together? It's Harchi and me. He's suspicious. Huh. No, I remember we caught that big ant. Loy manipulates with sweet words. Oh my God, you don't remember because you were paralyzed. You're just using your shameless face to explain again. That was a truly unbelievable sight. Inside the ant cave, I found the queen ant teetering on the verge of collapse. Loy kept spouting lies without pause, shouting that I can't believe I lost to a pathetic little orc. Hirochi is gradually being manipulated. Huh, is that so? No way. Could those insect monsters understand our language? Encourage him to keep talking. Yeah, they understand. They are quite skilled at that. Loy keeps manipulating without noticing Habil Ezrahan sneering behind him. Thanks to you, hunting the ant monsters became easier for me. He circled behind Hirochi, so from left to right he caused him to feel awkward. That ant monster. Then Loy looked forward, confident that we had caught it together. He turned back to face Hirochi with a smile. Hirochi is an excellent warrior, and Loy is too. Hirochi is gradually overwhelmed by him. Oh, a top warrior? Loy takes the opportunity to remind him once again. So, with 120 workers, the plan succeeds. Hirochi has given up his own brain and agreed. I will lend them to you, each in a week in a distant land. In the village of the orc tribe, with such tough steel, we would have finished a long journey to bring more workers back. But Aku sat on the chair and outright refused. I'm sorry, but humans cannot repay kindness in that way. Hearing this, he was so stunned he almost lost his mind. Why did he change his mind? He asked for the reason. Hello, Lord Ouch, leader of the Steel Tribe. May I ask you the reason? He explained seriously. We are not capable of doing this. We have to eat a lot of meat to improve our strength. Keech, if we stop hunting 3 times a day, we will lose our muscle strength. Keech-Aku always speaks about the tribe's issues. Losing our muscle strength would lead to the collapse of the tribe. We cannot let the number of hunters decrease. Kitchloy wondered, wait a minute, do you go out hunting every day? I calmly replied, yes, Keech. We will lose our muscle strength if we don't eat meat right after hunting. Keech, he keeps talking about strength. Is that his obsession with muscles? Habil Asrahan stepped forward to advise. For them, protein and muscle are the truth, and it's better if we just give up on this. Loy stroked his chin and gradually reached a conclusion. Based on what you just said, you mentioned a solution. If the meat is still fresh even after a few days, then you won't need to hunt 3 times a day, and you can lend us some workers, right? I nod in agreement and start rambling again about strength. Yes, Keech, we want to repay the favor, but when it comes to our muscle power, Loy interrupts, you mean you agree, right? He leaned forward, smiling confidently. As long as there's a way to stop the meat from rotting, even after just a few days, right? Just look back at when we first arrived at the village. Hirochi burst into tears and rushed over. Wow! Akuch also sobs as he calls out Hirochi's name. He quickly rushes forward. Akuch also charged forward like he was flying towards Hirochi. The two of them collided in front of the crowd. The father and son rushed to embrace each other warmly. Father Hirochi! The collision between the two people caused the surrounding air to burst out, creating a huge cloud of dust and smoke. The people behind Loy panicked after the collision, which was just a hug. But the influence it has is truly terrifying. If I stood between the two of them, I would probably be crushed into dust. And then he laughed happily. If we had 120 workers like them, our productivity would increase 100-fold, and there was something else that attracted me. Hirochi raised the head of the ant queen to announce, Look, Harchi has brought back the queen's head. The whole tribe cheers loudly. Harchi, I am very proud of you. Son, celebrate today. The entire tribe, not knowing where they got it from, started following orders through training. 1, 2. Hey, Lloyd, stunned, opens his eyes wide. He stared at the shining object on the orc's shoulder, and Lloyd was stunned by the sight. Exactly. What are they doing with those valuable items? From the way they handle them, I realize they probably scavenged them from somewhere. Looking at that pile of gold, Lloyd can't help but judge that it's worth more than any piece of exercise equipment. Back to the present, he is standing in a remote place, which is why we signed an agreement with the tribal leader to get both labor and jewels. Habil Asrahan looked at the contract in his hand. We will build a cold storage, and in return, we will receive the jewels. However, this will require a suitable replacement device that can handle it. He turned to ask what a cold storage was. I've never heard of it before. Loy explained in detail about the cold storage. You know that the royal family's magicians use magic to preserve food, right? A cold storage is like a building where you can do similar things without needing magic. Habil Asrahan looked suspicious and asked, Where did you learn this? Loy calmly replied, I heard it from a group. A group? Heh, I'm too lazy to explain. Why do you have so many things you don't know? He just pointed up at the mountain. Anyway, we need a special type of stone to make the cold storage, called granite. It's very durable. Habil Asrahan looked up at the towering mountain and said, I don't think it's an easy material to obtain. Loy didn't deny it. Yeah, that's right. It's quite difficult. He quietly calculates how it works. We don't have any explosives here, but there's something that can replace them. Lloyd turns back to look at Habil Azrahan. He smirks wickedly. There's a human-made explosive here. Seeing Lloyd's cunning face, he recognized it. It seems he's planning to use me again. I remember a dark castle from the novel. One of the main events of the Bloodsteel Night novel is that the city of Namcheng is trapped inside a magic barrier. Inside the city, thousands of refugees need to be rescued by Habil. At that moment, Habil had reached Master Swordsman level and had the fourth energy circle engraved on his own energy heart. He had no choice but to watch as the energy of the refugees was completely drained. Habil Azrahan grit his teeth and charged toward the castle with the intention of saving everyone. I must save them, even if it costs my life, and the deadly movement skill I unknowingly created is now in play. One protective circle around the main energy core, the other three collide with each other. Habil Azrahan instinctively charges with all his might towards the explosion. A sword strike with such intense firepower that it pushed him back. It charged straight at the magic wall and successfully pierced through. Habil Azrahan's skill successfully shattered the magic wall, and this explosion became a signature technique of the Bloodsteel Knight, along with the Astrahan core technique. Back in the present, Loy's face sharpens as he speaks. We can't use the same technique, can we? Habil Azrahan immediately recognized the issue and asked directly, "Please be honest. How do you know about that incomplete theory?" Loy pointed to his cunning face in protest. No? Honestly, it's only the first time I've thought about it. Look into my eyes. Do you think I'm lying? Habil Azrahan honestly speaks his thoughts. Yes, those eyes are very unsettling and full of confusing lies. Loy still maintains a calm demeanor. So you don't believe me? He started to smile and say, "Come on, just a little try. I'm really looking forward to Habil's swordsmanship improving." He then revealed Lloyd Frontera's true intentions. "I know you're just trying to follow your own will. You're still joking and laughing. Hey, what do you mean by that? Everyone is happy after all. Habil Azrahan gradually accepts. If that works, then it will also be good for me. Fine. I secretly feel proud after seeing him agree. If you succeed, I will do my best too." Habil Azrahan holds his sword pointed at the rock, recalling how to use a circle to protect the core energy heart, then moves the remaining 3 circles. He quickly used his skill and stabbed the flying rock. A flash of light from the tip of the sword stunned Habil Azrahan. An explosive shockwave erupts from his side. Lamlo can't help but praise him. Succeeded on the first try? Habil Azrahan's figure gradually emerged from the smoke. He steps out with his suit almost completely torn and his curly hair. Habil Azrahan speaks irritably. "You knew this was going to happen, didn't you?" Loy shook his head in denial. "No, not at all. I truly regret it." Habil Azrahan sighed and let it go. "Anyway, this time your opinion, Lord Loy, has been effective. So now it's your turn, isn't it?" The surprise notice suddenly appeared. "Habil is grateful that you taught him. His affection for you has increased by 3 points. Likability points, 11. You have gained 54 affinity points for improving your relationships with the characters. Total affinity points, 561. You know, I am a knight, and my swordsmanship is meant to protect the Lord, but now I am using it for construction work." Loy chuckled. "You don't need to thank me like that." Habil Azrahan coldly denied. "I didn't thank you." "Not at all." Loy ordered Dong to continue the work. Since then, the construction was completed quickly, with the granite transported away by the giant Podong. The orc steps forward and criticizes everyone for their work. "If you carry it like that, you'll hurt your back. Get out of the way, humans. I will show you." The orcs of the tribe keep demonstrating their skills, just like practice. Now go down. I didn't even ask for help with that. Like the ORC species, the crazy gym creatures did it themselves. Loy calmly sits back and watches the orc work. Oh, right. With this speed, the progress will be completed 5 times faster. He fanned himself while calculating. "We need ice and insulation materials now." Loy leaned back and said, "Habi has 5 people I asked to bring insulation materials, right? It's been a while, isn't it?" "It has indeed been 3 weeks, I ask with suspicion." "So haven't they already come back now?" Habil Azrahan suggested. "There are 2 possibilities. Either the soldiers are lazy, or Loy remains silent and responds that they had an accident. He stands up from his seat. "Let's go look for them." Suddenly, Habil Azrahan stops Loy from walking away and explains in a serious tone, "I will handle it alone if it's a mission. We don't know what kind of accident it was. It's too much if you come along too." Loy interrupts, "We've talked about this kind of thing several times before, haven't we? I take responsibility for the project and am accountable for everything related to the workers." Habil Azrahan sighed in frustration. "Let's go." In front of the jagged mountains of dirt and rocks, a glove appears at his feet. Loy picks up the glove to check it out. This is a special glove we had custom made for insulation. Habil Asrahan notices something, and young Master Lo looks up in confusion. He looked ahead and announced the path. The direction of the canyon over there seems a bit strange. Loy stands up, wondering what exactly is unusual about it. Habil Esrahan looked at it and described the flow of energy as quite unusual. It wasn't quite accurate because it was too subtle. Loy quietly suspected. The intricate canyon. He quietly recalls the content of the novel. There is something between the events of the Bloodsteel Night. Suddenly he realizes something terrible. Loy quickly moved on. Let's go. Habil, we don't have any more time left. Seeing Habil Asrahan's urgent expression, I can't help but ask. Have you discovered something, Your Highness? Loy panicked and shouted, all of our soldiers may have already been killed. His words left Habil Asrahan utterly stunned. The two of them began to move deeper into the canyon ahead. Suddenly, something on the ground caught his attention. Loy bent down to pick up some small branches. He clenched the branches and looked ahead as the two of them approached a dark cave. Here it is, Rulin's dungeon. Loy frowns as he thinks about the story. This place was targeted by Habil from the very beginning of the novel. This is the hideout of a dark wizard called Rulin. He glares with fierce energy and glares angrily in criticism. How dare he lay a hand on our soldiers? Isn't that literally a violation of private property and a crime? Habil Asrahan, holding his weapon, enters the cave. Young master, please follow me closely. He immediately stepped in to stop him. Hey, wait a moment. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan stepped into a magic circle. Loy quickly pulled him away from there. The magic circle immediately exploded after Habil Asrahan was pulled out. He was stunned by the explosion. A magic trap? Loy hesitated before Habil Asrahan's action. Habil, are you sure you're a knight? You should probably think there might be something. Right? I remember from earlier in the novel that Habil fell for the first trap. Then he entered the dungeon with a battered body, staggering as he walked, then took a deep breath. Habil Asrahan continued to move deeper inside, but our Habil never falls into the same trap twice. That, Loy is seriously requesting it. You said the flow of energy around here is strange, right? Use your technique here again. Habil Asrahan follows his command. The natural energy maintains a constant concentration in the air. The energy around him begins to move. Then you can find the location of the magic trap. Suddenly, a dense area of magic appeared in Habil Asrahan's mind as he searched for unusual energy patterns. He immediately realized it and opened his eyes. Habil Asrahan turned around and walked away. This way. Loy chuckled, satisfied. He, you have a good instinct. Habil Asrahan turned back, looking at him with suspicion. He always lies and whines, but this time is different. Seeing Lloyd Asrahan's confident face, he couldn't help but wonder. Lloyd Frontera, what is happening right now? He knows exactly what will happen next. The more he walks, the darkness envelops his mind. But how can he do it? I don't sense any special energy, but maybe it's a very powerful one. Habil Asrahan gradually dismisses the thought. No, we need to hurry and pay attention to what's ahead of us. He dismissed his doubts and stepped into the dungeon. We must rescue the soldiers as quickly as possible. A man deep in the basement seems to have recognized the two of them. Rufelin turns around, revealing a very sinister face. He suspects and confirms that the trap has been triggered. Is there an intruder? Are they here to rescue the people we've recently captured? Rufelin closed the book he was reading. I'm sure it's them. He steps closer to the tightly closed door. They must be ready now. Rulin approaches to unlock the door. This experiment. The door opens to reveal people from Frontera chained up inside. I hope it will succeed. Rufelin pulls a man out of the room. Please save me. He threw him into the magic circle. Whoa. Rufelin takes the scythe and begins to chant. The magic circle connects to hell, and the blood-stained scythe of death has been killing for 100 days. And a young man, he panicked and shouted, "Oh my God!" Hey! He raises the scythe, ready to strike. Perfect, he shouted in panic. Suddenly a voice rang out behind, making Dufen turn around in surprise. Hey, that guy, don't get angry and try to stop him, don't touch him, understand? He quickly cast shadow magic and aimed at the two of them. Even if there are about 100 traps, suddenly a metal door drops down from above. With a loud crash, the path ahead of the two was completely blocked. The back was no exception. Lloyd took a deep breath and held the air in his mouth. Lloyd and Habil Asrahan stood confidently in the trap without fear. Rufelin smiled confidently and said, I will put them to sleep with my magic, and then take care of them. His eyes lit up after using the energy user skill notification. You will never get tired for the next 10 minutes. He quickly dug a hole at his feet. It didn't even take 10 minutes, unlike the time we were in the ant cave. Asrahan's vision gradually blurred. Feeling sleepy? Habil has never used medicine to treat his insomnia. Thanks to that, the sleeping pill didn't work on him. Loy quickly dug a deep hole into the ground, and I've done this many times before. Habil Azrahan watched his actions and imagined. He looked like a little mouse. Next time I get the chance, I'll tease about this. Loy pointed to the tunnel I dug and signaled. Habil, go in. He steps into the tunnel and prepares to strike. Using the technique he learned earlier, Habil Azrahan aimed directly at the pile of dirt in front of him and drove his sword straight into the earth. With a loud explosion, flames burst from his skill, stunning Rufelin. Oh! He panicked and fell to the ground. A large pit suddenly appeared before Rufelin. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the mouth of the hole. Loy tried to climb up. He put on a face full of murderous intent and spoke. Hey, this is my first time, right? Rufelin quickly regains his composure and uses magic, looking like a monster. He places both hands on the ground and a large magic circle appears. Suddenly, a giant two-headed monster appeared behind Rufelin. He laughed wickedly at his own achievement. Although I failed to revive it again, this is the strongest monster I have created. You won't be able to scratch its steel-hard skin. The giant monster slowly advances toward the two of them. Seizing the opportunity to remind Habil, it will be tough. Its weakness is Habil. Azrahan didn't hear anything and quickly jumped up. Are you surprised by his speed? Habil Azrahan used the technique from earlier, but borrowed power from the explosion to slash down, splitting the shockwave in two. A single sword strike gradually split the giant monster in half without any difficulty. Rufelin is amazed by his strength. Loy is no exception. He can use the explosion as a force to drive and slash down. Habil Azrahan's powerful figure makes him wonder, but in the novel, there's no technique like that. The two strike a proud pose after defeating the monster. Rufelin panics at their skills. I'm doomed. No matter what I do, I can't fight back against them. Loy stepped in front of him and said, Hey, I'm annoyed that you're talking about the consequences of stealing my slaves without permission. You captured our soldiers, and it's thanks to you. The project has been delayed by weeks, so how do you plan to make up for it? Rufelin secretly hopes for an opportunity. Just lie down first. I need to survive this. I have committed a great sin. Please forgive me. Loy immediately rejects. No, you're not supposed to say that. Come on, tell me. What are you planning to do to make up for it? He panicked and revealed what he knew. There are many valuable magical items here. I will give them all to you. Loy immediately smiled at the prospect of profit. Oh, really? Then those items are mine, right? Rufelin nodded repeatedly. Of course. Please take everything. Master. The soldiers are exhausted, but it doesn't seem to threaten their lives. Loy quickly responded. All right, then. He turned to Ren. They will die in a few days. What did you do to them? You're the one who hesitated about this. Rufelin reveals her intention. I've always been searching for a way to bring the dead back to life. Loy was annoyed by the answer. What do you mean? Is that even possible? What do you plan to do with it? Rufelin was silent for a long time before answering with a sorrowful expression. Bring back my wife and my dead child. Loy remained silent in response to Ruin's words and began to describe himself. I am a mage in a lord's territory. I had a normal life with my family. No, it's no longer just normal, and I was very happy. But Rufelin keeps talking about his own negative journey, the lord I serve. He suddenly tried to take my wife away, so I tried to get my family to run away. He trembled as he told the story. The lord had chased after him, and he sighed in frustration, cutting him off. Hey, stop it. You're about to become a storyteller. The man calmly speaks about the main issue. So if you save your wife and children, you should thank me for killing hundreds of innocent people and saving us all. That's how they'll appreciate what you've done, right? Rufelin is stunned after hearing the harsh truth. Loy continues to shatter his dreams. The blood-sucking demons you created. He speaks seriously about the consequences of what Ren has done. The lives you sacrificed because of that, their families, their happiness, does none of that matter to you? Do you know? I don't find your story truly heartbreaking. No matter what you say, your true nature will never change. Everyone coming out of the room also listened. Hearing Professor Tuban's teachings, Dufel couldn't help but lose hope. Someone like you, who has completely destroyed happy families, can only be labeled a murderer. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. Loy remained silent after seeing that face. He stood up from his seat. I will return with more people and bring magical items later. Loy turned and walked away, forgiving him. If you try to hurt anyone again, I won't forgive you. Rufelin was amazed by his compassion. He nodded in gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Loy silently reflected on the story of Habil. He remembers the moment when Habil Azrahan forgave Rufelin and let him leave the dungeon, and Rufelin killed another 100 people, making himself stronger. He has become a sick and troublesome villain who keeps fighting against Habil over and over again. Loy steps back and reflects. Even though I know about that, right now I am exposing my back. Because Rufelin is gradually standing up after thanking me, he begins to reveal the evil deep inside his body. Looking at Lloyd Fronter's back as he walks away, Rufelin angrily unleashes magic to attack. feeling triumphant as he believes his counterattack plan has succeeded. But it was immediately snuffed out by Lloyd Frontera's dangerous face. "I told you I would spare you, didn't I?" Rufelin was so surprised he froze in place. Habil Azrahan immediately cut off his head. I knew from the start that this would happen. Relin's head flew into the sky after his brutal slash. The scene shifts to a fat man. He's just a fool, a mere bump on the log. "You should bend your body at a 90-degree angle to greet properly. Idiot." Kim Soo-ho clenched his teeth, enduring the insults. There was a guy who often cursed without reason. "You are always bowing your head," as he said. "I'm sorry. From now on I will be more careful." He patted the fat guy's belly and kept his back straight, calling him an idiot. Kim X-ho remembered the teachings that good things are often helpful and that conflicts should be avoided, as one war leads to another. He turned and walked away, thinking that young people nowadays can't learn anything at all. They only know how to eat. Kim Soo-ho remained silent, too afraid to argue. If I keep being polite, this guy will change too. With that thought in mind, I endured it a few times. But what was the result? As the light dimmed before evening, Kim Soo-ho approached the fat man. "Hello, sir. He keeps complaining, but you still don't look up. Are you protesting right now? My eardrum is about to burst. So bitter. He always treats me like a gullible fool." The fat guy turned around and kept scolding. "You're really pathetic. Right now, look at you." Kim Ju shouted in anger, trembling, but still chose to stay silent. "Stay calm. Stay calm. It will end soon." I grit my teeth and endure along with my thoughts. "If you lose your temper here, the conflict will only grow worse and drain you further. Stay calm. Stay calm." The fat guy pushed forward. "Tch, the mother of this brat must be pretty miserable too, since she gave birth to someone like him. Haha, the rage has reached its limit." Kim Soo-ho glared after hearing him insult his mother and stepped forward to grab the fat man's shoulder. Kim Soo-ho, furious, threw a punch directly at his face, causing the fat man to cry out in pain and draw the attention of those around him. "What's going on? What happened?" Kim Soo-ho didn't wait for him to recover and continued punching near his jaw, taking the opportunity to kick his pregnant belly. As I was fighting him, I thought, "Oh, I'm done for." The people on the construction site immediately came over to stop me. "Hey, stop." And as a result, Kim Soo-ho walks through the construction site with steel bars on his shoulders. Suddenly, he looked up and realized something. In front of Kim Soo-ho is the fat guy who was beaten by Tan. He was terrified and turned around at Kim Soo-ho's gaze. He was stunned by his actions. Peace has finally arrived. There are times when violence must come to an end. Returning to the present, Loy turns and walks away from Rulin's death. Will everything be okay after that? He remembers the world from before. In Korea, there are serial killers and assailants. For example, consider the punishment images for assault cases. "I'm too drunk. This will be considered a normal consideration." Why do you only impose light punishments on brutal criminals? The perpetrator is a doctor with many ambitions, a young man with a bright future, so there will be a leniency in sentencing, maybe because of human rights. Loy calmly walks on after recalling those events, but it's quite funny. The villain should face punishments fitting their role as a villain. The scene shifts outside the dungeon. Lowen and the group begin to move out. One soldier, growing pale from exhaustion, stops and turns back to Loy, demanding, "You might faint. Give me your backpack." "What, shy man? No, about this," Anjnan muttered with a difficult-to-hear tone. "If you faint again, I'll have to carry both you and your backpack. So just give it to me." Loey also pointed to the people behind. "You and you too, hand over all the backpacks now. But sir, this is an order, give them to me." Everyone stepped forward, hoping to stop us. "We will carry them." "Young master, how could we let an aristocrat do this?" Yet he continued tightening everyone's backpacks despite those words. Loy puts the backpacks on and announces that from now on, anyone who complains will not receive their salary or bonuses. "Let's go." Everyone is crying their hearts out because of his kindness. Habil Azrahan was confused by Lloyd Frontera's actions. I don't know if it's really just the backpacks or if it's for the soldiers' benefit. I can't fully understand him. He looks at the soldiers moved behind, but at this moment, the truth no longer matters to the soldiers. The cool-looking figure bearing the weight of the bow appears before Habil Azrahan, a trustworthy leader we can follow. That is what the soldiers think of young Master Loin. Suddenly, a notice appeared, and the rescued soldiers were deeply moved by your actions. At some point in the future, this beautiful story will be shared through their words. Isn't it very useful? Loy remained silent at the notification, then suddenly grimaced. Useful? I don't need anything but money. The scene shifts to the orc tribe in front of the cold storage Loy has been working hard to build. Hirochi looks around. Is this the cold storage? It seems he's bothered by something. Hirochi turned back and said, "It's only a bit cooler inside. The meat will spoil and the muscles will start to decay." Loy quickly responded. Well, right now that's obvious. He smiled and explained that since there's no ice yet, it's not finished. Hirochi looked confused. Ice. Does Hirochi know what ice is? Keech. It's too hot here for ice to exist. Loy still keeps a cheerful face. If we don't have any, we can make some. Hachi became even more suspicious. How could that be? He still maintains the same attitude and expression no matter what. Hirochi looks at Loy with suspicion, still smiling without changing his expression. The system interface continues to say, Are you telling Hachi that I brought back a con artist? Keech. The story about the Ant King is just a lie, right? Keech. The system panel continued to speak. Hachi is not as stupid as you think. I secretly protest. Be quiet, I never thought that way. That's just what you think. The system board continues. No, that's not me. You just think he's a fool. He accidentally revealed his true nature. It's not like the impression is that important. I mean, the customer. Hirochi shook his head to deny those thoughts. Loy is Hirochi's benefactor. I must not think of him as a bad person. Kitch walks up the stairs at the exit. If you need help, just tell me any time. Kitch. Loy smiled and waved goodbye. Okay, don't worry and just wait until the project is finished. Habil Asrahan interrupted his lively mood and asked, So how will you create the ice? Lloyd remained silent for a long moment after hearing him ask, feeling hit right in the heart, and then timidly responded, Well, I wonder what to do now. Habil Asrahan was surprised by Lloyd Frontera's expression. That is the look of someone with no plan at all. He quickly asked Han, Did you sign the agreement with them without a plan? Are you planning to deceive them? Lloyd calmly spoke, Just look. Habil, do you know the traits of a failure? Habil Asrahan, unable to find words, calmly begins to lecture, I can't do this, I can't do that. Loy started to write essays with countless reasons, so don't become like this. You won't find any way without trying your best. When confidently presenting their reasoning, a successful person always learns and tries to improve it by all means. Fear grips the clenched fist, for that is renewal. He raised his hand high with confidence, embodying the mindset of a merchant. The atmosphere inside the cold storage was so silent that you could hear the cicadas after Lloyd Frontera's lecture. Habil Asrahan silently opposed his way of thinking. No way in hell. In that case, the risk of failure is more than double. The sky has darkened. In front of the Orc tribe's rocks, Loy is sitting and pondering. He begins to plan. Yes. First, I need to create a giant block of ice. He thought about his two pets. I'll let Podong and Bayo get water from the lake. Then I think about the mage. In this world, there is ice magic. Is there a principle behind it? He sat silently, thinking of all possible ways in his mind. Magic uses a person's natural energy, a technique based on changing the arrangement of natural energy. He thought about lithium particles in the world. Sure, he could achieve it through daily energy absorption training, as there are many types of natural energy, and gradually he became certain. With that and the explosion of energy in his mind, Loy decided to change it. This is the essence of magic. I can't use my energy exactly as I want. The scene shifts to the next day, and Loy begins his plan by asking his two children to fetch water. At this moment, he is using straw to reinforce around the water flow, but I can do something similar. Loy begins to use Asrahan's core technique, absorbing energy. He lowers his hand into the water and starts to absorb. If I absorb the thermal energy, all that remains in the water is kinetic energy. The energies in the water start to gather around Loy's arm and then gradually disperse again. Oh no, I did it backwards. The party is ruined. This isn't easy at all. Habil Asrahan stands silently, watching him persist. He observes and secretly thinks that he will always learn and try to fix it by any means. I used to think he was just a reckless guy. Habil Asrahan gradually realizes Lloyd Frontera's seriousness and irresponsibility, but he is trying to find a way. Meanwhile, Lai is focused on absorbing the energy within the water. All right, Habil Asrahan sighed in exasperation. I just don't understand him. Lloyd's body is now bursting with energy. A notification appears. You have developed a new skill with the Asrahan core technique. The skill has been upgraded with the core technique of Asrahan, double ring. A few days later, in front of the ice cave, Hirochi and Aku trembled in awe at what they saw before them. The old man stammered as he spoke. You managed to create ice? Impressive. Loy laughs and taps on the ice blocks. It will be finished once we place it into the insulation material. Akush is so happy. Kitch, you're so big. We don't have to throw away the meat anymore. Kitch. Hirochi was just as happy. We don't have to go hunting every day anymore. Quite. He smiled contentedly at the joy of the two people. This is a moment we should celebrate. Let's gather everyone. Excellent, Queech. Suddenly Loy looked at Habil Asrahan with a smug expression, raised his finger and thought to himself. Businessman thinking. Habil Asrahan sighs and shrugs. Understood. Inside the ORC tribe, a joyful voice is heard. Our Steel Sand Club is deeply grateful to you. Loy the human, grow stronger. He bows respectfully. It's nothing. I'm just following what's written in the contract. Loy has already secured 120 ORC workers. Aki stepped forward. Our Oshia species are different from humans. We do this not because of the contract, but to show our gratitude. Therefore, Aki from the Steel Sand tribe promises Loy, the human, that he will start flexing his muscular physique. From now on, Lloyd's family and Aku's Steel Sand tribe, showing off their muscles alongside the orcs behind them, declare themselves as allies like brothers. The orcs behind him also speak up. We confirm. Aku continues to flex his muscles and raises his voice. Frontera is our friend. Frontera's enemies are our enemies. If you have trouble, we will run to help you at any time. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Lloyd Frontera. The notification states that the tribe has been unlocked. The ORC tribe has recognized you as a true friend. You can increase your relationships with the friendship points you earn from the ORC tribe. Reward friendship points for unlocking the tribe plus 100, current friendship points 611. Loy silently looked at the message on the notification and then flexed his arm to show off. The Steel Sand tribe is countless. The scene shifts to Frontera's land. So, we embarked on another long journey and returned to the territory, everyone stunned by the sight before their eyes. Of course, the villagers were shocked. As 120 muscles entered the village, Loy felt awkward and silently thought about writing an official letter to reassure everyone. Because orcs are usually seen as frightening beings, Agus Frontera was also terrified even while standing in the mansion. Although the Count knew why he came to the ORC tribe, he still felt frightened when he saw them. And I never expected to receive a reward. The notification appeared, and the good story of defeating the wizard and saving the soldiers spread throughout the territory. All the people of the territory are praising your bravery. The affinity points are awarded for social achievements. Add 300. That's enough praise. Thanks everyone for the friendship points. For the ORC training tools, the Count said he would find a wealthy merchant. The rest are all Ruellan's magical tools. Loy is rummaging through a pile of magic tools. Habil Asrahan wonders why. Is there something we can make money from? He flips through a magic book and reads. I don't know what I'm looking for that we can use before selling these things. Loy stared in amazement at the page of the book. Huh? Wait a minute. What is this? He quickly runs off to report. I'll be at the mine for a little while. Please help me organize things properly. I quickly ran towards the entrance of the mine. He rushes inside, panicked, calling out toward his name. Where's Tess? He, a fragile man, stepped out. Are you looking for me? Loy is panting. Yeah, here's some good news. Are you referring to the old matter? Do you remember the contents of our agreement, the fact that you will work for 520 years? Toads responded with no energy at all. Yes, I understand. Lloyd smiled gently. Actually, that does sound a bit unreasonable, like a joke, but from now on, you don't have to worry anymore. Hearing those sweet words, Tortoise felt recharged. He turned the page, where what was written was the way to resurrect the dead. For a moment, Tortoise saw what was behind him. He nervously chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. You think you could work for another 520 years. Are you happy? Isn't that very happy? Toads was speechless at his words. Loy saw this and threatened. Hey, why am I the only one who looks happy, huh? Smile quickly. Toads looks completely stunned right now. Perhaps out of fear of the capitalist demon in front of him, he laughed through tears before gradually walking away after the announcement. Cheer up. I stepped out of the mine and kept encouraging. Cheer up. Even the system panel can't withstand it and is showing up. The Lord of Hell is impressed by your personality and is considering hiring you. Loy remains silently annoyed. What's wrong with that? The system panel remained silent for a while in response to Lloyd Frontera's cheerfulness. That's right. The scene shifts to the Frontera estate. Loy walks down the corridor deep in thought. Now I have some matters to discuss with the Count. He went to check Akos Frontera's office. Huh? Are they not here? Emily, who was cleaning, approached to announce, yes. The Count is in the reception room. There are a few guests here. Loy wondered, what? Who are the guests? She replied softly. Yes, Lord Sallow and Midlap. Loy heard those two names and stood silently for a long time before he smiled with a sinister look that made Emily feel terrified. Hey, what's with that face? A voice rang out in the reception room. You know, we have a monthly agreement to collect the principal debt once. The two loan sharks from before, who were annoyed, placed their feet on the table, but this time we can let you pay only 10% of the principal debt. Lop sneered arrogantly. If you let us take over the ownership of the mine. Agos frowned, wondering why you were so silent. Isn't the reduced interest rate a good thing for you? Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Lord, this is Loy Frontera. May I come in? He hesitantly spoke up. Oh, all right, come in. Lloyd smiled charmingly as he stepped in. Oh my, it's been a long time since I saw everyone. Are you all doing well? Mitlap arrogantly held up the paper. If you're here to threaten us again, you've come to the wrong place. We have a permit. Loy still smiles naturally. Of course. You have permission. You are very clever. Ha ha. He rubs his hands together. From what I've heard outside, it seems like you have a good proposal. It's okay if I make my own offer, right? He looked annoyed after hearing that. What? I don't want to hear any proposals from a brat like you. Loy responded without anger. In the future, we will gradually pay off our debts, but of course the interest rate will decrease later. Malap becomes even more annoyed. I already said I didn't want to hear it. How dare you? Loy felt a bit uneasy. You can make a proposal, but I can't. I'm already angry. A figure suddenly stepped in from the doorway. Who? Harchi stormed in with murderous intent. Who made my brother Fronter angry like that? The two loan sharks, seeing this, were terrified and hugged each other. He angrily warned that anyone who angers Frontera would be destroyed by the Steel Sand tribe. Loy smirked arrogantly. Hey, buddy, what do you mean by that? It's nothing, Hirochi wondered. Is there none? It looks like you're angry, let me explain. It's just because the other person's voice was too loud. Looking at the two trembling figures before him, Loy repeated once more. Don't mind him. How do you find my offer? He smiled and gave a warning. If you refuse my offer, Lo will laugh with a terrifying face under Hirochi's protection. I will be hurt, he continued. I will tear you apart if you hurt him. Frontera and Midlap, terrified, ran away from the mansion. Back to the reception area. Loe looked at the paper and spoke. I also wish this debt had never happened, but it is a crime, so you should be satisfied with this. Akos Frontera hesitated. All right, thank you. He softly reassures that the construction of Onan is progressing smoothly, and the Bi-Coal mine will also go well. We will be able to return it to them immediately. Loy hands over the contract to Akos Frontera and asks him to handle it carefully. Lord, here is the contract. All right, Loy took the opportunity to raise the current issue, but we have a major problem. If we don't resolve this, it will become serious. He points to Hirochi standing behind them. Their food intake is 10 times that of an average person. Loy continued, causing Akos Frontera to panic. Their food costs are no joke, but if they leave now, it will lead to a big problem. Ha ha. The image of the orc working hard satisfies Loy. As expected, orcs are excellent miners. An entire orc nation can shatter even the largest rocks into tiny fragments. Worried, I run over. Where is he? The frightened soldier pointed behind him. Over there. He hasn't rested for 24 hours. Order the others to get him out of here quickly. Make sure he doesn't come back here until tomorrow. Everyone is working hard, but he still refuses to leave. I don't want to rest, that's all. I will be destroyed. My muscles will be destroyed. Their productivity is 10 times higher than expected. Their endurance and muscle strength are beyond imagination. Hirochi wondered. Salaries? Are you talking about money, Kuyet? Orcs don't need money and they won't accept a monthly salary. But Hirochi punched his stomach and said he only needed enough to feed us until we were full, Kuich. This is not a normal issue. Loy sits on the chair looking serious. We need to raise taxes, a lot of taxes. He is discussing with Akos Frontera. We need to buy meat for the ORC species with that amount of money. Considering the productivity of the mine, it will never be a loss. He casually replied, I understand what you're saying, but Frontera frowned and silently refused the decision. We won't know if the people in this territory can afford it or not. This is very difficult. We can't increase the taxes. Lai smiled and explained, if we keep raising taxes, that's theft. What do they lose if we work hard? We will be the ones harmed if the tax revenue decreases. So then, how are we going to increase the taxes? He nodded confidently and said, It's simple. We will make them earn more money. Loe mentioned a distant, abandoned land in the north of the territory, and we will turn the flooded marland into farmland. He raised his finger, confidently explained, and handed it to the people. They can farm as much as they want, earn a lot of money, and then pay more taxes. It has been hundreds of years since this land was abandoned. Before sunset in the sky, a foot steps into a puddle. Habil Azrahan followed behind and asked Han how the people could possibly farm in a place like this. Loin confidently replied, this big idea of yours already has a plan. He felt awkward after saying it, but knowing this won't be easy. Loy is sitting on the patch of land he crafted to resemble the mayor's region, with many things to consider, because the terrain is quite vast. We need a construction to drain rainwater efficiently. You shaped the small piece of land I created. I have no choice but to work like this. Loy seriously tries again and again. If I keep working like this, I will fail. Damn it, is it too high here? Then I've failed again. Loy sat under the simulation model, muttering as dawn broke over the Frontera territory, while Akos Frontera watched from the side. How long has it been like that? Habil Azrahan quickly replied. It's been 21 days. He has given his opinion. He hasn't eaten or slept much. Should I stop him? Akos Frontera bluntly said no. Seeing his unpromising posture, he quietly thought to himself, I have hated that boy even though I am his father. Will he ever become a normal person? Is that impossible? That's what I used to think. Lloyd's serious work ethic changes Frontera. But now he is fighting for a miraculous change for the people's benefit. The man remains silent. If I can't help it, I won't stand in its way. Habil Asrahan finally spoke. That is a wise decision. The young master is showing his true colors now. His determined figure caught their eyes, embodying what he said and refusing to give up. The notification appeared after the conversation. Count Frontera's favorability towards you has increased. You gained 20 relationship points. Current affection points are 931. The wind blows, swaying the branches as Loy stands idly in front of his model. Suddenly he raised his arm high. Loy finally succeeded after many days of hardship. Once out of the water, it will be done properly. The image of gold coins gradually appears in his mind. As long as he escapes the water, we can raise the taxes. Loy is satisfied with the result. Come here, sweetie. He silently rejoices in front of the simulation background. After a moment of mental satisfaction, Loy collapses to the ground. He smiled with a weak face, exhausted but able to endure this. Then suddenly the system panel appeared, astonishing him. The notification says that this special experience has greatly enhanced your design skills, and you have unlocked a new skill option. Loy sits upright, carefully reading each option line for the simulation mode design skill. The simulation can be performed by manipulating data obtained through measurements. He quickly tried the curiosity skill by touching the simulation board. The simulation board quickly collapsed after he touched it, and Loy angrily turned to criticize the system. You should have told me beforehand. I've been working tirelessly for a whole month. The system board calmly replied, You said it was tolerable. The more angry you get, I was just saying. Do you know how hard it is? The system explains. Skills can be awakened through accumulated wisdom. This is because of your desire. Loy said something that made the system go silent. Was I here because of my own desire? Actually, you don't even know if it's right. What does this have to do with my wishes in this world? The dissatisfied man continued. I just want to graduate from college, get a degree, work at a good company, and not worry about money. Isn't that my wish? The system panel responds, That's just your goal. Your true desire burns much brighter, to do something beyond time and space. Loy starts to stand up and dust himself off. If we only talk about the temporary nature of life, then it's enough. Because I am very busy, you order the wild boar to come out. The two children immediately appear on your shoulders. Loy softly says, We're about to meet a new friend. The sun gradually rises behind the mountain. Loy stands on the marland, taking the first step in our mayor's project. You said a sentence that made both of them scared. The two of you have to drain all the water from this flooded land. Bodong panicked and asked, Bodong, this isn't possible for the two of them, right? Of course. You put them on the ground, so now we will draw lots right now. Loy focuses on calculating, using all his friendship points to draw as many imaginary creatures as possible. He starts the drawing. Let's go. Draw the imaginary creatures. Start a turn with 100 affinity points. 100 affinity points because the price increases by 1.5 times with each new draw. Loy presses the start button. I can draw 4 times all at once. I don't need a special skill. He waits after drawing. A giant species similar to Podong and Bayo because the water has dried up, still as noisy as usual. The magic circle begins to reveal a flat item. In a flash, it quickly shoots out of the magic circle. It flew into Lai's face, causing him to bleed from the nose from the impact. Loy silently watched the round object roll to the ground. Suddenly, she also revealed her form, Ippo. He was stunned by Ippo's appearance. Hippo, don't tell me you're a spy. Bodong and Bello cheerfully greet. Bodong, Bello. Hippo also happily greets back. She spins around in a circle, then jumps around. Lo crouches down and asks Han, Can I bother you for a moment? Sorry to interrupt, but could you show me the instructions? Hippo quickly releases what I asked for. Wow, I'm so used to this already. Loy quickly picks up the paper to read. He frowned as he read. Hey, kid, you can't grow bigger if I feed you sunflower seeds, right? Seeing Ippo's small figure, Loy felt disappointed. Did I fail this time? Loy frowns and looks down. Ippo stares blankly at his gaze. Loy turns to the system interface and requests, I want to withdraw. The system notification says you can only withdraw 1 imaginary creature per day. What is this thing? It's a waste of time. Bio angrily steps forward. Bello, what? Do you think I'm mean? He crouched down and explained, You know that too. Our workload is increasing. A Hippo is too small to be helpful. Bell and Podong protest against working. The two take turns holding signs for strike and justice. Bell raises the protest sign, demonstrating striking and protesting. Bodong is not to be outdone. The employer must recognize the value of the workers and admit defeat to them. All right. I am truly afraid of these kids. He looked down at Ippo and asked Han, What is the kid's skill? Hippo, can you dry my clothes? The system menu appears. Hippo's skill is 1 sip level 1. Loy is suspicious. 1 sip, can you drink all the water in one go? How much? It's pounding against my stomach. Oh, is it 4 times the capacity of your little stomach? Han rolled her eyes and looked away, thinking to herself that with all these quick draws, she managed to acquire all the skills she needed in just one go. So I guess I can call myself very lucky. Hippo walks over to the water pool. Humph. Oh, show us what you can do. He starts to put his mouth down to suck in water. Hippo keeps drinking water into its body. Suddenly, Loy realizes something, and Hippo starts to get fatter as it continues to drink. I am confused about Hippo's body. Huh? Am I just imagining things? It looks bigger than before. Hippo keeps drinking, and the water level begins to drop. He looks at her suspiciously as she works. Loy looked up from below, gulping as Hippo's body started to grow larger than 100 people. The bigger she got, the faster she drank the water. With a sigh, all the water on the ground has been swallowed by Hippo, leaving only a few remaining drops. Even the fish helplessly cry as they lose their home. Loy, stunned by the scene, gapes at the land ahead. A large amount of water in such a short time? Does this mean we could drain all the water in just a few days? Bio and Podong, seeing this, smirk arrogantly. Why do you two look so proud? Loy calls the system. Hey, miss. The system interface appears, yes. He quickly asked, is this really random? Every time I draw, I always get the skill I need. The system explains. When you entered this world, your abilities were gradually added, right? Since being an unlucky person would be very disadvantageous for you, you were granted the luck draw ability. Well, maybe it's not that case. Slash! Loy hears a strange noise and speaks up. You sound so sad. Are you picking your nose? Hippo turns around. Hippo. Loy is stunned. What do you mean? Can you drink more? He said with a satisfied smile. Just keep drinking until you get sick because the construction of the Moretti land will start tomorrow. Loy gazes at the water-covered land one last time before starting the plan. The construction will begin with a drainage method. The villagers looked on in fear at the enormous sight before them. Hippo was catching his breath after draining the water. First, Hippo will drain the water from the flooded area, then it will spit the water back into the river and shrink back down. The soldiers are diligently working under Lloyd Frontra's orders to remove weeds and plant debris from the ground, while Habil Azrahan uses his explosive skills to blow up the earth. Drilling holes will create shafts into the ground, then stakes are driven into the sand to block and push the soil with the mud. Once the water gathers inside the bamboo stakes, Hippo's task is complete. Next, build a more advanced goat using your simulation skill. 10 days have passed and one part is complete. Excited about our project, we still have a long way to go. But what happens after we finish? He raised the hall high and announced that we would have a feast as a reward. Let's do it. Everyone below is also very excited. Let's go. Along with the buzzing sound from the tree, Habil Asrahan looked ahead and observed. He gazed at the beautiful land in front of him, thinking that this abandoned land was truly transforming into farmland. And Habil Asrahan looked at the hall in his hand with dissatisfaction. Since when did I start doing construction work, and what is my real mission? Loy runs over from afar to Habil. Habil! He hands over a bag of items and requests you to plant the seeds from there. Habil Azrahan wanted to refuse. I am a knight, so why should I calmly explain to Loy? To be able to repel pests and protect that territory, sir, he had no choice but to accept. Yes. Habil Azrahan waters the seeds immediately after planting them. He thinks about the conversation earlier, and he was interrupted again. Next time, he needs to speak everything out. Suddenly, a voice from behind catches Habil Azrahan's attention, as the flooded land is truly turning into rice paddies. Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera approached. I bet everyone is thinking the same as us. He looked at the fertile land in front of him with admiration. This is a miracle. Everyone working hard also stops because of Lloyd Frontera's hero aura. The system notification board shows that the people in Lord Frontera's territory admire and respect all the wonders you have created. A large amount of friendship points will be awarded as a reward for your social achievements. The awarded friendship points are based on your social accomplishments, plus 450. Current friendship points, Paduditzumazodi 1. Loy smiles contentedly. Under the clear blue sky with dragonflies flying back and forth, the hard work everyone put in has finally begun to bear fruit. Habil Asrahan sits down among the irrigated rice plants, smiling at the chunguo he has created. Loy sits on the earthen steps and says it will be finished after installation. Water wheel, Habil Asrahan wondered. A water wheel? He calmly explained. Water must be released using the water wheel during rain. Otherwise, the flooded land will be submerged. Loy slowly steps down, but a technician needs to come. Suddenly, 2 people noticed something, and a group of unknown riders charged in. Loy looked at the approaching group and asked, "Who are they?" Habil Azrahan looked at the leading man and replied, "That is Count Rakona, whose territory is in the northern marshlands of Mar." The neighing of horses gradually stopped. Who is in charge of this project? Habil Azrahan reminded him to be more polite when he saw his arrogant attitude. This is Loy, I'm in charge. Why are you all here? The big brown-haired man said loudly, Don't say you don't know this is the land of the Countess Rakona. He irritably demands to leave immediately. Neither of them has spoken up to oppose him yet. Dam Lai Maris. Although this land has been abandoned for centuries, it still remains under the control of the Countess Leona in the north. From Count Lacona through Lai Mares to Marquis Frontera, to the south is the land of the Frontera family. He's clearly here to claim ownership of the land. He's planning to take this fertile land without lifting a finger. Loy muttered a critique. Humph, this old man keeps insisting on taking it back. Indeed, the northern land originally belonged to Count Lacona. So now, the count is that you, the Viscount, are implying we are trespassing on the land without permission. Is that what you mean? The brown-haired man immediately replied, Yes, the Viscount has been granted ownership of this land by the king. So Loy was annoyed and interrupted him. Don't you see this is a conversation among nobles? Why are you butting in? After hearing that, the brown-haired man grimaced in frustration. Everyone else paused and tensed up as well. Duke Rakona looked uncomfortable and stepped forward. Loy took the opportunity to bow politely. Oh, father, I apologize for the rudeness. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Lloyd, the eldest son of the Fronter family. He arrogantly insults and scolds. With a disrespectful brat like you, there's nothing to discuss between us. Bring your father out here. Habil Azrahan felt uncomfortable hearing that. So rude. Duke Rakona was annoyed to see how relaxed he looked. Are you not listening to me? Send Count Frontera here immediately. He's still scratching his ear. What? No, I'm just a bit deaf in the head. He waved his hand and mumbled casually, saying it's because of the annoying buzzing of the flies around him. Count Rakona looked around in confusion. Where is it then? The brown-haired man reminds you, he's insulting you. Sir Viscount, only now does he realize what's happening. Is that true? Loy speaks sternly. According to the kingdom's land law Article 321, there is a special law regarding the cultivation of wasteland. Duke Rakona, impatient, wants to interrupt. Wait a moment, your son's bastard is talking, I don't care, continue. Approximately one purpose is to cultivate over a neglected wasteland and establish ownership of the reclaimed land. He raised his voice, saying your name. Lloyd interrupted Duke Rakona, clarifying that the abandoned land was roughly 100 years old, an area without residence or cultivation. Everyone around also listened to the story about the third ownership right. The land that meets all the above requirements is recognized as the property of the developer who cultivated it. He raised his finger and said first, This is land developed through investment of capital and labor. He continued speaking, leaving Duke Rakona speechless. Second, it is land suitable for building residential areas. Third, it is land suitable for long-term farming. Then Loy approached his horse. Fourth, lastly, he bent down, grabbed a branch, and pulled out something from the ground. These detailed regulations will take effect once the crops are harvested. Duke Rakona was so angry he couldn't speak. Habil Azrahan was surprised. He remembers Lloyd Frontera's request to plant these seeds from that spot. This is how we can get rid of the pests. He happily brought the bulb in front of him. Oh my, congratulations. You are the first to witness a harvest in the history of Marswamp. We won't charge for watching. How could this kid be so rude? Ha ha. The Duke gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, why is this sneaky brat acting like this? So it was all prepared in advance? Loy places the finished product into his hand. Please accept this heartfelt gift from us. His smile gradually changed. So now Loy puts on a serious face. Are you willing to leave our land? Duke Rakona is so angry he trembles, but he doesn't argue and chooses to leave in silence. Habil Azrahan stepped forward, asking, Where did you hear those people would be coming here? Loy whispered, What do you mean? I'm exhausted, but I can explain that we've encountered these kinds of people before. Scoundrels take advantage of others' efforts. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind the two people. Woo, woo! The farmers cheered and applauded. Master Loy has protected our land. That's wonderful. The top of the peak is really impressive. He was silent for a while, then Loy suddenly grimaced and spoke. How can I pay you like this? Keep working. The scene shifts to a heavy rainstorm in Meret, with the rain so intense that the water flows rapidly. Lloyd is now sitting in the rain, observing as the storm intensifies. He looked at the water diversion structure in front of him. Suddenly a parasol appeared over Loy's area. I've simulated this hundreds of times, but it's best not to let your guard down. I need to check carefully until the end. Habil Azrahan stepped over to the umbrella covering him. If the mare's swamp is truly usable land, after the rain the sun comes out again, and the rushing water that once flowed there has disappeared. Habil Azrahan and Lai together welcomed the first sunlight. Suddenly, the system notification announced the achievement of a great construction feat. leaving a clear mark of civil engineering on the Larazor continent. You have received a reward of a large amount of skill experience points. The measurement skill has been upgraded to level 2, intermediate measurement, level 3, estimating land prices and scanning the ground. The design skill has been upgraded to level intermediate design level. Export the drawing to the floor plan in simulation mode 2030. Loy just started to sit up. The system dashboard keeps updating with Lord Count +5, Lady Count +5, Hable +3, Ben +2, the People +3, current score 1.35. He smiles contentedly. Done. Let's move on to the next step. Meanwhile, the Duke of Racona, angry, slammed the table. What? Removing land reclamation? The butler bowed and announced that protection rights would be provided free of charge for 3 years in exchange, and since they are obliged to live there, migration is restricted. Duke Racona is annoyed. So you're saying? He, with a grimace on his face, exclaimed that the villagers would risk everything to farm the land for the next 2 years because he is the owner, because it is his land. Duke Racona thought about that fertile land and decided to turn Mary's into a golden egg-laying territory. He clutched his stomach, tears of regret welling up. It hurts so much. My stomach hurts so much. This land is mine. Half of it is mine. I can't give up this fertile land like that. Duke Racona spoke, and the butler quickly responded. Yes, Your Grace. He suddenly shouted with a fierce aura, calling the workshop supervisor immediately. A few days later, at the Frontera estate, Loydom woke up in bed. The sky was bright, and he wondered why his head hurt so much. Could I be exhausted already? Loey forced himself to get out of bed, but he couldn't stay like this. He was about to organize and divide things. Then he called out, Hey, let's go to work. Suddenly, Loy noticed his action. Are you joking or just look so exhausted? Turns out even knights get tired too. Habil Azrahan, clutching his head in discomfort. I've never felt like this before. My head hurts so much. Suddenly, Loy also felt uncomfortable and touched his head, frowning as he realized something. Wait, could it be? At the Frontera estate, the testimony of Emily, the lady of the Count family? Sorry, kid, I've had a headache since early this morning. The farmers' testimonies from the village of Alop are not just mine. My family and the children are also experiencing headaches. Mihai, the boy who takes care of the cows on the farm, said that since yesterday, the cows haven't been drinking water, and if this continues, they will become dehydrated, so Loey followed the others to ask. Everyone in the village is having trouble. Animals are avoiding water. It's serious, and the cause is indeed water. I remember that one of the powerful weapons beneficial to my activities in this world is information. But since the ant monster incident, I realize there are some pieces of information that don't appear in the story. He thinks about the Duke Racona's territory. If his prediction is correct, Racona will seize the mare's swamp. After investigating many things in that direction, this hypothesis is very strong. Racona's main source of income is the mystical dyeing technique and the fruit Racona uses for dyeing. Damn it, you're just muttering under your breath while radiating murderous intent. Racona, that damn old man. The scene shifts to the Frontera estate. Akos Frontera looked serious. What did you just say? The brown-haired man sitting opposite. This isn't that hard to understand, right? He makes a proposal. Transfer half of the mayor's land. If you do that, I will stop releasing the dyed wastewater again. Agos Frontera said angrily. Are you threatening me? The brown-haired man sneered. That's right, a threat. He could no longer hold back and shouted, Are you not afraid of the law? I will sue you in the royal court. He calmly replied, Just do it. Maybe Lord Marquis will win the case. Then he suddenly bowed with a cunning expression. But until the verdict is issued, it will take at least 2 years of court costs and drinking water. Can you endure until then? Agus Frontera said in shock after hearing him speak. The brown-haired man stood up from his seat. Then I will wait for your wise decision. After he had walked away for a while, Agus Frontera finally spoke. My son. He turned back with a displeased face, and the local people had to sweat and cry. I will not give a single inch of land to cowards like you. He nonchalantly bowed and suddenly pushed the door open, revealing the imposing figure of the brown-haired man. He stepped in and spoke. I have something to discuss with you. Agus Frontera hesitated. Look, he bows his head to give his opinion. It seems like the parasite in the nearby area has caused trouble for the river. I want to discuss some measures to deal with this with you. Are you insulting my lord? Loey was startled by his appearance and froze in fear. You seem serious. Even the parasite understands human language. The brown-haired man, veins bulging with anger, drew his sword and made a challenge. You have insulted the honor of a knight twice. I demand a duel and name it Ko. Back at the real food stall, Loy keeps hitting him with a punch. I lost. The brown-haired man begged tearfully to stop. Please forgive me. Sob, stop it. Please don't hit anymore. Loy sighs in relief. Whoosh! Okay, I'm finally done being mad now. He clutched his head, trembling and sobbing. After a sigh, he continued to strike him repeatedly. "But do you dare to look down on the words of this nobleman?" the man with brown hair said, crying as he endured. Sniff, sniff. Akos Frontera rejoices at Lloyd Frontera's actions. "Loin, kid. The match is over. What are you still doing, huh?" Habil Azrahan gradually begins to see the count in this way. That was the first time I saw it. The sunset shines on the Duke Rakona's domain. He shouted in anger, "What an idiot! You threaten someone and look like this." The man with brown hair, covered in mud, admits his fault. How embarrassing. Suddenly, Duke Rakona calmly strokes his beard, pauses, and reevaluates the outcome. "All right, well done. We have been defeated." He was confused by those words. Yes. Count Rakona sat silently and laid out his plan. "Anyway, the only thing the Count can do is file a complaint to the court if we turn this into a charge of abuse by a proud aristocrat." He chuckled lewdly. 3 years? No, the lawsuit could even last up to 4 years. Returning to Lloyd Frontera, he put on a face that looked just like Duke Rakona's twin brother. "I bet that foolish old man thinks so." Loy stands on the mansion's roof and shouts loudly, but our Count Frontera would never accept such an injustice. He raises the hall high and inspires everyone below. "Let's blow away their ugly chins in our way. Protect our land filled with blood and sweat," Loy shouted seriously. "Protect it from evil greed," everyone united in shouting the dam along with his voice. Loy plans to build a giant tank 50 meters wide, 2.5 meters high, and 100 meters long. First, he needs to construct a water reservoir to address the immediate water supply issue. The water was supplied by Hippo's skill before it was contaminated. Hippo's skill at 100% level phase 3. Habil Asrahan reminds that it is a wise decision, but the young master or Hippo won't be able to rest even for a day. I agree. Yes, this is only a temporary solution. I smile and outline the plan. From now on, I will build a clean water system. He thought of a lake full of water from Lake Capua in the eastern mountains flowing into our territory to create a water source. Habil Asrahan raised the issue. It's not an ordinary length. Just thinking about the labor involved, Loy seems to have already considered that. Of course, it will be costly. It will be incredibly expensive. He turned around to reassure him, "But don't worry. Your brother will get a big sum from the construction." Loy walked away, calculating 10 times, no, 100 times more. Returning to Duke Rakona, he was biting his nails in frustration. Months later on Duke Rakona's estate, he was filled with fear and countless questions. What on earth was going on? What should I do now? How do I handle this? The butler enters to announce that the eldest son of the Frontera family requests to see you. Official Rakona is shouting angrily, "I'm busy right now, tell him to go away." The butler continued, catching his attention, saying that they heard you might be troubled lately and they will help resolve it. In the reception room, Loy stepped onto the table and laughed arrogantly. "Aye, why do you look so bright and cheerful despite his expression?" Duke Rakona asked hesitantly. "Is there something wrong?" he asked back, confused. "Huh? Didn't you hear the report?" "I'm here to give you love advice." Duke Rakona looked annoyed at Lloyd Frontera's words. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just have something to think about." Phonon stepped in. Be honest, maybe you don't know." Loy sat back in his chair, smiling confidently as he brought up the problem he was facing. "Can the Duke's dye factory, which is collapsing, be saved?" Duke Rakona fell silent for a moment, as if his heart had been struck. He grimaced and said, "It's definitely because of you, ruining the dye factory." Loy sneered after Duke Rakona's words and, leaning back in his chair arrogantly, said, "That really is quite a long journey. Thanks to the Duke's wastewater discharge, I had to fetch water from the distant Lake Capua." He dismissively continued, "By the way, at first I didn't know where you were dumping wastewater, but the Duke deliberately made it clear that dumping wastewater was your plan." "Oh, how kind of you to explain. Now I understand." Loy recalls the diligent work from before. "I dug a water channel from the lake to my estate, carved it out, and then filled it in. All that hard work." Duke Rakona angrily slammed the table. "Stop messing around and get to the point. I just want to know what you did to my dye workshop." He laughs naturally. Hey, why the rush? Just listen to me first. Let me describe my problem." "Oh dear, what should I do now?" "There is a huge, terrifying valley along the route. So what should I do now?" "Your description is so realistic that anyone who hears it would want to punch you. That can't be right. So there is no other choice. There is no other choice but to build the bridge in the Roman style." The image of Habil Azrahan working diligently. "We used limestone as a building material and had to work very hard. So there are limestone blocks at the bottom of the valley in no particular order." Finally, a giant limestone block appeared. Hearing this, Duke Rakona grew even angrier. "Be quiet, so what does that have to do with my dye shop?" Loy said sternly. "The water there is the source feeding into your dyeing workshop. The components in the limestone have turned the fabric into a poop-colored mess. He remembered the foul-smelling product from before. Duke Racona lost patience and shouted loudly, "You brat, aren't you afraid of the law? I will sue you to the noble court." Loy calmly spoke. "Just confidently, give your answer the way he did earlier. But until the verdict is issued, it will take at least 2 years. Until then, will anyone still remember the Marquise's product?" He sweat in fear, secretly cursing the filthy scum. Loy stood up from his seat. "If all your questions have been answered, I have to go now." Despite being cornered, Duke Racona still arrogantly insults. "You've messed with the wrong person, kid. Do you know how many people I know in the royal family?" He angrily warns. "My damage. I will make you pay 100 times over." Loy waved goodbye without saying a word. Under the clear blue sky, Loy and Habil Azrahan stepped out of the domain. He wondered, "I don't quite understand. Are you suspicious?" "What do you mean?" Habil Azrahan said, sharing his perspective. "You only provoke him and make him angry, but the Duke has the advantage in legal battles. He keeps warning about the consequences, saying he has many connections with the royal family, and a lawsuit could be very costly." Loy continued walking calmly. All right, I understand what you mean. Just stay silent and wait." Habil Azrahan, hearing this, grew suspicious and smiled as he said something unclear, wondering who would ultimately suffer more. The scene shifts to the Frontra estate. 1 month later at the Frontra Manor, Duke Racona kneels to admit his mistake. "I was wrong. Please save my dye house." Loy sat upright on the chair, surprising Habil Azrahan, and spoke arrogantly. "Your friend says you have no chance to win? Come on, your failure is clearly due to your own deliberate actions after all." Duke Racona keeps apologizing. "I was reckless. I'm truly sorry to you." Loy still maintains a superior attitude. "What is this about? I don't really care." He spoke up first, accompanied by his own fear. "A person like me, a noble, isn't I throwing away my pride and begging you? Please." He smiled thoughtfully. Self-respect. "That isn't even worth 0.1 gold coin. In that case, I will sell it for 1,000 times that price." Count Racona heard that and was so scared he started crying. Loy reached into his pocket and rummaged through something. "What I want to receive is not an apology. You're starting to act up. The matter is simple, just a signature." The contract document states the following: from Lord Frontera to Lord Racona, a water supply agreement. Below, it is specified that the Racona Marquis is Party A, and the 5 Frontera Marquises are Party B. This contract is created to set a fixed fee for water supply to the workshop and to establish rules for construction within the domain. The terms of this contract conform to the following principles. Calmly reassuring. Just sign the Duke's name, and within a week the water system will reach your dye workshop. Duke Racona read the contract, stunned and pale, and he raised his voice. "Isn't this too expensive? From the very beginning, the water price was set unfairly, yet you remained calm. Isn't that too unreasonable?" Loy grimaced warningly, saying, "You're the one who taught me that water isn't free. From now on, the world of Duke Racona begins to fall into despair." At sunset, Frontera looked at the contract in his hand with suspicion. "Really? This huge amount of money will be paid regularly every month?" Loy replied seriously, "Yes, the Duke has signed directly." He stammered, "With this amount of money, the interest will be paid off in no time, right?" He claps happily, saying, "I'm so lucky to find out the Duke is such a kind person." Ha 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 ha. Loy silently thought that it was clearly a bet the Duke had lost, and although it had yielded good results, he reevaluated himself, realizing he was starting to resemble a demon. Loy thought about the shackles binding Duke Racona, which in the contract had no time limit, meaning the binding would only end when that old man died. He silently thought about those after he logs out, that not even after the old man dies would he forgive him. Lloyd's cruelty now is only second to the Demon King in appearance, and he can't let this opportunity slip away. He chuckled happily at the thought of his success. If money were like a thread, he would pull it out strand by strand. Returning to reality, Frontera spoke up. "Oh right, I have good news for you. He's starting to fear his own son." "What's wrong with my face? Does this father look that scary?" I'm sorry. "I'm just a bit excited because I've been thinking about a few things." I adjust my face and listen to Frontera say, "The old treasures you received from the Orc tribe. Countess Quirmo has sent a letter saying she will buy them at a high price. That's strange. If he's such an important figure, he could just buy a new one without a scratch, right?" Frontera replied hesitantly, "I don't really know the details either." Someone proposed building a bronze statue. The scene shifts to a coastal trading city, CRMO. A silhouette of a man standing and watching outside the door. He stands silently, looking down at the sea. Countess CRMO. He gazes into the distant horizon. Suddenly, a surge of water rises up. Count Cremo watches intently as the water level climbs higher, and unexpectedly, a massive monster appears, roaring. He broke out in a cold sweat after witnessing the scene before him. The monster resembled a lobster, but was corrupted with darkness. The Kij Titan monster. A voice echoes in front of the Frontera estate. A week after departure, this marks the completion of the Rakona Territory's system construction. Habil Azrahan announced from behind, saying he would accompany about 10 workers to reduce labor costs. Akos Frontera sat relaxing and pruning the trees. I understand, if that was Loy's intention, then he remained silent for a while after speaking. Habil Azrahan saw that and said nothing, suddenly speaking to reassure him, "Please don't worry, I will always be by Lord Lai's side." Agos Frontera speaks firmly. When Duke Rakona arrived, he threatened to take half of the mayor's wasteland. He repeats his previous feelings. If it had been not long ago, I would have surely been afraid and let it go. But seeing Loy and the villagers who worked hard on it, I also tried to gather all my courage. Agos Frontera blames himself for being a lord who shouldn't have lacked decisiveness. Habil Azrahan immediately denied it, saying, "No, that's not true." That count remembers the moment he took me in from a remote place and spoke up. He is warmer than anyone else. You are someone who always cares for others. Hearing that, Akos Frontera smiled and turned to thank you, but with just that, it's still hard to say I am a good lord. He turned to look at the grass in front of him. A leader must have the same confidence and decisiveness as Lloyd now. Habil Azrahan remained silent after those words. He is thinking about Lloyd Frontera's greedy appearance. That person's trust is only money, sir. Write it all on his face. But is it really necessarily a bad thing? It's done. I'm about to become someone just as extraordinary as him. Agus Frontera stood up and said, "Habi, your mission now is no longer to oversee Lai." He smiled contentedly. "I will entrust you with protecting Loy." The heir of the Habil Azrahan estate listened silently, placing his hand on his chest and saying, "I accept the order." Lloyd Frontera is clearly saving the lordship like a miracle, but I really don't like that person. Going back to when Habil Azrahan was young, Agus Frontera knelt down and asked Han Habil, "What do you want to do in the future?" "I will help you with anything I can." His face slightly reddened as he bowed his head. After some thought, Habil Azrahan spoke seriously. "I want to become a knight to protect the Lord Baron." He ruffled his hair after hearing that. "Ha ha ha, thank you." Akos Frontera smiled encouragingly. "You are the child who bravely endured that harsh winter alone. That's why you will become the strongest knight in the world. The Count gave me the wooden sword he personally made. And that wooden sword, Lloyd as a child used to bully Habil Azrahan brutally. He. You orphaned knight, dream on." He places the sword on the real-world step. "You're just a stupid industrial chicken." Then a stone broke the wooden sword in half. Returning to the present, Habil Azrahan was taking off his coat as he entered the room, when suddenly he looked toward a corner of the wall. The broken wooden sword hanging on the wall right in front of Habil Azrahan is something I absolutely cannot stand. Loy smirks slyly. "Welcome, dear guest. Thank you again today for choosing the Frontera-style sleep service." He sits proudly on the bed. "Now that you don't have me, you won't survive, right? Oh my God, you're addicted to me. But listen to me. If you don't, this service will stop immediately." Habil Azrahan sighed in disappointment. "I'm fed up. Let's get started quickly." Loy begins to chant along with his spell, and Habil Azrahan gradually falls asleep. Obviously, you have to hate that person. Keep going. He remembers the moments he witnessed behind Lloyd Frontera's back from the basement with the giant ants, to the Orc Tribe Persuasion Project. And those moments when Lloyd tried to work felt like he was a completely different person. He smiled contentedly after finishing. All right, at this moment, Azrahan is already asleep, holding a pillow. I really hate myself for thinking he is a good person. Under the night sky in front of the Frontera estate, Lloyd and Habil Azrahan sleep soundly in the room, when suddenly a man in black pushes the door open. The knight of Duke Rakona, furious, drew his sword. Lloyd Frontera. He grits his teeth. "It's all your fault." Seizing the opportunity while he's still asleep, he lunged forward and aimed his sword at his head without hesitation. Die. The sword swiftly strikes down without any obstacle, and suddenly Habil Azrahan wakes up and charges forward with his weapon. He swung his sword horizontally to block the attack. The sword the brown-haired man was holding is now broken in half. Loy only just opened his eyes now, sitting up and seeing Habil Azrahan subduing the man in confusion. Huh? The scene shifts to the construction site where the pipeline is still being built. Loy shouts from above, "What is the most important thing right now?" "Everyone, safety comes first. Everyone stay safe," Habil Azrahan announced. "Master, the identity of the thief from yesterday has been uncovered." He responded calmly. "Yeah, he's explaining the reason why he attacked. The reason he targeted you is Loy Kat Ngang. The construction and water tax expenses were high, so the Duke dismissed him." He shrugged his shoulders. "If it's me, then it's the same. earning a high salary but suddenly losing the job. Lowy blamed him, so he targeted me for revenge. Truly shallow thinking. Habil Asrahan looked confused, meaning you already guessed it. He slightly denied, not to the extent of predicting everything in advance. But that could also be the case. It's understandable at that level. Habil Asrahan said, easing his discomfort. Still, it's better if you don't hand him over. He thought to himself, since he predicted it beforehand, shouldn't he prepare more carefully? Loy noticed a strange expression on Habil Asrahan's face and suddenly asked, "What did you just say?" As if he could read his mind. "With you by my side, what else do I need to prepare?" Hearing that, Habil Asrahan opened his eyes in surprise. Loy appreciates him and explains, "Because you're here, I can comfortably do what I like. You're capable and trustworthy." He keeps explaining why you are special. Usually a 5-year-old boy is alone. Have you ever thought that you could survive the winter without anyone's help, after all your family and villagers were killed in the monster attack? Loy smiled, because that is the ability of the knight standing next to me. Is there anything more trustworthy than that? Habil Asrahan listened carefully to what he said. Suddenly, the two of them looked at each other in silence. Loy, feeling embarrassed by this, didn't know what to say. Now I regret saying those disgusting, creepy things just now. Habil Asrahan slowly begins to speak. He looked away and replied, Yeah. Feeling that this person is a good person, I hate myself so much. Loy happily pats Habil Asrahan on the shoulder. Oh, very good. Our Habil did very well. The system panel appears with a notification. Habil Asrahan has resolved the long-standing issue in his heart. His affection has also increased. Plus 15, your favorability rating. Plus 6, you gained 320 points for improving your relationship with the main character. Current score, 1,675. Loy looks at the construction site ahead, and if the pipeline is finished tomorrow, he confidently says his plan, let's get ready to head to CRMO and make a big fortune. In a forest full of trees, a group of people walk along a dirt path. Habil Asrahan feels uncomfortable as Loy leans on his back to sleep, then he suddenly pushes him away with a shoulder bump. Loy, annoyed, did you just hit me? Habil Asrahan immediately denied. No, you're confusing, no? But clearly, it was us. Habil Asrahan asked about the evidence. Do you see me hitting? You don't see, right? Loy gritted his teeth and looked at him with an annoyed expression. Not because he thought riding a horse like that was possible with the sleepyhead dozing off behind him, which was irritating to look at. Habil Asrahan appreciated his way of squeezing words in. That's amazing. Now you can even read other people's thoughts. Loy asked again, is it true that you hit me? He keeps denying it. There's no way that happened. Are you sleepwalking? Loy clenched his fist. Oh no. Great and mighty Loy has suffered too much damage. Stop right now. He jumps down from the horse and grimaces as he requests, teach me how to ride. Habil Asrahan outright refuses. I don't like it. I'm a knight, not a riding instructor. The system interface appears. Habil's heartfelt desire to learn from his mistakes is truly commendable. Lloyd is annoyed. This is an order. The system appears again. Lloyd's inner voice says I will study really hard. Working hard at the national exam is as easy as pie with me here. Habil Asrahan dismounted. What a troublesome job. I understand, system. Let's do our best together. Loy looked annoyed and angry. What did you just say? The system thanks Habeo. The system interface continues to mock. A good-hearted brother like an angel, both in face and heart. Loy angrily turned back and shouted, stop making so much noise already. Everyone get lost. These people, Habil Asrahan is hard to understand. Why are you overreacting like that? Are you crazy? Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Lloyd Frontera. The message said, rumors tend to spread faster than words. The system board mentions your ongoing project, and rumors about building the first clean water source on the continent are spreading rapidly. Your reputation as a builder is rising. Your name will be recorded in the history of the kingdom and the continent's construction projects. You will earn 600 bonus points, bringing your current total to 2,275. Loy is amazed as he reads the message. So this is pure rice cake? So in the future you might receive a bigger project, right? You smile with satisfaction. Your reputation is about to bring you enough money to enjoy your old age. A golden future is approaching. Habil Asrahan, standing aside, watched his mental self-reflection process and spoke, suddenly furious, then laughing again. Are you really crazy? The system also takes the opportunity to tease you. He's really gone crazy again. Loy seethed quietly, annoyed. The figure is gone. Habil Asrahan started teaching him how to ride a horse, and then the journey to CRMO was indeed not short. The closer they get, the more winter approaches. They can only reach CRMO as winter draws near. Count Shurmo smiled and introduced himself. You've come a long way here, and it's been a hard journey I am. Count CRMO, the lord of this city. The two also bowed respectfully and sent their greetings to Count Shurmo. I am a member of the Fronter family. Ho ho, you're completely different from what I imagined. Count Cremo said something I already knew. I heard you're a very talented builder. I thought you'd be tall, but with such a noble style, he approached Habil Azrahan and ignored Lloyd Frontera. It feels like true aristocracy. If you say you're royalty, I believe it too. Ho ho. Count Cremo made a proposal to him. Do you already have someone to marry? If not, try dating my daughter and see how it goes. Loey stood aside, confused. Hey, Count, sir, he's furious. What? That's so rude. Where did this servant come from to interrupt the noble's conversation? Loy was so shocked that he opened his eyes wide. The system panel, seeing this, chuckled with satisfaction. Ha, servant ha, servant ha. The servant's face is full of laughter as he stands in front of the Count's mansion, laughing loudly and admitting his mistake. Ha, I have made a big mistake. Ha. The Countess sincerely apologized, lowering her head and looking serious, but she assured herself she was fine. No problem. I remain calm. The system's summary joke is that your biggest mistake is your face. Ha. He silently curses. This old man seems to be itching for a fight. Maybe he'll punch a few times. Countess CRMO once again poked at his pain. But you also have your faults. Why were you born with a face and body like that? Swear in your heart. Shut your mouth, old man. The Lord of the Trading City CRMO, Count CRMO. He is also a fairly important character in Blood and Steel. Habil was wanted after beheading the loan shark Silo in mid-lap. He hid everywhere, but was finally caught right here in Cremo. Yet the Count only needed a few words to understand Habil's character. Then he decided to actively participate as a sponsor. Back in the present, Count Cremo mentioned that the main reason for your gemstone purchases was to decorate the sea statue. Loy wondered. The eastern statue on the sea? He sighed and explained that CRMO's current trade activities are declining. Count CRMO began to recount the past. A few years ago, Kida Titan started appearing on the coast in front of the port. He solemnly reminded that although we have never suffered direct damage, its very existence is enough to instill fear. Loy also began to consider his options. With so little information, there's no way to attack beneath the sea. Even the Navy here wouldn't help. I recall the content of the Cremo novel is gradually falling apart. The two counts are in crisis. Habil might tell them something, but Loy, angry, recalls that the ending is open-ended, leaving everyone to guess, which is even more frustrating. Habil then raised his sword again with firm determination and decisiveness. He sincerely thanks the readers for loving Blood and Steel Knights. Until now, I will try to improve even more. I don't know if there will be a second part or not. Loy seriously pondered. The first time I came here, I thought I had understood the entire story of the novel. However, the parts not mentioned in the content are still ongoing. Count CRMO continues to explain, I have researched many documents on how to drive it away and learned an important thing. He mentioned the army that once drove away monsters, mermaids, and mighty warriors who ruled the seas. They are the symbol that instills fear and haunting images in Kaj Titan. Count Churmo seriously explained his plan, so I came up with a way. Just seeing the shape of a mermaid would be enough to scare him. He describes the plan he is preparing to execute, which involves erecting a mermaid statue in the middle of the sea. Suddenly, Count Cremo shakes his head and says, "But I have already abandoned that idea." Lloyd was confused. "Yes," he explained. "If we have to fill the land to build the statue there, wouldn't the water be too shallow for ships to come and go?" Suddenly, Loy fell silent, pondering. Count CRMO reassured him, saying, "Oh, don't worry too much. Although I no longer need the pile of gems, I will still buy it since I promised." He lowered his face and said, "No, I can't do that. Don't accept to suffer losses alone." He listened in confusion. "Huh? You mean you won't sell the treasure?" Loy explains, "I will sell it if possible at a very high price." He says with a confident smile and makes a proposal. "And I will erect a bronze statue for you, of course at sea, and without affecting the water level." Loy describes in his mind that combining the hexagonal column and the hollow barrel might be feasible. He takes a deep breath on the wooden boat A, then dives down and uses his measuring skills. Loy looked around. Luckily, the seabed was mostly flat because of the rich sediment, making the softness just right. He gradually starts to shake after staying underwater for too long. I wonder if there are softer rock layers deeper down. Still not high enough. Loy's face paled as he looked up. My face darkened as I watched Habil Azrahan trembling. "What is that? Why do you look so smug?" He replied softly, "I'm sorry. This is the first time I've felt this way, seeing someone's pain." Loy, with a pale face and sand-like pupils, looked at Habil Azrahan and handed him the diving glasses. "Here, you try it." Habil Azrahan pretended not to see and rowed away. "So, is this contract okay, Loy? Don't beat around the bush if you're uncomfortable." He spoke seriously about the main issue. "I always think like that, but I still can't imagine it. Building a straight pillar at the bottom of the sea. Before you use magic, Loy wipes his head with a towel and interrupts. Magic can be like that too. He smiled confidently. Cement magic. The question is how to create cement in this world. Under the vast ocean, Loy thought that if it was Roman-style cement, it could be made clearly. Habil Azrahan took his hand and warned, "Don't be reckless. Don't fall down there." Loy muttered, "You really are a man of few words. Are you the master of chicken porridge?" A surprising voice rang out behind the two of them. "You." Kristen walks over holding a love letter. "Loy Frontera, I have something to tell you." Loy blushed at her beauty. Yes, who is everyone?" Christine shyly introduces herself. "Hello. I am the daughter of Count Kermo. Yesterday I saw Lord Loy passing through the courtyard of the estate." She blushed and clenched the letter in her hand. Lord Loy was gradually drawn in by that shyness. Kristen stepped forward with all her courage to hand over the love letter. "Please accept it," but emphasized that it is not really for Lloyd, but for Habil Azrahan. Lloyd was now extremely annoyed and thought to himself, "You horny pig." I had predicted this to some extent. He gradually lost his sense of the world. Habil Azrahan accepts the letter from Kristen. "Yes, I was sure of it, but this is Lloyd Frontera's true feelings." He slowly tucks the letter into his coat pocket. Christine rejoices after succeeding. He couldn't believe it when he received it from him. Habil Azrahan watched her walk away without noticing Loy glaring at him with hatred from behind. He calmly said, "Let's go." "Wait a moment, you bastard." He sternly criticized, "Do you act like it's nothing? Don't you find it disgusting?" Habil Azrahan looked confused. "What are you talking about? You still maintain that attitude. So when you received that love letter, you just accepted it like that?" He added, confused. "Is it over? Is there a problem?" Lloyd shouted loudly, "What?" Habil Azrahan remains calm. "Are you upset about something?" Suddenly he realized, Lloyd didn't understand why Habil Azrahan was making that face. He covered his mouth and looked very serious. "No, don't tell me you've never received that kind of love letter before." Lloyd didn't argue but bit his lip, looking at him with a bullet-like gaze. Habil Azrahan looked uncomfortable as he glanced around. "Well, what can I say, Ta? He's uncomfortable but still cheering you on. Cheer up. The system display shows Habil sincerely encouraging you." Lloyd was overwhelmed with emotion and tears of bitterness, but he kept his unpleasant expression as he continued working. "I'm not jealous. Not at all. I will become rich. I will make a lot of money." The Count Crmo steps forward quickly. He turns back with an angry face. "What?" He was terrified when he saw that face. "What kind of face is that?" Lloyd calmed down and smiled brightly as he ran over. "Oh, sorry, Count. I didn't realize you were here. I was focused on my work." Haha. Count Crmo also remains calm. "Wow, I thought you were a murderer or something." He put his arm around him and pointed to the goods behind, saying, "I just want to say that most of the materials you requested are easy to obtain. However, for the volcano, it's different." Lloyd stroked his chin thoughtfully, "as that is the main material for Roman concrete." He remembered the Middle Ages when Roman concrete had clear advantages. At that time, any building could last until 2005, its durability almost unbeatable. Count Crmo reassured him, "It's not impossible, but you have to go to a place with a volcano." He said seriously that the problem was the half-year journey. It took too much time. Loy bowed and assured him, "Don't worry, Count. There will be another way. Plan B, abandon the direct approach and take a detour with P cement." Loy sits at the table contemplating. Portland cement. The beginning of modern cement. I only know roughly how to make it, but lack detailed knowledge. He looks at the test plan sheet. "If you're not sure what to do, you can always try first." "I'll try everything." Under the Kairmo commercial land, a shattered stone is placed on the table. Mother Loai is annoyed by the result and erases the test sample. Sample 129. Failed. I think it's almost there. If mixed in the right ratio, you can carefully calculate the next step. It's not just the drying process that could be an issue, plus 4 more cases. Your 3 pets look up worriedly, applying an additional 12 times the factor, a 48 in total. One of these things. Bello, Hippo, and Bodong speak sadly. "Bodong, Bodong." They jump onto Lloyd's shoulders and pull him along. "Bodong, Bodong, I'm too busy to go for a walk." All 3 jump up together and demand. He weakly replied, "No, I'm busy." Bello. Hippo and Podong sway their heads, bouncing to hip-hop. He angrily shouts, "Damn it, I told you I was very busy." Suddenly, Loy remembered his dog from the past, standing still after the memory. He reflected on the dog's funeral, the image of the motionless paws lying in the cloth. Kim Soo-ho sits silently beneath the chair at her funeral. He is crying uncontrollably with pain over the loss of the dog. She was his last family member. Kim Soo-ho recalls the image of the dog when it was alive. "Sorry, I want to pet you one more time. I want to play with you one more time." Loy looked back at everything and hugged the 3 of them tightly. "Let's go. You are more important than all this research." Under the moonlight shining on the sea, the 3 pets happily play and stroll with their owner. Lloyd Frontier blames himself. I really am a bad person. Bello, Hippo and Podong also stop walking because of the voice, he explained with a disappointed tone. Everything was going smoothly, so I just had to give orders, as if you were some kind of construction machine. Lloyd describes himself with self-blame, saying, I am a fool unlike anyone else in this world, and I wish I could regret so much. Suddenly he stopped. Lloyd knelt down with his 3 children and softly thanked the family, saying, It's all thanks to you. Bello, Hippo, and Poong smile after his words. The system display appears, showing that the imaginary creatures are sensing your sincerity. The imaginary creature and you see each other as family. The level of empathy with the imaginary creature. The family relationship was shocked after the announcement. What? The system interface continues. The level of empathy with fantasy creatures is like a family relationship. The bear's enhancement function unlocks new skills through equipment. To enhance Bello, 500 friendship points are required. I'm surprised. Is this an advantage I never even considered? Podong and Hippo quickly pushed Bayo up. Do you understand what the 3 of them want? You want me to give you new skills? All 3 of you, Beobong, Hippo. All right. If that's what you say, then I secretly figure that any skill that appears will definitely have some use. Even if it's useless, it's what Bo wants. Activate the enhancement function. Please select a fantasy creature to enhance. Bo is chosen, and a magic circle begins to appear. Suddenly, Bell glowed and soared into the sky. The pressure from Bell's enhancement caused the surrounding air to release energy. What are you amazed about? System notification. Enhancement successful. Upgrade level increased by 1. Rewards for new skills have been restored. Bell gradually returns to normal, followed by notifications from the Level 3 soil excavation system, Level 3 soil digestion, Level 4 steel room, and Level 1 volcano eruption. Loy was confused by the notifications while Bayo smiled proudly. A Level 1 volcano eruption. Wonderful. All right. In front of the Quarimo trading city on the snowy mountains, suddenly an explosion appears deep inside. Everyone in the city was caught off guard, including Ba at CRMO in the mansion. A cloud of smoke appears after the explosion. Above is Lloyd Frontera. Habil Azrahan and Bell are using their skills for the first time. He is stunned after the explosion. Wow, Lloyd's searching skill must make an object appear. It really worked. This is an actual volcano. He smirks proudly. Haha, see that? Habi, praise me, praise me. Hey. Habo's expression shifts from joy to annoyance. Can you hear me? Habil, Azrahan only then turned around. Why are you helpless? Sorry, Hen. I forgot to tell you to cover your ears, but he kept pretending to be deaf. What? Loy angrily shouted, Get out of here, you bastard! Habil Azrahan said softly, How does that compare to the young master? He was furious. Did you hear that? Habil Azrahan is just choosing the same old option again? Loy ignores the story and walks away. Thanks to Bell, the cement issue was quickly resolved in the construction world. Speed is everything. Let's get started. Everyone quickly begins the plan before reaching the port. The first step is to create and equip Bo with a giant diaper to filter the volcano. Everyone in the city gathers around to watch a 5-layer strap attached to the end of the diaper to filter the volcano. Bell's whole body trembles as he prepares to use his skill. Loey covers his ears and speaks up. Do it, Bello. Bo's volcano eruption skill has been activated, causing his diaper to swell up. He shouted again once more, Go ahead, Bello. Everyone in the city was amazed by Bello's abilities. Count CRMO was no exception either. He silently thought that it went beyond normal construction standards. From skills I've never heard of before to summoning abilities, I'll have to see how you handle this situation. Loy liked the post after Bell finished the task. Count CRMO observed his actions and silently evaluated, then reported the details to the king. If he truly has the talent as rumored, it would be a waste to keep him in the countryside. The surrounding people are beginning to prepare for the next step. After the cement material has been collected, the second step is to create a caisson to pour the cement in. Then, the con is retrieved and lowered into the sea. The water inside con is moved with a hippo scoop. In the third step, Habil Asrahan swings a hammer into the inside of con. He forcefully hammered the piece of wood placed inside, driving the friction pipes to the ocean floor inside. Sayin. Habil Azrahan finished driving the stake, then turned to ask when the next one would be. Loy remained calm, waiting a moment. It's very difficult to do. He smiled softly at Habil Azrahan, then turned to see that puzzled face. What's that expression supposed to mean? Lloyd shrugged and explained, No, I really want to hear you say it. I am a knight, why should I? The two of them looked at each other in silence for a long moment before Habil Azrahan threw down his hammer in frustration. I am a knight, why should I have to pay up front? Seeing that, I immediately stepped in to stop him. Hey, you're my escort knight. Loy reveals his threatening side and says, Habil Azrahan, if you don't pay up, I won't be able to make any money. Then we won't be able to pay off the land debt. If I get stressed, Lady Countess will be very sad too. Oh, if you fall, Lady Countess will also get sick, right? He begged with folded hands. Sir Knight, please protect our family. Sir Knight, please, go save us. Habil Asrahan, feeling uneasy, continued the work. The underwater frame was successfully created. After completing the regular training, Habil built a reinforced frame with steel grumbles underneath. Finally, the cement was ready. Then Kaisan will be removed once the cement has hardened. Everyone on the ship's deck looks at the result. The artificial sea is complete. Lloyd speaks, rising 50 meters above the sea surface when the tide comes in. If you place a mermaid statue there, it will float on the water. Count Cremaux whispered softly, "Yes, I suppose so." He expressed his own thoughts. Honestly, I still can't believe whether that ground can really support the weight of the statue. If it succeeds, Count CRMO will turn to look at him and smile, and we won't have to be disappointed with the construction costs. Loin bows solemnly. Under the sound of waves crashing offshore, the ships have begun placing the statue. The mermaid statue has been successfully moved onto the artificial seabed. Everyone on the ship was bustling as a banquet was held on the vessel while Loy walked through the crowd, annoyed by the attire. Yeah, it's too tight. He turned to look at Habil Asrahan and asked, "Do you usually wear this kind of outfit?" He replied calmly, "You act like it's your first time wearing it. I remember you've worn it to several events already." Loy looked away vaguely and replied, "Oh, not long ago. You're too sensitive." Count Cremaux stands at the front and raises his voice. "Everyone, pay attention here." He announced to those in front that this young man played a major role in building the mermaid statue. The crowd buzzed. "Oh, it's you? You did very well." Everyone rushes towards Habil Asrahan, leaving him behind as just a background character. He truly is a noble person, with an excellent face and skills. I shake hands, just a simple handshake. He quietly thinks like someone who has given up on ordinary ambitions. I'm really clever. Of course, I knew everyone would go over there. I'm not jealous, I prefer money over praise. Loy suddenly felt annoyed again after seeing Habil Asrahan's face, but his expression was really unpleasant. "Go somewhere else to play. Don't look at me. I don't feel any sympathy." Count Cremaux chuckled happily. "Ha ha, it's all because of your face." He mutters angrily under his breath, "This guy is really annoying." He sternly announces once again, "Everyone, he is the one who created the ocean. What are you all confused about?" "Oh, I thought it was a servant." Amid the lively banquet on the ship, something appeared far out at sea, a shadow of a monster gradually emerging on the water. It slowly rises up, creating a surge of water. The Keej Titan monster appears, staring at the mermaid statue in front. Mermaid? Suddenly the Keej Titan monster's eyes light up. Our sworn enemy. It watches around the statue, then gradually sinks into the deep sea, submerging its entire body. It dives down and rushes forward. He is alone. The figure of the Keej Titan monster is getting faster and carrying the hatred of killing him. It rushes straight toward the illuminated yachts. Lloyd still doesn't realize the danger and stands among the chatting crowd. Habil Azarin is no different, but he's surrounded by the loving gazes of the girl without knowing. The Keej Titan monster is rushing at high speed toward the ship, which is happily enjoying the feast. Everyone on the ship was happily chatting with each other. Habil Asrahan was sitting by the corner of the boat, ready to enjoy his glass of wine. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan's hand stopped. He realized something and put down his drink. Habil Asrahan gazed out at the horizon, sensing something. Yeah, he gazed out at the calm, wave-free sea. Suddenly, Loie stepped forward. "What are you doing, sitting still like a statue all of a sudden? Are you mocking, saying that doesn't mean she's as beautiful as a statue? Hey, don't pretend to be deaf like that." Habil Asrahan ignores what Loie says and speaks up. Something is coming. He fell silent after hearing him speak. The figure of the Keej Titan monster is rushing towards us at an increasingly fast speed. Loie wondered, "What's coming?" Habil Asrahan replied vaguely. "I'm not sure, but it's coming in at an extremely fast speed. You keep asking about the size? What is it like?" "Tell me the size?" He said in a serious tone that it was about twice the size of this ship, slightly larger than the full size of the Hippo. Loie begins to realize the problem. Damn it, but it's already too late. The Keej Titan monster has started emerging from the sea. He pushed his way through the crowd. "Countess, over here." He's just enjoying himself, but he turns around at the call. "Hey, what do you think of the party?" Loin leaned close to his ear to inform him that it seemed a Giga Titan was coming. "You need to inform and evacuate everyone immediately." Countess CRMO appears nonchalant and asks the person next to her. Lord Geneva responded immediately. "Yes, Count." He inquires about the situation offshore. "Do you feel any strange movements far out at sea?" Geneva looks out to sea and begins to scan. He turns back and reports that he senses nothing. "My Lord Count." Count CRMO remains calm and reassures. Lord Ginnivan here has a superhuman sense because of the swordsmanship master syndrome. Just trust in him. Loy silently thought, our hobble is even more sensitive. Are you playing the main character? That's not enough to convince me. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry too much. In the past few years, no Titan Giga has ever advanced this far. There's no reason for a surprise attack. Loy looked back with a shiver. What's going on? It seems like the two of them are looking at the mermaid statue in front of them. Count Kirmo is only beginning to worry now. You and Habil Azrahan look at him seriously. Ginnivan, standing beside them, speaks up. I don't know what made you feel that way, but from my perception, Count Crom cut in and shouted, unmoored the ship to take it away from the mermaid statue. The Kaj Titan monster is now gradually revealing its shape above the sea. He urged the staff to move quickly. Habil Azrahan, standing behind, said, It's too late. Loy turned back and gave the order. Habil adjusts the anchor. He receives the order to prepare for action. Habil Azrahan quickly jumps off the boat, rushing into the sea while wielding his weapon. Loy didn't wait on the ship either. Bodong took advantage of that. E starts eating sunflower seeds after appearing. Bodong zooms in and embraces the statue tightly. Habil Azrahan beneath the sea is ready to cut the chain. He's preparing to use the explosive slash skill. A single sword strike cut the anchor chain in two. Vodong, standing on the statue, also bit through the rope, holding the boat. A fierce wave crashes against the ship, and Habil Azrahan underwater doesn't hesitate to keep cutting the chains. One rope after another was cut in half by him. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan turned to look at something behind him. The Kaja Titan monster has appeared behind him, and he is stunned by its sudden appearance. You're speaking too fast. The ships above have already started moving. Spread out, spread out. The Kaj Titan monster has emerged from the water, so huge that it knocked over the surrounding ships, and Loy was also thrown off the boat. Mom. Bodong is panicking on the statue of the Kaj Titan monster, and a strike has shattered the statue in half. Habil Azrahan used the boost from his skill to fly out of the sea and caught Loy falling from the sky. The monster Kuja Titan's attack knocked the statue into the city, causing it to fall and crash into a house. The statue's body gradually shattered and was thrown into the nearby area. Then its body crashed into a mansion. The nobles enjoying their previous feast had fallen into the sea and were calling for help. Ah, help me, I'm over here, Loy shouted in panic from the overturned ship. We can't save everyone in this situation. Suddenly, he realized something. Loy calls for Hippo and quickly arrives. Hippo. He throws him into the sea and orders a quick attack. Hippo. Because of Hippo's suction, everyone underwater is instantly pulled into the whirlpool. She quickly pulls everyone out of the water. The Kija Titan monster has already entered the city. Habil Azrahan reports, Sir, a Giga Titan is heading towards the city at full speed. We must stop it. Lloyd has now jumped onto a piece of wood and is climbing up. He was stunned after seeing that action. Where are you going? That Giga Titan is over there, he shouted in panic. Why did I get involved in this? You bastard, are you trying to face that monster? Are you crazy? Habil Azrahan was completely stunned by those words. Count Kurmo ordered sternly, Hurry up, the water pressure is dangerous, save everyone as quickly as possible, don't let a second be wasted. Those who fell into the river are desperately calling for help, here. That Titan monster is gradually advancing into the city. Everyone is panicking and screaming. It's dangerous, hey, run quickly. Loy calls out, What are you doing? Come here quickly, the desperate screams for help echo loudly. Hey, there's still someone here. Habil Azrahan is suspicious. Are you going to abandon those who need help? He shouted, trying to make him understand. We came here to make money, not to fight monsters or keep the peace. There's already an army and cannons in the city. Without you, they'll be fine on their own. Habil Azrahan glared at him, recalling the moment they fought together in the mine. Frontera has shown his intelligence during life and death moments. Habil Azrahan recalls his back then. He showed perseverance, never giving up, never turning away from difficulties. He is exactly that kind of person. But back in the present, Loy kept urging him to hurry. Why should we protect someone else's city when we have our own problems? This is not the time to play the hero. Habil Azrahan is gradually losing respect for you. So this is his true nature after all. The system notification appears. Habil's goodwill towards you has decreased by 5, and he feels sorry for you by 1. Your relationship with the main character has slightly worsened, but the affinity points will not be affected. Current affinity points are 1901. He slowly draws his sword. Oh. Habil Azrahan no longer cares about Loy and is expressing his intention to settle this. He panics and tries to stop him. This crazy justice guy, you're going to die, don't go. He turns around and jumps out of the boat, despite Lloyd Frontera's words, jumping into the sea and using his sword as a foothold, unleashing his power. Suddenly, he sped off at incredible speed. Habil Azrahan rushed towards the monster, advancing into the city. Inside the city, soldiers are struggling to hold their ground. The army is ready. The large shells aimed directly at the Kaj Titan's body fired, but they were completely deflected away. The soldiers are stunned after that scene. How can this thing not be damaged at all? Suddenly, a structure is revealed inside its cheeks. Roar and attack. The sides of the Kij Titan's ears are about to unleash something. It shot out a spear-shaped water jet towards the buildings. The two fortresses and the soldiers inside were knocked out of the sky by the water jet. The Kij Titan's eyes filled with murderous intent as it stared deep into the city, where the shattered mermaid statue lay inside. The Kij Titan charged forward swiftly, driven by its thoughts. The mermaid kills the people inside, who panic and run everywhere. "Help me! Run!" Suddenly, a man tripped and fell to the ground. The Kij Titan monster's foot quickly lunged toward him. "Save him!" Habil Azrahan at this moment rushes from the sky to save him, swinging his sword with a bang and explosion, using all his strength to strike down. The collision caused its foot to slip off course, and suddenly Habil Azrahan was thrown far away. No use? The Kij Titan monster crashes into the wall, causing the house to collapse instantly. It screams to kill. Habil Azrahan lands on the ground and holds his defensive stance. The Kij Titan monster's claw rushes toward him at incredible speed. Habil Azrahan quickly dodges the attack. It didn't wait and shot two water swords at him. He stands in shock in the air before the sword. Habil Azrahan struggles to defend himself. It's over. The sword immediately slashes across his body. Habil Azrahan couldn't hold on and was thrown forcefully against the wall. The impact knocked him down to the ground. Habil Azrahan struggles to get up and looks at the Kij Titan monster. It quickly rushes toward him. Good, it bit the hook. Habil Azrahan clenched his still-bleeding mouth and thought to himself, "Yes, I know I will never win against a monster like this. I might die here." He struggles to get up with his unwavering will, but I will keep trying until everyone escapes. Meanwhile, Loy is sneaking away from there. He. You quickly climbed up and shared your thoughts. I told you, you're not the only main character. In this novel, no matter how many close points I have, they all serve to develop the story. I can't do anything. What can I do now? It doesn't matter if I leave. Loy continues climbing with his ambitions. I am also human. It's heartbreaking to see the city destroyed and everyone injured. What do they mean? What can I do? Suddenly he stopped to think. The city is being destroyed and everyone is injured. Loy was stunned, thinking that if he ran away like this, the city would be destroyed. And if he let it be destroyed? He clenched his teeth in frustration along with his confusing thoughts. He turned around and shouted loudly, "Let's go back, Bello. Who will pay for the construction costs?" Loy ordered Bell to use his speed skill. The volcano erupts. He rushes forward with contempt. "Just wait and see, you damn lobster. Habil Azrahan is fighting with all his might right now." A Kij Titan monster also charged forward without mercy, but he quickly dodged the attack and jumped up. Along with his explosive power, Habil Azrahan charges quickly up the creature's body. All living beings can do that. He aims his attack directly at a point. The weak spot is the eye. Habil Azrahan slashed at its eye, but it was like cutting into steel, so hard that the sword veered off course. Suddenly, the Kij Titan's beard moved, and it charged quickly at Habil Azrahan. Suddenly, Ippo appeared, charging straight at the monster's head, and after hitting it successfully, Ippo was thrown far away. She uses all her strength, and the water in Hippo's stomach erupts outwards. She spits out all the water and hits Lloyd Frontera's head. "You better not touch my money, or I'll come after you with deadly intent." Loy stands on the roof, watching as Habil Azrahan takes the opportunity to jump up and prepare to strike. At this moment, he unleashes a burst of power and rushes toward the Kij Titan monster, swinging his sword at its head, but it deflects off. Habil Azrahan annoyed after failing to hurt it. Damn, is it useless after all? The Kij Titan monster quickly stands up. I can't find its weakness. I think we can't win this battle anymore. But he reevaluates himself. Why am I so relaxed about this? Loy's figure appears in Habil Azrahan's eyes. Perhaps because Loy is here, he has returned, opening the path to victory. 2 minutes and 30 seconds ago, he was riding on Podong's back, moving across the rooftops, quickly rushing away from the Kij Titan monster. Loy reminds him to take a detour and not get too close, so the monster won't notice us. Podong, sitting on Podong's back, is thinking. Its weakness, I need to find its weakness. Habil Azrahan was fiercely attacking its tough hide. After this move and that move, still no damage. Just die. Stunned after seeing that, Habil's attack was completely ineffective. What is that monster made of? How is it so strong? Dad, now that you mention it, what is it made of? He realizes something. That's right, if that thing can. Loy activates his measurement skill and focuses on the head of the Kij Titan monster. The entire body begins to reveal information. Loy is overjoyed. So this is how you can measure a living creature. He begins to read the information using his skill. That horn is fused with a 1-meter-thick kit with 3 layered lotus-like honeycomb structures at the molecular level, all tightly connected, like wearing a suit of armor. Habil Asrahan is now rushing in with a burst of power. Damn you! He strikes the top of the Kij Titan monster's head. A new piece of information starts to catch Loi's attention as he observes the monster's movements, making him curious. What is that? The damage from Habil's attack is concentrating in one spot. The force from Habil's attack is starting to disperse into its horn. Loi carefully observes and quickly realizes it's the horn itself. That horn gathers energy and releases it. Cut that horn first. He begins to use a different simulation mode skill. Loi looks at the stomach of the Kaija Titan monster. That's where this monster stores water to attack. Can we destroy it? The simulation mode is now passing through its body. We can defeat that damn monster. Back to the present, Habil Asrahan shouted, "Young master, what should I do?" Loi placed a finger on his head and 2 fingers below. He signaled to cut it off. Habil Asrahan, confused, criticized, "Are you crazy?" Hearing that, he became angry and started to speak. "The horn, oh horn, cut the horn first, old man." Suddenly, the claw of the Kij Titan monster lunged forward and Habil Asrahan quickly jumped out of the way. He jumps into the air, dodging the attack and launching a spectacular strike, but cutting the horn won't be enough. Habil Asrahan quickly chooses to land on the monster's back, but the young master turns around, preparing to land on the Kij Titan monster. Habil Asrahan quickly lands successfully, hoping this time he's right. Habil Asrahan immediately rushes forward to prepare for an attack. Alo also hurriedly reminded below, "Listen here, Habil, even if the horn is hollow to the point of pain, it won't be easily cut. The energy circle isn't always foolproof." Habil Asrahan is close to reaching the horn, puzzled. "So, what do you want me to do?" Loi quickly explains, "Sometimes you just need to spin at maximum speed." Habil Asrahan successfully approaches the horn and prepares to strike. Very useful. He quickly swung his sword down. Words are easier to say than to do. With streams of intertwined energy, Habil Asrahan used all his strength to channel energy into the sword in his hand. Lloyd is pleased with his action. The magic chainsaw is ready. "That's just my theory, but it seems to be working really well. Habil, now it's as easy as anything for you." He unleashes all his energy and swings down. The Kij Titan roars in pain. Krei quickly uses its claws to strike at Habil Asrahan. Loi, standing below, doesn't wait and gives an order. Bodong jumps up to block the attack from the Kij Titan monster. Habil Asrahan also successfully cuts off its horn. Half of the horn, along with Habil Asrahan, falls together as the Kij Titan monster thrashes in pain. The broken horn gradually falls freely, heading straight for the city without any obstacle. Loi took the opportunity to shout. Habil headed to the center where its 2 legs meet, moving toward the tail. At the front corner of it, he quickly follows the request if you slash in that direction. Habil Asrahan stops at the designated spot, shouts after his action, knowing he'll get paid more again. Habil Asrahan prepares to strike. Suddenly, the Kija Titan monster lowers its entire body. He stands in shock, frozen, as it crashes down with a loud thud, its whole body lying flat on the ground. However, Habil Asrahan does not appear to escape, only his sword flying outwards. Loi is so frightened that his face turns pale. Habil, underneath the body of the Kija Titan monster. Habil Asrahan prepares to strike. Die. He raises his hand and thrusts straight ahead. Monster. Suddenly, Podong rushed forward, grabbing Habil Asrahan's shirt and pulling him away. Podong successfully rescued him from Kaija Titan's plan to crush Habil Asrahan. Podong lands successfully without taking any damage. Loi is overjoyed. "Well done." Podong, you let Habil Asrahan down and shouted at him, "Pdong." Bodong Podudong looked confused. "Sorry, PPODNG, I don't understand what you're saying." Habil Asrahan bowed to pick up the sword, "But perhaps you're scolding me for being too reckless, aren't you?" He continues to target the Kij Titan monster, "So let's try to survive until we defeat this monster." Habil Asrahan looks at his confident stance. "I trust Lord Loi's plan." Right now, Loi is contemplating his next move. Thanks to the successful measurement, he was able to create Plan D, but executing it is very difficult because this Giga Titan is incredibly swift. He looks at the monster destroying the city and makes a decision. But we must carry out Plan D at all costs. This is the only way to kill this damn monster. Loi seriously concludes that it is. Plan A plus D. You call Podong, who is standing below. Podong quickly turns around and speeds towards Lloyd Frontera's position. He immediately climbed onto Podong and gave the order. "Go to the location I mentioned earlier." Bodong takes the opportunity to listen as Lai reveals the plan to Habil Asrahan below. "That monster considers you its strongest enemy, so lure it into the eastern forest of this city." He immediately responded, "Got it." Loi sat on Podong's back thinking, "We've spent enough time, I think now we can do it." He grits his teeth in anticipation. "Please, I'm counting on you." 15 minutes ago. Count CRMO was standing and watching the monster approaching the city. He was amazed by what was happening before his eyes. I can't believe it. How could this happen? Ginevin, standing behind, takes the blame. Sorry, sir. I wish I had known sooner. Count CRM denies. No, it's not your fault. I was too naive. He remembered the mermaid statue. I was the one who thought I could destroy a monster with just a small statue. Loy, riding on the back of the sea beast, speaks. No, you're right. It's chasing after the statue. Count Cremo was stunned. Loy, are you still alive? He sternly explains that the monster is after the statue. Use that obsession to carry out the plan. He silently listened to Loy's words. Habil and I will buy you some time, and I need to do some things with the servants. Back in the present, Habil Asrahan is struggling to dodge the attacks of the Kaija Titan monster. It relentlessly strikes at him. Habil Asrahan struggles to land. Damn ice. He stands 1-against-1 with the Kaija Titan monster, exhausted and panting. Habil Asrahan gasped for breath, thinking he was reaching his limit, but he grit his teeth and kept running according to Lloyd Frontera's plan. Do your best, Habil. For the city. For the people. The Kaija Titan monster frantically chases after him, leaving chaos behind. Habil Asrahan gasps for breath as he runs. He managed to run into the forest as Loy said. Habil Asrahan kept running faster and faster ahead. Suddenly Loy appeared and shouted, "Hurry, Habi! Step on the statue!" He heard the voice and regained his composure. A wooden cart is rushing toward them at full speed. The Kaija Titan monster also senses something. In front of it was the mermaid statue with its body reconnected. Loy smiled confidently. Habil Asrahan stood there, stunned. What is that? Loy and Podong rushed forward with the decorated mermaid statue. You stinky lobster, your true enemy is here. The Kaija Titan monster is provoked by the appearance of the mermaid statue. It roared in anger. He smiled, satisfied. The monster had taken the bait. Loy recalls what happened earlier. They fixed the statue better than he thought. Trusting in their preparation was truly worth it. I'm glad I read the novel. He quickly gave the order. Habil, I will draw its attention. You attack now, he said irritably. Next time explain the plan in detail beforehand. Lloyd passes by Habil Asrahan. This can't happen twice. The Kaija Titan monster begins to shift its attention to the mermaid statue and charges forward. Bodong, terrified, runs at full speed to escape from it. Oh no, at this moment Habil Asrahan also takes the opportunity to rush forward. He jumps under the monster's belly and prepares to strike. Habil Asrahan uses all his strength to raise his sword, unleashing a blazing slash forward. He aimed straight at the Kaija Titan's lower abdomen and stabbed. Suddenly, its lower belly exploded. Seeing the flash of light, he turned his head back. The monster reappeared in the middle of the forest after Habil Asrahan's strike. After the attack, he fell freely, wearing an annoyed expression. Habil Asrahan's strike was only enough to break through its tough outer skin. He looked annoyed, thinking to himself, damn it, I cut too shallow, I used too much mana. Habil Asrahan fell freely and blamed himself, but that was just an excuse. Is it because I'm too weak? I don't have enough strength, I can't protect everyone. A voice suddenly echoed in his ear. You did well. Habiloy rides Podong rushing forward, now confidently gripping the handle with one hand, leaving the rest to Ta. As Habil Asrahan falls freely, he falls along with his hazy thoughts. After that fierce attack, my energy is depleted. My mind is so hazy now, but I can finally rest. Lloyd's serious voice echoes, leave it to Ta. Habil Asrahan closed his eyes, waving his hand along with his thoughts. Why would Lord Loy say such a thing? Suddenly a golden sphere sped towards him. Ippo caught him as he fell to the ground on his back. Lloyd rushes toward the monster and tries to calm it down. Rest now. Habil, this city must be protected. As negative thoughts flood his mind, he keeps running and shouting. Honestly, I didn't think I could do it. Lloyd looked at the giant monster in front of him. How could he possibly lure it to such a distant place to destroy it? There's no guarantee it won't return to the city. The waters near Carmo are likely home to the Giga Titans. I remember the powerful attacks of the Kaija Titan monster, and that it has intelligence. It can also cause even greater earthquakes to take revenge for summoning humans. Then Loy looked at Podong, who was gasping for breath beneath him. Not yet. Our Podong, I'm at my limit now. I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up, he shouted loudly. Podong. At this moment, Podong quickly stops according to the command. Loy gritted his teeth as he was pushed back by the force. He was immediately lifted into the air after Podong's sudden stop. Loy clenched the handle tightly. What can I do now? What is the most important thing? What can I do? Going back to the time when I was riding Bio across the sea. When I decided to save the city and had to make quick decisions, there were plans that required me to join the attack. Loy sat on Bao's back, calculating the critical hit. There's no other choice. I have to use the critical hit. It requires 3 circles, but I only have 2 now. He hurriedly issued this order: the message item, the skill window, the strange mind item. The system interface quickly appeared. To upgrade the second level Asura Heart to level B, requiring 190 friendship points, owning Yain 101 friendship points. To upgrade to level 3 circle, do I need 190 friendship points? That's too expensive. Loy quickly chose level Lop and decided to lock it in to finish quickly. The system panel again required the Asura Heart's second circle upgrade to 220 friendship points. 220. It increases friendship points by 30 each upgrade and the cost keeps rising. He's annoyed, but still chooses to continue upgrading. Hey system, give me a discount. The second level 6 Asura Heart Circle. The second level Ba Asura Heart Circle. Suddenly Loy realizes something. The system menu shows that upgrading the second circle of the Asura Heart to level 10 requires 370 affinity points. He looks at the notification in shock. The upgrade system requires 370 affinity points, but I only have 301. Damn annoying bastard, it can't be like this. It seems I have no plans to join the battle. I have made the right decision. Back in the present, he's targeting the opening in the stomach of the Kij Titan monster. Why am I just hanging up here? Habil Azrahan gradually loses consciousness on Hippo's back as Loy bites into the saddle, calculating. Maybe I should just keep pouring mana and stab it. Even a small wound, just a little stab. Habil Asrahan gradually loses consciousness. Suddenly, the system notification shows your HBL affinity increases by B, and your liking increases by 5. Loy, hanging in the air, quickly accepts the upgrade request for the second level, level 10 Asura Heart Circle, requiring 370 affection points and currently having 391 affection points. Level 3 Circle. The Asura Heart system upgrades, and the 2 energy circles surrounding his heart briefly glow with an additional ray of light. System notification. Asura's Heart, 3rd tier circle level 1, mana increased by 500%. Loy quickly shouted, "Find it!" A protective circle around the heart. Suddenly, the Kij Titan monster used its claws to strike the mountain. The remaining 2 circles suddenly caused the mountain to explode into pieces. Loy still hadn't noticed and aimed his skill directly at its lower abdomen. Suddenly, a flying stone rushes at incredible speed and hits Loy in the head, making him stop in his tracks. Loy was hit hard on the head by a stone, blood immediately spraying out. What is that? His hand gradually slips off the monster's skin. I have to carve a circle. Lloyd's thoughts are now becoming hazy. A mana circle. What about the heart? The other circle. What are you doing? The magic flow in his heart is starting to circle again. 2 energy circles begin to intertwine with each other a little more, then 3 energy circles rush towards each other. Loy merges and prepares to use his skill, charging forward without hesitation. Heavenly Destructive Strike. Loy aims directly at the open wound of the Kij Titan monster. A powerful strike hits it, causing an explosion that makes the monster collapse in pain. A towering cloud of smoke rises so high that even the city residents can see that the Kij Titan monster was driven away by Lloyd's strike, still billowing below. Faint calls echo in my ears. Bodong Hippo Bell. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the 3 of them calling out to him. Habil Azrahan gradually woke up from his coma. He struggled to sit up and look around. Bodong Hippo, everyone is safe now. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan noticed something beside him. In front of him was the monster lying defeated. Really, he is responsible for what he says. How could you possibly succeed like that? Bodong, tears welling up, grabbed Habil Azrahan's hand. Bodong, he's confusing. What's wrong with him? Bodong, do you mean you're going with us? The 3 of us sadly follow Habil Azrahan. In front of him was the figure of a man lying on the ground with his sword beside him. Habil Azrahan stared in shock with wide eyes. He saw Loy lying with his eyes open but unable to move. Habil Azrahan ran over in fear. No, young master, lie. He quickly leaned in close to Lid Frontera's chest. Habil Azrahan was stunned to see him sit up stiffly. His heart stopped beating. The scene shifts to a bird flying in the sky. The messenger pigeon soars through the air, heading towards the Frontera estate. Knock, knock. Agus Frontera, who was in his office, was immediately alerted by the knocking on the door. He looked outside. A bird was patiently waiting for the messenger pigeon to deliver the item. Agus Frontera took the letter and read it, wondering what it was about from the trading city of Xiramyu. Suddenly, he turned pale upon reading the contents and hurriedly went down to his stable. He immediately sped off without much thought, Agus Frontera rushing forward with a stream of thoughts. Lloyd. He ran in panic. I warned you many times about the danger of facing risks. The contents of the letter inside. Dear Mr. Agus Frontera, your eldest son Lai has successfully built an extraordinary project for Cuermo. Mabella Frontera suddenly appeared behind Mr. Agus, waiting for you, so why did you leave so suddenly? Agus Frontera turned around. Mabella, Lord Bayan, he sternly intervenes. Even if you keep going, the distance is still very far, so only Lord Bayan and you will go together. Ma is annoyed. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten? She confidently reminded him. You're much better at riding horses than I am. The contents of the letter revealed that Boo was in danger at that moment. All three hurriedly rode their horses in the freezing winter. At that moment, Loy and his guard Habil Asrahan bravely sacrificed themselves to save countless lives of the people, and the three of them are currently enduring a snowstorm. Currently, Loy is in a strange coma. Akis Frontera struggles through the snowstorm and secretly criticizes Lin, this troublesome boy. But he is his son, the most diligent and trustworthy one. I thought you needed to know this information as soon as possible, so I sent you this letter. I will wait to meet the parents of this outstanding young man. Akis Frontera, hold on, my son. Suddenly he remembered the time with Lai earlier. I have already asked Akis for permission. Next, it's time for you to do your job. Don't worry about Sir Akis, you can handle it. And finally, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Lord Akis. Akis. He recalls everything and begins to doubt. Is it really my son? Suddenly, a monster's paw appeared in the snowstorm. The three of them were stunned by its appearance. A wolf-like monster appeared. A monster growled in front of Frontera. Suddenly, a paw appeared in front of him. Bayan is armed and moving forward. We took a shortcut, so there's no way out. I will buy you some time. Go find another way to CRMO. Akis Frontera is panicking. You should run and escape. He explained his reason for acting. These creatures are very fast. The moment I turned around, they lunged to bite my neck, and the wolf-like monster didn't wait and charged at me. Bayan turned back and shouted, "Hurry up!" A quick swipe from the monster strikes down. He uses his strength to block the creature's attack. Agos Frontera had no choice but to turn away, but still looked back and said, "Let us fly, we must meet again at CRMO." The wolf beast prepared for its next attack. Bayan spun around, gripping his sword tightly, and successfully blocked the monster's claw attack, but his sword also broke in half. Bayan was stunned by his weapon. The wolf monster took the opportunity to rush forward and bite his shoulder. Bayan remained calm and drew the backup dagger from behind his back. He stabbed it in the face, causing the monster to scream in pain. It didn't let go and pinned Bayan down on the snow. He endured and kept stabbing deeper, while the wolf beast retaliated with a stronger bite on Bayan's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. Akos Frontera suddenly appears and charges with a weapon, stabbing into the monster's back, causing it to scream. Mabella Frontera also drew her dagger and stabbed directly at its eyes. The wolf monster finally howled in pain and let Bayan go. It collapsed and thrashed in the snow. After a struggle, it finally lay still. The three witnesses saw the wolf beast's final moments. Akos Frontera helps Bayan to stand up. Are you able to get up? He clutches his wound in regret. I am truly ashamed of myself. How can I be a knight like this? He replied seriously. He is also my lord. A noble heir has the responsibility to protect his people. Mabella trembles as she calls Agus's name. Agus. He finally turned around worriedly. Mabella, are you hurt anywhere? Agus Frontera glared behind him, facing a pack of wolf-like monsters approaching. Bayan got up and moved toward the wolves. He quickly drew his sword and stabbed the dead wolf before raising it straight at the approaching wolf monsters. The wolves didn't wait any longer and charged forward. Bayan also did not panic and charged forward. Akis Frontera, terrified, embraced Mabella Frontera tightly. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan appeared from the sky, landing and preparing to draw his weapon. The wolf monsters, hearing the noise behind them, turned their heads back. Habil Asrahan swiftly decapitates it with a single sword strike. He then moves past and gently beheads all the monsters. Then he reholstered his sword. Habil Asrahan said seriously, I came to greet you just in case. He steps out of the blood pool still fresh from the monsters. Are you all hurt anywhere? Bayan was surprised and thought to himself, I knew Habil was very skilled in sword magic and mana, but not to this extent when he arrived at CRMO. He looked at his powerful figure and wondered, what has made Habil so strong? Habil Asrahan steps closer to the still stunned crowd. Mabella Frontera anxiously asks, Habil dear, do you think Lloyd, our Lloyd, is okay? He paused for a moment before answering, I'm not sure if he's still alive. The scene shifts to when the Kija Titan monster is defeated. Habil Asrahan is now staring blankly at Lloyd Frontera's body, his face gradually darkening as he looks away, unable to see the lifeless face and filled with worry. If he disappears now, our business will suddenly fall apart. Habil Asrahan took his hand. He lifts his hand sadly to the homeland he has just seen for the first time. One person is sad, and the other's life or death is uncertain as they stand together, when suddenly something fragile catches Habil Asrahan's attention. He takes the hand and checks. His pulse is still beating, but his heart has stopped. Habil Asrahan leaned in close to Lloyd's face to check. Though weak, he was still breathing. Habil Asrahan was confused as he checked the entire body. How is this possible? Suddenly he was stunned to realize. Did Habil Azrahan sense what this was from within his body? The third tier circle, and they are spinning at an incredible speed. He slowly placed his hand on Loy's chest and realized he couldn't see his heartbeat. I can't check because this powerful mana whirlpool magnetic field is replacing the position of his heart and sustaining his life. Habil Azrahan looked back at the collapsing monster in front of him. Continuous fierce attacks. Now I understand why the giant titan ended up like this after the inspection. Lord Loy, who are you really? Back to the present, in front of Carmo Trading City, everyone is working together to repair the houses. Everyone has their own tasks at the moment. Habil Azrahan led the three inside the city and said, Lord Loy is at the Count's place, with a doctor watching over him, but not much has changed. How horrified Akos Frontera looks as he observes around. Only Loy and you are fighting the monster that destroyed this entire place. Habil Azrahan denies it. No, sir, He is telling the truth. Loy was the one who swung the pickaxe. Habil Azrahan walks and praises him. It was Lord Loy's strength that defeated that monster. Akos Frontera quietly doubted. Does my son Lloyd have such power? Suddenly, two people behind him started talking, catching his attention. Are you also heading to the Count's place? Of course, if I couldn't do anything, wouldn't that be what I should do? He mentioned his savior, Lloyd Frontera. If it weren't for him, I would probably be frozen to death by now. Frontera stood in front, listening to everything. He continued describing how, as he approached the monster, he didn't know how many people he had already saved. He struggled to walk. I thought I was going to die because I couldn't move. I gave up and waited for death. Going back to that moment, Loy ordered the beast to eat all the debris so that no one would get hurt. The townspeople also started to get restless. I think the sparks got trapped by the debris from the statue. If we leave it like this, everything will be consumed by the flames. She begins to describe. You saw it too, right? The giant hippopotamus appeared during construction. It absorbed water and extinguished the fire. That's right, I saw it too. Loy summoned it, right? The four of them stood listening to what everyone was saying. In this city, no one knows how many people are grateful for his rescue. The residents are gathering at Count CRMO's mansion. Everyone was praying, I hope you saved my father. From the girl to the adult woman, our wife, and the elderly, our mother. Everyone is praying for Lloyd Frontera, the savior of all. They wake up. Suddenly a voice echoes behind the people. Are you all crazy? A man with a nose like a hippopotamus tail scolded. If he hadn't built that statue pedestal, none of this would have happened. He's always blaming others. Looking back, it's all his fault. The appearance of that bastard cannot be ignored. The people fell silent for a moment, then began to realize that the crowd was in agreement and immediately went to beat him mercilessly. The group quickly suppresses them. Lloyd Frontera's energy is wrapping around their hearts. The system panel suddenly appears. Your hope and courage have made a deep impression on the citizens of Cremo. This achievement is less than expected, but comes with an attractive reward. For more details, click here. For more details, Loy struggled to open his eyes and suddenly woke up after a long coma. Loy struggled to sit up, clutching his aching head. He painfully remembered that he had recklessly used a series of fierce attacks. Is he still alive now? Maybe the system is right, because if I were dead, how could I be dreaming? Lloyd doubted, how is that even possible? Isn't my heart explosion part of the setup? System, you'll figure it out eventually. The system reminder says you should check something more important, right? Loy only then realized. Oh, that's right. A knight pushed the door open with a creak. Habil Azrahan is amazed by his awakening. Loy takes the opportunity to speak. Oh, Habil, just in time. You said something that sounded very serious about yourself. They asked when the construction payment would be made. He felt helpless after hearing that and then smiled innocently. It seems like he's still okay. Suddenly, two voices calling from outside the door echoed in. Lloyd Lyd, Akos Frontera, and Mabella Frontera rush happily to his side, holding him tightly and catching him off guard. Akos Frontera is crying with joy. Loy is safe now. This troublesome kid, Mabella Frontera, is just as happy. Thank goodness, Loin. Do you know how worried I was? The two of them hugged him and wondered, is this really our Loin? That doesn't matter. Thank God the boy is still alive. The scene shifts to the clear sky outside in front of the Magenta Royal Road. A voice echoes inside, stating that the giant titan has been defeated and will not return. These are the final words of Count of Cremo. Inside the throne shaped like a person, a figure gradually appears before the public. It's quite interesting to have someone like him in our country, she ordered sternly, sending a message to the Frontera estate to invite him and his knights here. The silver-haired man immediately received the order and obeyed. Queen Alicia sat solemnly on the throne. Whether the letter is true or not, I will meet him personally and make the decision. Queen Alicia. The system notification appears. Your courage and perseverance are celebrated across the land as a living legend. Loy sat cross-legged, emotionless, reading the message. The system continued to reward loyalty points for increasing social reputation, with a bonus of 1,500 loyalty points. Loy now cheers excitedly as the system reads out the skill information, the mana mental skill storing a dense amount of mana in the heart. He touches his chest, Henry, who has been full of vitality despite being in a coma for a month. An energy appears inside his heart. Because I have become a mana user of mind magic, it means I can clench my proud fist and dig the earth much more easily. The system is helpless, is that all you can think of? Loy asked seriously. Isn't there anything more glorious than becoming a worker? Are you now looking down on mining work again? System, I'm sorry, please forgive me. The reason why the mana mind needs to be protected from shock explosions is because the mana mind is like a container of power. Triggering an explosion means the nearby gunpowder will also blow up. The bundle of explosives, as Loy described, exploded with a bang that shook the heavens and split the earth. Since it's a threat, if you can't protect it, you'll have a one-way ticket to hell. He remembered preparing to strike the monster, but at that moment I had no mana in my mind, touch in my chest. Thanks to that, I was able to save my life. A shock ran through my heart. It turned into mental energy while I was trying to hold on to my life. He sighed quietly, thinking that during his mental training he had neglected it, because he believed that pushing a bit more would be beneficial. Sometimes laziness can be useful too. Suddenly, Count Kurmo pushed the door open and apologized for making you wait. Let's set off now, Loy quickly responds. Yes, my lady, he went inside to check. At that moment he used a sharp gaze to focus on something, then licked his lips in a very strange way. The person outside starts riding away. He sits inside, pulls the curtain, and looks outside. Lloyd's words made Count CRMO startle. The mansion, and that road. He casually said, I wonder how much it would cost to repair it. He folded his arms and continued. I think it might be more than that guy's entire budget. Suddenly, his face darkened. If that giant titan doesn't die, I guess it would cost more than the entire year's budget. Count CRMO fell silent for a moment, then realized the issue and wondered what you meant. The surrounding atmosphere around me starts to darken, and honestly, the construction fee I received is barely enough for some pocket money compared to the entire year's budget. You didn't think about those things, huh? His face darkened further after listening to you. Wow, who would have thought that the statue made to destroy this giant titan would cause all this trouble? Loey kept rambling on, making him feel awkward. You can't really blame anyone because it's fate. And thanks to this, a few people had to sacrifice their lives, but luckily, everything went smoothly. Ha ha, you gradually reveal your true intentions. Now that I think about it, I overheard the servants summarizing that the hard-working workers for the city's benefit, regardless of their status, will definitely be compensated financially. I'm curious how much the public cares about this. Finally, Count CRMO spoke up. Did the inside space fall silent after his words? Did Count CRMO feel enough? Loy still speaks calmly. Oh, I apologize. Perhaps I have misunderstood your intentions. I didn't ask for more money, but now I understand. You revealed a truth that cuts deep into Count Kurmo's heart. People's lives are only worth 1.5 times the cost of construction. He hesitated in silence for a while before the swift movement of the car, and the Count inside, having no way out, finally spoke. Double. Loy still chose to remain silent after the statement. Count Kurmo nervously waits, unable to speak with a serious tone. Triple the amount. Lai's face now wore a very cunning smile. Count Kurmo trembled as he sensed something unusual from his position, a hand suddenly reaching out in front of him. You smile naturally, and I am very impressed with your contribution. I will consider it as compensation and use it for a good cause. Count CRMO quickly shook hands. Oh, all right, fine. He thought to himself, that's so strange, so strange. Just now I must have been extorted. Count CRMO looked at Lloyd's satisfied face and thought, but I don't hate him. How is that possible? Why am I not bothered at all? A city resident notices. Oh, that's the Count's carriage. Everyone is cheering happily at its arrival. It's Lord Lowe. He's arrived. Hooray for Lord Lowe. He looked at the cheers outside and felt secretly tense. Wow, back in Korea, I was just a piece of trash, suddenly feeling the pressure. Count CRMO expressed everyone's intentions. There was also a magic speaker prepared in the stands, and all the residents eagerly gathered here to hear his speech. Loin shyly replied, yes, and then placed his hand on his neck, pondering, I guess as heroes who have overcome disasters together, we shouldn't be saying such cliché and stereotypical things, right? It's not like I'm making money from my passion or anything. The townspeople cheered loudly at his appearance. Loin. He sighed and stood on the podium, listening to the calls. Loin, Loin. He touches the magic stone. So, how many people are actually here? Loy stands straight in front of the crowd, waiting for his speech. He tries out his voice and ponders silently. If I could earn money remembering the people here, that would be great. Lloyd speaks up about something unrelated. Hello, everyone? Everyone has heard about the underfloor heating system, but no one downstairs responded to his question. Lloyd remains silent, observing. He looks to the left and then to the right. No one responded. Lloyd slapped his forehead in disappointment. Oh no, so you didn't know? He speaks seriously and announces that older people suffer from joint pain when winter comes. Parents worry that their children will catch a cold. The residents listen in confusion to Lloyd Fronteras' every word. How much time has everyone wasted struggling with the heater? He shouted, adopting the capitalist chairman's style. 1 hour passes, then 2. He seriously shares his thoughts. If you are 50 years old, then you have wasted 15 years of your life. Lloyd loudly introduces, if you feel it's a waste, remember the underfloor heating system. Countess CRMO laughed out loud, seeing that he seriously described the quality of life of everyone as this big. Suddenly Lloyd fell silent, checking his palm, then unexpectedly raised his arm and shouted, no, this needs to be improved further. Then Lloyd calmly regained his composure. For more details, please visit Count Frontera's residence. He turned his back and delivered his final words amid the villagers' surprise. That's all. Count Cremot only then realized the previous problem. I now understand why I can't hate him. He silently assesses Lloyd's back. He manages his profits carefully. He's stubborn, but still tolerable. Moreover, he does what needs to be done. Unlike hatred, I want to make him my subordinate. Keeping someone like you in this hometown is a waste. The Frontera estate will become my lucrative honeypot. And this high-ranking knight here, he is kind-hearted, honest, dedicated, all very good, but compared to his efforts, his knightly skills are only average. No, maybe it's a bit below average, isn't it? I think that's a shame. Lloyd is now sitting dazed, staring ahead. Bayan placed a pile of documents on the table and announced, therefore the preparation process for the operation is complete. The list and land parcel information are in this document. We decided to address the complaints about the labor shortages of the farmers and the raw material sources for the oak workers, as well as the additional workforce for the coal mine. He carefully read the document in his hand, and we signed a major supply contract for the underfloor heating system with the nearby estate at a 30% discount. The cash flow profit rate is only about 10%, but since then we have seen that the revenue from coal recovery and cash flow profits exceed 50%. Bay continues with the next report on moisture-proof insulation and repair issues, but Loey interrupts. Mr. Bay, please wait a moment. I was confused and asked about it. While I was away, you took care of everything? Bay looked at Loy with a puzzled expression. Then he explained, I only followed your instructions and made sure to take on additional missions. Suddenly, a man pushed the door open and he entered. The report on the senior knight inside the final floor system has been completed. May I check it? Bay quickly replied. All right, thank you. I'll be there in about 30 minutes. In front of a house on the estate, Bayan carefully inspects everything inside. He stands up and praises. You completed it without making any mistakes. That's impressive. Everyone secretly rejoiced, but their expressions revealed it because of the praise. Suddenly, Bayan spoke up and advised, remember that when I nag you, it's all for moments like this. Now you are important members of the expedition team. Loy silently admired the man in front of him. He really is capable, he's very skilled. He imagines himself wearing a CEO suit. Hey, you're born in the wrong era. If he were in Korea, he would probably be the CEO of a corporation. I should give him a generous bonus. The notification system and the floor heating system of Frontera Estate have been completed. The Frontera-style floor heating system will leave a mark in the history of the continent. A large amount of affinity points will be awarded based on significant construction achievements. Affinity points reward, 400. Loey imagines the moment when the married couple is presenting the contract. It turns out that the series of contracts for the underfloor heating system is the work of the Count and his wife. Instead of wealth, they possess a different ability. The moment you were born was blessed by the god of luck. Thanks to the new generation, many people will be laughing and crying at the same time. Under the clear blue sky, Loy is starting a new project. Habil Asrahan looked at everyone working and said, I guess to store coal you need a warehouse this big. He looks pleased, of course, because the output will be countless. Loy looked up at the sky, thinking that with the construction payments he had received, he could pay off more than half of his debts, and there were still many water bills from the residential area. He smiled wickedly, thinking to himself, it's almost time. I'm about to live a life of leisure. Habil Azrahan glanced at Loy's disgusting face, secretly feeling disgusted. Every time he saw that expression, it made him sick, really wanting to punch him. Suddenly, a horn sounded from afar. What's that? What's that sound? Habil Azrahan explains, I also just heard it for the first time, but as far as I know, it's the royal messenger's horn signaling their arrival. A group of people carrying the kingdom's flag approaches, and Loy, annoyed, wonders why the royal messenger is coming here. A red carpet quickly unrolled, and the leading man jumped down from his horse, landing gracefully and striking a wise man pose before pulling an item from his pocket. After some waving around, the bearded man begins to grasp and then releases a flag shaped like a kingdom. The people behind clap and cheer. Why is Loy kneeling on the ground taking so long to act like a clown? Hurry up, man. I clenched my teeth and silently cursed. I'm about to die because of these weird tricks. He began reading from ancient times about great emperors who fought for peace and prosperity for nobles, citizens, and everyone. Lloyd listened and wondered, could it be CRMO, the things he did at QRMO? The bearded man continued reading. Not only that, but also comforting the people, blah blah taking responsibility, blah blah. He solemnly read each word on the imperial decree. Inspired by that, the queen decreed that the two brave heroes who defeated the giant titan would be personally summoned and rewarded for their achievements. System notification. Count of the Lord's pet has increased by 9 points, 90 affection points. You have gained 90 points of affection. Akos Frontera sobbed loudly and spoke. Sniff, this is an honor, your majesty, an honor. I am proud of you, my son. I am very proud, but Loan feels uncomfortable inside. I appreciate the extra friendship points, but this isn't a good thing. He grits his teeth and ponders, remembering how tough military service was for him, just enough to avoid trouble. If you do better than the requirements, it's not allowed. Break that strict rule and remember the man with the pregnant belly from the previous world, stepping forward. Hey, Private Kim, I heard you used to work in the civil engineering department, right? Install a heating system over there. Kim Shu-ho stammered. Civil engineering projects don't involve hands-on construction. He's annoyed. What? You don't want to do it? Is there no way out for you? I will do it. Kim Shu-ho is troubled and scratching his head. I have made a big mistake. I studied too hard. Look at the results. I built it too perfectly. A man, encouraged by the request, so you're Sergeant Kim, you look bright and smart, build a beautiful garden, okay? Then they chat happily, while Kim Ju-ho works hard under countless requests. Did you break the village well? Sergeant Kim, why are the barracks so unstable? Hey, Sergeant Kim, that hill is destroying the scenery here. Hey, Sergeant Kim, right? Send a telegram to them if I get involved with the king. I will have to say goodbye to my peaceful, rural, noble life. Returning to the present, the bearded man announced, this is his Loy order, and guards proceed immediately to the royal road. He was crying tears of deep sorrow. I should end it after building the foundation beneath the sea. That bastard Tom Hun has cursed me. What should I do now? If I am chosen by the emperor, I will be exploited as an easy target for the rest of my life. Should I pretend to be ignorant? No, it's very dangerous. If they see me as a fool, I could lose my head just like that. Under the royal carriage surrounded by many soldiers, Loy sat inside, looking completely lifeless. Habil Asrahan said, you look like you've just received a death sentence. He did not deny it. You have good judgment. His words made Lloyd's eyes, which wanted to close, look confused. I never expected that. Habil Asrahan looked away and shared his thoughts. If Lord Loy thinks about it, he will be happy and consider ways to protect the money from the kingdom. Hearing this, he gradually regains his vitality. Loy sat silently, contemplating. I have information about Queen Magentano's personality, her future, and the situation in the royal court. Loy gradually accepted the truth. If I use all that information, there must be a way. Habil is right. If everything goes as planned, Loy can confidently smile and eliminate them to oppose the royal path. His carriage is also approaching the kingdom now. A dazzling cloak appears as Queen Alicia orders the two kneeling below Lloyd Frontera and Habil Asrahan to rise. Loy broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, wow, I suddenly feel scared. She really isn't joking. I respectfully request an audience with the Queen to discuss the Lord of the Royal Path. You are difficult to understand. You? Alicia said something that made him ache inside. I thought the noble was the one next to you. She smiled appreciatively. Are you Habil Asrahan? I can sense a unique flow of mana within you. You seem capable of fighting me. He softly replied. Sorry, I am just a guard with secret plans. She only saw that Habil is special. He looked at Alicia's serious face and pondered. Just as I thought, one of the kingdom's swordmasters pretending to be naive and acting recklessly can't fool her. Inside the palace, a stern voice echoes. I have heard of your deeds through Count CRMO's words. I commend your courage and sacrifice. Alicia spoke sternly, but her words were extremely serious. I do not judge a person based on their introduction. I only believe when I see it with my own eyes. Lloyd looked up just as I expected. Alicia continues, Lloyd Frontera, I will personally assess your abilities. He smirked cunningly, quietly calculating. Here it is, the peak of the pyramid, a rare opportunity, a golden chance to win the queen's contract. She began to question, I will ask you, in our current generation and circumstances, what is the most urgent project that needs to be carried out on the Magenta Royal Road? Lloyd silently reflected on the content of the question. So, it all started with a riddle? The most urgent project she mentioned? He smiled awkwardly. Of course I know because I hold the entire outline of this novel. Alicia quietly assessed, if you are truly talented, you should pay attention the moment you see everything. If you don't care that much, I can't accept it. The two of them stare at each other in a mental struggle. The most urgent project in Magina is Alicia secretly realizing that the decline of conservatism is affecting the kingdom. But Loy gave a different answer. The Magena River runs through the Royal Road, so a bridge was built across it. She glared at him after hearing his answer. Loy silently considered his plan. I guess she might not like this answer because it's not what she wants to hear, but with her personality, she definitely won't stop here. Her strong personality with absolute power, combined with fairness and equality, allows her to listen to everyone's opinions without discrimination. Alicia asks, and what is the reason? He quickly replied, some might think that way, but what is most necessary is conservatism. She was amazed after hearing him speak, Loy describing a history from a long time ago. As far as I know, there was an evil dragon that destroyed the top of a tower twice. To prevent that from happening again, the roof was flattened and expanded to this day. Fearing that the entire roof might be destroyed, the kingdom of Magenta has become incredibly heavy. Loy seriously presents an idea, so the weight is pressing down on the ground and the pillar, making it even heavier. However, the need for a conservative regime will be necessary in the distant future. I don't consider it the most urgent issue. This arrogant guy, even though he knows the answer I'm thinking in my head, he responds completely differently. Zhangming answered another question, and even though he knew the real answer, after thinking it over, they both knew I knew. And no matter what answer I had in mind, he would respond completely differently. Loy continued, Whew, I know the queen knows. I know even if the queen has an answer in her head, I will still answer completely differently. The system panel can't take it anymore and appears. Stop, you crazy fool. Alicia smiles with an energy shaped like a fox behind her. So you mean you're trying to tease me? Loey is different. Behind you is just a cute little puppy. How dare I? I just want some food. It's just food. Construction order. Payment for construction. He continued to express his opinion. The Magenta River Bridge has already been rebuilt 12 times. It can't withstand the increased flow in spring, and will collapse periodically. Every time it falls, people's lives become inconvenient and require a large sum of money again. This is a project that must be carried out due to natural conditions, he said seriously, expressing his wish. If you allow us to carry out this project, will we build a bridge that won't collapse during spring floods, or due to ice flows anymore? Loy recalls the modern suspension bridge in Korea we're talking about. Alicia secretly doubts, are you blaming my judgment too? Why? How can someone so arrogant and careless be capable of that? Loy swallowed nervously. She remained silent, lost in her thoughts, and said more and more, I like it. Alicia sternly demanded, tell me more details about the bridge you want to build. Loy smirked in the shadows. Thank you. I knew she would like it. Flatterers will be hated, but confident and trusting people will earn boundless trust. After approval, Loy began to talk about a long-term plan like a lengthy anti-American essay. Alicia, listening to his rambling words, immediately gave an order. Stop, that's enough, I don't want to hear anymore. Remember the story from the novel She is the Queen of Magentano? However, she was betrayed by someone she loved and lost an arm, turning her into a ruler who slaughtered. But that's a story for 3 years from now. At the present time, she is a good queen who always listens, even to a humble commoner. Back to the present. Alicia asked seriously, and what if the bridge collapses? Loy quickly replied, I will pack my bags and escape abroad. Of course, that was just a thought. The next sentence was the real answer. Cut off the head of the god. He confidently lifts his chin as if the bridge still stands, and please ensure the position of the divine family. Alicia smiled contentedly. He still managed to make me laugh. She stepped down and shouted, I'll allow you to do whatever you want. I promise to pay you a fair reward and maintain your position. Suddenly, Loy stepped forward, pulling out a contract from his pocket and presenting it. Alicia wondered about something. Loy quickly explained, It's a contract, please sign here. You remained silent after seeing what he did. So now you don't trust my promise? Did he even write a preliminary contract? This guy really is something. Loy immediately denied. No, sir. The contract also states that if the god is not sincere about this project, he will face severe punishment. Consider this a necessary binding for an untrustworthy and humble person. Alicia frowned, speechless. She quickly signed the contract, and strangely, I knew I was falling into his trap, but I didn't feel angry at all. Raising my hips sincerely, I am honored. Your Majesty, Alicia feels uncomfortable. What kind of pose is that? Explain immediately. I can't bow any lower to the Queen's signature, so I'm trying to look down more. She helplessly said, I understand. Lower your butt. I don't want to see it. Done. The two of them stepped out, following the butler's instructions when Loy spun around, striking a pose. He pointed at the self-satisfied contract, saying, See? I managed to fool the Queen with this agreement. Habil Azrahan sighed in exasperation. If you're disrespectful like that, you'll be beheaded. I can't block a master swordsman's spear, so don't push your luck. As the sunset fades, Ko praises from inside the palace. Your Majesty, he is intelligent and quick-witted. Alisaya does not deny it, and even praises him further. Does he think so too? He fights more fiercely than I expected. He wondered if he was a bit dissatisfied with him. I am not satisfied at all, because he thought he had defeated me from the start, but he did it in a very normal way. Alisaya smiled. Quite adorable, isn't she? A few days later, under the clear blue sky, Loy was carrying a bag on his shoulder. Habil Asrahan is worried. Is it okay for you to go out alone? He replied calmly. Why do I need a guard in a place like this with such excellent security? Loy sneered and pointed directly at his face. You know, going out with you is a hassle. I was thinking about the time when the girl surrounded me, but the person who wasn't paying attention wasn't Loy Frontera. It was just earlier when I was doing a survey. All because of you, I couldn't focus at all. Habil Azrahan took the opportunity to ask, Please send my best wishes to Lady Julin. Loy interrupted irritably. All right, I get it. Julian Frontera is Lloyd's younger sister and is currently studying at the Royal Academy. Before heading to the Royal Road, the Viscount packed a lot of winter clothes and blankets to give to her. He stepped outside and pondered. Looking back, what happened in the novel? At this point in the year, the Count's family was so impoverished they couldn't pay her tuition, which led to her being expelled from the dorm, and she died. She encountered a thief while wandering the streets late at night. Loy smiles proudly, but those things no longer happen. Saving a life makes me look cool, right? He is on his way to the academy, so he might as well visit his sister, whose face he doesn't even know. The Royal Academy of the Magenta Kingdom looks ahead. Huh? Jukian, are you annoyed that I'm here? He didn't answer right away, but quietly assessed that he knew he was the same age as Habil. The kid is too small. Loy looked at the boy's face full of hatred and thought to himself, just look at his face. How terrible Loy has become for his little brother to have to look at him with such eyes. I'm considering my actions. If I act friendly but not too close, the kid won't suspect, right? Loy throws the bag towards Jukian. Here, Mom sent this for you. The kid caught it. Oh my. Jukian secretly doubts. Isn't he the one who called me a bratty kid? And on top of that, running all the way here to do chores for your mom, your warning system is way too sensitive. Is he doubting whether I am really Loin? I silently criticize my true self. What did I just do? Oh, how cruel. Loin, you bastard. I quickly turned away and left. You little punk. Jukian was even more confused, walking away without even a gesture. Really? The system alert shows that suspicion is rising rapidly due to overly humane actions. Loy, I don't understand either. What do you mean? Do I have to punch the kid's head? Suddenly he remembered something. Oh, Loy, do you remember Mabella Frontera's advice about whether you can have dinner with Yukian? The boy is very lonely. He ruffled his hair and huffed. Loy turned back and asked, Hey, Bomsam, is there a fancy restaurant here yet? The little boy shyly asks, Why do you have it? What for? I immediately replied. What for? I was going to buy you some food. Little Bomsam. Dukian becomes even more curious. What's it for? Lowy sighed in exasperation. What for? Because my mom said so? This little brat. Jukian silently looked at him with a piercing gaze. The scene shifts inside a luxury restaurant where Loy and Jukian are sitting and choosing their dishes. The kid stammered, I'll just have the regular portion. The man was annoyed to hear Jukian speak. Eat something expensive. Kids don't usually get to go to fancy restaurants like this. The kid looked at Loy with a suspicious gaze. He warned him irritably. Jukian was annoyed inside. Forget it. I chose that dish because I know each one. The kid timidly spoke up. So what's wrong with that special dish? Why is he like that? He opened his mouth to say something rude. The bastard kicked me just because I looked him in the eye. Loy quickly ordered 2 special dishes. Thanking the waiter, he bowed and asked how he was doing. You seem to look like a foreign guest. Would you like some alcohol? He straightforwardly refused. I don't drink alcohol. I've quit already. That's all. Dukian, hearing that, was suspicious. What do you mean? The guy who was drunk all day and reckless is quitting drinking now? A few days ago, a visitor suddenly came to the castle and told a story about the trade city of Cremo being attacked by giant titans. The person who defeated that giant titan is named Lloyd Frontera. I didn't believe that story. Lloyd Frontera, that guy's only famous because he's the one without the brains or the ability to do that. Jukia looked at him calmly, enjoying himself, thinking that it was clearly absurd. Clearly Hobble is the one who made the achievement. The kid thought with wide eyes, feeling it was so strange, so different. He is completely a different person. Suddenly Diego stepped forward and hit Jukin on the head. Loy also stopped what he was doing and calmly spoke up. "Why are you sitting here eating?" Jukin shyly explained. "I'm sorry, I have some matters to attend to today," Diego wondered. "What are you doing? This guy keeps hitting the kid on the head. Did you learn anything in law class?" Dukien just sat there enduring the pain and listening to Diego say, "Are you not familiar with the law? Depending on the situation, you can change the rules as you like, right? The Countess shouldn't be eating in such a conspicuous place. Why is that? It's irritating to look at." Then he glances to the side and looks at the nobles giggling nearby. Diego continued to abuse him, saying, "I don't want to be part of the beggar's family. Do you think you can do anything? That poor broke bastard. The chef and the butler don't care about your estate anyway." "Oh, there they are, you filthy lowly peasants." Loey sat quietly, contemplating. That's right. The Academy magazine said that the status of a family is even more important than academic titles, right? And to make it more ironic, the son of a rustic poor man is close to a prince. What should I do? If I help him, school life will only get harder from now on." He looked at Jukian's resigned face, and Jukian also signaled to me. "Don't help." Loy notices the bruise on the kid's hand, but Diego sneered boastfully, claiming that our Laonada family is recognized by the kingdom. That's the only way to deserve sitting here and eating. Only now does Loy realize this guy's true identity. He remembers the character who was previously defeated psychologically in a humiliating way. Laonada. Duke Racona. Loy sat silently, deep in thought, then suddenly laughed wickedly as if he had devised a perfect plan in his mind. A voice interrupted Diego Racona's actions, asking what your father's name is, as Loy stood confidently in front of him. Diego is annoyed. "My father? It is the Duke Racona, wise and compassionate." "Who are you? Is he your relative? This arrogant bastard is cursing. Stay out of this and get lost." "Get out of here." Diego hadn't finished speaking when he was immediately slapped in the mouth. This guy was knocked into the air and spun 180 degrees. Diego fell to the ground and was thrown away with a series of stylish spins. This guy was knocked out by Loy and lying unconscious in a heap against the corner as he darkened with anger and thought. The cooldown time for the attack skill. Cheap mana is no second. Does the system interface always pop up without needing a skill? Suddenly, the red-haired man sitting at the next table stands up and says, "Ooh, you crazy dog. How dare you lay a hand on a member of the Supreme Alliance?" Loey also turned and slapped him, knocking his teeth out, while another big guy stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am the #1 platinum boxer of the second year. Today, you better prepare to die." However, your punch made him lose a tooth. The others also challenged, "Who are you?" "You bastard, who the hell are you? Get up." The twin countess pair is known as the Black Dragon's twin horns. If this duo joins forces, he will die before his bones even turn cold. He gathered energy into his hands and knocked out the teeth of the two kids. He then stepped towards the person who just spoke. "What did you just say? Something about a twin horn?" "It's you, isn't it?" the mushroom-headed kid stammered. "What? No, it's not good." Loy immediately slapped him. The other two in the restaurant were trembling and dared not speak. He hesitated, and I did too. We didn't say anything. Loy shook his head at your laughter, and then gently took the two remaining teeth from the others. Suddenly, Diego woke up and charged forward. "Die, you bastard!" This guy uses a bunch of attacks straight to Lloyd Frontera's face. Diego laughs triumphantly. "How about that? The mana punch of a genius who uses mana?" Diego Racona, 21 years old, suddenly his face darkened. Loy confidently licked the blood from his nose. "The young man already regrets it." "Ah, it was just a punch." Loy smiled wickedly. "Don't even try to fly." He grabbed Diego's collar and laughed mischievously. Loy slammed his head straight into this guy's head. Diego fell backward from the deadly blow. At this moment, the guy finally begged, "Please, sir." "Stop it." Loy ignored and continued to strike him again. Dukian silently criticizes in panic. "This damn Loy, he's really gone crazy." At first I was just a little crazy, but now I'm getting more and more insane. I was so stupid to think he was just an ordinary person. The kid looked to the side at the manager and realized he was already here. Loy continues to torment Diego Racona, smashing his head against the wall and asking Han, who is confused and doesn't know what's happening. "Why did I beat you so badly? You really don't know anything, do you?" Arrogantly repeating himself, "What did you say? A noble death knight? You're making me laugh. Why is that, whether you're noble or not? How can a child behave like that?" Diego cursed silently. "You bastard, insulting my parents is going too far." He slams this guy's face against the wall repeatedly. You think you're an exception to being abused? You delusional bastard. Loy kept smashing Diego's head against the wall and scolding him. Why should I have to teach a sick kid that nothing in this world is an exception? Because no one spends all day smashing you to death. He points to the bloodstains on the wall and says, "Oh my God, what is this? Here, look here. Do you see what it looks like?" Diego Frontera forced himself to speak. Huh? Loy kept smashing this guy's head against the wall. Those are the 66 gates to heaven for scum like you. Dukian finally rushed over and hugged his brother. Stop it, enough already. The kid nervously exclaimed, I will kill him. This crazy guy, what am I doing? Protecting him, I would get bullied even more now. I should have thought about this. Loy, as if reading Jukian's mind, worries that he might be bullied even more later. He smiles brightly and reassures him, don't worry. If he dies, he won't be able to do anything to you anymore. Dukian was stunned when he heard Loy say that. Why does he look so proud of what he did? And what did I just hear? Loy continues to torment Diego with his thoughts. That's right. Back in high school, I saw many bastards behave so cowardly like this. Should I punish him or let him go? That's funny. I will refuse any plea for forgiveness from him. Diego takes the hit, coughing and dribbling with tears and saliva. He imagines death with a scythe pointed at his neck. After all, the fear of death is a very special thing. Suddenly, the soldiers rush in and stop. The head of the department sternly warns, this is a sacred academy under the protection of the Great Queen. And this is treason. Loy still held Diego Racona's head with deadly intent, while Jukian, terrified, imagined that there was no way he wouldn't fight both the soldiers and the dean right now. In that case, he would be sentenced to death. But contrary to expectations, Loy bowed respectfully. I believe this is the first time I've met you. I am the eldest son of Lord Acos Frontera and Jukian's brother. My name is Lloyd Frontera. The boy was amazed at his actions. How could he be so calm? As if he had been expecting this to happen. Everyone fell silent for a moment after Lloyd Frontera's greeting. He then spoke, to apologize. I bow my head and apologize once again for causing this chaos. I only looked at Lai with a cunning gaze as I watched the chief restore the Queen's honor. He denied it foolishly. Who dares to insult the Queen's honor? That kid over there is Racona's son. My brother Jukian suffered greatly from abuse and humiliation. Loy looked at the manager. Is there anything to say from the person standing behind him? He spoke as he observed his anxious face. You saw what happened here, right? Or am I mistaken? You don't seem to intend to stop me. But maybe I'm just imagining things. Ha. I guess I just assumed the nobles are controlling the academy, and it's obvious why I won't stop, because the students here are all nominated by the nobles. If I stop, those nobles will probably still hate me. Besides, these students are gathering and talking nonsense. The academy has become a madhouse thanks to the students who grew up here. Then Loy looked at the crowd in front of him. It's not just the students, but also you guys. There's no way I would turn a blind eye to the fact that I'm being bullied. I looked at the crowd with a look of disgust. I've tolerated you all until now because I am the son of a poor baron, so helping you wouldn't bring any benefit. Loy puts his hand into his jacket pocket. Insulting my brother is insulting me. But what should I do now? I took out a box from my pocket and held it straight in front of the crowd. The dean was stunned as Loy confidently explained. Yes, this is the king's special token. You confidently hold it up as a substitute. A royal family insignia. The crowd quickly kneels down. Long live the queen, and then she put the token into her pocket and walked away. You understand the situation, right? I'm leaving now. The dean secretly plots from the shadows. This idiot. The royal family's privilege is only for one person. We will only punish Dukian and treat the other students better after you leave. Suddenly, Loy stopped in front of him, smiling cunningly as he looked into the dean's eyes. He quickly lowered his face in a grim expression. What kind of devilish look is that? It looks like he's saying he'll kill me if I keep pretending. Loy turned back and ordered, What are you doing? Come here, quickly. Dukian was stunned. Huh? Oh, inside the academy, the kid asked about his intentions. Where are you going? Lo calmly responds. The administrative office. Dukian wondered why they were there. He softly explained, What do you mean? To ask for a leave for the kid, of course. Suddenly the kid stopped. How much? Jukian shouted angrily. How much more do you want to destroy to relieve your stress? You are the reason I will be bullied even more at school. I can't even go to school right now. Why did you do that to me? Loy speaks softly without anger. After all, studying in this kind of environment will be difficult. So in the meantime, stay calm and focus on training your body. What do you mean by training your body, little one? Loy smiled. Have you ever heard this saying before? The strongest muscles are built through manual labor. As evening falls in front of the Magenta Royal Palace inside the VIP room, Habil Azrahan solemnly advises, "Consider following Loy's master's advice. I believe that will lead to a good result," Jukin said confusedly. Huh? You don't even understand what you're talking about? Habi, we're talking about that, my lazy older brother. He whispered, "You don't believe what I say either?" The silent boy listened to Habil Azrahan's words as he explained the past. When he was in Gmo, he had killed the giant Titan monster himself. He even blocked the fatal blow. Jukian listened silently to every word. He also built roads and a waterway. Moreover, he developed a mine and befriended the savage orcs. And that's not all. He even paid off more than half of the Count's enormous debt himself, and did all those things with his own hands. Habil Azrahan reassures you to trust him. Lord Loy is the current ruler of that land. He stood outside, overhearing everything Habil Azrahan said. Loy snorted and smiled. Jukian said, "I want to believe him, but it's hard to trust that a worthless drunk could change so much." Habil Azrahan does not deny it. He was indeed very arrogant and foolish. The kid was insulted as trash, and he took the opportunity. Back then, no one believed he was human. The smile on his face faded after hearing those words. Dukian asked nervously, "What do you think?" "Habil, do you think a person can change that much?" Habil Azrahan quickly replied, "I don't think so." He hesitated, not entirely sure, but Habil Azrahan expressed his own thoughts. "I think he is just someone else who looks like Lord Loy." He stood outside listening, and his expression suddenly changed. Loy hesitated outside, too afraid to step in. Jukian listened to Habil Azrahan's words in silence for a long time, then spoke up. "So you mean another person? That he was possessed by someone else? Something like dark magic?" He didn't deny it. "Maybe so, if it's possible." Loy stood silently outside, listening to Habil Azrahan talk about him. "It's just a hypothesis I read in a book. However, stabilizing a person's soul within someone else's body requires a tremendous amount of energy." He remembered when he was investigating Loy's body while he was sleeping, so I secretly checked. There was a powerful energy shielding Loy's soul. "Are you confused? Is that really what they did?" Jukian asked hurriedly. "And then what? Is it another soul?" Loy also waits anxiously. But Habil Azrahan denied having any energy at all. The sense of body and soul was very natural, as if they were a unified being. He sighed in relief. Habil Azrahan brushed the story aside. "Forget it, it's just an unreasonable guess. Jukian also accepts it." "Yeah, but what's even more unreasonable is that he has changed." Loy thought to himself, "Habibiel, there's no way you wouldn't feel my presence behind that door. Are you trying to make me hear that I am very suspicious?" Suddenly the boy stammered, "I've never heard of our family owing any debt at all." Dukian quietly blamed himself. I thought I was the hard worker, but all this time he was the one doing the work to pay off the debt. I was the one who got it easily." The little boy forced a smile and said, "So shouldn't I admit it now? That he was the one who saved our inheritance." System notification. Jukian's affection for you has increased by 2 points, earning 28 affinity points, like you, 50. Lloyd smiled slyly. "Oh, because Jukian is also a main character for Lloyd. She is becoming a repository of friendship points. Her brother's heart system has been unlocked." "Something like that? Yeah, I don't know." "All set, now let's head back." Loey pushes the door open and steps inside. "Hey, Dukian, everything's ready, so let's go." The kid was surprised. "Yes, what did you say?" He smiled wickedly. "I told the kid already." Train your body. The scene shifts to the workplace, where the first step is to prepare the suspension bridge cable and crush the soil to make a 1-meter-long pizza dough. Monday, finish the pizza by adding different types of soil and rocks as ingredients. Tuesday, call B.O. back to deal with the artificial pizza and make it delicious. Fourth, Bayo uses his steel shooting skill. E smiles as he unleashes his Bayo skill. Spray out the steel bar as planned, separate. Bodong is divided into the next step. On Thursday, let it cool down and roll into 120 bundles of wire to complete the cable manufacturing. Loy raises the sword in front of him. There, it's all explained now. Jukian still looked confused. Yeah. He pointed at the boy's face and advised him that this process is the starting point of building. If it gets all messed up, everything will fall apart, Loy warned sternly. Besides our family debt, it will also determine the rest of the kid's life at the academy. Dukian listened silently. The kid hurriedly spoke up. "Isn't this very important? Why are you entrusting this to me? You're so annoying, huh?" "What is he saying?" "I thought he was annoying, but what you said was very sweet. It's very important, so that's why a smart and trustworthy guy like you should take on this task. Borm Sorm." Dukian's eyes lit up after the words, and he looked at Lloyd's back, silently thinking. He looks up and decides that's why Loy walks over to an active blacksmith's workshop. He needs to borrow the power of advanced technology. A man sipping wine refuses. "No royal dwarf craftsman." Loy awkwardly smiled. I haven't said anything yet. He continued drinking loudly and said, I don't want to hear it. Get out. He smiled brightly, thinking to himself that, as the novel described, he was a grumpy old man. He wouldn't move if he didn't care, and even if it was the Queen's request, he had his tricks. Lloyd turned the page and introduced, This is the draft for building a new bridge over the Magina River, now called the Simple Structure. Sidus, furious, wanted to throw a bottle at his head. Listen, human-designed sketches don't excite me at all. Suddenly, his eyes began to turn serious. Corridus looked at the design on the paper in front of him. Lloyd, disappointed, rolled up the paper. Huh, what a shame. Let's forget about this topic. He turned and walked away. Then I will find another workshop. Sidus places the bottle on the table to block the way. Wait a moment. He looked at the pile of sketches in his hand and spoke. That structure, if the overall stiffness isn't perfectly suitable, what will happen? You designed it, right? Lloyd didn't turn around and answered immediately. Of course. You described Clytus's serious face earlier. It will crack, the bridge will collapse, and those on it will die. Lloyd said seriously that he would take responsibility for the deaths if he put his head on the chopping block. His face is now very cunning and turned away, but only when Sidus can do it. Ah, his father is silent when he hears Lloyd speak. That's annoying. You call that a threat, you bastard? Lloyd also didn't object. Haha, I hope so. He smiles with a capitalist grin. That's a call to action. Driven by his conscience, Sidus responds with a threatening look. He sighed deeply, and Sidus extended his hand to request, Bring it here so I can see the details. As requested, Lloyd brought it over and was waiting for his assessment of the draft. Sidus crossed his arms and concluded, I guarantee that only I can do it in this kingdom. A serious accident will happen if you let someone else take the contract. Lloyd still maintained his capitalist stance, saying that is why I am putting pressure on you. No, I am begging you, Ku said irritably. Are you still putting on that face? It just makes you look like an immoral bastard. He calmly concluded that if you could figure out this design, then you must have a plan to spark my interest, right? Lloyd still had the same expression. How could I dare? I have no choice but to rely on the compassionate heart of a master craftsman. Feeling helpless, don't show that face anymore. He said seriously, I like it, I will try. He heard that and quickly bowed his head close to the table. Thank you, sir. The scene shifts to ongoing construction sites, with Jukian continuing to produce steel wire. The bridge face was produced at the Royal Workshop. Lloyd is standing in front of the river. Habul and I started building the main tower and prepared everything. We used our skills to enhance our weapons. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the two, stopping their construction. A bearded man with soldiers followed and criticized. How dare you deceive the prince to plunder the royal treasury? This is absolutely unacceptable. Lloyd shows a confused expression. What? Inside the palace, a person kneels and reports, Your Highness, I request an audience with you. He expresses his dissatisfaction. There is a bridge over the Magina River that has existed for 30 years, but he is doing unnecessary things to steal from the royal treasury. Alicia listened seriously to his words and said, Please punish this treacherous person and restore the royal treasury. In front of the Magenta Royal Palace, a group of people are sitting at a meeting. Alicia spoke. Tell me the arguments of both sides now. She turned to the two dissatisfied people earlier, starting with the side of the guild. Victor explained the reason for the guild. The Magina Bridge was built by the former guild leader. It has been there for 30 years, the leader of the construction project in the Kingdom Magenta, Victor. He describes the long-standing work of the guild, with the support structure shaped like the bridge that helps disperse the powerful flow of the Magina River. Victor sternly accuses, It's hard to believe such a bridge could collapse. This is clearly an insult to the guild and the queen as well. Lloyd smirked along with his thoughts. Yeah, it's amazing, that collapsing bridge. He closed his eyes and recalled the content from the Iron Blood Night about the confrontation on the Magina River between the government forces and the rebels. By chance, a heavy rain caused the bridge to collapse and become blocked. Lloyd frowned, but he couldn't reveal the future. Alicia turned to her lover and asked, Now then, Lloyd Frontera, I want to hear your opinion. He responded, I want to ask the officials beside you, not the chairman. Lai smiled slyly. How much have you received? The chairman looked confused. Girl, what? He angrily slammed the table. How dare you slander others in front of the queen? Lloyd sneered quietly, watching that reaction and thinking, See? Tien is already in my pocket. What else is there? He remembers the high-ranking officials from the old world. Anyone in Korea would know what happens when politicians and businessmen meet. Will the politicians deceive the businessmen, or will the businessmen bribe their way through the politicians? Maybe it's the latter, planning to monopolize the budget by stripping away the right to do business. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Lloyd Frontera. Alicia said sternly. I think you're a smart guy, but you've just made a big mistake. Loy swallowed hard after hearing her speak as the two gang members smirked in smug satisfaction at the Queen's protection. How dare you accuse the royal judicial system without any evidence? Alicia shouted. Hey, you are about to deliver the verdict immediately. Loy is instantly bound tightly all over his body. The decisive sword was already above his head. Alicia spoke. Listen here, Lloyd Frontera. You stand majestically on the announcement platform. You fabricated lies to insult me and my servant. My servant, I want to restore that honor. Habil Azrahan stands in shock in the stands while Bodong weeps in panic. He is about to draw his weapon. Alicia asks about his final words. Do you want to say something? Loy asked sternly. The guilty ones destroyed their families. Habil Azrahan frowned, ready to seize the moment to act. She turned to ask the two guys earlier, do you agree or not? The chairman and Victor are very deserving, Alicia continued. From this moment on, Habil Azrahan tightly grips the sword at her side and solemnly declares, I will prove my servant's innocence. The chairman and Victor suddenly looked terrified and bowed their heads. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded the leader. Huh? Loy now grinned wickedly as he looked at him. Alicia ordered, cast the confession spell. The chairman panicked. Wait a moment, Your Highness, please. The four began to activate their skills, Loy smirking at the scene before him. Under the dark clouds flying high in the sky, the chairman and Victor are chained to poles with wounds from the beatings. Loy looks up and announces, Your families are innocent, so I only ask for this much. He is proud of himself. Oh, I am really kind. Habil Azrahan recalls Lai's wicked smile and judges himself only slightly annoyed that the construction has been delayed by these people. Alicia returns with a regal demeanor and announces that all the citizens of the kingdom will dedicate themselves to building the Queen's suspension bridge forever. Thanks to the high-level mages reducing the weight of the stones with gravity magic, the tower was immediately completed. Bio tightly held the cable and prepared to give the order. Bio is ready to launch. He shouts loudly. Launch Bio uses his skill and flies away at incredible speed. The citizens of the kingdom watch the scene below, while Bodong stands waiting at the tower on the other side with his arms wide open. The trap successfully caught the beast, but it wasn't very elegant. The staff quickly patched it up and attached it to the pole, then moved on to the second cable. Habil Azrahan also stands below the city watching. Jukien quietly praises. He is truly amazing, Habil Azrahan said with a smile. The young master is also very impressive. You have completed all the difficult tasks you never did before without missing a single day. The boy listened silently. Still remember, when he was young, he told me, I want to learn swordsmanship, a sword so heavy that it cut him and caused injuries. He looked at Jukin's newly appeared muscles and concluded that. And now, I don't think that way anymore. Back to the construction. Ippo is using his water absorption skill to lift the bridge. The mages standing above quickly try to counteract, reducing its value. Loy spun the haul in his hand and slammed it down to the ground, shouting loudly, Advance! Advance! The bridge was completed under Lloyd Frontera's guidance. System notification. The construction of the Royal Capital Suspension Bridge has been completed. A large amount of friendship points has been awarded based on the construction achievement. The loyalty points bonus is 1,050. Now I have 3,019. I haven't spent anything and have been saving. Finally, I have enough friendship points. That's great. Alicia stands solemnly on the bridge and announces that it will be named after Lloyd and his brave knight. It will be called Roy Happy, and furthermore, by the Queen's decree, I will bestow Lloyd the title of Master Craftsman. Sidus stands among the crowd drinking. Such a child is a master craftsman. I have built the bridge. He looks at the finished product and accepts it. However, he is the only one capable of designing something like that. I will acknowledge it. Loy kneels down, quietly calculating. Now that we've received such a large construction fee, we can finally settle our inheritance debt. However, there is still a major obstacle. He lifts his face and looks ahead. In front of Lai, Alicia is also looking at him. She quietly considers how she should take advantage of this opportunity. There are many places I can take advantage of. As if reading Alicia's mind, I secretly feel dissatisfied and think to myself, maybe the Queen is wondering how I should utilize you. Absolutely not. My dream is to become wealthy and retire. All right, let's follow the plan. She started to speak. I have a request for you. We'll talk about it once we get to the palace. Loy quickly responded and kept thinking about the plan, praying for a royal decree while dealing with issues at Jukian's academy and escaping the Queen's grasp, killing two birds with one stone. Returning to the palace, Alicia declared in a stern voice as Queen Alicia, I award Loy Frontera a fiefdom and a noble title befitting his abilities. The nobles in the palace couldn't help but tremble. Alicia looked at them and thought to herself, although he is the son of a rural baron, he is the one who punished high-ranking officials like us. Having a fief and a title is such a troublesome burden, so why are these complaints still ongoing? Here. Loy kneeling below, he speaks. Thank you, Your Highness. He proposed his own suggestion, but I humbly beg for your forgiveness and to make a greater request. The high-ranking officials in the palace frowned in displeasure at this. Alicia quickly demands to hear the bigger request, saying, I want to hear it. Loy responds promptly. If you find what I have presented reasonable, please keep the royal estate and the title immediately, she quickly added. I will decide after hearing it. What does he want? Royal officials, the construction costs are higher, but no matter what, I will keep you by my side. He said seriously, asking for one thing for the Royal Academy, more precisely, to clean it up. Alicia frowned after hearing those words and sternly asked, Explain to me. Loy hurriedly explained. The Magenta Royal Academy is full of scandals, absurdities, and despicable actions. The atmosphere in the palace began to sink into his voice. The students formed factions rather than focusing on their studies. This causes children from lower backgrounds to be emotionally and physically hurt. The teachers at the academy all know this, but turn a blind eye. It has been proven through the black money they received. Loy continued to raise the issue. The students focus on their studies while indulging in the sweet ambition for world power, all while being protected by the sturdy walls of the classroom. The purpose of establishing the academy has already gone too far off course. Alicia silently listened to every word he said. The high-ranking people in the palace are confused, scared, and angry, and others outside are no different, terrified by Lloyd Frontera's words. He ordered Habel, who quickly reached into his pocket to take something. Yes, young master. Along with the sheet that Habel Azrahan presented came Lloyd Frontera's explanation. This is what the gods and guards have uncovered over the past 4 months. A graduate of the academy, a diligent person, even a dedicated professor, tired of this absurdity, has left the academy. Their testimonies and documents are carefully recorded. The 2 high-ranking officials involved with the academy immediately spoke up. Your Highness, that coward is lying. Yes, how could such a thing happen at the Royal Academy? Alicia glared and ordered. Those who just spoke immediately cast the confession spell. The mages quickly followed the orders, and those men met the same fate as the guild leader and Victor. In front of the Magenta Royal Academy, His Highness arrived, and Alicia ordered the soldiers behind to arrest everyone on the list, without exception, for anyone who knew or was even slightly connected. She loudly announced that everyone would be punished according to their crimes, stripped of their titles and assets, and prepared for the death penalty. Loy and Habil Asrahan stood on the hill listening to the panicked voices. I didn't do anything. Please save me, save me. This is a trap, this is a trap. He smirked maliciously. Habil Asrahan immediately spoke up upon seeing that. You seem very pleased that the academy has been cleared out, don't you? Loy denied it. What are you talking about? That's not true. He smirked slyly and revealed his true intention. Queen, she has completely forgotten about my existence. Now I just need to sneak away and enjoy life. Haha, Habil Asrahan is helpless. I understand you're in a good mood, but is it really necessary to make that face? Suddenly, a dagger appears behind Lai Frontera. The Queen conveys the message. He sternly announces, Go wherever you want, but make sure to be at the banquet tomorrow night. He still looked surprised and replied, Oh, yes. Suddenly, Ko continued the message, using the academy as a cover for a perfect undercover operation. I respect your playful spirit. Loy's face darkened. It's the Queen's right hand. Wow. He turned around and walked away. See you later. Ah, I am truly surprised. He asked irritably, Do you not even realize he's approaching? Habil Asrahan shook his head. Not at all. He looked at Ko's serious face and said, He is the best swordmaster in the kingdom. Lord Ko can hide his presence from a knight at my level as easily as turning his hand. The scene shifts inside the VIP rooms. Duque Frontera wondered, Did you really expect all of this, and is that why you hit Diego like that? Loy sits calmly. That's about it. He tilted his head with a smug look. I've finished the construction contract I received from the Queen. If the kid wants to reward me with something, then go investigate the academy. I have confidence and reasons, and I know it will succeed. The kid remained silent, then a call made him lift his face. Bomsom. The kid spoke softly. Mr. Loy looked surprised. What? Bum. Dukian smiles and says you don't need to call me Bomsom anymore because now I am your trusted and proud older brother. Loy listened and looked confused. The system notification panel thought you were a hero who awakened when facing a family crisis. He has opened his heart, shown respect, and acknowledged you. Jukian's affection for you has increased to 65, earning 9 out of 10 friendship points for a total of 3,929. Loy remained silent for a long time before criticizing. Just hearing that makes me want to vomit. Jukian also doesn't deny it. Now I'm also feeling regret. How pretentious. The scene shifts to a man playing the guitar. At a lively party, Alicia orders with a glass in hand. Lloyd Frontera is here. He is now hiding his face to divert attention. She calmly speaks. Do you think I wouldn't notice you? Standing out like a little cricket. Lloyd finally lowered his cloak to greet you. Ah, you're here already? Habil Asrahan greets and adds a teasing remark. May I have the honor of meeting your highness? Just like a cricket. Alicia then responded. So you think the same? No doubt about it. He's definitely a rabbit king. Lloyd looked at Habil Asrahan relaxing and thought to himself, what's with the sudden change? You look so relaxed, don't you? She finally spoke. Didn't you hear me tell you to come closer? He bowed his head in apology. Sorry, I apologize. The two of them remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, Alicia ordered closer. Lloyd quickly moved in, but she was no longer satisfied. He kept moving forward, but Alicia kept ordering him to come closer. They were almost face to face, but she still demanded to get closer. Lloyd broke out in a sweat, stammering. The god dared not get any closer to the queen. Alicia secretly leaned in and whispered into his ear. She whispers, come find me whenever you change your mind. I will be ready for anything. After saying that, Alicia walks away. This is a celebration for you, so feel free to enjoy it. Lloyd clenched his fist and smiled contentedly. What kind of joke is this? Of course, the best thing to do is eat and have fun. But what if a natural disaster occurs, and an incident happens on the territory? He thought happily, as if he had been set free. At that time, I will have to work and earn a living, then receive a lot of pension insurance money. Lloyd quickly rushed to the dining table and enjoyed. Hey, I can't wait to go home. I've been paid for my work and now I just need to enjoy it. Delicious. Suddenly, he remembered the content of the novel. Wait a minute. This is the story where the queen gets blackened. 3 years later, all the insurance will disappear. Suddenly, a knight's figure passed by him, carrying the words that the banquet would last until the moon set. Lloyd remained silent. Oh, I recognize this line. It refers to the story where the queen is poisoned and loses an arm. The secret code shared by the assassins plotting against the queen will be revealed in 3 years. So why now? Lloyd looked at the figure who had just passed by. He was confused, but it also came from Sir Keo's mouth. Alicia slumped onto the sofa. She rubbed her forehead, wondering if she had drunk too much, but everything was still normal. Alicia sat up uncomfortably. Things have been a bit too much these past few days. The academy is preparing for flood damage. She grimaced, thinking about what to do and the movements of the enemy country Asfahan. Alicia thinks about the enemy of Samarkand. He is gathering troops in the west of Asfahan. According to the note, it's not at a military training level. A national map appears on the left showing Magentano, in the middle Widnes, and on the other side, Asfahan, the invasion army's rally point. No way, if they were invading, they'd concentrate in the northern border area, crossing the vast wasteland. It's like suicide. She sat up straight, deep in thought. What are they doing? A sudden headache struck Alicia. Yeah, she vaguely thought about her body. Strange. This insect concentration can be fully ignited with the energy in my body. Alicia clutches her chest in pain, unable to control her heartbeat. Thump, thump. My breath is starting to choke. Alicia begins to think of a way to use the energy. I can neutralize it by reversing the flow. Suddenly, her heart flared up along with her blood vessels. Alicia clutches her chest and screams in pain, only then realizing the problem. Is the poison really that strong? I checked all the dishes carefully. Alicia struggled to stand up, huffing and puffing. She staggered forward, calling for help. Is there anyone out there? The image before Alicia's eyes begins to distort. Is there anyone outside? Where are the soldiers? Please. Suddenly, a tall man pushed the door open, and she gasped as she looked outside. Outside the main door, Keo was staring at Alicia with an emotionless gaze. Lord Keo. She weakly reached out her hand. Thank goodness, Bai, in this desperate moment, please, your hand. He began to speak. According to the person, the god was very pleased to arrive just in time as Keo drew his bloodstained sword and raised it, saying the god would help him fall asleep. Alicia was stunned, and at that moment a voice from the banquet ordered, Habil, it's time to get to work. Let's go. The two quickly leave the party. You didn't ask what it was about, did you? Habil Azrahan replied calmly. I can also sense the strange energy. What should I do now? Lloyd quickly explained, defeat the swordsmanship master. He's annoyed. Are you joking? Now's not the time. You don't care, so is asking that going to waste more time? Habil Azrahan continued. 2 minutes. Lloyd shortened it to 1 minute, and Habil Azrahan began to accelerate. On the way, he casually grabbed a piece of iron. Habil Azrahan said, 3 minutes. Lloyd accepts. Well done. Move forward. The two run to the turn and are shocked to find the wandering figures in front of Alicia's room have been slain. Inside, Ko swings his sword with all his might. She quickly uses her weapon to block the attack. He praised, "Not bad. Even when poisoned, you still blocked the 3 swords of the god." Alicia trembled and asked, "Lord Ko, why did you?" Suddenly, a direct blow to her stomach, Ko took the opportunity to raise his sword, ready to strike. Then he realized something. Habil Asrahan charges forward, aiming straight at Ko's head, then spins around and delivers a powerful slash to his iron staff. Ko is stunned. He blocks his sword with just a candle. Who is this guy? Suddenly, Habil Asrahan's eyes light up. He uses a high-impact collision circle skill. The candle holder in Habil Asrahan's hand lights up, surprising him. Huh? He struck a blow that sent Ko flying away. What is that? The way you use that strange energy is incredible. Habil Asrahan took the opportunity to shout and charge forward. His strikes pushed Ko back. Loi dodges the incoming sword strikes. "Are you all right?" "Your Highness." Alicia looked confused. "Are you okay?" He covered her mouth and said, "Talk later." Then Loi placed his hand on Alicia's stomach, using the Astrahan technique. The energy inside her began to be transferred into him, absorbing the energy. Habil Asrahan is still fighting fiercely with Ko when suddenly he uses energy to envelop his sword. Habil Asrahan anxiously looks toward the light ahead, the sword aura, a technique only a master swordsman can create. When he's ready, everything will be over. Suddenly, he throws the candlestick straight ahead. Ko focuses on blocking the attack to cancel the effect. Habil Asrahan quickly soars into the air. He grabs the candle holder, bouncing back towards him, then gathers all his strength to strike with a powerful slash, while Ko frowns as he watches Habil Asrahan rushing toward him. I have to admit, this guy is truly a genius at turning things around and using skills. However, he quickly punched straight into Habil Asrahan's stomach. Lacking practical experience, Ko took the opportunity to raise his sword high. He slashed forward, causing the ground to crack open, and the weight of the chandelier made it break in half, cutting Habil Asrahan across the chest. Loi is trying to absorb the poisoned energy from Alicia Habiello. His body is also starting to get poisoned, with purple veins appearing. "I'm counting on you. If you lose, we'll all die here." Ko smirked smugly as blood spurted out. He looked at Habil Asrahan's injured body and thought, "The cut is a bit shallow, but the damage is very clear." Ko takes the opportunity to charge again. Now is my chance to strike. Habil Asrahan also did not hold back and charged forward, surprised by the attack without any weapons. Dashing at this crazy guy. Does he not know fear? Ko slashed with his sword, but Habil Asrahan knelt down and dodged the attack. He shouted, "Bodong!" She's struggling to hold the sword handle and spin. Bodong quickly releases, sending the sword flying forward. Only then did he realize and become angry. Habil Asrahan grabbed the sword and drew it out. Ko doesn't wait and charges forward. He glares at him. Habil Asrahan quickly uses a skill to dash forward and unleash a blazing slash. Ko grits his teeth, watching the flames rushing toward him. He raised his sword to block but was still pushed back, causing Ko to fly out the door and crash into the wall. He quickly got up, attacking like a giant hammer. That's really ridiculous. Without hesitation, he launched another explosive slash straight at Ko. He immediately dodged the attack. Habil Asrahan quickly jumps out of the room, ready to strike again with a slash. He unleashes 4 flames towards Ko, causing an explosion. He swiftly dodged all 4 flames. My God, he's truly a monster. Lloyd is still trying to absorb the poison, and Alicia feels uncomfortable. "Yeah," she looked at his determined face. "Lloyd Frontera, Alicia is confused. How is that possible? He's absorbing my mana." Not only that, he also absorbs the contaminated mana. She asked Lloyd about this ability. He immediately interrupted. "Don't say anything else, the god can't concentrate." Alicia blurted out, "Sorry." "What's going on? The rooftop is angry." "Did you just scold me?" Loi quickly tried to dodge the question. "Not at all. Probably because of poisoning, you're having hearing problems." Alicia denied. "What? I don't think so. You admit it." "Sorry, Your Highness, but please take it slow." Loi suddenly coughed up blood. She was stunned after seeing that. Alicia looked at his miserable face and silently wondered what the hell he was doing. "Do you really want to save me, even if it will kill you?" Ko is now cornered in the duel between the 2 knights. Another fiery attack is headed straight for him. With a loud crash, the door leading into the party shatters into pieces. Ko lands firmly in position, and amidst the dust and smoke, Habil Asrahan appears, glaring at him. "You won't get away." Ko runs away, sweating profusely. "Eliminating him is really a waste of time," he sneers cunningly. "He's really stupid." Ko loudly gives the order. "Guards, listen carefully. This man has dared to attempt to assassinate the prince with his accomplices. Draw your sword and protect the queen." The royal guard quickly obeyed and pointed their weapons at Habil Azrahan to capture him. He calmly steps forward towards the charging soldiers. Habil Azrahan raises his sword, ready to defend. He grits his teeth, gathers his strength, and strikes down the approaching enemies. Then Habil Azrahan concentrates his energy into his sword and swings to send the remaining foes flying. Ko hides behind the observing soldiers, sweeping his sword to take down 3 elite soldiers in one strike. I've never heard of such a remarkable person in history. If he reaches the level of a swordsmanship master, he would look at Habil Azrahan trying to strike and assess him, and he could easily destroy an entire small kingdom. But that won't happen. Ko begins to use the aura of a master swordsman. Step aside, I will be his opponent because he will die right here. Habil Azrahan gazed into the approaching light with fear as Ko's sword aura advanced alongside his weapon. He swung his sword back and forth, the energy emanating from it suddenly enveloped the area in front, and Habil Azrahan stood ready against the sword aura when suddenly the cracked stones beneath his feet began to levitate, and the energy started illuminating the entire room. It struck Habil Azrahan directly, lifting him into the air before a sweeping strike hit him squarely. Ko calmly walks out the door, where Habil Azrahan lies motionless on the ground. He solemnly approached him, returning to Lloyd Frontera. He was clutching his arm filled with poison in pain, successfully extracting the deadly toxin. Alicia sat up, and Loy suddenly vomited a black liquid from within his body. She anxiously warned, "You will die if you keep going like that." Alicia urgently said, "Focus your mana on one arm, I will help you." Loy clenched his teeth, enduring the pain, knowing that he would cut off the god's arm. Like what was done in that novel, but the gods won't let that happen to me. You digging around like that would be too troublesome. He picks up a small knife from the ground and points it toward the sky. Lloyd screams out as energy erupts from the blade, creating a burst of light. He unleashed a barrage of dark energy from within his body. The energy shattered the walls and burst out of the palace. Ko suddenly hesitated as he sensed something and looked confused about what was happening. "What's going on? It looks like a huge mana explosion." "Loin. Exactly what did you do?" Then he looked at Habil Azrahan, struggling to sit up in front. He tried to stand up and grab his broken sword. Ko frowned in annoyance but managed to get up. "My swordsmanship's radiance?" Habil Azrahan vaguely looks ahead. "I have sworn." He trembles as he holds the sword in his hand. "So I, Azrahan, slowly raise my sword to keep my vow." Under the dark sky, a terrifying voice echoes from start to finish. Loy and Habil Azrahan sat by the small campfire. He wondered, what the hell is going on? Habil Azrahan blames himself as a knight of the young lord, yet I left him behind to fulfill my duties and ran straight to the Jiga Titan. I even felt disappointed that the young lord did not cooperate with me. He sat by the campfire, looking disappointed in himself. I used to want to rely on the young master, but in the end, I've always been like this. Habil Azrahan is timid, weak in spirit, and lacking strength. He constantly blames himself and is indifferent to his duties. I really don't have what it takes to become a knight. Lowy sighed in frustration. It's really not as serious as you think it is. He smiled casually. Anyway, you're already serving a 6-month salary deduction. Habil Azrahan begins to reconsider what he just said. He falls silent for a long time. Habil Azrahan speaks. 3 months lies hard to understand. It seems like I will accept it. He is disappointed. No, you ask again. So what's the point of asking? Habil Azrahan softly apologized, then suddenly spoke seriously. I swear to be a sword of protection for the young master. I will never abandon my duty again. Loy is annoyed. Swearing and playing with fire, and you want me to trust you? Habil Azrahan quickly replied, You don't need to believe me. But I will still keep my word. He sighed helplessly. Fine. If you like it, then suit yourself. He continued to voice his thoughts. I already know about the young master's achievement of the 3rd circle. I must catch up quickly to serve as your escort knight. So I have to become a master swordsman this year. Loy forced a smile. Are you kidding me? You sound like I'm going to lose 5 kilograms this year. Habil Azrahan asked again. Isn't that just talk? He paused to think for a moment, then picked up a branch from the ground. Listen, Lowy drew a circle on the ground and explained. Humans can only enhance their mana heart up to a certain limit, right? If it's true according to the theory, you won't be able to go any further even after practicing for centuries. So how could you become a master swordsman? I think even with an ocean of mana, it still wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan stepped forward and erased the drawing, looking annoyed. Hey, he's expressing his intention. This time I will do it myself, without the young master's help. I will no longer rely on the young master Loy. Back to the present, Ko is gathering energy on his sword and charging forward. Habil Azrahan also did not panic and charged forward. With his own strength, he will become a master swordsman. However, he was pierced through the body by KO's sword, followed by the energy from his skill causing rocks and dirt behind Habil Azrahan to fly everywhere. Kyo seriously praised, "You amaze me. Any normal body could be torn into 100 pieces after being pierced by my sword aura." He holds onto the sword, stabbing into his left shoulder. "Did you reinforce your body by strengthening your entire mana mass at once? If so, then praise me a little for my technique." Kyo looks serious and then dies. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan's body suddenly burst into flames. He shouted as he unleashed his energy. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan grabbed his hand. He forcefully grabs Kyo's energy-imbued sword. He panics. "You crazy bastard, what are you doing?" Habil Azrahan grit his teeth and endured, the mana unleashed from his sword aura burning his entire body. He looked at Kyo's sword, let it flow through the blade into his hand, then pierce through his heart, and finally into his mana heart. Suddenly, Kyo forcefully lifts Habil Azrahan and then throws him off the sword. Habil Azrahan is pushed into the wall and then collapses to the ground. He lies motionless after the collision, and he also silently looks at Habil Azrahan. Kyo looked at his body and felt no breath, no flow of man. He quickly turned and walked away. "I've wasted too much time. Now it's time to take the queen's head." Suddenly, a voice echoed in my ear. "So, that's how it is." Habil Azrahan suddenly stood up from the ground. Kyo looked back in shock. "What?" he calmly said. "The mana of a swordsmanship master." Suddenly in Habil Azrahan's hand is a sword formed from blue mana. He widened his eyes in shock at what he saw. "What is that? A radiant sword technique? I've never heard of anything like that before." Habil Azrahan begins to swing his sword backward to defend, and the energy surrounding his sword suddenly erupts even more powerfully. A burst of energy shoots toward Kyo. He quickly unleashes his aura sword technique, slashing a mana blade forward. Two energies collide, but Kyo's energy is the one that vanishes. He opens his eyes in horror. One of Kyo's arms is gone, hanging down and rolling away. He panic-stricken shouted in pain. Only now do the soldiers rush over in panic. "Sir." Suddenly a voice made all the soldiers halt, anyone stepping forward. Habil Azrahan stands proudly with his sword, warning that he will face the sword of a master swordsman. Inside Alitia's room, a worried voice echoes. Lloyd Frontera." She grabbed his hand in panic and shouted. "Open your eyes," Alicia urgently demands. "You have the ability to absorb mana, right? Then absorb mine." She screamed in panic. "Lloyd Frontera, how could you lose such a talented individual? Wake up, you're opening your eyes slowly." The system notification shows survival from the mark's poison. The warrior unlocks a new exclusive option for the mana alloy skill. Loy vaguely reads the message. Immune. Immune to all toxins in rapid combat. When the skill is activated in a depleted state, mana will be absorbed from the external environment. What is this? Are all of these top-tier skills? Suddenly Loy grinned mischievously, looking very pleased. Alicia, seeing this, got angry and punched him straight in the head without thinking. Loy exclaimed, "Oh my, you're stunned and don't know what just happened." Alicia also realized she didn't mean to, and Loy asked, "Your Majesty, why all of a sudden?" She turned her face away and replied, "I don't know, but your face looks suspicious." "What do you mean? Is something wrong with the god's face?" "Forget it. Are you feeling better now? Can you stand up?" Loy's whole body was now limp and immobile. God doesn't know anymore, then Ko's legs are trembling a little. I have to hurry to help Habe. He recalls the quick strike skill from earlier. When activated in a depleted state, mana is absorbed from the surrounding environment. Now I have no choice but to try this move. Loy's body begins to absorb energy and the magic heart starts to accelerate. The magic circles are also starting to move. They're spinning much faster than usual. Fast attack. Did Alicia's energy suddenly get pulled away? What is happening? Loy is starting to use his skill. His body is starting to absorb everything with energy. From glasses to flames, nothing escapes Lloyd Frontera's mana pull. Even the objects in the room are no exception. Alicia panicked. Her absorption ability was incredible. If this continues, all my mana will be stolen. Wait a moment. Lloyd Frontera. She looked at his face, which seemed to be unconscious. Is he not hearing me? Alicia silently thought. You saved my life. Alicia began sitting upright despite Lloyd draining her mana. Just absorb as much as you desire and go help that knight with your strength. His body begins to draw in mana as he wished. Alicia struggles to endure while he lets his mana absorption skill take over. The increasing pull turned the room into a chaotic mess. Suddenly, Loy opened his eyes and woke up, now in a room that was completely pale and lifeless. The level up notification board shows that the Mana Heart skill has advanced to Near Master Swordsmanship, unlocking a unique new option for the Mana Heart skill, the Frenzied Mind. You will be in frenzy mode for 60 seconds, only moving towards the designated target. In non-frenzy mode, strength, stamina, and reflexes are increased by 200%, and it can be used once per day. He was stunned by the notification. Loy sat up, feeling light as if he had just been recharged. Suddenly he realizes the current problem. That's right, Habel. He must be fighting alone against that swordmaster. Loy glanced to the side as if seeing a dried-up corpse. Is the queen leaving? He looked around in panic. What's going on? What happened to her? Did her skill affect her? Alicia suddenly spoke. I will ask for details later. For now, your urgent order to stop Kyo is the top priority. Can you carry me? Loy quickly acted, willing to help, he thought to himself. The queen is truly top-notch. She doesn't care what others will say after this. Loy carries Alicia on his back and prepares to run. Let's get ready to run. He rushes through the rooms like a gust of wind. Habil, just wait. Your master is coming to help. Alicia quietly assesses that Habil Asrahan is truly a genius at controlling mana, but that's not enough to face the seasoned swordmaster alone. She struggles to control her energy, focusing a little mana, at least a third of her usual capacity. The two of them turned a corner and were stunned by what they saw ahead. In their eyes, Habil Asrahan stood majestically before the elite soldiers of the kingdom. Loy was amazed. Habil. As soon as he looked at the glowing sword, he immediately recognized that it was the aura of swordsmanship. That is definitely the aura of swordsmanship. Then Loy looked down and saw Kyo holding his shoulder in pain. He did it. Kyo Alicia steps down and orders to lower the weapons quickly. The soldiers were stunned by the queen. She pointed at him and explained. The assassin planning to kill the queen is that guy over there. Then he turns to Habil Asrahan. These are the two people who risked everything to save me. Loy thought to himself, scratching his head. It's because you are a paying customer, Alicia ordered firmly. Show respect and behave properly in front of these heroes. The soldiers began to stand in strict formation. She stepped through the crowd and announced that everyone in the banquet hall would be investigated. This is a safety measure of the royal family, so please cooperate. Loy frowned and asked, Hey, have you now become a swordsmanship master? Habil Asrahan calmly replied, Yes, what's wrong? You seem even more annoyed. Yeah, I haven't eaten yet. How can you say that so calmly? Habil Asrahan wondered in confusion. So what do you want me to say? He reminded him seriously. You will encounter dangerous situations more frequently from now on. This is the only way to complete my escort mission. Lloyd was a bit stunned after Habil Asrahan's words. Then he smiled contentedly. Whatever. Do as you wish. Moreover, I'm glad he's still okay. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. You have achieved another impressive feat tonight. The hidden condition has been fulfilled by the enormous energy of the achievements you have gained so far. Lloyd is amazed. Oh, what is this? What are you sending me again today? He stands solemnly reading each notification. The reward system table, activation, each honor, and title created for your achievements. Each honor you possess grants you an additional skill. It will also give you a certain amount of honorary points each month on every full moon at midnight. The system menu displays a list of honors that have shattered your entire body. CPR, if you're desperate, I will smash your face into that ORC's face. Good job. CRM Lobster Magentano. The fisherman looked annoyed and said, What kind of army is this? It must be some kind of noble title, like Cremeau's bodyguard or something. Why can't the magenta hero just pick a cool name? The honor system's name list is designed to fit your face perfectly. Are you annoyed and criticizing? Are you really messing around? Can I change my name? Loy looked at the honor list and thought that if I get recognized, I might be able to develop my skills. However, the system display continues to perform well. CRMO Lobster opens up the territory of all Cremona provinces, including the CRMO domain, maintaining the glory for 120 years, with 9 effect types of glory lasting 24 hours in the area, and the honor duration depends on your actions. The area and phase will expand, extend, and shorten. With resilience rewards activated when fighting an enemy 10 times stronger, causing double damage and having incoming damage. Loy stared in shock, eyes wide. What is this? What kind of power boost is this? Do all honors have effects? He looked at the system display showing his shares. No, so what is this share for? The system panel won't tell me, even if I ask. It pops up, I was about to let you know, but I won't. Loy is begging, just tell us. The system screen is pretending to be clueless. What are you saying? I can't hear anything. He kneels and begs. Please forgive me. Tell me already, system. Haha. Dream on, sweetheart. Keep begging. Habil was tired of Lloyd's actions, and once again saw him doing some strange tricks. Now the system panel explains that when you use the collected shares, you gain power to resist the laws of the world. The final reveal, it actually works. Loy was surprised by the final announcement. Under the clear blue sky, Loy stretched out on the sofa. He lazily spoke up. Ah, I'm so tired. I haven't slept at all because of this investigation, Dukian asked worriedly. So have you found out who is behind the KO Lord? Loi calmly replied, not always. They say they are using a confession spell on anyone who reveals the secret, so why resist? I knew it wouldn't go smoothly. Therefore, leaving the capital is not advisable right now, and I am stuck sitting here, feeling frustrated and wanting to finish quickly so I can go home, but this assassination isn't part of the novel. Maybe it was mentioned in part 2. He falls silent, worried. But the event happened 3 years earlier in the novel. At this rate, the future could change even more. If this keeps going, it's going to be a big problem. The card. My insight into the future will be useless. He looks at the system display board. By using the collected shares, you will gain absolute power against the laws of the world. The ending is revealed and can be used. I only have the skills I need. Is this really a skill I can actually use? Dukian continued to ask, but what about Habil? Is he still under investigation? Calmly, Lo responded. Oh, that guy the queen summoned him privately. The boy listened quietly because he is a master swordsman. For a moment, Dukian was stunned. Then the boy shouted in panic. Why are you so surprised about everything? Habil has already defeated Lord Ko. Of course, only a swordmaster could do that. Dukian hesitated. I thought he was captured for helping the soldiers. Are you kidding me, kid? Is that normal? Even 100 guards wouldn't be strong enough to defeat a swordsmanship master, right? The kid realized something. Wait a minute. So Lloyd also silently looked at Jukian. The scene shifts to the palace, and Alisaya speaks, Haben Asrahan, through this event, we confirm your unprecedented swordsmanship skills and the resilience of your sword aura not recorded in the archives. Lady Hyemningi demands, but since you already know, the position of Royal Guard Captain is vacant, so I order you. Habil Azrahan bows his head and listens. From now on, be by my side as the captain of the Royal Guard. Jukian quietly asked, Habil, is he going to leave us? Habil Asrahan remained silent for a long moment before speaking, asking for forgiveness for his rudeness. Your Majesty, Loy also fell silent upon hearing the question. He suddenly responded with a displeased look, saying, That kid isn't really close to Habil, huh? He seriously refused. This lowly person is a knight of Lord Akos Frontera. Please understand that I cannot leave him. Alicia fell silent after hearing the response, then spoke irritably. Do you understand what I am asking for? Alicia warns of the consequences. You know the price of disobeying the Queen's orders is treason. Habil Asrahan remained silent after Alicia's words, still firm in his decision. Please proceed, but allow the god to send a farewell letter to the Marquis. Alicia sighed in frustration. Is it truly a noble thing to say that someone should kill the god? Habil Asrahan remained silent. Please forgive my sinful actions. She remained silent for a moment, contemplating something, and he did not protest. Suddenly, Alicia ordered, Continue. I respect your wishes. Habil Asrahan bowed his head in gratitude and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Then he stood up and bowed again. Habil Asrahan turned to leave the royal palace when suddenly a voice called his name from ahead. Habil, Your Highness. What did you say? Probably Habil Asrahan is smiling. He smiled naturally. I will always be a knight of the Frontera house. Chukien was so happy he was moved to tears. Alicia still sits quietly on the throne of the Frontera estate, smiling at her own thoughts, knowing she's not very famous among the local people there. Under the dark night sky, Loy lies on the grass using the display board. He looks at the display to search. The skill is granted by other achievements. Loy reads the content aloud, bones broken all over. Is this what I get for chasing Nomen? The people of Frontera are truly blessed. I will also put your face on the ORC. This can be used. What else is there to the ORC's roar? Lai smiles contentedly, magenta firm. Oh, this is amazing. With the absolute trust of Queen Alicia and no suspicion of treason in a conspiracy. Loy chuckles slyly, plotting secretly. The nobles I have punished are still safe, no matter how hard these old men try to set traps. Ha ha. Suddenly he looked up at the sky and saw the moon gradually brightening. The system notification panel increases in the moonlight of the night sky. Shares are awarded from the 20-second contribution you received. I sit up from the mat. Here we go. Let's see. The system display reveals the ending by consuming shares. You can preview some of the ending scenes that will take place in the final chapter of the current story. The required shares for the first time are 20. Do you want to use the ending reveal? Yes or no? Loy smirked seductively. No matter how much he thought about it, in this current situation he could only see one possible future. Wouldn't it be really bad if you gained too much weight from eating too many sweets? Try clicking yes on the notification. Suddenly the surroundings darkened into darkness. He was frightened and sat up. What is this? What's going on? It's a bit scary, isn't it, Your Excellency? Your Excellency, suddenly a blazing scene appears all around. He panicked and stood up. Where am I? Loy looked around this place and then realized he was in the Frontera Insane Asylum. But Loy looked at what was in front of him with suspicion. Why do the houses and trees look like that? Suddenly, he realized something behind him, and in front of Loy was a body completely gnawed on. He panicked and turned around. What's going on? What is this? What's wrong? How is this going to end? He shouted, calling out, "Hey, is anyone here? Someone answer me." The surrounding scene was now only filled with corpses and ruins. Are you serious about this? All of this is really going to happen. Hey, can you hear me? Suddenly he froze after discovering something. In front of Lloyd are Habil Asrahan and a future Lloyd kneeling before the two bodies, eyes wide with fear. Lloyd recognizes the two corpses in front of him, the Count and the lady. The future Lloyd weakly speaks up. "If you had come a little earlier, I would be crying in regret. I'm sorry I couldn't protect both of you. I'm truly sorry." Lloyd was overwhelmed with shock at this moment. He shouted into the sky, "Why did it end like this?" Suddenly, Lloyd realized something behind him. Behind him, a swarm of monsters covers the sky above, their shapes beginning to emerge, with sharp teeth and cruel eyes rushing toward him at incredible speed. Lloyd immediately recognized the shape as a locust, a deadly footstep approaching. Habil Asrahan firmly grasped his weapon and moved closer to the charging locusts. He immediately drew his sword and used his sword aura technique. Habil Asrahan swung horizontally, unleashing a stream of mana forward. The slash aimed directly at the approaching monsters. He didn't wait and struck again. The two cuts forming an X pattern disrupted the grasshopper monster's formation, and Habil Asrahan, seemingly losing his mind, continued to attack. A mana slash is unleashed again. The swarm of locust monsters disperses after the strikes. Looking ahead with doubt, I did it. The swarm of locust monsters still covers the sky, suddenly rushing straight toward Habil Asrahan. The swarm of locust monsters rushes in, covering his entire body in darkness. After the swarm's attack, he collapses to his knees on the grass, panting heavily and sweating profusely. "Hey, system, is it really going to happen?" The system panel remained silent for a moment before responding. "You still don't believe despite seeing this, huh?" He immediately stood up after being confirmed. Loy quickly runs into the palace, thinking as he rushes down the corridor, he made it clear that it would happen in the future. Loy remembers the moment he knelt in the future. "If only I had come a little earlier. I just rushed off thinking it through. I don't know how many there are, but I have to go deal with it." The cause of the locust swarm has been clearly identified. Alicia is sitting at her desk, pondering. "What? The entire Cremona region is crawling with monsters. Yes, Your Highness, we must mobilize our army to prepare for the unprecedented chaos." She softly asks, too suddenly, "Tell me more about this great disaster." He quickly explains, it is Asfahan's enemy, aiming to create a domino of monsters to drain the strength of the Megentano kingdom. Loy explains everything in detail, enslaving the monsters in the eastern wilderness by stealing their habitat, while another group of monsters is pushed westward as the first group moves in that direction. The monsters crashed like dominoes, causing huge damage to the eastern region. He nervously thought about the 3.5 years of this novel from now. And even more, that is what will happen in the distant north on our land. That is what will happen in the far north. I don't know why the time and details have changed, but now is not the moment to argue about it. Alicia also secretly suspected that Asfahan had moved through the wilderness in the east. That is certainly possible. However, she called out Lai Fronter's name. He quickly replied, "Yes, Your Highness?" Alicia asked seriously, "This news from Asfahan is suspicious. How do you know about it?" Lai panicked upon hearing that. "Damn it. Think about it. Use your brain. She shared her thoughts, and now I realize you're hiding too much from me." Alicia frowned and asked why you felt more suspicious if Jim would know if Asfahan moved. Lloyd licks his lips, ready to use his skill, and lies without blinking. He answers the previous question seriously with a small connection. They are related to the ORC in the Wasteland, the Steel Clan. They keep telling the god about the West. Lloyd keeps bluffing. "The first thing I learned is that Keo's assassination plot makes it difficult for Keo and the mayor to exchange strange words and look at each other with affectionate eyes. Wow, are those two dating?" He thought it was a beautiful scene, so he followed them and then witnessed that spectacle. He was lying very seriously, absorbing mana and turning the surrounding area into mud. But you already know Habel, the Knight of the Guard team, is an unprecedented genius. I have been with him since he was a child and learned self-defense techniques from a genius, so I am also a genius and very skilled. Alicia listened to his explanation with annoyance, almost convinced that everything made sense. She glared at Lloyd Frontera, but somehow she kept feeling that something was off. He sweat nervously, thinking to himself that he seemed a bit lacking in improvisation skills. Alicia silently and seriously looked at Lloyd Frontera. He was frightened by that serious gaze, and the praise effect was activated on the system notification. Magentano takes advantage of Queen Alicia's absolute trust, with no ulterior motives of causing suspicion of treason. Loy looks at the notification in shock. Alicia accepted the proposal. Very well. Jim's rapid response team, 500 cavalry, I will support with 50 mages. Your order is to track the enemy's movements. Loy chuckled smugly. Wonderful, you're truly generous. Thank you, Your Highness. She continued to inquire, what's your name? If it were you, would you understand better than anyone else? Do you think there would be no reward for trusting baseless guesses? Loy immediately replied, of course, I know nothing in this world comes for free. He smiled confidently. If this can prevent the monster attack, then all predictions and decisions are within the authority of the person in charge. I only helped restore the royal family's authority through the assassination. Alicia also smiled brightly like a flower. You are quite suspicious, but I like your way of talking. After the negotiation, Loy and Habil Azrahan started riding away. Wow, the two of them are rushing out of the kingdom at full speed. Suddenly, Loy says something unclear. Habil Azrahan didn't hear and immediately spoke up, saying, please explain your reason for doing this. The wind was so strong it almost tore his veil, making it hard to hear, but it seemed he understood everything. Yes, I understand everything now. Please tell me. Loy continued explaining in the native language of the trees. He recounted that when we arrive at the Frontier estate, we will be there within 5 days. Is that what you mean? All right. With his face distorted by the wind, Lowen now considers that Habil can easily conquer the army of a small nation. Seeing dozens of enemies cut in half with a single sword stroke, their enemy's energy will be exhausted. Yes, you trash. This time our enemies are not humans because objects have no spirit to retreat. He remembers the future hordes of locusts, which run straight toward their prey without fear of death. That's why only Habil isn't enough. Loy recalled the actions of the Chow Chow monsters and devised a plan, including 360-degree movements. Attacks came from all directions, and that was not something only 1 or 2 highly armed individuals could stop. Loy orders Bodong, let's part ways here. He immediately crawls out from his shirt. Bodong, please, be on time. Bodong jumps out of the shirt and starts following the plan. He is seriously considering we have a plan. Stand tall, my honey jar, dien trang frontiere. The two rush out from the mountain and soar into the sky. As dawn breaks, they continue to fly swiftly through the forest ahead. Loy pulled the horse back. Calm down. The two of them stopped in front of a cliff where the swarm of chameleon-like insects had gathered in front. He frowns and thinks deeply, just a little more, just a little more. The villagers are looking up at the sky, everyone stopping their work in amazement. In the sky, swarms of Chow Chow monsters are flying everywhere, and a man stands in shock. What is that? Loifai shouted loudly as he rode up. Hey, what are you doing to go crazy like that? Get out of here. The man turned around and shouted, Young master, shout loudly and ask for the biggest bottle. The grasshopper squad begins to charge forward in search of enemies, heading straight for the Frontier estate. Emily is terrified as a monstrous grasshopper crashes through the window. It snarled maliciously, baring its teeth. She stammered in fear. What is this? Suddenly, the monstrous grasshopper lunged at Emily just as a chair was lifted into the air. Mabella Frontera arrived just in time to crush its head, but it wasn't the only one. Another swarm of chameleon-like locusts rushed inside. She quickly grabbed her hand and asked, Emily, come with me. She responded in panic. Yes, madam. The demon looked outside and saw thousands of locust monsters covering the sky. She looked grim with fear. What is going on? Suddenly, Akos Frontera ran out from the alley. Are you all right, demon? She saw him and immediately spoke up. Akos. He loudly demands, wait just a moment. Akos Frontera hurriedly pushes the door open, stunned by the swarm of locust-like monsters flying around the mansion. The monsters suddenly change their target to the 3 people as Bayan rushes towards the mansion. He shouted an order. All guards, listen up, gather at the Count's residence. Suddenly a voice echoed in Bayan's ear, catching his attention. Ah, get lost. On the other side, a teenage boy is being attacked by a swarm of locusts. He looks at him and hesitates. Oh no, the people are in danger, but Count Bayan Bavaria remembers Frontera's warning. I hope this won't happen, but if a disaster occurs in my territory, please protect the people for me. I believe that his lord and his knights exist for the benefit of their people. Bayan did not hesitate and charged forward. He decapitates the chameleon beetle on the boy's shoulder and keeps fighting the surrounding insects. Bayan stands in front and gives the order. Mikai hides behind the curtain, and the chameleon monsters, seeing the prey, focus their attack elsewhere. The Orsi has also joined the fight against the monsters. He shouted loudly, O great warriors of the Orc tribe, even if today is the last day, keep your oath to your brothers and our clan. The Orsis behind him eagerly raised their weapons. while Bayan also fought hard to fend off the 7 monsters. The ORC side was also not inferior, crushing each approaching locust monster, but the number was too many, and Bayan couldn't fight back, so he lay down and held Mikai in his arms. Meanwhile, the villagers have also been found by the chameleon monsters. Some stand up to fight, while others can only collapse in helplessness. The orc tribe also couldn't escape being completely devoured. CU now unable to fight back and using his whole body to protect Emily. Everyone desperately protected the Count in front of the mansion. The swarm of locusts still covers the sky completely, while a helpless mother holds her child as they are gnawed on. She cried and looked up. In front of her was a giant grasshopper monster biting her hair. Suddenly it trembled as it looked up at the sky. The chameleon grasshoppers on their backs stop biting and look up as the swarm is drawn to something glowing in the sky. They quickly abandon their current target and rush up. Lloyd shouts, "Damn you, grass-eating insects!" Habil Asrahan immediately raised his tool, ready to strike, and swung directly at the iron shield in Lloyd Frontera's hand. "Did you hear me? You find that gentle sound amusing, don't you?" Habil Asrahan continues to strike with force once more toward the shield. The swarm of locust monsters begins to riot in the air, rushing forward quickly and then gathering into a line. The surrounding monsters quickly gathered together, forming a circle of monsters. Akos Frontera is unclear. That voice. Mabella realizes, that's right, that voice must definitely be Loy's. The monsters are now only focusing on attacking the 2 of them. Loy is panicking. "Oh no, they're coming," Habil Asrahan announced seriously. "They are chasing us just as planned. I'm satisfied with the result. Let's attract more of them and herd them out to the suburbs. The 2 of you run ahead of the monsters behind, surprising everyone." Loy firmly drew his iron shield and ordered a strong attack. Habil Asrahan followed the command but struck too hard, causing him to spit out a mouthful of water. Loy angrily criticizes, "That attack was too strong. Why does this little brat keep smiling like that?" Habil Asrahan smirks and prepares to strike. "Here it comes." He immediately stopped him. "Don't hesitate, keep going." Loy was defending himself while thinking, just like the novel described. Those insects react to the noise. It worked. Loy rides ahead to the land of Count Racona. "Let's go." Habil Asrahan was stunned by his decision. Is he planning to help the whole family too, in such an urgent situation? The HBL affinity system has increased your score by 3. You now have 54 points of closeness. Loy, though panicked, only revealed his true face in his thoughts. "I won't be satisfied with just enough money to pay the water bill." In front of Duke Racona's territory, he hurriedly fled from the swarm of locust monsters attacking the mansion. "Ha! What's going on?" Suddenly Duke Racona turned around. He rushed in with Habil Asrahan, smashing through the glass window in a panic. "Oh my God." Count Racona lies on the ground, crying out. "Lloyd Frontera." He put on a sinister face and spoke. "Don't even think about delaying the water tax. He's like a demon, literally." Habil Asrahan continues to strike the iron shield. "Let's go." The 2 people rush out of the mansion, leaving Duke Racona stunned inside, followed by a horde of monstrous creatures swarming like an army. Habil Asrahan expresses his thoughts. This is a tactic to gather them all by passing straight through the building, dismissing them outright. The tactic is to steal. Han again smiles wickedly and reveals the true meaning. "I'm getting back at them. Damn them all." "Ha ha." Habil Asrahan remains silent in front of Lloyd Frontera's smile. Epilepsy is still active. Lloyd gloats over the monsters following behind. "So, can you keep up with me?" He firmly holds his shield and shouts loudly as Captain Loy charges into battle. Habil Asrahan saw that and warned him to save his strength. "What good does shouting do anyway?" he retorted loudly. "You know nothing at all," Loy sneers maliciously. "You have to shout loudly to save them, damn it." "Ha ha." He looks at Lloyd Frontera with contempt. Damn, he's really gone crazy. He keeps riding off to deliver the message. "That's enough. Let's head to the Marae's clearing zone." Suddenly, Loy notices something ahead. Ahead of him, a swarm of chameleon monsters was charging forward. Damn it, is there another group? Habil Asrahan leaps forward and commands, "The floating caps rise up, follow me." He drew his sword and began using his sword aura technique, slicing the chattering locust monsters in half as they charged toward Habil Asrahan. The corpses are being thrown back violently onto Lloyd Frontera's shield as Habil Asrahan continues to strike forward, creating a path to move through. The swarm of chameleon monsters started to disperse and fly into the sky. They regrouped and continued the chase. Loy looks back and says, "Great, they've all gathered together." The 2 of them rush across the field, chased by the monsters. Just a little further, the horse suddenly let out a few neighs as it kept running. Loy looked over and realized, is the horse tired? Damn it! He threw the shield in his hand and announced, "Habil is already prepared to ride. He's hard to understand. Back?" Suddenly, Loy jumped off the horse and leapt towards Habil Asrahan. He jumps onto Habil Azrahan's back and holds on tightly. Lloyd immediately gives the order. "Now you are my horse, run now." He also leapt off his horse. Lloyd, seeing him as his horse, shouted. Habil Azrahan, filled with anger, charged forward. He used all his strength to run as fast as possible, but still couldn't match the speed of the swarm of chameleon-like monsters. They managed to catch Habil Azrahan after the chase. At that moment, Lloyd shouted loudly, "Bell! Hippo!" and the two of them surfaced from the water area in front of the monsters. Habil, Azrahan, and Lloyd quickly covered their heads and dove into the water to hide. Bio jumped up and aimed his butt at the swarm of chameleon bugs. The swarm of monsters charges straight at Bio. Bio quickly uses the volcanic eruption skill, unleashing a flame aimed at the monsters. The chameleon monsters now just wait for the flames to reach them, and the horde of monsters in front dissolves into smoke. A cloud of black smoke appeared after the blast. Loey stood up and shouted. The second attack. Hippo quickly follows the command and sprays a stream of water with strong pressure. The remaining monsters were also swept away by the water flow, and those sprayed by Hippo fell to the ground. Loy uses his explosive skill to give the order. The third attack, Habil Azrahan, also unleashes a burst of power on command. The two of them aim directly at the monsters and release their energy. The swarm of locust monsters was also swept up by their overwhelming energy. The two attacks gradually faded in the air, followed by the defeated locust monsters falling down. The two of them, breathless, watched the swarm of locusts in the sky. Loy falls back. "I'm exhausted to death," Habil Azrahan said softly. "We've probably taken care of most of them." He looked up at the rooftops, but there are still many left. Habil Azrahan observes from the house and estimates there must be around 1,000 of them. Loy calmly speaks up. "It's okay." The soft sound of footsteps echoes through the forest. "Now it's the time for the cleaner." Bodong sat on the ground, observing. Following them are the Orc tribe sharpening their weapons. 300 elite warriors from the Iron Sand tribe, along with a group of horses resting on the sandbank. Soldiers and mages also begin to appear. 500 white soldiers and 50 mages. Loy pushed aside the cleaning and spoke. "Let them deal with that mess. We have other things to take care of." Habil Azrahan wondered what's going on. He sternly mentions the domino monster. He speaks seriously. A single wave hasn't finished the first one yet. The leader of the Knight Squad shouted, "White Knights." He shouted the order, "For the Great Prince, for the Queen's territory, eliminate them all, leave no one alive." The mages began channeling energy into their spears. The White Knights charged forward to attack. The White Knights began to eliminate the remaining chameleon monsters in the air, while the ORC side also charged forward, stabbing the chameleon monsters and roasting them under the cheers of the Meat tribe. The Orc begins to enjoy the chameleon monster deliciously. Ak and his tribe cheer excitedly, moving forward. Protein. Suddenly, Emily approached Kuer, the ORC warrior, apologized, and held out a rose in front of him. "Thank you for protecting me earlier. After succeeding, thank you." Emily quickly runs ahead of Kier's gaze. His love for her began to blossom from this moment. Over there, Akos Frontera hurried over, worried. "Loin." Mabella Frontera also couldn't help but feel worried. "Loin, are you okay?" Mr. Han asked, grabbing his shoulder. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Lo responded in shock. I'm fine." Agos Frontera holds him tightly and says, "I thank you and apologize to you very much. You saved everyone in place of this terrible father of mine." Mabella Frontera also cried bitterly, holding him tight. "Why are you willing to save people so easily? What if you get hurt?" Loy is not happy. Instead, he secretly protests. "It's just about preparing for retirement. I only did it for my own benefit, and the system panel couldn't help but appear." "What's so annoying? What are you laughing at?" "System, it seems you don't remember what you said in the final reveal." Lloyd asked back irritably. "Huh, what are you talking about? Did I say anything?" "System. If I don't remember, then forget it." He sat resigned to their embrace, silently thinking, "Yeah, whatever. Now there are more things to do. I need to prepare for the second wave. The system notification shows you have achieved the new title of #1 Headhunter. The title duration is 115. Title share points, 2. Title effects. Just looking at it can make all the insect monsters fear. The insects immersed in that fear will become very weak, and their combat ability will decrease. As night falls, Loy stands in the middle of a field when suddenly a white knight approaches from behind. Velati Bren steps forward, asking, "Did you summon me for something?" "Captain of the Velati White Cavalry," Loy bows his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your response. You played an important role in the locust eradication plan. I would like to thank you and bow before you." He spoke somewhat irritably. "Stop beating around the bush. Everyone can see we've been responsible for the cleanup from the start." Loey would never admit it. If it were just us cleaning up, it would take weeks, but suddenly Velati Bren spoke up to get his attention. "Honestly, at first I was really angry. You're just an ordinary engineer, yet you're the one leading the Great White Cavalry. He expressed his inner thoughts, saying, but only after I arrived did I realize that everything here follows your plan. There's no denying you're an exceptional strategist. Saving the Queen was probably no coincidence. Vladibren is sincere with Lloyd Frontera, but my pride still feels hurt. The mages have returned, but we still have to stay here. We are trained to die fighting alongside the Queen. I don't like you. He fell silent after those words. Val returned to the main topic. I've said everything I wanted to say. Now it's your turn. What do you want from us? Loy recalls what he thought. He is not normal. In the novel, under the order of the Mad Queen, Captain White Cavalry carried out a brutal purge. He fought a life-and-death battle with Habiel, who was trying to save the people. At that time, Habiel was not yet a master swordsman, so he did not win. Is that Habiel? If it's you, can I ask for this favor? He took a breath and finally made his proposal. Stop, Your Majesty. Vladiblank was born a warrior with unwavering loyalty and words as sharp as steel. Loy smiles after finalizing the plan. The roundabout way of the Three Kingdoms won't get us anywhere. The best way is for you to seriously make a proposal. Do you want to fight me? If I win, you will become part of our engineering battalion. If you win, you can return to the Queen immediately. Val grimaced at the offer, then smiled smugly. Ha ha. You see through my thoughts because from the start there was no way I would accept your request. Are you trying to challenge me? Vladiblank solemnly states the truth, but there is one thing you overlooked. Do you think I would fight civilians without orders before the Queen's shield? Loy's face darkened. That is indeed something I overlooked. I have taken command from the Queen, and this is an order. He remained silent, angry after the statement. Loy continued to tease. Even if you call it an order, fighting with a sledgehammer is a disgraceful act for a knight. Wouldn't it be more honorable to win fairly and with integrity? Vladibren drew his sword from his side. Do you have a weapon? Loy raised his shield to signal. He walks with confidence. I hear you punished the traitors of the estate with that move, so it's no longer an issue. Because I was the one to strike first after all. Loy secretly rejoiced. Nice. I've attracted him. Now my chances of winning are 0%. He thinks about the magic heart inside the body. I have ginseng, but that power is useless. He is a genius swordsman. The one who nearly killed Habiel. There's no way I can compare to him. Loy also started to move and think, but just like always, I have a powerful weapon. That's right. Vladibren said seriously, since this is a fight between a knight and a commoner, the rules have to be a little different. Loy secretly appreciates this guy's personality. He states the rules of the fight. If I hesitated even a little before one of your attacks, you would win. Loy showed a face even more evil than a demon as he attacked. Vladiblank was so stunned he couldn't act in time, so he used a targeting skill aimed directly at him, causing Vladiblank to quickly lie down to avoid the explosion of the triple blast. The energy attack sped swiftly toward the distance and suddenly caused the distant mountain peak to explode. And Lelbren was stunned, mouth agape. Loy was smug. I will show you something even more astonishing. That hall is even greater than swordsmanship. The scene shifts to a hall used for digging. Vladiblank is focused on scooping proposals, and since there's something that needs verification, please cooperate. On the other side, Lloyd and Habiel Azrahan are standing on the hill in front of the forest. He asks, do this really work? Loy confidently explained, the orc tribe of the wasteland taught me this, so it's very reliable. Their habits are too rigid. He smirks confidently and says, just wait and see. The two of you are watching a structure being built on the hill. It will protect my honey jar. Below is a carved stone shaped like a giant monster. In front of the Frontera estate, an earthquake shakes everything on the table. The tremor grows stronger, causing everything to fall to the ground. Inside the house, the family of three is holding each other in fear, while everyone on the estate is terrified. Outside, mysterious creatures are rushing forward chaotically. A man stands firm against the earthquake inside the house, while a father and son hug each other in fear, and the mother holds her crying child tightly. At the same time, everyone shared the same thought. A man struggled to steady himself against the trembling ground as he stepped onto the top of the rock. Loy stands before the rushing herd of animals charging forward, confident that the young master will protect them. He carries two blue and white flags and stands atop a leaf. The White Knight Regiment is also waiting for orders. Vladibren nervously thought to himself, I suspected from the beginning. But now it's really here. He witnesses the monsters rushing forward, destroying everything. They pass by, the bloodthirsty elephants charging ahead in panic and devastation. Back before the fight begins, Vladibren suspiciously asks, is this the blood-tusked elephant again? Do you have any proof? Loy repeated, do you mean evidence? Then he put on his iron mask and explained, this is obvious. Vladiblank was confused. Obviously, Loy confidently points. That's how it is. Hearing the vague answer made him feel awkward. No, I mean back to the present, Bank still carries his doubts as he plans. He's probably a good liar, but his final prediction was correct. He begins to put on his cavalry helmet to prepare for battle, rather than harbor any doubts. Bank recalls the plan, moving at the same speed as the front line of elephants, and then defeating the leaders. He continued to plan, then quickly encircled the moving forest creatures, gradually attacking from the outside as if peeling away a layer of shell. Bank thought seriously. No, 10 people are not. We could lose up to 20. A soldier behind said, after this battle is over, I will propose to the one I love back home. The soldier in front looks annoyed. What are you saying? Don't talk nonsense. He just doesn't understand why. Bren silently considered the consequences. Instead of the ring for his beloved, the spear worthy of honor might be the only thing left to send back to her. There is nothing to fear. A warrior's life will give us the determination we need. Bank led the cavalry charge shouting. The White Knight suddenly stepped forward to stop him. Wait a moment. Bren was stunned by his figure. Sir, high-ranking knight of Bavaria, why are you here without your armor? Bayan explained. The young master said, I don't need them, he asked seriously. Did something happen earlier? He replied in a whisper. I'm afraid I can't explain it, but there must be a good reason. Bayan is talking about the main issue. I am here to explain that signal to you. Blank was confused. The signal? Just point to the hill and explain. Do you see the young man on the white rock over there? Bren replied vaguely. Yes, I can see him. He continued to explain. Soon, the young master will send a signal. Suddenly, Loy lowered the green flag and raised the white flag high. Bayan struggled to look up at the white cavalry. He watches your green flag waving and explains, heading southeast outside the village. Suddenly, Loy claps the two flags together, urging you to move quickly. Bren angrily said, This is nonsense. How is this any different from opening the way for the monsters? He loudly considered the consequences of Lloyd Frontera's guidance. The current position of the White Knight is within the village area. The destination is indicated to be on the left side of the monsters. You think attacking them on the flank will be effective when those monsters are only a matter of time away from breaking through the wall? Attacking their flanks won't do anything to them. Loy keeps turning the guiding flag. Bayan explains the action. Repeat after me. Because the queen raised the white flag high, your highness, then pushed the white flag forward and advanced. Val grew more annoyed. What was that just now? Are you joking with me? Bayan replied calmly. No, everything has been planned in advance. He looked at Loy's actions with confusion. What are you thinking? It doesn't mean anything at all. The herd of tusked elephants continues to charge at incredible speed. Suddenly, Loy turns around to prepare, raising the green flag to signal. They're coming. The herd of tusked elephants begins to pass by. Loy stands on the rock observing. He smiles smugly. The first step of the plan. Suddenly, the herd of mammoths paused for a moment. In front of them stood a giant stone statue carved into the shape of a monstrous creature. They quickly stop in front of the stone statue, causing the herd of Megalan to fall into chaos and collapse to the ground. Megalan, the natural enemy of the tusked elephants, blocks their path, causing the herd to panic and scatter in fear. Loy continues to raise the white flag, the second step of the plan. Bay immediately received the order and reported it. White cavalry, charge at full speed. The horses started to stamp their foot, push even harder, create a cloud of dust. He continued to order them to clash their spears even harder. Bren quietly marveled, clearly following the plan. But what the hell is this? The saber-toothed elephants, frightened, look around and run chaotically in panic. Loy watches them seriously. The saber-toothed elephants fear Megalan. The loud sound of hooves will make them think many Megalan are coming. The herd of toothy elephants starts to run in one direction. He explains the plan, and then they will move to the southern area. Bank is panicked by the actions of the Megalan elephants. They are moving. Wait, that direction is where he remembered the previous construction. The trench our troops dug to rescue Megalania. I still wonder why it had to be so deep. The herd of saber-toothed elephants begins to rush into the pre-made trap. Step 3 of the plan. The first of the ramming elephants has fallen, and Loy continues to raise the white flag. Hippo appears like a demon standing atop the herd of elephants. He shouts loudly, Hippo, do it now! Water thrust, E begins to spray the stored water from its belly into the pit. The herd of tusked elephants was swept away by the current. Loy lowered the flags and raised his hand. He stretched both arms out to the sides arrogantly. Bren and Bayan watched seriously. We have won. The herd of elephants followed the current and flowed into the pre-dug river channel. The weak, tusked elephants emerge from the water as Lady Blank stands above, observing. He is amazed by the achievement. We won without fighting. Loy sat calmly below, looking down. There is plenty of food here. No need to go back to Megarania's place. We already have a channel now. I'm very grateful to them, Bren asked with a frown. Did you use the Dao channel that was part of your original plan? He calmly replied, not exactly what you'd call a plan. After the turn, I thought we could just use it. Bren fell silent after saying that. He recalls the sad faces of a family, at least 5 members lost in each battle, as a knight kneels down and hands her a blood-stained holy cross. Blank softly explains, your father sacrificed himself for the country and the people. He died with honor. He solemnly states, our cavalry in the kingdom of Magentano will forever remember Sir Durano's bravery. Hearing that, she collapsed in grief, crying bitterly over her father's passing. The scene shifts to the graves of the fallen knights. 2 soldiers stand sorrowfully in front of the tombstones. Bren sternly orders from behind, how much more time do you need? Let's start the training. Under the dark night sky, Blank sincerely sat in the rain before his fallen soldiers. He sat silently and motionless in the rain. Val carried the burden of thoughts, courage, and honor. The words I read every time a member is lost are so unreasonable. He frowns deeply at his own thoughts, deep in his heart. I have learned that death does not leave behind honor. Bren remembers how heartbroken the girl was when she heard the news. After death, the days of hellish victory await those who remain. Returning to the present, the White Knights raise their spears high. Everyone was happily congratulating each other. That cruel little boy, remember to call me to the wedding. He is delighted, of course. Bren watched the soldiers' joy from the side, while Habil Asrahan was confused by Lloyd Frontera's words. Does that mean the waves of these monsters could continue endlessly? You don't completely deny it. Well, it might be able to end. But at least after dozens of more attacks, Habil Asrahan is worried about the danger. Every time we do that, the damage to the farm will be very severe. Loy smiles in approval. Oh, Habil's IQ has increased a lot. He grins cunningly and asks, do you want to guess what I'm thinking right now? Habil Asrahan calmly replied, of course it's obvious. We are planning to stop the monster invasion by minimizing effort. Lloyd said excitedly, that's right. And the plan will be him, softly replying, I'm sure you've already prepared the plan in advance. Suddenly, Blank steps forward from behind. This time, the white cavalry will also assist in the plan. He turned around, puzzled. What do you mean? Aren't you going back to the royal path? He explained in a serious tone. I am thinking of writing a letter to request permission to the prince. Blank feels both proud and guilty. Today, I have seen what true victory is, and at the same time realized I am an incompetent leader. Suddenly, he stepped closer to the 2 and knelt down with great respect. Bren earnestly requested, please allow me to observe your wisdom. The White Knights behind also knelt down. Lloyd took a silent breath, then spoke to catch Bank's attention. I was trying to wait for you to say that. Lai smiles confidently. This campaign couldn't be carried out without the White Cavalry. Inside the Frontier estate, a group of 4 is discussing their plan. Lord Count, do you remember when I said I would create a water conduit from Lake Kabua? You opposed my decision, didn't you? I remember, and I ask, do I have you to thank for that? A fierce monster is guarding that place. But there is a legendary creature sleeping peacefully in Lake Kapua Kingst. He explained in a serious tone, but with the excitement of opening the water source, you pushed the project forward and said he would never wake up. Loy was excited. Yes, that's right. And this time I will truly wake him up. After a moment of silence following his words, Agos Fronter was startled when he realized something. Mabella is no exception. Her mother completely opposes it. Val also takes the opportunity to speak up. Agreed, Habiel Asrahan whispered. Agreed, Akos Frontera found his words hard to understand. Habiel, you're a knight escort, you should oppose it, right? He told the truth. I apologize. I still can't win anyway. Loy praised, your IQ has increased a lot. He speaks excitedly. Now let's start building through a democratic process. Akos Frontera was panicked and trying to stop it. Democracy, what is this? No, lie, wait. However, his words went in one ear and out the other. Are you really planning to awaken Kingst and take control of him? I'm not a mage. How could I do that? Loy recalled the moment he sat in the library, the legends and habits about him. I have learned a lot. According to the references, he is described as a mountain-sized magical beast, surprisingly with no stories of attacking humans. Nevertheless, the pond he built is actually a dam. In other words, if the nest gets damaged, he will shout and fix it. Loy put on a capitalist smile and said, so we will destroy part of the pond. We will continue every morning and evening whenever he recovers. Imagine the outcome after doing that. The monsters crossing the eastern mountains would be terrified. It's called the dog strategy in my front yard. Habil Asrahan looked at Loy with contempt, thinking that it's a story about defeating a sleeping monster. Even Sha Tang would scream. He asked, what if we miscalculate and they attack us? Huh? Why are you asking such an obvious question? You are a knight, so you must defeat him, Loy said, warning of the consequences if the calculations are wrong, and that you will be roaring in the morning and evening. Just as I expected from the blind dog strategy in front of my house. Habil Asrahan looked at him with contempt. You are treating me like a dog. Everyone has moved to Lake Capua. Lloyd takes a deep breath and then uses his measurement skill. He taps on the simulation screen and calculates the simulation mode. How can I destroy it without flooding myself? Will Kingston wake up? Loy starts moving his hands and feet wildly. Habil Azrahan looks at Vladibank and explains, it might seem a bit strange, but he's not crazy. No, he's a bit crazy, don't mind him, he looks very respectful when he's alert. The madness of a person is often accompanied by great wisdom, truly extraordinary in front of the Lake Kabua. A voice whispers from the depths of the lake. Humans are appearing again? Last time I forgave you all, but if you disturb my sleep again, my eyes beneath the sea will glow with murderous intent, and I will kill them all. The legendary Demon King. Kingstem stands before the Frontera estate, Loy annoyed by a teasing voice. Ha ha, these little ones. Ha ha, please stop, enough already. Stop it. Bayan is happily playing with the little tusked elephants. Ha ha, no, I will die for sure. I will die for sure. So cute. Let's go. Ha ha, only now does he realize your presence. Loy, still frowning, stood still observing, then suddenly flew back seriously and stood up. Young master, I have something to tell you. I'm curious. What's going on? He looked at the baby elephants with their tusks on the ground and suggested that these young elephants had been separated from their mothers during the invasion. They are all healthy, and I want to ask if you could allow me to take care of them. Loy scratches his face nervously. If I remember correctly, the bigger they get, the more aggressive they become. It won't be too dangerous, right? Bayan replied immediately. No, it won't happen. You doubt me. Why are you so sure about that? Bayan explained, blushing. Because they are too adorable. Loy frowned after hearing him say that. He scratched his head and considered. Raising wild animals is not an easy task. It's very difficult and demanding. Bayan continued to argue. No, it won't happen. Loy was confused. How did he know? He blushed even more as he explained, because they are just too adorable. Loy was at a loss for words and turned to walk away. Clap, whatever you want to do, go ahead. Bayan lies down again to play. Haha. Nail in, nail out, nail in, nail out. The young master has already given permission. Ha ha. Loy calmly continues to move. If it were Mr. Bavaria, I'm sure he would do his best. If those kids can tame them, wouldn't we have powerful allies for the future? Unless it's a campaign, a guard dog at the door, guaranteeing 100% success, there's no harm in having one more powerful ally. Aku explained his actions while riding his horse. The monsters might attack our village, I apologize, but we need to return to ensure the safety of the tribe. I have lost one of my strongest allies. The situation is really bad, but there's nothing I can do. He passed by the house to inform Sergeant Gregg to find 5 volunteers to help the Ironclad tribe and ask them to report the situation there as soon as possible. He immediately responded, Yes, young master, they always help me a lot. I guarantee their strength and manpower will be greater than when they left. And today, Vladi Bren and his army have arrived. Lord Lowe, everything is ready. He chuckled smugly as the campaign began. Loy shouted loudly, Today we will awaken the legendary monster. No one can do that except you guys, he said seriously, inspiring everyone. Who else could cut through and tunnel across the mountains with their supernatural strength? Loy gestured with his hand, and those behind shouted together, The White Cavalry Warriors. Loy raised his hand to his ear and shouted, To the beast's den with claws and fangs, who can hit the target with that spear in hand? The front line continued to shout together, The White Cavalry Warriors. He clasped his hands and asked, Do you all believe in the power of shovels? The White Cavalry squad was all tamed by the capitalist lord. With us, you can believe. Everyone followed Lloyd's back, shouting, Hero, enemies and foes, get lost. Go ahead, hero. Habil Asrahan stands to the side, observing the White Cavalry team. Get out, enemies get out, traitors get out. He looked at the crowd with disappointment and sadness. Hobby PT. Abaikibin returns to the construction site near Lake Kappa. Having checked with my simulation skills, there are no signs of flooding, and I have created a terrain that could cause a watermark in the lake. Habil Azrahan stands on the mountain and shouts, I am ready. Loy stands below and waves his hand. All right, do you see the spot I marked? He quickly replied, Yes, I see it, Loy immediately shouted. Start immediately when it reaches the limit. Habil Asrahan uses the skill to thrust straight into the ground with a powerful strike. An explosion then shattered the mountain, sending rocks flying everywhere. The earthquake shook the entire forest. The falling debris drags along tree branches in the forest, causing an explosion right beside Lake Capua. At first glance, there seems to be no damage, but it will be enough to destroy the dam's structure. Loi quickly ordered everyone to lie down. In front of Lake Capua, everything is calm, but suddenly the small island in the middle begins to shake, and the Storm King will soon appear. The small island in the middle of the lake suddenly split in two. Loi was terrified by the sight. A great flood rises with cold, sharp eyes, as Habil Azrahan stands behind the tree in shock, and Layla de Blanc is equally stunned. The water level rises higher and higher, dragging along shattered rocks beneath it as an angry boar appears. Loi looked at its shape and couldn't help but feel disappointed. The White Knights were stunned, and Layla Bren was also extremely panicked. He secretly admired Bibung, so adorable. Suddenly, Loi realized that the way it growled, which he could hear, meant someone was provoking him. He looked at its shape and thought it resembled Podong Bell and Hippo. I can understand what they are trying to say. Is it a mysterious creature? Loi remained silent, contemplating. There will be no problem. If it really is a beaver, then it will definitely prioritize rebuilding the dam. Suddenly, Bibung turned towards the group. He hurriedly hid under the limited view of your gaze. Bibung called out a few times. The riverbank and the edge are trembling with fear, recounting things that smell like iron. Do you think I don't know you're hiding? Keep sulking, and keep talking. You are afraid of what Bibung said. It seems like you're trying to do something to destroy my dam, but do you think I'll go fix it and go back to sleep? If I make you breathe your last, would you still be able to do that? You're too smart. Too smart. This campaign has completely failed. Vladibren crawls over to ask Han. Lord Lo, what should we do now? We are waiting for your instructions. His face is now pale with angry pupils. What's wrong with him? Are you okay? Bibung angrily leans down into the river, splashing water onto the crowd, causing the White Knights to panic and flee. He ran away, but the water surged too quickly, and everyone was already submerged. Habil Azrahan leapt out of the water and shot up, using his skill to target Bibung with a fierce attack, unleashing a blast of fire energy toward him. However, it was swept into the river as Bung waved his hand. Habil Azrahan used his magic aura to prepare for an attack. There's no other way. I have no choice but to take it down. He jumps into the air, raising his sword. Just then, Loi, standing below, shouts, Habi, wait! I have a plan. Hearing that, he stopped immediately. He remained silent, calculating a plan to respond. If this guy is a mystical creature, then this plan will definitely succeed. Bibung angrily raises his hand, and Habil Azrahan also lowers his sword behind him, ready to strike. She swung a blow at him, but Habil Azrahan used a powerful attack to dodge it. Bibung, furious after missing, launched a flurry of strikes aimed at him, but Habil Azrahan also refused to give in and dodged all the attacks. Behind their fierce battle, Loi was secretly swimming closer. He slowly swims forward, thinking, Great, well done. Bielo, keep distracting it. Suddenly, Bibung turned around, and Loi immediately dove underwater. He was tense as Bibung focused on him. If it gets too close, it'll be tough to handle. Habil Azrahan continues to use his skill to attack fiercely, but Bibung flicks his tail to block the oncoming strike. He continues to use his edge of magic aura to strike forward again. Come on, take it down quickly. Bibung skillfully dodges the attack and slips away. Habil Azrahan lands unsteadily, feeling annoyed. Damn it. He stands behind him, secretly thinking that these light moves won't be enough to draw its attention. If I put on all my strength into it, I might seriously hurt him. Habil Azrahan looked at Bibung, who was focused on Lloyd, feeling tense. What should I do? What can I do? Suddenly he grits his teeth and shouts out loud. Blue Habil Azrahan yells with all his might. Bu Valalati Bren and his soldiers were stunned by the scream. Even Lo heard it and was amazed. Habil Azrahan's scream echoed across the Capua Lake area. Bibung turned away with a mocking expression. He frowned and stammered. What do you mean by calling me mother? I'm not your mother. Besides, I am the one who was chosen. Habil Azrahan took the opportunity to speak again. Thank goodness it worked. Bibung was confused by his tone. Why would I become your mother? What are you saying that sounds so strange? Habil Azrahan continued to shout. Brua bra. Bibung gets angry because of what he said. You're ugly, and now you're calling me handsome? Loi takes the opportunity to divert attention and climbs onto Bibung. He is now standing on top of Bibung's head, and only then did she realize. What's going on? What are you doing up there? Bibung uses his half-meter arms to try to pull Loi down, but then realizes he can't reach the top of his head. Loi, proud of his short arms, thinks he can't reach me at all. He jumps into the air, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha! Loi is holding an item tightly in his hand, ready to throw. Now, open your mouth. A blue sunflower seed is thrown at you at lightning speed. Bibung also obediently opened his mouth, waiting patiently. He was tense in a situation hanging by a thread. It swallowed it. Just swallow it, please swallow it. Baibung realizes its body is transforming and suddenly shrinks like the pets of the active family. Loi confidently grasped victory with a satisfied smile. Bibung struggled to swim to shore, confused by the statue in front. What's going on? Why do these trees suddenly look so big? Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed Bibung, and she screamed in panic, hopelessly. Loi sneered cruelly. I've got you now, little darling. Baibung struggled to break free, making it difficult for him to hold on tightly. Hey, wait a minute. Let's talk for a bit. No more violence. Suddenly, Bibung hit Loi square in the face with his tail. Baibung seizes the chance to escape. He hurriedly orders the soldiers. Wow, catch him now. Loi keeps dragging the little ones out. Bodong, Hippo. Podong quickly blocks Baibung's path. He shouldn't have backed down and punched Podong directly in the face. Loi became the referee. What just happened? It just punched Podong. Wiping the wound on his face, he looked at Baibung with a bullet-like gaze. Bodong was not afraid and countered Baibung's attack. Wow, look at that, Bodong is fighting back. Then the two of them rushed at each other, using their half-meter arms to fight. Great, now they're fighting. Suddenly, Hippo jumps down from the tree. Bibung quickly dodges, causing them to bump faces and nuzzle each other. Seizing the moment, Bibung quickly runs away, just passing by like a gust of wind, blocking the way. Ho ho, where are you rushing off to? Bayo jumps down from his shoulder, startling Bibung, whose view of her in his eyes is utterly stunning. Even if the reason for his existence in this world is unclear, for 500 years, the Storm King has only known how to breathe and sleep. Bayo tosses her pretty bow and strikes a pose. She slowly opens her eyes, revealing her beautiful face. Yes, the monster praised as a legend fell in love at first sight during their first encounter. For the first time in his life, he found the light of his existence. Loi stood stunned by their stillness, narrowing his eyes as he looked ahead. In Lai's eyes now was the strongest lion on the continent. He sat down and asked openly, So then, Lord Baovuong, are you now ready to talk? Bibung bowed low, preparing himself. She adjusts her hairstyle, revealing a not-so-handsome face, and because you keep insisting, I will talk to you since I am a gentleman. Loi chuckled menacingly. Got you. Legendary monster. The scene shifts to the Frontra estate. Baibung arrogantly spoke up. What do you want now? That human? Just a careless explanation. It's simple. Once in the morning, once in the evening, just shout loudly at the lake. Baibung sits on a pile of books to be able to talk as equals, but she still considers herself superior. Someone like you doesn't even know the basics of negotiation. Usually, when asking someone to do something, you should also know what to give in return. Loi scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, really? Actually, I have nothing to exchange. He smiled cunningly. However, if you do that, everyone here will be very happy. Loi puts on a capitalist face and points at Bio. Do you think so? Bello. Ha ha. She smiled happily and replied, Bio, love is what overrides reason, even for the Storm King. Bai quickly agreed with that radiant smile, her face lighting up with joy. Oh, what a generous gentleman. He sneered maliciously, thinking of how to exploit the new tool. Ha ha, you idiot, naive slave, I will use you to the fullest. Loi looks at her pure, innocent face and doesn't even show a hint of emotion towards you. Loi is even better than Satang right now. I will give you the nickname Kingstem, the Eternal Bachelor. Get used to it, you'll never have a chance to date. Never. Suddenly I realized something shocking, but so do I. I've never been on a date before. I stepped over to Bibung. We are the brothers holding Baibung up with tears in our eyes. Eternal singles are so hard to understand. Huh? What's wrong with this guy? Baibung is gradually becoming more like Lloyd Frontera. What is this warm feeling? Lloyd's and King's emotions have become intertwined. Lloyd gazes at him with affection and a gentle request. Hey, can I start calling you Bung from now on? His broken roll mode has been activated. Well, suit yourself. Suddenly, Sergeant Greg pushed the door open and stepped in. Young Master Loi, you are stunned by the sudden turn of events. What's going on? Sergeant Greg, didn't I already ask you to go to the Iron Fist tribe? What are you doing here? He nervously reported the situation. On the way here, we encountered an orc heading toward our estate. He is on his way here to request reinforcements. Their tribe has been attacked by megalanias. Loi is stunned by the information received as the scene shifts to the armored tribe's battle, everyone trying to fend off the megalan attackers. The third barrier has been broken. Do not panic, hold your formation. Kayaku yells loudly as he charges at the megalania with his weapon. A direct strike to Megalania's face makes it growl and glare. Akuch was suddenly terrified as Megalania swiftly swung its tail. It struck him directly without mercy, causing Aku to be thrown far away. He grimaces in pain, clutching his body. Ugh! The warriors quickly ran over seeing this. The chieftain, sensing Aku's determination, did not panic and continued to give orders. Keep fighting. Our mighty Orky clan will never give up. Keech returns to Lloyd Frontera. He quickly orders the launch. Informs Sir Brank to gather all the white cavalry at the village entrance. Sergeant Gregg hesitates, but even if we leave now, it might already be too late. He raised his banner and signaled, saying, I have a plan. Let's go quickly. Loy hurried out of the room. We must move fast. This is our golden opportunity. What do you mean? What opportunity is this? Loy explained with a smile more sinister than the Demon King. To stop the wave of monster dominoes, he feeds Baibung red sunflower seeds. It's time to strike back. Everyone in the village stared with their mouths open at the shape covering the sun, all of them utterly amazed by its size. Baibung soars into the sky and charges forward. Loy tightly grips the feathers on his back and gives the order. Let's go. Baibung is about to give his all and steal Belle's heart. Baibung carefully follows the orders. She has flown deep into the forest and is quickly heading straight toward the armored village. Vladibren and her white cavalry also try to hold her tightly. Baibung begins crossing the forest and quickly reaches the vast desert. It continues to rush forward. On the other side, Megalania growls in anger, and the orc tribe does not back down, charging into battle. Suddenly, Baibung swooped down from the sky into the middle of the battle, startling Aku with the dust and smoke. What is going on here? Baibung stands boldly in the way of the Megalania. Loy stands above her Taodang. Say it with your eyes and embed it deep into their hearts. Tell your monster friends that if they go west, there will be no prey left, he warns with fierce intent. Because we are hunters, and you are the prey. The Megalania panic as Baibung raises his half-meter hands and strikes directly at them. A strike just a little slower than the speed of sound is unleashed. Baibung hurls the Megalania into the sky to experience the feeling of flying. They quickly got thrown back into the forest and landed amidst the dust and smoke they had caused. Baibung shrank back to her original size after finishing the job. She shyly turns around. Bio happily wags his tail in celebration. Baobi blushed with embarrassment because of her smile. Vladibren stepped forward sincerely. Thank you for calling us here, but I don't think you need us to do anything. Loy turns back to explain. Ha. Why would I invite such valuable personnel to get involved in this? No, you have more important matters to attend to. Ak walks over, holding his shoulder, Lloyd Frontra kick. He turns back to ask Han. Oh, Akuch, are you okay? He said seriously. We are no longer allies of yours now. Lloyd confused, huh? Aku flexes his glutes and chest, breathing heavily as he and his tribe begin to show off their muscles. You have saved us twice. The Iron Sand tribe pledges their loyalty to the Frontra family. Lloyd smiled and revealed his next plan. It's not the time to show gratitude yet. Now let's move on to the third project, saving the Iron Sand tribe. Aku was confused by his words. Not long ago, Emperor Asfahan, a neighboring kingdom to the east in the wasteland, burned the reed fields of the kingdom for strategic reasons. This is what triggered the domino effect of monsters. Some of them are very intelligent. Many of these monsters have formed savage tribes. Now they witness the top predator Megalanha soaring through the sky as light as paper. And among these intelligent monsters, rumors of that scene have spread widely. In the western lands, there is a beast as tall as a mountain, so large that it can easily reach the sky. Its tail is filled with the wrath of the gods and can cause a violent storm. It has round black eyes that seem to look deep into the abyss, two sharp teeth that can easily devour any creature in this world, and a blazing fire burning on its head. The devilish eyes control this monster. Back to reality, little Baibung turns to look at the royal palace of Asfan, where Samafkan Anansat sits majestically on the throne. Long live the great emperor. A soldier kneeling reports that the Theat Cat tribe, which threatened our region for a long time, has abandoned their village and moved into the forest with the Magentano kingdom. He stroked his beard with satisfaction. This is our victory. What did Magentano do about it? Binlin answered seriously. Strangely, there are no chains at all. They only settle within Magentano's borders. Salmon Anan was utterly disappointed. What a waste. I want to see that cunning Magentano fall into chaos. He commands with a serious face. Is that all? You can step back now. You stammering soldier. Yes, that's all, but something has happened. Samafkan Anahin looked serious and confused, then began to explain, the domino wave of monsters we triggered is returning and attacking our border walls. He fell silent after hearing this. Huh? What? The soldier explained seriously, we've tried everything to stop the monsters, but they seem to have gone insane with some kind of fear, and it's not easy to break their momentum. Their fear is even more bizarre than Sang. Sama Ananinsat immediately ordered to call Tat and nearby forces, using firepower to spread a terrifying fear greater than those monsters. The soldier quickly responded. He sat down heavily, thinking, could the domino strategy with the monsters be backfiring? Sama and Hinat fall silent, pondering. Is this part of Magentano's plan? No, they are giant monster waves. Turning back is impossible unless the monster is truly in the west. Back at the Frontera estate, Loy presents a contract and asks him to sign here. Milap, puzzled, picks up the contract. What is this document? Please explain softly. Everything has already been written in it. Loy smiled contentedly. The debt has been paid off. He pointed to the paper on the table. The book I gave you includes the interest on the loan. The loan sharks are panicking. How do you feel? Loey, with a scary face, warns him, signs quickly, then leaves. The two usurers quickly grabbed the promissory note and rushed out the door. Akos Frontera also stepped inside. Loy happily greets him. Yes, my lord. He shyly asked if I had really paid off our debt. Loy held up the receipt, showing full payment. Should I frame it? Suddenly, Akos Frontera hugged his brother tightly. He cried, blaming himself for making you work so hard just to pay off the debts caused by this foolish father. I am sorry. I am sorry for causing you pain all this time. Mabella Frontera is also sobbing behind Frontera. I don't know if I even have the right to become a father anymore. Lai was silent for a long time, then pushed the old man away and spoke. Lord, Lloyd asked seriously, do you love me, father? What are you talking about? Of course I love you. The boy continued to be silent for a while before smiling naturally. So, do I need any qualification to become your father? The system notification says you have achieved first place and cleared your debts. The entire Cremona region is an attribute zone, with the attribute lasting forever. The attribute's share requirement, 2 attribute effects. Loy walks silently along the corridor in front of the frontier village, receiving the highest economic credit, the lowest interest rate, and the most favorable conditions. Habil Azrahan, covered in dirt, announced, Master Loy, the tribe of Iron Sand has completed their move into the eastern mountains. You are stunned. What? Oh, I see. Well done. Habil Azrahan continued to report that the white cavalry was assisting with the completion. Ak was pleased to hear he would have plenty of food to help improve his muscle strength. Loy responded indifferently. Yeah, go rest now. He silently watched Loy's figure walk away. He was walking down the corridor lost in thought as the Iron Pavilion tribe had moved to the eastern mountain forest. Even if the monster wave returns, it will still take time for that to happen. While waiting, I will call Baibung to counterattack, and Dian Trang will be safe. Loy looked up at the vast sky. Now that Min has paid off his debt, there is nothing left for me to worry about. It's strange. I thought I would be happy after all the debts were paid off. Loy momentarily felt alienated from himself. Am I happy or is it just me being crazy? In the light streaming through the window, Loy lies still on his bed, recalling the moment Akos Frontera cried and embraced him. A lingering feeling returning to Loy Frontera's mind. He remembers the father who was suffering because of him in the previous world, our smart and kind Suho Suho. Dad is a fool for not learning anything. Dad is the one who made me suffer. Dad is sorry. Dad is sorry. Dad is sorry. Loy couldn't hold back the sadness from the past. Dad, I did it. Tears started streaming down Loy Frontera's face. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. He grit his teeth, enduring the frustration, then hugged his pillow to hide his past failures. Hitch-hoo! Habil Asrahan stood outside the door, overhearing everything, as Loy sobbed inside the room. He remained silent outside the door, and then turned to walk away. Today, just cry it all out because you have many reasons to do so. A few days later, in front of the Frontera estate, the villagers cheered and cheered, Loy, the young master is coming. Long live the young master. Elderly and children, everyone in the village is shouting, young master, please look this way. Loy, he blushed with embarrassment from the calls. Stop making so much noise. I'm angry. Can you stop already? I'm about to die. The people aren't angry, they're actually happy. He is looking at us. Cheers. Loy becomes even more annoyed. I told you to stop. He is angry now. Hooray. Habil Azrahan followed from behind and said, just enjoy the moment. Just a little is fine. Loy blushes awkwardly. Huh. Why should I do that? He just pointed to the crowd shouting below and said, all these people here wouldn't be able to smile like this without you. Loy returned to his normal demeanor. All right, isn't it true that I said we should live long and sleep well? The people continued shouting, please, young master, curse me. Just look at me once. Young master, just once. Please curse me. Suddenly, Bayan hurriedly ran over. Young master, something has happened. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. What's the matter? He reports seriously that a large group of people from the south is approaching. Huh? Who is that? An enemy? Bayan casually replied, I'm not sure either, but according to the guard's report, they seem to be refugees. A group of weak-looking people are heading toward the estate. Under the clear blue sky, the leader of the refugees spoke. Are you the lord of this area? Loy retorted, no, I am his son. Who are these people? Nicholas weakly explained, "We come from the southern region. We are the people of Lord Sino. I am Nicholas, the mayor of Anti-Village. Oh, and my father is the mayor." Loy remained silent after hearing the introduction, then looked at the crowd behind him and listened as he said, "My father asked us to seek refuge. He is defending the territory alongside Lord Sortino." Following his words, there were the weak and barefoot on the ground, as well as the sickly elderly suffering from illness, and then he died while carrying out his duty. Everything happened too quickly. Loy interrupted Nicola. "Wait a minute." He frowned in confusion. "Did what happened there happen because of the monsters attacking?" He stammered in response. "Oh, right. A species of beetles about 2 meters tall. They gather in swarms, hundreds of them, just like a hive of bees." Habil Azrahan, standing behind him, said seriously, "The domino monster wave is spreading faster than we thought." Lloyd thought about the direction of the domino wave. It spread from Asfahan to the wasteland, then into Magentano. It seems that all areas facing the wasteland were heavily damaged. Lloyd thought about the 4 powerful figures. No, only Dracona and this place are the best spots for refuge, right? An ordinary guy, a giant fantasy creature, a white knight, and even a swordmaster. Loey quietly ponders where the refugees will gather. To the north is the sea. To the south is another country. While to the west is Kurmo, which is too far away. The final refuge is Frontera and Racona. Most likely they will head to the capital. He is tense and thinking, but how many people will come there? Not just 1,000, but 10,000. Nicola and the villagers kneel and beg, "Please have mercy on us. Just a little bread for the children is enough." Habil Asrahan steps forward anxiously. "It seems these refugees will come to our estate. Do you have any plans?" Lloyd grinned wickedly. "Yes, this is very interesting." He just sneered. Habil Azrahan glared at him. "What?" he said irritably. "What are you even thinking about? Stop that sneaky grin and look up." "Habil, just think about it. You're putting on a capitalist act to hide your true intentions. With so many people entering our territory, just imagine how much tax revenue we will get from them." Habil Azrahan was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. "Is he getting angry and raising his voice? Are you thinking about collecting money from the poor people?" Loy ignored Habil Azrahan's words and gave the order. "Mr. Bavaria, transfer someone from the engineering unit to the kitchen unit to prepare the food." He immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The refugees expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir, young master." Loy quickly turned and walked away. "All right, let's go. I need to report this to the Count as well." Bayan stepped forward to reassure. "Hobby, don't get too emotional," he said seriously, "but this is really unacceptable." He smiled gently and encouraged. "The young master is very kind and understanding of others. Anyway, we don't really know what his true intentions are, so it's too early to get angry. Let's wait and see how things develop." Habil Azrahan returned silently to the Frontera estate, carrying his anger, when a panicked voice rang out inside. "Are more refugees coming?" Akos Frontera asked anxiously. "I know that's for the best, but we can't afford to care for all of them," Loey asked seriously. "Are you willing to take them in?" He hesitated for a moment, then replied, "That's possible. We can't just abandon people in trouble like that. But the food supply will only last a few days, and will run out soon." "Huh? What are you talking about?" You confidently announced the plan. "We have plenty of food to feed the refugees. A mountain of chameleon locust corpses is piled up." Loey stands in front of the corpses, explaining that they were collected to be used as fertilizer and piled up near the warehouse. Akos Frontera hesitated before speaking. Lowen said that giving these few crickets to the refugees was enough. Fearing for him, Mabella Frontera bent down and ate a grasshopper. Akos Frontera was shocked. She lifts the creature to reassure him, saying it tastes like shrimp. Orc warriors eat these things too, so it's okay. Mabella Frontera reluctantly suggests, but there's a slight hint of suspicion. Mom thinks we can do something with this pile. She makes a request. "Loy, can your mother take charge of the kitchen unit?" He cheerfully replied, "Of course. That's why I asked you to invite my mother. In the forest, tents are being set up by everyone on the estate." Valadita announced that the temporary tents have been set up. Loy sternly ordered, "Everyone hurry and prepare more materials. We will need them soon." A soldier stands on the platform and announces that about 100 refugees are approaching from the north. Loy forces a stiff smile upon hearing this. "You're here already, much faster than I expected. Raise your head and order Podong, who has been enlarged. Hurry up, Podong. If they are delayed, they will all die." Bodong begins to dig underground. Bodong then threw the dirt into the air. Bayan on the other side also gave a serious order, starting the Onan production group. "Sergeant Doe, take charge of all 3 shifts to support Bello." Bio is wrapping a cloth bag and starting to use the volcano eruption. The white flag is raised again. The observer above continues to report. 3 groups are coming from the north, 2 groups from the south. Refugees are arriving. The scene shifts to the Mabella Frontera kitchen unit as the announcement is made. Now we will start turning grasshoppers into delicious dishes. The officials are worried. Sorry, madam, but I think that's a bit too much to ask. How is that possible? She doesn't panic, she just smiles naturally. Mabella Frontera excitedly took out a book. Long ago, there was a legendary cookbook written by a mysterious girl, the Dragon's Chef. Her secret was written in this I Became a Dragon Chef book. It is one of the spoils Loy obtained from defeating the Dark Wizard. Everyone in the room was stunned. Oh my god, a legendary recipe? I've heard it can help chefs create amazing dishes with just simple ingredients. This legendary cookbook is no joke. Now or never, this ad must end. For more details, please continue supporting the story, everyone. Loy sat high above, observing the tents below, quietly planning his next move. No matter how he looked at it, there wasn't enough space, so expanding the campsite toward the eastern mountains was still not enough. Loy rubbed his irritated hair, knowing he could hold out for a while, but not for long before losing his mind. Suddenly a cry caught his attention. A boy burst into tears in his mother's arms, crying out, "I want to go home, I want to go home, Mom." She softly reassures Rudy, "My dear, we no longer have a home. We should be grateful to those who are willing to help us. It's just a house. Tell Dad to build one for us." She reassures him. "I'm sorry, Rudy. Someday we will rebuild it." Loy sat above, listening to everything. A house? I remember the past. I remember the first time we moved and packed all our belongings. My parents were so happy. They kept repeating the same words home and kept smiling, the kind of smile I will never see again. It was a small, shabby apartment in the suburbs, a place filled with the most beautiful moments of my life. Loy watched as the mother and child hugged and cried below, then softly reassured them, "Don't worry, kid. Your house will be back soon." Loy stood up from the grass because Loy was already here. Habel Azrahan stood behind, listening to everything. He sighs in relief that Loy still has human decency and turns back to announce, "Hobby, from now on we will start building at a higher level." He approached Han and asked, "Do you have any plans for the refugees here?" Loy calmly replied, "Of course I do. I will build an apartment complex. This is the most effective solution to the current threat facing our estate. It can create a large residential area within this space. The convenience of administrative management due to its crowded form reduces construction costs, and the top and bottom are enclosed, making it ideal for maximum insulation as Loy stands atop the mountain observing the forest. He uses his measuring skills and looks down, the greatest benefit being that we can build an environment where refugees can become self-sufficient. A modern city appears in Loy Frontera's mind, focusing on population, increasing purchasing power, and establishing a market. He smirks cruelly, hiding his true intention behind the tax increase. Lloyd then adopts a capitalist facade, clenching his fists tightly. Finally, I can sit back and relax. I imagine myself swimming in a pile of shining money, a long-held dream of humanity, earning money easily. Manager Diane Trang, why should I do that? I will ask Lord Bavaria to do it in exchange for a reward and a salary increase. What if Mr. Bavaria retires? I just need to ask him to train a capable successor. Bayan suddenly leans back during the construction, feeling unwell all of a sudden. Sergeant Greg is worried. Lord Bavaria, you need to rest. You've been working too hard. The scene shifts to a meeting where Loy stands before everyone to present the overview of the Honey Complex residential project. Please pay attention to the data I have distributed. Habil Azrahan spoke seriously. I object. The building's name is too arrogant. Loy annoyedly pointed at his face. Don't talk nonsense in the meeting. Habil Azrahan dismisses his words, saying it's not nonsense but related to the project. Loy angrily cuts straight to the point. Why do you keep delaying the meeting? Loy ignored Habil Azrahan's anger and asked, How do you feel, Lord Bavaria? He weakly responded, I have been dreaming the same dream for the past few days. In the dream, I saw myself working for a demon until I grew old and died. The words hit Loy Frontera right in the heart. He hesitates for a moment, then reassures, Don't worry, that will never happen. Loy, holding a stack of documents, says, Let's review the documents now. An image is depicted, called Toru, an old structure from the eastern area to Fujian. This building has a uniform residential style with a simple bedroom and living room. There are also public amenities like restaurants and public restrooms in the central square. I plan to build the same type of building but with a square structure. This structure can be built much faster than the round one. I have compared the two buildings from many angles. Loy held the document and explained in detail. I compared the two buildings from many aspects but missed a key advantage. He chuckled slyly and said, If we put an iron gate at the entrance to the square, it would quickly become an impregnable fortress. Valadita clapped enthusiastically, and everyone in the meeting room was amazed by the plan. Loy slammed his hand on the table and said, "Well, it's time to ask questions." Habil Azrahan raises his hand first and asks, "I have a question. Given our current financial situation, it will be very difficult to meet the material requirements for the refugee tents." In the same scene, Loy points directly at his face. "Are you suggesting we should abandon them just because they are a financial burden?" Habil Azrahan replied hesitantly, "I don't mean that. You just keep pushing and only answer yes or no. Is it okay to let these people fend for themselves? Answer me." Akos Frontera sits beside, looking worried. "Although I worry about the money, we have to do something for these people." Loy returned to his usual calm demeanor, praising, "I can't help but admire your foresight." He seriously asked to set up the tents and continue providing food for the people. "We might have to put all our money aside for everyone. Loy secretly thinks we need to raise more funds for this construction project. Let's start." The scene shifts outside to the waiting horses ready to depart. Loy chuckled happily. Hey, why do you look so stunned?" You're upset. I get it. You're upset. The swordsmanship knight of Dian Trang is so angry that they can't even look each other in the eye." "Ha ha ha ha!" Habil Asurahan grimaced silently. Then he also fell silent. Suddenly, a serious voice rang out from Lloyd Frontera. It was very frightening. He grimly asked if we could succeed in this crazy project. "Will it collapse? Will it be able to hold everyone?" "This is my project. I am the person in charge." Habil Asurahan watched Lloyd's back and listened. "But the person in charge should not waver or back down. That's the only way to earn absolute trust." He continued seriously, "But only you can temporarily give up such reckless behavior." Habil Azrahan remained silent for a moment after saying that before speaking up. "Is that..." The tense in Habil Azrahan's neck showing a flood of emotions? Lloyd turned around with a sinister smile, and seeing that, he immediately rushed forward and punched Lloyd Frontera in the face. And that was just a figment of Habil Azrahan's anger. In front of the Racona Duke's territory at the Racona estate, Diego walked down the corridor feeling disappointed. Suddenly, he notices two people in front of him. Loy happily meets an old friend. "Hey, Diego. Nice to meet you." Diego Racora, with his broken teeth, looked panicked. "It's been a while since I last saw you. Why are you acting like that all of a sudden? Are you just enjoying getting expelled?" Diego looked like he saw a ghost, stammering and holding his head. "No, that's not it." "Dad," Loey grabbed this guy's shoulder to reassure him. "Hey, don't be afraid, I'm here to take you back to that academy." "Diego, are you confused?" Loey frowned. Ha widens her eyes. Her pupils constrict as a warning. "Are you listening? Now go call your father out here." Count Racona listened in shock. "What do you mean by raising the water tax?" Loy sat arrogantly in the chair and repeated, "What?" "Did I stutter? That water tax, please." He angrily muttered a curse. "Damn filthy bastard. You lowly scoundrel. My son was expelled from the academy and now you still want to raise the water tax?" The Duke Racona suddenly smiled confidently. He chuckled softly, confusing him. Marquis Racona stepped to the window and said sternly, "I think you won't understand this because you're still young." He pointed at the contract, smirking confidently. "According to the details in this contract, the price is fixed and you have no right to increase it." Loy sighed and took out a magnifying glass from his pocket, then held it up to the tiny print for him to see. "The price listed above can change depending on the provider's mood." Duke Racona suddenly grabbed Lloyd Frontera by the collar. "Hey, you scammer, calm down and ask politely." Hey, stop it. I'm about to die here," he sneered and said. "Please stop. We're in the same area after all. I won't force you to sign anything." "This is a very advantageous exchange for you," Duke Racona said through clenched teeth, angrily straightening his collar and explaining. "First, the 17 estates were destroyed by a wave of monster dominoes. All the refugees migrated here before, right? But the Duke refused everything, right? You're just pretending to be serious while giving a reminder. Just pretend I don't know anything about that. But your Highness would be very upset if she found out." Count Racona's face darkened at the mention of the Queen. "Your Highness? Where is the benefit in that?" "Is he saying he's going to save me?" Loy frowned seriously. "And secondly, I say this only for your own good." He smiles naturally. "If I write a recommendation letter, maybe Diego can return to the academy." His eyes flickered when he heard that, and the atmosphere around Duke Racona began to darken. He hesitantly asked, "So how much more will you increase the water tax?" Loy scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. "Why do you ask like that?" "Countess, you will cause misunderstandings. I am not a thug here to tear you apart." Loy shows a dangerous face, but I will soften it a little so you don't feel ashamed, just enough for our friendship to remain strong. At this moment, the Duke's face had turned pale as he silently wondered how much. Just tell me how much. That's all I need to know. That bastard Habil Azrahan watched his arrogant behavior without saying a word. secretly looking at Loy with contempt. That's his character, he asked sternly. Don't be shy anymore. How much can I really increase the taxes? No matter how much, I would be very grateful for your kindness. Duke Racona clenched his teeth, contemplating amidst the tense atmosphere in the room. He looked at his face, hesitating and thinking, while Yu remained unwavering and looked seriously at Duke Racona. Under Lloyd Frontera's cruel gaze, he stammered. Yes, I am, Duke Racona timidly replied. About 220. Lloyd, upon hearing that, immediately showed a face of utter disappointment, like a primitive ape. He sweat after seeing his face. Duke Racona trembled. Wait a moment, I made a mistake. I meant to say 330. His eyebrows furrow in anger, his jaw clenched tightly, and his eyes show extreme displeasure at the price Duke Racona offers. He suddenly gasps for breath in panic as Duke Racona notices him and looks in a different direction. Habil Asrahan helplessly signals to him, and Duke Racona immediately speaks up. I will increase by 50%. Loy still shows no change in expression, his teeth clenched tightly. He immediately turned to look at Habil Asrahan, confused. What's going on? What's wrong with him? He only increased to 50 stars? Habil Asrahan quickly shook his head. No. It turns out he didn't mean to increase fivefold, but to stop. Duke Racona suddenly shouted angrily. Listen here, I will increase it 5 times. Is that enough? Loy finally returned to normal, stopping him. Your Grace. Why 5 times? 4 times is already enough, he rejoiced after hearing Loy say. Really? A successful seal has been placed on the contract. Loy and Habil Asrahan leave victorious. Duke Racona still happily looks at the contract, then rereads the terms of the agreement before clutching his head in regret. Loy looked at Habil. What's with that face? He sighed and explained, I feel like a thug too. Loy calmly said, Why do you look like that? Are you gloating in front of Habil Asrahan? I may be a gangster, but the truth is you're just a smooth-talking extortionist. Haha, you're still cooperating, right? That makes you seem like a little henchman of a gangster. You're also a gangster, huh? Haha. Habil Asrahan could only endure his anger in silence, sulkily saying, I am only duty-bound to escort the young master. I won't do any shady tricks or construction work anymore. Loy continued to tease. What? In that case, I won't let you enjoy singing services anymore. How do you feel? Habil Asrahan confidently said, It's been a month since I became a swordsmanship knight, and now I can control my emotions better than before. I don't need that silly sleep aid anymore. As night falls over the Frontera estate, Habil Asrahan tosses and turns, unable to sleep in his room. He brought a pillow and entered Lloyd Frontera's room. I need the sleep aid service. You mentioned earlier this afternoon that the service is no longer needed, since it's no longer effective. Habil Asrahan begged and pleaded, Please, sir, Loyfin openly told a story. Have you ever heard of sleep hygiene? It's like habits and practices that help you sleep well on a regular basis. Once a habit is formed, it will be very difficult for you to sleep without the old factors. Habil Asrahan trembles in discomfort. Yeah, I know what it is. Now go to sleep quickly. Loy begins to recite the sleep spell, and Habil Asrahan quickly falls asleep as expected. He stretches wearily, sighs, and it's time to start today's work. Loy slams the documents onto the table and uses his surrounding simulation skills. He researched the construction sites for the Onan buildings. Luckily, I have enough knowledge about this, but I don't have enough expertise to build an apartment complex. What should I do? The building behind Loy's simulation is starting to collapse. The system display appears. Are you planning to model each one individually? He observes the wreckage and replies, Yes, and there's a saying that fits this situation perfectly. Loy smiled seriously, determined to succeed, as dawn gradually broke over the Frontera territory. He walked along the road, giving orders, Hurry and send someone to Kremo. We need lawmakers, stonemasons, and carpenters. Mobilize all available personnel and act as quickly as possible while ensuring a stable supply of concrete and other materials. Bring grains and meat from the west. We need enough to work with. After finishing a day's work, Loy returns to his room and continues purchasing buildings. Another day has passed. Bayan announced that there were now 300 refugees, but they are no longer here. He immediately ordered them to come in. We can handle all of them. After finishing his work, Loy returned to his room to continue designing. Damn it. How am I supposed to fix this? Is this process going on too long? Should I reduce the number of floors? Suddenly, a drop of blood fell onto the design. Loy licked the bleeding drop and continued working. No, we can't ignore the sweet talk. Stable housing, economic activities, and increased taxes. Another day passes under the clear sky as Bayan anxiously reports, Young Master, with the calculations just made, in 4 months there won't be enough money to pay the soldiers. Should we make some changes to the original plan, maybe move a few refugees elsewhere? Loy shook his head weakly and said, Don't worry about that. We will still have enough money. Then he bowed his head, surprising everyone. That thing. Loy suddenly collapsed onto the stone altar, causing everyone to panic. Young master, young master. Everyone is worried about his current condition. Wake up, young master, young master. The scene shifts to the kingdom of Magentano, where soldiers in the stands hesitate with their bows drawn. Below, Alicia stands alone in the center of the arena, facing the drawn bows pointed directly at her. Suddenly, a knight's hand raised, and he stood above the soldiers with bows drawn, giving the order to fire. The arrows and spears shot straight at Alicia. She remained undaunted and used her energy to envelop her sword. Alicia swung her blade at the arrows rushing toward her. Along with her strikes, the arrows all shattered in two. Alicia withdrew her energy after successfully blocking the arrows aimed at her. Followed by the soldiers' astonished reactions, she looked at her sword with a frown, unable to improve anything except for being able to unleash sword aura faster. This is pathetic. Alicia recalls the moment she was poisoned by glue and can no longer tolerate any more humiliation. Suddenly, a man stepped forward and called out, "Your Highness." Alicia turned to respond. "What's the matter?" he announced in a serious tone. The messenger of Lord Frontera arrived. Alicia wondered silently if it was from Lloyd Frontera within the royal court. Habil Asrahan kneels and reads the contents of the letter. "Your Highness, I am your humble servant, begging for your help." Alicia's face darkened. "Help? Right now?" She looked at the shadow of Habil Asrahan, followed by Lloyd's suspicious and shady figure with suspicion. What trouble is he planning to cause us this time? He continues reading the contents of the letter. "Your Majesty, with your wisdom, please guide us. We are vigilant, and our presence on this land is to protect our estate. Unfortunately, as I mentioned in my previous letter, refugees from 17 other estates have lost everything and are all heading to our Frontera estate." Alicia sat attentively listening. "Oh, Your Highness, great Queen, you have compassion for all your subjects. A person with a great soul and a strong will. As loyal subjects of the great Queen, we warmly welcome the farmers of the great kingdom and believe that all of them deserve our care. Even Habil Asrahan frowned at the content of the letter, which I humbly request to let these people feel your great will. So many wonderful things." He continued reading, saying he wanted to take care of all these great people of the kingdom. Alicia was furious at Lloyd Frontera's persistence. "So what's the main point here? That damn filthy bastard." Habil Asrahan reads out the content with the faint figure of Lloyd crying behind him. "Well, the god is bankrupt." Alicia seems to have heard shocking news related to the safety of the kingdom. What is it? He really is a shameless person. Well, I didn't see that coming. "But anyway, I am considering mobilizing supplies there," Habil Asrahan said seriously. "Your Highness, we might need 3 times the amount you think." Alicia was even more stunned. 3 times? Is he losing his mind? He gradually sweats nervously on his cheek. "This humble servant of yours is not crazy." She clutches her head in anger. "Damn, my head hurts so much. Next time we meet, I'll kick you flat." Habil Asrahan continued to convey the message Loy wanted to send. "We plan to build a new multi-story residential complex. Creativity in the Kingdom of Magentano is not only about building a hideout to shelter and provide for refugees, but also about promoting housing stability and helping these people become independent, as well as demonstrating the great will of the Queen." But he clutches the blueprints, crying, ruined and bankrupt. Alicia didn't want to hear any more. "Stop, just stop. I understand what the letter means. I am the Queen, which doesn't mean I can spend money however I want." Alicia sternly explains, "I need to get approval from the finance minister and a few other advisors, as well as approval from the stubborn elders. Bothering them won't lead to anything good." Suddenly, Habil Asrahan puts the letter down and pulls out another letter from his shirt. Seeing that, she hesitated and asked, "Another letter?" The letter read, "The building is designed to be as strong as a fortress. In the future, if monster waves return or enemies attack from the east, this building could become an invincible shield. It will play a crucial role in the peace and prosperity of the kingdom." Alicia sat silently, reading the contents of the letter about how the city would be built and how to defend the east from enemies, while the figure inside the letter grinned slyly. "For those who support this project, the gods themselves will give them a sweet reward. A psychological battle between the husband and wife ensues." Alicia sat quietly, contemplating. First of all, building a strong city isn't a bad idea. According to preliminary calculations, it could cost as much as a commercial district like CRMO. She remained silent, calculating. "The stability of the loyal minister's positions has increased according to our plan. It will surely also strengthen my position and authority. It's clear that we're benefiting from this, aren't we?" Habil Asrahan suddenly said. "A perfect hit," Alicia wondered. "What does that mean?" He vaguely explained. The god didn't know what hitting the mark meant, but the letter said to do it within 5 seconds. She remained silent for a while before Alicia ordered sternly, Habil Azrahan, wait here for the money to arrive. He quickly responded, the deity relies on you. Habil Azrahan continued reading the contents of the letter. P.S. It would be wonderful if Lord Croydus could also come. I earnestly beg you. Alicia snapped back irritably. I understand now. Stop, I understand. The scene shifts to the Frontera territory, where tents are set up for the refugees. Sergeant Gregg warns sternly that Lord Loy will not forgive anyone who is lazy. The soldier behind immediately responded, yes, Sergeant Gregg. Sergeant Gregg, who is this guy supposed to be? At first glance, he looks like a lazy soldier from a squad, but he's always there. No matter how dangerous the mission or how difficult the task, he was reborn as a true man, more responsible than others and always giving his best. That man is Sergeant Gregg. The scene shifts to one of the refugees. I don't need it. Please give it to the elderly and children. Sergeant Gregg gently reassures, we have enough blankets, so just take one. After finishing, he steps out of the tent. Sergeant Gregg immediately recognized her. Oh, hello, Emily. She turned around. What do you mean? He pointed at Emily to remind her, why don't you take a break? She has been working since this morning. Emily calmly replied, mind your own business. I need to take care of these things first. He stepped forward to try to take the blankets away. Let me do it. Emily quickly dodged. She didn't want to. She smiled brightly like a flower at their teasing. Sergeant Gregg also smiled happily, but neither of them knew. An ORC figure, holding a bouquet of flowers, witnesses everything, feeling sad as he watches Emily joking around with him. He looks at her bright, smiling face and recalls what his friends teased him about. Ha ha, do I love a woman? The orc has become stupid, even more than him. A woman won't accept an ugly face and disgusting muscles like ours. Even so, you're still much uglier than the average ORC. She now looks downcast, her face grimacing at their teasing. Emily stopped there. Ha ha, you're too slow. He threw away the flowers he had struggled to gather, and then walked away, in sadness. Suddenly, Emily recognized the familiar figure. She blushed slightly as she looked at Ko's back. Their love gradually blossoms from sadness and longing, as the scene shifts to Loy suddenly waking up. Huh? I rushed to the door system panel, startled and trembling all over. What's going on? He weakly spoke up. I just had a dream. The system panel was confused. What did you dream about? He stammered as he explained. It's just what is it? The dream I want. 1,000 question marks appeared on the notification. Bayan, sitting on the chair watching, immediately realized. Young master, are you losing your mind? Loy weakly turns back. Lord Bavaria, he asked with concern. Young master, are you all right? He speaks up with his frail body. It won't be long now. Bayan panicked. No, don't say things like that. Young Master Lai is not weak yet. His eyes slowly closed. The day I died. He looked at Loy with utter contempt, as if he had nothing left to give. Cough. Huh. Suddenly a step moved ahead of his voice. Loy choked and sputtered. Cough. My money, my money. Bayan panicked and tried to calm everyone down. Young master, all we need to do is delay the payment. I'm sure everyone will understand. He shouted back. No, that's not it. Habil Azrahan has now approached the room. Loy clutched his chest. I worked very hard until payday. How can you delay it? You speak as if you're about to leave. Please don't do that, even if I die. Loy's glasses gradually lowered. Even if I die. Then he closed his eyes completely, as if he had vanished from the world. Bayan shouted in fear. Young master, he panicked and ran away. Doctor, doctor. At this moment, the saint named Habil Azrahan appeared. Bayan nervously said, Habil, young master, as he slowly parted his lips and pulled out a stack of books from inside the bag. I've received my salary now, so get up quickly. In an instant, the weak demon lying on the bed opened its eyes again. The system interface appeared, revealing special skills. Bayan was stunned by the scene before him, Loy full of vitality as he got up from the bed, the financial mountains. Loy returned to his usual capitalist face. That's right, let's start digging. Frontera Real Estate has secured funding for the Royal City Development Project. Bayan stands before the construction site to announce that the Beehive apartment complex is 70% complete, encouraging everyone. The sound of everyone's voices echoes to an empty lot behind the forest. Loy is gathering energy now, and then he builds a model city in front of the empty lot. Loy gestures to test the landslide. A powerful landslide crashes into the model buildings. Amidst the dust and smoke from the landslide, the model buildings still stand firm. Loy continues testing. The fierce storm, a powerful hurricane, crashes into the model. The model buildings remain completely unharmed. He is satisfied and continues to push forward. This is the final test. Loy concentrates all her energy. The entire scene begins to rise into the sky, extending all the way out into outer space. A beam of light begins to rush toward the Earth. Loy is testing the most dangerous experiment possible. Even the meteor and the system are powerless already? Why are you testing that? A nearly widespread explosion across the area caused by the meteor, and yes. Loy chuckled with satisfaction. Ha ha! This is so interesting. The system keeps insulting that bastard again. Habil Asrahan stands behind him, looking at him with contempt. Loy frowns and turns back. What? What's wrong with your face? He may have denied it, but it doesn't matter much, right? I never thought the young master was crazy. You're just showing off. Oh, I thought you had turned into a monster. Habil Asrahan changes the subject to make an announcement. Lord Siggers and the other 30 dwarves have returned. Lloyd is satisfied. Just in time. He bowed to the dwarves who had entered the territory. The development of a dense complex depends on the concrete pouring process. It's not as simple as building a wall across the sea or a suspension bridge. Those theories are not enough to build a dense apartment complex, and this is what I want most. Loy presents a design, a concrete mixing machine. A necessary device that can mix and maintain the quality of cement will prevent the construction cement from being contaminated by other external components, Sidus said irritably. That's really rude. We've come a long way, and you didn't even invite us to help, but just gave us orders? He pulls out a pile of counter designs. I have countless ideas for welcoming you, Siders, Loy said with a sly, confident smile. And I believe nothing is better than allowing you to view this design first, he said irritably in a loud voice. What's with that weird face? Siders snatched the design. Is my workshop ready yet? Loy bowed and replied, Yes, Your Highness. The long-delayed construction project can finally begin. Loy and Habil Asrahan start their work to detonate. The haul in his hand begins to glow beneath the underground cage. The pre-mixed cement infrastructure is complete. Vodong runs with all her might, standing inside the cement mixer to keep it running. The ORC side is also working just as seriously. The ORC tribe is bending the iron bars into square-shaped curves. The reinforcement and frame are ready for the concrete to be poured. Loy pours the cement into the empty container as instructed, making sure not to just pour it anywhere. Check the edges and reinforcement bars to ensure there is no air trapped inside. Start raising it up and then insert Bai Bung. Bai Bi Bung will grow bigger to help with the high construction. Bao stands below, shaking the bell with a smile. Keep going. Bai Bi Bung blushes because of the love demon inside him. So happy. After many days of continuous work, the apartment project has been partially completed. Lloyd asked Mr. Bavaria if he could take over from now on. He quickly responded, No problem. He just looked at the project and thought it through. Now everyone is used to the work. I still have other issues to worry about, like the insulation inside the heating devices. The Honeycomb Apartments heating system uses a coal-fired furnace. Water is heated in the thermal room, then steam travels through the pipes throughout the building in all directions. It is connected to each room's radiator and heats the room. Loy frowns, lost in thought. But the problem is he imagines the rooms in the apartment building with the pipe system going up high, and the system would lose heat. The top floor, almost the 8th floor, hardly gets any heat at all. I've tried many simulations to fix it, but I still can't succeed. Loy recalls the nights he stayed up all night studying, trying to understand. Can I create a better insulation system? Is what the novel mentions some kind of useful clue or not? Damn it. Yeah. A line of text mentioned in the novel catches his eye. Loy's joy was because of that. The dragon roaring in Loy Frontera's mind was the chapter where Habil faced the fire dragon. The fiery dragon curses and insults lowly, degenerate human beings, worthless and fragile, a species that knows no other word but human. However, no matter how exceptional a swordsman is, he will never be able to defeat a dragon. But Habil stood directly in front of the dragon's breath, enduring its fierce flames. Habil Asrahan still looked at it with a serious gaze. The dragon, panicked, realized that Habil Asrahan remained standing firm after its breath of fire and was not shaken at all. That's because he equipped armor made from hardened alenia tree resin, the best insulator in the world. Having made up his mind, Loy and Habil Asrahan set out to gather the materials. Habil Asrahan followed behind and asked, Where do you plan to get the insulation material after 2 days of travel? Loy explains, Evergao Forest, home to the elves. I will gather the tree sap there. Habil Asrahan hears this, turns his head, and looks displeased. Hey, where do you think you're going? He turned back and explained, Don't you know that elves hate humans? They are a species we cannot negotiate with. Anjfan stepped forward, reflecting on what was said earlier. But in the novel, you befriend them and are given that armor. Fine, just go back. I will go alone. Sir, I am the escort knight. Habil Asrahan reluctantly follows along, visibly uncomfortable. He sighed in wonder. They are a species that no one has been able to communicate with for the past 500 years. How do you plan to persuade them? Lloyd asked back, What do you mean? Persuade them, Habil Asrahan immediately replied. Are you confused? Habil Asrahan is also out of it. Yeah. Suddenly Lloyd smiled eerily. Ha! Are you an idiot? Your words confuse Habil Asrahan. We will not negotiate. Lloyd then adopted a smug attitude. We will seize it. He fell silent after Lloyd Fronter's words, wishing he could quit escorting this bastard. Before the icy snow-capped mountains, the two entered a forest where the trees could survive in this cold weather. Surrounded by colorful flowers and towering trees, Lloyd turned back and reminded us, just a few more steps and we'll soon enter the eternal forest. I heard that elves have a natural connection to the forest, so please stay as quiet as possible. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan twitched uncomfortably. He bows slightly and sneezes gracefully. Then he looked up to sniff with his handsome face. Lloyd asked irritably about the meat. Hey, what are you doing? Habil Asrahan calmly replied, Can't you see I'm sneezing? You're really a fool. I know you're upset about something else, but you didn't have to act like that. He responded calmly, Oh, I don't think you understand something. Habil Asrahan calmly explained, I look cool no matter what because I am handsome. That's a feeling you will never experience in your life. His face visibly drooped in disappointment. What? Do you really need to be so blunt? Bang He Thong sneered in his face, hurting his feelings by 99 points. Ha ha! Lloyd is annoyed. Shut up. Bang He Thong paused for a moment, then continued laughing. He angrily warned, If you laugh again, I will kill you. Lo gritted his teeth and growled. You are a master swordsman who can't hold back a sneeze, Habil Asrahan explained seriously. There are some physiological phenomena we cannot control. You are annoyed and raising your voice. What? So you can't do things like hold in your fart forever? Habil Asrahan calmly replied, Why would I do something that makes me constipated? Loin keeps insulting him. You're a master swordsman who can't even hold it in, huh? Habil Asrahan chuckled softly. Suku, are you angry and raising your voice? What are you laughing at? He shook his head in frustration. You're just rambling now. Because your face can't compare to mine, young Master Loi, you're really funny. He clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and charged forward. Loi threw a series of punches but was effortlessly blocked by Habil Asrahan. He placed his hand on his stomach, and Habil was in a really good mood. Loi gasped and shouted, Remember to hold back your sneezes and stay silent. Habil Asrahan obeyed the order. Damn it, please be quiet. He, with frustration, searched for a tree somewhere in this forest. Suddenly, in front of them, a group of elves was pointing their arrows at them. Lloyd was panicked. How did they know we were here? Mira explains why she's here to block the path. You've been shouting loudly since you entered the forest, so we already knew where you were. Fool, Habil Asrahan is in serious trouble. But he didn't panic. Instead, he smiled smugly. No head. He smirked confidently. We're just making this plan happen a little faster. Mira begins ordering the star spirits behind. If they don't return within 3 hours, I will shoot. Fires. Habil Asrahan quickly draws his sword and unleashes his aura sword technique, slashing forward with an energy strike. Habil Asrahan swung his sword, breaking the incoming arrows in half as he stood tall amidst the shattered projectiles. Mira remained silent, a master swordsman. Loi, go and inform them to split up as we planned. Meet me at the Alenia tree in 30 minutes. Find a high vantage point to signal if you get lost. Habil Asrahan nervously asked, Do you think you can handle this alone? He quickly added, As long as you can distract them, I will be fine. Mira shouted orders as the ugly one trembled and chased after the handsome guy, tears streaming down his face after hearing those words. The elves jumped from the branches chasing Habil Asrahan. He was amazed at their speed. The elves moved skillfully along the branches, touching the leaves on the trees for support before launching themselves gracefully into the air. Even Habil Asrahan was amazed by that technique. Very few people know about elves, and once again the young master's prediction proves to be correct. Elves truly are nature spirits. Going back to before the attack, Lo seriously assured them they wouldn't harm the trees, and that would be our trump card. Since we can't attack innocent elves, you need to run as fast as you can while avoiding their attacks. Turn around, and perhaps to some extent we can exploit their personalities. Back in the present, a fairy is drawing her bowstring, preparing to strike. Habil Asrahan immediately senses the danger and quickly hides behind a tree. With the love for nature that the fairy has, she can't bring herself to attack. Damn it. She quickly moved to a wider area to shoot her bow. Habil Asrahan swiftly dodged all the arrows aimed at him. He quickly ran away, then clicked his tongue. Why are they only shooting in 2 directions? An arrow shoots to the front right, then 3 arrows are fired to the other left. Habil Asrahan narrows his eyes as he realizes this. He watched the passing shadows of the elves. They were doing it on purpose. On Loy Frontera's side, he had found the Zia tree. Loy quickly pulls out his staff and signals to go. The magic circle starts moving faster. He uses his skill to prepare for digging, boosting his energy, and for the next 20 minutes he won't feel tired. Loy digs down at full speed. Let's go. A tunnel quickly appeared. Then, on the other side, a pair of legs kept running. Habil Azrahan ran forward while thinking. Something felt very strange. He looked around at the goblins behind him. I don't see the captain leading the way. No way. Is she heading towards the young master? Habil Azrahan ran into an open clearing and stopped at the tense water puddle. Kai is really here with no trees to block their attack. The goblins seized the opportunity to jump into the air and aim their bows at Habil Azrahan. A rain of arrows immediately shot toward him. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan thrust his sword into the water. A surge of water swept up, carrying the incoming arrows away. He stood inside the rising water and struck, revealing his figure. The elf stands on the tree, stunned. What kind of power is that? That human. He could easily kill us if he wanted to, a giant elf said. Everyone stay calm. If humans have a master swordsman, it's Malika. A red glow appears within the forest. Malika steps forward with her giant form, begins lowering her enormous bow, and knocks a giant arrow, aiming directly at Habil Azrahan, the great dragon bow master. He also remains calm and raises his sword to block the attack. An arrow with immense energy tears through the air towards him. Habil Azrahan struggles to hold the arrow and is pushed back. He endured a difficult attack, but the weight was too heavy. It pushed Habil Azrahan backward without end. He struggles to hold himself up, but the weight is too overwhelming. Habil Azrahan gathers all his strength to block the attack and then pushes the arrow away from his sword. He glided across the water silently admiring it. Too strong, truly enormous power. He pushes back his own aura sword. Habil Azrahan thinks about the consequences if he fights back. If he harms even a single demon, all the other demons in the world will retaliate with all their might, and their vengeance is even more terrifying than the orcs. The elves begin bringing arrows to Melika. Habil Azrahan boosts his energy into his sword aura. It's almost time to regroup with the young master, while some other goblins are still chasing after him. He raises his sword amidst the rain of arrows in the sky. Habil Azrahan stands amidst the tense pile of arrows, thinking, what should I do? How can I deal with these demons without killing them and save the young master here? Malika prepared for her next shot. Habil Azrahan unleashes all his energy into his sword and charges forward, swinging his sword to break the arrows heading toward him. One strike after another, all the arrows are completely cut in half. But it's not over yet. Malika fires a giant arrow forward as Habil Azrahan shouts alongside his sword. He surrounds the arrow with energy and pulls it back to himself. Habil Azrahan lifts the arrow into the air and forcefully throws it straight ahead. Two arrows are rushing toward each other at incredible speed, causing a powerful collision that stirs the surrounding air. Meanwhile, Loy is carefully cutting the roots of the Zia tree. He has filled his backpack completely with roots. All right, I just need to add one more of this size. Suddenly, a warning voice came from behind Loy Frontera. Stop right there. That cruel human, he turned his face to observe. Behind them, Mira and two elves are aiming their bows at Loy Frontera. How dare you cut down our precious tree? I apologize, but many lives depend on me. Lo crouched down to pick something up, warning her not to move or she would be shot. He whispered provocatively, go ahead and shoot if you want. However, Mira was stunned by Loy Frontera's words. He cruelly smiled and held out a sweet potato, saying, I will roast this until it turns golden. The sweet potato Lai picked up on the road. Mira and the two goblins behind her froze in terror, stopping. Lloyd seized the opportunity and ordered. That's right, isn't it? You hate seeing this tree suffer? Now step back, the crying potato. Save us, all three elves shouted curses. Are you still human? You're so cruel. A dirty, evil bastard. Loey still maintains a calm attitude as he steps forward. Good, good. Thanks for the compliments. Now can you step back? A goblin next to Mayura speaks up. You are a cunning demon who doesn't seem to be popular with girls. He looked angry and insulted Loey, pushing the torch close to Ko-I-M. The three of them panicked. Stop, I'm warning you once more. Step back. I said step back. The three of us have backed up to the exit above. Mira gestures calmly, saying, We've retreated to the end of this cave, so why don't we have a little talk? Loey still kept his cruel expression as he looked at her, suddenly opening his mouth in discomfort. Loey bit into the top of the sweet potato's greens. Ha ha. Oh my God, I'd rather be injured than let you go. Your saliva. Ah. He holds out the torch and says, Climb up. Mira is terrified. Huh? The road is blocked. All right, we're going up now. Maze is still panicking and shouting. Oh my God, this bastard, stop, stop. Four of them have successfully climbed out of the cave. Loy remained silent, thinking. Well, now that we're outside, Habel will find us more easily. He should have appeared earlier, but if the other elves saw him first, he imagines a scene where he's shot in the head with an arrow. It means the game is over. Loy keeps biting the sweet potato, his head full of saliva, as a faint voice calls out. Mira looked back at the fairy behind her. What's wrong with her? She replied, holding her stomach. Lord Mira, I am very worried and suddenly feel unwell. The elf beside me also holds her head. Ah, I saw something terrible, and Mira yelled angrily about my anemia. Can you two stop already? We can't show our weakness in front of this bastard. Suddenly Mira's stomach rumbled. She collapsed, clutching her stomach. Ah, my stomach hurts. Mira, hang in there, you're hungry, right? Loy thought to himself suspiciously. What? Recalling what I saw earlier, aren't the elves supposed to be very powerful and full of magic? Wait a minute. I've never heard a bird sing in this forest before. There hasn't been a single rabbit or stag at all. I don't think I saw even one. Loy suddenly realized the monster domino. The animals had migrated to the far end of the mountain range. That's why the central area of the eternal forest looked so empty. He surveys the surroundings thoughtfully, since the goblins won't harm the trees, meaning the elves are entirely carnivorous. Loy looks at the weakened goblins before him, and perhaps they've been starving for months. Back to Habil Asran's fight, he's standing there gasping for breath after his last attack. Malik is also panting from exhaustion. Habil Azrahan narrowed his eyes, pondering. It's strange. Based on the strength and abilities of the elves, they shouldn't be tired from this. If so, then we can break through their defenses. He bends down to gain momentum as the energy circle begins to surge. Habil Azrahan grips his sword tightly and charges forward. Let's go. Malika also doesn't hold back and prepares to shoot another arrow. The arrow quickly shot toward Habil Azrahan. The young master let it graze his face before moving forward. Please, hold on. Habil Azrahan completely dodged the arrows aimed at him. The elves on the tree branch report. Nervously, our line has been broken through. Everyone charge forward. The weaker goblins behind are collapsing on the branches. Commander, I can't hold on any longer. I can't. I'm so hungry, she shouted loudly. Everyone forget about that. A huge figure leaps into the air. She grabs the arrow, ready to strike. Malika, our kind-hearted one. You shared your piece of meat with others, and now she is fighting to her last breath. A mighty longbow shot is fired from Melika. She aimed directly at the path where Habil Azrahan was moving. Yeah. He quickly hid behind a tree to avoid the attack, when suddenly Malika grabbed the arrow, rushing toward him. She lunged straight at where Habil Azrahan was standing. He dodged the attack and silently thought that he was the one who should have protected him. Melika continues her relentless assault on Habil Azrahan, the child of God, as the tiny arrows of the elf keep flying towards him. Just do your best to support Melika until your last breath. A few leaves are falling in the sky. Habil Azrahan jumps into the air and uses the leaf as a foothold. Our heir. He launched exactly as the demon had done before. I will protect him at all costs. The elves are stunned to see the creature, which is truly a monster. That footwork is something it would take us 100 years to master. The arrows keep flying toward Habil Azrahan, who is trying to dodge the attacks of the goblin just a little longer. Habil Azrahan jumps from tree to tree, continuing to run away. Just a little more. Suddenly, Malika shot 2 arrows into the bow. Habil Azrahan emerged from the forest above and saw the destination at that tree. He shouted in worry, "Young master, over there a boulder is being heated up along with the deliciously grilled meat. Loy and the elves are sitting and enjoying their meal." Humph. Habil Azrahan, with dirt smudged all over, stepped forward and asked as he looked at the panting boy, "Where have you just come from? Did you just come back from that battle? Loy, are you bringing back some meat?" "This piece is overcooked. Eat quickly." Mira stammers this. He immediately explained that it had to be pork and needed to be cooked thoroughly. Loy, turn around and call out, "What are you still doing standing there? Come over and sit down." He briefly introduces him. "This is Habil, my escort knight." Mira was stunned. "What? Aren't you a servant?" Loy replied bluntly. "No, you should also introduce Habil Azrahan to know that this is Mira, the leader of the Calm Demons." She timidly spoke up, "Pleased to meet you, Sim." He glared at Habil Azrahan's deadpan face and shouted, "Say hello properly. This one is skinny, so if I could be direct, Mira is chewing on meat and looking up." "Is there anywhere else for us?" Loy immediately replied, "Yes, there is." She orders Melika, who is silently hiding behind the tree, to come over. "Come here, Melika." She pushed her way through the crowd. Mira whispered softly, "Malika has been starving for months. Could she have more meat, please?" Loy smiled happily. "Eat as much as you want. We brought plenty of food on this trip, so feel free." "You're talking about the goblins behind us. Are those guys just standing there smelling and already full?" The hungry elves gaze longingly at the meat. Mira silently prepares to take a bite, but suddenly stops and bites down hard. Loie says she and the other elves resting nearby are patiently waiting for their woman to return after their hunting trips. They must be very hungry right now. A female elf was crying bitterly after hearing him mention it. Oh, he gently reassures the girl beside him. Stop it. Don't cry, you silly. Loie is starting to adopt a capitalist attitude. What about the children? How long can the old men endure the hunger? Mira's face darkened when she heard him mention those things. Loie weeps, but still smiles. Which will cause you to lose your life first? Hunger, or the law of the jungle? Who knows? Damn it, tears are blocking my view. Melika also shed tears in sadness. The elves above also cried and embraced each other. Mira is no exception. Loie makes a proposal. So why don't we start negotiating now? Mira protests uncomfortably. What? We don't negotiate with humans. You take out the cunning smile and ask, what do you want? We have already finished negotiating. I said I would spare this tree if you retreat. And because you're hungry, we only ate these pieces of meat together while talking. What do you call it if not negotiation? Mira couldn't speak because of what Loie said. He began to discuss the proposal. First, this is what we can offer for your race's survival. Mira remained skeptical. Our race's survival? Loie mentioned items and offered an unlimited supply of pork and a supply of coal. He smirked inwardly, thinking that if they knew what the charcoal was made of, they might dislike the pain since it comes from wood, but revealing too much information would be a mistake. She was stunned by Lloyd Frontier's words as he waved his hand and called out with a wicked face. I'm sure you always dry the meat before eating. Now it's time to cook it and enjoy a good meal, and we'll also build you a free ice chest to store the meat. Mira was silent for a long time before she finally asked, What do you want in return? Loie seriously explained, I also want to survive. If you don't agree to this negotiation, all my people will freeze to death. You should give us a little of the Alenia tree sap each month, just a small amount once a month, so no one has to die. Loie smirked cunningly. I will of course teach you how to harvest this sap without harming the tree. Loie continued negotiating, saying that the meat could be transported more quickly if the elves helped out, splitting about 100 people into two groups, one carrying the meat and the other helping us build the house. He said his final words after negotiating, What do you think? Let's survive together. The goblins above panic and try to stop him. You can't do that. Mira, humans are always full of chaos. She frowns and thinks. Mira remembers the old times. Mira, Mira, my beloved daughter. Listen carefully. I once lived in a place called Gabon and interacted with humans, but their lifespan is too short, and they want to enjoy so many things. That's why they became greedy, deceitful, and did many bad things. So Mira's mother never met humans. Her mother gradually disappeared after saying her final words. I can only trust those who can truly become my friends. The atmosphere in front of the oven falls silent for a moment. Loie waits seriously for the response. Mira also remained silent, contemplating as she responded to his proposal in front of the Azier tree. I refuse. I only do business with those I consider friends. Loie silently thought, annoyed. Damn it. Did I just bump into an iron wall? What is a friend? In my original world, I was always lonely. I lived in poverty and couldn't even take care of myself. But I wanted a better life, so I took architecture courses and attended seminars. I have to ignore the criticism and mockery. That guy doesn't even have a 3.0 GPA. Why is he here? He should get out of here. Its strong smell ruins the mood. Even though it hurts, I have to keep trying. I realized that the only way to escape poverty was to study harder and harder. Then one day, in front of a grill roasting juicy beef, a man spoke up. Hey X, don't listen to those fools saying your scores are improving and you're always working harder than them, I shyly replied. Really? Thanks a lot. He keeps talking. You know the truth is like that. He flips the piece of meat over. This one is really great. You'll love it, and I'm crazy about the beef here. Kim Shu-ho brought the piece of meat to his mouth. Okay. Thank you. The calm man spoke. Just eat freely. Suddenly, he grinned wickedly. You've never eaten beef before, right? Kim Shu-ho's face darkened after hearing him say that. I saw that contemptuous look in his eyes, and that sinister smile. I have seen that smile my whole life, as if he were feeding a stray dog and earning his own virtue. I burst into tears. Like a wild dog. But I have never tasted such good beef before. Kim Shu-ho looked at him as if he were a saint, blessing him. You are truly an angel. Can I get 2 more servings, guys? He smiled contentedly, and adding 3 more servings is fine, too. And so, he became my only friend. Returning to the present, Lo laughed mischievously. So, what does friendship mean? As long as there's beef, that's enough. He takes a piece of meat out of his pocket and pours it. Mira looks at the meat with longing. What is that? Yes, that aura. Is that real meat? Loie quickly placed the beef on the fire. Mira cried as she enjoyed the beef, while Melika also shed tears after taking a bite. The other elves were no different. Mira didn't hesitate anymore and decided to finalize the deal. A casual voice asks, "Mira, what about the approval of the elders?" She immediately replied, "Just give them this beef to eat." Loie took the elf squad and returned. The Eternal Forest Elf has never interacted with any other tribe in 500 years, and now they are signing a business agreement with a human from the Frontera estate. Habil Azrahan silently wondered why he had to fight. When those pieces of beef could be so powerful, everyone in the village was whispering excitedly, "What is the young master planning?" First it was the orc, now the fairy. Will the next be a dragon? Don't panic. Anything is possible, but not a dragon. Mira looked around seriously. She looked at the fence in front of her, made from damaging the trees and the wooden door beyond. Witnessing this, firsthand was truly horrifying. Loie in front spoke. Some people refuse to eat animals. Race, culture, personal choice. Everyone has their reasons. He silently demanded, "Lower your stubbornness a bit and start helping each other." "I think that will be the moment when all of us can live a happy life," Mira said with difficulty. "I understand what you mean, but I also need to understand it with my heart." Loie reassures her, "You're right, take it slow." He smirked slyly at Mira. "Enjoy your beef while you think she's completely captivated." "Well, I think I understand now." The construction of honeycomb zones 101 and 102 continues. Before I go to the Eternal Forest, my concern is whether I can finish 102 before the temperature drops below 0 degrees. Freezing and melting. If water in the concrete condenses below zero and melts as the temperature rises after winter, countless droplets will burst out, destroying the concrete from within. And finally, the building completely collapsed. Loie smiled confidently. However, that is no longer a concern. He looked at the elves moving along the walls. The elves used their skills to carry out the task. Mira, holding a bunch of iron pipes, shouted, "Finish quickly and just eat the beef." With the crazy mobility of the elves, the construction speed is faster than you can imagine. The first day of winter at complexes 101 and 102 is complete. Loie walks down the stairs and mistakenly calculates that finishing the tests for these two areas during winter means the next project will aim to relocate all refugees by next fall. And the key to this experiment is a mixture that ORC prepared earlier, made of tree resin and soybean paint at a ratio of 1 to 100. To achieve perfect insulation, everyone begins applying it to the equipment. Sergeant Greg reports from level 1 to level 8 that all insulated pipes are complete. Loie nodded and ordered everyone to go downstairs and start boiling. The steam generator began operating on his command, directing hot air through the pre-installed pipes. Inside the room, Loie and the 4 others are testing the heat with great success. He steps out to announce, "Everyone, get ready to move in." Habil Azrahan stepped forward to suggest, "Young master, I think the priority for moving in should be Loie, who is upset," cutting him off. "Snow is falling. I'm busy now. Let's talk about it later." He walks away calling for Habil Azrahan, who was left behind, frustrated. He takes off. "Yes, young master, Loie is in charge of the next steps. Prioritize moving families with young children first, then arrange the others and the sick according to their health conditions." Bayan bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, young master, I will continue to inform that those who cannot be moved today will be arranged a proper room with the correct number for each person. No one is allowed to go hungry or suffer from the cold this winter." Beneath the innocent concern is only a desire to wear down everyone's bodies. "I have to do this. That way, they'll owe me and it'll be easier to ask them for favors later." Loie quickly moves out. "Let's go see the Count. Our work this winter isn't finished yet." Habil Azrahan followed behind, thinking to himself, "He's really troublesome, but still not enough to be called foolish." He quietly remembered, thinking that he has always been like that since his personality changed, making it impossible to hate him. Habil Azrahan watched Lloyd Frontera's back, and he had become a support for everyone around him. The two of them walked towards the Duke's residence. Lloyd frowned and asked, "Was that a horn just now?" Habil Azrahan explained, "Yes, that was the signal announcing the Emperor's arrival." Ahead, a person with the certificate has arrived at the estate, gesturing wildly and flipping the certificate around. The bearded man speaks in a deep voice. "The initiative at Frontera Estate is truly impressive. I can't help but be impressed by it. Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera listen seriously, and based on those commendable achievements, I am here to deliver the decree to Frontera Estate." The two people standing far away also remained silent, listening intently from the moment this decree was issued at Frontera Estate. Loie reads aloud the order, and the bearded man continues. "The administrative region at Frontera will be upgraded to a county." Then he knelt down after finishing reading the contents. "Congratulations to Count and Countess of Frontera." The two gradually started to tear up after the announcement, while he puffed out his chest and smiled contentedly. The bearded man continued reading the next part. "The first achievement is successfully stopping the giant monster attack wave from the east. The second achievement is accepting refugees who lost their homes from the Eastern Kingdom. Agus Frontera quietly mourns with joy inside. The third achievement is the reconstruction of the Eastern region and the building of a fortress. He solemnly reads the certificate stating that the Frontra barony will be separated from the CRMO barony and orders you to become the center of reconstruction for the East. Loy is so happy that he jumps up and down behind him, so the royal family will provide special funding and essential supplies for the reconstruction of the East over the next 10 years, along with a tax exemption for all types for the next 20 years. He chuckled mischievously, silently praising her. Long live the Queen. The Queen is truly wise and generous. Building a large city with just our efforts is impossible, yet the Queen bets on us and makes it achievable. Loy turns around and orders, "To Hable Village, I already have some things prepared for this." Akos Frontera turned to look at Lloyd Frontera. The bearded man continued, and as a result, all the territories bordering the eastern frontier, including the Duchy of Racona, will be placed under the jurisdiction of the Frontera Marquisate. He tears up with joy, and Akos Frontera looks at his back, walking away, thinking to himself that it's all thanks to his son, who not only miraculously saved our estate from debt, but also helped the southern territory become a marquisate. Our son is our miracle. A statue of Alicia is covered in flowers. Long live the Queen. Long live the Queen. The great Queen. The people of Frontera gather around the bronze statue, shouting, "Long live, long live, long live, the unification of the world." Everyone continues to praise her, "Long live, long live, long live, the unification of the world." Shouting loudly, he ordered, "Speak even louder, so the Queen can hear." The bearded man looked silently at the scene before him. Long live, long live, long live 1,000 times over, for a united world. He returned to his duties and recounted everything. They kept shouting the same words over and over. Queen Alicia yelled out orders, telling them to stop right now. A neighing horse rushing at full speed, Duke Racona hurriedly rides away. He kneels before Count Frontera. "Count Frontera, did you call for me? You're hesitating to stop me." "There's no need to be so formal, Your Excellency. I'm not used to being called a count yet." Duke Racona broke out in a sweat and said, "Absolutely not. With your eternal excellence and noble character, no one suits the title of count more than you." He furrowed his sano nose in discomfort. "Damn it, for just being a count, I remember how I used to treat Akos Frontera. I used to mock his poverty at banquets and look down on him countless times, but those days are gone. From now on, I just need to treat him better." Duke Racona looked at his face with contempt. "I am only good at pretending to be kind. If I exploit his good nature, I might survive." Agus Frontera reminded him seriously, "But you already know, the royal decree has been issued and we have a lot of work to do to rebuild the East." Count Racona immediately responded, "I sincerely thank you." Hesitantly, he proposed, "But we are short of personnel and would like to make a request." Count Racona immediately replied, "Just tell me what you need." Agus Frontera began to make his proposal. "I was just wondering if you could transfer a few engineers to us." He quickly agreed. "Of course, just let me know how many people you need." Agus Frontera hesitated. If it's too many, it might be a bit difficult for you. About the size of a small room to reveal your true nature. Just send me as many people as you can." Marquis Racona was terrified by those words. Akos Frontera has been commercialized and now bears Lloyd Frontera's face. Enough to keep our friendship from being shaken. He was so stunned by those words that he couldn't even speak. Duke Racona left, his body seeming to have lost all vitality. Akos Frontera stood on the balcony, watching him fall from his horse. He remained silent, lost in thought. I have never threatened anyone in my life. Yet the feeling of the Duke Racona trembling and crawling onto his horse was overwhelming. Akos Frontera's wicked smile was just like his son's. Damn impressive. At the construction site, Bayan bowed to announce that Honey Apartments 101 and 102 have been completed and residents are now moving in. System Notification Board. You have achieved a new milestone, successfully building the apartment and gaining the trust of the people of Lore Razor Continent. Friendship points, 700. Current friendship points, 4,783. He chuckled slyly at the success. The seeds had sprouted. It was time to harvest the small houses covered in snow. "Oh my, there's only a piece of meat and some milk bread. Quao, please have this with us." "Honey, come here and eat," he replied tiredly. "Just eat. I don't really want to eat." The man with the bald head frowned and thought, "I am very grateful for all of this, but I used to be a hard-working farmer for my family and now I can only rely on others." He clenched his lips tightly, overwhelmed by negative thoughts. How much longer will I have to live like this? Suddenly a voice rang out outside, catching his attention. "Young Master Loin." Everyone outside the village saw him and cheered. Young Master Loin, thank you. What can we do to repay your kindness? He waved his hand to greet everyone. Ha ha, don't exaggerate. Everything is still going well. The people in front shout, "You saved our lives!" Thank you very much, I am very grateful. An elderly man burst into tears as he approached. Please hold my hand before I die. You smile cheerfully. Please, madam, don't say such things. I pray that you will live longer than I do. He chuckled and stepped forward again with the boy to draw pictures. We can do it. We can do it. Loy waves goodbye to everyone. Yeah. It's all thanks to everyone. I love you all. I love you all. You bring joy and care. Is everyone enjoying the food? Ha ha. Habil Azrahan glared with suspicion. I could feel it. He remained silent, doubting that he was plotting something with these people. A large table is moved to the front of the villagers, along with a stack of documents placed on it. Loy sits down and announces, "All right, it's time for everyone to pay their debts to me. I have a pile of contracts stacked up here." Everyone in the village was confused. He smiled and waited. Loy showed a terrifying face to remind them. You know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, right? The villagers are terrified by what he's saying. Habil Asrahan scratched his head in frustration. Damn it, I no longer know what's right or wrong. Suddenly someone approached. Young Master Lo's contract. Will I have a job? Loy smiled contentedly. Of course we will pay your salary and extra for overtime, he said with some threatening words. But from the moment you sign this contract and receive your first paycheck, you will have to buy food and supplies with your own money. He paused to think, then seriously replied, I have no need to rely on others. Give me the contract, please, Loy said with a wicked smile. My contract is quite harsh and capitalist. Are you ready? Huh, what do you mean? What is capitalism? His wife also stepped forward. Can women also sign contracts? He quickly replied, We don't discriminate based on gender here. Ha ha. The people around started lining up. What kind of work is it? I also want to work for my own life. Please sign the contract for us. Loy smirked and said, We are working on a project that will provide stable food supplies and private land ownership. A large-scale project was proposed by Loy. We will build an advanced terraced project. He silently imagines the plan. We will carve the eastern mountains to make the steps fall. It will be easy to build with reinforced steel. The scene shifts to Bell lying exhausted in the room. Loy stood looking at her unconscious, but Bell H had exhausted himself with the apartment mess, and Bai exploded in anger at Bello's fatigue. He rushed up and kicked him in the face. I can't ask Bell to work any harder. Loy tears up, snots and spits, but still keeps planning. As night falls over the entire farmland, a display from the system appears, summoning a mystical creature to start a spin with 150 friendship points. Loy stands in front of the display thinking, I've been considering this for days, but this is the only way I can gather the materials. The system prompt is urging me on, so let's fight. The lucky wheel to summon mystical creatures starts spinning with 160 friendship points. It's time. Let's see what you'll get. YOLO, let's start. Loy glared suspiciously. This stupid notification system, always trying to persuade like some pyramid scheme. But at least it always gives me what I need. He looks down at the Bodong kids, Ippo and Bell, always getting the creatures he needs most. Loy checks the display, still having enough friendship points here, so there's no hesitation. Current friendship points are 4,683. Let's proceed, Lloyd shouted eagerly. Hurry up and come out. Give me a creature that can produce steel wires for the wall. He quickly clicked start, and the magic circle appeared again. Before the creaking sound of magic, Lloyd still stood praying. Please, I beg you, it's too noisy. The magic circle suddenly enlarges, and Lloyd looks on in amazement, wondering what it is. Suddenly a flame shot straight into his face, erasing Lloyd Frontera's expectant expression. The system panel smugly declared, They've been discarded. Haha, you're annoyed and talking to the system. You're no longer on my side. The system panel responds seriously. I am simply following the rules. I am not on anyone's side. Stop that annoying tone and be quiet. Loy repeats an old story. So, how many more summons do I have when you keep giving me top-tier items I need? The system notification gradually turns red. Ha ha! Loy was confused by the system's laugh, which had completely shifted to a warning tone. Ha ha! The system panel gradually became serious, frightening Loy. You're still a fool and haven't figured it out yet. Suddenly, the system display returned to normal. The secret to gambling is to let inexperienced players win a few times so they think they can keep winning. I angrily shouted, Are you trying to cheat your dad? I'll kill you. Do you think the system's teasing can make life always rosy? Don't dream that life will be easy. Annoying bastard. Husk. This young man usually quickly absorbs negative logic. The system panel continues to beckon. What if next time you get something better when you open it? The summon mystical creature wheel begins. A scroll with 225 friendship points. Loy hesitates, then nervously taps start. A deafening explosion erupts after the Frontella mansion. He angrily punches the system and slowly starts to talk. The system interface keeps teasing him, but enough is enough. Loy continues to tap to summon the mysterious creature scroll. A scroll with 338 points of affinity and a magic circle appeared. Loy quickly lay down on the ground, thinking that his father would be deceived 3 times. The system always predicts the future. He bows his head in anticipation as a faint light begins to appear above Lloyd Frontera's head. But what emerges is not a flame, but a predatory plant-shaped monster. It rushes to attack Lai, who is crouching and running away. He panics and runs into the mansion to wake Habil Azrahan. A sword made of aura swordsmanship was swung to cut the monster in half, and it gasped its last breath on the ground. The system notification appeared again, saying it was scrap. He angrily decided, "Your father already knows he's never going to buy again." Suddenly, the system notification announced that you achieved a hidden achievement. Motherfucker, your body and affinity points have been severely damaged after 3 consecutive trash openings. To compensate for the damage, selecting a mysterious creature is now possible. Loy is stunned as he reads the notification. A custom skill? A huge system interface begins to appear. He is stunned in amazement. No way. A series of level 1 skills appear. Why are all these skills just trash? Loy stood up to observe all the skills. Which one is it? He looks at the skill in the corner of the display panel. Wait a moment, are you talking about the net? He ponders its function. If it's as thick as a net, it would have 3 times the resistance and elasticity of steel. It can resist moisture and maintain its stability over time when exposed to sunlight. He smiled after calculating the plan, knowing right away. I'll get what I need no matter what. The system menu appears. Do you want to choose a mystical creature to spin once for 800 friendship points? Your current friendship points are 4,070. Loy decides to choose the spider web. The magic circle begins to appear and gradually glows after completing the activation. In front of a room in the mansion, Habil Azrahan slowly wakes up after sleeping, reflecting on last night's events. It seems I had a strange dream. In front of the Frontier estate, the villagers working below were distracted by something in the sky. Huh, what's that? A figure gradually appears in the sky, something in the sky. A giant bird emerges in the eyes of the people, followed by snow-white feathers. Is it an angel? Loy smiled contentedly, soaring around the territory. Ko-min carried him as they flew through the sky. Ko-min Loy soared into the sky amid cheers praising Lord Loy for his flying skills. He struck a confident pose as the crowd cheered. Young master is truly amazing. Lloyd Loy. I thought a spider would crawl out, so I was a bit disappointed when it turned out to be a parrot, but getting a bird is definitely a big advantage. Loy struck a proud pose in front of the praise. Young Master Loy is flying in the sky. He is looking down at us. We place our trust in you. Young Master Lo smiles cunningly. I can promote myself and increase the loyalty of the people. This way I can boost productivity and make them pay higher taxes. Haha, they're huge. Her main skill is the spider web. Her second skill is dispersing the spider web to create a decoy nest. It can shoot webbing through its backpack. I've tried everything to break it, but it's too tough and only tore a little, truly top quality. Lo crouched down and ordered her to move to that plane. I imagine the final product. We will create a steel net using the spider web dispersal technique. This bird is amazing. But Lo also notices something unusual, and only Miss Min sighs in frustration. He looked at her flying and wondered where she was headed. Hey, where did you come from and where are you flying to? Ko-min landed on a snowy ice field and lazily threw Loy off her back. He continued to speak casually afterward. Loy shouted angrily, "What are you doing, you little brat?" Ko-min sat calmly under a tree, sighing and saying, "So lazy." Loy adjusts his nose thoughtfully. He's too lazy to bother. Damn it, how am I supposed to make it work? Last night, before the final product, the system played tricks on me. Loy crouched down to ask, "Miss Min, you know how to remove spiderwebs, right? Can you show me?" I sigh in frustration and lie down on the ground. Min complains, "I don't care why I was born to work and live a life of labor." Huh? Look at this brat. His behavior is so different. Bodong approached to greet and she explained by sharing her knowledge. Build infrastructure to improve society and people's quality of life in accordance with rewards for experience and satisfaction. Bodong continues to ask her to think for herself. Become a being that brings happiness to the world. Ko-min didn't even bother to look at her. Then Min calmly replied, "I guess I will try that." Loy looked at Ko-min's indifferent attitude with disappointment, and Podong's words had motivated him. And somehow it moved, but now it's in this state. Podong suddenly crawled out from his shirt and stepped forward to comfort him. "Let's try a little harder together." Min replied with boredom. After thinking it through, "I don't see any reason why I should work so hard." I continued to use my reverse thinking to speak up. The world will continue to develop on its own, even if we do nothing. And since he summoned me, he will definitely have to feed and take care of me. Loy clenched his lips in anger. Damn, this kid is really driving me crazy. Should I kill it? Can I really kill him? Vodong stepped forward. You shouldn't think like that. Min quietly remained silent for a while before spitting out the branch she had been holding in her mouth. That branch fell straight onto her head, and a large chicken egg appeared on top of her. Bodong turns back to Lloyd Frontra. Bodong, I wonder. Yeah, she suggested it. Bodong Dong. Loy quickly agrees. Of course, fine with me. He hands Podong a red sunflower in front of the snow-covered forest, and a scream causes the birds to panic and fly away. Komin panicked and ran up into the sky, but still couldn't escape Bodong's grasp. Yi grabbed Komin, struggling in her hand, and put her straight into her mouth. Even Lo was stunned and stared as Komin's body gradually sank into Bodong's mouth. The forest had become silent again because Komin was almost unconscious in the pool of holy water. Bodong wiped the saliva from his mouth and asked, So, do you want to play more? I panic and reply, No, I will work hard. Bodong arrogantly turns his head back. Loy thumbs up and smiled just like him, truly, like owner, like pet. No matter when or where, punishment always proves to be the most effective. Everyone begins the project. Step 1. Dig and create a slope. Step 2. Ask Baibung to use a giant rope to filter the fine sand. Komin begins to spray spider silk into the air. Step 3. After the sand has been filtered through the string, she arranges the webs into a net. Step 4. Encouragement from the supervisor. Vodong stands right at his mouth and orders, Keep working hard. Lloyd shouts the command, White Cavalry, let's go. The White Cavalry team heard his voice as if hearing God's call and cheered. Damn it. Step 5. Use sand to cover the heating net and repeat this process until the filling is complete. Step 6. After creating a solid foundation and filling all sides, pour the stones and gravel tightly into place. The White Knight still stands below, praising the hero, praising the hero, praising the hero. Loy rides with Min watching. We've finished the first part. He smiles contentedly. It seems we will finish it before spring arrives. If we distribute this to the refugees and speed up the construction of the apartments, we will finish everything by next year. Loy lifts the haul in his hand, tears of pride in his eyes, and that will be the end of his working life. The unemployed life of the super rich is waiting for me. The White Knights continue their work. Agos Frontera and Bayan are stunned by the pile of documents delivered before the flower-covered land on the Frontera estate. The Construction Progress System Notification Board confirms the completion of the staircase at Frontera County. A vast field has been completed. You have become one of the best civil engineers on the continent. Friendship points increased by 800. Current friendship points are 4,070. Loy is lying there enjoying the bouquets. The system panel continues to announce a new title, The Leader of the Weary, followed by a sand-headed man and his wife happily working together. Frontera Region Title System. The duration of the title is 30 years, with 3 points from the title. Its effect will apply to the designated area for 24 hours and depends on your actions or location. Extending, prolonging, reducing, or shortening the time limit may occur, along with Lloyd Frontera's completed apartment project. The system panel continues to announce that the title effect with the Grand Hall increases the harvest of fallen land in the north by 300%, and the yield by 200%. A hand holding a chess piece trembles. It's a bit more difficult now. Loy is playing chess alone in the room. He moves from the white pieces to the black ones. Frontera takes the black piece and captures the white piece from earlier. So, what now? What are you planning to do? He steps to the other side, scratching his head and ruffling his hair. This is driving me crazy. Habil Asrahan just stands there disdainfully, so happily, then laughs maniacally in response. Yeah, it's truly savage. I really love it. It's so thrilling. Anything other than working out is the best. Habil Asrahan recalls the past. This is the first time I've seen you play it since then, Loy said calmly. What more should I do? Lord Bayan will manage the construction process himself well enough. He is satisfied and continues playing chess. After we increased the workers' wages, now they are working hard out of excitement. Everything is going smoothly. Suddenly Loy froze, recalling the advice his father from the old world once gave him. Shuho, you have to remember this. When you think everything is going well, he solemnly advised that you should at least think once about whether it's really okay. Never forget that. Loy remembered those words with tension and stood up from the chessboard to ask, Habe, tonight you sleep first. I have something to do so I can't sing you to sleep anymore. He was very curious and asked, What? What are you planning to do so late at night like this? Loy explained seriously, I need to check if it's really okay. The system panel displays the ending reveal. Use your shares to see the ending scene for this story. The required stake for the second use is 40. Do you want to use the ending reveal? Yes. No. Loy stands in the middle of an empty field, realizing that becoming a super-rich unemployed person is not so easy. He seriously reached out his hand forward, aiming to secure a safe future without stumbling over any obstacles. Loy decided to use the confirmation skill. A shadow begins to envelop his body. Loy slowly opens his eyes after completing his shift. He looked around the room and realized he was in a bedroom. Then suddenly his eyes widened as he saw Habil Azrahan pouring all his energy into Loy. Loy wonders what he's doing. What is Habil up to? Are you pressing acupoints? Suddenly Loy realizes something. In front of him, a whirlpool of magic spun wildly, and he looked at Habil Azrahan, silently wondering. He's crazy. How could he change his mind like that? Loy stepped forward to stop him. Hey, if you keep doing this, you're definitely going to send me to the Western Heaven. Do you hear me? What are you doing? He froze after witnessing the scene in front of him. In front of Lloyd, Habil Azrahan was crying and continuously channeling his magic, his hand pressed firmly against Lai's chest. Lai saw himself as a thin, weak, powerless version, and he was panicked after seeing himself. Lloyd was bewildered and confused. Who is this? Another ending with your own death again? Lloyd weakly said, Habil, stop it. You know it's useless. Habil Azrahan broke out in a sweat, listening to his final words. Keep living and burn it down. Lloyd becomes more confused. Burn what? Habil Azrahan gradually gave up and stopped channeling his magic. Lloyd gathered his last strength to reveal the secret. And he actually is not Habil's son. Azrahan kept crying and interrupted. He is the one who clenched Lloyd's hand, the hero who protected this estate and saved many lives. Habil Azrahan sadly expressed his thoughts. That is how I will reveal to the world who you truly are. Loy, weak and listening to the final words, gradually darkens his gaze. Loy gradually falls asleep but does not wake up. Bodong Belipo and Kam Min also feel heartbroken and cry. Suddenly their bodies gradually disintegrated into the air and disappeared. Loy was stunned after witnessing the scene, staring in thought. This wasn't the first time he'd seen his own death. He needed to stay calm and find a way to resolve this. Loy watches Habil's back as he carries his body. Habil's appearance unchanged, making him think all of this is in the near future. He looks at his thin legs and ponders, realizing how emaciated he has become. Could it be dehydration? So what's the problem then? Loy follows Habil Azrahan and observes this happening in spring. He glares as he watches Habil Azrahan. He takes Lloyd's body to the places where the villagers' bodies are laid out on the estate. Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera are no exception. Besides Habil, Lloyd surveyed the bodies. This is a massacre. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan poured a liquid onto the bodies. It was oil. He started to hold the torch, ready to light the fire. I understand now. Habil Azrahan begins to thrust the torch into Loy's body, so it turns out they are talking about burning the corpse. Loy remains silent, thinking. If that's the case, it means he observed the burning corpses and drew his conclusion. This is a disease. Loy wondered about the cause. Is it caused by some kind of disease? What do I know about plagues? He feels helpless about the current situation. Even in his past life, he wasn't a doctor. So what can he do now? Loy notices the voice beside him. Young Master Loy, no matter who you are, these are your true words, aren't they? He frowned deeply, as your body was completely burned to ashes, and you wanted me to say this word. Habil Azrahan silently repeats the emptiness. Loy stared in shock, then his body returned to the real world. Loy furrowed his brow in thought. Emptiness is indeed a strange denial from his future. Could this be some kind of message? Wait, this is the message for myself. Loy, the one who just died, going through his ending from his time, remembers his burning body from the future, so it must be a message for me. Will the person from the future come? Is this a hint from the future to fight against this disease? Loy walks around thinking, emptiness, emptiness. What is emptiness? The disease, the great loss, what is that emptiness? Suddenly, his footsteps stopped, and Loy realized something very important. He remembered the Korean characters. Yes, it was that. I already know what that disease is. Loy's face darkened. Oh, my future. He smiled with satisfaction and praise. He really is a genius. One morning at Frontera Farm, Bayan wondered who I was talking about. The people of Krarmu. Loy immediately responded, Yes, we need as many stone miners as possible. He warned seriously, I don't think we have enough funds for that. Loy forced a smile and said, I know, but we have no other options. Our people are busy with their land. Meanwhile, the orcs in the army are busy building apartments. Remembering the previous skill, the first to pay off their debt gains the highest level of financial trust. You can receive the money and the minimum interest rate along with many other favorable conditions. With that much, there will be no issues regarding funding. I never expected to fall into debt like this. It's so humiliating. Bayan asked about the intention. Tell me how big the child's project this time is planned to be. Loy casually replied. Yeah. Could it be as big as the honey apartment project? He seriously asked about the plan. This project will cover our entire estate. Loy silently thought to himself about the true intention. The enemy we are fighting this time is a disease, which is cholera. He gestures and explains. We will need underground tunnels here and there. I don't know much about medicine, but that doesn't mean there are no other ways to fight the disease. Loy explained seriously, we need to build a waste treatment system. This means that this time we will build a drainage system. The hollowing out refers to the plague in Vietnam. Vietnam's population surged during the industrial era, but without proper sanitation measures to support the city, people's waste was dumped directly into the river indiscriminately. These wastes would flow along the river and be naturally decomposed by microorganisms, but disaster struck when the climate temperature suddenly dropped. The river froze over and the waste could not decompose naturally, which soon polluted the groundwater. That's how cholera arrived. Loey stood on the mountain, contemplating how the villagers' waste should have been processed at the Prona River. If the temperature drops and the river freezes over, our estate will definitely become Vietnam's second. He scratches his head in annoyance. Damn it. There's always too much to do even when everything is falling apart. Loy said sternly, just wait there. He smiled confidently, confident in his skills. Whether it's a plague or demons, I won't let anything ruin my easy life plan. Loy, exhausted and lying on the bed from overwork, knows even demons can't stop his dream of living easily. But now I have to get past another huge debt that's blocking me from my dream. He fell silent, thinking, if paying workers' wages is all I need to cover, that's great. But I also have to consider other issues. Loy flailed his shirt in discomfort. Damn it, borrowing money. The toxic concept of debt is tearing me apart. One fine day at Frontera Farm, Koo suddenly noticed something while working. In front of him is Sergeant Greg flirting with a girl. I chose this flower for its beauty, but its beauty can't compare to hers. The cheerful girl. Come on, haha. He uses his handsome face to flirt. The day she set foot on our estate, I finally felt warmth in my heart from the rays of sunshine in the sky. She heard that and laughed happily. Oh, stop teasing her. Ha. Sergeant Greg is showing off. She will have to slap me to make me stop. Ko glares at the scene of a girl being seduced by love. A man happily offering her love makes him unable to hide his anger as a soldier steps forward to deliver a message. Sergeant Greg, Sir Bavaria is looking for you. He turned back and replied, all right, tell him I'm on my way. Sergeant Greg turned to say goodbye. My beautiful flower, I have to get back to work. She slapped his hand as he left. My handsome boy, she now steps forward and speaks. Sergeant Greg, Cheech. Sergeant Greg looked at his angry face in surprise. The guy trembles and speaks. How dare you do that, Cheech? He asked confusedly. Sorry, what do you mean? Because now he shouts in anger. How dare he do that when Emily is here? Sergeant Greg furrowed his brow in confusion. Emily, what are you talking about? He didn't seriously follow up. Why don't we call this one Emily too? Cuero grew even angrier, glaring at him, and couldn't hold back any longer as he charged forward. You filthy bastard, but you got hit right in the face by Sergeant Greg's mana-imbued punch. Now surprised, he clutches his wound and seriously warns, the half-hearted punch you threw isn't enough to hurt me. That's right. All the soldiers of Frontera can control their mana after hours of labor and training. Each soldier is strong enough to fight off 10 armies on their own. However, they only use their strength to move the earth. Now, after wiping the dirt off his face, he begins to gather energy from within his body. Sergeant Greg also did not back down and focused his mana into his hands. He stood on guard, ready to attack once he finished, with a serious expression. Sergeant Greg also did not panic and waited, and the two quickly charged at each other. Suddenly, Bayan appeared in front of him too late. He didn't know when he had ended up standing between the two fighters. Bayan pointed at Sergeant Greg's face and criticized him. What are you doing here when I told you to come and meet me? You think you'll get paid just for riding around and doing nothing, huh? He bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. He turned and walked away, giving instructions. You're being sent on a trip, so pack your belongings now. I decided to ask you because I trust you, so how could you cause trouble before leaving? It's called working hours. You just need to work within the designated time. I don't care what you do after work. Sergeant Greg followed Bavaria, but still shot a glare at Kuzer. He touched the wound and looked at Sergeant Greg with a bullet-like gaze. The battle between the two men officially begins. We came to CRMO just to request reinforcements, Han. Bayan replied immediately. Yes, young Master Loy said he's planning a project that will decide our future. Doubtful of his words, I don't think we need to go to SRMO. Bay, hearing that, turned around confused. Ah, system notification. The achievements you earned have activated hidden attributes. The achievements you've earned have activated hidden attributes. Lloyd dozed off in his chair in front of the notification. He uses his dead fish eyes to read the hidden attribute line. System board, you have punished the traitor and paid off the estate's debt. Sergeant Gregg walks along the street informing everyone. System, you have assisted refugees and provided them with a safe place to hide. The villagers immediately gather around him. The system panel continues. You have prevented a disaster and won. Sergeant Gregg walks through the village and continues to make announcements as before. The citizen system of Dian Trang. More and more footsteps grow suspicious of the message. The system will return anything you have done for them. I wonder what I did wrong. How will they repay me? I wonder the system display shows hidden attributes. Everyone will thank you for helping them. It has been activated. Suddenly, Lloyd hears loud noises outside. He approaches the window. Lloyd opens it to look outside. Below, the villagers gather loudly in front of the mansion, saying, Lord Lowy, please give us a job. We will do anything for you. We don't even need pay. We just want to repay your kindness. Yes, we will work for free. It's all for young Master Lai. It's all for young Master Lai. For young Master Loy. He was stunned by the cheers. Because of young Master Lid. Loy was moved by those words. Suddenly he shouted loudly, stopping, and the crowd fell silent after his voice. He frowned and said, I don't believe anyone would do something for free without expecting something in return. Most people will only do something if they see they will get something in return. The villagers were stunned by Loy's words. I am saying that you are not asking for wages. I will never give you anything for free. So Loy pointed at the crowd loudly and said, Don't think about working for free. I will give all of you a contract right now. The people cheered at his acceptance, and after speaking his words, Loy turned back to the mansion, wiping away tears as he walked away. Sk. The scene shifts to a dove flying toward the city, heading straight into the Aspa royal palace. Samakan takes the letter from the messenger bird. This is from the people we sent to the west. The contents of the letter report to the great emperor of Asfan. We are reporting what was found during the reconnaissance to the west. A mighty bird ruling the sky and a great beast capable of destroying the earth. A monster that can swallow the seas and a serpent that can level mountains. A monster has endured the wrath of the gods. That is what lives here. Samakan was amazed by the contents of the letter. Could the workers of this village really defeat an orc with their bare hands? And the elders can move faster than the wind. Even a brave white knight uses a spear instead of a lance. Fairies and orcs use their powers to build a building here. If their common folk are this strong, I can't imagine how powerful their armies must be. He stood frozen in front of the window. Samakan stared in confusion. What kind of hellish place is this, in front of a road leading to Duke Rakona's territory? Inside the territory, Diego is giving orders to two people. Oh, you slowpokes, are you too stupid to understand what I'm saying? This guy, punch your arm as a guide. Like this, put all your strength into your fist. Why did you stop? Are you guys crazy? Diego warned with a stern glare. Are you really willing to see your wives and children starve to death? The two men clenched their fists in helplessness as the man on the left began to punch the other. Yeah, he also didn't hold back and punched back. Diego happily cheers at their actions. Ha, that's right. Fight like that. Now that's proper. Suddenly a fox appeared beside this guy to join the fun. Amazing. Diego screamed loudly as if he saw a ghost. Then he sighed and spoke up. Snap out of it. Do you always tremble when you see me? You're embarrassing me. Who are they? Diego stammered in reply. They are just my family's lowly servants. He smiled contentedly. Ah, so Locke is here, the two men with their caste system, so that's how you entertain yourself like this, right? The man trembled and replied. Sorry. Loy smiled gently and said, Let me play too. I want to try as well. Diego trembled and refused. I can't let you hit me like that. He calmly pointed at this guy's face. What are you barking about, you punk? Sick and twisted. I told you to fight. Why should I get involved? Diego looked completely pale after hearing Lo say, Yes, you go to the red corner, and the green corner is where Habil Azrahan is. Pointing to him, he sighed helplessly. Habil Azrahan fully unleashes his sword aura and steps forward. If this is the Count's order, then there's no other choice. Let's fight. Wait a minute. Come on, stop it. Put away your sword, brother. Loey sighed in disappointment. Huh. Why did you tell him to stop? If you think it's unfair, you could have taken a sword yourself. This guy is loudly protesting. The sword is not the issue here. Diego bowed his head and apologized. Please forgive me. You hesitated on the podium. It seems the swordmaster is a bit hard on you. Loy laughed wickedly. Then fight me. Baby. Diego was even more scared than when he saw Habil Azrahan's sword. Loy didn't choose to wait. He chose to punch this guy directly in the face. Under the sky shining down on Duke Racona's territory, Diego lies battered with wounds all over his face. Loy wrote on a piece of paper and said, "This is a document asking you to return to school. I should write down what you did today." Diego struggled to get up and stop him. "Please don't write it." He glared warningly and said, "Damn it, why do you keep telling others what to do?" "I am the son of the Count, you idiot." And then the document was sent by Min and Podong. Loy looked back at the two men earlier. They raised their heads in response to his voice. The two brothers turn and walk away, ordering to go to Frontra Manor and find Lord Bay. "You are residents there from today, so do your best to work hard." The two of them looked like they had seen God, and tears of joy streamed down their faces. Inside the Racona estate, Duke Racona suddenly woke up on his bed. He panted, thinking to himself that guy appeared in his dreams again. What a terrible start to the day. Suddenly a voice rang out outside the door. "Duke, I have something to discuss with you." Count Racona angrily shouted, "Which lowly scoundrel dares to knock on my door? Let me go alone." The urgent voice outside the door says, "I need to speak with you immediately." He becomes even more annoyed and grabs the whip. "How dare a petty, lowly servant like you defy me?" "Do you remember the feeling of the whip?" Loy opens the door with Satang's face. "Duke, what are you doing?" He fainted on the spot as if he saw a ghost. "Are you confused?" Lloyd asked Habil Azrahan. "Do I look that terrible?" He looked at Lloyd with contempt. "Well, that's not something the human eye can see." He pulled Duke Racona out onto the balcony. "This Duke, your territory starts from there." Lloyd points from the houses to the nearby forest. "Are we here?" He smiled and revealed his intention. "I'm planning to level everything to build a quarry. Keep that in mind." Count Racona was shocked. "Wait, why are you suddenly doing this?" "Hey, why are you acting like that?" He uses a terrifying look to remind us. Do we really have to tell everything? Loy imagines the project in the plan, thinking it's better to use granite instead of cement to build the sewer system because they won't crack or become unstable in the future. He informs the villagers behind. "All right. It's time to build the highway connecting the quarry to our count's domain, a straight line." Everyone looks at Racona's mansion. There must be something blocking the way. Sergeant Gregg immediately rushed to smash the house. Only a straight path could be the cause. Duke Racona was panic-stricken by his ruined mansion. Loey stood behind him reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, we've built another house for you to live in. We'll transfer the workers from my mansion to yours, and we'll assign someone to handle your errands." Inside a makeshift tent, Malika sat solemnly with the two trembling figures of the Dracona father and son sitting in the corner. She turned and asked, "What can I do to help?" Duke Racona stammered, "No need." He is considering the current progress, noting that Appia was once used to transport granite stones, and that Bayan will oversee the quarry construction. He has surpassed veteran rank to reach Maestro with an understanding system level of 85, a design execution level of 90, task management level of 99, and personnel management level of 99. Over there, Baibung is diligently uprooting all the trees in the forest. We don't need to worry about leveling the mountain for the quarry construction at all. Orcs are responsible for transporting the trees. There are tons of monsters in the territory, and they do manual labor very well. The mature tusked elephants are also helping Bayan. Keep going, bee ding bang, bung dong bung ding boo rong. Mira shouts along with the fairy spirits behind the beef. The fairy spirits are responsible for building the apartments. They are repeatedly repeating the process thanks to their superior awareness and exceptional physical strength. Loy sits in the work circle contemplating, and the problem seems to be how to deal with industrial mud. I'm struggling to decide whether to send the excavator engineers into the hall or not. No, they would get poisoned by the gas. The best solution might be to burn them all together with modern heat technology. Loy immersed himself in thought. Maybe Habil or myself or Bell could do it. That's so crazy. Who knows what might be inside? How could anyone do that every day? He's struggling to find where he could get a slave who knows how to handle heat and work in the sewer every day, when suddenly a flash of insight appears in Lloyd Frontera's mind. He snaps his fingers and realizes. Lloyd smiles contentedly. "All right, I know a slave who can do that." Sidus, who is working in front of the forging factory, is wondering. "Do you want me to make armor out of Zia wood resin?" he asked suspiciously. "Why would you need something like that? Are you planning to catch a dragon or something?" Loy smiled and replied, "Absolutely." Sidus hesitated. "Who will do that?" He pointed to Habil Azrahan behind him. He clenched his jaw and glared at Lloyd Frontera. Habil Azrahan grit his teeth and accepted the reality. Damn it. The scene shifts to a mountain covered by peaks deep within the eastern mountain range. In a dark cave, a dragon grumbles as it throws a gem down. Damn it. Just give up. Solitus, in dragon form, sits dejectedly in front of the gemstones, crying over his failed creations. "There are so many gems, but I just can't seem to refine any of them." Solitus threw the gemstone into the nearby lake as a faint light shone into the cave. He sat there sadly pondering. Humph, he really wants to get married. Solitus looked at his hands. Oh, my useless hands, cursed hands. He thought about the masterpieces he was supposed to create. I need to craft exquisite and magnificent jewelry to nurture the egg. Only then can I truly be recognized by a beautiful wife. Solitus looked at the pile of scraps at his feet in disappointment. Although I'm really good at destroying everything, that's actually what the female dragons hate the most. He picks up the gem and sighs, making jewelry. It wasn't this hard before. Solitus continued her crafting, once as easy as stealing human castles. Suddenly, the stone cracked open and kidnapped the dwarves to force them to do it. But then one day, a creature called the Dragon King married a human girl and declared the dragon's law. All dragons are forbidden from seizing and threatening other species. All dragons must go to a mineral deposit and craft jewelry by themselves. Solitus cried out, criticizing, "How dare those cruel tyrants who hoard tons of jewelry stolen and threaten others set such rules? Why do they pretend to be kind and expect future generations to do the same? Just die quickly and get it over with." Suddenly a voice rang in his ear, catching his attention. "Oh, I can totally relate to those feelings. I've seen many people from the older generation hoarding goods and gathering mountains of money, only to say that storing up wealth is a bad thing. Humans, have you already overcome all the traps I set up?" Loy explained. "Yes, we wanted to talk to a great dragon like you, so we temporarily disabled the traps." Facing his words, Solitus took a breath and prepared to breathe fire. "You must be Solitus. I have a very promising proposal for you." He angrily spewed a blast of fire at the two of them. "Go to hell." Solitus spewed fire while questioning. "If it weren't for you guys, I would have gotten married already. Go to hell." Loy stands helpless amidst the flames. I know he won't be able to control his fiery temper. Habel Azrahan wondered, "What is the plan?" He moved while speaking. The plan. I already told you just now, didn't I?" "When did you say that?" "I don't remember hearing anything like that before." Solitus continues to breathe fire. Loy, the novice, repeated from behind the rock, "Go and defeat that dragon." Hearing that, he was annoyed. It didn't sound like a plan. Habel Azrahan seriously requests, "Don't joke anymore and say, 'I know what I need to do.' I followed you all the way here because I trust your plan." Loy calmly replied, "Step 1, you fight. Step 2, defeat it for me." He pushed Habel Azrahan out of the hiding spot. "Go." Seeing this, Solitus was amazed. He looked at Habel Azrahan's relaxed demeanor and wondered, is he still alive after taking on the dragon's breath? "Did they use that special magic in that stupid armor?" Solitus shouted angrily. "Damn it! If that's the case, I will defeat you with my brutal strength." Loy hiding behind the rock cheering you on, "You can do it." Habel Azrahan only drew his sword and followed suit, truly admirable. Solitus's claws swiftly lunged forward, striking where Habel Azrahan stood, but he immediately dodged. Solitus keeps charging forward, a low-level trash. Habel Azrahan continues to successfully dodge the attack. He grew even angrier and shouted, "Damn it, I'm so damn pissed off." Habel Azrahan saw this and started to think, what is this? Maybe I really can do it. Solitus swung her tail fiercely forward. Loy watched the scene and chuckled with satisfaction. Exactly as I expected. Even if he struggles like in the novel, Habel will still be the one to win. Loy watched the fight from the side, and Habel's strength in the novel was only at the level of a newly awakened swordsmanship master. Solitus kept attacking him. At that time, the owner was slightly stronger than the queen and Kai. But now, Habel Azrahan is stunned as the tail rushes toward him. He stabilizes himself in midair with mana, preparing to launch. He is even stronger than an average swordmaster. He quickly dodged Solitus's attack. He is a master swordsman of the highest level. There's no way he could be beaten by the inexperienced Solitus. He stared in shock with his mouth open and eyes wide at Habel Azrahan. What the heck is that? Did the human just jump into the air? He was satisfied with his achievement. Great, can I use explosive techniques to move faster? Loy hides behind a rock and just used a move he learned from the elf's footwork to create a floating platform. The main character really can do anything, huh? Solitus looked blankly at Habel Azrahan bouncing back and forth like a monkey. Oh no, he's floating in the air thinking. Even if he's just a young dragon, he's still the strongest creature on Earth. I won't be able to hurt him easily. The magical heart begins to pulse strongly. 2 energy circles start merging together and fully combine to create enormous power. Habel Azrahan channels his energy into his sword. He forcefully swung his sword at Solitus to unleash aura, sending a blast of energy straight at his head. They swirl into Solitus's right chest. He looks at his wound and immediately starts crying like a newborn. Solitus thrashes like a dragon who just lost its mother. It hurts so much. Oh no, it hurts so much. Habil Azrahan steps forward to suggest continuing the fight. He raised his hand to stop. Wait a moment. Negotiation, Thuong Thao. Loy is satisfied with the result. Why would a dragon be afraid of a human? It seems this is how Solidus reacts when he's scared. Someone in the room notices a beetle suddenly appear and challenge them. Do they want to die? The pesticide suddenly sprayed onto the beetle, but instead of fear, it still chuckled calmly, even after being sprayed, then started flying around wildly and launched its final sting. Everyone knew how painful that feeling was. Habil Azrahan, filled with murderous intent, approaches. This is Habil in a state of panic, fear reflected in Solitas's eyes. At this moment, he trembles, crying and begging for mercy. No, stop, Solitas begged in fear. Wait, I have something important to say. Habil Azrahan froze in confusion. He took the opportunity to slash down with his claws, saying that you had been deceived. Solitas quickly lifted one foot and looked around in confusion when no one was there. Habil Azrahan continues to use destructive aura and appears behind him. Another strike lands directly in the middle of Solitas's back. He was crying in pain. Damn it! Habil Azrahan keeps attacking Solitas. Stop it. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Loy lies there crying for him. Hoo. He smirks at his success, feeling pleased and confident that everything went according to plan. Solitas's next move seems pretty clear. Suddenly he spat out a cloud of thick black smoke, filling the cave, misty breath. Loy imagined the image of being stung by a dung beetle. And if he has sprayed the entire insecticide bottle, but the terrifying creature still approaches fearlessly, what then? Solitas's eyes light up through the fog. At this moment, the giant dragon's figure briefly transforms into a human shape in the smoke. Your last hope is definitely to run outside. Just as I imagined, Solitas was crying and crawling away through the bones. Oh my God. The Azrahan looked back behind the rock where he was hiding. All right. They won't be able to find me now. Solitas uses his body concealment skill and suddenly teleports, striking him with a lightning bolt. Solitas collapsed on the ground, reflecting on himself. Oh right, I set a teleportation trap, didn't I? I used to be stubborn and foolish, but now I am even more so. A foot steps beside him, removing the hood and bowing. Please allow me to introduce myself once again. Great Solitas, I am Lloyd Frontera, the eldest son of Count Frontera. He's pretending to be high. Isn't he supposed to be a dragon? He smiled naturally. Solitas scratched his head and looked around. Hey, where is this? Who am I? Why am I here? Oh, I just want to get out. Habil Azrahan gently releases a wave of loving energy that flies straight into his back. That opportunist took the chance to tease, just as expected. You are a great dragon, and those who endure such bone-breaking attacks usually don't just cry out. Come on, Solitas, crying and criticizing. What's wrong with you all? Why did you bring me to this point? Answer me. He smiled and explained. I told you from the beginning that I came here to make a very promising offer. Solitas burst into loud tears. Then you should have said so from the beginning instead of tricking me. Loy rubbed his hands and said, because you intended to kill us, my servant couldn't resist the temptation to enjoy himself and attacked you. Ha, he realized it. Solitas nervously asked Habil Azrahan from behind. So, what do you suggest then? Tasty. To cut down a tree, you must start from the roots. It's easy to eat now. When Solitas attacked the fairy race in the novel, he let his fury take control clearly. There's no way to have a normal conversation with a dragon like that from the start, so I had to resort to violence. A big man full of anger and food walks out, already covered in black bean noodles. Why is it darker than my life? Call your boss out here. Everything can be resolved this way. The chef with a muscular build walks out. Oh, I am the owner of this place. What's wrong? Is this dish not to your taste? Should I make it again? The man earlier immediately pretended to be clueless and kept eating the black noodles more than his life. No, I'm just eating. Just eating. It's incredibly delicious, as long as you stay calm and confident in your strength. Loy looked at Solitas's terrified face and calculated. Although I managed to hold him back, a dragon is still a dragon. His pride was hurt when he was defeated by humans, so it will be very difficult to start negotiations. Suddenly he turned to Habil Azrahan and raised his voice. You bastard, look at this petty little man. Loy angrily shouted, why would a lowly, despicable human dare to do this to the great dragon race? You still dare to use a sword? Huh? Who told you to do that? You bottom feeder? Habil Azrahan just showed his face. He kept insulting him. Don't you know this is the mighty dragon clan? Luckily, he has a big heart, or we wouldn't be alive and intact like this. Loy pointed to a corner and ordered, you idiot, get over there. Kneel down and bow immediately. This fool. Habil Azrahan glared, still not understanding what was happening, and furrowed his brow as he continued to curse. Oh, wow. Living at the bottom of society for so long that your brain's been wiped out and you don't understand what I'm saying? Can't even comprehend what you're hearing? He gave up with a dazed expression and knelt down. After giving the order, Loy also knelt and requested, "Please stay here, Lord Solitas." He scratched his nose and nodded. Okay then." He happily suggested, "I just want to ask you a simple question." Solitas, in a good mood, agreed. "Oh, what does that mean?" Loy remained silent under his cheerful face for a moment, then suddenly revealed a sinister expression. "Do you want to get married?" He blushed in surprise. "Huh, how do you know?" Loy took the opportunity to reveal Solitas's failure. "We know that your hands are not very skillful and you can't make perfect, beautiful jewelry, right?" he stammered. "Hold on a moment," Solitas asked suspiciously. "How do you know? And how could you find my hideout?" Loy frowned and spoke. "You will be able to get married in 10 years. He was delighted after hearing him speak. "Wow, really?" "Wait," Solitas shouted angrily. "That's not what I meant. Hurry up and answer my question." Loy didn't care and continued, "Do you look forward to meeting and loving a dragon girl?" He still speaks with an annoyed tone, but of course, very eager. "No, my question is, can you and her go skiing in the Arctic with your hands intertwined?" Hearing that, Solitas blushed shyly. Loy smirked mischievously, continuing to exchange sweet love letters through telepathy and taking advantage of the romantic night sky under the moonlight to form a heart-shaped figure, creating a poetic scene. Solitas imagined the scene and blushed in thought. "Can you feel it? Our love tonight." He took out a love contract. "All you need to do is sign it." He asked excitedly if signing would mean he could get married. Loy replied sweetly, "That's exactly right." He just showed how to sign only at the bottom. Solitas observed and then looked. "Oh, I see." After finishing signing, Loy's face suddenly looked noticeably different. He immediately grabbed the contract. Loy stood up seriously. "This is the document regulated by the dragon law, right?" He used a devilish face and stared at him. "We all know that if the dragon breaks the contract with humans, he will be punished by the Dragon King's breath." Solitas's soul is lost and wandering. Loy stands proudly before the bewildered golden deer. He smirks slyly at Solitas's gaze. Now he has been psychologically manipulated by this cruel demon, and the villagers working on the way back to Frontera Estate immediately notice. Oh, those are the villagers looking at the 3 people in front. The young master just returned from a business trip. People look at Solitas and judge. Almost every time he returns, he brings back wonderful things. Is it a dragon this time? So he's just a boy after all? Ah, whether it's a dragon or not doesn't really matter. I guessed that too. Ha, ha 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 ha. Loy smugly laughed. "The garbage incinerator runs on rice. I mean, you walk confidently along the path with your thoughts. A dragon has been gathered." "Is this guy a dragon?" Loy cheerfully replies. "Yes, that's right. As you can see, his whole body is covered in smoke." Solitas angrily said, "I just got scammed, you damn con artist." He observed him from head to toe and said, "Aren't a dragon like you quite clumsy?" Solitas frowned and stammered. "Huh? Yeah." So he took out the previous contract. "Master Sidus, according to the contract, please take your time to teach Solitas how to make jewelry and also teach Solitas." Loy introduces the job to him. Every day he will need to go to the wastewater treatment plant and burn trash. Solitas secretly thought in anger that after all she was a dragon and didn't expect she would have to clean up humans' CIT. Loy smiled happily, just tidying up the humans' CIT. "I know it's hard for you to accept this." He was stunned. "Can this guy use telepathy?" He happily explained the earlier coercion, which is why I had to force him to sign the contract. Otherwise, he will never sign it. I'm sure he doesn't have many chances to master jewelry making. Ah, Loy is using a capitalist smile again. "You're having trouble getting married, right?" Ha. You ask with a cunning smile. "Pride is very important, but what if it gets in the way of your marriage? Which do you think is more important?" Solitas fell silent for a moment before turning to speak. "Hey, little person." He bowed his head and asked Master, "Please kindly guide me." He stroked his beard hesitantly. "Look at you, always so humble, yet you have a dragon as your student." Solitas spoke seriously. In a world of power and strength, of course, it belongs to the dragons. But Sidus listened seriously to every word he said. When it comes to the world of craftsmanship, he is the one with power. "Please fix these dirty hands of mine." Loy stands behind in awe. No matter how foolish he may be, he is still a dragon. He is very practical. Sidus reluctantly agreed. If the dragon said so, there was no way I could refuse. "That's tough. Are you going to be okay?" Solitas replied seriously. "I have prepared for that." Suddenly he changed his attitude dramatically and shouted, "So don't just stand there. Go get the materials." He was so scared he was about to cry out loud. "Me?" Sidus shouted angrily. So you want this master to prepare it for you? Get your ass up. With the shout from him, Solitus immediately ran away right away. Hurry up, Loy seriously considers that this contract will benefit everyone. Solitus, he received the best education in exchange for his pride. He has now returned to the cave and is gathering the gemstones. Sidus spat loudly, splattering saliva just to scold him. When touching it, relax your hand. Solitus weeps in pain. For the first time in history, Master Sidus finds joy in working too long with a dragon. Loy reflects that he has gone through this many times before. He recalls his past, being handed ridiculous and absurd contracts with no choice but to sign. Kim Shu-ho looked at the fat boss in front of him, already thinking about this. Do I have any other options? Back in the present, Sidus is still beating him relentlessly. Are you trying to crush him? You have to think before acting. Loy standing behind and watching this isn't a contract, it's violence. Because the contract benefits everyone, of course he watched the gems fall from the front and threw them away. Are all the lessons ruined now? Are you planning to turn everything into trash? Loy sneered as he gathered all the gems. It would be a little better if the contract was more beneficial to himself. The system message shows that you turned another tragedy into something better. You are pushing the pile of stones and are surprised by the notification. Huh? With the battle against Habel, Solitas will lose its horn and return to its nest with a mortal wound in its chest. He collapsed on the ground with the faint light shining into the cave. If he dies, he will be alone in the coffin and never be found. Loy scratches his face and remembers, oh I see, in the novel he will run like before. System board, if it weren't for you. The Frontier couple would no longer exist in this world. The Count is a talented man. He has paid off his debts. Now the Count is immersed in the work he has been doing for some time. Akos Frontera carves the wooden piece into the son he loves. He is now very happy. You are the one who made this happen. The system's fate chart declares that the one who must die is the top student in the school. It was you who created that. You have saved countless lives. Loy puffed out his chest after hearing what the system said. Suddenly he returned to his normal request. Then give me the money. You have to earn money yourself. Loy thought of something else. Then give me some affection points. The system is useless. Humans really are not romantic at all. You don't deny it. That's right. Romance doesn't feed us. Right now what we need is skill. Because we are about to start building the large canal, I think about what we have. My surveying skill has a limitation, which is the issue. We have to work on projects all over the farm. There are too many things to do, from gathering information piece by piece to compiling it. Looking at the display table I built, my level has increased a lot, but at some point it can't go higher anymore. Intermediate Design Level 6. The area that can be designed at once is 729,000 square meters, a special option for the skill. The 3D floor plan display diagram mode stands on the hill contemplating the basics of business, saving what can be saved and using what can be used. I click on the display table to upgrade from Intermediate Level 6, increase necessary skills with 200 affinity points, current affinity 4070. Let's do it. I will significantly improve my skills and expand my survey scope. Keep upgrading continuously. Let's upgrade from Intermediate Level 6 to Level 10. The skill ranking system notification board shows the skill level has increased. Now advanced. Advanced Design. Level 1. The design area possible in one session is 3,375,000 epsadir. He smiled contentedly. Good. 200 friendship points are truly deserved. Suddenly the system menu appeared, offering a special skill option for the new skill, Construction Guidance. Loy was stunned. Huh. What is the construction guide? The system menu you always want to work less with has now activated this creative system. He doubts the announcement, not believing it because it seems like a useless idea based on ads similar to home shopping. You can restore the previously saved 3D plan. Loy was still suspicious, but still simulated a mini house. Well, just pretend you're being fooled. Activate Construction Guidance. Suddenly, the simulation board in his hand disappears, and a bright light leaves Loy stunned. What the hell is that? A huge house suddenly appears before his eyes. The system explanation board includes you as well. This 3D image will also be displayed to other workers. The operator can perform the main actions accurately using this 3D image, with their eyes wide open and mouth agape. It's amazing. Isn't this the skill that can cut my daily workload in half? He immediately came up with a plan. I should carry out a practical test right away. A magic circle is drawn on the ground. Habil Azrahan wondered about it. What is this? Loy suggested a place you will have to dig. He looked at Loy with a displeased expression and continued to give orders. I'll let you know the details later, so just go ahead and do it for now. Habil Azrahan tried everything to dig down. There are many green things inside. Loy watches. Oh, you're right. He points to a corner and asks if you can now try digging around this green thing. He followed the order to dig outside the edge of the pit when suddenly a red light appeared over the circle. It creates an image of a proud pig's nose, criticizing. Damn it, can't you do it properly or what? Oh my God, Habil Azrahan looks disgusted. Huh, that's disgusting. He spoke calmly. Hey, isn't this kind of expression normal for others? He sighed and replied, no one wants to make a mistake just to see that face. Loy felt uncomfortable. Don't say that it's like being punched in the ear. Habil Azrahan bowed and asked, so what is this time? His face darkened, and he, a genius in illusion magic, wondered if this was a magic tool from the spoils he obtained from the dark wizard. Loy nervously pondered, suddenly asking himself, I can't keep lying forever, can I? He awkwardly asked back, which do you think is more reasonable? Habil Azrahan bowed and replied, I will choose the second one, so wear a suitable necklace with you. Lee stammered. Oh, okay, that's right. He turned and walked away, so that's all I wanted to know. I haven't answered you yet, but is there anything else you're curious about? Habil Azrahan calmly replied, what I am truly curious about doesn't matter. What matters? He turns around seriously. That is our young master who saved everyone in this estate. Loy was stunned by those words, gradually smiling as thoughts ran through his mind. Thank you. Of course, because you trust me. Now is the time to start building the sewage system. This system will protect our people from disease. He shouted seriously, everyone repeat what our motto is. Safety first, correct no injuries. Loy and Habil Azrahan stand behind, listening carefully. I will kill anyone if they get hurt. We don't need any weaklings here. If that's you guys, then step away from this project. He turned to ask, it seems they are getting more and more insane by the minute. What is causing them to act like that? Water and waste in the district are being discharged into the sewers, and they will soon flow into the main pipeline. Bodong will dig a smaller pipe, but that's still not enough to dig the main tunnel. So what we need is Bayo constantly cheering on the energetic field while Bai, blushing, hugs his restless heart and crashes into the love pole. M enthusiastically clears the ground for maximum work efficiency. One man digs off course, exposing a model diagram. Loy appears angry in the image. Hey, are you kidding me, heavens? Everyone was stunned by the image for a moment before cheering excitedly. The cheer was Loy's angry face. That's right, I can feel the power surging within me. Your ugly faces are starting to appear from all directions. That's right, me too. Mine is even scarier. The faces with us are still cursing everyone. Do you hear them? Yes, ours is even worse than that. Loy really shouted angrily. Stop it, all of you. Why are you enjoying what's supposed to guide us? He sighed in frustration. They're really a bunch of lunatics. Why do they keep acting like this? A heavy rain pours down on the Frontera estate. After a few weeks of spring-like showers, the drainage system construction will progress very smoothly over the next 3 months. Thanks to the construction policy, the main sewer system is progressing rapidly and has started expanding northward. Lights are beginning to pierce through the dark, rainy night skies. The rose petals still hold the raindrops as Loey stands on the hilltop, guiding the way. The drainage system needs to pass through that field, and we will also build a wastewater treatment plant there. He looked at the document for a moment and asked, isn't that near the place where the tusked elephants are planning to settle? Will it be okay? An calmly replied, Baibong will be in charge, so there shouldn't be any problem. But we still need to be careful. Loin started to walk away. Tell the workers they should not attack the mastodon carelessly and need to stay calm. Bayan immediately replied, understood. That means no mounds of tusked elephants are seen around here. Is it because Bibung is in charge? Is that correct, or perhaps? Loy is now standing with his back to a tree, suddenly speaking up. The red light turns green. Loy suddenly turns around after hearing the voice. He quickly runs to the other side. Loy stands at the corner, beaming with laughter. Here it is. We've got him. He points his finger like a gun and fires, hitting Loy across the face and knocking him to the ground. After the bullets, he collapses and smiles contentedly. That's really funny. The system board is useless. I wonder who the real psycho is here. Huh? What? I was just joking around. This is how people usually play around, isn't it? Suddenly, Podong started crying and approached. Podong was stunned. Is this really so pathetic? I'm really happy here. Calm down and listen carefully. Bodong, you sit up confused. Did you find something very strange? In front of a pit where the villagers are gathering to observe, Loy pushes through the crowd, making way to see. What is that? He stared down, and in Loy's eyes was the corpse of a tusked elephant. Mastodon tusk? I'll go down and check. Looking at how it's decomposing, it must have died recently. It seems someone killed and buried it here. Loy suspects and wonders who it could be and why. Bai suddenly speaks up from above. Loy turns around, puzzled. Is there a smell? He orders the people above. Is anyone there? Dig a little here. The people above immediately responded. Yes. A man suddenly stops after noticing something. Loy above was extremely panicked. Below was a pile of neatly arranged tusked elephant corpses. What the hell is this? He stood pondering. This isn't in the novel. The novel makes no mention of this. I can't be sure about an event that suddenly happens outside of the novel. Damn it. Loy looked at the corpses below, and something like this must be right. He remembered the plot of the Lightning novel from the Namengate where Habil controlled his explosion. Dark magic appeared in the field. Suddenly, the tusked elephant corpses released a dark energy. Loy was stunned and shouted loudly, "It has to be that way. Everyone get out of here now." The magical corpse explosion causes the tusked elephant body to glow and swell up as a huge explosion of dark energy erupts, causing everyone to panic and run according to orders. Loin tries to rush out of the energy zone, the explosion heading straight for us. With this force, everyone will surely die. Suddenly, he turned back to face the explosion directly. "I won't let anyone get hurt." Loy uses an energy explosion to attack. I'm not sure if it will succeed, but I will try to push back the explosion with my own blast. Suddenly, Baibung steps in front of Lloyd's action and heads toward the explosion. He shouts in shock. Baibung Solita senses the energy and turns around, looking into the distance. It's coming from over there. It looks like some kind of dark magic. The magical corpse explosion. Based on the blast, it seems to have come from something much larger than a human. Solidus hesitated over Lloyd Frontera's problem. That bastard seems to be in trouble. Should I help him? I wonder if it's written in the contract. Suddenly he realized something. Habil Azrahan was rushing over there at incredible speed. Solidus calmly continues his work. Well, he'll be fine because that monster will come to help. Lloyd yells as Baibung lies weak and collapsed. Baibung, wake up. Everyone was terrified by the scene ahead. Hick. What is that? What is it? He steps over Baibung's massive body as malevolent eyes appear in the smoke. They are a large herd of dark energy-infected tusked elephants suddenly appearing through the smoke in great numbers. Lumbi is trembling in fear in his hand. Undead mammoth elephants. He observes the herd of tusked elephants in front of him. They are buried beneath the explosion. How many of them are there, after all? Suddenly, the sharp-toothed elephant's eyes lit up, and it panicked, crying in anger. They suddenly charged uncontrollably. Lloyd shouted to the people behind him, "Run!" Everyone panic and run as the bloodthirsty zombie elephants chase after them. Suddenly, something in front of him catches his attention, and Valida orders the white cavalry soldiers. "Wait for my command," he shouted very seriously. For the Queen, for the people, and for the Frontera district. Loy hurriedly tried to stop him. "No, please don't. We will retreat. You are helpless. Forget what I just said." Loy hurriedly runs off but is still thinking about the plan. What about the terrain? What do we know about the habits of the tusked elephants? What should we do to fight these zombies? How can we increase the distance between us and them? He asked, turning to speak. "Lord Bavaria, have you found it yet?" he immediately replied. "It's in the mining area," Loy ordered. "Just give it to me." Bayan receives the order. "Understood." He shouted the order. Bodong quickly enlarges and jumps toward the zombies. The herd of tusked elephants is stunned by Podong's appearance. Charging to throw a punch, Bodong quickly lands a straight punch into the jaw of a mammoth elephant. Bodong's ultimate punch. After delivering the strike, he immediately jumps back. Then she charges again, using Bodong's ultimate elbow technique, continuing with Podong's home run kick. After each attack, Podong jumps back. She lands gracefully and perfectly. Suddenly, Podong gathers strength in his arm and jumps up to sweep away the charging tusked elephants. Podong's flower dance makes him gasp in amazement. Podong can't believe his eyes at her actions. What did I just see? Suddenly, a tusked elephant managed to charge straight into Podong's stomach. The group of tusked elephants behind also took the opportunity to gather strength. Pood Dong. Podong did not step back but gathered her strength, throwing off the attacking tusked elephants. But Podong was not yet fully recovered. Another tusked elephant charged straight at her stomach. Podong tried to push back, but he gradually became completely overwhelmed by the tusked elephant. The zombie horde begins to overwhelm Podong, gradually sinking her into the sea of monsters. Lloyd shouts, "Damn those elephants." Bodong, who is being attacked, also turns to look at the herd of tusked elephants, standing confidently beside a teenage tusked elephant. Lloyd thrusts the spear into the young tusked elephant's neck and says, "Look what I have here." Yes, yes. He licks the top of its head, warning that in just 5 seconds it will become a lump of meat. The herd of young elephants immediately turn their attention. The young tusked elephant trembles in fear. "Do you see? Aren't you feeling worried and angry?" He bites into the top of its head. "Now come here before I tear it apart." The herd of tusked elephants charges forward without hesitation. The herd of tusked elephants is charging toward him. Lloyd smiles contentedly. The deer got caught in the trap. He lifts the tusked elephant onto his shoulder as a reward. "That was a great performance. Bildu Ding, right? Any name will do." That's a small hint from a single story in the novel. The hint is as follows. It doesn't look dangerous. It says that the tusked elephant is obsessed with its offspring and will fight for them even if it becomes a zombie, depending on what we do. It probably won't attack us recklessly, and what I saw has confirmed this fact. I noticed that Lord Bavaria was raising the young mastodon calves. Loy's attention was on the back, where the mother mastodons were standing on the hill observing. Every day the adult tusked elephants come to visit, checking on the health of the young tusked elephants. Loy orders Po Dong, who is holding Pu Ding, to go through that valley and hide in the forest. He climbs onto her back and gives the order. Let's go. Following the dust clouds caused by the herd of elephants, the villagers are anxiously worried. Young Master Lo once again saves us in the shining forest. Komin is sitting on a branch singing, knowing you have someone by your side, but I will still stand right here and wait for you. Suddenly, a hand grabs the singing Simon, and Habil Azrahan, covered in sweat, asks, "You have the red sunflower seed that young Master Loy gave you, right? How long will it take to fly 10 kilometers north?" On the other side, Po Dong is trying to escape from the pursuit of the tusked elephant. "Come on, Po Dong, just a little more." Loy looked back. He's catching up to us. He turned around and aimed his spear at the herd of mammoth-toothed elephants. An energy explosion attack is launched at them, hitting the lead mastodon directly. Suddenly, its body glowed and exploded shortly after. A bright flash, but it still couldn't stop the zombies behind. Loy struggles to think. There are too many of them. Should I aim my explosion towards the valley? No, I can't. Everything will collapse. I'm in a critical situation. If this explosion doesn't kill it, I might really lose my life here. Po Dong suddenly notices something ahead and quickly stops. Surprised by the scene ahead, with the hill covered by the dirt and rocks of the valley above, he clenched his teeth in tension and said, "God." Behind him was a herd of tusked elephants rushing forward, but in front was a dead end. Damn it. Loy quickly uses his scan skill, simulating the situation. Po Dong tries to climb up, but of course Po Dong can't reach this height. Lloyd was frantic. What should I do? What should I do now? Stay calm. Remember all the skills and experience you have and harmonize those with your movement limits. Doing nothing would just be a waste of time. He stepped down from Po Dong's back, and she anxiously turned around and called out, "Pop Po Dong." Loy calmly orders, "Climb the highest wall you can and hold on to the tusked elephant tightly." He spins the sand in his hand and confidently steps forward. I was afraid I would face a life-or-death situation. After blowing up the mountain range, Loy clenched his fist onto the sand. He begins to focus his energy into the sand, but that is the crucial key to making a breakthrough. 3 energy circles start to merge together. Loy lifts the blazing sun and unleashes a powerful attack into the sky. The herd of tusked elephants was stunned as the attack didn't target them. Loy used all his strength to hold on to the hall. Continuous bursts of attacks were shot into the sky, causing the shield to almost melt. Suddenly, the sand in his hand drops, and Loy collapses to the ground. As the herd of blood-tusked elephants charges forward, the system notification indicates that the supercharger skill has been activated. Loy's body begins to absorb all nearby energy, with the largest source being the blood-tusked elephants. They are completely drawn into him, causing his body to disintegrate. Vodong is also almost being pulled inside. The system panel is absorbing all the mana around. The rocks above also get pulled into Lloyd Frontera's body as he tries to aim his hand at the target. Lloyd raises his hand to absorb all the dark energy ahead. Po Dong gradually feels more at ease after his target is set. I will leave the valley and Po Dong alone to absorb only the mana of the mammoth. The mammoth herd begins to be pulled in, and their bodies disintegrate entirely. Loy uses his skill to try to control everything. The bodies that he drains energy from are left as only skeletons and are thrown out as he absorbs the queen's mana and everything around him through Super Chager. I thought this was because my heart skill had leveled up. Going back to earlier, Lloyd Frostnera ordered Habil Azrahan, "You be the decoy." He immediately refuses. "I don't want to go somewhere else to play," Loy said irritably. "I didn't ask for your opinion. This is an order." He licked his lips with a sinister smile. "If I use Superch to restore mana, I will definitely level up. It's time for this mana-filled lunchbox to become a sacrifice for my level up, muahaha." Just now, Loy used an explosion to drain all his energy and collapsed onto the ground afterward. And then Loy's body began to activate the Super Cheeger skill, absorbing everything around it with energy. Damn it. The surrounding area is being destroyed. I can't let that happen. Loy sneered maliciously. Only Hobble's magic is worth it. I just need to focus on draining mana from him. The energy pull begins to concentrate entirely on Habil Azrahan. He smiled contentedly at the victory. "Ha ha, I did it. I will drain everything from you." Suddenly, the system reports a 404 error. This sacred source of mana isn't meant for weak and useless things like you and your grandson. Loy then spat blood equal to the amount of mana absorbed and collapsed back onto the ground with a pool of blood. Habil Azrahan still stood silently, watching. After a while of no response, he bowed his head and smirked. "Young Master Loy, are you all right?" His whole body trembles as he curses. Damn the creator of this web tool, because after my recent failure I could still specify targets and directions. Back to the present, Loy focuses on draining the energy from the tusked elephant. All your mana now belongs to me. Suddenly, the system notification made him stop, indicating he had exceeded the allowed mana absorption. The mana heart was expanding rapidly, having gained a large amount of skill experience. He started coughing up blood after the notification. Ugh, this is the rotten mana between the zombies, completely different from poison. The magic heart is now functioning normally. I need to spin it more. I have to circulate this toxic energy flow. After Lloyd Frontera's reflection, the magic heart began to operate violently. The warning system sounded, but he ignored it and continued to draw energy. The mana heart has been damaged. The source of pure mana has been used to heal the mana heart. Lloyd continues to draw energy from the blood-tusked elephant. The mana heart has been damaged. The source of pure mana has been used to restore the mana heart. The mana heart skill is developing. Lloyd's pull is getting stronger. The mana heart skill has leveled up. The mana heart skill has leveled up. The mana heart has been damaged. The mana source of love power has been used to restore the mana heart. The mana heart skill has leveled up. He shouted with all his might as the blood-tusked elephant's energy flooded the entire valley and poured into Loy Frontera's body. The skill has been upgraded. The skill has ended, and his body no longer draws in energy. Loy waits seriously. The system menu announces a level 1 intermediate swordsmanship master, with physical skills increased by 600%. He gradually stood up from the dirt, the ramming elephants panicking due to the drained energy. The system menu, a new option for the mana heart skill, has been suggested. Loy immediately seized the opportunity, glaring and sternly ordering them to kneel. The system's mana heart skill options dominate the zombies. A monster quickly kneels down on command, followed by the herd of tusked elephants also obediently lying down. Loy stands solemnly before the zombies. Bodong is stunned by the scene before him. Loy throws a blue sunflower seed to Bodong. He smiles and gives the order. Let's go home. The system can now control and dominate any zombie with lower mana than you. Loy stepped onto the back of the tusked elephants. He walks proudly along the path created by the zombies. System. Controlled zombies will obey all your commands with absolute loyalty. Loy smiles contentedly at the new skills he just acquired, the only system he truly doubts. The system menu for controlling the undead can only be activated when you face the undead directly. Lloyd silently looks at the display and then frowns as he turns around. The tusked elephants that don't face directly start to stand up, and more of them rise, until eventually all the ones behind Loy are completely upright. System status: 308 living creatures under control. 40 seconds remaining. He looked at the number below the remaining time of 40 seconds. The number quickly dropped to 38 seconds. The herd of tusked elephants charged like a hungry wolf pack. Loy ran in panic. With 27 seconds remaining, he hurriedly ran ahead of the time limit. With 18 seconds left, Loy tried to run away. With only 7 seconds left, the pursuing sharp-toothed elephants have multiplied like a horde. As the countdown nears 0, he clings tightly to Podong and the sharp-toothed elephant. After the time ran out, the herd of tusked elephants immediately lunged at Loy, who was sitting still. At that moment, a thick web was lowered from above. Suddenly, he was pulled into the air, allowing Loy to dodge the zombie's jump. His body was gradually lifted up, with the eyes of the tusked elephants watching below. Loy is amazed by the scene below. He looks up to check above, and the figure of Mindan appears in Lloyd Frontera's eyes. Habil, he glared down. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan drew his sword and used his sword aura technique. He shouted loudly to advance, but Mindan's figure blocked the way. Okay. Bodong pops up from inside his shirt and greets. Bodong, upon seeing her appear, immediately flies away at full speed. Flying close to the canyon wall, Habil Azrahan stands up ready to swing his sword. He put strength into his hands and swung directly at the nearby cliff. Lloyd shouted in panic and fear. The cliff where Habil Azrahan was chopping finally cracked open loudly and collapsed all at once, sending rocks crashing down onto the herd of mammoth-like monsters below. The collision caused the body of the saber-toothed elephant to start glowing. Habil Azrahan continued to cut the cliffs above, with shards falling down as the saber-toothed elephants exploded from the dark energy inside their bodies. The valley is now filled with the explosions of zombie mammoth corpses. Loey stares in amazement as the sound of flapping wings begins to fade. Komin and everyone else landed on a patch of grass above the cliff. Loey looked up in admiration. Excellent. Thanks to you, Habil is still alive. He angrily asked what I was thanking him for. Loy was puzzled by Habil Azrahan's grumpy tone. He continued, speaking with an annoyed voice. I am a knight escorting you, so I need to stay by your side. What are you about to say? Young master, he hesitantly continued. A is not dangerous at all. Stay here and cut the wire. Habil Azrahan doesn't care about what you say. I saw it when I was riding Min. All the workers had been evacuated, and only you remained as the prey. Loe looked away with a mocking tone. A prey? I only intend to lure them out in a pack and make them all fly away in one strike. He glared. So did he succeed? Loe frowned in annoyance. Why are you asking such an obvious question? What do you really mean? Suddenly, Habil Azrahan shouted, Wake up and be rational. He was startled by his own scream. Habil Azrahan seriously asked what would happen if anything were to happen to you. The apartment, the sewer, everything will end, and the lives of the people will be at risk. He said sternly, You are carrying the lives of countless residents on your shoulders. Your life is truly more important than you think. Loe looked up silently and said, So that's what you wanted to say? He asked seriously. So is there anyone brave enough to die for me? Is there anyone who can be guaranteed safety from that horde of crazed zombies? Even if you say so, Habil Azrahan said sharply. You can totally retreat through the defensive wall of the White Cavalry. The White Cavalry are brave warriors, clearly with another option to choose from. Loe shouted in protest. That's just baseless assumptions. Can you confidently say you won't cause anyone to lose their life? Do you understand the feeling of having to work so hard to the point of forgetting yourself, only to end up facing death? He said seriously, asserting his position. That's right. I am the most important person in this territory. The land belongs to me and also to the people living here. Loe glared and said, If this land belongs to me, then if I don't protect it, who else could? Habil Azrahan frowned in annoyance. So from now on, you insist on taking on the most dangerous tasks alone? He replied without denying. That's right. And of course, I will also make as much money as possible from the risks of that job. Habil Azrahan looked at Loe with a piercing gaze and suddenly sighed in frustration. Whatever you want to do is fine. Habil Azrahan turned away and expressed his thoughts. I am determined to stay by your side. System message. HBL's affection for you has increased for the first time in a long while. Plus 15. HBL's favorability increased by 23, developing an extraordinary relationship with the protagonist. Additional friendship points will be awarded, totaling 270. Habil's respect for you has increased. The person I need to protect has become someone I must respect. Suddenly, another notification caught Loe's attention. You read the words on the system board. Habil swears that if he falls into the path of death, I am willing to die in his place. Loe looks disappointed. Well, that's not necessary. Habil Azrahan, I don't understand. What are you saying? He calmly replied. Let's just say I don't know. Loe looked at the broken compass below. Those zombie elephants with tusks. Whose do they belong to? I wonder, could it be Asfa's revenge through those monsters? He dismisses it and reevaluates everything. No, based on what we know, no summoner mage has the ability to cast such high-level magic. Loe frowned, contemplating. The information about Asfahan has been provided in great detail in the novel. That is not something they would do. The Nameron shield is the only thing related to dark magic. He walks away and orders a halt to the project. Go find some clues. Habil Azrahan immediately replied, Yes, I understand. Loe walks away while calculating. All right, the Nameron shield base is the foundation for my current hypothesis that this is related to that story. I grit my teeth in frustration. I have a rough idea now, just need the evidence and I will make you pay for both the loss and the damage. A shovel is being used to dig the earth. Loe stands above, watching the work unfold below. Habil Azrahan is serious, so it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. You don't deny what he said. Yes, that's right, but we still have to do it. We can't continue the project with hidden risks. Loe seriously considered the previous issue. It must be somewhere around here. Medium for dark magic. Suddenly, a hurried soldier on horseback rushed over. Young Master Loin, turn around. Yeah, he gasped for breath to announce. Count Kermo from the west has arrived. Loe is suspicious. Count Kermo, what is he doing here? Inside the mansion, Count Kermo made a proposal. I want to request for marriage. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Then Loe casually spoke up. Sorry, Count, but you're not my type. He denied that nonsense, General. I want to speak on behalf of my daughter. He was stunned. That's quite a surprise, Countess CRM said, stroking her beard. Well, I don't want to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. He seriously proposed, I have thought about this for a long time after you left and wondered if there was anyone more suitable to be my son-in-law than you, but you've become too famous and I'm quite sure many other nobles have also struggled to establish relations with you. Count Kermo calmly asked, so I grew impatient and fought hard to keep this plan secret. So, when is your wedding day? Loe asked with a serious expression. Hey, wait a minute. Count Kurmo, who asked me to marry him, so why are you in such a hurry? Suddenly, Akos Frontera's face darkened. Loy looked confused, and Frontera suddenly said, "Yes, sir," as a pile of love letters was dumped onto the table, revealing long-held secrets. "These are all the open marriage proposals sent to the Lord's house. Because you are too busy, I kept it hidden and waited for a more suitable time to give it to you." He was stunned and moved away from the letters. Count Kvarm, with a stern voice, criticized, "How dare those poor fools send letters? They should have come here in person. The wedding ceremony will be held at the Frontera estate, Louis Tranon. Now, Count Cremo, please stay calm. I am very grateful that you hold me in such high regard." Loy bowed his head and responded, "Please forgive me for being unable to fulfill your request," he replied in a serious tone. "Aunt, you're already 27 and still single? With things like this, if you don't get married soon, the neighbors will be talking during the new year. I helplessly make a request. Count Cremo, may I speak frankly?" Loy glances at the rude appearance of the attendant knight and suppresses a laugh. What are you laughing at?" Count Cremo wondered if it was because his family was not worthy of you. He immediately denied it. "Oh no, that's not it. But if you turn slightly to the right, next to him is your daughter pouting in annoyance in the shadowed corner." Christine trembled as she spoke. "I am the eldest daughter of the Cremo family. I am honored to do anything that benefits the family." She tearfully and insincerely said, "I am willing to offer my body to you." Loy thought with disappointment that it was no better than being married off to the devil lord, while Habil Azrahan was gathering his strength to keep his mouth shut. "You have to use mana just to hold back your laughter? Just shut up, please." Suddenly, Agos Frontera spoke up. "May I say a few words, please?" He smiled and shared his thoughts. "Thinking about the prosperity of the family is also right, but it would be better if you considered more carefully the feelings of those involved." Agos Frontera clenched his fist, sitting next to Mabella Frontera, unable to spend the rest of his life with someone he doesn't love. He and she smile naturally. "I think for your daughter's happiness, you need to listen to her feelings." Countess Kuramo looked at her crying daughter and then fell silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, he pulled her closer. "This is Crichton." Count Karmo smiles and admits his mistake. "It seems I almost did something terrible for the sake of the family." Christine's tears of emotion streamed down her face. "Dad." The two of them embrace each other in joy. "I love you, my child. Dad." "Is the father so happy?" Count CRMO walks out with his daughter near the door. "The Frontera family members have never stopped impressing me. Today, I learned a valuable lesson." He stretched out his hand and said loudly, "Live with love." Agus Frontera and Mabella Frontera also raised their hands with love. With a loud bang, they left happily, leaving Loy deep in thought about whether he should be glad he doesn't have to get married, even though his parents agreed to it. He turned to the knight giggling in the corner, and seeing Habil Azrahan's miserable state made Loy feel helpless. This little demon is forcing himself to hold back his laughter until his last drop of mana. This marriage affair has caused him more suffering than the great battle with Giga Titan. In the end, all the proposals were rejected, revealing the negative side of political marriage and their desire to prevent any woman from suffering. The butler informed Alicia of everything, which seemed to be the reason the Frontera family rejected all the marriage proposals. She spoke sternly. "It's just as I thought. Even if Frontera accepted, it's highly likely that the woman would refuse as well." Loida? Everyone was paying attention to Alicia's words and him. She pondered over his goofy face, which looked just like a potato. Suddenly, Alicia couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, and the person below asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Your Highness? Do you need the divine healer Zhao?" She calmly reassured him, "It's okay, don't worry about me." Alicia ordered the servant to cook potatoes for dinner. "Pay close attention," he immediately responded. "Understood." She seriously considered that she should closely monitor the woman they chose. "The chosen one will hold immense power in this kingdom," Alicia asked seriously. "And what about the letter we sent to Asfa?" The man replied immediately. "Those arrogant fools still deny any connection to the domino monster and are causing chaos instead of apologizing. This is clearly a bold provocation against the kingdom of Magentano." Alicia felt uneasy inside. "You old bastards, do you want to start a war?" She sat up and ordered. "We will form a delegation and send them to Asfen to restrict all correspondence. Until then." Alicia hesitates, calculating who should join the team, then smirks cunningly, thinking she needs to add some potatoes, and in front of the Frontera estate, a head carved with a demon symbol is placed on the table, an image we found north of the accident site. Bay sternly announces, "We believe this is the cause of the accident." Lo calmly looks at a stir-fried goat's head. He stared in shock at the symbol, recalling the demon figure in the photograph he had seen in a novel before. A red flag with a symbol identical to the one on the head, the emblem of a kingdom with a demon queen. "I was eating and thinking at the same time. With this, I've learned a few things that weren't in the novel. The Demon Queen and the Namarin Shield incident are clearly connected. Loy crossed his arms, realizing that many things had changed since he arrived in this world. The Queen never became a demon, and there was no longer any reason for the Namarin Shield to happen, because the cause of that incident was influenced by the refugees affected by the domino monster in Namarin. He remained silent, contemplating, but those people were trying to do something else. Is there something in this that isn't in the novel? If I don't prepare a counterattack plan, will it affect my wish for a peaceful life? The Dark Mage deployed the Namen Shield and pushed everyone to their deaths. Cannavaro, he is the prime suspect. Loy turned to Bayan and said, Lord Bavaria, please halt the project immediately. I need to put an end to this before we start the business. He immediately replied, Understood. Mabella Frontra worries, why didn't you leave after resting to recover? Akos Frontera is still feeling nauseous from the goat's head. Where are you planning to go this time? Loy answers seriously, I have some business to attend to at Namarin. He silently thought that he had to find evidence related to this matter. He went 10 kilometers north of the Frontera estate to the wastewater treatment plant and ordered the team to open the drain cover. He quickly used his strength to open the huge drain cover and leaned down, trusting and relying on that boy. Solitus, he uses his power to control. The fragrant items start to rise and float away. The hybrid creations of humans begin to ascend as commanded. It curls into a giant sphere. Solitas's eyes suddenly light up. He begins to transform into a mighty dragon. Loy laughs with satisfaction. One day, the whole world will know. Solitus begins to channel energy into his neck. He spat a stream of fire directly at the ground where the lumps had merged into one, the story of the dragon ready to lend its power. For the sake of humanity's health, the legend of Solitas, the destroyer dragon, made him angry, and he turned to oppose it. Do you dare to spread that story? Are you messing around? Do you realize that? Not cool, huh? That's Solitus, the destroyer dragon. Solitus is getting more annoyed. Are you serious? Your naming sense is truly top-notch. He spoke quietly. What can I do? I'm a natural sciences student. The Natural Sciences Department student system nationwide all disapprove. The notification board announced that you have implemented the first collective wastewater treatment system in Lauren continent history. You have established the concept of public health. A new title? Do you want red or blue tissue paper? Loy clenched his fist in satisfaction. With a 0% infection rate of contagious diseases on the territory, cutting off 100% of external pathogens. I'm relieved. Habi Al-Asrahan walked beside him, curious. When do you plan to leave Namarin? Loy hesitated for a moment and replied, I want to go as soon as possible. He frowned, thinking that if he didn't get anything, he'd just pay for the trip. Telling the Count that there might be a villain in this village wasn't very trustworthy. I wish I had a better reason. Master Lai is ahead, and in front of you is a convoy stopped in front of the mansion. What is it? Lloyd Frostnera looked tense. Oh, that's a bit concerning. Akos Frontera's voice echoes inside the wedding mansion you just refused yesterday, and he speaks seriously about what happened earlier. They brought my daughter and said that meeting her in person might change the decision. I couldn't refuse. So I arranged accommodations for them. Akos Frontera assigned room 32. I also set up a queue system to organize the people who will meet with you. Loy noticed it from his facial expression. Your father seems quite excited. Akos Frontera immediately denies it. No, not at all. I hope you will marry the one you love. He frowned in disappointment. Of course, I've already passed the age of hoping for grandchildren. Rumors are spreading everywhere that the eldest son might also have this defect, but I'm still fine. The system board celebrates like the Lunar New Year with a new title. You now have a new name, Loin, Eunuch Frontera. He silently cursed in anger. You bastard! Do you finally have something to mock me with? Loin frowns and thinks deeply. All right, you're really excited, huh? Anyway, women have to line up to marry me. The question is whether I should consider that. He is seriously thinking. Not about the women, but about the fathers. Those old men lining up for marriage. I will receive all their love, and my whole body will belong to them. The butler announced that the first young lady was entering, cheerfully greeted the guest, and corrected herself, saying, Young lady. She blushed at the sight in front of her. Oh my. The young lady's gaze is fixed directly on Habil Asran. I want to get engaged to that young nobleman, but why is he standing? So why is the servant sitting on a chair? Loy raised his voice. Because I am confused. Huh? You may proceed. Because I am Loy. The young lady looked annoyed. Loy solemnly saw her off. Bow and leave. With a loud crash, the young lady departs empty-handed. The butler continued as the second young lady was approaching, and he greeted her, Welcome. Ah, my apologies, young lady. She is paying attention to Habil Azrahan. Huh? That, I wanted to get engaged to that young noble, but why is he standing? So the servant is sitting on a chair? He continued, Because I am low in surprise. Huh? Loy still keeps a calm face. Because I am Loy, she sneered contemptuously as another noblewoman continued to leave. Bow your head. With a loud bang, the room fell silent again. Habil Azrahan irritably scoffs. So boring, Loy is so proud of himself. In reality, I am the greatest of all time. The butler continued as the third young lady entered, still using the same phrase. Welcome, esteemed guest. No, young lady. Loy opened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him, suddenly wide-eyed in surprise. Huh? He looked at Sis Surya with suspicion, feeling it was too familiar. Surely he had seen her in the illustrations of the novel. She began to lift up her skirt. Sisuria bows solemnly. I am the eldest daughter of the Namarin Count. Sisuria Namarin. Lloyd only just realized who I am now. Sisuria Namarin. When I was courting Habil, I thought she was the main character, but she was the one who sacrificed her life to protect the people of Naman. At that time, there were already many comments from readers. Wasn't that a bit too much? Why did everyone who loved and cared for Habil end up dying? This also draws attention because the main character is completely lonely and sad. Unlike most modern novels, Sis Surya smiles and says, I know this is a bit rude, but I came to see you because of my father's request. My first impression of you is much better than what I heard. Loy remained silent. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm Loy, not the guy behind me. She looked confused at his words. Huh? I'm talking to you. The man behind is Lord Asrahan, the renowned master swordsman. Both of them were surprised by Shisuri Namarin's words. She smiled gently and said, I suppose a young noble like you must be in a difficult situation and find it hard to decide who to marry, Loy wondered. Why is that? She cheerfully explained. I saw on my way here that new buildings I had never seen before have been constructed, and the clean streets are being built in every direction. You won't have time to think about marriage because you'll need to oversee everything. Suddenly Surya stood up from her seat. I already know your answer, so I will take my leave first. Loy immediately stepped in. No, wait, I want to say a little more. He asked Han quietly, is Naman facing any difficulties right now? For example, a sudden increase in population. Susurya sat back in her chair, puzzled. Why are you worried about that? Refugees lost their homes due to the monster domino. About 400 people have come to us. I know someone guided them from a very faraway place. Loy stared with tense eyes. What is going on here? I remember the plot of the novel. The wall around Naman is a magic that absorbs the life force of those inside it. It was built to gather the necessary life force for Cannavaro's spell. Loy bowed his head, thinking that he had believed all the refugees gathered at his estate, but it seemed they had stopped in Naman. He was tense with his thoughts. If the story unfolds according to Cannavaro's plan in the novel, the lives of thousands of Naman residents will become sacrificial offerings. The night calls for death, and the Hell Knight will be summoned. Loy thought of Habil Azrahan. No high-level swordmaster could defeat an Abyss Knight. He seemed like a divine being, which meant nothing could stop the destruction of the world. Loy realized how dangerous the current situation was. Was it worse than he thought? Lloyd was packing a backpack for the trip, while Habil Azrahan held a basket of love letters. He turned to ask, what are you not busy preparing for the business trip? What is that pile? Habil Azrahan calmly explained, it's what the young ladies sent me. I put them in the room first. Loy continued to ask, what kind of letter is that? He replied casually, of course it's a love letter, don't tell me. Habil Azrahan asked, Han, you haven't received any letters at all. He calmly replied, yes. His face darkened after hearing the response. Loy also fell silent and looked over. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan put down his basket. Compassionately, he reached out and said, I will give you a letter. He glared at Habil Azrahan's actions. The two suddenly fell silent for a long time, then unexpectedly Loy burst out laughing. He saw that, but couldn't believe his eyes. He smiled and walked away. Why are you giving me what should have been yours? Hurry up and get ready. Miss Syria is waiting. Loy walks away, leaving his lover behind, confused. Habil Azrahan clenched his teeth in frustration as the work trip vehicle started to move. In front of the moving crowd, a voice came from inside the vehicle. Public Works. Loy responded. Yes, there are several types. I will decide which to use after assessing the situation myself. Sisuria suspiciously asked how you knew everything about our situation. I simply guessed, based on what I heard from others. Because Naman is built on hilly terrain, it's natural for the slopes to gradually descend. I am truly glad to have met you. Although we didn't get married as my father wished, he would be very happy that we managed to resolve the worries that have haunted my family for generations. I'm thrilled, now I can investigate. Cannavaro is like earning a fortune through construction. This business trip will be very profitable. Just wait and see. I will show everyone what it really means for the attacker to be the winner. Lloyd's trip finally arrived in Namarin. Inside the city, Shisuria pulled back the car curtain to introduce the businessman Mr. Cannavaro. He is using his own money to care for 400 refugees and always takes the lead in helping others, even with small acts. Loy glared at him, noticing the tattoo on Cannavaro's shoulder. Loy looked at his smiling face. So it's you, huh? You hypocrite, I will crush you like crushing a can. He smirked confidently in front of the Namarin estate. Count Namarin greets warmly. You must be tired after such a long journey. He stepped forward in front of Habil Azrahan, exuding an aura of nobility. The Naman family will rise to an even higher level. Ho, ho. So, what's a good day to hold the wedding? Susuria stepped forward to introduce again. Father, that is your guard Habil. Young Master Loy is standing beside him. Count Naman frowned. What? Loy remained silent as he listened. So why does the demeanor of the person on the left exude such nobility? And what about the person on the right? He seems to be lacking in some aspects. She irritably stepped forward and said, Dad, you're being rude. Jizya sternly scolded, How can a count like you fail to see the true nature of a person? He may seem lacking in some aspects, but he is very wise and capable. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan glared over. Loi's face remained calm and unaffected by the words, and he was not here to discuss marriage. Count Naman wondered, Why is he here? He continued to glare at Lloyd Frontera. Sisuria explains, He is here to help our district resolve the land subsidence issue. He breathes a sigh of relief. Whew, that's a relief. I thought I'd have to be ashamed of my son-in-law's face. Lloyd's face remained emotionless. Father, you're overdoing it. Can you imagine how much he must have endured being treated like that all this time? Suddenly, he was moved to tears and bit his lip, while Habil Azrahan, like hitting the jackpot, smiled brightly. He chuckled softly at the conversation between the two, and Count Naman wondered why. But can he really stabilize the slopes? Sisuria is sure. Yes, I believe he is capable of doing that. Habil Azrahan smiled happily. She continued, We will provide manpower and materials. Father just needs to supervise them. Count Naman hesitated. Then it will cost a lot. What if it turns out unstable? Shisuya confidently replied, I will compensate 3 times the amount spent on the construction, and turned to the two people. Oh, how interesting. Lord Lo, please tell me the details of the construction. Count Marin was stunned that he wanted to kill Habil Azrahan. What are you two doing? I don't understand what you two are doing. Sitting under the night sky in front of the Namra estate, inside the room, Loy reiterates, You saw it too, right? The demon pattern on that guy's shoulder, it must be Habil Azrahan. Yes, it's a goat's head. You seriously ordered or supervised Kamaravo Lai to reveal the plan. If we can prove that the pattern is related to dark magic and tell Count Naman what happened in our district, we can arrest them all at once without doing anything. He smiled in response. I see. Loy wondered about Habil Azrahan's smile. Why do you look so happy when I talk about something serious and important? He calmly explains, Oh, I apologize. That's because I was just recalling what the Count said earlier about some of your shortcomings. The room fell silent for a moment before Loy lunged forward to attack, but he missed every time. The sky gradually brightened as a bearded man shouted loudly, All right, choose a question. He hurriedly shouted out the bid. Pick any of them. Each costs 200 coins. Choose whichever you want. Loy bites his lip in frustration. Damn it. He looked at the shirts hanging in front. Those patterns are sold at the market. This puts us in a really difficult situation now. Habil Azrahan stepped forward. Young Master Loy. He turned back to ask Han. Did Habil find anything suspicious? He simply answered, No. Nothing except that he is sincerely helping the refugees. Habil Azrahan suggested I investigate where he is, but that place is protected by an expensive magic lock. Destroying it would be easy, but I was afraid he would notice right away, so I left it for now. Keep informing him. That pattern is believed to indicate the singer because that person is quite famous. Major cities are selling clothes with that pattern. Loy silently ponders. So do I need to find that singer? How can I do that? Everything might end if the Namarin barrier is activated while I'm doing that. The novel doesn't mention any details about the magic used to set up the Namarin barrier. Finding and stopping it will be very difficult. Thinking about Sisuria Namarin, is having Habil handle the barrier the only way? He can break the barrier, which means Sisuria might die. I never want to see someone I know die. The term Great Master mentioned in the novel refers to an existence far beyond that of a sword master. With that kind of power, we could escape the barrier and the Hell Knight immediately. I was tense and thinking, but since I didn't understand the theory behind it, I couldn't train Habil to become someone like that. We are completely constrained. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan spoke up. I think it would be better to keep an eye on Kamavaro. I'm sure he's hiding something because he's using such a strong lock. What will you do if you get caught while trying to break in? He answered seriously, I have a way in. Habil Azrahan was more confident than ever about this kind of thing. I am confident I will succeed. so trust me and wait for me here. Steel anchors are essential to prevent landslides. I will embed this anchor deep into the ground to stabilize the terrain using wedge bolts. But the problem is we don't have the technology to create precise spiral shapes. Delivery will take some time, but I will send the design to Master Coxidus first. While waiting, I will check more information about the terrain. Loy walks along the street listening to what the people are saying. He also sees her, right? The beautiful woman at the distribution center is of course already here. Everyone wants to see her face. Exactly, especially that body. Wow. That's right, that's right. Her figure is still attractive. Yeah, her figure walks by with a look of contempt. How can you be so loud on that street? He thought seriously. A beautiful woman at Kamavaro's distribution center in the novel never had such a scene. Could that be one of the variables? Should I check it out? Loy approached the crowd waiting in line. Wow, are they all here to see that stunning woman? I push my way through the crowd. Sorry. Wow, look at her figure. Suddenly, Lee notices a familiar muscular figure with blue hair in front, and the closer he gets, the more it looks like him. That's right, no one else but Habil Azrahan pretending to be a woman. Loy was utterly disappointed by the figure. Huh? Suddenly, he also turned to look. Habil Azrahan looks at where he is standing. Lai's face is now emotionless. He was stunned by his appearance. Loy pointed at Habil Azrahan and said, "You!" Then he raised both hands to his chest. "Husband." "Very tasty," Habil Azrahan replied quietly in agreement. "The flavor." He kept shaking his head. "Nice." The sushi kept hitting the man next to him, but Habil Azrahan ignored it and signaled for the investigation to proceed. Loy glared warningly. He turns away, with 2 fingers reminding me that he's here. Loy gradually walks away from the crowd, leaving Habil Azrahan annoyed behind. Kamavaro's figure appears behind him. He asks in a serious tone, "Is everything finished?" The salesman below replied softly, "It was finished since last night." Kamavaro walks away as if the conversation never happened. But everything Habil Azrahan heard under the clear blue sky, Loy stood at the foot of the mountain, placing his backpack down. Humph. He climbs up to calculate. First, the prophecy of destruction. Loy uses his sensing ability to detect something. Yeah. A skull appears in his eyes. A skull. Did someone die during the construction? No, not at all. It was only buried here recently, right? He looks around to check. Where's the body? Why are there only skulls? He looks surprised after observing. Huh? Loin found 2 more skulls over there. He continued to look around. The skulls are buried neatly in the ground, over there. 3 of them are buried 50 centimeters deep at fixed intervals around the mountain's summit. Loin begins to dig up. Is it possible? The scene shifts to Kamavaro's meeting place. Everyone has worked hard already. He grinned maliciously. The event will proceed according to the schedule. A skull surrounded by dark energy deep below. Loy is definitely sure that there are traces of dark magic mana threatening this place. This is the dark magic that created the Namarin barrier. Kamavaro's sinister smile means he's pleased with the appearance of the Hell Knight. Loy smiles confidently at his plan. Your scheme is a bit off. He uses the absorption skill to draw in energy. The magic heart is functioning to purify. The skull is completely white. All right, one has been purified. A purple gem falls out of the skull. Huh? What is this? Pick it up and check. The skull is just a vessel. This is the real thing. Is this jewelry? You used measurement skills. Loy is amazed by the quality. The final product is worth 50 million, right? What is this? Is it equivalent to your Bavaria's annual salary? He hurriedly turned to check. What about the others? Another one falls out. Here it is. This one too. Loy started to laugh maliciously as he focused on digging up the skull. He hit the jackpot. He started turning into a demon after seeing the money digging into the treasury. Ha ha. System menu. Is this more interesting than blocking the barrier itself? What? The barrier doesn't know where the money is? In the blink of an eye, it was almost evening, and the system notification announced the upgrade of the 3-heart physical skill to level. Looking into the bag filled with 30 gems in total. He uses his strength to lift it, equivalent to 30 days of Bavaria's wages. It's worth 30 years' worth of Lord Bavaria's salary. Suddenly, Bavaria is overwhelmed in the flower domain. Akos Frontera is worried. Lord Bavaria, you should rest. You've worked too hard. Loy smiled contentedly. It was worth the effort. I hope it happens more often. He turned and walked away. That's right. Give him a small raise and let him work for another 20 years. And during those 20 years, make him feel like he's been working for 30. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Loy froze and looked back at the skull he had abandoned earlier. He bent down, wondering how it ended up like this. Was it due to natural death? Or maybe it was an assassination attempt on the skull still in its place. Suddenly, Loy knelt down. No matter what happened, I still want to express my gratitude for giving me the future of Lord Bavaria. He takes the skull in his hand and gathers all the skulls into his bag. I will take you to a better place, so rest now. The skull that Loy put into his bag shed tears beneath the lifeless body. Under the dark night shining on the Namarin domain, Loy and Habil Azrahan sit silently in the room. He explained about this morning. The reason I dressed like that was interrupted by Loy. No, I understand the reason now. You silently accept everything. Humans are very diverse, and not everyone can understand each other. Everyone has their own preferences. I understand your unique eccentricity. Habil Azrahan is helpless before his young master. He is seriously explaining. The whole city now knows that I am a knight from a distant land. I need to set up a device to gather more information. Lloyd interrupted Habil Azrahan. I understand now. I know everything. Habil Azrahan still looked at him with a displeased expression, and the room fell silent again for a moment. Suddenly Loy spoke up. Since when did you discover you had that kind of interest? He shouted back, No, that's not it. Loy frowned, showing a curious pig face. Why are you so angry? Is it a bad habit or something? Do you look down on everyone with that hobby in the world? Habil Azrahan said helplessly. I was able to break into the mansion under the pretext of running errands while working at the distribution point. You ask Han, so what did you find? He quickly recounted that there is another door leading to a secret basement beneath the mansion. Then Habil Azrahan calmly states, I initially thought no one could be more kind and dedicated than Kamaravo, but when I found out he was hiding something behind those doors, I realized my instincts were right. I will gather evidence at any cost. Loy breathes a sigh of relief and continues joking. All right, that's why you should trust me and be proud of your hobbies. Habil Azrahan angrily retorts, I told you it's not like that. In front of the luxurious mansion, Kamavaro was shocked. Has all the Noctanium disappeared? The man beside him hurriedly explained, Someone took it all, which means our grand plan. He remained silent, pondering. Does someone know his plan? No, if that's the case, they've been following him all along, haven't they? Did they happen to discover it? How could that be? The two beside the king are panicking. What are you planning to do? We gathered here because you said the plan wouldn't change at all. Dark Mage loudly said, We even invested a ton of money because you said the Dark Mage would reshape the world, so you're responsible. Kamavaro calmly responded. Wait, do not worry, I have a plan. He said seriously, Nocton New is just a backup plan for emergencies. Kamavaro sinisterly demands, if everyone cooperates one last time, the Hell Knight's sealing ritual can proceed smoothly as planned. The scene shifts to another day. A bucket of water suddenly splashes into the air, hitting Habil Azrahan in disguise. Oh, I just slipped up. She's worried. She knows the guest room of Lord Kamvaro in the mansion, right? Hurry and change your clothes. Habil Azrahan calmly replied, All right, go quickly. Men are checking out everything already. The people around are blushing like crazy. A truly impressive body indeed. He steps toward the mansion's gate. Please open the gate. The person in charge is clueless. Damn it, this body is really powerful. Habil Azrahan is puzzled. It's just a gate. He finished changing into his usual clothes, so I should move more carefully. Now, Habil Azrahan sighs softly. The energy within his body begins to calm, controlling his rage. His body gradually dissolves, blending completely with the surrounding energy. I need to hide my presence. Let's go. Habil Azrahan jumps out of the window and rushes away silently to avoid attracting attention. In an instant, he reached the secret iron door. Habil Azrahan hid behind a cabinet, planning his move. How to open the door leading to the second basement. Suddenly, he was stunned by the appearance of something. In front of Habil Azrahan was Kamavaro standing at the door. Kamavaro glanced around to check, then infused dark energy into the key. After a moment, the dark troll ring gradually appeared, slithering inside the lock. After completing it, the lock seemed to light up as if it had been opened. Habil Azrahan was planning. This was a different lock from the main gate and could only be opened with a certain amount of mana. He looked into the mana stone bag he collected earlier. Loy was suspicious. Is this really everything? If it is also buried elsewhere and the barrier can be activated together, he remained silent, unable to let that happen. Lloyd sneered at his own plan. It's time for free money. System query table, isn't that dark magic? I insist on one answer. Free money. A foot slowly emerges from the door. Kamavaro steps out of the basement after finishing his task. Habil Azrahan hid behind the door, waiting for him to leave, then approached the lock and groped for it. Habil Azrahan begins channeling energy inside. It must be something like this. Oh, the lock is fully charged, the lock is open. Habil Azrahan slowly descends into the dungeon, darkness enveloping the area ahead. He gradually steps down the stairs. Habil Azrahan narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. A dungeon resembling a prison for criminals appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward him, and Habil Azrahan calmly watched as its body gradually materialized, an organism mutated by chemicals. It hit him directly, but Habil Azrahan dodged it. What is this? A zombie? He gathered energy into his fist and punched straight into his stomach. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan is amazed that its body can absorb his punch without any harm, and it continues to attack, striking directly at Habil Azrahan's hand. He steps back after the attack. Habil Azrahan narrows his eyes. It's not an ordinary zombie. It's completely different from the ones in the valley. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appears deep inside the cellar. Habil Azrahan takes a deep breath, then reaches into his shirt pocket and pulls out a small dagger. Habil Azrahan stands on guard with his swordsmanship aura. Kamavaro has confirmed the suspicion. Habil Azrahan stands before the horde of zombies, glaring intensely into the distance. Habil Azrahan saw a man poke his head out and open the door, then quickly slammed it shut after seeing him. Habil Azrahan was overjoyed, thinking he finally had someone to ask as the zombies began to swarm toward him. He turns around, ready to swing his sword. A slash cuts the attacker in half as he charges forward. One by one, the remaining ones followed suit. Habil Azrahan finished clearing the zombies and moved closer to the door. He used a few precise strikes to eliminate all the zombies. Habil Azrahan kicked forward, smashing the door where the frightened man was trapped inside. He fell to the ground from Habil Azrahan's kick and sighed after clearing up the mess behind him. The man peeks his head out in fear. "Help! Please save me," Habil Azrahan said. "I have a question." He immediately broke his leg. The man shouted in pain as Habil Azrahan sternly warned him that if he hesitated even for a moment in answering, his remaining leg would meet the same fate. He asked sternly, "What is Kamavaro planning to do?" The man nervously replied, "I don't know the details, I just follow orders. I am just a hired hand. I was assigned to handle the bodies using the poison that Kamavaro provided. And then I suddenly got assigned here as a guard." He asked seriously, "Where are those bodies now?" The man stammered as he poked the head at the morgue with the bodies of the refugees who died from illness. Habil Azrahan was utterly shocked. He remembers his sweet words, "I will also transfer your father there. He will be better soon if he receives treatment there." The girl was happy. Thank you, sir." Habil Azrahan gritted his teeth in anger. He killed them. He remembered the stones Loey brought back. "The skeleton we found along with the gem and all the zombies we've seen," Habil Azrahan said seriously. He didn't think it was strange that corpses kept appearing in the morgue. The man who poked his head shyly nodded. He looked at him with a bullet-like gaze. "I told you before. The man who successfully poked his head out is now crippled, but he can't speak." Habil Azrahan quickly leaves the basement. They will soon realize that the basement has been discovered. I need to inform the young master and respond to their actions. He returns to the previous room. Lord Habil Azrahan takes out his sword. "I don't have time to find him now. I have to move based on my own judgment." He seriously decided to go look for Kamavaro himself and quickly ran across the rooftops. Kamavaro and the others held a secret meeting. They all came from the morgue. He jumps to a mansion, which is the morgue. Habil Azrahan immediately breaks the window and rushes in. He quickly assumed a defensive stance after landing. Habil Azrahan drew his sword and then stood up to observe below. But what awaits Habil Azrahan is nothing at all. He slowly walks forward. The morgue is usually packed, but now not a single soul is in sight. Habil Azrahan looks around carefully. No way. He quickly realized they had just started. Suddenly, a dark sky covered the outside, quickly engulfing the land and making Habil Azrahan feel as if something invisible was pressing down on him. He irritably wondered what the hell is going on. "It feels like my strength is draining from my body." Habil Azrahan immediately runs out of the mansion. Above is the dark magic sky beginning to form a wall. He is utterly terrified. What is that? The deepest part of the sky is starting to become active. Habil Azrahan's sword aura suddenly gets pulled upward as my mana escapes, and the nearby villagers clutching their chests are also fleeing in pain. He panicked and realized, "Sir, he is also in danger." Shisuria looked out the window in front of the Namarin estate. She was stunned by what was below. Below, people were collapsing to the ground in pain. Shisuria quickly ran away. "I don't know what's happening. I need to help them." She clutching the necklace around her neck to reassure herself, "I'm fine. I'll be fine." An evil mage outside is responsible for creating the dark wall. He continues his work seriously. "The Nucanium and the spell Kamavaro gave me are working very well. The Hell Knight is about to appear." The dark mage smiled smugly. "This world belongs to us, and we are coming." Suddenly a devilish face appeared beside him. "What kind of creature is this?" Loey glared and asked, "I have some questions that need answers. I see about 30 people like you around here. Are you holding a rain prayer ritual or something?" The dark mage chooses to stay silent. Hey, what are you muttering about? I ask. What are you doing? Are you ignoring me like I'm air? Dark Mage trembled and thought to himself, oh no, I think my heart has stopped beating. How can this guy put on such an angry face? Demon Knight, I think it's already here. I will ruin everything just by him opening his mouth. Suddenly, Loey turned around. Fine, I get it. You think I'm just air? It's okay. It's okay. He widened his eyes in fear. He smiled cruelly and raised the scepter in his hand to see how long you could ignore me. Loy immediately swung at the Dark Mage's face, causing him to flinch. Yes, the shield in his hand was already deformed, so sometimes he hit him in the face. Every Dark Mage bleeds but remains confident. That is the protective spell Kamavaro used. You can't break anything with that shield. Loy doesn't panic and charges forward with a burst. He looked panicked as the flaming shield rushed toward him. A loud bang echoed under the dark sky, and his shield distorted again after the attack. Loy was confused. The Dark Mage secretly laughed. What a fool. He lost 2 teeth, but still smiled proudly. Magic shields aren't easy to break. Loey, stay calm. You seem pretty confident in your magic, huh? You must be hurting deep down right now. He reformed his haul, thinking of a way out. Now he's at a crossroads. Nothing is going as I planned. In this tough situation, I just need to look cool. Loy reached for his glowing stone to try absorbing his mana, but suddenly was blocked by a surge of electricity. Yeah, Loey clapped his smoky hands and calmly asked, can you move? If you move, what will happen to the shield? He suddenly falls silent as if his words hit a nerve. Loey saw the opportunity and confidently smiled. I don't need an answer. I will discover it myself. Inside the wall, absorbing energy in front of Namarin Town Square. A pair of legs stepped inside, ignoring the fallen people and walking forward until someone tremblingly begged for help. Please. Help Lord Kamavaro. He froze and stared at him. Kamavaro suddenly kicked him in the face without mercy. After finishing, he looked up as Kamavaro stepped toward the fallen angel statue, making a cut on his hand. Kamavaro sinisterly smiled as he approached the statue that would become the gateway to the hellish night, with layers of earth being dug up outside. The Dark Mage is now trembling with anxiety as Loy continues to dig the earth. He breathes a sigh of relief after finishing the ritual. Everything is ready. He just stood on a small patch of dirt. The Dark Mage trembled in panic. Loy slowly approaches him, pressing his sinister face close to his. Loy's full lips gradually pucker as he gently breathes into the Dark Mage's ear, causing him to feel immense pleasure. Suddenly, the ground beneath him also broke apart as a result. The Dark Mage collapsed to the ground, then suddenly groaned as his stone began to glow, absorbing all the energy from within his body. He trembles as he collapses to the ground, completely exhausted. Loy picks up the stone to examine it. It seems this magic is quite complex. It reacts immediately when the caster moves. He stared up in shock, and if that was the case, the dark wall above was moving, quickly losing its outer layer of protection. Loy clenched his fists in joy. Kamavaro also notices something unusual inside. Another layer disappears. After Loy subdued a mage, he was stunned by the sudden transformation. Who is this? Although I still have enough mana, I must accelerate the summoning of the Hell Knight. Kamavaro recited a mysterious spell on the fallen angel statue when suddenly a voice echoed. Kanvaro Sisuria stepped forward loudly. What are you doing? He was suspicious but remained unharmed inside the shield. How is that possible? The necklace that prevents mana from being drained? Kamavaro immediately unleashes the fire in his hand and fires directly at Shisuria Namarin. It's useless. Suddenly her eyes lit up along with the call, the fury of the fire god. A huge flame shot straight at him. Kamavaro struggled to raise his defensive spell. No way. How can a young woman use magic at a level comparable to a royal mage? A sudden explosion erupts immediately after the spell is cast. Jija gasps for breath after the attack. Kamavaro falls beneath the fallen angel statue. She stepped forward and repeated, Kamavaro, what are you planning to do? He didn't answer, but continued reciting the spell. Sisuria was stunned as Kamavaro's face began to show a wicked smile. Come on, Hell Knight. The fallen angel statue suddenly cracked apart. Sisuria was stunned. The Hell Knight seized the moment when she was distracted and lunged with a dagger. Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan swooped down from the ceiling and cut off the attacking hand reaching for Sisuria Namarin. He stared in pain with wide eyes at the appearance of Knight Habiel Azrahan. His hand was severed after his slash. Habiel Azrahan continues to spin and attack. He strikes directly at Kamaravo but is blocked by his magic. Suddenly his arm twisted automatically, deforming the entire limb. The fallen angel statue was almost shattered. Habiel Azrahan was stunned by its light as a sudden bolt of blazing red lightning struck down and exploded the statue. The stones thrown by the statue started flying in all directions. targeting Susuria and the people nearby. She remained calm, bending down to create a magic circle. A wall of energy was created. Angel, it blocks all the flying stones. Kamavaro stands proudly before the thick smoke and lightning. He announces in a stern voice, "It's over, you bastards. Everyone here will be torn apart and burned to pieces." Kamavaro's sinister smile was suddenly interrupted as a demonic hand reached out from the smoke, pressing down and causing the ground to crack open with a loud screech, along with the sound of a massive sword grinding against the earth. Kamavaro was stunned by this appearance. Habil Azrahan glared ahead. Joris appeared in an incomplete form. He was stunned and thought to himself, "What? Where's the warhorse? And the leg? Why isn't it finished yet? Damn it, since the barrier disappeared, the mana needed is running out and the summoning was too rushed." Habil Azrahan was panicked by his appearance. Even in an incomplete form, the Hell Knight radiates a powerful dark energy. "Can I face it?" Suddenly he spoke up. "Summoner, what do you want?" Kamavaro shouted and pointed at him. "Oh, that silver-haired guy, how dare he point his sword at the Hell Knight." Joris confirms the target, then immediately charges to strike Habil Azrahan's sword, and he struggles to block Jorsh's great sword. It feels like my whole body is being crushed. Even with an aura surrounding me, it's not enough. Habil Azrahan's position is quickly shattered. Suddenly, Joris teleports behind him and immediately strikes down, leaving Habil Azrahan in shock. Susuria immediately came to the aid of the Windmaster, and a stream of water shooting straight at his great sword, giving him a chance to dodge. A sword strike aimed at Habil Azrahan's position. Joris, angry, changes his target. "How dare you?" Susuria was startled by that look. He quickly rushed to attack her. Habil Azrahan on this side immediately spun mana to envelop his sword. He aimed straight at him and fired, the attack passing right through Joris's head, causing his head to vanish. Jorisius's body fell to the ground and was thrown away from Susuria Namarin's position. Habil Azrahan gasped for breath after the attack, his body gradually disintegrating, leaving only a pile of ashes below. Kamaravo trembled in shock. "No, it can't be. It just can't be." A sword pointed at his terrified face. Habil Azrahan said seriously, "Thanks to Susuria, I have won this battle. Take the civilians to a place where they can be treated and rest." The people behind quickly respond. Yes, those still healthy should immediately stand up. Anyone with energy help the wounded to the Count's villa. "Hurry up," Habil Azrahan warned seriously. "We will discuss the details at the palace. Whatever it is, you cannot escape the deserved punishment." Kamaravo gritted his teeth in annoyance. Then suddenly a strange smile appeared on his face, leaving him puzzled. "Kamavaro," the villain said, "you don't really know what an Abyss Knight is." Habil Azrahan, suspicious of his words, suddenly realized after seeing the light beside him that Jorsis had suddenly returned from the dust storm. Habil Azrahan stared in shock as his body fully recovered immediately afterward. Kamaravo smiled smugly. "Ha ha! It's useless. No matter how many times you try to defeat it, the great Hell Knight is immortal." Suddenly he spoke. "I know you're very strong, but I didn't expect it to be this level. Sorry for underestimating you." Jorsis clenched his great sword tightly and introduced himself once more. "I am Jorsis, commander of the First Legion supporting the ruler of Hell. From now on, I will fight you with all my strength. I am Habil Azrahan, Knight of Frontera. I will send you back to where you belong." The two stand guard for a moment after the greeting. Suddenly, both figures vanished from the ground, and Habil Azrahan and Jorisius charged at each other midair. A fast-paced battle unfolds. He strikes at him, but Joris uses teleportation to dodge. He instantly appeared above and swung his blade at Habil Azrahan's neck. He quickly used a dagger to block the attack instead of his main sword. Joris praised, truly amazed. That was incredible. So interesting. Habil Azrahan glared at his strange smile. He braced himself against Joris's great sword. With a crash, Habil Azrahan was pushed into the air by his force, and he quickly jumped out of the smoke. Suddenly Joris appears. "I am right here in front of you. Ha ha." Habil Azrahan quickly dodges the attack, swiftly regains his stance, and continues to pursue his assault, while Habil Azrahan tries to evade. He secretly thinks that his swordsmanship is not ordinary. This is a bit too much for him, almost impossible to block all of his attacks. "He is pushing me into a corner." Suddenly, Habil Azrahan throws his dagger, and Joris immediately catches it. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan charges forward with his sword, swinging it with force. If he had legs, my situation would be even worse. How can he be so strong without legs? Joris immediately teleported to dodge Habil Azrahan's attack and observed his surroundings to analyze. Where will he appear next? This time, I know I will stand here and predict where he will show up. So, Habil Azrahan decided to swing his sword downward. As expected, Joris appeared from beneath his feet. Habil Azrahan immediately swung his greatsword away. He raised his sword again. Suddenly, Joreus drops his greatsword. Habil Asrahan quickly strikes directly at his head. Suddenly, Joreus grabs his leg and pulls Habil Asrahan away to unbalance him. Is he trying to pull me in? Maybe he wants to use me to gather enough mana to summon the rest of his body. Suddenly, the flow of mana started to merge with Habil Asrahan's mana. What? Is the mana emanating from him, blocking my flow of mana? Joreus takes the opportunity to slam him to the ground. Habil Asrahan vomited blood and screamed in pain, then continued to lift him into the air and slammed him back down to the ground. He is constantly tormented by that cycle. Habil Asrahan's eyes gradually lose their vitality. Suddenly, Joreus stops. This is truly an exciting battle. Habil, I will never forget your name. He picks up his great sword and raises it, ready to end Habil Asrahan. Let's fight another battle in hell. The great sword swiftly strikes down, but suddenly a voice rings out, causing the attack to miss. Don't move, you bastard, Loy said firmly. As far as I know, he turned back following the voice. He pointed a shovel at Camaravo's neck, warning that you must return to hell if I kill the summoner. Stay away from my servant, or I will kill this one too. Camara was terrified and shouted. Ah, Joreus thought in confusion. What's wrong with him? Loy looks no different from the Devil Lord. Even the Hell Knights criticize him for being ugly as hell, and he's not joking. Judging by that expression, I'm sure he wouldn't hesitate to kill and drink that guy's blood. Joreus examined his strange body and the aura emanating from him, then asked seriously, Who are you? Are you from hell? Your face, tone, and way of speaking all seem to come from hell. Loy nervously calls out, lowering his hand after each word. Suddenly, he shot a dark energy blast towards Lloyd Frontera. It aimed directly at where Camaravo was lying. He hid in fear after the attack, vanishing the rest of his arm that Habil Asrahan had cut off. Joreus seriously said, I don't care if you kill him or not. Even if he dies, I can stay here for over 40 minutes. That's more than enough time for me to wipe out this city. Loy seriously thought to himself, the plan has failed. What should I do now? Suddenly, Habil Asrahan appeared from behind him. He swung his sword directly at Joreus, but he quickly deflected Habil Asrahan's blade. He was pushed away by the force. Loy was worried. Damn, Habil is injured. That messy-haired guy is coming to fight me. He looked at his trembling body and ordered, Habil, stay there, don't get up. This is an order. Loin, keep going. Hey, messy-haired one. Habil Asrahan struggled to stand up, secretly confident that he was here and we could win, but I also had to deal with this. Loy unleashed a powerful attack at him. You messy-haired bastard, look at me. Joreus swung his hand and managed to deflect the attack, sending it flying to the side. Damn it. Joreus ignores Loy and continues to attack. He aims directly at Habil Asrahan standing unconscious in front of him, when suddenly Loy appears behind Joreus. You idiot, don't you know what will happen if you touch something from hell? Dark magic will swallow your mana heart and you will die. Loy taunts. Wow, you're so scared. You know that? The magic heart begins to merge with Joreus's mana. He sneered and replied, I've done this once or twice before. Looking at Lloyd's strange face, he couldn't help but say, What the hell is this? The mana system from the Hell Knight will temporarily strengthen your mana core. Of course, you still can't compete with the Hell Knight, but you're no longer an entity that can be ignored. The magic heart begins to surge, and the system notification for the special ability to lock onto the target has been successfully activated. Loy quickly pulls Joreus down. Joreus reached back, you bastard. Loy quickly dodged his grasp like a snake. Ha ha. He continues to dodge the arm, trying to grab him while laughing happily. Ha ha. Joreus, angry, leaned back and Loy followed his lead. Suddenly he spun around with his foot pointing up and his head down. Joreus angrily raised his sword, stabbing at Lloyd Frontera's groin, but still failing to hit him. He sneers at the mighty knight from hell. Greetings. Joreus struggled uncomfortably, trying to shake the orangutan off his body when suddenly Lee sternly reminded him, Hey, it seems like you forgot something. Habil Asrahan took the opportunity to raise his sword as he let his guard down and stared at Joreus. He was extremely surprised, thinking to himself, what? Had he fully recovered from his previous wounds? I have to stop this now. Suddenly, Loy grabbed Joreus's arms while Habil Asrahan struck down at the same time. He slashed straight across his chest. Joreus cried out in pain. Habil Asrahan didn't stop, continuing to grasp his sword. He lunged, but he had already teleported away. Joreus appears in the air, and Habil Asrahan quickly jumps up instinctively. He strikes again, but still can't reach in time. He angrily curses at the bastard. Now I will teleport. Why are you still here? He shouted in criticism. You're still wearing armor and holding a sword, so take it off. Calm down, you idiot. Habil Asrahan uses an energy cushion as a launch pad and charges straight at him at incredible speed. Loy struggles to maneuver around Joreus's body as Habil moves with an unusually fast speed. I can't keep up with his teleportation ability. Even this thick and heavy mana purification has its limits. If we keep this up, we'll lose. What should I do now? Suddenly, the system panel appeared. Clause 37 of the informant's contract required activating Section 1. He hesitates. What is that noise? A thin electric current flickers, followed by the system display. The request has been activated, and the messenger is allowed to give direct commands to the designated entity. Loy was stunned by the system panel, surprised when it requested. Sing Kimax, shout if you sing, we will definitely win. Sing, sing, what nonsense is this? In front, Jorcius keeps dodging Habil Azrahan's attacks through teleportation, when suddenly a terrible, singing voice echoes. God's love. He was stunned. What? The song escapes, haunting my mind like a gentle, flowing river. Suddenly, Joris's body convulsed in discomfort. What kind of magic is this? My head feels like it's going to explode. He keeps singing with his full, swollen lips. God's love, Joris silently thought in discomfort. No, this is not an ordinary song. He clutches his head and screams, "This bastard can't sing properly." Stop already, Joris shouted in frustration. My ears, Loy thought as he sang. I understand now, but I expect him to be weak when facing praise. Habil, your time has come. JB is like my river, bringing peace to Habil. Azrahan also holds his head in discomfort, looking bewildered. Are you the same? Hey, Loy recalls the past and honestly says, I now understand why my parents, who were always kind to me, told me I shouldn't sing because it would disturb the neighbors. During the singing contest, I could only sing the O part of O Sol Mio, and the music teacher threw the instrument and said, if you can't sing, get out now. When I was in the military, I wanted to eat a cocoa pie cake, so I attended their church service and sang hymns. The pastor suddenly said, the devil has appeared, then poured holy water on me. Someone once said there is no such thing as useless skills in this world. Tune being deaf isn't a bad thing, and it can become interesting in its own way. Loy cried and sang, praising your eternal, steadfast love. Jesus angrily shouted, drop dead, you evil spirit. Loy kept holding him and singing, I praise you for eternity. Habil Azrahan was so dizzy he had to cover his ears with a skill. Joris gradually brought his body down. Suddenly Loy jumped up, his unwavering devotion, and he easily avoided the impact with the ground. Habil Azraha seized the opportunity to charge. Loy jumped away after landing, and he quickly stabbed straight into Joris's chest. He cried out in pain. Habil Azrahan clenched his sword, shouted, and stepped forward, and his forehead suddenly lit up after his words. Jorcius's body was also enveloped by that powerful energy. The wet, devastated ground, and immediately after, Loy stood up in shock, gasping for breath. In front of him is Habil Azrahan, who has successfully dispersed Joris's body. He steps forward with a forced smile and says, I won't ask if you're dead yet because you'll definitely survive and come back. He said seriously, it's not over yet. Loy looked at Habil Azrahan with confusion. He explained after speaking, I can still feel a large amount of mana here. He looked back silently as a dark energy began to gather behind him. Habil Azrahan and Loy glared behind them as Joris's body gradually appeared, and he stepped forward, demanding they step back. Suddenly Loy smiled and said, it's okay, that guy is dead. Habil Azrahan wondered, are you sure? Even after seeing that, I'm certain I stabbed him in the head. Are you suggesting you want to bet? Loy confidently smirked. I bet he's dead. He picked up the sword from the ground. Loy said seriously, if he comes back to life, I will serve you for a year. If he dies, you have to wear Habil's outfit when we return to the village, okay? Habil Azrahan agrees. Okay, young master, step back quickly. He smiled confidently. Let's seal the deal. Loy begins to raise his shield and uses the energy-consuming Triple Fury skill. Then Loy collapses and aims at the target. Jorcius was stunned, not knowing what he was doing. Lloyd shouted, Supercharge. The energy ahead begins pouring towards him. Habil Azrahan is stunned, thinking, is he absorbing the Hell Knight's mana? He was stunned as the energy dissipated. Suddenly, Joris smirked and said, Foolish one, this powerful mana of Jorcius is not something you can withstand. After speaking, Loy started coughing up blood. Ah, does it have no effect? This mana is too much for me. I struggle to continue, but I have no other choice left. I am sure I can handle it. He sneered at Lloyd Frontera's actions. Haha, you probably also feel it's too much for you, right? He continued to spit blood as suddenly a hand was placed on Lloyd Frontera's back. Then another hand is placed on him as Habil Azrahan and Sisuria channel energy into his body. The magical heart begins to be purified. She screams, Blessing of life. The healing skill is transferred into Lloyd Frontera's body. He smiles smugly. I won, Jorius's body gradually being absorbed into his own. He completely disappeared immediately after. Without completing the energy transfer into his body, the dark energy was entirely gone. Loy clenched the remaining mana in his hand and withdrew his skill after completing it. Loy smiles contentedly as the dark mana remains in his body. The ritual is successful. Suddenly he collapses. Saruria screams in worry. Young Master Habil Asrahan reassures you, don't worry too much. It's a common thing. She was confused by his words. He's her knight, and yet, he says that? Even though this kind of thing happens often, you should still be worried. Habil Asrahan continued. I am worried too. Sisuria annoyed. You don't look like that at all. Now come help me. Lloyd is completely unconscious after draining Georgius's energy. System message, you have defeated Georgius, only destroying the Hell Army. The Lord of Hell admires your remarkable achievement and wishes to have you. The Namaran territory has returned to normal. Kamavaro has been captured and imprisoned by the Royal Knight from the capital. The Dark Mage has been captured and the Queen will handle the rest. The real problem is that we can't proceed with the construction project. Loy's frustration is evident. Because of that damn barrier, no one has any energy left. Man knew this all along, since the beginning when the ship owner asked his people to come along. Suddenly he realized something. I can't say it like that. I have to find a way to earn money. After waking up, I realized I had gained some amazing skills. Joris's system for absorbing power effects. The mana mine skill controlling the zombie has been upgraded to an independent skill. Loy read the system's message in amazement. The conditions and restrictions of the skill have been removed. He smiled wickedly right after. So if I have a zombie, I get 100% free labor. That's awesome. System menu, you've gained new achievements, new skills, a high-pitched singing demon. What kind of useless skill is that? It sounds so annoying. Back to the present, he sat in contemplation, wondering how to get a zombie. Create one. I wonder if it's worth a try. Is it trustworthy? This skill really is useless. Loy looks into the mirror for self-reflection. Something cool like, the power of hell. Wow, those big round eyes are so cool. Suddenly there was a noise outside the door. Who's there? He opened the door and asked, Who is it? Why didn't you speak up? A group of headless ghosts appears in La Frontera's eyes. He looked in amazement at the number outside. Loy asked, Who are you? The energy surrounding its body flickered as the headless ghost formed a face and said, We are Loy. Scared and covering our eyes. Blind as a bat. Wait a moment, this is too much. It quickly removes the head. Oh, sorry. The headless ghost raises a sign. We are ghosts who lost our bodies to dark magic, wandering everywhere until we sensed a source of power that could bring our bodies back. Loy looked at him with dark energy emanating from her eyes and spoke. Oh, I see. Another tablet is presented. Yes, thanks to your power, we have obtained new bodies. Thank you, the headless demon continues. After meeting you in person, I realized that you are the one who calmed the vengeful spirits of ours. Loy lowered his hand in surprise. Huh? You remember the skulls from earlier. Loy clasped his hands and knelt before the graves he personally built for the skulls. The headless demon continued. We have no memories of our past lives nor any goals. If we keep wandering aimlessly, we might be expelled from the cycle of reincarnation. The demon lord suddenly knelt down. Lead the way. If we keep wandering without purpose, we might be expelled from the cycle of reincarnation. Loy reads aloud the content on the board. Please give us a chance to repay your kindness. I will ask you to do many things, headless demon. Do you want to ask for a salary? Keep going, we are spirits and don't need money, so what should I feed you? We don't have a digestive system, just a place to live. Then he suddenly fell silent for a moment before smiling and reading the message on the board. Just give us a coffin, and that will be enough. Now you are part of the provincial workers, the Bone Squad. Loy quietly thought with joy, Thank you. Ha, I finally did it. The noise wakes Habil Astra Hunter M, and he looks at the decapitated ghosts laughing wildly. But Habil Astrahan remained unfazed as if he hadn't seen anything, then continued to fall asleep, happily dreaming of unpaid labor he had always wished for. The core team is simply an endless source of labor. They don't get tired, don't need sleep, and don't need to eat. We don't need to pay them, that's the beauty of it. Count Namaran had a little accident when visiting the project site, but Loy just struck a cool pose with his eyes. They are the core team, and I am the summon genius. Just look at the shining in my eyes. Count Namaran praised and dodged at the same time. It's rare to meet someone so skilled at summoning creatures. I've never noticed the light in your eyes before. I glare and speak. Skilled in magic. Can't I be good at summoning stars too? Her eyes are shining too. Could it be that my eyes can't do the same? He and his soldiers fell silent as Lo. Count Namanra softly said, Sorry, we are allowed to lie as long as we don't hurt anyone. The system's helplessness is truly a dangerous way of thinking. I don't know how to fix it anymore. Winter has arrived and the snow has begun to fall. The complete model has arrived. The Naman Hillside Stabilization Project has entered its final stage. A hand reaches out to catch the falling snowflakes. Habil Asrahan sat quietly by the mountain, recalling the warmth that had been placed in his hand at that moment when he and Shisurya Namanra had infused energy into Lloyd Frontra. Then suddenly Habil Asrahan withdrew his hand as a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Sir Knight, he was stunned for a moment before your appearance. Lady Sisha Habil Asrahan bows respectfully. The project is going very well. If you need a detailed report, I am more than happy to provide it. Oh no, I came to see, me? What's going on? She hesitated before replying. Oh, about that. Shisurya awkwardly explained that the issue was with how he used mana, and my magic hadn't been working well for a long time. I wonder if he's free to teach me. If I can learn it, I'm sure I can improve my magic. Habil Asrahan shyly agrees. All right, I understand. I will teach her everything I learn. Shisurya was overjoyed after hearing his acceptance. She clenched her fist tightly. Loy, overseeing the construction below, looked up, his eyes showing two people having a very cheerful conversation. Loy watched the two people silently, recalling the moment when Habil Asrahan cried out over the death of Shisurya Namaran. I've finished my revenge and killed the monster. Who needs your help for him? You are the one cursed with mana. Leave now. Habil, you are destined to be alone. You must fight alone again and again, and will die from exhaustion in solitude. Do not drag anyone into it. Look into your own heart, because it is your heart that will lead them to death with infinite power and a predetermined fate. That is all the lonely past he went through, but now Habil Asrahan is smiling with the one he loves. Lloyd is satisfied with the current results in front of Count Namaran's castle. The slope construction has been completed. If properly maintained, what you fear will never happen. The core team gathers the treasures bestowed upon them. This is 10 times the construction cost of the pledge project. Lloyd bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you. Count Naman modestly waved his hand. It's nothing compared to what you've done. All right, everyone. Our district's benefactor. Everyone behind him started cheering. The benefactor bought 5. Loy bought 5. He puffed out his chest at the cheers. Cheers, cheers. He secretly thought how great it was to make so much money, and now he could relax and eat all day after returning to the district. Count Namra suddenly spoke up. I will propose to you, once again. You will become my son-in-law and inherit Naman, right? Loy secretly thought, what a joke. My plan is to take over the neighboring territories of County C. He bows and replies, I am the heir of the Frontera estate. Namaran also has a wonderful heir of her own. You will soon become the greatest wizard on the continent. That is Lady Sisya. She bowed again. Then we will take our leave first, Marquis Namra agreed. Thank you. I will never forget this kindness. Habil Asrahan followed him, but still turned back. Behind him, Shisurya Namanra was waving goodbye, when suddenly he called out to Habil. He immediately responded, Yes, young master. Loy suggested that you could stay, and I would increase your salary and pay you in advance. Habil Asrahan replied irritably, Did your brain get damaged after absorbing demon mana? Forget it. You've always acted like that. He is angry. What did you just say? He said seriously, I am a knight of Frontra for the rest of my life. Loy calmly asked, What if that is an order? Habil Asrahan calmly replied, If you want to follow orders, then execute me. He silently muttered, Damn, he's really stubborn. Suddenly, Loy sighed in relief and ordered Habil Asrahan, All right, let's go. A hurried voice rang out in the Frontera estate. What? Loy has returned? Mabella, let's go see the boy. Agus Frontera, and she quickly left the mansion. Loy returns with the skeleton crew, awkwardly trying to explain. They are the elite team you summoned. He stepped forward to interrupt. I won't stop. I'm no longer surprised by what you bring back. Suddenly, Agus Frontera was more shocked by something else. Habil, he's paying his bet from the previous fight with Lai? Habil Asrahan thought to himself with annoyance. Damn it, why did I agree to that stupid bet back then? He remembered, if he comes back to life, I will serve under him for a year. If he dies, you have to wear Habil's outfit when we return to the village, okay? The old man called out, confused. Habil. Agus Frontera hugs his brother tightly. Hiding, this must be really difficult, right? Habil Asrahan fell silent and spoke. That's not it, I'm fine. He pats his shoulder in acceptance of his preference. It's okay, you're not wrong. A little difference is fine. Habil Asrahan broke out in a sweat, trying to explain that it wasn't like that. Loy watched with a smile, seemingly satisfied. Then he was embraced by the warm hug of his parents. I feel so happy to return to my comfortable home. Along with the cash to live the life of your dreams, Loy happily walks forward, guided by the two of them. That's what I call a satisfied smile. Just relaxing and taking it easy, huh? Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, the royal decree. The bearded man rolled in like the wind. Lloyd was stunned. What? He quickly announced the royal decree, ordering Lloyd Frontera. I am assigning you to a special mission to Aspa. He is utterly terrified. What? The bearded man shouted the royal decree loudly. Immediately at the scheduled departure time, the soldiers began to put the helmets on Lloyd Frontera's head. The two soldiers forced him to walk, and Lloyd cried and begged silently. No, no, please no. Inside the carriage, Loie is crying bitterly as the parade moves forward. Sob, sob. Seeing that, Habil Azrahan spoke, placing his hand on Loie's head to remind him to stop crying, saying it looked very bad for the Lord. He still kept crying as he answered, "Why do you say that?" Sniffling, Habil Azrahan let out a long sigh of frustration. Countess Ventura frowned in discomfort. "Why are you sad when you've been entrusted with this honorable mission by His Highness?" The special envoy representative of Count Ventura, Loin, tries to wipe away his tears. "I can't stop crying because I'm so happy." Sniff, sniff, he thought to himself. Why do I have to go there? Why was I sent away? I just wanted to stay home and relax. I hate the Queen. The more he saw, the more annoyed he became. Count Ventura remembered Alicia asking, "Is that the reason you appointed Loy to join the delegation?" He bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Highness, of course he is allowed to be part of the delegation, but why did you choose him as the diplomat for the delegation? Please share your insight with this humble servant." She tapped her fingers on the table, thinking. As a diplomat. Suddenly, Alicia sat up straight and calmly replied, "There is no specific reason at all." Count Ventura was stunned. "Huh? Then why?" She explained seriously. "Let me tell you, once Loy finds out I appointed him as a special envoy, he'll cry and cause a fuss. He always dreamed of living a peaceful life in the countryside. From what I heard at Namen, it was Namarin's knight who defeated the Hell Knight Loy and his escort knight. I hear those two only gather and provide intelligence." Alicia said seriously that no matter how imperfect the summons might be, it's still something an ordinary knight couldn't defeat. It was Loy and his knight who did that and asked Count Namen to come up with a story to cover their actions. Count Ventura listened in shock to what she said. Based on Count Namarin's personality, he couldn't do something like that. He's the kind of person who doesn't care about reputation or success, only wanting to live a lazy life. Alicia slightly smiled when mentioning Loy Frontera, so I am sure he will achieve something from the appointments. At first he was pathetic and weak, but later he becomes very strong. He's smart, but also a cheap, arrogant person. His cunning face appeared in her mind. Count Ventura secretly wondered if this was a compliment or mockery. Alicia continued working. Just ignore him if you find it bothersome. When you meet him in person, you'll definitely realize it. I need to take a few things from Sam. Back in the present, Loy was still crying uncontrollably, making Count Ventura furious. Is this the face that will bring us success? I don't like this guy at all. He's a cheap, gluttonous man with no self-respect. Soon, the group from the Magentano kingdom approached their destination. In the palace, a soldier announced, "The king has arrived. Long live the king. The Magentano delegation will soon arrive at the capital." Samakana Asinsat replied sternly, "Okay, remember to show proper hospitality to them." He smirked cunningly upon hearing the news from the Asfahan kingdom when a furious voice rang out. "Is there nothing wrong?" Count Ventura shouted angrily. "Do you think this is our residence because we are envoys of Magentano? Do you believe such disrespectful behavior is allowed under diplomatic orders? I assure you, we have done everything we could. I am only following the king's orders." He became even angrier and shouted, "Then I will meet the king immediately. Lead the way." Loie still sat crying despite the arguments, and he softly replied, "The king is a busy man. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to meet him now." Countess Ventura irritably shouted, "How long do I have to wait for him in a place like this?" The bearded man calmly replied, "Who can be sure? About 6 months." He was utterly stunned. Ridiculous. Suddenly he took out a gold necklace from his pocket and explained, "If you don't like this place, then use it. Feel free to do so, you can use it. Wherever this Badasa is in Aspahan, you might receive favor and blessings from the king." Count Ventura trembles with anger. "Are you now treating us, Magentano's special envoys, like beggars?" The bearded man suddenly chuckled mockingly. "It seems you are misunderstanding something. Receiving this Badasa and having the golden egg item drop to the ground immediately is a great honor." The bearded man turned and walked away, leaving Count Ventura bewildered behind. "Just go ahead." He slammed the table and cursed, "You filthy bastards." Count Ventura gritted his teeth and shouted, "If you dare insult our kingdom, they will pay the price." This is basically a declaration of war. The man next to Han asked, "What should we do now?" Count Ventura said firmly, "I will send a letter to the royal family and request reinforcements. We must inform the neighboring country and put pressure on them." The man next to him looked around and said, "Well, I haven't seen any trouble at all." He ruffled his hair and continued, "Let him go. We have bigger problems." The man beside him looked bewildered. "Huh? Count Ventura, I couldn't find him." The old man finally realized the problem. "What? Darkness begins to fall over the kingdom of Asfa. Little torch seller, please buy this torch, please buy it. It catches fire easily. Suddenly, a large man pushed the girl away, moving her aside. The dirty beggar's food. The little girl selling torches sits in a corner against the wall. I haven't sold a single torch today. Where will I sleep tonight? A crowded person approached and asked, "Hey kid, are you looking for a place to sleep?" Lloyd gently extended his hands. "I'll help you come with me to a lively restaurant." The little torch girl was panicked. "This is the most expensive hotel in the capital. I can't owe money to someone I just met." He smiled and replied, "You misunderstood. Lloyd happily explains, this hotel belongs to me. I just took it from someone else." He took out a stack of documents. "This is a contract. Just sign here and it will be yours." The girl was stunned. "Who are you?" Lloyd asks again. "You mean me." Lloyd pulls out Padasa, showing a face no different from that of a monkey. He is the one favored by the king. Lloyd enters the hotel to announce the most expensive dish in the restaurant. "We will cover everyone here." The people in the restaurant were stunned. It was Padasa. "We can get anything we want with it. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. You are like a saint in this restaurant. Bring your family, loved ones, and even neighbors here. Tonight no one in this city will have to ask for anything anymore." Lloyd raises his voice. "Long live the king." Another night passes, and he walks into a shop again. Is this the best silk in town?" The seller isn't just any merchant, it's the best silk in the world. Lloyd pointed to the rows in the back. "Then that thing. Take out the royal grade item and package everything for me." Lloyd approached the ship owner. "Why are you renting a boat?" "I will decide immediately with Padasa. No, I will buy everything. I will buy all the perfumes and everything in this market. Get ready to fill my 6 ships." Lloyd waves goodbye to the luxury ships. The road to Frontera will go through Krummu. The vendors rush over begging us to buy their goods. "What about the delivery?" "You don't need to deliver it. You're already back, so get in line." Lloyd lifts Padasa up, for there is no place where the king's favor cannot reach. Suddenly, soldiers with weapons rush in. He's the one. Seize him. Habil Azrahan and Lloyd are bound hand and foot and taken back to the palace. Sama said sternly, "Is it you?" He shouted in anger, "The one who spent our entire year's budget." He then introduced Agus Frontera's son, Lloyd Frontera. "I smile with utmost confidence. Honored to meet your majesty." King. Sam was stunned to hear that name. He looked at Lloyd Frontera's sinister face. Lloyd Frontera, the one who ruined the entire monster domino plan. I see now. He did all this just to meet me. The atmosphere inside the palace grew silent. Then Sam glared angrily at him. He looked at Lloyd's calm face, calculating the upcoming war. We must do everything to prevent it. This border territory is a place that could become a battlefield. Samakan frowns in thought, knowing that when war breaks out, the first obstacle he will face is him. Lloyd Frontera, even if we use the entire kingdom's forces, destroying the Frontera state might not guarantee victory. Their military strength cannot be measured. We also have no information about the tactics they plan to use. Samakan hesitated. Should I kill him right here? He glared down. Samakan looks at Habil Azrahan and dismisses his previous thoughts. No, there is a ticking bomb right inside this palace. Even if we kill the swordmaster, the capital will still fall into ruin. Lloyd quietly smiles to himself. Think carefully now. Great King Sam looks at him with great confidence. Does he have any other solution than to sit down at the negotiation table? Elder Sam's face darkened with anger. The bastard dared to threaten King Sam. He remained silent in deep thought, while Lloyd waited seriously. Suddenly Sam sighed for a moment, then ordered the soldiers to release Trung, smiling smugly. Without warning, Sam asked, "Do you like it?" Lloyd asked again, "What do you mean?" He seriously asked, "Do you like Badasa or not?" Suddenly he raised both hands high, and Lloyd bowed deeply in respect. Long live the wise king. I really like it. Sam was surprised by his action, thinking to himself, what's going on? Why so sincere? Suddenly I feel so embarrassed. Lloyd also silently thanks. I'm just trying to be sincere, and I really have to thank you a lot. Think about a chairman giving you a company card. Let yourself stay busy before the meeting starts. In this situation, what should I do? If I have it, I must use it. Wealth and luxury are the highest. Money is the ultimate. Only the poor say money can't buy happiness. Samakan sternly said, "Do you not fear Magentano will suspect? Are you not afraid of the consequences in the future for enthusiastically accepting the favor of an enemy general like that?" Lloyd replied bluntly, "I never did." He thought in shock. What is this baseless confidence about? Did he think before answering? He slowly lifted his chin and said, "The money given to me by Queen Magentano is not even close to what the king has bestowed. So if I give you money, you might even betray your queen?" Lloyd immediately responded, and his eyes began to waver. Is this guy crazy? I can never understand such selfish people. Too arrogant, he continued speaking. But great king, if I only serve you out of greed for money, I fear you will not trust me, Sama said seriously. Then suddenly a loud laugh echoed. He chuckled to himself, wondering how he dared to manipulate this great Sama Khan for his own benefit. Sama Khan was pleased to accept the proposal. All right, let's discuss the compensation you're seeking. Loy raised his head, thinking to himself, that attitude makes me really want to bring him under my control, don't you think? Are you seriously asking if the great Sama Khan wants war? Sama responds in a serious tone. If necessary, continue asking about the state of the kingdom. Is it necessary to mobilize the rebel forces filled with people provoked by him? You probably want to put an end to this external hostile force, right? Sama's face darkened as if struck by the truth, and Loy sternly suggested, this lowly mortal will end his curse for you, great king. You only need to promise to discuss with Megentano about the special envoy. He started sitting up straight. Samaka asked for more details. Loy clenched the contract in his hand as Baan laughed softly, talking about what just happened. Did you see the king's face when he signed the contract? He was sweating all over. Ha ha, Habil Azrahan calmly spoke. This price is truly ridiculous. You will go down in history as the first to overthrow a king. Loy frowns in annoyance. Why is it called overthrow? This is much cheaper than spending on war. The people of Asfahan are growing increasingly poor due to the drought. Reconciliation doesn't truly help the people. In the end, the entire region will unite and rebel. Loy remained silent, calculating. And then the event changed completely from what was in the novel and this world. If a battle is caused by the rebellion, the losses will be enormous. Preventing a disaster is the best solution. In front of the Asfahan royal palace, Saman stood at the window looking out. Sarat approached and said, Father has called for me. My daughter Sarazat, I entrust you with an important mission, Samakan said regarding his request. Tomorrow Loy will depart for Kandahar province, and you will escort this man. Ah. He glared fiercely and ordered him to make Han's men fall into disarray by any means necessary. Sarat placed her hand on her stomach and solemnly accepted the order. I will do my best. Dawn gradually breaks over the land of Aspa. Sarazat approaches Lloyd Frontera with her camel and says, I am Sarazat, the designated escort, let's cooperate happily. He pointed behind him and said, Yes, but I already have my own escort. She didn't care and continued, hoping he would cooperate fully. Loy narrowed his eyes and thought, this isn't good. Is she just here to monitor? Wait a minute. Saras, the princess of Asfahan? Why is the princess here at the construction site? Suddenly she realizes something. Suddenly Sarazard moved his body to strike a pose. After trying for a while, she finally struck a seductive pose, hoping he would cooperate fully. Loy was stunned, striking a stylish pose at the most inappropriate moment. He looked into Sarazard's serious eyes and felt a shiver of fear, as if her judgmental gaze was piercing through him. What is she planning to do? Suddenly Loy realized he had a strange premonition. This is a message to push the ship. Sarat liking me? No way. A masculine pink energy surrounds Sama's hands as he offers his heart-shaped token. Become my son-in-law. Loy can't stand the thought of that scene. I really hate this old man's love letters. The secret to solving the desert drought is water. It is a type of underground waterway used by the Three Turtles Kingdom. The desert is so hot that water on the surface evaporates. It will almost evaporate before reaching the city, so the water pipes must be dug deep underground. In the mountains, dozens of kilometers from the city, there is a freshwater spring in the flat-topped hills. Let's tap into that water. Kandahar's capital, Kandara, leans back on the bed, satisfied. Oh my, finally some rest. He was lying down and thinking, I need to let loose all day today. Suddenly, Loy looked to the side and said, If you want to, then want to. Sarah is posing at the head of the bed, but it doesn't seem to be working. That look, her eyes, just a moment of closing my eyes and she'll cut me open and scoop out all my organs. Loy sat up, sighed, and tiredly asked, Can we talk for a bit? Could you stop doing that and act more naturally? Why do I feel like you might kill me at any moment? I am still acting normal. Loy was helpless. All right. Let's make a compromise. He looked at her face, secretly thinking that she was the youngest daughter among the 4 princesses of the Sarazan Desert, the beloved secret daughter of the king, an outstanding noble who had become a swordsman at a very young age. The princesses have never appeared in public, so no one outside the palace knows who they are. I have to pretend I don't know. Somehow, I need to make her stop her actions. Let her go. Lloyd asked Han Sarazat, You should rest at night too, right? She answered seriously, The king ordered me to be your escort, so I have to stay by your side day and night. He frowned in annoyance, not needing to be there all day and night. Sarat was confused by Lloyd Frontera's words, and then gestured with his eyes towards Habil Azrahan. See that? The guy over there, I told you he's my escort knight, didn't I? That person is a master swordsman, a high-level swordsman much stronger than you. Loy bowed his head and said that he could even fight 10 people like you at the same time. Suddenly he smiled slyly. No, even with 50 people like you still couldn't defeat him. So I don't need you. That's what I'm trying to explain. Hearing that, Sarat was furious and immediately drew her sword. Loy pretended to tremble, but his monkey face didn't change. Wow, you have a sword, you're so scared, so scared. Here, cut here, so I can report to the king that you chopped me. King Loy, I suppose, would say this. Oh, you're not a master swordsman, you're nothing. He taunts arrogantly, embarrassing himself by not even being a master swordsman, yet you've messed up this mission. I will leave a mark on your neck as a reward. I can't become a master swordsman, even if I reincarnate 50 times. It won't happen. It will be written in my destiny like that. Suddenly, a punch was thrown directly at Lloyd Frontera's face. She kept hitting him, and the designated escort was fighting me. Hey, save Habil. What are you doing? He's just standing there enjoying himself, Loey angrily shouted, laughing foolishly. Act already. Sarat sighed sadly and said, You trash, you garbage. She immediately left the room right after. Loy, with a battered face, grins triumphantly, having completed the mission. Ha ha! Habil Azrahan frowned in disgust. Do you want to be beaten by a beautiful girl? You also have your preferences. He immediately retorted, There's no way. That's not part of the plan. Why didn't you help me? He calmly replied, Sorry, I thought you were enjoying yourself. Loey shouted angrily, What's this crooked excuse? Do you really know your mistake? Are you trying to deceive me with that acting skill? Habil Azrahan ignored that and asked if Sarat was trying to seduce him. I know, but what is your reason for provoking her to that extent? Loy said seriously. First of all, I hate hot and cold weather. I don't want to be tied to Asfahan and live here. He remains silent and explains, I need to make sure she abandons her mission. Moreover, someone like her has more important things to do than flirt with me. Sarazat is currently training on the rooftop. She carried her anger as she swung her sword. It was daylight in front of Kandara's capital city within the palace, and Sarazat wondered. Where are you going? Loey asked with a smirk, preparing for the construction project. Speed is essential. Caring for amateurs will only slow me down. She said seriously, I won't block your way, so let me escort you. He frowned and said, Hey, it's not as easy as you think. Then Loy sneered and pointed at Sarat. Because you're not a master swordsman. She angrily prepared to punch him in the face like yesterday, but suddenly Loy recited a spell. A construction project is a product created by human effort. Building materials and installation components linked and anchored to the ground, including underground, surface, underwater, and above-water sections, constructed according to the design. Sarat froze in shock. What is it? Magic? He stared and continued. A construction project is a product created through human labor, building materials and installed equipment connected and positioned with the ground, which can include underground, above-ground, underwater, and above-water structures built according to design. Suddenly, her body started to go limp. Sleep magic. If I fall asleep now, I won't be able to continue without stopping. Devices installed in the project include construction equipment and technological devices. Construction equipment refers to devices installed in the building according to the construction design. Technology equipment consists of devices integrated into the technological process and installed into the construction according to the technological design. Sarat completely collapses before he will stop. This works for someone obsessed with the sword master. Loy turned back and gave an order. Habil, take her back to your room. This isn't the time for jokes, wake up. After she finished her task, the two noblemen moved through the street. People around them looked at them with hostile eyes. Habil Asrahan looked around and said, The way everyone is looking at us is not good at all, I can't deny that. That's right, they probably think we're city folk who only care about ourselves and live comfortably, ignoring the provinces that are slowly dying. This construction project isn't too big. We need the cooperation of the local people, but it seems impossible now. I don't think there's anything to worry about. He smirked slyly. If there's no cooperation, then forget it, Lloyd suddenly shouted. Bodong and Bell quickly appeared. Ipo and Cumming also jumped out of their shirts. He quickly ordered them to act. Habel, Bell, and Pung build a full water tower in the center of this city. Ko Min and Hippo will go with us 40 kilometers west, to the ice cliffs. Let's go. Loy immediately rides on Ko Min to fly away. We've just reached the ice mountain. Hippo is quickly released. Let's go, let's go. Hippo quickly drained the water from the pond and Ko Min struggled to return. Bell and Podong had already finished their tasks. Hippo immediately releases all the water, and a flood of water quickly fills the lake. The people in the capital city rejoice as water flows into the central square. Suddenly a voice interrupted the crowd. Loy's people smiled mischievously, saying, Are you happy now? Are you all pleased? I am like a demon announcing it. I am the one who made it. No need to thank me. Loy thought silently. If we do good, let's show our strength to be recognized. I am the one who brought water from that distant mountain range to you. He shouted sternly, I am Lloyd Frontera. Remember my name? Everyone threw stones at him as he strutted away. You city's henchmen, you give us a sip of water, but will surely take much more in return. Lei completely dodges the stones thrown at him. Ha ha, everyone seems full of energy. It's all thanks to me. Ha ha, why wouldn't they get hit? I hate you. Loey calmly walks through the city. All these grievances cannot be resolved easily. He looks up at the face of the man walking by, still many stubborn people, even refusing to touch the water. But gradually we will approach more and more people step by step without stopping. The villagers keep coming to that well to check. Yes, that's Lloyd Frontera, the one who fills the water every day until all the men and women of every age in the city stand with them. Everyone kept throwing stones at him. Hey mister, this is a complete 180-degree turn. Actually, they screwed up. They're just pushing and promoting these propaganda activities. Under the nightfall in the city of Kandara, a girl and a family feel satisfied after drinking water. Wow, I never thought I could drink so much water. It's like a dream. Suddenly, the girl's parents panic as they look out the door, where Loey is glaring in. He seriously points at the girl's glass of water. Suddenly, Loyoi turns and smiles like a monkey. Loin. The family of 3 is extremely terrified. Immediately after, the water. Then Loin. He begins to use that strange image to greet the villagers. Loin brainwashes everyone outside the city, and everyone using water in his house is present. Loin, that is mind control. A girl comes to get water and notices something. The face of the ape appears beneath the water. Loin brainwashed him. He walks through the city, watching the man moving ahead. Suddenly he lifts his hand to his headscarf, revealing long, shiny hair like silk, and then uses his ape face. Surprisingly, the man responds in the same way he does. Loy stands on the rooftop and shouts loudly. The water in the city of Kandara has been completely brainwashed by him. Loy turns left then right again. The water from his monkey face has flooded the city. Loy shouts loudly in self-praise. Loy the water god. Habil Azrahan sighs in frustration. Is this mass hypnosis? I smile confidently as the Loin effect kicks in, and Loin, serious, explains, the water is very good. Water is Loin, so Loy is very good. He pointed to his face, feeling a headache, toothache, and menstrual cramps, and suddenly the system interface appeared. Yes, they're here to win everything. Loy fell silent then. He bowed his head in disappointment. Yeah, that's about it, let me be. What's so complicated about the system interface? It was me who did it. I was the one who made it for you. Suddenly, he smiled. Forget it, the preparations are done. Loy sat down at the table with the pile of contracts and announced the lineup. I am looking for a man to build an underground water pipeline. A man steps forward and asks, Sir Lord Water God, will we be provided with a meal? He calmly replied, You don't have to worry about that. Loy took out the Padasa of power, and food would come from all over the country. Inside the royal palace of Asfahan, a voice echoes, Long live the king. This is the history of using Pada, which Loy used in Kanda. A long bill like a road from here to Magentano is presented. Samakan silently curses in anger. Damn that bastard. The scene shifts to Ko Min flying through the air as Loy uses measurement calculations. I really can't find it. It must be more than 5 meters deep. He glanced sideways, thinking, no matter how many people he hired, digging 35 kilometers of water pipes was too much. What I am trying to find is the underground tunnel of the insurgent organization. Hundreds of years ago, to avoid oppression, the devout dug a tunnel as a hiding place. Right now it's being used by the insurgents. Loin flies back to Kandara, and there's only one way to find that tunnel. In front of a luxury hotel, Sarazat brandished a sword and warned, I will say it again. Step aside. Sorry, Miss Sarazat, he said he wants to be alone tonight. She doesn't care and continues to speak, saying that there are rebellious forces plotting here and it would be very dangerous if she isn't protected. Right now, he is sitting silently in the room. Habil Asrahan calmly replied, I agree, but he said he's fine. Everything will be okay. Suddenly, a band of thieves burst in through the window. Sarazat frowns angrily. The escort night is for emergencies, in case an unexpected danger suddenly threatens young Master Loin. He replied firmly, No. He said he would be fine. There is no one left inside the room now. Sarat is helpless against Habil Azrahan's persistence. Such a stubborn one. Suddenly, her body shifted unexpectedly. Sarazat punched him directly in the face. I will open the way myself with my skills, but that attack was easily blocked by Habil Azrahan. She is extremely skilled, and right now, not everyone can grasp that technique. Sarat felt insulted and immediately turned around. You! She keeps attacking him but is completely blocked. Habil Azrahan calmly reminds you not to force increasing your mana, as the human body cannot withstand more than its limit, gently defending while advising that manipulating mana particles, the energy generated from their collision, is the key to becoming a master swordsman. That's what the young master said. Try it if you want to become a true swordsmanship master. Sirat was utterly stunned by his words as the scene shifts to a remote house in Kandara City. Loy is bound hand and foot by the crowd. You are Loy, the water god from the capital. What are you plotting in my city? Suddenly he laughed arrogantly with the headscarf on. Ha ha! They were all stunned by that laugh as the soldier under his command removed Lloyd Frontera's hood. The Met became even more surprised when they saw his face. In front was Loy glaring fearlessly at me. He was a little scared, thinking to himself, huh? Strange. We're the ones who kidnapped him. Loy sneered at Thaymet's gaze, but why does it feel like we're the ones being held hostage? He said sternly, let me tell you what I'm doing here. Loy smiled and asked, shouldn't you first explain why I am here? He gestured with his hand. My wrists hurt too much. Can you untie me first? The Met doesn't care. Don't even think about doing something stupid, Loy teased. I wouldn't dare. He smiled casually and said, you are an elite force rising up against Samarkand. If a fool like me dared to oppose him, I would probably lose my head. He asked seriously, you know we are rebels, but you look quite normal. You guessed that we would come? Loy replied with the same calm attitude. I came on the king's orders, so I was sure you would try to stop me. That's all. Ha ha. Suddenly he narrows his eyes in thought. Moreover, Thaymet. I know you will die in the rebellion. During that event, all the provinces of Asfahan will unite and cause a major uprising. He hesitated with a serious face, while Loy kept smiling endlessly. Suddenly, the Met ordered to untie him. The man behind looks worried, but the Met, he comes from the capital. He immediately explains his intentions. If he acts suspiciously, you can kill him immediately. Loy is overjoyed to be unchained. Oh dear, you are so kind, may God bless you all. The man loudly silences them as he unshackles himself. He remains silent, deep in thought. Although he works for the king, I owe him a debt of gratitude. I can still show a little kindness. He remembers his weak son. Simelda, exhausted, spoke up. Father and son apologize. I'm sorry for being too weak. The Met cried out in helplessness. No, Sim, please forgive this father. He secretly thought he shouldn't have shared the water he just obtained with everyone. Simelda, you should have given it to Simla first. Suddenly, a voice outside caught the Met's attention. The water is water. There's water in the city square. That loudmouth guy brought a lot of water. Sim, Elda quickly gets some water and drinks it in one gulp. His face gradually looks better after drinking. Back to the present, the shackles have been removed. Vu the Met reminds. I warn you one more time, if you dare to talk nonsense. Suddenly, Loy glared with a sinister smile, and the Met immediately gave an order, his face looking very suspicious. Attack. Suddenly, he raised his hand, causing everyone to stop. Loy softly recounted the past, which was 2 years and 6 months ago at the Frontera Insane Asylum, a small territory on the eastern border of the Magentano Kingdom, teetering on the brink of collapse due to a large debt. The crowd was stunned, feeling as if the sky was collapsing and the ground shattering beneath them. Everything was so difficult, and in front of me was darkness. However, Loy clenched his hand tightly as he recounted. There's no way Loy would give up. He began building a device to warm the floor. It may have started small, but it grew powerful. Oh no, the insect monsters in the mining area. Javi and I, my night escort, cannot back down. Damn ants, get lost, get lost. The monsters keep rushing out, and no matter how many we take down, a big explosion of gas blows everything up. Damn it, both the front and back paths are blocked. I have to keep digging tirelessly, dreaming of the guy you will meet someday without ever stopping. That's how it is. Countess Cream Cremo, who suffered heavy losses in trading due to Gigatitan, a giant lobster, asked me to build a mermaid statue. Suddenly, Loy rushed toward the crowd, and when they turned around, there was a huge lobster. His loud voice startled the crowd. Loy strikes a pose just like in the story. Meanwhile, Habil duels Kay with swords and shouts. Kay's sword slashed into Habil's shoulder. The crowd somehow pulled out popcorn and watched the show. No, Loy continued, telling the story. I am a master swordsman awakened, and the crowd was excited. That's right, isn't it? Met suddenly realizes. Oh, he angrily stands up and shouts. So what? What are you doing here? He hurriedly calms them down. Hey, wait, the best part is just behind. The people behind scolded and complained. Why do you always like to ruin others' mood? He shouted angrily. Idiot, we are rebels risking our lives. There's no time for gossip. Loy ignored it and kept walking among thousands of locusts as big as a choa, using his disgusting face to scare everyone to the utmost, turning the house inside into a chaos without anyone noticing. At that moment, Captain Frontra cheered loudly, and the Dawn Guild gradually appeared in the sky. Min was displeased because she had to work early in the morning, and Met shouted wildly, "Where are we going?" Loy calmly replied, "Aren't we going to meet the Queen?" I was surprised by the answer. How did it turn out like this? "Why do I remember nothing at all?" Loy calmly recounted. "Oh, I see. So I have to start over from the beginning after many years." The Met immediately intervenes to stop me. Shutting him up, "Please stop talking." I smile and explain. "Basically, I need the underground tunnel of yours to build a water pipeline. If you entrust me with that tunnel, I will take you to a remote place to ensure your safety." Something like that. Lloyd asked again, "Have you remembered yet?" The Met vaguely replied, "All right, that's what you say." He smiled naturally and reassured, "Trust me, I will get refugee permits for all the rebels and their families." In front of the Magentano royal palace inside the basement, Camavaro is being subjected to magic by the sorcerers. Using his ability, he reveals a secret from within, saying, "We are dark sorcerers. That name is Taga." Alicia personally listened in on what he was saying. Suddenly, Camavaro coughed up blood after mentioning that name. She ordered the mage, "All right, that's enough for today. Taga, investigate." The butler outside the door announced, "Your Highness, Lai wishes to see you." Alicia secretly wondered, "Isn't that Loy from Asfen?" Inside the royal palace, she sat on the throne, lost in thought. Alicia decided immediately afterward. "All right, together with all his allies, I will write asylum applications for the families." Loy quickly responded, "Thank you, Your Highness," and was stunned. "That's it, that's all. Who does he secretly think this guy is?" His method is quite unusual. But Alicia smiled contentedly. "I am very pleased that you are following the orders correctly. I am very proud, so those capable must work tirelessly down to the smallest detail." Suddenly, Alicia glared at Lai Frontera and then worked even harder to ensure the people could live in peace, sensing the danger to his peaceful life. She continued seriously, "We have made progress in questioning Camavaro. Sooner or later we will need your cooperation, so just go along with it." Loy frowned sadly. "I will do my best." "Are you serious? Then why do you look so terrible?" Loy quickly explained. "I'm so exhausted after 10 days of working day and night." Alicia suddenly steps down from her seat. "You wouldn't be so selfish and narrow-minded, right?" He sensed the danger and stared in fear. She slowly stepped down the stairs. Loy silently wondered, could it be her? Is that her? Alicia grabbed his stunned face and slowly leaned down. "Is it her?" Loy silently thought, squeezing his face. "Damn it, I guess the biggest obstacle in my lazy life is the Queen." Under the moonlight shining on the dark night sky over Kandara City, the room where Habil Azrahan stands is filled with chaos from the battle. His eyes gradually closed from sleepiness. Sarat was no exception. She gradually leaned forward due to her sleepiness. Suddenly, Sarat stood up and said, "I've rested enough. Let's begin." She continued to strike Hab Azrahan but was still blocked every time. He silently felt frustrated, wondering how much longer this would go on and when the young master would return. Suddenly, Sarazat's sword glows like a swordsmanship aura towards Habil. Azrahan is also amazed. The energy? He immediately drew his sword to block her attack. Sarat continues to turn around. Habil Azrahan throws away the sword sheath and uses his aura swordsmanship. Although not yet stable, she has at least reached the level of a master swordsman. She suddenly thrust forward with force, pushing the door open and knocking him away. "I'm back." Sarazat's sword pierced straight into Habil Azrahan's ear. It pierced straight into the room, releasing energy that knocked Loy out, leaving only his underwear. He remained calm even when he was completely naked. Habil Azrahan angrily shouted, "Do you know you almost sent everyone to the afterlife?" Loy calmly asked, "Who are you?" "Are they together?" Sarazat was surprised. "What the hell are you doing?" He looked at her seriously. Sarat immediately realized the danger and glared. Aloy reached out his hand toward her face. "What are you planning to do, sir?" He began to recite a sleep spell. Sarat tried to cover her ears, "Stop it right now," but was completely hit and gradually fell into a dazed state. She collapsed and fell asleep immediately afterward. Loy apologizes. "Vu, sorry, I don't have time to explain." He turned to give an order. Ha started the construction. Surprisingly, he went to bed immediately after Loy recited the spell. We knew he was helpless. But there's still enough space for everyone. Let's start the construction. Step 1. Easily navigate through the underground tunnel maze with the guidance of the map. Step 2. Mark areas to drill or directly block the underground water flow. Step 3. Block the marked areas during the day. While Habil Azrahan clears the underground water channels at night, it's quick but necessary. If not, the tunnel will collapse. And the long-awaited stage has arrived. Step 4. The fully covered individuals have arrived. Loin greets happily. Everyone arrived just in time, and me wonders why. Young Master Loin, who are they? He quickly replied that they are workers from our hometown whom we called in to reinforce the team during the previous Magentano trip. To complete this construction project quickly, we need their help. Those people are the core team in disguise. Headless Ma raises the sign saying we miss our master very much. Loin quickly moves the Kotkong team to the construction site. All right, listen carefully. There is a massive amount of water outside this wall. He asked quietly, what would happen if we tried to dig here? And Mamat Dao immediately replied, you would be pushed away instantly by the water pressure. Loy turned back and said, yes, the ancients risked their lives to build the underground waterway. He spoke seriously. No, perhaps they sacrificed their lives just to build it. One of the oldest workers stayed behind to break through the final wall of the underground waterway. He quickly raised his shield and drove it straight into the wall, and water began to gush out. It begins to push him away with the pressure of the water for a better neighborhood for future generations, the noblest and most glorious sacrifice. Loy seriously points ahead and says, now all that effort will be yours. It's yours. Tortoise. He was taken out of the backpack that the headless monster carried. Loy smiled contentedly, while Toads was in a panic, speechless. I immediately ran after delivering the Imperial City. Thank you, Toads. I will never forget this favor. I truly will never forget. He ran away in panic. Wait, hold on. Damn it, why me? He snapped irritably. What? You emotionless psycho? Are you planning to let the zombies die for a second time? Tess cried out in anguish. You have a swordsmanship master by your side, so surely he can do it, Lloyd shouted. He only had one set of clothes, so he couldn't get wet. The system panel is powerless. Soon the Demon Lord will submit his resignation. Why is he so hard to understand? It's like I found a purpose for his boring life. The system panel now sounds even more terrifying. The scene shifts to an unfamiliar workplace. Oh my God, haha. He smiled contentedly. I understand now. Send my regards to the messenger above. Do you see? Hello speaks sternly. Let's see where this will lead. King of Hell, Karis. The bright glow shines onto the desert. Finally, Old Bottle, the captain of the core workers, took on the role of the last worker for the final step of the project. Lo looked uncomfortable, huffing as the flag was quickly lowered, and the wall immediately poured out water, dragging along the dismembered, headless corpse of the demon. The water system starts operating immediately, with a powerful flow pouring out as planned. The villagers rejoice, look at the water, an endless source. Loy watched everyone's happiness. Suddenly, a little girl ran away, holding a water bucket, raising the water towards Lloyd Frontera. The little girl tearfully asks, please drink it, it's the water we made. Lloyd crouched down and patted her head. Thanks, kid, I'll drink it. The girl wondered. But why are you still in the mortal world? He was a bit stunned by the question. Loy smiled softly and explained, because buying clothes is a waste of money. After opening the water pipe in the center of Kandara, they connected it to nearby villages and hamlets. At last, the great journey has come to an end. The notification board unlocked a new title, a topless veteran from a Western country. What kind of title is this? Are you mocking me? The veteran system board sounds cool. Forget that, let's see a cooler title. Keep reading the new notification. You've solved the endemic drought. Here it is. The title effect has a 100% chance to prevent dehydration in all desert areas. I don't need this effect. I'm done with my work. Now I just need to relax. So I'll go ahead and call. Young Master Lo, turn around immediately after hearing the call. Are you preparing for a long journey? Suddenly he knelt down, causing Loy to be deeply shocked, and the Met spoke seriously. You have saved countless lives. You not only prevented the war, but also made our exile a reality. Them and all our comrades here pledged their loyalty to the Frontier family until death. You can stop, I'm fine. Just working hard is enough. I secretly think I only do things that benefit myself. Getting constant thanks like that just annoys me. The support system notification board is increasing support. The leader of the Muslim rebel kingdom and his men have sworn loyalty to you. You received bonus affinity points. Add 50. Now, you can increase support between the Frontera family and Themet to earn more friendship points. Current affinity points are 2,132. Loy smiles contentedly at the pile of rewards. It tastes good, doesn't it? There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's just a perfect reward. Dad, his face looks really scary. Hey, don't say that. He may look like it, but he's actually a good person. That and his group finally arrived in Frontera territory guided by the core team. It seems everything has been smoothly settled. In the city of Asfahan, Ahina Samakan sternly demands, Loy Frontera, join my kingdom. Tran Chuang bows his head in refusal. I apologize, great king. I prefer the thinner ones. He asked irritably, are you pretending not to understand, or do you really not understand what I said? Samakhan said sternly, if you are smart enough, you should have realized by now that Sarat is my daughter. You don't like the girl, do you? Loy replied calmly. I think Lady Sarazat's opinion is more important than that of someone as insignificant as me. He reflected on her words. I don't like you. I don't like your face or anything you're doing. Just kill my family already. Shh. Sama sighed and let it go, saying, that's settled now. Since you kept your promise to me, now it's my turn to keep mine. He quickly ordered to meet with the Magentano envoy immediately and arrange a meeting with them. Loy bowed his head and said, thank you, Your Majesty. He thought to himself, phew, all that effort was just for this. Samaka watches his back as he walks away, lost in thought. Lloyd Frontera smirks cunningly, plotting his next move. The great king of Ta will never let go of his prey. You will soon become one of us. Suddenly, Loy glared back at Samakhan. The meeting with the envoys quickly began. Count Ventura sat solemnly, deep in thought. Lloyd Frontera, he considered the negotiation table with the king. He clenched his trembling hand tightly. The great opportunity you've created, I won't let it go to waste, Samakhan suddenly said. I apologize for the damage caused to the kingdom of Magentano. It was my fault. Count Ventura was extremely shocked. What? That infamous king is apologizing first? He spoke seriously, proposing to compensate for all damages caused by the monster domino and to implement special measures to prevent such incidents from happening again in the future. Count Ventura was stunned by Samakhan's words. I will share the compensation process with the kingdom of Magentano. If such an incident happens again, I promise to double the compensation. He fell silent, pondering. I have a bad feeling about this. What does he want from us? Count Ventura bowed and spoke. I would like to express my gratitude for the king's generosity. I will convey his message to the queen. Suddenly, Samakhan interrupted, and instead Count Ventura waited anxiously, seriously requesting, hand Loy over to me before his room. Loy asked, what did you say? Count Ventura bowed shyly. Well, let's just go with that then. Loy was visibly displeased. Seeing that face, he hurriedly explained, after all, you've pleased the king and done a lot of work, so no matter where you are, you'll be fine. Then he smiled and said, you did very well. Count Ventura was puzzled. Loy's smile was even more charming than Sa Tang's, truly perfect. Samakhan was now contemplating how to exploit him, wondering what I should have asked him to do earlier. First, it is necessary to start road maintenance and improve waterway sanitation, and we also need to expand the castle and build larger buildings. Suddenly, a man entered the palace to see the king. Sama casually looked at him and asked, did I tell you to bring Loy here alone? He stammered in fear. That he already went out to hunt sandworms on the outskirts of the city. He was surprised by the news. What? Hunting sandworms? A giant sand-dwelling monster in the desert. An enormous sandworm. Compared to the grains of sand, it is only the size of Lloyd Frontera's toe. Fire test gold, hardship tests, strength. Suddenly he charged to attack a powerful monster first. Lloyd shouted, explosion! A massive explosion erupts in the desert as he shouts out orders. Bodong, it's your turn. He immediately kicks straight into the deep sand. Then Bodong kept digging up the sand there. The tiny creatures could only scream in helplessness. Loy sneeringly ordered to kill him. Habo, he used almost all his energy to channel into his sword. A slash like a sky blade crashes down on the desert. The sandworms are still wriggling in the sand. Are they not dead yet? Keep laughing as you repeatedly use your violent attacks. Die, die. Everything was witnessed by Samakhan from behind. He smiled maliciously. For the king. The two of them watched Lloyd Frontera's insane display. The sand particles from the explosion hit Saman, and suddenly he notices the two people turning back. Loy immediately raises his thumb and smiles. Samakhan quickly changes his mind and takes the madman away. The man beside him responds, yes. In front of Asfa's capital, Sam sat in a room lost in thought, realizing that keeping that crazy guy around could turn the entire country into a battlefield at any moment. I must make the right decision. I can't agree to cancel the agreement just because of changing hearts. By the way, how is Padassa's deficit being handled? Why did he spend so much on construction costs? Only now does he realize the true problem. My king has been stripped of everything from the very beginning. Suddenly, a frantic soldier rushed in to report bad news. Samakhan weakly asked what happened. He reported seriously that they had taken Padassa and left. He didn't even bother to be surprised this time. Another person rushed in to report a problem. Samakhan tiredly asked what's going on. The man is worried. Sarazat has run away. She left a letter saying she had something to learn on her own and told them not to look for her. Samakin was forced to reveal everything because of the appearance of the capitalist named Lloyd Frontera. He collapsed right at his desk. King Samakin was crying and cursing the bastards. In front of the Frontera estate, Mabella Frontera wakes up Akos Frontera, another peaceful morning on Frontera territory. Although it was a bit strange to hear Boeing instead of CC at, it was still a good thing. Emily hurried over and said, "Lord Count, this is a letter from young Master Jukian. Inside, it says that our parents and I have graduated with honors. Graduates with excellent results will have the honor of working in the royal court. I plan to go home until I receive official graduation notification. I miss everyone. Is my brother doing well? I want to become someone trustworthy, like him." Akos Frontera is crying after reading the letter. "What are you saying? You're already a strong and trustworthy son." "Ha ha, I am truly lucky to be such a happy father." Bayan enters the room to report that the items Lord Lo sent from Asfahan have arrived. He wondered, From Asfahan? A mountain of treasure is placed outside the Frontera estate. Mabella Frontera bent down to check. "Oh my God, all these are expensive luxury items. The delivery person asked to please sign here." Akos Frontera stammered, "Yes, she needs a necklace to praise. A beautiful gemstone." Mabella Frontera smiled slyly. "If you sell these to those arrogant nobles, they'll buy them at a high price, and see for yourself." Agostos Frontera fell silent for a moment after saying that, then smiled and replied, "Then let's sell them. Maybe the deal is a bit strange, but I am still a very happy man." The villagers look up from their work and greet. "Good morning, Count and Countess, thank you and forever grateful." Akos Frontera smiles humbly. "Ha ha, no need to praise me like that. Have a good day, everyone." "I am very happy. This territory is full of kind-hearted people." The handsome Orc clan starts working. Oh, and the kind-hearted Orcies too. Suddenly, Queer glared ahead, and Sergeant Greg responded with an equally stern look. The two bump into each other with annoyed expressions, and Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera are shocked by the scene. Sergeant Greg shook his head in disappointment. You." He steps forward and touches Kuzer's chest, but Sergeant Greg pushes him away immediately afterward. The two people were terrified by the scene. Suddenly, Sir pressed his face close to his, grimacing. His body instantly shifted, delivering a straight kick to Sergeant Greg's chin, but he dodged it. Because now, he strikes a pose right after the attack. He stands up after a successful performance and taunts Sergeant Greg with a flick of his hand. He sighed in frustration then. Suddenly, the people behind Sergeant Greg and him started dancing to a hip-hop song. They finished their dance, then turned their heads and styled their hair. Kujio's side was also not to be outdone, as the group started dancing skillfully, forming a muscular circle with Kujio standing in front. Sergeant Greg smiled in admiration, also giving a serious smile. Agos Frontera and Mabella Frontera were utterly disappointed by these players. The two of them turned and walked away immediately after. They seem a bit strange, but they are still good people. I mean, they are kind creatures. The Kot Kong team returns after their trip. Good morning. Are these creatures organic or inorganic? This territory is truly peaceful. So I am very happy, even though it's a bit strange because the dragon burns the villagers' waste every day. Accordingly, the White Knights team worships Lloyd Frontera and prays in the morning. Amen. Amen. In fact, it's too strange. To the family's special squad. Amen. Amen. Too many strange things are happening, but no one in the world is happier than us. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Young Master Lloyd has returned." Akos Frontera is overjoyed. Lloyd stands naked on the carriage, waving goodbye. The two of them gradually become disappointed. "Our son is the most unusual boy." Agos Frontera hurriedly ran over to Lloyd Frontera. The boy is a strange kid, but the two of them embraced their son after a long business trip. "I am very happy. If the boy called me father instead of count, it would be the best thing." Agos Frontera was overjoyed to the point of tears. Lloyd immediately responded, "Yes, count." He asked a completely inappropriate question. "Why aren't you wearing anything?" Lloyd smiled and explained that there are plenty of clothes at home. In front of the royal palace of Magentano, Count Ventura announced solemnly that he had signed the agreement and even received the king's magical emblem. Alicia slightly wondered, "Isn't that provoking enough? Why did you do that?" "Count Ventura," he hesitantly replied. That's all there is to it," she asked seriously. "Did I tell you to do that?" Count Ventura exclaimed in panic. Well," Alicia said seriously, "to protect the peace of the people. What do you think we are lacking?" He immediately replied, "That would be a strong monarchy and balanced diplomatic policies." She smiled dismissively and said, "No, you should replace them with capable individuals. If necessary, you must root them out to the bone marrow." Count Ventura said quietly, "What do you mean?" He thought to himself, "Sorry, Lowen, just pretend you're already dead." Alicia looked up to the sky. contemplating that no matter how smooth the agreement, Asfahan and Magentano would always be hostile nations. To establish a mutually beneficial relationship, a significant level of trust between them must be built at all costs. The scene shifts to Sarazat heading to the Frontera estate. She surveys her surroundings. This is the place where the last hope lies. Saraz bites her lip in frustration. At all costs, we must catch him. Agus Frontera was happily trimming the trees when suddenly a voice echoed behind him. May I ask? Agus Frontera looked confused. I am Sarazat, bowing my head to introduce myself. I come from the western country of Asfahan. My name is Sarazat, daughter of the king. He was stunned. Huh? Why the king? She explained in a serious tone. I came to see Lord Frontera. Agus Frontera trembled as he asked in confusion. What do you mean you came to see my son? Sarat said quietly. She seriously said that she can only sleep when he's beside her. The old man was stunned for a long time before becoming extremely panicked. Loin, this is the most incredible thing you've ever done. Suddenly, Loy fainted in an unfamiliar place. He slowly opened his eyes and woke up, looking around in confusion. What is this? Where am I? As he was still confused, a wave of heat rushed over him, and Loy looked over in shock to see a giant fireball forming a face, then transforming into a colossal humanoid figure. The fire figure spoke. Nice to meet you? Lloyd Frontera, or rather, Kim Soo-ho. Lloyd was shocked when he heard the name, swallowing hard and thinking to himself, yes, this is just a dream, but why does it feel so real? Lloyd raised his voice and asked, Who are you? Inside the fire, a clear figure gradually appears and introduces himself. I am the one who sees through the essence of the soul, the ruler of karma. I am King Yamahus. Lloyd stands up and bows, saying, Oh my, your position is so high. He secretly thought, damn messenger. He kept using information from the king of hell to provoke me. So now I'm stuck in this dream. He laughed loudly. You seem quite confident even when facing me directly. Hello smirked and asked, Do you think this is just a dream? Loy, with a resigned face, replied, If not, then how could you meet me? You just introduced yourself, so I don't think there's any reason to feel afraid. Hearing that, the fiery person stepped closer. Hellos, now becoming more visible, loudly said, I like you. You are very suitable for hell. Loy awkwardly smiled, clutching himself. So that's a compliment? My dream is to become an ordinary citizen. A wealthy one? Hell Caros immediately dismissively said, All your efforts are for that trivial dream. With a face that even demons would hesitate to face, and a song more bizarre than screams in hell, he thought to himself, Wait a minute. What is that? Is he here just to insult me? Helis continued, If it were you, you could make the souls in hell beg for death all over again. What is Lloyd doing? I'm just an ordinary person. If others hear this, they would think I am the demon lord ruling the 18 layers of hell. He sneered. So what, Kim Soo-ho? Suddenly ropes emerged from the ground, wrapping around Loy as they led him deeper into hell. How about unleashing that talent of yours? Loy gritted his teeth, trying to break free from the control, but then he shouted loudly and struggled wildly. At this moment, the system interface appears and says, Calm down a bit. Hell Caro stands above, observing silently, then speaks, Don't you think you're interfering too much? The system responded, Shouldn't you give him a chance? Hell Caros narrowed his eyes upon seeing this, then nodded in agreement after a moment. All right, I will play by your rules from now on. And with that, Huss disappeared. The ropes binding Lloyd also vanished. He woke up startled, drenched in sweat, still overwhelmed with shock as he gasped for breath. He sat up straight, thinking to himself that he was soaked in sweat. Was it really just a dream? So what did he finally say? Intervention law? What's going on? Habil Azran heard the noise and immediately knocked on the door. This is Javier. May I come in? Lloyd asked. Come in, as he wondered inside. Why are you sweating? Lloyd quickly replied. I felt hot while sleeping. Is something wrong? Habil Azrahan replied. Someone from afar is looking for you? He looked a bit surprised, then quickly changed to a gentle smile. So on the way, Habil Azrahan wondered why you didn't ask who it was. He shook his head. No need. It must be Sarat. He was surprised. Did you know she would come? Loy nodded awkwardly and said, Yes, there's no way she wouldn't look for me. Without the lullabies, she wouldn't be able to sleep. I mean, giving someone sleeping pills isn't that easy. The discussion in the room echoes. She means she wants me to put my lullaby into that crystal ball. So that's what she meant? Sarazat didn't deny it. Yes, that's all I need, Agus Frontera thought to himself. So it turns out that the boy singing was just a coincidence, both lucky and regrettable? His face twisted as he asked if she was serious. She plans to set conditions and I will pay her. I can't believe how ugly her face looks when she says it. Do I lack money? Surat, hearing this, was furious and suddenly placed a stack of documents on the table. Loy sneered and pointed at the contract. Babi al-Azrahan, standing beside him, frowned. Did he give her a copy of the contract? She angrily took the stack of contracts serving the Frontier territory for 5 years. After the service period ends, she will perform the final song. Oh, come on, you don't like it? Well, if you refuse, I won't have any regrets. If you can sleep well and train hard, you can become a master swordsman. But that's not my concern. He was shocked. How could he think like that? Is that why he trained Surat and sang to her? To turn her into a slave. The system interface appears. Oh my God, you're like having a demon in your dream eating your friend, Loy thought. What? Give me the money, let me sleep and promote me, just do my job as an envoy. The system version is sulking, huh? What? I hear you, you know. You bastard, he immediately teased. Ha ha. I didn't hear anything at all. Surat trembles with anger. You planned this from the very beginning. She pretends to be innocent and says, What did you say? I didn't hear anything. Say it louder, and suddenly she punched him right in the face. Surat angrily turns away and leaves. Outside, the sky is clear and breezy today. She angrily packed her luggage and left, so cowardly, petty, and despicable that I care less about my own resolve. But awakening like a swordmaster by sleeping would be better, even if I have to sign the contract. To be recognized by my father. Sarazat suddenly stopped walking and looked around in confusion. Where is this? Sarazat continued forward, pondering. I strayed too far from the main path. I found a place where she hid behind a tree, with shimmering red hair under the sunlight. Surat stood there in a daze, eyes wide open, facing a lone figure sitting on a tree trunk with a somber face, as if carrying a burden. Surat stood watching curiously. Who is he? Why is he here? The little boy still sat there, unaware that someone was watching him. She squinted to assess, looking so fragile, as if he could be eaten by wild beasts at any moment. Suddenly, Dukian seemed to have made up his mind. On a landslide road, a group of people was desperately pushing a large stone away. I give up, it won't move at all. Another person scratches their head. This is really troublesome. What should I do? Dukian runs over from a distance. Let me help, a worried person replied. It's not necessary, young master. Someone as noble as you can't be stained. The boy firmly said, It's okay. After all, this mess is my fault. The old subordinate quickly waved his hand. My mission is to get you home safely, so let me handle it. Zukian paid no attention and took off his shirt to reveal his muscular build. The 3 henchmen stared in shock. Surat followed the kid hiding in a nearby corner, observing. She imagined Zukian as a skinny, muscular rabbit. With the boy's help, the group started pushing the boulder harder. 1, 2, 3, push even more, Surat thought to herself. So he's Lid's younger brother returning from the capital, completely different from that trash over there. Dukian is still pushing hard, but the rock doesn't budge. The boy, exhausted, suggests a different way. No, we have to use the hall to break it apart piece by piece, someone wondered. Surat, Dukian nodded. Yeah, I've seen it before. We can do everything with a hall. Suddenly, Surat stepped forward and said, That's a good idea, but it'll take all day. Seeing her, the boy was surprised. Sarazard placed his hand on the sword behind his back and said, Let me help. Dukian opened his eyes in shock. She walks past the boy, leaving a trail of fragrance that makes him blush. Surat considers that if I help them now, my deal with Lloyd might go more smoothly. She drew her sword behind her back, aiming precisely, then swung it down to shatter the boulder into many pieces. The 3 subordinates gasped and covered their faces with their hands. Sarat quickly put the sword back into its sheath, and the path blocked by the stone was now clear. Dukian shyly spoke. Thank you. Who is she? Surat turned back coldly and said, I am Sarazat from the western part of the Asfahan kingdom. I am grateful to the Frontera family. At that moment, the boy's heart skipped a beat. Returning to the farm camp, Emily is on her way home. On the way, she encounters Ku, which makes her frown. Oh, look, the orc warrior hears someone calling him and tilts his head up to look. Emily greets him. It's been a while since we last met, but he just happened to pass by her. His face suddenly darkened just now. Kuer pursed her lips in pain as if about to cry, recalling the past when he asked, Miss Emily, do you love Sergeant Gregg? She hesitated for a moment after hearing the question, but then Emily happily replied, Yes, he is a very special person to me in this world. Kuer bit his lip and trembled. Sergeant Gregg. She looks at Kuer with a confused expression. He remembers Sergeant Gregg joking happily with Emily and being constantly mocked by the orc friends. Because now I remain silent, secretly thinking that in the end it was only unrequited love. This meaningless conversation with Lady Emily only breaks my heart. He turned and walked away, leaving Emily confused. The ORC warrior simply left without saying a word. Back in the present, Emily is sitting and sighing. Seeing this, Sergeant Gregg turns back and asks, What's wrong? "Are you that surprised?" she replied. "Yes, is it strange for a human woman to fall in love with an orc warrior?" He smiled and replied, "Oh my God, you finally said it. If her family finds out, they'll chase her away with a stick." Sergeant Greg's face turned grim as he remembered being scolded by Cyr. "How could you do that to Emily?" He chuckled coldly. That bastard, the Acas Frontera Patrol, was crying while eating. As a father, I can't stop crying. I am so proud to see my two sons have grown up so outstandingly. Loy sighed and said, "The Countess is too drunk." Serzat thought to himself, "It's worth celebrating." The eldest son is involved in diplomatic activities, while the youngest is a remarkable talent in the kingdom. She recalls her father's words to her. "Show off your amazing skills and become a master swordsman who can charm men. That is the only thing that matters to my great king." Serat remained silent and sad, still chewing vigorously, as Jukian cheerfully spoke up. "If I am given a position in the kingdom, I will do my best so that you can be even prouder of me." He shyly waved his hand. No, what are you saying?" Acos Frontera gently wipes her eyes with her hand. "I was very happy to see you receive a well-deserved reward. If you encounter any trouble, just come home. Dad will always be on your side." Serazat was stunned by those words. Suddenly, tears gently fell from her eyes. Serazat was startled, stood up abruptly, and left, saying, "I'll take my leave." Lowy rested his chin in boredom. "Miss Serazat, when will we complete the agreement?" Serazat replied, "It has already been completed." "Have I been too decisive?" he replied briefly, sitting and observing Loy in silence, watching this kid closely. Outside, Serazat was crying and leaving under the full moon tonight, while Loy was peeking through the window curtain watching. Seeing her pack her belongings and leave, his face grew even more terrifying. Suddenly, he hurriedly chased after the two and stopped to say something, his gaze turning cold as he saw Serazat's shy expression. Then he smiled warmly and happily. "I hit the jackpot." Jukian ran over worriedly and asked, "What are you doing out so late at night?" The shy little boy hesitated and looked down. "Are you planning to leave?" Hearing that, Serat blushed and pursed her lips. "No, I was just out for some fresh air." Jukian sighed in relief and asked, "So that's how it is? I'm glad. I was really worried. Seeing you carrying yourself like that, I thought you wanted to leave," she stammered. "This is just my food container." The little boy looked surprised and said, "Eating late at night isn't good for your health." Serat awkwardly said, "I only ate a little. The rest is for the social gathering," she thought to herself. What a lame excuse. "I'm glad. You looked very sad during the meal earlier." "I was really worried." Hearing the caring words from the boy, Serazat's eyes gently dimmed with sadness. "I'm fine now." Yes, she wondered if she should stay here longer, standing above and watching the joyful smile. "Young master?" Habil Azrahan's call startled him. "Damn it, what is it?" He covered his face with his hand and said, "Oh my God, your face." Loy frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Habil Azrahan immediately replied, "It's time to sleep, but you're still not here. Why do you look at the loving couple with such a sinister face? Are you surprised that you know they are in love?" Habil Azrahan replied calmly, "Don't you see their faces? I have seen many couples in love. Women always look like that when they are in love. You've never been in love before, have you? I apologize for what I just said. Stay strong, young master." Lloyd silently thought that in moments like these, this guy always drove him crazy. He continued, "Even if you are jealous to the point of madness, I will not help you destroy young Master Julian's love." He angrily asked, "Am I that despicable?" The system immediately replied, "He didn't say anything wrong." Lloyd snapped, "Shut up. Every time there's a chance to mock me, you always appear at lightning speed. I will complete Julian's love. From now on, I am the god of love." Lowy quietly realized that he had figured it out before meeting the queen. Even though the messenger helped him gain the ability to see the future, in truth, he had achieved those accomplishments on his own. Remember what Alicia told you? You must keep working tirelessly until your flesh is rotted and your bones are shattered. All for the prosperity of the nation. Lowy silently thought, "I will be exploited to death. I need to escape from here." The two of them are the only ones in the middle of the shimmering lake, angry for no apparent reason. On the shore, with buildings on both sides, Kuer was walking when he stopped as someone called him. "Hey, Sergeant Greg," standing with his arms crossed. "Your name is Huo, right?" he said angrily. "Don't cause trouble with me. I don't want to get involved with you." He snorted coldly and said, "Put your hand inside your shirt." "Who says?" Sergeant Greg sharply throws a paper airplane and loudly declares, "I will let you do that." The paper airplane hits Kujio's forehead and stops. Sergeant Greg points provocatively and says, "Come to the place written in the letter tonight. You must go there." No excuse, Kujio also opened the paper to check. He angrily replied, "The orc warrior never runs away from a battle because of someone else's fear." Sergeant Greg wondered. You just did that, he snorted coldly. I changed my mind. Dukian sat quietly in the room in front of the window, constantly thinking about her. His hair is smoother than silk, his eyes shining like pearls, always hiding pain and sadness behind that strong back. The boy's gaze drops, filled with unspoken feelings. Loy suddenly appears and whispers in my ear, "Is this what people call love?" Dukian was startled and turned to say, "Hey, what are you doing? It's like you can read my mind." You laugh out loud because it's so obvious, haha. Could I be wrong? Dukian shyly blushes and turns away. Loy softly spoke. My dear younger brother. The kid looks bored and pouts. What's wrong? He kindly said, I will give my song to Lady Azat tomorrow. Maybe she will go back to her country after that. Lloyd clenched his fist. He opened the door and stepped back. His terrifying gaze, he closed the door and left the room, leaving a final word as the scene shifts to Sergeant Greg talking with a group of people. All right, when Kugio arrives, I want you all to be ready. Before he finished speaking, the human warrior arrived. Wasn't this a one-on-one fight? That coward, he sneers coldly. Ha, it's exposed. Just settle this once and for all. Loey waves goodbye as he walks down the corridor. Miss Sarazad immediately confronted him with a sharp voice. Lloyd was startled. I haven't said anything yet, Sarah replied very calmly. Oops, my bad. Sorry about that, Lo said from lying flat on the floor. Julian is a genius, so the boy will be summoned by the Empire soon, maybe even tomorrow. Suddenly, he made a terrifying face, and the boy will leave here. The boy will leave. Hearing that, her face looked a little sad. In Dukian's room, the boy sadly wondered if she was really leaving. At the same time, in Sarazat's room, she also silently thought that she would never see him again. Lee's fingertips tapping on the table echoed continuously. Dukian hurriedly moved. No, it can't be. Sarat is rushing away. I have to tell him, I have to say it. Loy is holding the corn cob and trying to look cool. He is now standing on a hill near Dien Trang, when suddenly a rustling sound catches his attention. Dukian is extremely nervous. If I don't speak up, Sarazat will muster all his courage at that moment, and I will regret it for the rest of my life. Emily shyly speaks up. Why are you here, sir? I came at my brother's request. Sergeant Greg and his men rushed forward. The Orc tribe group was no less impressive, and the scene shifts to Lloyd Frontera's parents' room. The two of them hesitantly open the door, and there, Sarazat is sitting on his knees. On the hill, everyone is celebrating the couple with cheers. Sergeant Greg happily raises his voice. Queer and Emily, from now on you are officially a couple, so let the flowers bloom before your cold love story. Driving LVI with Saraz, she bowed her head and begged, Please give me your youngest son. Lady Loy, sitting with her arm crossed, smiled smugly. Ha. Now the queen won't be able to do as she pleases with her anymore. The castle stands tall under the blazing red moon. Alicia rides on her war horse at the forefront of an army, fighting against the dark mage Taga in the ancient castle. She raises her right arm to signal, then decisively lowers it to launch a full-scale attack. A barrage of arrows carrying sparks from the army behind her rained down like a storm, and when the tips of the arrows hit the wall, the blazing sparks quickly ignited within the magic circle. The group of mages inside the castle continuously use magic to defend themselves, and their formation in chaos. How is this possible? How do they know about this place? Hold them back, stop the attack, protect him. The other knights are attacking the castle's edge, spears clashing directly with the mages. Suddenly a growl and the slobbering teeth of a monster appeared, its massive paws with 4 sharp claws smashing through the solid ground. Its massive body like a giant house pressing down on the soldiers' attack. They shouted in horror, What is that? What kind of monster is this? Quickly, someone ordered, Sorcerer, use the fire god's punishment. Fire magic attacks continuously target the monster's body, making it scream in chilling agony, but it seems those blows are just like scratching an itch. It roared fiercely, swinging one arm down to crush the knights beneath it. Alicia furrowed her brow, gritted her teeth, and ordered the retreat. Immediately, everyone leaves the castle as the terrifying screams of the monster continue to echo through the smoke and fire. The regular soldiers retreated to check on each other. Squad 1, are you all okay? Another person responded, We have 5 wounded. The mage squad has 1 wounded. Then they agreed that all commanders should gather and wait for His Highness's orders. Suddenly someone shouted in panic and looked back through the castle gate. Wait! The queen's head is not there. Could Alicia alone stand face to face with the giant monster, her sword wrapped in wind magic as she swung it, shouting loudly with all her courage, her blade thrusting backward as if channeling all her strength into a single attack, then slashing straight at the creature? The earth and rocks beneath the path also exploded. Its sluggish body was struck by the sword, and a greenish gas burst out from the cracks on the monster's body. Alicia quickly crouched down and pinched her nose. Huh, poison? Annoyed, she wiped the sweat off her forehead and hesitated. This was created with magic. Seeing the glowing circle gradually opening like a hole, she softly thought, "It's okay. I've trained my body to get used to being poisoned all this time." After the monster was defeated and the toxic smoke dissipated, Alicia swept her cloak aside and strode into the castle. Suddenly her body wavered and she had to lean against the doorframe to steady herself, yet Alicia's eyes remained filled with deadly intent, staring straight ahead. Inside the castle, a dark mage stands amidst an altar lit by candles, his face full of anger and resentment. Alicia calmly steps forward. "Are you Taga?" His bloodshot eyes glare with hatred, teeth clenched in fury, but in the end he closes his eyes, accepting the cold sweat on his forehead. Alicia glared coldly at him and said, "Do you dare to plot a rebellion against our kingdom? I will personally deal with you." Her sword slashed decisively across, and the ornament on his neck also fell silently, causing his body to collapse to the ground helplessly. Alicia sheathed her sword and sighed quietly. It's over. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit her, forcing her to clutch her head in pain. After it disappeared, Alicia wondered, what just happened? One of her eyes had involuntarily changed, with bulging blood vessels and the sclera turning red. In another scene, the priest is reciting the vows to unite the couple and the daughter of King Samarkand, Sherazat. Her face shows clear signs of satisfaction and happiness. Jukian's loving gaze never left the beautiful girl in the wedding dress, while below, Akos Frontera was so overwhelmed with joy, he clenched his fists and cried loudly. The relatives and family members also shared in the joy witnessing this beautiful moment, and even Hoy took the opportunity to flirt with Lady Miura. Everyone else looked radiant except Loy, who clapped and smiled greedily as if he had caught a good bait. Habil Azrahan glanced at him with a judging look and said, "Young master, can you go home now? You will ruin this joyful occasion." Loy beside him still brims with ambition. "I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just expressing my happiness." He asked coldly again, "I don't understand." He said this would prevent the queen from using you as a slave. And now Lloyd turns to explain. "Think carefully." He looked at Sarat, placed a kiss on Jukian's forehead to complete the ritual, and then continued. "Now I am an important person to both nations, a citizen of Magentano and a relative of the king." Habil Asrahan, still confused, asked, "Isn't the king supposed to hate you?" He looked at the photographers and explained, "He's not a fool. Maybe he realized I was just pretending by using the sandworm. The image of the couple appears in a mirror in front of someone, meaning he still wants me to join." Loin grinned widely, even up to his ears. "If the queen wants to use me as a slave, I will go straight to the king and cling to him." Habil Asrahan had to step back from his greedy aura, "So that's how it is." "I understand. Now you can go back." Loy is annoyed. After hearing my brilliant plan, how can you still say that?" Lloyd quietly smiles, enjoying the contemplative atmosphere. Although he cannot challenge the queen, he will have the power to use his relationship with the king as a bargaining chip. In front of the mirror filled with joy and people's voices, a tear silently falls down Saman's face. He whispered to himself, "Be happy, my dear little brother Vat." Seeing Sherazat's peaceful face, he thought of a place without any power struggles, or a father constantly pressuring him. "Lathan," Emily excitedly clapped her hands and told Sarat to throw the bouquet. "Come on, bride, give it your all." She obeyed, and the bouquet in her hand flew toward Emily like a storm. She gaped in amazement as the wedding bouquet whizzed past her face at a blur, moving so fast it sparks and smokes along the way. Then someone grabbed it. Solitas sat carving wood, watching the burnt flower bunch silently. Over here, Loy watches her and Jukian walk away arm in arm from the wedding hall, silently thinking about the carefree Sarah from the novel. She died protecting the king from the rebels. Loy nodded in satisfaction. "This feeling is pretty great, even though I didn't earn any money." Suddenly, a blue notification pops up in front of Loy saying you have saved someone from another unfortunate death. He shakes his head dismissively, as if it's obvious. "I already know that." The notification board kept scrolling. "The fate you saved 123 quickly shot past out of control." Loy stared wide-eyed in shock. The number quickly jumped to 7 digits. His eyes widened as he looked at the notification board, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. In the end, the number stopped at 15,013,442 people, and Loy almost bit his tongue. "Huh. Why is the number so big? I thought there were only a few hundred people." After it finished displaying, it jumped again. "Based on saving over 20 million people, you will receive additional DP. If you spend 50,000 DP, you will unlock the N-Reveal amplification skill. You now have the right to use the strongest worldview." After reading all the notifications, Loy's face looked as if he had been struck by lightning. The system panel continues to notify that the ability to unleash a world-shaking skill within 30 seconds is available. Everyone has moved their seats, but Loi still remains standing. What can I do in 30 seconds with so little time left? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's not even a world domination skill, just a world shift that is unlikely to happen. But if I fight another creature with the same level of skill, it means I have a 100% chance of losing. It seems that to respond to you, the system continues to guide you. To use the skill, you must stop all support provided by the envoy, which means you cannot use skills obtained through RP or when viewing the end of reveal section. My sarcastic smile stretched a full foot in boredom. All right then, it seems that if I die, I won't gain any benefits anyway. Hearing you think that way, the system immediately fantasized. What's wrong? You feel lonely without me, huh? He interrupted it immediately. Be quiet, I'm talking about how a rookie can't use the main skills, that's a big deal. Suddenly, Ventura called out from behind you. Loin. Loin politely bowed back. The Marquis must be very busy. Thank you for your hard work. He smiled with squinted eyes. Thanks to you, Magentano and Asfahan have established a peace treaty. From being just allies, they have become brotherly nations, Loi said with a humble smile. I haven't done much. The negotiations were all handled by you, after all. My younger brother is the one who arranged this marriage. Ventura gently bowed in respect. Please forgive me for foolishly underestimating you. You truly are a hero. Loi nervously waved his hands and said, No. You don't need to show me respect. I am humble. I am ordinary. I am just a peasant inside, he worried. Don't praise me anymore. I don't want to stand out. I am just an ordinary person. Not a hero or anything. Ventura chuckled and accepted, saying, Hiding is useless now. It seems the prince already knows everything you did, and Loi broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, I know. He smiled and praised. You're too modest. Unable to change his mind, Loi had to beg and ask you to believe him. Ventura calmly faced him. I had already guessed that everything would turn out like this, but the reason I came here was because His Highness summoned you to the royal court. A thought flashed through Loi's mind upon hearing that. Here it is, just in time. He straightened his shirt collar, pretending to gasp for breath, then started coughing heavily and hunched over. Oh no, I've been coughing a lot lately and I don't feel well. Cough, cough. His eyes turned cunning. I think I need to rest in Asfahan. Ventura smiled knowingly. The prince said he wants to see you. Loi felt even more annoyed. You only come to me when you need something, but when I long to see you, you pretend not to notice. You remember kneeling below and Alicia pinching your face in warning. You're not really a selfish and indifferent person, are you? In the end, even though he didn't want to, Lloyd still got on the carriage with Ventura. When he was led into the palace with Habil Azrahan, Lloyd's face remained pale and dejected. You can't bear to kneel below, so awkward that you can't even hide your reluctance anymore. Alicia casually rests her chin, watching him. I can't express how happy I am to hear that you came to see me like this. If you ignore the summons. She pauses for a moment, then half closes her eyes to warn him. Maybe I will enter your territory with a broken heart. Alicia continued to question. Are you planning to run away to Asfahan? Just thinking about it makes me feel lonely and heartbroken. Loi silently thinks this is the conversation he's been waiting for. He subtly glanced into Alicia's eyes as if piercing into his very soul. Please don't cross the line and let's try to get along. Loi still appears serious and obedient on the surface. If His Highness has called, how could I not go? Please, Your Highness, give the order, he thought to himself. Currently, the Queen seems to have understood part of the situation. If I navigate carefully and negotiate fairly, I might escape this one-sided exploitation. Suddenly, Alicia pushed her chair and stood up. I have something to show you. Come with me, both of you, to a heavily guarded castle. Wow, no way. Is that a dragon's corpse? Next to Alicia, she calmly recounts, I found it while subduing a group of dark wizards. It seems they intended to use it for some kind of ritual. Loi stared in amazement. I already read about it at the beginning of the novel. They say you can create all kinds of magical artifacts from cactus bones. He gently covers his mouth, licking his lips with an irresistibly charming expression. While boasting, he suddenly hears her lower her voice. By using these bones, we can show the outside world the great power of Magentano's magic. Alicia glanced at him, meaningfully. We will build a large garden behind the palace with a statue made from cacti depicting ourselves. It symbolizes Magentano's victory over the subdued dragon. His eyes are wide as if about to burst, and he encourages himself. Kimex's life navigation skills are just riding the wind and splitting the waves. Thinking of moving forward means doing it. Lowen bows respectfully and says, Please entrust me with that project. I will make it a great success. Alicia looked at him with suspicion. Really? He hurriedly confirmed. It has to be that way. She nodded slightly. I understand now. Loy continued confidently, and to prove my success, I will not accept any construction fees for this project. Alicia raised her eyebrows and glared at him. So what reward do you want? Without hesitation, Loy immediately demanded, as for the reward, I want a 10-year exemption from work. Alicia's brow unconsciously furrowed. She said nothing, but stared at him intently. The lion within her briefly stirred, and she gritted her teeth. What? Loy is dancing on a tightrope, grinding his teeth in horror while Alicia is silently cursing. This bastard is crazy. Loy quickly knelt down and raised his hands in surrender. If you think that's too much, sir, he revealed a greedy expression. So, I only wish for a dragon's tailbone. As soon as I finished speaking, she slapped me right on the head, nearly biting my tongue. He cupped his forehead in surprise and looked at Alicia with a disbelief expression. She turned around, promising, I will give you a badge of enlightenment for soothing my heart. Keep the tailbone, but make sure you replace it with a suitable one. Loy gaped with joy. He bowed down and begged her, I'd rather take 100 or 1,000 hits than the medal. Please, just trample on me. Alicia jumped in surprise. I won't refuse. Get out of here now. It's disgusting. A moment later, she sat at the table, her hand covering her face to hide her tears. All right, since I was promised a generous reward, at least I won't be exploited, but I don't want to work. Passive income, gifts, earning money while eating. A man carrying a stack of papers opens the door and steps in. You must be Loida. Loy stands up suddenly. Yes, he immediately introduced himself. I am not, a gardening expert. Now, let's talk about the project. Not sat down facing him and couldn't help but assess. He looks like he's just starting out, yet they say he's very skilled. He pursed his lips and thought I was born a commoner. Over the past 30 years, I have dedicated my skills and reputation to this field. It's completely different from the easy life you had as a noble. Compared to me, you're nothing. He spoke up first. From now on, for this mission, you will work with me. What? What did you say? He slightly chuckled with a puzzled expression when he saw your reaction. Loy immediately bowed his head to the table. Someone inexperienced and lucky like me? I apologize for saying we could work together, Your Excellency, to someone I deeply respect. He looked up at him with a very serious expression and said, I want to learn from you. Just recognizing my own shortcomings would be an honor for me. He was completely surprised by the strange behavior of a noble like Lloyd Frontera. He smiled with satisfaction. Is that so? It thought to itself. This guy knows that too. The next day, with clear blue skies and white clouds, at a tea table in the garden, Nod excitedly slammed down the design on the table. Is that the complete design for the garden? Liho praised him. That's amazing. You can master the details of this field in just one day. Of course. How do you think I did? I finished this in just one day. Keep praising me. You truly are a genius. Could you handle this part as well? He still hasn't figured anything out, but agrees very quickly. Of course. He then slammed another drawing onto the table. I've finished everything. You're truly useless. Ha ha ha. You pretended to jump in surprise. How is that possible? If I interfere, I'll only mess things up. It remains very confident, of course. Then he carried the drawings and began to carry out the plan. The survey started. Stop blocking me, you dimwit. Loy responded with all her might. Yes, I remember now. From afar, it hummed and danced happily, humming to itself, truly a genius. After he left, Loy quickly turned around and headed in the opposite direction. He has already hung a hammock under the tree in the forest, and now he's about to climb into it. Lying back and relaxing under the cool shade, Loy chuckles happily, ha 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 ha. Easy going, always watching out for free trials and being cautious in his work. He always encourages it to work tirelessly. Thanks to talents like it, lazy people like me can enjoy life. Ha ha. The night sky gradually descends over Alicia's palace. The place holding the remains of the great dragon is still guarded strictly by soldiers changing shifts, but something seems different about the bones inside. A purple light suddenly flashes in the dark hollow eye sockets, burning with a crackling sound as a vengeful voice echoes in the subconscious. I am Taga. I will never surrender. Alicia Magentano, I will kill you. In the following days, it stood on a vast high cliff, arms outstretched with Lloyd Frontera. Imagine the pure nature here, with an unprecedented sense of order and breathtaking scenery. His eyes have become hollow, but inside he is burning with determination. Why do you think humanity longs for the power of gods? Because only a god has the ability to create, to craft something out of nothing. Do you think anyone is closest to the concept of a god? Loy glanced quietly, listening to it ramble. Because I created a beautiful garden, I feel proud of myself. I am like a god myself, he thought to himself about this old man. Seeing that excited expression, he also had to admit that he truly loved what he was doing. Truly a remarkable person. Lloyd's smile grew even more ambitious. I must ensure I gain more benefits from him. After saying that, Not chuckled and planned to leave. I have a meeting with others involved in this construction, so since you don't understand much, you probably don't need to join. Lo bows respectfully to see him off. I feel very ashamed of myself. I will work tirelessly to become someone worthy of a seat at that meeting. Not continues to jump for joy after going quite far. Loi sneered and couldn't imagine sitting still here. He quickly transformed, summoning the adorable, super-powered pet girls. The wild Bebung kids also appeared looking super cool. Loi shouted in satisfaction. Let's play. Bodong plays the role of the male lead side, while Bai Bung is the villain. A wild Bai Bung has appeared. Loi angrily orders. Bodong uses Thunderbolt, he shouts out loud, then braces himself to use his move. Loi greedily cheers as Bodong's lips tighten. While he was happily playing, elsewhere there was the sound of frantic footsteps of someone running for their life. Habil Asrahan, panting and worried, ran swiftly without stopping. Over here, Loi threw a pine cone at Bebung, who shouted out, "You're mine!" But he managed to dodge quickly. As for Habil Asrahan, he ran too slowly, so he jumped onto a tree and sped away. The adorable hippo also played the villain, pushing Loi with its head and making him choke on his saliva. Abo Pachu is causing trouble. Lloyd drops to his knees, clutching his stomach and trembling. Then he suddenly sat up energetically. The little crown is so happy. It's enough, Pepsi. Sitting around won't make money. At this moment, Habil Asrahan had already rushed over. He shouted to young Master Loin. His face was full of horror. The queen is here. Loi feels like thunder has struck his ears, his smile twitching at the corners. He quickly flips over the coffee table, stacking a pile of various drawings on top, then sits there rubbing his forehead and covering his eyes with Habil Asrahan beside him, as if lost in a painful thought. Alicia walks over and glares at him silently for a long time. Loi pretends to be surprised, as if he just discovered her. Immediately after, he knelt down and raised his buttocks. The servant respectfully bowed before the true owner of this land. Alicia sneered contemptuously. Don't you think it's a bit pretentious? She coldly closed her eyes and assessed him. You've been playing around, haven't you? Loi Feng's cheeks puffed up in protest, but in the end he couldn't defend himself. Do you think Lord Not is a fool? Going from a commoner to a noble is not just about being diligent. Loi's head broke out in a cold sweat. Is he accusing me? A moment ago, Not knelt before Alicia to report. The gods have some matters to report to you. Your Majesty, she simply replied coldly. It was only because of his orders that he mentioned the skeleton. The dragon statue made from bones was built before your statue in the center of the garden, and the ship was created to evaluate the perfection of all those things. Remembering that intense flow, Not continued, having thought a lot about how they should be created. However, due to the difference in water levels between the start and end points, the movement was too fast. He hesitated for a moment, and at that moment he had no solution at all. Alicia resting her chin in thought. So you want to dismiss that idea? Is it okay if I answer with a half-closed eye? The young man Loi Frontera proposed a solution. He started explaining the principle of the water flow he created. He suggested we build a step before the starting point and install a valve at the end of that step. Once the boat is inside, we will close the rear valve and lower the water level by pumping water out. When the levels are equal, we will open the front valve and let the boat pass through. According to what he said, the boat should be able to flow smoothly around from high to low. Not also added, we can solve other problems too with his help. And every time a problem was solved, he would say, he remembers Lloyd Frontera's expression. I am just a fool who only talks about lofty ideas. Whether this plan is feasible or not, only someone wise and experienced like you can decide. Not respectfully bows and praises him. He solved the problem with extensive experience and talent, but always credits the deity. He gave up his own desire to have fun and instead dedicated himself to helping with the reconstruction. Now, standing before Lloyd Frontera, Alicia still hears the words of the note echoing in her mind. The deity wants to say that she truly is a shining example of someone capable, while the one who doesn't realize she's being praised is still sweating nervously. What should I say to defend myself? The queen won't brand me as a traitor to the kingdom, right? Alicia calmly ordered, raised her head and lowered her hips before I could get into her. He quickly shifted back and lowered his hips as he wanted. Her eyes kept assessing her, and suddenly the atmosphere fell into silence. Alicia suddenly smiled and said, I am very satisfied with what you have done. Keep up the good work. Loi was worried but still didn't understand how. After a while, seeing the group leave without him getting up, he hesitated for a long time, then forced a reluctant smile out of concern. I guess the queen didn't realize I was just joking, Habil Asrahan said with a nonchalant sneer. He always seems to get lucky in situations like this. When Loi turned his head with a loud he immediately changed the subject. It's nothing. Please continue enjoying yourselves. In the land of Magentano, autumn passes and winter covers everything with snow. The large garden project continues without end, while Loy's figure keeps playing in the snow. Me too. I haven't rested at all because I don't know when I'll get to enjoy myself like that again. As the flowers of the kingdom begin to bloom, spring arrives. The cactus skeletons and the surrounding water channels are also completed on schedule. The garden was completed with a magnificent wedding ring. After the river viewing ceremony, a feast was held in the garden. The people below look up at Alicia on the high platform and discuss. She is the queen of the Magentano kingdom. He has a special aura around him that makes him stand out from others. Loy nibbled on a large thigh and glanced at an aristocrat, praising him with bright eyes. The kingdom of Queen Magentano is the strongest in the world. Our country aims to build friendly relations. He silently judged in his heart, knowing it well. The reason she wanted to create a grand garden was to show the public that the kingdom was not lacking in resources and wealth. I guess the neighboring countries will just bow to her. Suddenly, someone beside him caught his attention. Loy looked at Habil Azrahan holding the cake without eating and asked, "Why aren't you eating anything?" He silently stared at the piece of cake. "There's something about this that I don't like. Are you saying it's too fancy?" Habil Azrahan hesitated, then lowered his eyes and added, "I think young Master Loy is truly unlucky." Loy, with bloodshot eyes, clenched his teeth and grabbed his collar. "Do you like to pick a fight with me? What is it? Why don't you like it?" Habil Azrahan immediately corrects himself. "Oh, that's not what I meant." "No, I don't think so. Do you remember Quarmo and the suspension bridge? Every time you do something and then have a party, a trouble will follow." Habil Azrahan sneered. "If it happens again this time, you will definitely be a truly unlucky person." Loy clenched his fists in frustration. "You speak as if it's about to happen," but just as he finished his sentence, a loud noise almost made him bite his tongue. The entire party fell silent as the top of the skeleton dropped to the ground. Alicia nervously widened her eyes in fear, Not clutched his head, speechless with terror. Lloyd gasped in horror. "No way." I used my own simulation skill, and it has never failed before, but Habil Azrahan next to me pushed him back. Young Master Lid is about to run quickly. Loy feels even more uneasy hearing that. "What?" He looked at his tense face with confusion. "Run away? Hey, don't look so scared." Watching the explosive power in the skeleton, he muttered, "What is happening to this pile of bones?" The enormous energy source began to explode into the sky. It seems to cover the dark sky of Magentano, forming a tornado that can be seen even from outside Earth. Suddenly, the previously immobile skeleton's eyes flash red as it stares intently at the statue before it. That is also the statue carved from Alicia's likeness. The skeleton's gaze is fixed on it, revealing the ability to recognize the person in front of it. Magentano, the dragon's head, which was separated from its body, suddenly begins to reconnect with a pink energy. In its eyes, there is anger and resentment as it recalls what happened when you beheaded it. Immediately after, the head was reattached to the body as if it had never been separated before. It turns out this skeleton was prearranged. I have transferred my soul into this skeleton, and now Taga's spirit controls it, unleashing its power. A loud roar echoed. Perhaps this was the moment it had been waiting for, a long time, and now I have fully returned. Immediately after the furious roar, the skeleton aimed directly at the statue of the person who had beheaded it and raised its leg. It forcefully stomped on Alicia's statue, shattering it. After destroying Alicia's statue, the skeleton quickly turned its head with a look of hatred at those present. The royal knights and Alicia clenched their teeth, tightly gripping their weapons. The skeleton moved and roared at the people there. At that moment, Alicia could no longer stay still. She drew her sword and charged forward, shouting loudly to threaten. "If you don't want to die, just give it up," a thought suddenly appears in her mind. This monster is covered in mana that blankets the sky. Only a swordsman or higher can defeat it. Without saying much, Alicia, full of bravado, charged with her sword towards the skeleton, but it suddenly swung its hand forcefully, knocking everyone at the party, including Alicia, away. Remembering the recent counterattack, it suddenly felt strange. Is it because I'm not used to this body? I still can't move quickly, but I quickly dismiss that thought as unimportant. Looking down at the chaotic scene before me, from the trees to the banquet table, people are sprawled on the ground, and I scoff disdainfully. Those humans are just like ants compared to me. Suddenly, the skeleton rose up, its wings behind it immediately covered in mana and spread wide. Alicia, witnessing this scene, clenched her teeth in anger and silently calculated, knowing that weapons alone couldn't kill it. If so, then she shouted out, "Lie Lloyd Frontera." After her call, everyone suddenly bent their legs and ran away, especially Loy, who charged forward with all his might. Seeing that, Alicia suddenly froze as if she realized something. An idea flashed through her mind. That's right, Javier Azrahan. If it's him, Alicia shouted his name. Lord Azrahan. At the same time, Javier Azrahan appeared out of nowhere and ran up beside Lloyd Frontera. This time, Alicia was also stunned, but in a way you wouldn't expect, as she had already been ignored, and the two of them ran side by side like in a speed race, jumping over a banquet table without hesitation and continuing to run desperately without stopping, then encountering a fountain blocking the way, but they didn't hesitate to jump over it again. Then Javier turned and said, "If we run away, you won't get paid." Hearing that, Lo widened his eyes in anger and cursed. Does this money-hungry guy only have money in his mind? You can only spend money if you're alive. I'm so tired of you. Hearing Loy say that, Javi's face darkened and 1,000 questions flashed through his mind. What does he mean? Suddenly, Javi stepped forward, stopping when he saw Loy running ahead and shouting in confusion. "Hey, what's going on? Why are you stopping?" Javi calmly replied, "If we keep running alone, our area will soon be in danger too. I must protect your honey jar." But unexpectedly, Javier, who had fallen behind, replied, "That thing is 100 times more urgent than you. Give up. Keep running." Javi stood there watching his back as he ran away, without any intention of stopping, and simply said matter-of-factly, "He won't stop, right?" Suddenly, Javier's face became determined. "Please keep running. Even if I die, I will stay here." At this moment, Taga begins to gather mana in his mouth, then immediately unleashes his attack. Luckily, Alicia managed to dodge in time. That power unleashes a shockwave that shakes the ground, sending fragments flying everywhere. Alicia instinctively dodges and raises her hands to block, while Taga shows no sign of stopping and concentrates his mana on the next roar. Suddenly, Taga launches an attack on Alicia, who is in a vulnerable position. At the critical moment, Javier appears just in time, shouting out, "Aura! Bomb!" The sword in my hand unleashes its mana power to strike at Taga. That attack was aimed directly at Taga's head, but thanks to Javier's force, Taga's strike on Alicia was deflected elsewhere. Seeing someone blocking his way, he blew out waves of water balloon-like attacks towards Javier, feeling annoyed. Annoying little pests. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Javier kept dodging Taga's attacks, silently thinking that even if they missed, if they hit, I would die instantly. I never expected Taga's water balloon-like attacks could pierce through the sky itself. At this point, Alicia could no longer stand still, and fiercely swung her sword to attack Taga. At that moment, Javier counterattacked Taga, one striking from above at his head, and the other attacking his lower body in a perfectly coordinated move. Suddenly, Taga chuckled to himself happily. "Aha, I've started to get used to this body. I have full control over it now." Immediately, Taga spread his wings wide, then he was able to flap them and take off. Seeing that, Javier quickly reached out to block Alicia, and the two looked up at Taga, spreading their wings in shock. At this moment, he had gained the high ground and unleashed a barrage of attacks like rain, causing explosions wherever they hit. Both of them desperately ran to avoid Taga's rain-like assaults. Suddenly, Loy appears at a critical moment, grinding his teeth as he swings his hand holding a squirrel. At that moment, Loy, riding the white bird Go-Min, fiercely struck down the squirrel and shouted, "BB chose his opponent." BB Onji bites the seed in his hand and screams. Suddenly, Bebeong's body enlarges alongside Tagaga. BB immediately jumps onto Taga's back, forcing him to kneel and scream as if a heavy weight is pressing down on him. Unable to stand firm, collapsing to the ground. Taking that opportunity, Loy rode the white bird Go-Min and successfully saved both of them. Taga slowly got up after the collision, looking confused and puzzled. What? What is this? At that moment, BB quickly shrank and ran away. All three are now standing on Go-Min's back, watching Taga looking around confused. Suddenly, Lloyd shouts, "Go-Min now! The enemy is sinking." Hearing Lloyd say that, Go-Min shyly stammered, "Oh, Go-Min. She means like people are watching." Bodong saw his friend feeling shy and patted him on the back to encourage him. "Come on, Bodong's brother. If he's like that, what about Bun? Go quickly." Immediately after, Go-Min desperately tries to warn them as bird droppings rain down like a storm. And the one who bears it all is none other than Taga. The bird droppings flow like water, pouring down on his head. Taga was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he became furious, then stood up and roared in anger. "Do you have any plans? Please forgive me, I have no choice." At this point, Go-Min had already flown everyone through the clouds, Loy continued. The god wouldn't have expected Taga to also chase through the clouds, while Go-Min used all his strength to flap his wings faster to catch up with Loy and reveal the plan that Jiangdo, that sacrifice, was for someone much stronger than him. Then Loy shouted, "Long King!" The image of a black-scaled dragon appears in Loy's mind. The Dragon King was once mentioned in the novel Steel Blood Knight. The gentle and peaceful dragon maintains order among the dragons and cares for humans while everyone is trying to escape from Taga's pursuit. Then Loy thought, the Dragon King won't let this zombie lizard cause trouble. It seems to be in a place called Gapo. Then Loy turned to Queen Alicia and asked, how far is Gapel? Gapeo, that's over there. At this rate, it'll take us the whole day to get there. Why are you asking? Damn it. Suddenly, Taga rushed to the wall, opened his mouth wide, then fiercely bit down. Luckily, Go-Min dodged just in time. Realizing he had followed all the way to the wall, Lid turned around with a look of confusion. Why so fast? Do I have to fly for a day when that thing is tailing me? Javier drew his sword, wary as he looked at Taga, and asked, will there be a way to deal with it when we reach Gapo? Loy immediately confirms, absolutely 100%. I mean, yes, we have to get there. At that moment, Javier raised his sword, gritting his teeth as he looked at Taga, then launched a bomb aura attack with a powerful surge of mana heading straight for him. Seeing this, Taga felt amused and thought, with that move, you can't do anything to me. But what he didn't expect was that Javi attacked one of his wings. Surprised by the sudden assault, Taga screamed inwardly. Loy turned around and said, well done, Javi, that's good, keep going. That action only made Taga angrier, and he rushed forward, muttering to himself, how dare you play such a cowardly trick, and suddenly urging her, Alicia, to give me that sword quickly. Did you get scared when he suddenly called your secret name? Alicia Loy nervously replied. There's no more time, just give it here. Alicia was stunned for a moment. You, Loy, keep urging the sword, the sword. She obediently hands it to him and whispers, okay. Holding the sword in his hand, Loy shouted, we will strike where it cannot avoid. As he said that, the sword in Loy's hand immediately glowed. Immediately afterward, he shouted with a face that seemed to have pushed himself to the limit, his expression contorting. Taga also didn't hesitate to rush forward, and suddenly Alicia felt stunned. Both Javier and Loy simultaneously launch powerful attacks directly at Taga. Loy's strength strikes Taga's wing. On this side, Javier attacked the other wing of him. Suddenly, Lloyd shouted, what is going on? It's getting stronger. As soon as the words are spoken, Lai's face suddenly contorts in pain from the impact behind. At this moment, Alicia is holding Lloyd and says, Lord Azrahan, help me lift him up. Seeing that, Javier is slightly stunned. Oh. Without saying a word, Javier quickly helped Alicia lift Lloyd's body and held his mouth shut, while she held his legs. Seeing that, Lloyd shouted in panic, what are you doing? Suddenly, Taga lunged forward, opening his mouth wide as if about to swallow Loy whole, who looked terrified, eyes wide open and mouth agape. At that moment, Alicia focused her mana into her hand and shouted, fire on my command. The command was issued. She quickly swung her hand to slap Loy hard on the buttocks, causing him to cry out in pain. Taga, flying nearby, froze and stared in disbelief. Lost in thought, he was suddenly blown back. Seeing her plan succeed, Alicia happily praised. You did it, Lloyd Frontera. Your face has become useful. After that attack, Lloyd suddenly burst into tears of helpless sorrow. While being thrown far away, Taga realized that yes, it's him, the one who cured Magentano's poison, pushed back my master army, and defeated the Hell Knight. But seeing Leeds' wide-eyed, foaming-mouthed face, he was stunned. Oh my God, I was so startled I almost dropped my heart. Even though I don't have a heart to drop, why does life have such a terrible ending? Suddenly, Taga flapped his wings and continued to chase, thinking that anyway, it's good to settle the score with both enemies at once. Seeing Taga flying back, Alicia kept slapping Loy repeatedly. Shoot! Shoot! Loy opened his mouth wide, tears and snot streaming down, while she kept hitting his butt and shouting for him to shoot. Fire! But surprisingly, Taga used a trick to blindfold himself, and seeing this, everyone was panic-stricken. No way, I can't believe it used mana to cover its eyes. Does it hate your face that much? Wait a moment, Your Highness. Why do you keep using my face all the time? Suddenly, Javi came up with an idea. Your Highness, please use mana to cover your ears. Young Master Lai shout with a hellish scream. Lloyd immediately objected, that's my singing voice. That bastard. Javier immediately replied. Anything will do? Go ahead. Seeing Javier urging him, Loy immediately shouted and used all his special abilities to entertain Taga with the melody he was most confident in. But unexpectedly, he also covered his ears. Everyone was surprised. That monster is fast, covering its ears and eyes while chasing us. How can it keep up? At this moment, both of them drop Loy and Alicia angrily shouts, damn it, you used it up. Then Loy clenched his fist, gritting his teeth and thinking, I was wrong. My plan to use my royal heart has failed, which means we have no choice but to defeat it. Does it have any weaknesses? Does a monster like this have any weaknesses? Thinking of that, Loy suddenly remembered something. A memory suddenly appeared of Alicia smiling gently and telling him, hold the tailbone. and remember to add something else to it. Immediately, Loie seemed to find a savior. It has a weakness. At this moment, everyone was rushing to escape from Taga, and he refused to give up, staying close behind. At this moment, Taga was lost in thought. I am becoming stronger. I am growing more powerful every day, even if I have to give up my human form. Both sides are now quite far apart. But a thought crossed his mind that I have become an existence beyond nature itself. And immediately, he sped up to chase closely behind. Gom, sensing the danger, Lai patted his back to signal Go Min to use his spider silk. Upon receiving the command, he spat out a mass of silk to entangle Taga's head, just as a scream rang out, "Ah, you only know how to cause trouble for me." Suddenly everything went quiet, and Taga suddenly realized, where did they go? While he was searching, everyone had already moved up to his location, and Alicia and Javier jumped down. Lid was watching from above and shouted, the fourth tailbone from the pelvis downward. Having identified the target, Javier immediately strikes. Aiming directly at the marked spot, Javier shouted, "Here it comes." The attack immediately struck down, causing that spot to crack, and he shouted out that the fake bone was made of granite. Still, I know it. Even if it's fake, it probably still has the power of the dragon enhanced. But as soon as he was ambushed and cried out in pain, Javier held his sword tightly against his opponent's tail attack and thought to himself, "We have two sword masters on our side." Then Alicia swung her sword and shouted, "Lloyd Frontera." Then she shouted angrily, questioning, "You said that bone was from a whale's tail." Lloyd immediately explained, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. Saving resources and effort is always a good thing." At this moment, Alicia fiercely swings her sword down, and with a decisive strike, she manages to break the crucial bone in Taga's tail. Lloyd clenches his fists, smiles brightly, and says, "Just like that." Then the tail was separated from his body and Taga lost his balance, crashing headfirst and screaming in pain. A sigh echoed through a mansion. Phew. Right now, Loy is lying there shirtless, with his hands under his head, wearing shorts and long socks that have long been torn, humming a song about shining sunlight and countless golden flowers, while Javier stands there helplessly watching and muttering, "When will you put on your clothes?" Hearing that, Loy couldn't help but ask, "Why you look so happy?" I said, "Just forget it." Then Javi spoke from outside, asking for the clothes. Loy looked up and listened. At this point, Javi asks himself when he will finally call the Count and Countess his parents. This question makes him pause, lips pressed together in thought. That's a really surprising question. Suddenly, Javi's face darkened and his voice carried a hint of sadness. "Even though I want to call them parents, I can't do that now." At this moment, Javi continues to share his thoughts. He could call them, but chose to use titles. Hearing that, Loy silently wondered, what should I do now? They are not my real parents, and if I call them that, I am only hurting them. Tudwang Javi's eyes. "Oh, I apologize. Just mentioning the words parents makes me emotional. I might have spoken a bit too much. Please rest now." Loy was also lost in thought at that moment. That's right, he lost both his parents, and then he thought about the portrait of his own parents. It turns out you're just like him. Your parents are really gone. Javi was about to leave when Loy asked, "How are your parents? Do you remember?" Javi immediately responded, "Are you asking out of genuine curiosity?" Loy replied calmly, "Yes, I really want to find out about them." After losing his balance from being cut off from his tail, he fell hard to the ground and quickly surged upward with great speed as he landed. Where Taga fell, it created a long hole. Then he struggled to get up trembling, muttering, "Damn it, I lost my balance." Suddenly, Podong, with glowing eyes, descended from above, immediately throwing a punch at Taga's head, causing him pain but not to scream because he couldn't speak as he was just a skeleton. Both Alicia and Lloyd landed safely not far from each other. At that moment, Lloyd raised his sword, recited the spell name, and unleashed a massive explosion of fire. But the flames missed because Podong was there. Seeing that, Taga mocked him, thinking he couldn't control the direction. Where is this sleepyhead aiming? He can't even speak and he's overthinking so much. At the same time, Javier appears, gritting his teeth as he wields his sword directly at Taga, unleashing mana to attack, then rushes forward shouting and plunges his sword into him. Loy concentrates intensely, reaching out to cast, aiming with precision. Instantly, a large amount of mana erupts, forming multiple branches that attack in all directions. Javier also ignores the danger and continues to thrust his sword fiercely at Taga, while Loy also unleashes all his abilities to attack him. The system voice suddenly announces that your mental mana skill has leveled up, greatly enhancing your zombie's mana purification ability. At that moment, Alicia flew over, wielding her sword infused with mana and charged forward. She struck powerfully, causing the area hit by her sword to shatter immediately. Taga roars in pain, still holding on to his faith. All right, we will win. The system's notifications sound rapidly. A new skill option has appeared. Half human, half dragon, you have absorbed a large amount of dragon mana. The dragon trait has been added to your mana core. Dragons you encounter will be interested in you. All three work together. Javi strikes with his sword, Alicia swings down her blade, and Loy unleashes his mana. In his memory, Lloyd suddenly recalls a conversation with Javi. Why? Are you asking that question because it's strange? Javi immediately replied, Yes, because you, sir, are not the type to be interested in others. Lloyd replied quietly, I don't know why I was curious either. You're not even her friend. At that moment, Loy was lost in those memories and didn't realize the danger approaching as Taga's severed tail suddenly fell. Javier was the one who discovered the danger. At first he sang with panic and shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. I never expected that just when everything was hanging by a thread, Javier would rush in to shield me from the falling tail, and I was stunned to see him suddenly come to my rescue. After being hit by the tail, Javier spat out a mouthful of blood, and seeing this, Loy quickly moved to avoid Javier's tail and then seemed drained of life, collapsing. With a strong push, Javier was thrown away and landed near the flowing water, his shirt torn apart. Then he sank into the cold water. Taga, no longer restrained from multiple sides, suddenly leapt up, knocking Podong away and shouted. The tail, which had been cut off, was suddenly pulled back with a force, and then it was reattached as if nothing had happened. Loy was now kneeling on the ground, trembling, raising his hand, tearfully calling out Javier. He shouted your name in despair. Javier. While Lloyd was distracted, Taga from behind raised his leg to crush him. In the midst of the urgent situation, Alicia quickly pulled Lai away from death and then grabbed his collar, shouting. Lloyd Frontera calmed down and thought as he always did. Then Alicia shouted directly at him with urgency. Without him, the kingdom will collapse. Find a way to save Javier like you saved me. At that moment, Loy felt stunned, but I didn't know what to do. Javier's mana had completely disappeared instantly. I can't save someone who has been like that. At this moment, Taga looked down at the person sitting there. Javier is sinking deeper into the water, his broken sword making his limbs limp, but his consciousness remains. A blue light appears in his mind, and Javier believes he can expand and connect them. Suddenly, the light shrinks and disappears, and he panics, feeling his aura fade away. Is this my end? Even though he was in danger himself, he kept thinking that he had to save him. At the same time, Alicia was carrying Loy and running wildly forward. Behind them, Taga was growling as he chased after them. Suddenly, Loy on Alicia's back opened his eyes, his mood sinking as he blamed himself for not using his share to see the spoil ending. I should have gathered more RP to become stronger. Thinking of Javier drowning in the cold water, he was determined to save him. Loy closes her eyes tightly, determined to achieve her goal. I can do this. Imagining Javier gritting his teeth and enduring, he opened his eyes with determination to succeed. Immediately, Lloyd shouted, Your Majesty, please let me down. So she was startled, huh? After a quick nod to Alicia, he took a run-up on her back and charged down. Underwater, Javier is struggling to hold on. At this moment, he stretches his arm forward with all his might. Lloyd dives down quickly, reaching out to Javier with determination to save his friend, their hands desperately grasping each other. After struggling for a while, they finally touched each other. Lloyd tried to transfer energy so Javier could absorb my mana. Habil Azrahan's eyes widened in extreme tension as he tried his best to follow. Lloyd's body shone brightly, completely separated from the surrounding darkness. His mana gradually transfers into Habil's body, while Taga is attacking Alika Germani on the shore. Suddenly, a white round object flew quickly from somewhere and hit Taga straight in the face, leaving him stunned. It streaked powerfully towards the distance, causing Alika Johnny to dodge aside, just as a huge explosion erupted, sending dust flying everywhere. Under the lake, Lloyd struggles to pull Habil up. Receiving a great source of power from Lloyd Frontera, Habil is taken aback. It's very unusual, the mana of young Master Lin. The mana he received from Loin is truly very different from normal. No, is it still mana? I feel like something's not right. It looks like mana, but it belongs to another world, completely different, as if this thing has gone beyond the limits of this world. On the shore, Komin was flying and trying to throw white objects everywhere. Those objects kept falling on Taga, making him furious. In an instant, he charged forward at an incredible speed. Taga rushes to attack Komin. Under the riverbed, Habil receives a great source of power from Loy, but he cannot control it. Ugh, I can't control it. On the shore, Bio swiftly leaps up to assist her. He stood motionless, then suddenly turned his back and unleashed a powerful black smoke like an atomic bomb that engulfed Taga, making him unable to breathe. Alec seizes the opportunity and strikes with her sword. Suddenly, her body stiffens as dark power takes over half of her. Enraged, Alika yells, "Damn it, why does it have to be right now?" She was knocked to the ground by Taga's attack, her sword plunging into the river, Habil gradually giving up, eyes closed tightly. "Sorry. You have taken on the appearance of young Master Lai. Your mana is beyond my understanding. I try to open my eyes, sorry I cannot stay by your side any longer." Loi's face contorted in agony, tears and snot streaming down. Habil shouted loudly, unleashing all his strength as the blue light merged into one. They merge together, and the system appears. After seeing your face from hell, Javi understood what is called beyond the law of cause and effect. On the shore, Alika, painfully clutching her face, collapsed. Min quickly flew to her rescue. Alec successfully lands on his back. The system continues to notify. Javier is controlling the mana from the upper world, received from you. His body has ignored some parts of the law of cause and effect. Hippo and Simin hide behind Bel and Pung, terrified. Taga opens his mouth wide, forming a huge energy sphere, his cheeks puffed painfully as he struggles to endure. Every cell in Javier's body now functions like a mana heart, emitting a powerful light from Habil's body that forms a giant glowing pair of wings. At this moment, Taga releases a sphere of power from his mouth to attack them, but they are unafraid, their eyes wide with wonder as they look at Habil appearing with huge wings carrying him in his arms. His eyes rolled back, his mouth still spewing water as the river water remained on his lips. Taga looked at Habil in surprise. "What? I didn't even see him coming, but he suddenly appeared in front of me?" Habil didn't hesitate. Immediately dropping to the ground, he swung his hand and the sword gradually appeared. Despite being much smaller than Taga, he was not afraid and quickly swung the sword around him. It didn't take long for his body to vanish after being struck by his various colored swords. Soon, Taga gradually disappeared, forming small cube-shaped blocks. The blocks fell to the ground. Habil sheathed his sword and Loi regained his strength, kneeling to stand up. He looked at Habil in amazement. "Javier, he did it. He has become the strongest human in the world, the one mentioned in the Iron Blood Knight." Habil stands tall with a proud, powerful body, a great master. Loi breaks the silence with a voice, and Habiel turns to look at him. He said, "From now on, you will take on all tasks related to cutting. I thank you silently in my heart for still being alive." Habil looked at him with contempt. Then suddenly he chuckled softly. He also thought to himself, "So do I." At this moment, the kids burst into tears and rushed into Loin's arms. Alec let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward while the two quickly bowed in greeting. Suddenly, the system displayed the number of lives you had saved, 23, 513, that's 442. The number immediately kept increasing rapidly, jumping repeatedly until it finally stopped at 31 482. Wow, if that zombie lizard is still alive, he must have killed over 10 million people, right? The system replies, no, the number of lives he directly caused harm to is below that figure. He asked further, why do I have so many points? Really? The system responds, suppose among the people you have saved, one of them builds a solid business. The work created by that person in the company could save a family. When their child grows up, he will save someone who falls into the water, and that person will be a doctor. He managed to create an amazing medicine. Loi attentively reads the information from the system. The effect chain of all these events is carefully considered and added to the boy as if it were a DP. The life he saves doesn't just affect one person. He chuckled softly, thinking that if one DP could transfer 1,000 gold, he would become a happy man. The system immediately rebutted. Forget about it. Suddenly Habil called young Master Lai. He glanced over and, Habil, referring to the block, said, I hear that dragon bones are indestructible. I think we need to do something with this. At this moment, the blocks suddenly start to move. He asks, should I cut a bit deeper now that it's beginning to move? Loi immediately intervened. No. The system announces the dominance of level 2 zombie corpses. He sneers and says, let it revive. The system then updates, listing the things you can dominate. Zombie monsters. Brother Moss smirked darkly, his tone sinister. I have tons of places to put this to good use. At this moment, the system added another item. The Bone Dragon. Taga's body gradually disintegrates before everyone's eyes. His bones turn into small cube-shaped blocks falling to the ground. Loi glanced unexpectedly. Taga let out a loud cry of pain. The system appeared and asked, do you want to purify the parasitic soul embedded in the bones of the dragon bone? He smirked and agreed. Of course I do. Suddenly, Loi was transported into a different dimension. The system announced that your mind had been transferred into the dragon's skull, defeating the Dark Wizard King Taga and claiming the dragon's bones. He reads the system information, stroking his chin in thought. Ah, so he transferred his soul into the dragon's bones before being cut by the queen. Suddenly something caught his attention. He turned around and behind him was the image of a man kneeling down. The system displays information. Taga, male, 47 years old, dark mage, i.e., 70 centimeters tall, weighs 78 kilo, slightly overweight, low blood pressure, difficulty reading, enjoys spicy meat and salty food, single, has never dated before. When trying to clear nasal obstructions, he covers one nostril and blows forcefully through the other. After reading all this nonsense, he mutters, "Damn it, so much information, I don't care about any of this." Taga suddenly spoke, and Loey silently watched him. He said, "I have possessed a cursed demon since birth, and the people in my village have discriminated against and bullied my family." He burst into tears, crying out loud, "My mother called me a monster." Loy listened carefully as he poured out his feelings. She said she had ruined her life, and it was the greatest regret of her life. "But I still love my mother." Then one day the people of Loy interrupted him. "So, what if I am?" He didn't hesitate and threw a powerful punch directly at his face. Taga gradually disappeared after his thunderous punch. The system notification, "You have successfully purified the parasitic soul." He regains his senses and returns to the original scene. At this moment, Taga in front of him is gradually regaining the form of the dragon. The system reports that the skeleton dragon is now under the control of the undead's dominion. Loey's soul has left the body, suddenly shooting up through his nose and jolting him awake. Taga approaches him, and the system requests you to say hello to the newly self-aware core dragon. The words you choose will determine your relationship with it. He sneered and said, "I am your father," immediately. Taga opens his mouth to create a giant sphere of power. Habiel and Alika draw their swords and get into fighting stance, but he doesn't understand what's going on. Did I fail to manipulate it? He didn't attack them, but unleashed his power into the sky. That huge sphere transforms into a giant glowing heart shape in the sky. Taga flaps his wings, forming a heart shape that flies toward the one calling him. Father Loy looked at him proudly. The two others had very displeased expressions. He reached out and touched it. Taga obediently let him pat his head. He said, "I will give you a name." He said, "You are not a zombie or a cursed existence. You are a proud creature even among dragons. I confidently name you Yongyung Habil Alisa, and the entire system clearly recognizes that name. You're so incompetent, utterly incompetent enough to argue back while the system keeps silent." "So, what if I did? I studied natural sciences." The system told people not to look down on those who study natural sciences, and he hugged Yongyung tightly, praising him endlessly. "My precious little one, I love you so much. My beloved Yongyung is a treasure, my greatest heavy-duty machine." Alika was speechless as she looked at him. She glanced at Habil behind her, secretly thinking Javier Azrahan must have reached the level of a great master, a legendary existence who could even cut down gods. She looked at Yongyung and thought that the idiot's name was too fitting. A power capable of destroying an entire nation on its own. She looked at Lloyd Frontera, thinking that the man could destroy the world in a single morning. "He is beyond my reach now." They return to the kingdom. Alika stands on the highest step and speaks. "I have caused many people to worry because of my impulsive actions. I take responsibility for everything that happened." Her hand is placed on a talking orb. The reason no one was injured in such a massive disaster is because of Loy, and she always credits Loy for his contributions. At this point, she suddenly stopped speaking. Below, Loy shook his head vigorously. He signaled for her not to mention him. His face drooped as he clasped his hands together in a plea. Alika smiled softly, the most powerful human in the world, a person with a dream of becoming a wealthy man and living peacefully in the countryside. A despicable person. Take her away. She ignored his pleas and shouted his name loudly. Everything depended on Lloyd Frontera's efforts. All eyes are on him. Everyone turns to talk and laugh, making him lose his nerve. Alika stuck out her tongue playfully. Loy below didn't know how to escape. The game gradually turned into evening. Loy laughed out loud with joy. "Delicious. The queen promised to pay me 2 billion gold coins for the restoration. It feels like I can sense an entire dragon now." Grr, grr. Habil, sitting with a pillow, asked, "Did you forget that we almost died?" Loy said, "The difficult word is almost, right there. Everyone is still alive. No one has died. That's all there is to it. You keep bragging. Wow, I can do more than just sit around all day. Now I can live a life like an emperor. Cuckoo." Habil looked at him speechless. Habi asked if he was something like a god. "You keep talking. Oh, I'm quite suspicious of that now. If it were true, you wouldn't look like that." Loy shouted in shame. "You want to get out of here forever?" "Damn it." Habil calmly asked. "Where exactly is Loy now? Is he dead?" Loy remained silent, unsure how to answer. "I hesitate. I don't know." I continued speaking. "When I woke up, I was already in this body." Habil asked, "So you didn't intentionally take over Loy's body, right?" He decided not to ask anymore and lay down on the chair with a blindfold, then went to sleep. "All right, sing a lullaby," Loy asked helplessly. "Huh? Is that all? Do you believe what I say?" Habil says you always make a displeased face, never feeling ashamed. Whenever he lies or tells the truth, he always has a vulnerable expression. Loy remained silent, unsure of what to say. Suddenly there was a knocking at the door outside. "Come in." Habil suddenly sat up and took off the blindfold. The person entering was Enic. The two of them asked confusedly, "Who are you? You just came in after telling us that?" "I can't sense mana from him. He's not a living creature." "I am the dragon spirit, or more precisely, a message from Enic, the original soul of the Kotlong you defeated." "Oh, I see. Why did you come to find us?" he suddenly asked. "Aren't you surprised?" he replied casually. "Well, what's there to be surprised about?" He said, "I told you I am a dragon, don't worry about it, forget it." And continued, "By the authority of a great dragon, I command you." Lloyd Frontera immediately went to hell and rescued Entika's true soul. He couldn't be bothered to care about him collapsing and sleeping. He didn't like making a fuss. He sobbed and begged, "Please stop. Can't you help me? I mean, please help me." He shouted in despair, "Oh, why are you so persistent? I told you I won't do it." And he cried even more fiercely, "If you free my soul, I will make you a member of the Dragon Guild." Then he sat up slowly and spoke. "Loy is satisfied with the condition he offers and praises him seriously. You're a great businessman. Let's hear the benefits of becoming a member." 5 hours ago, everyone was actively cleaning up after the battle, some clearing broken stones, others pulling fallen trees from below. "Speed up cleaning that canal. We will send a separate team to deal with the destroyed forest area. The young men are working hard to carry the logs while standing to give directions." Loy, relaxed with the flow of life, sits leisurely in the shade, drinking coconut water. Alika appears, her face dark with anger, glaring at him. Seeing her like encountering a ghost, he shouted and ran away. He's caught now. Inside, he still justified himself. Manhwa just took a break, nothing serious. He turned to blame Habil for drinking coconut water nearby. "Javi, haven't you been watching all this time? Mom, even a great master like you doesn't know who's approaching while drinking water. Things are getting bad." Alika sighed in frustration and said, "You're just a supervisor. You don't need to move those logs yourself." Loy bowed his head, his butt sticking up in the air. "Yes, that's right." The servant is just reconsidering everything after that incident. She sharply asked him, "So why did you say you got caught?" He hesitated before replying, "Ah, yeah." She turned to the guard and said, "Let us talk." He replied, "Yes. Your Majesty, you told Loy to come closer. I have a few things I need to whisper to you." He also obediently crawled closer. She remained silent, staring intently at his protruding backside, her mind flashing to the moment she struck him hard, her hand trembling as she tried to hold back. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to forget that exhilarating feeling. "No, I have to forget it. If I become his enemy, my kingdom will be destroyed." Alika kept thinking about that. "I shouldn't spank him, I am the queen." She struggled to hold her own hand back from doing something bad. "Damn it, it was so provocative that I hit out unconsciously." "Your butt keeps wobbling right in front of her like you're asking for a spanking." He said, "Your Majesty, I would gladly accept punishment if I have done something wrong." She was surprised by his words. Habil, standing beside her with a look of contempt, said, "Do you enjoy being spanked?" "I know you're a pervert," Loey retorted. "You bastard, it's just an idiom. Don't put words in my mouth." The system sarcastically pointed out that a science major student would use an idiom. He replied, "The natural sciences student knows a lot." Alika knelt down and asked, "Where did you send Kotlong? A major commotion could happen if someone sees it." He replied, "The subordinate has considered that and ordered it to hide in a remote land where no one lives anymore. Alex says it listens to you like a dog. You have a great master and a dragon skeleton. Do you realize that you possess the strongest power in the world?" He replied, "I know what you fear. Your Majesty, Alika still cannot take her eyes off your high-standing backside. He says this power should only be used to protect peace and stability. Only the mad would use it for personal gain." He continued, "I am simply a subordinate under your command and will always be your loyal servant." Alika seemed to ignore his words, only focusing on his backside. Her mouth moved and she softly said, "Thank you, Lord Frontra." He replied, "I also thank you for your gracious words." The magnificent palace shines under the sunlight as Alika walks with 2 guards behind her, silently contemplating one power to control another enormous power. She smiled softly. "You're much stronger than you look." Suddenly she froze, her entire body overtaken by dark energy. She collapsed to the ground, causing the 2 guards behind her to gasp in shock as the queen clutched her face, which was gradually contorting in pain. The poison she had ingested in Taga's castle, she couldn't remove it. The system appears, showing the number of lives you have saved, DP 31, 457, 82. Suddenly the number kept decreasing. Loy was surprised to see the count steadily drop. What the hell is going on? Why is the number suddenly dropping like that? Finally, the number appears as 18,024,392. He widened his eyes in shock as the lives he saved were gradually dying. 10 million people are about to die? The dragon is also a character not appearing in the novel. He stared intently at the system. That means a new danger is about to unfold. In the palace, Elisa collapses in pain on the ground. Her eyes turn bloodshot as dark power invades her mind. Loy is a dangerous man. He must be killed immediately. He will try to kill me. Her normal personality weakly resists, but Loy is not that kind of person. This dark persona is determined. He must be killed. I need to kill him first. She raises her sword, barefoot stepping on the ground, drawing her sharp blade, her face full of fury and hatred as she walks through the room. Teak told him that this is how his life will end, but the king of hell has imprisoned his soul. Because you have a heart similar to a dragon, I think Loy interrupted him. Since you're a dragon lord, I don't care at all about your situation. Sorry, but I need to motivate you. I refuse. I don't need to be motivated by your situation, but by that invitation. He asked, what do I gain by helping you? He replied, oh, if I join the Dragon Guild. At that moment, Habel sensed something was wrong and glanced towards the door. And it continued, you will share the riches of the Dragon King, which are almost limitless. Loy asked further, wow, that sounds amazing. What else? Outside, Alika stands at the door with a sword in hand, while inside, Enti continues talking passionately without realizing. Please don't miss out on this special privilege. You will have an extra life and be revived on the spot if you die. Loy suddenly widened his eyes. Habiel drew his sword in alertness. The other two still enthusiastically discussed. Oh, perfect. This is exactly what I need right now. But how do I know what you're saying is the truth? He replied, I am a dragon. I am not lying. Alika with red eyes stared intently at Habiel, her gaze cold and perceptive. Loy said, forget it. There are other places to hit. Hey, stop it. What do I need to do to make you believe me? Habiel decisively opens the door. Javi rushed out, looking around for anything unusual, but found nothing. Then she put her sword back in its place. Loy asked confusedly, what's going on, Javi? He replied, nothing's wrong. I just think I'm being too sensitive. Loy immediately criticized, it's so embarrassing for a great master. At this moment, in a hidden corner, Alisa slumps her head down exhausted. Her body returns to normal, breathing heavily and tired. What am I even thinking? What if Loy negotiates like this? Give me some magic so I can escape from hell and make a soul oath to show that his soul will be erased forever if he breaks his promise. Hen suddenly asked, what? How do you know about the soul oath? That's something only the Dragon Clan possesses. He interrupted him. What's so important about that? Are you going to do it or not? If you think too long, I'll go to sleep. He agrees. Wait, I will do it. En extends his hand to make a vow. He raises his hand and says, I swear that if I break my promise, my soul will be erased forever. Lai asked, is it over? The man said, sorry, but this won't have any effect at all. He asked his question, and by the way, it's been a bit annoying so far. Are your beard and hair tentacles? How do they keep moving even without wind in here? He replied, oh, because I am a dragon, you find it hard to understand. Does it have anything to do with your hair and beard? The old man drew a strange shape on your hand and said, anyway, this is escape magic. Clench your hands tightly together and shout the spell of space and time. Break the taboo and show me where I must go. If you do, a gate will open for you to return to this world. That phrase doesn't sound very powerful. He continued, say the spell loudly and think of someone who knows you. The gate will open near that person. He clenched his fist. Great, okay. Then you carry the sword of ultimate resolve and we will go to hell to get another life. Right, Javi? Let's go. Enoch stood up and opened a large gate. Habiel looked at him speechless. You're talking about hell. Don't you think you should have asked for my opinion first? What are you talking about? I told you to go, so you have to go. He didn't hesitate and jumped straight into the gate. Let's go. Javi Habel thought to himself that he didn't think he was being paid enough for this. Finally, he jumped in after them. At that moment, all the alarms of hell blared, warning every demon. The two of them jumped straight into hell. A warning is sent to every demon. A human has entered hell. The demons now know what will happen between humans and demons. And they all share the same thought. That thought is that the greatest singer in hell has come here to hold a concert. The little soul, terrified, searched for a hiding place, running chaotically. The demons are already chasing it, glaring at the little soul with strange eyes and threatening it. Well, well, it seems there's a fleeing soul here. A demon pinches the little soul's cheek and lifts it up high. It roars, how dare you break the rules and run away? It sticks out its long tongue and begins to threaten. I will crush you, marinate you in a sweet and sour sauce within a day, and turn you into sweet and sour pork. The frightened little soul cried out loudly and struggled in despair. "Oh no, someone save me, I'm so scared." Loy stepped forward, calling the demon back and shouting with a fierce look, "Answer my question quickly." Little Angel was startled by Loy's powerful voice. "What the hell is that? So scary." The demon roars to scold him, but no matter who you are, you're just a commoner down here. Before it could finish speaking, it was struck with a sledgehammer to the face, dazed, and dislocated its jaw. It immediately collapsed unconscious, but it still remembered that it had to look good. The other demon pointed at Lloyd's face and questioned him. "How could you suddenly hit him like that? Now your anger towards your friend is misplaced. Apologize to him." Habil leaned in close to the demon's face and whispered into its ear, making it furious. "So now you're worried about your friend. He even praised him once, truly a demon with a kind heart." This statement truly made the demon look back at him with a strange expression, trembling and stammering, as if afraid of being exposed. "It justifies itself. I don't know what you think of me. Don't talk nonsense anymore. I am really cold-blooded and cruel," he retorted. "You're a kind-hearted demon." Habil still uses psychological manipulation on him. He said, "I bet your mother raised you with a lot of love." These words are like a direct blow to the fragile but outwardly strong psyche of the demon. Habil's words may sound gentle, but they carry devastatingly harmful effects. Let me guess, your mother probably said something like this to you too, right? Become a good demon and take care of the other demons around you. The angry demon grits his teeth, trying to hold back his emotions. Surely every day she would hold you and tell you that you are a lovable child, a child who knows how to love others, and every time she said that, tears would stream down your face. Her words are like a blessing placed upon your head, making you more confident because you learned from such a good mother, so surely you have become a kind-hearted demon. And then tears fell as the game ended. It quickly wiped away the tears flowing like a stream. No. Habil finally spoke words that touched the cruel pride of a demon. "Your mother often said things like that to you when you were angry, right? The emotions you're feeling are also a part of you. Protect those feelings." The demon weeps bitterly. "No, my mother would never do that." Habi frowns and says to it, "I hope you will treat your mother well." Loy was also stunned by his words. The demon started crying bitterly like a child. "Take back what you just said. Quickly take it back." She's so weak that she pouted at him. "You're so mean, extremely mean." Loy was also surprised. "Hey Javier, you're a bit too enthusiastic," Habil said casually. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" "Wow, you're really talented at hurting demons." Loy is quite impressed with Habil's skills, but still remembers to give a reminder. "But there are still a few things you need to learn from me." The demon who was just beaten is gradually waking up, clutching its head in confusion. What just happened? Loy immediately hit it again when he saw that, and that other demon was manipulated by Habil. It leaned its head on him and cried uncontrollably. One of them was brutally defeated by Loy. The demon at Habil's place was busy talking and completely forgot about his teammate. "My mother, she said she was very happy to give birth to me. She said I am her happiness." The demon was beaten so badly that it looked miserable, and it reluctantly gave in. "Ask anything you want, I will answer all. Just worry about carrying the hammer on my shoulder." He is quite confident. "It seems like you were finally ready to give an answer, huh? Did you even give me a chance to answer? If I don't hit you, you'll confess, right?" "No." The demon bows his head, looking extremely cunning. He secretly thought that this guy's behavior was extremely unpredictable and with a calm attitude. I have to admit, I respect that about him. Loy pulls out an object and begins questioning it. The first question, "We found this on your body." "What is that? Is it a smartphone?" The demon explains no, that is a soul phone. He still wonders why this phone makes such strange feedback sounds. The demon explains the functions of this phone. The soul phone has no search function. You can't find any information about hell. Even if you do find something, about 40% of it is false. Loy still finds this normal. Well, if only 40% of it is true, it's still better than the human world. The demon was stunned. "Huh? Do you know I'm lying? Demons are always lying." Loy shows a fierce face and questions him. The second question is, where is the King of Hell's castle? After hearing the answer, they got on the plane and left immediately. The demon saw Loy going in the opposite direction. He pointed, so he wondered. "I told you the castle is to the west. Why are you heading east?" He replied cleverly, "Because you lied, you bastard." The demon looked quite surprised. "Are you happy because I just cursed at you? You're really crazy." Knowing the demon's strange preferences, he eagerly threatened it. "Tell me everything you know about the King of Hell and Hell quickly. I'll curse at you when we get to the castle." The demon loves it. Sounds interesting. The demon, curious about their supernatural abilities, asked, "By the way, you're human, so how can you withstand the heat of hellfire?" "You bastard, I'm the one being questioned here." "Ah, why does that sound so heartbreaking?" The system has activated the tidal effect in the West, with veterans only wearing underwear, resisting heat in areas reaching 100% temperature. When they arrived at a skull-shaped castle, Loy asked him, "Is that the castle in hell?" The demon lied, and he immediately moved forward. "All right, we've arrived. Their Whitebird aircraft has landed safely." Loy hurriedly moved ahead and told Habil, "Javi, let's go. It's time to fight the King of Hell," but the demon called them back. "Hey, buddy, it reminds Loy of your promise. You said you'd curse at me when we got there." But Loy quickly turned hostile and scolded it, "I don't like that. Go away." The two demons were stunned for a few seconds. Then they smiled with satisfaction. "Tisk, I've fallen in love." The other demon probably has feelings for Habil. It gently waves hello to him. Habil also turns back and gives it a charming look. The two of them bravely entered the Devil King's castle. The two tie-wearing demons looked at them with surprise. "What is that?" They watched closely as the two of them moved further inside. They not only barged into hell, but did so with confidence. Are they stupid? Loy even put on a more ferocious face than the demons to scare them. Wow, so scary. The demons saw him and had to be afraid. They screamed, "Mom, I don't understand how these demons are so scared they tremble. Loy is so proud." Haha, hell is easier to enter than you think. Hobby warns, "Be careful, we never know what might happen next." A rider charged at them from the front, shouting and threatening, "I am the captain of the King of Hell's Guard, General Liu of the 2nd Helximus Legion. How dare you block my way while I am on duty?" Habil didn't have time to let him save face, so he immediately swung his sword and cut him down. Low beside him exclaimed, "Be careful, he's dead." After clearing the obstacles, Loy stepped forward to open the castle gate. He peeked inside, where the King of Hell was busy with a mountain of tasks. Loy thought to himself, "I knew it." Seeing the angry and busy demeanor of the King of Hell, he was even more certain it was just a dream. What I glimpsed in the flames is now certain. The two of them step in and respectfully bow to the King of Hell. "I am Lloyd Frontera, a human who respectfully pays homage to the King of Hell, who is currently busy with his ledger and looks annoyed. Why are you here right now? Don't bother me, I'm very busy." Loy sticks out his tongue and licks around his mouth with a greedy look. He confidently makes his judgment. "You really want to quit your job, don't you?" The King of Hell's hand keeps moving like a machine, typing nonstop. He ruffled his hair and tore at his ears, but still answered him. Why ask such an obvious question? Lai smiled and declared that I could help him do that. The soul phone provided some information, and Loy found it. I found some information on the soul phone. Looking at the King of Hell towering over the papers, I realized that 670,000 years is how long he has been working tirelessly. A rather sad past story is that the previous Lord of the Underworld worked tirelessly for 3.5 billion years, fell into depression, and took his own life. Loy argued that the current Lord of the Underworld also knows this well, seeing him helpless amidst the workload and unable to do anything, implying Min might follow the same tragic path as his predecessor. When he heard Loy's proposal, he was a bit shaken and lowered his glasses. The king looked up and asked Loy seriously, "How do you plan to help me quit my job?" He smiled mysteriously and said, "That's a secret." The King of Hell looked suspicious. "How dare you negotiate with the King of Hell? I know you're crazy, but you've gone too far." However, Loy is a true daredevil, boldly declaring that if you don't like me, then feel free to execute me. Loy challenged him confidently, saying, "Then you can keep working for another 3.5 billion years. Touching on the Demon King's weakness, he immediately hesitated, knowing that was what he had long desired. This time, Loy seems to be very confident, looking at the king with a sharp gaze, while Habil understands very well how serious this challenge is. Loy also thought so. There's no guarantee that Javier can protect himself here. We are fighting against the King of Hell, who possesses an immeasurable amount of power. I can only rely on a small piece of information. The soul phone contains many reports about the King of Hell, who disregards the laws and issues commands at will. There is a hot piece of information in the soul phone. The current King of Hell has broken the rules of Hell and executed a soul. Bring down the King of Hell. It seems like it could help Lai this time, but there's no solid evidence at all. So that means he's even more convinced that the Demon King only executes according to the law. He believes that the King of Hell is definitely an upright person. The King of Hell speaks. Kim Shu-ho. Habil suddenly felt surprised. Loy still kept a fierce expression. The king seriously asked, "What do you want?" Loy has the upper hand over the King of Hell, so he's very confident. In this negotiation, I am the one in control. The one who is more desperate is the one who has lost. He bows politely and says to the King of Hell, "I want you to release N's soul, the soul you are holding captive." The King of Hell snaps his fingers, and a small vortex appears, trapping Eddic inside a glass sphere as he weeps. The King of Hell casually said to them, "Do you mean this? I keep it just for fun, so it's not worth much to me." This time, the King of Hell decides to negotiate with Loy. "All right, now I've given you what you wanted. Now give me your answer. How do you plan to help me quit my job? Loy decisively reveals his intention. I will establish a high-speed train route. Seeing the mountain of work, Loy told the King of Hell that the huge workload was one thing, but he had an even bigger problem to solve. He discussed with the King of Hell about the affairs of Hell. After the King of Hell's verdict, the souls are escorted to the reincarnation gate. Then the demons transport them into a vehicle, but because of the damn terrain in Hell that keeps changing, the demons are too stupid to find another route on their own. And so the King of Hell had to keep updating the new routes, which is the main reason he couldn't rest. They came up with a clever and highly appealing plan. If a high-speed train route could be built to transport those souls, the workload of the King of Hell could be significantly reduced. As long as he hands over Inic, he can rest and enjoy a relaxing break. The King of Hell slowly takes off his glasses. He finally relented and agreed. I will draw up the contract and carry out your idea. Loy's successful completion made him as happy as if a festival had been held. Great, Long King member, I'm here. King Yama picks up some papers and says, I've already spent a minute talking to you. If the reincarnation of creatures and bacteria is delayed, it could lead to the extinction of those living beings. He decided to entrust it to Loy and his plan. I don't have time to plan the manpower and materials for you. The demons who want to work are all busy transporting souls. You can do whatever you want with the other idiots. Loy assures the king of his credibility. I'm good at handling entrusted tasks, and all I need is for you to post a message on the soul phone. And that was it. The ground started to shake and break apart into pieces. The King of Hell's office was now just a small patch of land where the two of them stood. Lo crouched down in awe. Wow, the King of Hell's power is incredible. He moved us here with just a flick of his hand. Suddenly he looked to the side. A giant black hole appeared in front of them, and he exclaimed that it was the reincarnation gate that looked like a black hole. But if the reincarnated soul falls into that hole, just getting close will be deadly. Habil seemed quite curious about Lai, so he asked, Is this guy Kim Suho? Habil also seems very interested in Lloyd's upcoming plan. Whatever your name is, just tell me your plan. Loy looked at Habil with a puzzled expression. I already knew he wasn't Loy, but I couldn't guess what he was thinking. Looking out over the vast hell, Loy explains in detail this grand plan. As I just explained to the King of Hell, we will create a path made of iron. Habil wonders if the iron can withstand that layer of lava. Loy replied with great pride, only suggesting if it's possible. The demons' phones also received a notification. The Lord of Hell's concert, Lloyd Frontera's performance, at the very depths of hell, in 5 hours from now. The demons laughed with delight, laughing insanely. Look at this. He really arranged the show here. So interesting. The demons, excited, gathered together and approached him. I can't believe I can personally hear the voice of hell from that rumor. Hurry up, my heart is pounding so fast. Kuchui cuckoo. They move in groups, demon after demon, whispering to each other if he dares. Hatlich Tong's rhythm is off. They laugh happily. Then we will drown him because he must sing better than us. Loy and Habil stand on the small hill like a mini-stage. The demons below cheer and shout, sing for us, clapping and howling like true fans. Sing for us, sing for us. Loy steadies himself and steps forward. Loy begins to fake a singing voice in response to their cheers. Sing for us, sing for us. The demons went crazy, howling, sing for us, sing for us. Loy froze, then turned to them and said, I won't sing. The kneeling crowd fell silent, stunned. They shifted from supporting to protesting, asking why you wouldn't sing when we came all this way to hear you. Why? Lowen started to get angry and shouted at them. Because I don't like those fools. The demons growl and curse. I'm so furious now, you bastard. Come down here and I'll kill you. The demons demand that he keep his promise, and Loy looks at Habil and says, Javi, it's your turn now. Do you think I need to keep my promises? The demons shouted loudly. Of course you should keep your word. The demons all shouted in agreement. That's right, he's right. Keep your promise. Habil then uses psychological manipulation to hit the mark. All of you probably learned some spells and rules at home, right? The demons' hearts sank and tears welled up as they listened. Then they changed their minds and cheered, saying, Let's take back our words and break our promises. Huh? Wait, I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. Lloyd couldn't hold back his laughter at their stupidity. Ha ha, you fools. It's so easy to deceive you. The offended demons continued to go berserk. I couldn't take it anymore and dragged him down while Lloyd, above, laughed like crazy and taunted them. He. If you can get up here, then come on up. He. The demons are frantically trying to climb up to him. I'm so annoyed. I'm going crazy. Someone do something already? I'm so angry. The more the demons go crazy, the more Loy's head enjoys it. Get angry, go mad, let all the veins in your bodies hate me, and then all of you will become my unpaid slaves. If you hate me, then come and take me. The demons growl menacingly, saying, we will kill you. The white chicken aircraft has already succeeded in crossing to the other side. Lo is deliberately provoking the demons. Come on, go ahead, try it. The angry demons will curse and swear. Do you think we can't get past that? Just wait and see. A demon with a long spear steps forward first, skillfully propelling itself using the spear. Just as it was about to succeed, Loy threw a big stone at it, causing the demon to be violently thrown off the spear. The demons were stunned and furious. The other demon, having nothing to hold on to, fell freely. It was lucky to fall onto a small rock, hitting its head and swelling up. Loy rolled his eyes in disgust and contempt. It's truly shameful. The demons immediately become frightened. Is he really going to kill me? That demon. Loy still leisurely lies there, witnessing the foolishness of the demons. Now at the central administration of the great demon lord, a demon stands up to lead a rebellion. Hey everyone, we are demons. How can we let him do this to us? No, we have to kill him, which means starting a war. The demons ride giant scorpions into battle, the lava-killing squad attacks, and the slaughtering beasts strike like a storm. This killing species is a creature from hell that can resist lava. They usually move straight ahead and are often used for attacks. The demon leader points ahead and orders the army to follow him, but they realize Loy is no longer there. They were stunned. Where did he go? The other centipedes betrayed and flipped the demon over. The other centipedes also look the same, causing the demons to tremble. What's going on? What's going on? It seems like the killers have caught a scent of something. The killers move toward the nearby cave as the demons scream, "Don't move anymore." The centipede rushes into the cave like an arrow, as if waiting for something. It drools eagerly, spilling everywhere. Inside, Loy's fighter jet is sweating like it's in a hot spring, while Habel beside him is busy sharpening his sword. Loy's warhorse emits an enticing scent that attracts the weak. Loy looks at them and immediately guesses their presence. Do you smell the chicken boiling? The demon leader was sweating nervously. Habel casually sliced it into hundreds of pieces, turning the giant centipede into fragments. Another demon riding a centipede followed behind. It was stunned by this scene. Loy opened his eyes wide and shouted. Another slash from the demon's side is added. The other demons outside the cave hear the counting and, curious, wonder what's going on. What happened inside? The demons inside are warning, so they turn back and retreat, then leave. Inside, there are screams of agony. 27, 28, 29. Save me, murderer. Loy sat in front of the high-quality spoils piled like a mountain. He counted to 32,435. Loy is extremely excited about this perfect plan, having obtained free resources and successfully lured the chicken water killers. He glances around and all the demons bow and kneel before him. And he has also gathered manpower. Loy chuckled happily and said, "Just order them to dig the ground, right? My free labor." All of Loy's actions are being closely monitored. It turns out the King of Hell has been secretly watching him. He secretly thought that Guy had gathered information about himself and the creatures of Hell. He knew everything in advance before coming up with the idea of Duongdae. At first, he only intended to make him his advisor. It was Loy's strange way of doing things that piqued the King of Hell's interest and sparked a bold idea. What if I made him do my work? He couldn't believe his eyes as what was happening before him unfolded. The diligent work of the demons made him even more suspicious. Of course, the demons will never obediently do their work. If a demon can't stand it and escapes as the King of Hell predicted, they will try to escape. Habel immediately realized that scene was recorded by a public CCTV. The demons stood up, demanding justice, promising to free us and give us our rightful rights. A riot broke out, and Habel, thinking he was doing the right thing, justified it as necessary. With vulgar words, the demons were moved to tears. However, violent measures only work to a certain extent. One demon collapsed from overexertion. Another demon asked concern and inquired, "Oh my, Gams, are you all right? How long has Loy been standing in front of him?" "Hey, Gams." He gently reached out his hand. Loy gently said to it, "Take my hand." The demon also reached out to hold it, and it was a bit surprised. Loy suddenly clenched its hand tightly around theirs and shouted at it fiercely, so it turns out it was just a cold-hearted story. Get up quickly and work faster. Don't act weak. I know everything. He even grabbed the demon's horn, trying to help but scolding harshly. You only help that guy for 5 seconds and then get lazy again, huh? I want you bastards to carry 5 times the weight now. The two demons are so scared they're hugging each other and crying like rain. You cruel, worthless trash. You are the worst person in the world. After that tear, there is pure happiness. That is why we cannot help but love you. The demons are starting to admire Loin, the ideal role model all of our demons should learn from. That is also part of his plan. He has successfully captured the hearts of the demons. In a vast and fiery hell, a soul is secretly watching below. The soul hears the slogan repeated, and the more it listens, the more familiar and safe it feels. That voice, The soul peeks out and secretly looks down, shouting safe and surviving. Loy below is being brainwashed. Your demons don't need to be safe at all. Lloyd's soul frowned. Down below, Lloyd was extremely authoritarian, shouting at the demons in a way that exploited them to the core. Of course, there's no break time either. You can just rest after you die if you want. Lloyd's soul was stunned to realize a big secret. Why is that bastard here? The scene shifts back a few years to the Frontera territory, where Lloyd's soul is pulled out of his body. One day, his body suddenly lies scattered on the ground. Lloyd's soul realizes, I have lost my body. Suddenly, Lloyd's body rises and shouts that it's too cold. Lloyd's soul was utterly stunned. He couldn't understand at all. What the hell is this? Who the hell is this? Lloyd's soul, furious, fires a shot and shouts, "Give me back my body, you bastard!" But an invisible shield prevents his soul from touching the body. Lloyd's soul is so confusing and hard to understand. Why is it like this? Who is this crazy guy? An evil wizard? Lloyd's body flails and curses wildly. I knew it. That damn message, that voice makes me so angry. Lloyd's soul can't understand what the body is doing. What the hell is going on? Is he just a crazy guy? What is he doing? Suddenly a tornado appears right above the soul's head. The Grim Reaper stepped out, holding a scythe in one hand and an hourglass in the other, as the lost soul cried out in panic, "Death!" It's the first time the Grim Reaper has seen a soul like this, so he's quite surprised. What? Just to be sure, the Grim Reaper calls his boss to ask again. "Hello, boss." The soul sensor sent a notification, so I went to work, but the color of this soul is very strange. Is his color red? Is he not dead yet? Strange. I'm sure he's the soul. Sorry about that. Stay calm. Due to some concerns, the Grim Reaper has decided to pause the soul collection for now and will reschedule later. Your case is a bit unusual. I don't know if the fault lies with us or something else, so I need to investigate. Lloyd's soul was quite surprised, thinking that the interface and voice of the guy didn't match at all. Watching how the Grim Reaper works made Lloyd's soul freeze in place. Wait here for a moment. We will contact you once the investigation is complete. Lloyd's soul shows clear signs of worry. This is how I pass the time when I'm neither alive nor dead. Spirit Lloyd can only helplessly watch as my body is led around by the bastard who has occupied it for years. Even Lloyd himself has to admit that that bastard is very different from me. He feels a bit remorseful. I blame my parents and this land and keep drifting further away. In contrast, the fake Lloyd is different. But he never rests, always moving forward, and has finally paid off his family's debt. Even his parents have noticed this huge change. My parents' gaze at me has completely changed. Lloyd's true soul is also envious of the fake Lloyd, and he even knows that strange magic and summoning. I wish I had that skill. Lost in thought, I was suddenly startled as the Grim Reaper reappeared. He softly said, "Who knows?" And then the Grim Reaper poured a cold splash of water on Lyd's soul. You're thinking that if that guy didn't have special powers, he would also be drinking every day. Are you still thinking that if you had that ability, you could do what he did? The soul Lloyd was seen to be lost in thought, immediately becoming anxious. The Grim Reaper softly said, "Sorry about that. I just overheard and thought it was funny. Ha ha. Hey, Ghost, your case is unprecedented, but since you are a soul, it seems you won't be able to stay in this world." Linhan Lloyd was a bit unwilling when hearing the Grim Reaper say, "Then let's go see the King of Hell and ask for his guidance." Soul, Lai increasingly realized that the bastard had stolen my body. Looking at him only made me more hurt. He helped me see my own shameful truths. When the soul seeks out the King of Hell, he dismissively waves his hand and refuses. The King of Hell says there are no rules about this and offers no solution. Lloyd's soul could only retreat and stay despondent alone. I cannot be revived or disappear. I live a wandering life in hell and have to avoid the eyes of the demons. When Lloyd's soul discovered that the fake Lloyd was here, he immediately became furious. But unfortunately, you shouldn't be here, you bastard. Seeing Lloyd staggering as he walks, he steps onto the white chicken plane and flies around hell. Lai's sharp eyes carefully observe the hellscape. Shh. The terrain here is very treacherous. I shouldn't act recklessly. He wisely looks for the easiest path to move smoothly. I really need a flat spot like this, about 110 kilometers away. That was a pretty long trek. Lloyd looked around and analyzed carefully. But here, there are some who don't eat or rest, unlike the 30,000 demons who can't eat or rest. I'll handle it soon. When we land, he'll carefully check the area for any dangers nearby. Lloyd's soul seemed to be already waiting there and delivered a divine strike to his face. The punch, full of fury, caused his cheek to sink in deeply and his face to distort. A single kick was enough to knock Lloyd off balance, sending him flying and rolling for nearly a meter. Lloyd angrily curses as Lloyd's ghost suddenly unleashes a flurry of kicks, both feet smashing into his eyes. Then he kept stomping repeatedly on his stomach. Lloyd clenched his eyes in pain and cursed the bastard. Damn it, a tiny mouse from behind Loy's soul blocks him. Loy's soul was about to turn back and fight a tiny mouse opponent, but the little mouse was no pushover, and immediately grabbed his hair and dragged him away, causing him to shout out, "Oh my god, let go, damn it. Let me go." Shu Trut Not then threw the soul directly to Uncle Squirrel, who brought him out in front of Lai. Loy angrily asked, "Who the hell are you?" Lai's soul immediately panicked at the terrifying face. "So ugly," Loy keeps mocking, making the spirits sigh. Looks terrifying as hell, but Lai the imposter immediately recognizes this face as familiar. Wait, he immediately recognized Lai Frontra, the angry soul, saying, "That's right, I am the imposter, I am Lloyd, the one you stole the body from." Loy bit his lip in shock and asked incredulously, "So he's in hell. What did you do to be cast down to hell?" Loy's soul, this soul that took over the body, must be responsible, right, that guy? Loy's soul suddenly burst into tears. My parents finally feel at ease, saying that I have grown up. How much pain would they feel? Hurry back, go now. Loy felt a bit guilty and stayed silent, advising him to calm down and listen. Loy's soul refused and interrupted him. "Calm down, you idiot. Do you think I can stay calm now? Because of that rude mouth, the cowardly mouse has to get a lightning punch to shut up." "All right, finally you're listening. I can settle this with words now." Loy's soul angrily shouted. "What kind of words are these? This crazy brat has been hitting me all this time. These damn gangsters and beastly corpse thieves, so the little mouse had to give him a little more lesson." This time, Loy's soul also kept quiet. Loy gradually explained that I haven't died yet, and that I made a deal with the King of Hell to come here for work. He also justified himself by saying he didn't steal anyone's body, which left Loy's soul wide-eyed in shock. "And I also didn't steal your body. When I opened my eyes, I was just as shocked to find myself turned into you. But I am a shy, unfortunate young man studying civil engineering in a country called Korea. He tries to prove his innocence and that he is not involved. Do you believe it?" I have nothing more to say either. Kim Ju Ho Ling's soul remained silent upon hearing these words. "After all, I ended up in this situation because of you." Habil immediately doubted this conversation. "Why should I do that? Actually, ever since I possessed your body, life in the territory has been much better." Wow, how shameless. "Of course I am very grateful, but you can't just say that yourself, right?" Habil felt very confused, but suddenly realized, I only see Shu Ho alone. Is he talking to himself? Without this voice, Habil realized everything was truly Lloyd's, and Lloyd's furious soul shouted, "If it weren't for you, I could have lived a life of my own. For you, I have become a wandering soul unrecognized." He used all his strength to cause trouble for Frontera, take responsibility for this. After some thought, he finally agreed. "All right, but let's leave it for now. I haven't gained anything from helping you, so from now on, stay out of my way." That last sentence made Lloyd's soul freeze. He carried his bag and left. Goodbye. Despite Lai's soul still screaming, "Enough already, imposter. Don't you have any conscience?" Bodong turned back and slapped him so hard his face shattered. "Hello." He was lying there with his face pressed to the ground, crying. Loy turned around, tears and snot streaming down his face. Then he remembered the memories of their real son. Lloyd stood still for a moment, scratching his head repeatedly. Loy called out. He had softened. "You, pick up Loy's soul? What do I have to do to make you stop groaning?" He was crying and throwing a tantrum. The imposter who pretends to be you is the one who should be thinking about that. Loy flicked him on the forehead. Loy's soul shouted in protest. "What are you doing?" He replied calmly. "You call me a fraud," Loy's spirit retorts. "Is there something wrong? That's the truth. Is that not the case?" You respond with a difficult face. In Korea, telling the truth means getting beaten. Loy shoved him into his shirt pocket. "Make Loy's soul shut up. Just stay silent until the project is finished. I will help you, after that." He shouted loudly. "Who gave you the right to imprison me? Let me out." So Lloyd's soul is inside Lloyd Frontera's tight shirt pocket, and there are quite a few hamsters inside, staring intently. So they fought with Lloyd's soul. Loy ordered to keep him silent. "A great project of 110 kilometer, let's finish it quickly so we can help that bastard too. It's time to start the project." After completing the foundation in Phase 1, we will move on to Phase 2, using volcanic gravel as the base. Layers of bricks and stones form the tracks. Phase 3, removing bricks from the path is done using the legs of the giant centipedes. The railway gradually becomes visible. Phase 4 involves placing the tension bars made from ret shells processed by Javi. In the next stage, Phase 5, Loy calls Podong to jump up and down on the tension line with force to compress it. Loy stood to the side, watching Podong work. Since this wasn't the newest construction method, it would be extremely shaky and dusty. Sitting on it would definitely make people feel sick. He pouted, acting as if it wasn't his concern. Loy turned to the side and pointed at Javier, saying he would go check on the supervision. Habil Azrahan nodded. I see. Lloyd's soul is inside, vaguely pondering. What's wrong with this imposter? Lai is flying on his back, observing the surroundings. I know he always does a lot of things, but he worked non-stop for an entire month. He tried to look up. When will he go out to have fun? When will he go drinking? Is this how he lives? As soon as he finished speaking, the deathly body paid him a visit to say a few words. Do you think that if that person didn't have such power, he would drink every day? And do you think if you had that ability, you would be as diligent as him? Lloyd's soul, with a puzzled face, pondered. No, he's a stingy, narrow-minded, and toxic person. He would definitely run away at the first sign of trouble. Pongdong continues to pound up and down on the thick path, causing the ground to crack open and a stream of glowing yellow molten lava to emerge. Suddenly there was a voice inside complaining and blaming. I still haven't slept enough for 20,000 years. Which bastard is causing all this noise? Bodong is jumping more and more wildly. The volcano keeps erupting. It's damn noisy. The molten lava surface boils over as if something is underneath, unable to bear it anymore. Indeed, something enormous suddenly erupts. Hey, fat Cleos, stop bouncing around like jelly and let me sleep, Loy angrily shouted. Why is it that every time I'm building something, something always appears? It just points and criticizes. I've tried to endure it as much as I can. But this is too noisy. Is this what you're talking about? This is what caused the commotion earlier. The red demon stepped back a little. That's Dance Cleos. Hurry up. It's been sleepy for 10 years now. Why is it waking up now? Loy led the chase. The demons followed, and they marveled at how fast this human was running. That selfish bastard was so cool. Dancleos angrily placed his hands on his hips. Is this it? This is what caused all the commotion earlier. It will stay silent if I crush it, right? Then it keeps kicking and flipping over the ground. Suddenly Loy stopped abruptly, running towards Dancleos and shouting, Your mother! Loy pointed and rolled his eyes, spitting and cursing. Isn't life supposed to be a little noisy? Why do you cause trouble when you could just endure it a bit? Dancleos saw that he was arguing too weakly. What did you say? You're wrong, but dare to talk to me like that? Besides, those demons are cheering wildly. You're so full of yourself. No human could be that shameless. But he managed to do it. It slowly approached, hand rubbing its fist. All right, let's see who gets taken down today, Loy shouted with all his might. Habil Azrahan suddenly appeared right beside him. Loy angrily ordered, Kill him. He glanced at the opponent. Loy turned and urged him. What are you doing? Just kill him, Habil Azrahan replied calmly. Honestly, I think apologizing this time would be better. We are the ones who caused the inconvenience. What? Inconvenience? Loy shouted so loudly that his veins bulged. I'm the one feeling uncomfortable here. I only want what's best. The red demons in the distance clasped their hands together, feeling perfect. Let's go. At this moment, Dancleos tries to kick with his foot, delivering a powerful strike that causes the ground to dent. The demons in danger scream for help. Save me. Habil Azrahan sees this and quickly pulls Lloyd Fontera up high. He releases his magic somewhere and spreads his wings toward Dancleos. Habil Azrahan swings his sharp, shining sword, striking it repeatedly. The chunks of lava flying everywhere are incredible. Those lava pieces start to slow down and then form a shimmering wave of molten rock. Habil Azrahan realizes this as the magma gradually forms a whirlpool and then Dancleos returns to its original form. Did you just cut me? It was you. Loy watched everything in shock. Was Javi's attack ineffective? Dancleos swallows a breath before frantically spewing out a fierce and intense flame. Habil Azrahan narrows his eyes in caution, swinging his sword wildly in a flurry of strikes. Lloyd Fronter's side is in chaos, trying to keep the ground from drifting apart and floating away. Javi, stop it. Please don't do this. Habil Azrahan looked back there and kept fighting, swinging his sword up and down. This bastard don't think it's fun to toy with my life just because of you. Habil Azrahan desperately jumps onto Dancleos, a blazing sword slashing down. Dancleos is cut into many pieces like a pudding of magma, then is thrown apart again and recombined. Dancleos returns to normal again. He points at Habil Azrahan and scolds him. You, weren't you just on my side earlier? Why are you attacking me now? He said calmly. Because I am his bodyguard, and the demons will also be threatened if you go berserk here. Dancleos shouted an order. Step aside. I won't hurt the demons. You look quite righteous. Do you think here who is the victim and who is the villain? Habil Azrahan narrowed his eyes, listening seriously to every word. That ugly bastard has no conscience at all and is completely a son of a bitch. Are you going to keep fooling yourself and protecting him? He is obsessed and contemplating 1,000 times, Lloyd shouted. Hey, Javi, why are you taking what he said so seriously? Lloyd's soul emerges to warn you. Run now, you can't kill that thing. You need to stay alive to help me. Loy pressed his head into him. His face suddenly became determined. Running was just the last option after trying everything else. That statement left Lloyd's soul stunned, and he felt confused. Wasn't he the first to run earlier? Also, Lai Lin Han still looks annoyed and reminds him, "Pay close attention, Buong Hao. Look at the strength I've gained from a life of working without rest." Lloyd Lin Han's face relaxes. Now even being cool doesn't matter. Dancleos, annoyed, looks down at the tiny girl while elsewhere, in the freezing cold of the melting tornado, Dong Dong is very relaxed, cutting and slicing as if nothing is happening. She remembers Lloyd Frontera feeling a bit cold. When will Dad call me? Dong Dong still hasn't forgotten his brother's teachings. In a place where humans cannot see, you go all the way to the northernmost end, understood? In a place with no one around, she becomes sad. "I'm so bored, I miss Dad." Meanwhile, Dancleos throws a punch. Habil Azrahan cut the person in half. The hand with the drawn figure is trapped within many hidden meanings. He shouts the spell, the curse of time, breaking the taboo and leading us to where we must go. The drawing glows blue and is moving non-stop. Reaching where Yang is really works, the light immediately shines on Dong Dong. A space gate opens to a freezing snowstorm, and she's happier than ever. This smell is just like Dad's. That space portal suddenly appeared right in front of Dancleos. What is that? It curled up and cried out, "Oh my God, it's so cold." Dancleos' skin gradually turned wet. It ran away in fear from the cold, foggy weather. "I'll let you go this time. Just take it away." Loy burst out laughing. "Sorry, but I don't fight an enemy twice." He yells at the top of his lungs, Yang, come here." Dong Dong rushes over quickly to express his love. His father, hands on his hips, happily telling Yang, "You must be feeling cold." He points at Dancleos, trying to escape. His warm bag is running away. E opened her eyes and rushed to where Dancleos was. Dong Dong happily hugged it tightly. Dancleos can't take it anymore. Hug. She smiles with genuine pleasure as the skin of Dancleos gradually splits apart. Hugging so tightly that it changes color from orange to blue, it feels so satisfying. Loy's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, shining brightly. "Move aside." Yang yells as he grabs the spear and charges forward, unafraid of anyone's father or son, smashing the Concleos turned to stone in one strike. The red demons are stunned, their mouths wide open. It's Dancleos, one of the strongest beings in hell. He defeated it. Loy's cautious soul peeked out from his shirt pocket. He truly won. Pieces of the Dancleos stone shattered apart. He has defeated that terrifying monster. Loy stared straight ahead and said, "Observe closely, Bong Hao. See the strength I have gained from a life of relentless work." He couldn't help but glance down, reflecting on what his life had achieved so far. While Loy looked very proud, he said, "I admit it, you are truly impressive." Then a voice echoed somewhere, "I am the immortal Dancleos." The dry stones trembled as Dancleos surged back to life. But in reality, it's just a tiny Dancleos. It screams loudly in a threatening voice, "Wait another 1,000,000 years, and I will be stronger and crush you." The man seriously looked at the Dancleos and then stuck out his tongue, laughing loudly as he teased, "By then, I'll be in the hole and unable to threaten anymore." It burst into tears and threw a tantrum like a child. "You're so annoying. You're really a bastard." Loy continued to stick out his tongue teasingly, saying, "If you're so annoyed, come and catch me." The fool, Loy, calmly looked outside, extremely cautious and alert. No, he's not impressive at all. His character is completely rotten. Loy is crouching and relaxing in the freezing cold wind. A notification pops up. "You have earned a new title. Your hands are as cold as ice. Your feet are as cold as ice." It grants a reward, a domain title. Every area of hell is below 0 degrees, activating the 120-year duration of the title. From the level 6 title, the stats have increased. CP 1142. The system also specifies the power of the title. You are exempt from hypothermia regardless of how cold it gets. Lloyd Frontera nodded contentedly. "Well, having this isn't too bad. Now that it's cold outside, it doesn't bother me at all." He slightly turns his head back, and the red demons kneel down and ask in unison with confused voices, "What is this about?" A representative demon replies, "You truly are the most despicable human in the world. We all admire that trait of yours and continue working here. It's full of praise for Lloyd Frontera. But now what we feel is pure admiration. The great singer of hell who defeated Dancleos, we will gladly obey any order you give us." He chuckled softly, then raised his head in a truly handsome manner. "You poor fools are truly pathetic. Those are voluntary slaves." Happy demons filled with joy are too excited to hear those words from someone they respect. But there's one more problem. It has made a request. "Singer, we have a problem now." He glanced over. "What is it?" The red demon pointed at the blue hole, "Which is the gate you opened." The cold wind blowing from there is making the creatures in hell uncomfortable. It seems the ecosystem in this area is also about to face some strange and unpredictable changes. The cold wind door, the red demon squinted, hair fluttering in the wind, as the demon tried to literally convince us that the wind was blowing in our faces. And we all saw you open it earlier. You kept turning it sideways, then vertically, then left and right. What wind? It even pointed it out. Your collar is also fluttering. Turn around sharply and shout. I have no responsibility for that. Go do your work. Those slaves. Then he walked away, ignoring the red demons. They all felt frozen in place. His ignoring us is his business, but he acts as if he has nothing to do with it. That disgusting attitude and not even planning to compensate us at all. Those damn demons must be celebrating in joy over losing their beloved master. At this moment, Loy is extremely proud. Now Min has completely gained the loyalty of the demon. Just finished the construction. Loy's soul peeks out to check. Is he starting construction right away? He frowns in annoyance. When will he help me? Loyantra stands in front of the lava lake, calculating that the construction will be delayed about 2 days if they want to cross here. He smiled with a knowing look. Loy shouted loudly, Yang Yung, take care of this. Yang Yung responded by unleashing a flood to fill the lava pond. The hamsters stood to the side with their mouths open. Loy also said, Yang Yung, pull back and fill the road. Some rocks hit the hamsters' heads and bounced off. He happily pointed and continued giving orders. Yang Yung gathers the lava rocks again. Yang Yung destroys the mountain. Loy and Dong Dong are happily sharing a father-son moment. Yang Yung and the hamsters are now armed. It feels like Dong Dong is taking away Lloyd Frontera's affection. Bipong Dong spits a mouthful of saliva onto the ground, looking annoyed. Fragments of rocks fall from the sky along with streams of lava. Dong Dong is relaxing and resting. Then she turned around. Is anyone calling? Those little ones are just clearing their throats and acting tough, but just a little push and they get rude already? Don't you know that here age determines who's the boss? Hearing that, Dong Dong's eyes flash with menace, causing the hamsters to tremble. He steps forward again, and the hamsters retreat cautiously. Dong Dong sticks out his tongue, and one by one, the 4 hamsters climb onto his back. The hamsters happily join in the speed. Dong Dong waits for them to soar high into the sky, and they shout with joy. All 5 of them are happily playing together. Yang Yung has become teammates with Podong and the others. They fly from one rock to another. Loy looks up and sighs. Yang Yung is good at making friends with others. I don't know when Lloyd's soul left his body. You despicable human. He still thinks poorly of Lloyd Frontera. Are you lying to me? He sneered, looking with contempt. Did you suddenly say something? Lloyd's soul went crazy, wanting to argue back. Aren't you the one who said you would help me? Everything you've been working on is that project, and in the end, you're just thinking about escaping, right? You're just as shameless. So what do you plan to do then? My eyes. He puffed up his chest and argued. You're scaring me. Don't get so close to my eyes. You ugly bastard, just open your mouth to talk shit. Do you know whose face this is? It's thanks to you. I have no luck at all with women. It's sad that no romance can exist. Get lost, you bastard. Don't you know that the face is the door to the soul? You look ugly because your soul is filthy. So the 2 of them kept making ugly faces, trying to outdo each other, until finally they both said together, Get out of my sight. Lowy sneered and rolled his eyes. You think I don't know how busy I am? VSF, I don't even know how to help you. You think I'll think about it just because you're whining, huh? Did you manage to say anything at all? As expected, you're provoking Lai's soul. I told you that your job is to think about how to help me. In the end, you are the one who completely destroyed my life, took everything from my family and my wealth, and if this gentle voice is truly yours, then I owe you nothing at all. Your face looks serious as you speak. Even if I hadn't appeared, you would have died from the poison in the alcohol. Your father, mother, and Javi are also about to die. That makes Lloyd's pupils' souls shrink even more. You utter the harsh truth that I am the one who saved them all, and I am the one who should bow and thank you for that. He retorts angrily and furiously. Yeah, right, how could I believe those words? Just then, Helis appeared, majestically. No, everything is true, he firmly states. Loy Frontera, your destiny is to live a meaningless life, never making others happy and never being noticed. Loy's soul couldn't utter a word. He glanced at Hel Karis, pondering, I wonder how much he knows. Loy bowed politely. Great King of Hell, I have a question for you. Why was I brought to this world? Do you know the reason? He looked for a long time, as if thinking about something. Then he spoke. It seems you don't know anything at all. Hellos frowned, looking dangerous. The messenger of the upper world seems to have sided with you. They haven't said anything to you? At this moment, Loy's face suddenly froze and said, He knows about the messenger. The 2 of them stared at each other for a moment without saying a word. Lloyd Frontera frowned, wondering to himself. The upper world, when we granted Javier power back then, that was also something the messenger mentioned. After that bitter man thought for a long time, Lloyd Frontera spoke up, "Hey, about the upper world?" But he was met with Hel Karras's cold reply. "I'm not here to talk about that." He glanced down at the train car below. "Once that train is finished, I will have more free time. That's why I'm here now." Hel Karras glanced at Lloyd Frontera and continued, "I have observed the construction process. Maintaining the railway line is not difficult. The difficulty lies in the train, which will take quite some time to study and analyze. I'm feeling overwhelmed with work right now, so I want you to guide me on maintenance." Hearing those words, he was stunned for a moment. Wait a second. A sudden thought flashed through Lloyd Frontera's mind, causing the corner of his mouth to curl upward. "Here it is." Lloyd Frontera quickly bowed his head and spoke with utmost seriousness. "I am very happy to work hard. I will prepare the instructions for all maintenance tasks in the best way." As he slowly walks past, glancing at him, Helsrus lifts his head arrogantly, gazing sharply at Lloyd Frontera. "So, what do you want?" In response to his question, he quickly and clearly replied, "I want a chance to use the reincarnation gate and hope that it can be shared with others." Hearing those sincere words, the soul Lloyd, hiding at his feet, looked at Lloyd Frontera with surprise. Helsrus calmly replied, "There are no restrictions on its use, so how to use it is up to you." He stared intently at Lloyd's spirit, shedding tears at Lloyd Frontera's feet. "Do you also want to give it to that small red-haired girl over there?" Hearing those words, tears streamed down his face even more. Seeing Lloyd's spirit's expression, he sneered, eyes glaring sarcastically, lips curling as if to say to him, "Now are you satisfied? Your way of looking at me makes me uncomfortable." One of the red demons, pale and exhausted, shouted loudly, "I'm so tired I want to die, damn it, I'm going to die." Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera appeared beside it and said, "Hey, hey, hey, why do you look so miserable?" "Stop it." The demon seemed to be saved and exclaimed with joy. "Really? Is that true? Can I do it?" Without hesitation, he frowns and kicks it straight off the ship. "Fine, you useless bastard. Does any other demon feel tired now? Raise your hand, and I will let you rest in peace." After he finished speaking, the remaining demons all turned pale and frantically pressed the pedals. The demon being kicked down now covers its head with its hands as the train has already gone far away. It looks at Lloyd Frontera with a mesmerized gaze and blushing cheeks, whispering, "I feel like I'm treated like a fool, my heart is trembling. In the end, everyone benefits from Lloyd." Later, when he's on the roof of the train, Lloyd's spirit suddenly calls out to him, "Hey, imposter." Lloyd Frontera looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lloyd's spirit hesitated and asked, "Do you really give it to me?" He sat up uncomfortably and shouted, "You're holding it, so just ask me already." Hearing that, Lloyd's soul could only stare at the paper in his hand in silence. A few seconds later, he softly spoke, while still staring intently at the paper. "Thank you." Lloyd Frontera immediately pressed his distorted face close and said, "I only fear that your disgusting face will appear in my dreams. I gave it to you because I want to get rid of the disgusting things in my life." Hearing such insulting words, Lloyd, feeling embarrassed, said thank you and even started to tear up. The two then exchanged loving punches on the roof of the ship. After punching each other to exhaustion, Lloyd sat down and asked if his father and mother were doing well. Lloyd Frontera calmly replied that everything is fine. His mother is busy researching cooking and learning about business, and Bo has started carving again. He asked again with a slightly sad look, "And what about Julian?" He immediately replied that he married the youngest princess of Asfa and built a home with her in the capital. Seeing Lloyd's surprised expression, Lloyd Frontera's spirit didn't wait for him to ask and explained, "Why are you so shocked? Do you want to hear something even more astonishing? Dad is now a count, no longer a baron." He asked curiously, "Is it all thanks to you?" He replied, "I didn't plan for those things, but somehow it happened." A silence fell between them, but Lloyd's soul spoke up, tinged with sadness about Javier. "When my father first brought him, I couldn't believe what I saw. He was upright, honest, and handsome. I know I will never be like that. That's why I bullied him to help me talk to him and apologize for ruining his wooden sword. Actually, all I wanted was to be friends with him." While they were talking, Habel Azrahan below the roof heard everything. Lloyd's soul continued, "Tell my parents. I am also very sorry." Then, the two of them stepped down to look at the black hole in the sky. He looked at it for a moment before turning to Lloyd Frontera, still calmly gazing at the black hole. Lloyd's soul suddenly spoke, saying if luck was on his side and he was reborn as a human, but before reaching the emotional part, he unhesitatingly kicked him into the black hole. Lloyd shouted angrily, "You bastard, why did you kick me?" Lloyd Frontera smirked in response. "You're too close. Get all of you out of here quickly, I can't stand to hear anymore. Just wait and see. I will truly work hard when I reincarnate. so you won't be able to compare because I will work 10 times harder. Tears stream down Lai's soul as she says, I will become a human and everyone in this world will be happy because I was born. Lloyd Frontera silently stared into his determined eyes, then offered a sincere smile towards Loi's soul. Lloyd Frontera smiled softly. So then try your best, but I bet it will be very difficult. His encouragement only strengthened his resolve. Loi. The soul smiles brightly and gradually disappears into the fiery red space. Lloyd Frontera stares up at the sky. After Loi's soul completely disappeared, he slowly bowed his head, but Lloyd Frontera quickly regained his composure. The mission is complete, so when will I receive my reward? A moment later, Enick's soul seal shattered with a loud bang as Helcarus snapped his fingers coolly under the glowing blue energy. He spoke, All right, according to the contract, Enick's soul will be freed. Lloyd Frontera was puzzled and wondered silently. Huh? That's all there is to it? How do I become a member of the Dragon Society? Helis continued. The flow of time here is different from the human world. About 5 hours have passed in the human world. Your bone dragon will return to the distant north through the gate, and I will personally send you and your guardian back. My kindness ends here. He grinned maliciously at him and said, I look forward to the day we meet again. Hearing Helcarus's words, Lloyd Frontera couldn't help but wonder. He was about to say, but before he could, he snapped his fingers and both of them vanished. Lloyd Frontera and Habil Azrahan returned to their room in their house, clenching his teeth and grimacing, sensing danger ahead. Why does he say we will meet again? I don't want to go to hell ever again. He was a bit curious, so he asked, Why do you hate him? You seem more comfortable in hell than on earth. If it's you, then yes. You really enjoy saying what people want to hear to the demons, don't you? Habil Azrahan calmly continued, I only speak kind words to them. Are you pretending to be stupid, or are you serious? Lloyd Frontera looked around and exclaimed, What's going on, old bent dragon, my team members? Are you daring to lie to me? Suddenly he exclaimed, Lo, the young master is here, making him look on in surprise. Both of them looked at a giant monster with glowing red eyes that was also staring back at them. Lloyd Frontera, stunned, stepped forward and clearly saw the enormous creature in his garden. What is it again? What is this? Both Lloyd Frontera and Habil Azrahan stared silently at the monster, thinking to himself that he needed to calm down a bit. What is this, a dragon king? No way, because dragons can change their appearance at will. Lloyd Frontera pondered, but something felt strange. He stared at it intently while the dragon looked back at him with a cold, piercing gaze. If this really was the Dragon King, it slowly opened its jaws, revealing sharp fangs reflecting under the moonlight. Now we see the appearance of the little dragon with this mischievous face. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera couldn't help but wonder why it chose such a strange look. It cluelessly shook its body in response to his gaze as Karong waved his hand and said, Karong, Karong. Lloyd Frontera immediately grew tense and wondered why. What? It has patches of baldness on its belly. It must be very stressed. This isn't the Dragon King. There's no way it could be. Bodong gestured with his foot and said Karong, and it immediately smiled brightly. Seeing that, Lloyd Frontera asked curiously, Do you talk to it? What does it say? Why are you here? Bodong then asked. Bodong, I keep asking, why do you speak to it so happily? It continued to utter Kwang Kurong, leaving Lloyd Frontera no choice but to nod politely. Suddenly it shook its body to signal you to ride on its back. Lloyd Frontera was surprised. Do you want me to ride on your back? Kurong quickly nodded. Seeing that, he continued to ask, Are you sent here by the Dragon King? It continued to nod and said, The dragon penis. Lloyd Frontera secretly chuckled. Great, it seems that old wise dragon was telling the truth. One life and wealth. We arrived here. After a while, both of them climbed onto its back and flew away. He tries to hold onto its fur tightly and says, Too fast. Lloyd Frontera thinks to himself, It seems this bald lion doesn't use much energy either. He with a distorted face secretly worries that at this rate, he will become ugly beyond compare. Lloyd Frontera's eyes widen. Wait a moment. He on this side hasn't changed at all, still the handsome face everyone knows, making Lloyd Frontera feel jealous and angry. He widened his eyes and shouted, What's wrong with you that you're still so handsome among all this mess? Habil Azrahan turns back with a calm expression. Oh, you didn't know. This is known as true beauty. He quickly interrupted. Now is not the time for you to use words like that. It's just not fair. Under the clear night sky, Lloyd Frontera's shout echoed. You must be cheating for sure. After a while, everyone also reached the Magentano Gap Kingdom. The two of them slowly walked deeper into the dark corridor, silently thinking with determined eyes that he was at the end of this path. The Iron Blood Knight. the strongest creature of the Dragon King. At this moment, they have reached the blinding golden light at the end of the corridor. Lloyd Frontera's face immediately changed to surprise at the towering piles of gold below. The water gradually flows down, damn it, there's so much money. Seeing that, Habil Azrahan quickly spoke up. Aren't you surprised there's such a huge space underground? He immediately responded, well, that's not impossible either. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera saw something in the distance and narrowed his eyes. He saw the figure of the Dragon King and exclaimed, he's here! The two then stepped down gracefully. Lloyd Frontera stares intently at Biss, still seated in his chair with a commanding chin rest. After looking at Biss for a moment, he suddenly spoke to awaken him. Oh, great Dragon King. Hearing Lloyd Frontera's voice, BKIS immediately gritted his teeth and lifted his head. Both of them seemed to feel an overwhelming pressure, causing one to step back and the other to draw his sword. Bacchus cried out in pain, trembling as he said, my arm is dislocated. Lloyd Frontera's face instantly froze as sweat began to drip down his face. Bacchus closes his eyes, turns his face down, then opens them, glances briefly at Lloyd Frontera, and then collapses onto the sofa, snoring softly as both of them look on in confusion. He stares intently at BKS, thinking to himself that he saw him glance at him, even though he came here to get his membership card. Lloyd Frontera keeps his eyes fixed on the peacefully sleeping face in front of him, but he ignores me and goes to sleep, He clenched his fists. He was just the lazy and annoying type. I can't believe he would act so arrogantly just because he's strong and rich. Lloyd Frontera clenched his teeth in uncontrollable rage, while BKS's face remained peacefully asleep. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew towards him. Feeling the coolness, BKIS opened his eyes and was met with Lloyd Frontera's mischievous, smiling face. When BKIS couldn't help but wonder what was going on, those who came here to receive membership cards were all incredibly powerful humans. The memory in his mind now surfaces. A huge man in sturdy armor pointing at Baki and scolding him. Yes, he is the Dragon King. But why do you lack respect? He continued to think they are also very proud. That's why they will go crazy and get angry if I ignore them a little. Then BKS continued to look at Lloyd Frontera's face, and yet this guy suddenly came over to fan him. Is he trying to flatter me? He wiped the sweat off his face and then smiled contentedly before continuing to fan, surprising the boss. Really? He looks so happy just fanning me. Bacchus gradually falls asleep. Good, I like him. As a reward, he's sleeping soundly, so I'll go to sleep feeling super happy. Seeing that expression on Bacchus' face, Lloyd Frontera's hand slowing down from fanning, I couldn't help but smile in a mischievous way that even animals would envy. Step 1, a successful start. Move on to Step 2. Habil Azrahan quickly spoke up. Lai, the Fire Lord, would be better off if you didn't do anything reckless. I think the Dragon King is as powerful as the King of Hell. He followed Lloyd Frontera with a puzzled look, sitting by the river and pouring a glass of water. What are you doing? Don't you know? I am getting water for him to drink when he wakes up. Lai Frontera's lips curl up, unshaken as he ignores the wealthy and powerful. He immediately smiled with satisfaction and said, I will do anything, even take risks to befriend him. Habil Azrahan's face looked at Lloyd Frontera with determination, thinking to himself, yes, he seems so serious. A moment later, inside the grand and magnificent castle among shimmering gold mountains, Lloyd Frontera's voice echoed. That son of a bitch sitting on the throne looking down, do you dare not recognize this wealthy man? Why are you all sighing in front of the rich man? There are only 2 that are reserved for the lowly. You think so? Then he quickly stepped down, clasping his hands in a pitiful manner. My humble servant apologizes. I don't know, because I am poor and have nothing. I will kneel sincerely until you see fit. Rich man Lloyd Frontera, looking angry from above, throws money down, scoops it up, and becomes wealthy quickly. You lowly scoundrel, you quickly kneel again, enduring the gold coins flying at you. It hurts so much. Lloyd Frontera appears again above. To get rich, you have to endure. You son of a bitch. You appear below again, throwing money into the air with a look of happiness. Thank you, my lord. I will gladly accept it. Please give me more. Then, Frontera climbed back onto the chair and threw a solid gold pillar. Look at this beggar. I will give you everything until your stomach bursts. Habil Azrahan just kept listening silently as his voice continued to echo. Oh no. I was so happy I didn't know what else to do. But dance. He suddenly thought to himself how silly that is. Habil Azrahan looked tense. He looked so satisfied. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera was startled, causing the crown on his head to slip, and he looked at him with curiosity. Lloyd Frontera immediately looked at Habil Azrahan with a tense expression. I'm hungry. Let's eat quickly. You shouldn't be hungry at such times. Habil Asraha frowned and continued his thoughts. He's really lost his mind. A moment later, both of them entered the storage room in the castle. Habil Azrahan kept watching Loy Frontera as he dug up a potato from the ground. This place is amazing. Something always appears whenever I turn around. Suddenly, Podong stood on a pile of straw and pointed at a nearby lid, making him curious and exclaim, "What is that?" Lloyd Frontera opened it and was delighted to see kimchi right in front of him. Oh my God, is this heaven? Later, he sat on the pile of gold, eating potatoes and peeling kimchi happily. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan stepped forward and asked, "The Dragon King shows no signs of waking up. How long will his plan continue?" He immediately smiled foolishly for the rest of his life. He stared intently at Lloyd Frontera, thinking to himself, how long will this fool keep going? Then Habil Azrahan continued, "You will have to return to your estate someday. There are many things that need your care." Hearing that, Lloyd Frontera didn't show any emotion and casually placed his hands behind his head, replying, "Success and opportunity only come to those who persevere." Suddenly, Bacchis woke up, staring ahead with wide eyes. He was still lying on the sofa, silently wondering how long he had been asleep. How many days have passed? Bacchis recalls that I am the Dragon King Bacchis. One day, a girl suddenly appeared from another world. Why is it like this? I am growing closer to her, but I feel sleepy again. It's hard to explain from the beginning. Anyway, we're married, so it's over. Suddenly, Beis raised her trembling arm. No, when she started her journey, I told her to contact me every morning. He opened one eye, raised his hand to the call button in the air, and said, "It's already too late." But as expected, the reject button immediately caught Bacchis' eye, making him exclaim, "What?" She refused to listen? Bacchis' face turned pale, thinking to himself, she must be really angry. Probably when she comes back, she'll scold me. The image of his wife appears. "I'm really angry. I can't always rely on the Long King membership system to connect us. You haven't contacted me as we promised. Whenever I think of you, my worry weighs as heavy as Mount Tai and I can't sleep all night." Bacchis closed his eyes again with a satisfied expression, like a cat's tail. He snorted and continued, "More again." But suddenly Bacchis turned pale in fear. "No, she's angry. I must use teleportation magic right now." He gritted his teeth. "Wait. I can't do this anymore." Bacchis slumped down on the sofa, feeling very uncomfortable. At this moment, Lloyd Frontera's voice echoed. "Is something bothering you, sir?" That made him open his eyes. A terrifying face suddenly caught by his eye. The Dragon King, as if terrified himself, immediately shot 2 laser beams from his eyes and shouted, "What the hell is this? Are you a demon?" 2 laser beams shot past Lloyd Frontera, followed immediately by a massive explosion that left him stunned while still wearing a creepy smile. Lloyd Frontera's face suddenly became confused, then shifted to a normal expression before speaking. "Long Vuong, it seems you have some worries. I will help you with everything. Please give me a chance." Bacchis looked at him with disbelief. "Wow, this guy is unusually calm. Just now, the one who almost died," Lloyd Frontera continued. "I made the Dragon King panic, I startled him and caused unnecessary worry. I think I deserve the death penalty." He looked at him with a sleepy gaze and silently thought, "Oh, do I like that? Does he know how I feel?" Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera wondered to himself, what is the secret principle of successful selling? Isn't it about offering the most unique item you can sell or knowing what the customer needs? In fact, that is not a priority for the seller to love the customer, Bacchis wondered. "All right, do you want to hear what's bothering me?" Lloyd Frontera, as if he grew a tail behind his back, immediately replied, "I will help you with anything." But then he immediately asked, causing him to freeze in place, "Do you not have a girlfriend? I never even thought you would get married." Hearing such hurtful words, Lloyd Frontera's tears immediately streamed down his face. He continued, "Why would a single person as unknown as you be able to solve the problems of someone already married?" Hearing that, he suddenly added, "Well, even though I am not famous, I am also a child from a family, watching my parents all day long. Maybe you're having trouble with Long Hao, right? I'm the one who usually solves problems when my parents argue." Bacchis gazed dreamily at him, thinking, "Do I really trust this guy?" Then he slowly said, "Okay, kid, I mean the young man. Wait a moment, I think you'll find it uncomfortable to move your mouth and tongue. Let me try to guess, so please just say yes or no." Bacchis immediately looked at him with sparkling eyes and thought to himself, "Oh my God, I love you so much. You are number 2 in my heart." Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera silently licked his lips, thinking he couldn't make the Dragon King stammer and explain, so he would make him speak as briefly as possible. The laziest husband on earth, with a wife who hasn't seen her husband for a month. Marrying a man like this only happens when the man has a big heart, no children, and lots of money. So after thinking for a long time, he spoke, that Long Hao had to go away for some reason. I believe Long Hao asked the Dragon King, and it definitely wasn't to move house because that would be ridiculous. Long Hao would never ask for something that would ruin the dignity of a Dragon King. Maybe the Dragon King should wake up every morning and contact me. At that point, Lloyd Frontra asked seriously, "But you forgot about that, didn't you?" Bacchus immediately looked at him with a surprised expression, and then spoke. Exactly. As he finished speaking, he thought to himself, "I like it. I just need to say one word." Lloyd Frontera continued, "Do you worry about not knowing how to fix this mistake?" Bacchus continued speaking. "Yes, you keep saying, are you worried about how to ease your wife's anger?" Another yes echoed from his mouth, and he kept asking another question. "You are really difficult to deal with and afraid of being hated, right?" Another correct answer sounded. After being sure, he spoke again with a firm voice, because all those worries could be solved at once. Father Kiss stared at Lloyd Frontera for a moment before slowly lifting his own body. Biss looked at him with curiosity. "So, what should I do now?" Korong was extremely surprised and exclaimed in its own language. King Long has finally regained consciousness. He tilted himself up by 15 degrees. Lai Frontera points to the sky with confidence. "It's easy. Just come and stay at our palace in Frontera. Long Hao's heart will surely melt." That morning, Bayan, with a serious demeanor, raised his voice to rally. "Let's go quickly. We need to finish the maintenance today." He asked loudly, "Do you know?" The enthusiastic voices responded in unison, "Yes, let's do it." Hearing that, Bayan quickly urged them to hurry up. Once again, the Dongthan voice rang out. Suddenly he froze as if caught in a trap, feeling quite exhausted. Immediately after, Mira approached and softly suggested, "The number of migrants is increasing. I think we need to build more housing than planned." The man with dark circles under his eyes spoke. "All right, let's review the plan. High-ranking knight buyer, the Andon contract with the southern region has been completed." Hearing this, Bayan turned his face down and calmly responded. "All right, we will form a work crew. Everyone gather here." Another person rushes over frantically to report that Senior Knight, the ladder scaffolding, has water leakage. In response, he calmly said that he would observe it himself. Wait a moment. Then there were voices calling out to him. "Senior Knight, the restroom is closed." He quickly called out, "Come here." Another person shouted out immediately after, "High-ranking Knight, there are many insects in the reclaimed land." Hearing that, Bayan calmly reassured him, "I will take care of them." Another voice called out to him again. The Senior Knight had little residue left in the drain. He lazily replied, "Don't worry." Just as he finished dealing with this, another problem would arise. "Sir, Duke Rakona refuses to pay water tax." Bayan looked down and said, "I will go see him." He thought to himself, dazzled and saying one thing but doing another. He was already in the saddle, looking exhausted. "My name is Bayan. I am 57 years old. I am a high-ranking knight in the frontier territory." His face looked downcast as he pondered, "What am I doing here? It must be everything." Switching to the scene of Bayan and Duke Rakona's conversation, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Look at me. How long will I have to live like this? I can't pay the water tax. This is exploitation, you corrupt thief. I will expose your crimes before the Supreme Court. Get out of here. You, the beggar, don't ask me for money. How dare you? Do you know who your father is?" Bayan didn't bother to speak and just reached into his coat. Duke Rakona continued, "Do you not want to go? Maybe I will have to cut your throat." He is holding something that looks like a ruby. This is the small construction manual. It might make Duke Rakona lower his voice, but he won't tell Loy Khan that he will cut all ties with him. Then he reached out and crushed part of the small construction manual with a distorted expression. "Oh, what?" Immediately, Duke Rakona collapsed backward, trembling as he said, I will pay. I will pay you." The reason he behaved like this is because of post-traumatic stress disorder. He kept repeating the same words as before. I will pay. I will pay you back. I will pay you back." Bayan also had to look up at his image. Looking at that face, he silently laments, "Young Master Loy, when will you come back here? Every time you leave, I almost die from overwork before he rides away on his horse. Even if you pay me a huge salary, I can't take it anymore. I'm really exhausted." Suddenly, a loud voice from behind him announced, "Lord Loy is here." Hearing that, Bayan quickly tugged the reins. "Let's go." As soon as he arrived, he raised his voice and called out, "Young Master." This surprised Loy a bit. Bayan called out as he ran, "I've been waiting for you a long time." Then he knelt and begged, "Please grant this old knight a first and also final favor." One of his eyes welled up as he softly spoke. "With all due respect, this task is too difficult. I want to resign now." But his response was a refusal. He couldn't. "You want me to pay more?" Tears start to well up and fall quietly, along with his desperate plea. I already have enough money. Even if you pay me another 100,000, I still can't take it. Please accept my resignation, I beg of you. B's hand was gently posed on his shoulder. Loey stood still for a moment. Then he turned his back and walked away, leaving him stunned. Young master. As he took a step forward, he calmly announced, "From today onwards, your monthly salary will be 3 billion. Hearing that, Bayan couldn't hold back and roared, "Young master, it's not about the money." Suddenly he paused, thinking to himself that the young man was right. Then Bayan calmly emphasized, "I will do my best." Loy didn't respond and was a bit surprised by the scene before him. Everyone here was gathering around as if welcoming him back. He pursed his lips slightly in reaction to this scene. What is this feeling? Then he gently smiled, beginning to realize, oh, I see. Immediately after, Loey smiled brightly, waving to everyone, feeling at home in the mansion at this moment. He whispered in a deep voice, "Yes, I called her this morning. I must say I call my wife every morning," he softly asked. "But does she really forget that we haven't been in contact for an entire month?" Loy slightly lowers his head and calmly says, "We can't do anything about that." His tone is honestly questioning with suspicion. "You deceived me, didn't you? I thought so." Before he could finish speaking, he immediately interrupted. Instead of trying to mend what was broken, start a new chapter in a relationship that means so much more. Spend each day reaching out until Long Hao returns. It will be proof of loyalty and a change in behavior. Bok Kiss remained silent, his face emotionless, then gently smiled, followed by his deep, snoring breathing. He paid no attention to it and continued speaking. As for the Long King Society members, even though his hands trembled, he still held the pen in his hand. "It's such a hassle. Come here behind your neck." Bok Kiss sighed softly. "It's too complicated. Writing like this is fine." Then he drew a picture right on his neck. Loy was a bit confused and asked, "What is this?" He quickly replied, "One more life." After finishing the task, he immediately threw the pen onto the floor. "Now you are a member of the Dragon King Society. Bang Bang is amazing. Good night." Loy speaks slowly. Lo Ai really knows how to influence others' emotions. Bok Kiss let out a soft sound, then the two of them went outside. He raised his hand to signal silence, and then they both walked away together. And finally, we are done. Habil Azrahan was a bit confused by his words and asked for clarification. "What do you mean by that?" Hearing this, he also patiently and calmly introduced himself, saying, "First, the person standing in front of you is the richest person on the Lore Razor continent." The scene shifts to Bayan sleeping soundly, taking over everything we've started. Then Loy raises his index finger and says, "You will accompany me once more, great master." Then there is an image of Bok Ki deep in sleep, spilling saliva with support from the Dragon King. "And I have 2 lives left." Then he confidently declares, "I am the champion, so what else could threaten my beautiful life? I can't even imagine it." Suddenly Bok Ki quietly expressed, "Thank you, sir." His words left Loy completely puzzled. "What is it?" His voice grew deeper as he spoke slowly. "I have heard many stories from the village. They say that Bayan's children have come to study in the capital. In the past, I didn't even think about studying because I was focused only on finding food." The two of them continued their story as they walked together. "Then I learned from a genius swordsman named Greg. And today, with more time in my life, I have started to learn how to make many things myself. Some dream of becoming an artist, others dream of music." He closed his eyes tightly and continued. "But when the land was still poor, everyone shared the same goal, not to die of hunger. Just keep listening to what Bok Kiss says, and throughout your life. I keep dreaming and dreaming. Then the atmosphere gradually becomes silent. Loey softly asked, "What do you think of me?" "I'm just a thief, the one who stole your young master's body." Soon after, BKS quickly spoke up. "I keep his face in mind, even though he shows no expression when expressing how happy he is that you came to this world. It surprises him." But right after, both of them, each heading in opposite directions, started feeling nauseous from the romantic scene earlier. The saved health points are now 18, 124, 392. Seeing the numbers in front of me makes Loey incredibly happy. Things are going well. I will be able to recover the lost life points, right? The health points saved reached 18, now 124, 392. You held on as the numbers kept changing, and then they started to jump. Then the first 2 numbers dropped to 13. While the other 2 continued to decline. His pupils contracted, and his face started to flush with anger, and the figures dropped to 4. The remaining 2 rows continued to load, standing still and unable to move, watching the numbers in front of them. The life point has been saved once, and then dropped to 0. Suddenly he seems to be caught in a double trap and stands motionless in place. Late at night, street lights hang suspended above the buildings, and in the sky a headband appears with Korean characters written on it. Everyone joyfully sang along and danced together in the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I don't see Lo anywhere. Although this festival is for him, he continued to probe afterwards. Do you know where it is? He's a bit hesitant about this. Oh, about that. Let's cut to the scene from earlier. Seeing Loy's face suddenly turn pale caught his attention. Habil Asrahan asked in a deep voice. What's going on? Loy replied quickly as he walked away. There is an urgent matter I need to handle. Do not follow me. Hearing that, he asked, Even a welcome party for you? He paused and said with a hint of meaning, Maybe we won't be able to hold another festival. Then he started to leave again. His words made him suspicious. Back at the current party, Loy quickly runs across the ground. Habil Asrahan slowly speaks. Maybe that day he had something he needed to do. Just as he reached the cliffside overlooking the village below, he began to speak again so we could continue the festival. Arku Frontera found these words a bit confusing. Sweat dripped down his forehead, his face flushed. The ending reveal, the system menu instantly appeared, revealing the ending. Use your shares to briefly glimpse the ending scene of this story. You need 80 shares for the third use, 192 shares in total. Do you want to use the end reveal? Loy clenched his teeth and clicked yes without hesitation. Stop asking stupid questions. Suddenly, the space around here turns completely dark. A voice called out his name, Oi Kim X Ho. The flames behind him lit up and Lloyd immediately turned his face away. Lloyd gently asked, Are you watching? Then he reassured, Don't worry too much. This isn't the future that will happen. Just something that could happen. If you don't watch the full ending reveal, Lloyd frowns slightly, listening carefully to what Lloyd is saying. Of course, if you do nothing, this could really happen. His voice lowered to the day you saw DP return. Oh, everything has been very peaceful since then. Nothing else happened. He continued, I think it was about 3 years later. But then the fog disappeared, leaving only a trail of smoke behind. Soon after, the dark space gradually vanished, revealing the mountain cliff area from earlier. In front of him now are the scene of the 2 people riding horses, but in this dark night he cannot clearly see the faces of the Count and his wife. A group of 3 friends are mixing the sounds of different tools, while outside a couple dances together, cheered on and clapping by everyone. It's just a normal day. They are riding their horses for a walk like any other day. Akus Frontera and Mabella. Frontera are riding up the mountain together when a squirrel quickly runs past them. Suddenly, the horse he was riding started to thrash wildly, causing him to panic. Witnessing this, Loy couldn't hold back and loudly exclaimed, Count, the village still doesn't know anything and is still celebrating. Immediately afterward, he started falling to the ground. The person next to him couldn't grasp what had just happened. His pupils dilated. What? What's going on? That's ridiculous. Loy appeared again and continued speaking. About a month later, everyone in the village was still immersed in happiness. He replied, Lady does not leave the Count's coffin even for a second, literally until her death. Hearing these words from him, Loy couldn't help but feel furious. Don't mess with me, he muttered as he stepped forward. I saved both of them. They are still alive and very happy. But Loy still didn't seem to care and continued speaking. We were so stunned and hurt that we couldn't attend Julian's funeral. His pupils constricted in horror at these words, that Loy continued the story. While Ain't was teaching swordsmanship to everyone, someone found Julia, a sword stabbed through her stomach. She was killed. His face turned pale at what Loy said. Saraja went crazy. She volunteered to fight in a small war and was also killed. I guess she has no reason left to go on living. Loy revealed one more thing. Oh, it's nothing. But the queen has become a tyrant. One day, she lost her arm. What happened next was exactly like what you read in the novel. The Teenet family was assassinated by a rebel force from Asfahan. Lord Valar Ladi died following the queen's unreasonable orders. After we left the Count's territory, Aros died in a hunting accident. Malika died from refusing to eat anything. Solista locked himself in the dungeon once again. Unable to bear it any longer, he raised his voice and gave an order. Stop. Hearing that, Loy also stopped. He spoke slowly and clearly. Haha, I guess there's no need to say more, right? It would take too long to go over what happened to each person. He couldn't hold back and punched that person in the face. I told you to stop, Loy softly asked. What do you think? As you watch this reveal, Loy starts looking around. Hey messenger, where are you? Turn this off. Then Lai gently turned back, having seen the ending reveal. Can you stop all of this now? Loy's mouth begins to spew out strawberry syrup, followed by a rush of red syrup pouring out from his mouth. The strawberry syrup streaks stain the nearby wine bottle, wall, and flower vase. Loy's hand trembled violently, then suddenly stopped trembling as if he had said everything he needed to say, and at that moment, Loy was floating away. A faint sweat appears on Loy's face as images of his parents' memorial photos flash through his mind. I have lost everything and couldn't do anything about it. Loi leans on the tree trunk and looks down at the village below, where everyone is dancing together. He quietly wondered if he would lose everyone again. His face darkened and he clenched his teeth, vowing he couldn't lose what belonged to him twice. Are you thinking I would let all that happen to me? Dong Dong suddenly emerged from the water and let out a piercing scream. Behind it, a squirrel was riding on top, causing the water to splash everywhere as it jumped up. A rainbow gradually appears in the sky, and the squirrel, with a sharp tone, calls out, "Long, wake up at the mansion now. Long Vuong, the sun is already high overhead." King Long, you have to call Lord Long. Hello? Even though the sunlight reaches Bok Kiss, he remains deeply asleep. Loi looks at him with dead eyes, then gently clears his throat and begins to prepare the right-hand rule. Before he could fully use the power of the right-hand rule, BKS quickly woke up with a pale face. Loi's right hand moved toward that direction, overwhelmed by his greatest fear. Tired of BKIS covered in sweat, I have no idea what just happened. This is the first time in my life I've experienced something like this. He placed his left hand on his right horse, smiled brightly and said, "Ha ha ha. My ability to wake others up in the morning is a bit loud. Please call Long Hao quickly." He raises his hand. "Ah, Long Hao." Then the system display shows a red background with a prohibition sign. So tiring. He lowered his hand to the ground, his eyes beginning to close. "Anyway, I must complete the mission, so I will sleep now." Loi gently expressed, "Wishing you a beautiful reign." Then he angrily walked away, an unintended incident affecting those around him. Bong Bong floated in the air with the two friends. Despite their efforts, they couldn't stop it from happening. Bai wakes up with a pale face, so I have to find out the cause behind all of this, and if it's something supernatural, maybe the Dragon King will know the answer. His voice started to rise. "Oh, it seems the little one has grown up." Immediately, Loi slightly bowed his head. "I have a question for the Dragon King," but he lazily replied, "I don't know, go away." He remained silent, thinking to himself, "You don't know? Are the 5 lazy ones so bored that even breathing feels tiring and they don't want to move?" But then, Loi grinned mischievously. "I am Kim Su-ho, someone who even tames dragons. I'll add that I truly come from a different dimension. Sir Dragon King, Bok Kiss would never believe such nonsense. Truly amazing. Get out of here. Night is gradually falling." Then, the next morning, I changed the fate of the people here for the better. Does that make you happy? He quickly confirmed. Yes. Good. The night is also gradually falling. As usual, the next morning their conversation continued. But it is said that those people would still die as their original fate dictated. He lazily replied, "It's really bad." The full moon quickly appeared. Not long after, the sun gradually rose. Bok Kiss was still sound asleep, deeply lost in sleep. He wondered why he didn't hear the deafening scream calling him to wake up like usual. His eyes began to open, and the first thing that caught his gaze was Loi sitting there asleep. He softly asked, "What are you doing? Why didn't you wake me up?" My voice started to tremble. "Oh, I forgot to mention." With a slightly shameless look on his face, he even ran his hand through his hair, emphasizing each word. I couldn't wake him up for about 10 days. Bok Kiss was a bit startled by what he said, and cold sweat began to appear all over his face. Bok Kiss doubted what was in front of him. "Are you crazy?" A slight smile curved on his lips. "I was just joking." Suddenly he leaned back, speaking slowly. "But that could happen if you don't answer my question." My mouth slightly opens and B-Kiss calmly says, "Looking at things positively is good. But don't you realize how easily I could kill you and destroy this entire village? I know I will die if I threaten the Dragon King like this, but I can't do anything else." He whispered solemnly, "I am willing to sacrifice my life for the Long King for the sake of my family." He continued, "Even if it means losing my 4 shares or my life to change fate." My expression gradually changed. "But then you must find someone to wake you up to that dawn." The Dragon King's pupils shrank in shock at what he said and told him it was time to wake up. He emphasized each word sharply, saying, "A person will tell you to just visit the village. Someone will cook for you. And when you return, he will say, 'Welcome, someone who keeps your feet warm and helps you fall into a good sleep.'" Bacchus quickly intervened, stopping him. He ignored those words and kept speaking, offering a small piece of advice. "If you find someone like that, don't let them slip away from your grasp." He raised his voice to stop him. "Stop it." He deliberately ignores it and keeps talking. "And if that person disappears, you will miss the feeling of someone waking you up every morning and sharing conversations. I told you to stop." The voice still keeps rambling on, but unfortunately, I'm going to die soon. "Enough already, please stop it now." Then he fell asleep again. He opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I admit that the danger I face is greater than yours." Kim Shu-ho, upon hearing this, Loi silently thought, I've beaten Mom. The two of you keep talking without realizing that Habil Azrahan has been standing outside listening to everything. You said that the fate you are desperately trying to change still doesn't disappear and keeps returning each time. Is that correct? Yes, you are right. He begins to draw his sword. His salary is too low to take on this additional task. Bakkis then added that this is like a fragile bowstring. Hearing that, he repeated the same word again. The string, along with an image of a hand pulling a bowstring, shows that no matter how hard you try to force it to change its original shape and then release the arrow, it will react with greater force and inevitably return to its original form. He concluded that this is a phenomenon of fate restoration, like an unbreakable law. This made him worry, and he asked softly, "Is there no way to stop it?" He then asked, "Do you know the meaning of the phrase unavoidable?" Kiss slowly explained, "I can't do anything either, whether it's the Dragon King or the Angel King." Then he asked further, "Have you played any games before?" Loy quickly replied yes. Hearing that, he then explained that it's similar. Regardless of the game's freedom, there will always be an error correction program running. This world is ultimately just a game within a game, and simulation inside a simulation, and the problem always lies there. It makes him feel terrified. So what would happen if there was a hidden feature? Could it be discovered? He said with a blank expression. So you're just a tiny grain of sand in that program, but it seems you're not discouraged, huh? Loey confidently believes that I feel alive. Who cares if it's a program or not? Whether it's a game or anything else, I will achieve my goal. Habil Azrahan stood stunned by their words. Brother Kiss was momentarily surprised, secretly thinking that was truly an admirable idea. Then his mouth slightly opened as he began to reveal the Truth Stone. He explained slowly that it is a legendary stone capable of answering any question. If you find it, you might have the answer, Bakkis continued. The answer that could help you fight against the phenomenon of fate restoration. Immediately, Lai stood up and politely asked, "Can I ask one more question?" Bakkis closed his eyes and said, "No, you can't. Go to the Mermaid Kingdom, goodbye." Hearing that, he placed his hand on his chest and softly said, "I thank you very much. I will call you every morning to wake up." Then he turned around. As he stepped out the door, Loey announced that it was time to go. Javier was heading to the Mermaid Kingdom. One beautiful morning, Loy and Habil Azrahan were riding on Min's back, beginning a new journey. He still couldn't understand why they had to go there in person. Wouldn't it be easier if we asked the Dragon King to take us to the Dream Realm? After hearing that, he could only evaluate. Oh my God, you're really bad at building relationships, huh? He's so dangerous he could kill both of us with a single snap. There is a certain boundary we need to pay attention to, even if we want to resist, and I already have enough clues about the Dreamland Kingdom. After some time traveling, a kingdom with a large port appeared before them. The Dream Kingdom mentioned in the novel is hidden somewhere in the Haces Sea. The Hasset Sea is the northern waters of the Larazor continent. It's where the whale hunting ships often come and go from the CRMO port. Our search for the Kingdom of M will begin here. It's early morning, so the ships are bustling with activity. All right, Captain, take your ship somewhere else. Damn it, can't you see I'm blocking the way here? The market is now very busy and bustling, filled with the voices of merchants selling their goods. These are bowls and dishes from Asfahan. Thanks to the competitive prices, today, ours are the best deals. Carrying goods on my back through the crowded streets was surprisingly easier than I expected. This place's tea has become quite lively, hasn't it? In the novel, this city was destroyed by a giant Count CRMO, who once helped Javier and was now in excruciating pain. The streets were filled with the cries of children and the homeless, and life was only a dull gray, immersed in suffering. But now everything has changed. The lives of the people are filled with laughter and color. Everywhere, lively exchanges are taking place, making the atmosphere vibrant and bustling. Walking along, I glance around, observing the people and the scenery here. Suddenly, a feeling of emotion and tears welled up inside him. I am the one who made this city happy. I knew this was bound to happen, but seeing it now just makes my stomach turn. I should have asked for more of a reward back then. So the person trembling with cold right now is actually feeling deep regret. Faced with Lloyd's intense expression, Habil Azrahan couldn't help but glance over. Then he sighed softly and gave a gentle smile. I knew it all along. Who would have thought that he also feels the same regret as you do? He is very warm. All of this is thanks to me. I should have asked for a service fee. Just an extra 2% would have been enough. Countess CRMO was so happy to see Loy again. It had been a very long time. Our hero, the hero of Kurmo, you truly are my type. No matter how many times I look at you, you're still not my type, huh? He just held him gently and patted his back firmly, but I wasn't very interested in the moment. While being lifted up like a child, Loy expressed his intention. Actually, I came here with a favor to ask of you. Then, to clarify the situation with Count Kurmo, they sat down and began to discuss. After hearing his request, he crossed his arms and considered whether you wanted to rent a large ship to reach the Mermaid Kingdom. I am willing to explain my purpose to Count CRMO. I know this might sound a bit ridiculous, but I have my own reasons. Count immediately denied and explained, no, we have a very skilled captain, but he is known to be a paranoid. He said he visited the Dreamland Kingdom when he was young, and he keeps talking about it whenever he's drunk. If you're okay with such a strange person, I can introduce him to you. Hearing this, he also looked a bit stunned. Loey clenched his fist with excitement. This is progressing unusually well. It's really a great opportunity. After that, I also had my first meeting with the captain. How could I be invited to the Dream Kingdom, right? He didn't hesitate to share his story with them. I sang a song that decided whether others were friends or foes based on your voice. Loy and Habil Azrahan, after hearing it, were so stunned they couldn't believe what they just heard. His face suddenly darkened as if facing the apocalypse, because if that was true, he would be doomed. What did he just say? Is there any other way? Well, maybe if he sings instead of me, even the captain would have to be honest. A beauty like him would definitely be invited. But you can't. Loey is very worried about his singing voice, but he is terrified of that hellish voice of his. I'm not very confident in my singing voice. Not very confident, huh? That's a pretty mild way to put it. I thought you were misunderstanding something. The next second, the captain revealed his youthful adventures across the waves, falling into the water when he looked out at the sea in his youth. The sailors on the ship had no idea I fell into the water and just left. And then the mermaid appeared. I was extremely scared, seeing that they weren't joking at all. Their bodies, they are truly serious. That feeling still lingers in him like the first day. The pressure he felt then made it seem like they could snap his neck at any moment. That is when I remember what my grandfather used to say. If we sing to the mermaids, we can prove to them that we are not enemies. What do you think my singing voice was like back then? And the truth is, the captain also felt something for Lai when he started singing. And even he had to admit it. It was just a series of heartbreaking cries. At first, the mermaids looked like they hated my singing, but then her eyes turned red as if she was about to devour him. Yet, in an instant, that terrifying face softened like never before. They smiled. But the key wasn't whether the singing was good or bad, but whether it came from genuine sincerity. What the mermaid heard was not dissonant noise, but the truth from the heart and genuine emotions of people. Hearing about those three things, Loy also paused for a moment. The truth, the voice from the heart, the emotions. Suddenly, the images of the two counts appeared in his mind, and not stopping there, the happiest couple he had ever seen was also vividly recalled. And then, there are the friends who have always been with him through every challenge. Their images are deeply etched into Lloyd Frontera's subconscious. After some reflection, he made a decisive decision. I want to borrow your boat. Please take me to the waters near the Mermaid Kingdom. At first, I had no feelings at all. I just wanted to make money and fill my stomach, but the captain directly refused me. That's not allowed. This isn't whale hunting season. But right now, money isn't an issue, and he had no regrets pushing a mountain of gold in front of him. The captain is a slave to capitalism, so of course he can't resist this dazzling light. We'll set sail in 10 minutes. Then they climbed onto the boat and rode the waves toward the Merfolk Kingdom. I have arrived. I tried to bring the boat here in a month instead of riding Gomin or Dong Dong because those mermaids might get scared and run away. I felt hopeless seeing the brief, bitter smile on those who were already suffering, while the captain became more excited than ever. The mermaids must be surrounding our boat now. They really are very sensitive to intruders. Loy immediately turned around to see if what he said was just bragging, but Habil Azrahan quickly confirmed it. He is right. More than 1,000 merfolk are surrounding the boat. They are just hiding in the water without revealing their faces for now, and the fate of the people is filled with happiness and joy. I will protect and defend everyone. Then Loy pours his whole heart into singing soothing melodies deep within the ocean. Mermaids, please help me. They are now looking at him with fiery red eyes and suspicion. Loy confidently sings from the bottom of his heart, hoping to touch the mermaids' hearts. Now, the mermaids look at him with sweet faces and lower their guard. Even Azrahan was a bit surprised by his performance. Is this really how he feels? Kimek shouted under the shimmering magical moonlight. Loy expressed his heart through his singing, and all the merpeople now watched intently, their eyes fixed on Lloyd Frontera. Suddenly, in the next moment, their ears started bleeding, as if his singing was a challenge to the mermaids, prompting them to shoot arrows at the pillar he was standing on. That is a declaration of war, attack. The mermaid's face now tense and more ferocious than ever. It seems Loy is following the captain's example, but the outcome is completely the opposite. The mermaids started throwing spears continuously at them. The boat was now under a fierce attack, forcing them to retreat immediately. Turn the boat around and run quickly. Given this unexpected result, he also angrily questioned the captain. Hey, old man, wasn't it you who said singing from the bottom of your heart would convince them? Who would have thought that he would punch you right in the face, making your face twist in pain? This bastard, I told you to sing, not to recite a curse spell. Turns out your singing is so bad that it's considered an insult to the listeners. Loy couldn't help but feel sad and tear up from such a comment. Even Azrahan couldn't stand the sound of this hellish voice. Your true feelings are to invade the mermaid kingdom. I can't believe it. Don't just sit there doing nothing. Instead of mocking me, do something. The super alert message now forces him to handle this mess. We must not attack the mer people. Tell me the timing so I can turn the ship around and get out quickly. That sounds too easy for you to say. At the very moment Habil Asrahan soared into the air with his angel wings, the other mermaids also looked up at him. Wanting to show their good intentions, he raised his hand to stop the attack. He also didn't expect Habil Asrahan to be so brave, daring to stand amidst chaos and ask to stop the battle. Suddenly, one of those mermaids pointed at him. Habil Asrahan was holding his breath, not knowing what was about to happen to him. Truly, falling for a handsome guy in the next life never ends. The mermaid no longer attacked fiercely and instead fell into the trap of his good looks. You're done. Habil Asrahan stood before this scene, only able to stare in confusion, then suddenly remembered Lead behind him and turned his head to look back. It seems that being discriminated against made him feel so sad that he was crying non-stop. This cursed world, just die already. When I saw they gave me the green light, Habil Asrahan asked again to confirm. Did I pass? So I was invited to the merfolk kingdom, right? After seeing the mermaids confirm, he also calmly expressed his curiosity. Yes, that's right, I really appreciate it, but why are you so surprised? She was momentarily unsure how to respond and just looked shy. Then the mermaid immediately flicked her hair back as if to show off her beauty to Habil Asrahan. Of course, she couldn't resist his radiant appearance because he's so handsome. But Habil Asrahan's reply was even more boss-like. I already knew that. Loy also couldn't help but feel jealous when those words were directed at him, looking at him with a hurtful gaze. He's really arrogant. Habil Asrahan then also had a matter he wanted to clarify. I heard that mermaids can sense a person's true feelings through their singing. The mermaid did not deny it, but confirmed and explained that it is because we can reach a person's heart through the way they sing. Being handsome really means having it all, yet Habil Asrahan still received special treatment. But your face is similar, so we don't need to hear you sing to feel anything. And of course, he's very confident about his glowing, godlike appearance. My face can do that too. Seeing Habil Asrahan so full of himself just makes me furious, but I can't do anything about it. This is really uncomfortable. Someone like him is the main character here? He even worried that you didn't hear him clearly, and reminded you that my face could prevent the war from happening because of your singing voice. He immediately replied bluntly with a stubborn look. Listen and move on. To show my respect to the mermaid, Lloyd stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Loy, the one who hired this night. Indeed, an exception indeed. The mermaid quickly looked at him with a piercing gaze, no longer gentle as before. Look how quickly she turned hostile. Doesn't she feel ashamed of discriminating based on appearance? But I'll let it go because I need their help, so I dismiss all suspicion and bow politely. First, I want to thank you for the invitation to the merfolk kingdom, but then her words hit him like a cold splash of water in the face. No, no one invited you there, but because of that, it only fueled Lloyd Frontera's determination more. I knew she would say that. I, Kim Shu-ho, am the one who turns the impossible into possible. I will find what they want, bring it out, negotiate, and make it a condition of the deal. I will be the boss in this negotiation. Habil Asrahan, of course, couldn't just stand by and watch, so he stepped in to help him. Isn't he not invited, even though I asked everyone? And then that mermaid turned around 180 degrees to become friendly and agreed to his proposal. Why not? Both of them were stunned and frozen in place for 5 seconds at her sudden change of attitude, but Lloyd's current expression clearly shows how much he's been hurt. Although I am feeling unstable and stubborn, I still try to calm him down. I think it's just the salt carried by the wind, so my eyes feel a bit strained. Habil Asrahan is secretly encouraging him inside. Who would have thought he had to work hard even with that face? Keep trying. And the mermaid didn't hesitate any longer and quickly handed him a treasure. All right, this is a necklace that can help you breathe underwater and will protect you from pressure and freezing temperatures down there. Who understands this pain? Loy was actually hit in the head with a necklace thrown by them. Anyway, I was invited to the merfolk kingdom. My frustration and sadness don't matter. What's important is that I can find the real gem and use it to protect everything in my domain. To give everyone a better life, Loy endures all these humiliations. After sinking deep below, a jade-green light suddenly appears before him. Is this light deep beneath the surface? But the next scene truly broadens Loy's horizons. A giant guardian octopus appears, holding an entire kingdom beneath the ocean. Seeing a sea creature this huge for the first time, he couldn't help but be stunned. An octopus? It seems it's even bigger, but isn't this already as large as a city? That octopus. He turned to say something to her, but was interrupted when she threw a big chunk of butter at him. So Habil Azrahan took the opportunity to speak on his behalf. That octopus. And of course, the mermaid was happy to answer his questions. She is the guardian octopus of the Merfolk Kingdom. He has been with us for a very long time. This is the palace, and everyone will meet the king first. Show respect to him. Soon, the palace appeared before them. When they entered inside, both of them respectfully knelt before Ariel, greeting the handsome man and the ugly man. She then introduced herself as the queen of the Merfolk Kingdom. Ariel realized that everywhere he went he was treated differently, so he had to rely on Habil Ashan. The handsome man told them he wanted to borrow the Truth Stone. They kept arguing back and forth without reaching an agreement. I only have my face. You are the one who should say that. You are the expert. I have no right to say anything here. Even though Ariel's next words are meant to comfort Lloyd, they feel like salt in his wounds. Don't worry, ugly person. I won't punish you just because you have a terrible face. Go ahead. Just don't look at me. It doesn't sound like a joke. What you said hurts me a lot, you know? If that's the case, then I won't hesitate anymore and we'll get straight to the main point. I came here to find the truth of the gem, if you could lend it to me. But before I finished speaking, she burst out laughing uncontrollably. This made him a little worried, and pause. Ariel burst into laughter because he heard the incredibly absurd words just spoken by him. If it exists, I will lend it to you right away. Maybe they are real, but only in the age of legends. Upon hearing this, he froze for 5 seconds, unable to believe his eyes. What? Ariel didn't hesitate to shatter his dreams outright. It's just a legend. Do you really think it's here? Loie still can't believe it and brings out a witness. The Dragon King said the truth about the pearl is in the Merfolk Kingdom. What about the Dragon King? That womanizer and sleepaholic, huh? Who would have thought that this time I'd be seen as a fool wasting my effort by others? You're as stupid as you look. There's no way he would tell you everything. Realizing he's been played, he can't help but feel bitter inside. Damn Dragon King. Damn dragon, remember me? At this moment, she also realizes the deep helplessness within him. You look so desperate. So what if you ask our guardian octopus? He has lived since the age of myth, and she also gave him a hint to try himself. Hearing this, Loie couldn't help but be shocked to the core. What could it say? Who would have thought that after asking, Ariel would think he's even more stupid? Of course, no octopus can really talk. You really are truly stupid. When Loie keeps getting rejected over and over, he can't help but get fired up. This isn't a joke, I'm serious now. I've switched to my serious CEO mode. In short, the jewel of truth really exists in the age of myths, and it's not just a fabrication, right? But even Ariel isn't 100% sure about this. Who knows? Our ancestors said it exists, but our generation has never seen it. Hearing this, Lloyd immediately made a guess. It means the chance isn't a perfect 0. Seeing that there is still a glimmer of hope, he stepped forward and said, I have another request. What is it, King of the Mermaids? Loie has come this far, so I definitely won't leave empty-handed. Even if it's just a 0.1% chance, I will try every way to find out. Please allow us to search for the gem of truth. If we find it, you will only benefit. Because my expertise is being stubborn and diligent. Ariel didn't stop them at all and was very willing to let them search freely. Well, that's not a problem. We can admire the handsome man even more while you're here. Great. But in the next moment, she also told Lloyd Frontera something first. However, we will not help you. We have many things to take care of. That's already enough to give me a headache. So much to do? Ariel then revealed her concern at this moment. Some time ago, the gates of hell opened in our waters. Hearing this, Lloyd seemed to see an opportunity to prove himself. The concern about the gate of hell is now directly affecting them. The heat from hell has affected the Arctic. If this continues, all the ice will melt. If they keep being stupid and lazy, things will only get worse. Every time Ariel thinks about this, she just wants to tear that person apart. What idiot would open something like that here? That guy deserves to be torn apart by 5 horses. Loie also expressed his frustration about this issue. Damn it, there's another bastard like that alive. He truly deserves to die. When it comes to this issue, she could sit all day and still not express all her frustration. We've seen Kot Long come and go from that place, and the bastard who opened the gate seems to have a connection with demons. Truly a villain. In that case, taking advantage of the opportunity, Loie immediately made a proposal. With all due respect, I hope you will allow us to search for the truth. I promise you. If I find him, I will cut off his head and bring it back to you. You didn't even blink for a second as you said it with a confident attitude. Even Habil Asrahan couldn't help but be impressed by his acting. which surpassed even Hollywood actors. Amazing. His face trembled, and his personality was so shameless that it was beyond measure. After their conversation with Ariel, both of them stepped onto the balcony and looked down at the city below. Lloyd, wanting to avoid wasting more time, was eager to act immediately. Javi is just looking for the truth of the gem. How do you plan to find it? It will definitely be difficult at first, but you can't rush it either. We will gather information from all sides. Sometimes the simplest way is the fastest. Who would have thought that the problem Habil Azrahan was talking about was actually the one he caused? No, I'm talking about the Hellgate flag, but now you just want to focus on the Truth Stone. Let's put that aside for now. We need to find the Truth Gem for the Count, the Countess, and everyone else. Habil Azrahan knows he has his own reasons, so he doesn't say anything more. He always has his reasons for everything he does. I am sure that what we are doing is right, but now the two of them are moving forward together to welcome a new journey. The Gate of Hell and the Gemstone of Truth are here. As night falls over the entire space, Alicia still cannot find peace and sits quietly by the window, slowly feeling the gentle breeze. But contrary to the calm appearance, she is now immersed in suffering with her eyes bloodshot. Her entire body bulges with veins everywhere, forming a strange appearance to sit on the throne. The blood of her family and siblings has been spilled because of her, so she can't give in to these poisons. Although struggling with the poison, Alicia refused to give up and clenched her teeth tightly. Her hands began to move in strange ways. Alicia's entire body now radiates an extremely powerful aura of deadly intent. As she strains with all her might, her face contorted like a monkey eating chili, eyes wide open, glaring upward. Alicia's slender arms also begin to change, with red veins almost covering most of her hands. Veins began to bulge all over her body. Just a glance is enough to understand the intense pain Alicia is enduring now. Everything inside her seems to be trying to destroy her and break free. But in the next moment, Alicia could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground exhausted. In the quiet midnight, she could only hide this pain deep inside her heart. Although her body showed signs of easing and calming down, her arm was still completely taken over by the poison and remained critically dangerous. Alicia no longer hesitated and immediately moved on to the next step. Good, the hand is moving. I will transfer all the poison to my hand and then cut it off. Although this is an extremely difficult and heartbreaking decision, I have to accept it to survive. As a person sitting on the throne, sacrificing something like a hand to preserve one's purity is only natural. Alicia has no hesitation in sacrificing her own body to protect what is more important. That's strange. Am I already losing my mind? Who would have thought that the image suddenly appearing in her mind right now would be Lloyd Frontera? Why am I remembering that potato right now, and that potato of hers is now searching for the mermaids to ask about the Truth Stone? I could tell right away that someone like you probably believes in the Truth Stone, but the mermaids are actually scared of his scary face. Oh my God, heaven and earth, gods and spirits. I thought some sea cucumber was talking right now. Even if I used to believe it was real before, now even the existence of the universe makes me doubtful. Habil Azrahan, with his handsome face, immediately spoke up for him. Seeing her noble aura like that, she must believe in the existence of the true gemstone, right? With his top-notch looks and eloquence, she enthusiastically replied, I didn't believe it because it's just an old fairy tale from long ago. No, I do believe it. Do you know anything about it? I'm not sure if I do, but I do know a crazy guy who talks a lot about searching for that gem. Oh, but I didn't say you're crazy. I said you're beautifully crazy. The mermaids giggled and teased him. But a handsome crazy person is still okay, right? Lloyd doesn't have any role right now, just standing there as a decoration. She asked where the mermaids are searching for that gem. If you want to go there, don't wait for me for a moment. Follow me, I will personally lead you to that crazy guy's house. Being handsome really does make a difference. Yet he was still guided by the mermaids straight to the place he desired, while you are no different from a tail following Haib Azrahan. Sorry for making you feel like my tail. On the surface, you seem fine, but deep inside, there are tears and an ocean. What? I'm completely fine. What are you talking about? You're crying. Not at all. If I were really crying, how could you see it when we're underwater? Could you speak a little more reasonably? I think what you're saying is right, but can't you pretend not to see the tears flowing from your eyes? After traveling for a while, they stopped at a pineapple-shaped house. Ratalua, when encountering someone on the same wavelength, became more interested than ever. Are you really interested in that truth gem too? Are you going to join me in searching for it? A friendship has been established with the mermaid Rotulua, within friendliness level of 16 RP2482, but all they need from him are useful information. No, we didn't say we would help you right away. We just want to know how much you've found out. Why does the friendliness level appear after just one meeting? Usually, a friendship is only established once someone is fully on your side. Rotalua then seemed to hit the jackpot and blurted out a story. My family has been searching for the truth gemstone for generations. No matter how many people talk behind your back, it's certain that by the second mythological era, when the world only had spring and summer, the truth gem already existed. The truth gem holds the answer to all questions. The hero Atlantido used that truth gem. Now Loy understands why he is so open. It seems he's so friendly because he's finally met someone who shares his ideals. So they've been searching for it all this time? Things are finally going smoothly. Based on what I've accumulated over the years, I immediately reveal something. But 10,000 years ago, during the Great War between the races, the gem of truth was actually shattered. Hearing this, he was struck like a thunderbolt and froze in place. He couldn't help but be surprised and immediately questioned him. Wait, shattered? So there's nothing left at all? The mermaid was completely stunned. Oh, even a mermaid wouldn't know this information. But for others, yes. But then he immediately revealed a mind-blowing truth. But the truth gem is actually a structure. It was built from mana, bricks, and pillars. That amount of mana gave the building the ability to think and respond. Hearing this, Loy finally understood the core issue. The truth gem is like a giant artificial intelligence computer. The difference is that instead of running on electricity, it runs on mana. But if it collapses, while I was pondering, Rotalua continued speaking, so I went to find the location of the truth gem. Because somewhere in there we can find the design of the truth stone. Hearing this, it seems like he is given a new ray of hope. At first, the truth gemstone seemed like a fantasy. Now, I can start to see its shadow. Once in the prison, you have to stay in the prison. That's why Loy decided to go all out at the excavation site. Where is it? Immediately afterward, Rotalua also didn't hesitate to lead them to their destination, and a mermaid passing by couldn't help but comment on it. That guy looks just like his grandfather. Instead of going swimming, he's out digging. That's why you're so thin your ribs are showing, kid with the kid. Despite his chatter, he still tries to stay calm and mind his own business, pretending to be busy. But in the next second, Rotalua couldn't hold back anymore and shouted right in his face. And also, you guys keep obsessing over muscles all day long, just go ahead and die with your damn muscles. Do you know why fish get arthritis after they turn 40? It's because you swim so much that you die. Your muscles keep bulging while your joints swell up. Truly, 49 and 50 just can't give way to each other and start throwing punches. I think you've lived long enough, so just stop complaining and go somewhere else. Oh my God, you're taking me to heaven. This feels so good. After giving him a good beating, Rotalua and the others continued their advance. They always treat me like a fool, as you can see. But now Loy suddenly raised a suspicion. He said that his ancestors also went out to find the jade. That's right. What are you searching for that you still haven't found even after all these years? So the effort they put in can be called a drop in the ocean. Those holes you see over there were made by me. And that's not all. Rotalua also showed them the map he had marked, which is one of hundreds of exploration maps like this. There's no need to feel guilty. By this point, Loy also understands why he's considered strange. This crazy bastard is so meticulous about every hole that even mermaids would grow wings. You won't find it either. Then I started to rack my brain a bit more, but is there any other way to find it besides digging up this place? These sediment layers have accumulated for over 1,000 years, so there's no point in clearing them. What if I ask Javier to blow up the seabed? No way. If we're unlucky, we might blow up the entire design. So, it's all for nothing. Bodong and the others can't work underwater. If I call Yang Yung here, a war with the Merfolk Kingdom will break out. The only way is to gather as many people as possible to dig and find it. For now, Lloyd Fionera can only think of this option. If we can leverage the mermaid's superior physique, it would provide them with an enormous source of manpower. Suddenly, in the next moment, he clenched his teeth as if he had made a decision. Loy no longer hesitated. He had to try to find out. Javier, yes, it hurts my pride, but I have no choice but to do it. Who would have thought I would give him such a shameless task? Go enchant the merfolk and make them work hard for us. Who would have thought they would even refuse Habil Azrahan? Sorry, handsome, we've been busy working out and swimming. Now there's not a trace of any ghost in front of them. At this moment, when he saw everyone retreating, he appeared to be very serious. Loey, seeing that, took the opportunity to tease him. You look so serious. Where's your confident face now? Good quality wood is better than just a good finish. If things keep going like this, they won't be able to do anything. The plan has failed. I'm going crazy. They just wander around, but their hearts burn like fire. How are we supposed to dredge up the vast ocean floor now? And it would take many years to finish digging. In the next 3 years, all those calamities will happen. We have no more time. I have to do something. Suddenly, Habil Azrahan had a realization and made a guess. The temperature here is quite hot. Could it be because of that place? That place? That place is also known as the Hot Spring Palace. Lava will heat the water deep inside, and it will flow back up here, remaining as hot as when the lava heated it. Suddenly, as soon as I finished speaking, Loey realized something I had overlooked. He immediately remembered Rutulua's earlier words. Do you know why mermaids over 40 get arthritis? Then Loey turned his gaze back to the hot water source heated by the lava. I found the solution. It's true that necessity is the mother of invention. Now I have found a hopeful path forward for them. Javi, build a sauna here. This clever steam bath can turn mermaids into our slaves. Loey smiled cunningly, knowing their time had come. Now Kim X-Ho was struggling to sit up from the hospital bed due to his shoulder injury. Oh, Hugh. But that doesn't mean I earn a lot. You could have stepped outside and watched the rain pouring down. Looks like I have to cancel work again today because there are many reasons for it to be canceled. Once more, X-Ho has to grit his teeth and endure the shoulder injury. Ouch, that hurts. I'm here now. Of course, one of the reasons is because of my physical condition. X-Ho stands gazing at the rain, lost in thought. The exam is over. Maybe I should just take the rest of the day off. While lost in thought, suddenly a blonde guy appeared and approached Suo. Hey, he asked X-Ho, why do you look so miserable? X-Ho looked at him with a displeased expression, and the blonde guy immediately made a suggestion. Hey, if you have nothing to do, come to Trung to bathhouse. X-Ho looked surprised. The sauna, he continued, after all that construction work, your body must be sore, right? Aren't you supposed to let your body rest now? X-Ho seems indifferent, avoiding the question, saying he doesn't have money for that. The blonde guy smiled. Come on, I already know about that. X-Ho glared intently at him. The blonde boy smiled brightly and spoke to Suho. But now I'm on my way there to work part-time, so today I'll give you a free bath. In the end, Suho finally listened to those words and spoke up. Your family is wealthy, so why are you working part-time there? He sighed. Oh. Then I responded to Shuho. That bathroom is one of the places my mom owns. Today, I plan to help her out. X-Ho looked annoyed, grinding his teeth. That bastard. After speaking, the blonde-haired boy turned around and urged X-Ho not to speak anymore and to follow him. X-Ho thought to himself that he planned to start working there right after the exam ended. Then Suho also agreed to follow his friend. Seeing Suho take up too much space, the blonde guy said, My shoulder is soaked. Move a little closer. And Suho was still deep in thought, and then appeared again early in the morning, just when I was about to leave the house to go to work on the construction site. Right? X-Ho turned to look at the blonde-haired guy with a piercing gaze, thinking to himself, Do you think I am a fool? And the blonde guy is still smiling enthusiastically at Suho. Don't tell me you don't have money to buy an umbrella? Next time, take this umbrella with you. Ku X-Ho sighed to himself. You really are an angel? A little while later, both of them were relaxing completely in the sauna. Some are eating boiled eggs, others are lying comfortably. X-Ho exclaims that this place feels like heaven, with all his muscles and tendons relaxing. It feels like my poor circulatory system is finally starting to improve, as if X-Ho is surrendering to the freedom of the sky. He imagines planets orbiting around him, thinking he's become a mysterious blazing comet in the universe. Meanwhile, Habiel and Lloyd, wielding their blazing swords, march forward. Lloyd thought to himself, That's enough for now. There are tons of mermen complaining about muscle and joint pain, obviously because they swim so much under the pressure of the deep water below the sea. He smiled smugly. Every step of the plan has been laid out. He imagines the trap to capture a large number of mermaids from his fishing net. He secretly rejoices, having decided to pursue the project of harvesting fish from the merfolk kingdom, and it seems he has made some proposal to Rotalua, leaving the mermaid a bit confused. But how does this connect to the real quest for the stone? Loy then continued after Rotalua. This is a lure to help us recruit more workers, because it's impossible for the three of us to clear such a huge area. Rotula raises the issue with Loin. I'm not sure if this will work, but it will be difficult. The merfolk are afraid of warming their bodies. This statement shocked him. Did Rotalua inform Loy that you've seen the heat pipes in the water? Recently, some mermaids have been tempted by them and went to warm their bodies. But they all cited several reasons that they lost consciousness and then were cooked because they stayed in that area too long, so now getting close to the mermaids is illegal. Loy listened to Rotalua's story with closed eyes, and what happened was not surprising since the water from the geothermal vents contains many heavy metals. However, it seems he came up with an idea and smiled at Rotalua. The geothermal plant could solve all the problems, so they started building the bathhouse. Step 1. Find a spot for the bathhouse. Loy took Habiel to a location and excitedly spoke up. All right, the bathroom will be here. Habiel looked around and thought this place wasn't too far from the thermal power plant, right? He agreed with Habiel it needs to be far away. Safety is the top priority. Then Loy summoned the blueprints and the mini construction guide, then turned away and told Habiel to stay, saying, Dig according to my instructions, I will go gather some more materials. Then Habiel drew his sword and made a few basic strokes, leaving Loy amazed. It's a bit strange that you're seriously following my instructions. Shouldn't you be asking something right now? Hobby turned back and continued speaking. What do you mean? Ask what? Loy suggested a few questions like, why are we looking for the truth stone? What will happen if we can't find it? Or something like that. Hebiel paused for a moment and told Loy to go find more materials quickly for him. The Countess will be in danger if you don't act quickly, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Loy turned around and continued his journey. Thanks, really. Suddenly, both of them froze for about 2 seconds and then exclaimed together. Step 2, gather materials. Over here, Loy Hack is carrying out his mission. He observes from above the coral and marine creatures. The geothermal project can solve all problems, there's a reason I say that. Then, Lo slides down, thinking that the creatures living near the construction will provide all the necessary materials for building. Those creatures are tube worms. Now those creatures are right in front of you. Step 2.1 is to collect the secretion from the tube worms to glue objects together and to complete the process. Step 2.2, collect the shells of the tube worms to use as pipes. Step 3, tie the pipes together and attach them to the hydrothermal structure. Step 4, install the pipes into each room and finish painting them. Adjust the size of the pipes and regulate the temperature of each room. At this moment, what is the most important and standout feature of a steam bathhouse? The beautiful interior design combined with amazing themes. The Emerald Room, the Coral Room, the Strange Room. Just then, after completing all the steps in the plan, Lloyd shouted loudly, "It's finished." The world's most advanced steam bath. Seeing Rodalua's relaxed face, drooling with pleasure, he was incredibly excited. "Rodalua, how was your first time using your sauna?" Rodalua. Rotolua barely managed to exclaim, completely intoxicated. Habel asked about Loy. "So from today, will this sauna be open for business? Do I really need to make more money?" He sneered, singing softly. "If I don't consider making extra money from this, I won't earn any at all." Seeing his gestures, words, and attitude, Habel felt a gut feeling that he should silently pray for the mermaids. Switching scenes, a giant eagle is soaring over the icebergs, seemingly about to land here. As expected, it plunged into the water. Suddenly, waves rose up from ahead. Now that giant bird is tiny compared to Dolita's muscular build. It panics in fear as it sees a giant mermaid chasing after it. Dolita smiled and gently released the bird that was resting in her palm. "Got it," Crow exclaimed in despair. "Cargo!" Then Lodita returned to her base, greeted warmly by everyone as a hero. Lodita sets a new record. With such muscular thighs, I'm sure she could even catch the moon. Lodita excitedly shows off her bulging shoulder muscles. "Yeah, those were great times. Every training session made my muscles grow many times over. I used to be the most attractive mermaid in my area. Coming back to reality, she's no longer as young and strong as she used to be." Lodita is now lying on a chair, looking exhausted and not full of energy. She seems to be in pain, her shoulders aching. Then, Lodita used the great power from her hand to strike her shoulder. Oh my God, it hurt so much. Suddenly, an old merman appeared out of nowhere and spoke. "Maybe he's Lodita's husband." "Old lady, you're so noisy," Lodita replied softly, singing faintly. "Do you want to live forever in a peaceful place?" The old man muttered with a sigh. "Skuldisk, you're deaf again." Lodita turned and walked away, calling back, "I'm going to exercise for a bit." The old man thought you were overdoing it. 3 times a week is enough. Lodita sadly told the old man that every break to relax was slowly killing her spirit. "I really started to doubt whether I should stop training, but I can't stop. Because I've been training my whole life. If I could ease the pain in my muscles and joints, I could enjoy a little more." As she was pondering her life, Lodita suddenly heard strange sounds. "Come on, everyone. Enjoy the free event for all those suffering from joint and muscle pain. It's actually a radio broadcast call from Lloyd Frontera. This is completely different from a heat pipe. Let's all enjoy a relaxing and safe 100% secure sauna session together." Now the event has attracted many people, including Lodita. She was curious about what he just said. "Can I safely warm up my body?" Everyone is coming to see Dong Nu Chai Hoi. They are listening to Lloyd Frontera's introduction and advertisement. "My family has been treating joint problems for 3 generations, all free of charge, just to warm up the body. No charge for warming up the body." Lodita was a bit suspicious. "I heard humans are very treacherous creatures. Is it okay to trust what he's saying about it being free? And just look at that wide grin of his. He's just like a scammer." Suddenly, Lodita's eyes met Habel's handsome face. She thought to herself, no way. He's so handsome when he walks with you, he can't be a bad person. Come to think of it, there's no reason for him to deceive me by offering a free bath. If you want to play, then go ahead. She has already accepted this free sauna experience. Then her expression changed. Beads of sweat appeared, and it seemed her face was rejuvenated to her youthful days. she exclaimed with relief. After finishing her trial, Lodita happily went back to tell the old man that he could go to the sauna for free for a week. Back at the sauna, Lo smiled when he saw Lodita. "Did you come here today with your husband? Wishing you both happiness." Afterwards, both Loida's muscular couple enjoyed the services here. Both of them felt extremely relaxed, and Loy burst out laughing. "Thank you for visiting us continuously over the 5 days. You both look stunning." Lodita excitedly shows off his muscles. "You have no idea how energetic we've been lately to work out together." Loy clapped enthusiastically. "Oh, that's some good news. What happened to the two of you? I didn't expect everyone to have such an amazing experience here." They all stretch their muscles and shout together, "Sauna." Loey can't help but laugh out loud. Thank you. Seeing you all happy makes me happy too. See you all again tomorrow and the day after at the sauna." A few days later, at the sauna, Loy is looking at Mrs. Loita seriously. She looked sadly at the closed door of the bathhouse. Loita spoke up. "Why is the door closed today?" Loy says, "The event is over. From now on, only members can use the bathhouse. Please register." Then hands Lodita a stack of registration forms. She took it and thought, "What is this? Do I have to sign to continue using it?" She picked up the stack of papers and read the rules. 1. Our bath operates on a membership basis. Non-members are not allowed to enter or use the bath. It depends on the member's status, but the maximum time to use the bath is 12 hours. Lodita shrugged, thinking 12 hours is more than enough. Suddenly, her expression changed. Maybe when reading rule number 3, which states that members must pay for repairs when using the shower, Loey noticed Lodita's reaction and spoke up. The fee here isn't money, but labor. The required work time is half of the duration you use the bathroom. If you use it for 6 hours, you must work for 3 hours. Loy carefully explains to Mr. and Mrs. Lodita that the work must be completed within 48 hours after using the bath. The first time you fail to meet the time requirement, you will be banned from the bathhouse. For the second time within 10 days, it will be 30 days, and by the third, your membership will be revoked. After hearing Lloyd Frontera recite the strict rules of the sauna, Mrs. Lodita could no longer contain her anger and lunged to grab his collar. "You!" she shouted in Lai's face. "You son of a bitch!" Then pushed him to the ground, pointed at his face, and said, "How dare you order us around? Mermaids, great creatures, have to obey you," she shouted. "We've lived all this time without a sauna, you con artist. We won't come here anymore and the crowd will support us." "Yes, I will. I didn't force you." Habil approached Han and asked, "Did your plan fail?" Loy finally spoke up. "Javi, can you continue living without my do song?" Habil was surprised to hear this. Over here, Lodita is still furious. "Damn humans, I knew he wasn't up to any good. He probably thinks we're too easy. People can live without smoking, without watching YouTube, without playing games, but that's all before they taste it." Just as Lai predicted, after a struggle for the honor and interests of the merfolk, they surrendered to humanity to enjoy this extraordinary steam bath. Lodita appeared before Lai and said, "Hand me the registration form, you son of a bitch." Then Loy handed out a stack of registration papers, looking pleased. "Are you all decided?" The scene shifts to the entrance of the magical underwater sauna, a gathering place for merfolk to relax and unwind. Everyone was excited and delighted as a dazzling light emitted from Delita's wrist. It is a spirit beast from her watch. It gradually shifts from a happy state to sadness and gloom. Just then, Loy entered the sauna area and exclaimed, "Customers 12, 13, and 14. Time's up. See you tomorrow at the construction site." Lodita watched Lloyd's distant figure and thought to herself, "This cowardly demon, I won't let him manipulate me anymore. Today will be the last time." Outside now, the sun is shining down on the vast sea. Lloyd says, "Hello, I am Lloyd Frontera, the site manager. Hurry up and start digging." The mermaids below are working at full capacity after relaxing in the sauna. Lodita was frustrated by this stupid rule of the sauna, but she just silently endured. "Damn it, I need to find the fastest solution possible." Over here, Loy is still running the sauna smoothly. Each customer is required to bring a timer when registering as a member. This is Loy, the sauna manager, wishing our guests a relaxing time. Over here, Lodita is resting without Lloyd Frontera watching over her. Suddenly, Lloyd appears here again. "Hello, Lloyd Frontera here, area manager." He holds the watch and wishes the guests a relaxing time, then suddenly his face freezes. "Wishing you a pleasant time." At this very moment, Lodita uses the hall to continue working according to her duty. She thought to herself that something felt strange. She imagined Loy as the one pulling the strings to decide Lodita's life. "That demon is manipulating me to his will." Lodita desperately pushes harder, determined to regain control and break free from this addiction. Ending this damn endless cycle is very important. But when she lay down in the sauna, Lodita thought maybe she could indulge a little more. Now Lloyd Frontenra, Rotolua, and Habil are standing here, watching over everyone's work. Rotolua feels uncomfortable when seeing the scene in front of him. That demon, he's using the merfolk as slaves, damn it. Did I help this capitalist demon turn my people into slaves? Lloyd Frontenra seems to be able to read Rotolua's thoughts. You think I sold my people to the devil just because they followed me? But do you see me forcing them to work? Rotolua fell silent for a moment, then smiled. Watching the mermaids working below, Loey thought to himself, they've been digging for about a month now. And with that incredible physique, the Earth's crust is becoming very thin. Suddenly, Lloyd's eyes light up and he shouts loudly to the mermaids. Stop right now, stop digging. Lloyd rushes straight down, thinking to himself as he goes, the ground is square. He sped forward like a missile and was stunned by what he saw. He exclaimed, we finally found the location of the Truth Stone. I was truly worried and suspicious about what might happen if it was all just a legend. What if I never find it? If that happens, how can I change that dark future from the people around me? Lloyd was happy when he found those squares. He exclaimed, all right, now we should look for the design, and Lloyd was startled when he turned to see Rotolua's expression. What's wrong with Rotolua? Is something the matter? He muttered in amazement, oh, Dad, you're right. I really thought it was just a legend from the bottom of my heart. Lloyd sighed. We still don't have it yet. Where is the design? Rotolua swims away and says that according to the sixth ancestor's records, the hidden stone is located in the middle of this shape, and there is a keyhole somewhere. Lloyd is amazed. Is it this one? It's a square pattern surrounded by spiritual energy. Rotolua tells Lloyd, surely it's obviously a lock hole. Lloyd hesitated. Wait a minute. If this is a lock, then where the hell is the key? Rotolua suddenly becomes curious and leans in closer to observe carefully. Suddenly, a source of power overwhelms Rotolua, leaving him stunned mid-sentence. I heard that the lock itself would tell you where the key is. What's going on? Lloyd and Habil looked up, and they saw something floating above. Lloyd thought to himself, the lock would tell me where the key is? No way. A cute fake octopus is floating above. Lloyd wondered, could it be inside that octopus's belly? The octopus is holding a blue sphere with tiny castles inside. The red-haired mermaid and the others exclaimed, evacuate all the residents. If we fall to the bottom of the sea, it will be the end for everyone. Lodita turned to the red-haired girl and said, fortunately, that human visitor has gathered all the residents in one area. The red-haired mermaid exclaimed in surprise, what? It seems he is ultimately a good person. Is it my fault that things are happening this way now? Habil replied coldly. Even Moo can see that clearly. Lloyd continued, I hope you're not just talking. Habil approaches and grabs Lloyd's shirt. I will take responsibility with the Mermaid King so you can get the key and change the fate of everyone you love. Lloyd was stunned by Habil's words as he shot forward like a missile. The red-haired mermaid here is confused in front of the barrier. She is straining to flex her muscles and push it away, but still cannot destroy it. She exclaimed that she couldn't hold out alone. When she tried again, she was amazed to see Habil, the human, also coming to help break through the barrier. The red-haired mermaid cheered happily. Thank you very much. You look handsome. Still that cold expression. Habil replied to her, I am just doing my duty. This is the first time in his life that Javier has acted so decisively. Meanwhile, Loy is at the place of the fake octopus. I wonder if these symptoms and sounds mean that Loy is lamenting that the dog is really big, and the fake octopus is probably suffering from something extremely uncomfortable as the successive waves crash and form bubbles around, pushing Loy back with the water forcefully, forcing him to raise his hand to resist. While the fake octopus is in great pain, crying out, the red-haired mermaid and Habil are exerting all their strength to break the barrier, and the waves are growing stronger. Loy had to grit his teeth and fight back while thinking of a strategy. If I can't cure its indigestion, everything will be in vain. I also used to have indigestion before. How did I manage to recover? At that moment, Loy's parents reminisced about that day. Under the shining sunlight, a warm image of his father briefly appears. Oh my God. His face shows worry. Your symptoms are quite serious too. At that moment, Loy was lying on the bed complaining that I am very nauseous, but it won't come out. Then his father turned and walked away, calling back, I'll do something to make you feel better right now. Loy still endured. You. A moment later, his father returned and spoke, pointing his finger to leave. He took a knife and told Loy, inject with this, understand? Then Loy, startled, exclaimed, No, this isn't an injection anymore, it's a stab. Then the father smiled brightly and took out a small needle. Come on, Chan Vietnam, give me your hand. Loy also happily laughed along, seriously saying, Next time don't chase me like that again. Then, as his father was working, Loy suddenly shouted, Oh, Mom, look at how dark my blood is. After a moment, his father spoke up. How do you feel? You're feeling better, right? Loy's face looks tired. I don't know, I feel like I'm better, but also just okay. See, you're feeling better now, his father exclaimed happily. See, you're getting better. Isn't that right? Loy exclaimed nervously. No, I don't understand. At that moment, Loy's mother entered the room and spoke. I already watched TV, and they said it's useless. What do you mean? Really? When I was young, acupuncture like this completely healed him. Then his mother approached Loy's bed and pushed his father aside. In this case, you must vomit everything out at once. Your son has a warm smile. You believe in your mother, right? Loy is feeling quite weak and tired right now. He calls out, Mom. Seeing his mother raise her hand high, Loy was very curious. What is she planning to do? His mother took a running start and delivered a punch to his chest that made his face contort in pain, leaving Loy stunned by her unorthodox way of healing. Bang! The scene shifts to the present, on a day when a rainbow appears over the sea, creating a vibrant, colorful picture like this. Loy connected the past and the present in his mind, looking at the fake octopus before him, and wondered silently if that was how he managed to feel better back then. Will this work on this octopus? Loy feels very uncertain. Does this method have any basis, or will it actually work? He recalls his mother's words and image, fueling his doubt. How do you feel now? Does Mom's hand look like a magic hand that helps with recovery, right? You really are a natural science student. Whether there's evidence or not, you'll experience it yourself. As soon as he finished those memories, Loy immediately made a decision. He shouted loudly. Javier used aura cannon to shoot at the octopus's tentacle. Just enough force or it'll be the end of us. Just a little pressure. Habel gritted his teeth and said, I don't have the free hand for that because I'm busy trying to break the barrier with the mermaids. Demand that I mobilize the mermaids around me. Everyone get up and use the stamina trained through manual labor and regular relaxation from the sauna. At this moment, Javier finally reaches the fake octopus. He rushes forward swiftly and then pulls out his mirror to shoot. The giant whirlpools surrounding the fake octopus suggest that it has been enduring this helpless pain for a very long time. Loy's tail gently flicks as he ponders. Usually, its tentacles should be tied tightly before attacking, but I guess this is enough already. Back then, I was so overwhelmed by either pain or surprise that I skipped the first step. After thinking it through, Loy shouted out a decisive blow. He took his axe and moved to the position between them. He spoke. Since you're not wearing my clothes, you don't have the protection of the necklace. Let's finish this quickly. They struggle in pain as the water rushes over them. Loy takes a ready stance to fight for justice, then nervously aims at the target and shouts as he fires. The target is her octopus tentacle. Loy uses all his strength to pull the water shadow away. The fake octopus seems to have sensed something, frowning and retreating. After Loy's decisive action, she heaved a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted from her heart. The density of the bubbles gradually decreased, and a faint blue gemstone seal appeared. Habel grabs the seal. Loy exclaims happily, This is great! Now the octopus impersonator is resting very comfortably. A notification from the system panel appears. You have earned a new title, the Doctor of the Ocean Village. The underwater breathing effect, you have gained a special skill, ballistic missile. The fake octopus here seems quite amazed and excited about the bubble in front of it. The system notification about the special skill, ballistic missile. When used, it can help any sea creature vomit everything from their stomach. Then, the fake octopus hugs the bubble ball onto itself in front of everyone. Loy happily exclaimed while holding the gem seal in his hand. Good. Judging by its shape, I can tell this is the key. Suddenly, a voice echoed that drew the attention of Lloyd and Javier, the human visitor Lloyd Frontera. The voice came from an incredibly beautiful mermaid, Ariel. Upon closer inspection, you do have a truly brave face. Loy looked up at her with a puzzled expression. Ariel smiles at him. Great merfolk, let's welcome the brave guest who protected our village. Then she raises both hands and shouts loudly with enthusiasm. The others also cheered for Loy, long live Loy, long live Loy. The system announcement appeared once again, conquering the race. Both the ancient octopus and the merfolk consider you a friend. You receive points as a shareholding reward. From the very beginning, you have been the cause of this accident. Where has your conscience gone, I wonder? What kind of conscience is that? Is it edible? The notification reappears. Naomao, you really act as if you didn't cause this disaster. Loy is very confused. What's wrong with you? I don't understand what you're talking about. Anyway, this additional issue is really difficult. The notification board also feels confused. Is there something different this time? Loy admits he doesn't know how to solve the problem, but everything depends on his trust in his mother and her healing hands. Thank you so much, Mom. Mom, the message appears in front of Loy's view. Do you think saying that will make Long feel grateful to you? Loy fell silent upon reading these words, then he reacted. You're crossing the line, you bastard. Why do you keep trying to ruin my mood when it's so good right now? At this moment, Loie fell into deep thought. But you're right. How can the departed feel the gratitude of the living? The notification board can sense Na's emotions right now. Oh, it seems you're extremely angry. Loie sighed and said, All right, just hearing your words has filled my mind with regret for what I failed to do. Loie made a resolute decision. I must move forward without looking back at the past and only think about how to protect my current family. It seems Loie has found his life's ideal. Then Loie places the gem on the table and a faint light emanates from it. Loie hesitated over what he saw. What could this be? It looks similar to the Gaokyu Mausoleum complex, with a smaller architectural structure built on top to bear the weight. Structurally, it resembles a pyramid. The scan report from the design plan and the stored information about the location of the artifact are true. Loie focuses on the notification and thinks that scanning carefully will reveal what we have discovered. Suddenly, Loie looks stunned, eyes wide with shock as if seeing something unusual. Huh? What is this? The list of essential items is confusing, Lai, so do I need to gather all the items? The notification board suggests that the first item is Taranger's evaluation report. Radalua observed Loie and seemed a bit concerned, whispering to Habel, What's wrong with him? He looks like he's lost his mind, Habel replied casually. No, he's been crazy from the very beginning. Loie gazed intently at the system display in front of him, lost in thought. Then he spoke, I think we're done here. Then he immediately turned and left quickly. Javier headed to Magentano because the first important item Tanger needed was there. The scene shifts to a magnificent white crescent-shaped castle, where Solitas sits at her desk, looking deeply contemplative. She looks like she's cried a lot, rubbing her eyes with her fists. Looking at her gaunt hand, she wondered how much longer she could endure this. No, I must not think about it, or it will weaken my resolve. I have to focus on finding a solution. I am the queen of this kingdom, and I must not show weakness in front of others. Suddenly a voice interrupted Solitas' thoughts, saying, Your Majesty, I am here to inform you about the trade negotiations with the Southern Emirates. She immediately ordered, Go. Solitas' envoy reported, I'm sorry to say this, but they have decided to ignore all our negotiations. They only made one-sided and unfair demands. Solitas exclaimed in shock, What? Her envoy continued, and the other kingdoms are also gradually adjusting their trade terms. They are starting to take everything more seriously. So Solitas realizes that this is the result of what happened back then. A banquet held to boost Magentano's status and reputation was ruined by the fury of a damn Cot Long. Although we announced that we had defeated that Cot Long, since the report was made without evidence, they think we're just covering up. And as time passes, some of them dare to challenge our authority. The political chaos is even weakening our kingdom's external forces. Right now, I can't think of any solution. Can I handle this disaster on my own? I can't think that way. I am the queen. Someone in my position cannot be weak. While lost in thought, she received a message that Lord Lo's news shocked Solitas to her core, and then she sprinted outside, causing the courtiers to panic and cry out, Your Majesty! She quickly ran along the outside path, ignoring anyone noticing her from alley to alley. She thought to herself, Lloyd, that filthy little name. Lloyd's innocent image now flashes in Solitas's mind. She secretly thinks of that stubborn brat who dares to disrespect her authority. Suddenly she fell into Loy's arms without realizing it, holding on to the thought that he was the person she wanted to be with. Right now. Loy was utterly stunned as Solitas threw herself into his embrace. He stared wide-eyed in amazement. What is this? She still insists on holding Lloyd tightly, causing Loy to curse in confusion. Damn it. Then Loy and Hobble kneel in ceremony with Solitas, and he exclaims, Your Majesty! This action surprises Solitas a bit. Curious, she asks, What did you just say? Loy then continued, I showed respect, but you did not respond, so I took the liberty of calling again. Perhaps Loy rushing into her heart is only a figment of Solitas's imagination, and now it is finally real. Loy bowed his head and thought, Why is she acting so crazily? No way she would do this just because she saw me. Solitas was stunned and unable to speak. Meanwhile, Hable paid attention to these two people, feeling that something was incredibly strange. What the hell is going on here? What kind of crazy thing is happening? This is even more ridiculous than Kim Shu-ho becoming the supreme angel. Now Solitas finally calmed down and spoke. So why do you want to see me? Loy also spoke. Your Majesty, I apologize, but I need to remove a few pillars in the royal castle's basement. Solitas seemed stunned by Loy's proposal. Loy continues to voice his opinion. He smiled in return. I will make the neighboring kingdoms conspire against you. Go to sleep again. Loy is lost in thought. Honda, the truth requires a Tanger record. When I clicked on the Twanger item in the Essential Items, I accessed a data screen, or something like that. The Holy War of the Tribes in the Mythic Age. Among those records, the Battle of the Merfolk appears in a critical moment. A merfolk asked the Truth Stone a question. Maybe he asked how to win the battle, but the stone was destroyed by giant spears as tall as cedar trees. Countless races collected the remaining fragments. A giant carried Tanger on his shoulder as he went ashore, where he established a kingdom and ruled over humanity. Soon after, a rebellion broke out and he fled as if being chased. Humanity built their own palace. At that time, the Turanger kept by the giant served as the foundation of the palace, which was then known as the Magentano Palace, during a grand party in the garden. The two guests are whispering and gossiping. I don't know what Queen Magentano is thinking. You're right, last time she held a party just to scare us, but she was humiliated by the appearance of a bone dragon. Now she's acting so confident. Does she plan to use us? This person is telling the other to continue the story. What? Are you talking about the matter of subduing the bone dragon? She must be lying about that. Everything the two men said was overheard by Loi nearby. He chuckled softly, and suddenly a tremor appeared in the sky along with a booming voice. Yong arrives, and the man looks up in panic as the faint figure of a dragon begins to emerge. The man shouted in terror. It was an axe-headed dragon. Kot Long has revealed his true form, and just charging into the main path has caused chaos at the party below. Everyone is panicking and fleeing while Loi remains calm, arms crossed, watching the chaos unfold. He smiles in admiration. Oh, isn't this little dragon looking quite strange? The man who just ran past noticed something strange about Loin. Now Kot Long is performing in front of Queen Solitas. It yawned and smiled with the most adorable, radiant smile. Yong. Then everyone settled down, no longer panicking, and all attention turned to Queen Solitas. Then Solitas solemnly raised her hand to signal Kot Long. That man was so scared, he broke out in a sweat, turned around and shouted loudly, then went home and immediately told everyone, we must fulfill all the demands of the Magentano Kingdom because she possesses a power capable of destroying the world in an instant if she wishes. Seeing Solitas's dignity and authority, everyone bowed their heads and knelt down. Long live the beloved Emperor of Magentano. Suddenly, Solitas's voice rang out, surprising Lid. I declare on behalf of the King of Magentano that Loi Frontom, who swore loyalty to the kingdom alongside Kot Long, is granted the title of highest official. Since that declaration, Loi has become the center of attention, the highest-ranking official. That young guy, he's on the same level as everyone else. Amid the chaos, Lai thought to herself, I just want the authority to dig beneath the palace. You don't need to go this far. Solitas looked at Lloyd and smiled. Lloyd was confused by this request. The scene shifts to the castle of Solitas at night, where Lloyd stares blankly at Hobble. The queen called for you, right? And Hobby turned to open the door and said, yes, she told me that not practicing enough is fine, because I also want to ask her a few things. Lloyd was extremely shocked and asked, Queen, what do you mean? Hable turned to look at Lloyd. You don't sense anything from the queen, do you? Lloyd continued to speak to Hobbiel with a naive expression. Yes, wow, you're the king. Something like that, just in case. But pay attention to her left arm and see if something's wrong, Hobbiel replied confidently. Probably. Anyway, are you planning to go somewhere? Lloyd paused for a moment before speaking. Since I've come this far, I want to see my younger brother for a bit. Hobbiel looked surprised. Brother, this is a scene change to a royal garden, with the faint figures of two people sword fighting. A girl tells the young man, Chong, stand a little straighter. You can't react to a surprise attack like that. The young man is none other than Lloyd Frontera's dear younger brother. The little boy, after hearing the girl's comment, replied, Yes, madam. Jukin didn't notice that the girl had teleported behind him and moved to kiss his cheek. This action made the boy blush shyly. The girl whispered to herself, You got hit again. Jukian shouted, What do you mean? And then leaned down to kiss the girl's hand. Surprised? So the girl also blushed shyly. Then the girl sat down in the garden, wiped her sweat, and coquettishly told Jukien that Sarajat could no longer fight. A warm and happy atmosphere surrounded the two of them. Jukin smiled and asked, Do you think? I won today, right? Over here, Loy has been here watching Jukien for a while, but hasn't dared to show himself. He hears the girl happily respond to the boy. Hey, that's a surprise, so I'll counterattack now. Lo feels sad watching his younger brother, who is living in a world so beautiful that he can never reach. That ugly, disgusting brother. I won't interfere or become a burden for the kid, so I better leave. Then Loy turned around and left, but he still managed to hear Jukien's sweet words to his wife. Honey, wasn't today's training session exhausting? Yes, but all the tiredness disappears when I look into your face. Loy felt a bit nostalgic, turned around and saw their happiness. The kid will be happy forever, I promise. Then he decisively decided to leave. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Lloyd Frontera. "If you don't do it at the academy, you... He looked at Lloyd's back with hatred for that bastard, then drew his sword and charged at Lloyd. Thanas, with his muscular and sturdy build, was walking forward, exuding a very cold aura. Behind Thanas, tall and imposing boys follow, all looking quite intimidating. As they walk through the corridor, other students bow their heads in greeting. He thought to himself, "Thanas, the strongest student at the Royal Academy, that's me." Thanas' image became clearer, but his arrogance still shone through. Suddenly, the boy next to Thanas looked to the other side and said, "A lot, that bastard. This time he's the one in charge." The person that guy was talking about is Jukian. This guy is so afraid of Thanas that he can only bow his head when he sees him. Thanas looks at him with half-lidded eyes, thinking to himself that he is a magical genius, an extraordinary talent, and the son of Duke Thanas. So how dare a damn dog like him think he can surpass me? And so, Thanas said nothing, only coldly passing by Jukian. Suddenly, he brought his face close to the boy next to him and spoke in a terrifying tone. "I hope I won't see that kid at the academy anymore. If that new guy draws attention just once, he won't be a threat to me. But if I smell danger from it, I will crush and destroy its family at the same time." Those words made the boy's face turn pale. Thanas knows that students, teachers, and even the headmaster of the academy all bow their heads in respect whenever they see him, but he never expected that one day both he and his father would be chained and bowing their heads in despair. Alicia sits on her imposing throne and declares that the two are accused of corruption and illegal activities within the Royal Academy. "For the crimes I have committed, I, Alicia Termina, ruler of the Kingdom of Magentano, hereby revoke your duke title and confiscate all your assets." This trial has completely shattered Thanas. Everything collapsed in just a short time. At this moment, Thanas was tightly bound to a tree, facing an extremely furious and reproachful man. "Why did you dare to destroy everything our family has built over thousands of years? That rebellious brat, you have to take responsibility for your actions." The man then raised his sword firmly and decisively stabbed into Thanas, saying, "Be grateful because death is your end." He aimed the sharp tip of the sword and was in excruciating pain. His piercing scream echoed loudly, as if despair and hatred were pouring out along with his tears. Still, Thanos' voice still lingers. "If I weren't a genius at magic, I would have already died." At that moment, in the pouring rain, he used magic to save himself. The blood-stained sword fell to the ground, and the rope was also untied. Leaving everything behind, Thanos walks alone under the cold, dark rain. He tells himself that he has lost everything. Money, power, he has nothing left. No, there is still something burning inside me, and that is hatred. That's right, Thanos' face now is filled with resentment and bitterness. Loy immediately turned back when he heard a scream. "Go die, you bastard." It was Thanos' scream, his face covered with a cloak. He suddenly lunged to attack Lyd with the magic dagger in hand. Although it was quite surprising, Loy easily grabbed Thanos' arm, causing him to hesitate for a moment. Thanos' face shows clear shock, followed by a hint of fear. Loy's expression is one of contempt. He asks him what he just said, then Loy starts swinging his arm in dozens of circles to build momentum before attacking. Even so, Thanos couldn't dodge in time. Loy delivered a punch that hit him square in the face, pain shooting through his skull. That punch was so powerful that Thanos was thrown dozens of meters away. At this moment, Lowen stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Why are you trying to handle me like that?" "Shh, then you don't need to say anything." Thanos, in pain, could only scream out loud. Loy continued, "You were expelled from the academy for your disgusting behavior, right? So you came here to take revenge because you think I told the queen about you." Seeing through you, Thanos' eyes showed clear shock and fear. He struggles to stand up in his own blood as Thanos uses that very blood as a weapon to attack Lloyd Frontera. He shouted for death as the blood pool turned into sharp arrows flying rapidly toward Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd immediately pulls out a shard from his body and uses it as a weapon to defend against all those deadly blood arrows. Then Lloyd casually dealt Thanos another blow, causing his teeth and blood to start mixing. "He looks very miserable." Lloyd's words continue to echo. "You're surprised by the power of evil. I'm a swordsmanship expert, you idiot. I'm also surprised by what you just used. Are you using blood magic?" In Loy's mind, he gradually recalls that in this kind of magic novel, suddenly Thanos speaks, making him stop his thoughts. The cowardly guy, along with his anger, shouts loudly, still clutching the magic dagger. "You think you're a hero saving the world? Don't be so foolish. I know your true nature. You're a filthy demon." Thanos' eyes turned more ferocious than ever. "You are a demon only interested in your own pleasures, even to the point of killing everyone in this world?" Thanos' bitter words made Loy frown, looking quite angry at him. At this moment, Habil Azrahan's voice is heard saying, "What do you think about Lloyd?" Alicia immediately replied to him, "He is very talented. I want him to stay on my side forever." "Is that the only reason you want to keep the young master by your side?" Alicia replied, "Do you think there are any other reasons?" "You're acting strange today, Azrahan." Alicia looked a bit suspicious, just saying meaningless words. "And I also don't know what you want anymore." Ignoring these words, Habil Azrahan asked, "Why do you want to keep young Master Lai by your side?" Alicia still patiently replied, "Who by my side? Whose side are you talking about?" "You're talking nonsense again." Habil Azrahan said with a somewhat thoughtful tone that no matter how strong someone is, in the end they will need a home to rest their tired body and to be in the arms of the one they love in their own cozy house. Hearing these words, Alicia remained silent, looking at Habil Azrahan with confusion. Loy looks extremely angry here, swinging his fist with force and repeatedly punching Thanos in the face while cursing. "What the hell are you? You son of a bitch, you came here just to talk nonsense in front of me? I'll punch you 30 more times and then send you to jail." "Damn it!" Thanos' blood-stained hand trembles as if trying to move. Loy doesn't care about this. Keep going. "If I were like you said, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much these days, and I've always been proud that few could hurt my heart, but you succeeded with just a few words. You damn idiot, still have 12 more hits? Is it not 13? Damn it, let me count again." Loy's insults are still pouring out as Thanos, taking advantage of his distraction, struggles to draw mysterious lines on the ground with his own blood. Suddenly Thanos grinned in a savage way, as if he had successfully achieved his goal. Seeing something unusual, Loy paused and frowned in confusion. Now, the blood writing of Thanos suddenly changed, accompanied by an overwhelming murderous aura that made the hair stand on end. His bloodlines grew larger and more violent, swirling and flying with the wind in midair. Loy turned pale, stunned, and exclaimed, and just then, the transformation was complete. A giant monster with a bloodied face, indifferent and covering the entire sky, loomed overhead. Loy said, "Now your face is even uglier than mine." Still looking up to observe the situation, Loy doesn't realize he's about to be attacked from behind. Habil Azrahan is here dueling with Alicia. He noticed something unusual and looked away. Alicia saw this and asked, "Why are you looking that way during the fight?" Habil Azrahan calmly replied, "I apologize, Your Majesty." Then he flew away, leaving strong winds and confusion behind Alicia. Loy is struggling here with this blood monster and can't fight back at all, while Habil Azrahan is rushing to help because he senses Lloyd is in danger. Now, Lai's entire body is restrained by the blood tentacles. He struggles to resist as he's about to be dragged into that disgusting, slimy mouth. Finally, Habil Azrahan arrived, and at this moment he swung his sword with great force, delivering a brutal slash that tore the blood monster into pieces, releasing Loy. Habil Azrahan's eyes look incredibly furious. The chopped flesh pieces seem to have cut through Thanos' flesh as well. One of his arms and one of his legs have been torn from his body. Thanos screamed in agony. The pain of losing a body part to the sharp sword made Thanos scream loudly in terror. Under the night sky in midair, Habil Azrahan's glowing wings flew toward Loy amidst a rain of blood and flesh. He quickly managed to catch Loy Frontera. Despite the excruciating pain, Thanos struggled to crawl toward the arm holding his knife tightly. When Habil Azrahan had placed Loy in a safe spot, he immediately charged straight at Thanos with a terrifying, killing intent. At this point, Thanos was using his teeth to hold on to the severed arm. The pool of red blood behind him suddenly moved violently. Habil Azrahan, seeing this, was a bit puzzled. Those streams of blood are surrounding Thanos. Now, he looks very miserable and disgusting. His eyes were blazing with fury, and in the blink of an eye, Thanos disappeared into that pool of blood. Maybe he realizes that in this situation, he can't defeat Habil Azrahan. Habil Azrahan has been delayed for a few seconds, and he slowly descends to the ground near that pool of blood. Looking at the bloodstain now, it's very neat, only a slight movement in the middle. Habil Azrahan is angry, and he just disappeared. Lloyd, watching from above, found this scene very confusing. What kind of monster is that? How can he use magic like that? In another ruined and desolate place, a pool of red blood suddenly appeared. Then the blood started to swirl, followed by a scream that echoed out. Thanos had teleported to this place. This is all the strength he has left. Thanos immediately stops his magic. Those bloodlines immediately fell, forming a rain of crimson blood under the moonlight. At this moment, Loy stepped beside Habil Azrahan and said, "I know he was expelled from the academy for abuse of power, but I had no idea about the blood magic he used to attack me." In that desolate place, Thanos was struggling painfully to crawl across the ground. His tone was extremely rough. "If you kill me, you'll kill people here too. Habil Azrahan said dejectedly. Sorry, I should have cut his head off right away. Loy comforted him, saying, Don't blame yourself. No one thought he could escape. Thanos found a broken wall to lean on. He's using magic to heal his arm, but still keeps cursing. I will never forgive you, you damn dog, you filthy bastard. Loy still remains very optimistic, smiling brightly as he says, Even if he comes back and kills me again, you can always rush to protect me wherever I am, and because a master swordsman like you is standing behind and shielding me, he won't attack me anytime soon. Right? Even after being comforted like that, Habil Azrahan still looked sad, and within that sadness it seemed he was pondering or worried about something. Suddenly, Thanos shouted, as if it were a curse. At the same time, the system panel appeared, showing the number of lives saved as 0. Loy was extremely shocked, unsure of what was happening. Even more surprisingly, the system panel changed the 0 to 1. Loy's eyes were filled with shock. What is this? What does this mean? No way, what do you mean? Is it because someone wants to die because I came to this world? Loy wondered, feeling extremely worried. He shares the same mood as Habil Azrahan. The blue sky and golden sunlight, a beautiful and pure atmosphere, envelops the entire palace. It is Lloyd Frontera's helpless expression as he mutters, Queen. Lloyd's helplessness is also because he and Habil Azrahan are surrounded by dozens of armored knights, blocking the entire path. Lai said, I want to start building right now, but with so many guards, how can I begin? Alicia replied seriously. This is the standard security level for the most important person in the kingdom. Then she turned to order her bodyguard to deal with anyone who tried to approach Loy. The guard immediately obeyed. Seeing that, Loy quickly said, No, this is bothering me. Are you forgetting that Javier is right beside me? This guy is even more effective than 1,000,000 soldiers. Sounds convincing. Alicia snapped her fingers to signal the knights to retreat. All right, as you wish. From now on, we will start investigating the principles of blood magic, which has become much more relaxed. Loy bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, sir. Despite appearing optimistic on the outside, Lloyd Frontera is still deep in thought. What is happening now? Does someone want to die because of me? The more I think about it, the more troubled I become. Only when we find a way to solve this fateful problem can all the burdens on our shoulders be lifted. So now, let's focus on finding Tanger. Loy quickly mobilizes everyone to gather at the hall. Everyone started working. He remained confident that if we moved quickly, everything would be resolved. Loy has his plan. Tanger is one of the supporting pillars of the palace, so I need to dig deep beneath the palace and extract it. And of course, the nobles would not agree with this ridiculous plan. The queen solved the problem by lying a little, saying it was maintenance work on the royal castle. And to minimize future damage, I had to turn it like this. But if I'm not careful enough, it could turn into a disaster. The castle might collapse and shatter, so I will use modern knowledge to avoid any mistakes. While supervising the construction, suddenly someone appeared. Hello. Loy turns back happily and looks. Oh, we've finally arrived. My plan is still being presented. I will use the freezing method, a ground reinforcement technique by freezing moisture with cold air, and the key item making this possible is the winter heart. That heart is kept inside a vessel, which is carried on this cart that requires many people to move. One of the 3 greatest treasures of Magentano is said to contain the winter of the entire world. This is a powerful strategic weapon that Long Teratos, the ice dragon, entrusted to the royal family long ago. In the novel, the kingdom used it on enemy soldiers, freezing them all. Of course, to wield such a terrifying power, approval from all the nobles was needed. Even the queen had to bribe them to resolve the issue. By using the winter heart to freeze the ground and make it solid, we can surely retrieve Tanger safely, but we still need to call for some additional help. Right now, at the entrance gate, Habil Azrahan unexpectedly encounters a fully wrapped mysterious person. He paused, watching the mysterious person with curiosity. When they pulled down the hood, it was a bright smile, sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks, Shisuria Namarin. She glanced at Habil Azrahan softly, as if it had stirred his heart. A whisper of love was cast. Shisuria still walked on, gently turning her head to wave goodbye to Habil Azrahan. At that moment, Loy suddenly appeared beside Habil Azrahan and said, She truly is a genius. No wonder she is responsible for guarding one of the 3 treasures of the kingdom. Then he looked at Habil Azrahan, continued to urge him, lifted his foot and went to talk to that person. You must miss her a lot, right? Please skip this part. Lloyd looked very serious. Huh? I'm not joking. Your expression has become disgusting. I can smell love just by a glance. I won't be wrong about this. My ability to sense feelings has reached the highest level now. Seeing Habil Azrahan helpless and speechless, only with a judging look. Loy understood, but the truth is my abilities are useless against Javi. At this moment, Habil Azrahan sighed and said, Someone is targeting you. How can I leave you alone? Loy immediately replied, That guy I can handle with one finger, just be careful with his summons. Returning to Lloyd Fronter's plan, Step 1, dig a vertical tunnel and pour reinforced concrete. He is working very hard to accomplish that. Step 2, install the underground cooling spray chamber, where additional guards are also stationed very securely. Step 3, the strongest mages in the kingdom control the winter heart to insert the connecting tubes into the winter heart and freeze it. Step 4, dig a tunnel upward toward the ceiling. Every step in Loy's plan is progressing very smoothly. Everyone is following his instructions. Habil Azrahan remarked that the progress this time was faster than ever before. Loy immediately responded, "Well, the faster, the better." To speed up the process, Loy must understand because time cannot be turned back, so we have to act faster than ever. The truth is, there is a way to use T-Ranger more quickly and in just one breath. Loy's eyes were filled with worry and doubt, but if he used that method without losing his way of thinking, Lai suddenly slapped him hard in the face, much to Habil Azrahan's surprise. Then he shouted loudly to give orders, immediately preparing reinforced concrete and starting to lay the concrete layer. Hearing the command, the mages immediately used all their strength to control the winter heart to fulfill Lloyd Frontera's request. Even Susuria is giving her all, focusing completely. Of course, no one is paying attention to the door in this room. The door remained silent, but suddenly it looked very frightening. A stream of dark red blood suddenly seeped through the crack and successfully entered the room. That bloodline immediately stirs like a fierce wind, signaling that something is coming. It is Thanas with his arm, now transformed into a sharp, magical blade. The full moon illuminates the night sky and this vast city. A few days ago, in a dark and cold room, the person sitting opposite him spoke in the voice of a lord's son from the countryside. The one who became famous for absolute luck, and now he's even achieved the title of the greatest contributor? The person speaking is Duke Tuscano, a noble from Magentano. His expression is serious, too dangerous. If he continues on his path to success like that, it won't be just one noble resigning because of him. He also agrees with this. Yes, everything is because he received full support from the queen. We have no choice but to accept that injustice. They even handed over the holy relic of the kingdom to that filthy bastard that day. I really don't know what to do about that nonsense. Tuscano frowns and continues, I must find a way to capture that arrogant one and bring him down. And I will also bring down the one backing him with all my heart. Alicia. Tuscano's eyes seemed filled with deep hatred. The building was still shrouded in darkness. Now only Tuscano is left sitting silently here, reflecting on what he has just said. But that kid's achievements are rising every day, and because of that damn guard beside him, assassination is impossible. It's been a long time, hasn't it? In the glass behind him, there was a person completely covered in a hood. Tuscano was startled, quickly turning his head back with a slightly fearful expression. He spoke, "Who are you?" "You are mysterious, that is Thanas looking quite frightening." "W. Thau, the third son of Duke Thanas, I hope you have some free time." "Count Tuscano?" "No, Duke Tuscano." Tuscano recognized Thanas, and he was extremely frightened, mixed with surprise. "Is Thau still alive?" Thanas immediately replied, "Check, fake goods for returns." He continued, saying, "Forget about that, you seem very worried. If your concern is about Lloyd Frontera, I can help." These words seemed to have uncovered all of Tuscano's schemes. He was very surprised. Thanas immediately asked, "Do you know what he plans to do?" "The opportunity has arrived," Tuscano immediately replied. "All right, he's planning to renovate the royal palace, and to do that, he's even borrowing the Winter Heart." Thanas whispered to himself. Winter Heart, what idea has he come up with? He immediately smiled with great pleasure, but also with a wicked edge. Then Thanas made a request. "Please help me with something." He took out a vial of blood and said, "This is a bit of my blood. Please have someone bring it close to the construction site." Tuscano's face suddenly turned pale at Thanos' words. "If you do that, the whole world will know," because Thanos suddenly appeared very terrifying, with a voice full of dread. Who is the real demon, and who is the one who shouldn't have been born? Right now, at Lloyd Frontera's construction site, everyone is working hard with all their might. Loy was standing here supervising when suddenly someone called out to him. "Loy, there are a few things I want to talk to you about." Loy immediately said, "What's the problem? Is there any discomfort arising during work?" That voice didn't come from a worker, no. With a bright expression, the worker expressed that thanks to the close relationship he built with Asvin, he learned pottery skills that his wife loves, and he wishes he could meet you to express his endless gratitude. The worker next to him also said, "I have also saved a lot of money by participating in Loin's construction project. I sincerely thank you. Now, my son has started learning about construction and wants to become like you." Hearing this, Lo began to show a satisfied expression. He decisively stretched out his hand and said, "If you are truly grateful, each of you give me 1,000 gold coins as a token of thanks." They didn't realize he was joking and immediately placed the money into his hand without hesitation. Habil Asrahan nearby immediately thought they were being extorted, and the system also appeared to notify that. That's great, you earned a reward for working hard, but the only flaw is your confusion and sorrow. Did they really give it to me? Habil Asrahan continued to wonder what he should say. You really are a dishonest young master. Loy immediately raised his voice. Let me return the money. I'm rich now and don't need these small coins. There are 2 knights guarding this big door. Why hasn't anyone replaced the guard yet? Find them. All right then. The knight begins to walk away, leaving the other alone. Taking advantage of being alone, he quickly pours Thanos' blood onto the ground. A terrifying eye of Thanos suddenly appeared in that pool of blood. The gaze was directed elsewhere, as if he had already found his way. In this way, the blood quickly flows through the crack to enter the room, along with the loud voice saying, "Well done." Sisuria, who is controlling the Winter Heart, heard that voice. She quickly glanced at Thanos, who had fully risen from the pool of blood. He also let out a loud, delighted laugh. Habil Asrahan quickly sensed his presence. Seeing his serious reaction, Loy asked, "What's wrong with you?" Habil Asrahan's face was very grim, and he said, "Tense lie. He's back." In this room, all the mages are using every spell to fight Thanos. Who are you? Thanos is very powerful, easily dodging all the mages' magical attacks. Right now, Lloyd quickly tells Habil Asrahan, "Go protect the Winter Heart now." Habil Asrahan immediately rushes forward at full speed. Thanos is still wreaking havoc here. He uses his blood magic to strike back, and the terrifying blood tentacles charge at the mages without hesitation. In the urgent situation, Sisuria appears and uses her power to create a magical barrier, but her barrier is no match for Thanos' strength. The blood tentacles easily shattered her barrier and charged toward the Winter Heart, breaking through the control wall. Habil Asrahan is still struggling to stop this disaster. When the protective wall is broken, the Winter Heart unleashes a tremendous power. He has truly encountered an obstacle, and this Winter's Heart is increasingly releasing its inner power, with cold air enveloping everything here, uncontrollable and formidable even for mages. A surge of freezing cold air bursts out fiercely, but Thanos is nowhere to be seen. Habil Asrahan remains slow as before, and he is furious. What? He disappeared again? Suddenly, Habil Asrahan realized Thanos' true intentions. His eyes filled with shock. At the same time, he saw that Sisuria was exerting all her strength to regain control of the Winter Heart. She looks very exhausted, with icy cold air constantly blowing against her, as if her whole body is about to give out. Habil Asrahan desperately wants to stop the Winter's Heart, but remembers someone in danger while the freezing cold air from Kim X is heading straight for Lloyd Frontera. It seems he also understands Habil Asrahan's intentions. He shouts, "Don't come here." Loy is very serious, prioritizing stopping the power of the Winter Heart. Habil Asrahan hesitates slightly, but Loy immediately reaffirms, "Trust me." So Habil Asrahan had to keep moving forward, spreading his wings, ready to help the mages stop this terrifying power. Sisuria had to endure freezing cold, her face turning red as if she was about to freeze. Seeing Habil Asrahan arrive, she shouted loudly, "Javier, the power of the Winter Heart is truly supreme." Habil Asrahan, even with such strength, faces great difficulty. He understands that this heart possesses the power of a high-level dragon, and he can't hold out for long. At this moment, the system appears. With the title effect, your hand is as cold as ice, your feet are numb. In the freezing cold and the lowest temperatures, your body will remain unaffected. Loy is rushing through this cold space. I feel fine with this temperature, but the workers here cannot. He gritted his teeth, thinking that of course I am not a hero seeking justice, nor a bodyguard risking everything to save people, but I have to pay them 1,000 gold coins because I don't need them. Just as Loy was focused on this concern, Thanos suddenly appeared behind him with a sharp spear. He is about to deliver the final blow to him. That's right, Thanos has successfully stabbed into his calf. Loy was stunned and turned around. Thanos glared and said, "Face the truth." Loy painfully managed to utter a few words. I suddenly feel something inside me changing. It seems that within Thanos' flame, there is a bitter poison that has become terrifying, his face full of veins. A fierce gaze suddenly appears as a voice emerges. Oh, Kim Shu Ho, in this space, it is the true form of Kim Shu Ho, alone on the water's surface. The voice continued, "We don't have much time, why are you hesitating?" At this moment, Kim Shu Ho finally turned around, full of fear. That voice is Lloyd Frontera. Destroy the palace and everything. It will only take a moment and you will get Tau Ranger. Lloyd's face is extremely terrifying. He grits his teeth and says, "This is our chance." Habel poured all his strength into his sword, trying to protect the treasure. Despite the cold wind hitting his face, he kept pushing forward. Susuria and the others also gradually advanced, snow crystals forming on their cloaks. She reached out and shouted loudly. Fire magic instantly shot out from her hand. They all unleashed fire energy forward, creating a large blaze. She narrowed one eye, trying to hold on. Seeing that, Habel above was both defending himself and thinking, thanks to Susuria, he could hold out a little longer. But if it continues like this, what difference does it make if I can't completely stop him? And Kim Shu-ho isn't protected right now either. Thanos powered up his sword and struck Lin fiercely in the hip. He roared in fury, his face full of veins. Seeing that, he laughed maniacally. The shadow. Ancient dark magic, consuming darkness. Seeing his trembling figure from the pain and his skin turning color, he continued. If there is a little darkness in your heart, this magic will amplify it countless times until it takes control of your body. Thanos snarled, How dare you claim respect and admiration as a hero of the kingdom? That's enough deception. Show me your true, rotten nature. He smugly said, Become a disaster for the whole world. At the same time, Loy cried out in agony. At that moment, Loy Dark met Kim Shu-ho in his mind. Both stood on the strange water surface, and he immediately scolded, Brother, do you know how much time you've wasted in the merfolk kingdom? Why did you build a sauna to please the merfolk? You idiot. He grinned, trying to provoke you, but there's a faster way to get what you want. He was startled and looked down at his feet, as the image of the fake octopus reflected unexpectedly. Kim Shu-ho, who was watching Dong Dong fly over while listening to him speak, said, If you use Dong Dong, you can get the key to the Truth Stone in less than a day and won't need to beg the Mermaid Queen for permission to start searching. The reflection gathers the magic energy and then instantly fires a magic beam forward, piercing through the guardian octopus's head, because fear is the most effective means of communication. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Moreover, he continued, Do you think the Mermaid Queen is worthy to duel with Habel? The water now reflects Habel holding a sword to her neck in a threatening manner, along with the image of the mermaid being held captive by the chain of bones. If you do it that way, how long do you think it will take to enslave them? Just 1 hour? Extend it a little, maybe around 2 hours. He looked at Dong Dong casting a spell to destroy the water palace and said, Just like with Ta Ranger, wouldn't it be easier if you completely destroyed the palace? He glared at him with anger and said, You are really stupid, Kim Shu-ho. If you do that, you would have completed your mission by now. What nonsense are you talking about? I looked up at him nervously and asked, How could I possibly do that? Many people will be hurt and sad. Lloyd Dark snorted and said, Why do you care about them? Every word cut straight into his heart, and they weren't even his family. Then he continued, The difference in the value of loved ones and strangers is completely different. Well, at this point, he starts crying. Do you want to lose the people you love? Kim Shu-ho looked down at the water below, and suddenly the images of his parents appeared. He stood there in silence, staring fixedly at them. His father in the photo smiled proudly at him, and his mother's smile was gentle. He said nothing, only remained silent. At this moment, the inner world begins to shake. The wall turns red, veins bulge on it, and the surface of the lake also changes color until blood vessels cover the wall, and the entire space is stained with dark red. Shu-ho just opened his eyes, his gaze full of resentment. Loy Hakam saw this and reached out his hand to him. Let's go, come on, and save all those people. He slowly moved toward him as if lost in a daze. Just as their hands were about to touch, Kim Shu-ho suddenly embraced the other person tightly, and the two of them stood there silently. He gently asked, Are you scared right now? Hearing that, he was stunned, and he softly stroked his back, then reassured him, It's okay, bro, relax. Then he stepped back. Light shone through his hair as he said, I can handle everything without choosing that path. I have the skills for these kinds of things. He looked up at the sky enjoying the sunlight, and when the light shone on his face, he unconsciously smiled. He grinned and confidently said, Of course. At that moment outside, a sudden cold breeze entered the room. His subconscious gradually returned, and he stood there calmly, feeling the chill. Thanos was stunned to see him regain consciousness and slowly turned his head to look at him. A strange feeling came over me. I was so confused just now. You filthy bastard. He grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Are you unaware that the mind shapes the appearance? My good heart is why my appearance is like this. He punched him hard in the face, knocking out his teeth. Inside and outside, I am the same person, your mother. Thanos was lucky to receive his loving punch and fainted. Alicia hurried over, asking as she ran, How long has it been since this disaster started? Hearing that, the knight replied, "About 5 minutes." The knight hesitated before approaching the magic circle in front, a fierce cold emanating from the winter's heart, and when they got close, they would turn into ice statues. "Stop, your majesty. Please come down and rest. Loy is the most capable subordinate right now. I can't bear to lose him." She shouted to Habil. Lord Azrahan, upon seeing her, immediately announced that the queen was inside. She covered her face with her cloak and struggled to walk through the snowstorm. Looking at the frozen corpse on the floor, Alicia silently thought, that guy was the son of Duke Thanos, so this is what he considers a good deed? Realizing something, she was startled. A shadow in the snow gradually approached her. Loy is now carrying someone else and walking over, his face pale and expressionless, eyes blank. In his memory, a man standing by the fireplace, warm and cheerful, asks, "Why ex-ho? Why haven't you left yet? Changed your mind?" Kim Shu-ho approached cautiously and replied, "Yes, I changed my mind." He chuckled loudly and said, "Ha ha, I guess escaping because of work in a harsh environment isn't in your vocabulary, right?" He replied calmly. "Well, with a child like that, I can't leave." The man with the bald head continued to laugh. He put his arm around your shoulder and clapped to cheer you on. "Where has that shameless demon inside you gone?" "You're truly unlucky," Kim shouted. He responded gratefully, "Thank you." Seeing the old man happily giving a thumbs up, he silently thought that everyone at the construction site truly loved this man from the bottom of their hearts, because he always wore a sincere smile that made people feel better about themselves. He is like a father, and also a source of encouragement for everyone here. But then the scene of the broken scaffold collapsing appears. Everyone rushed to his side as he fell. One day, he suddenly collapsed and lost the ability to move forever. The reason is clear. You were there trying to help him while others were calling for help, and all safety equipment was outdated and severely lacking. But no one is willing to take responsibility for what happened to him. The construction company and the project management company blame each other. That day I watched him suffer as rescue pushed him onto the ambulance, secretly blaming myself. What the hell is going on? Why is no one taking responsibility for him? Seeing that scene, Kim Shu-ho's mind became even more chaotic. When profits rise, they immediately come out of hiding and demand their rights to be increased. But when it comes to taking responsibility, no one shows up. What about me then? Back to reality, Lowen stomps his feet on the floor. The truth is, I am the same. If something like that happened to my workers, I might also choose to run away, because that's human nature. Even so, he still walked unconsciously through the snowstorm, carrying someone on his shoulders. Alicia quickly runs over and calls out Loin loudly when she sees he's unconscious, wrapping her cloak around his freezing body. Realizing something, she was startled to think that he had exhausted all the mana in his body, which was impossible. Seeing his trembling face, she couldn't help but feel confused. Did he use all his mana to warm the workers so they wouldn't die? Are you enduring this cold with your own bare body? Then he whispered that there are 8 people still inside, and Habil is in danger. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "First, we have to get you out of here." She said confidently, "Trust me," as she carried him on her back and rushed toward the gate, leaving the workers behind. Alicia continued to accelerate, saw the gate ahead, and shifted direction to leap onto the wall. Following the swirl's movement, she used her inner strength to jump off the roof of the low tower. And so, Alicia descended with full power amid the soldiers' joyful shouts. The queen has gone outside. Seeing her look back at the tower again, they nervously asked, "Queen, where are you going?" She didn't answer and immediately jumped in without a cloak. The queen outside the soldiers are tending to Loy's trembling body, hurriedly saying, "Hurry up and bring more warm blankets for Lord Loy. How can he be running such a fever? Now I am lying on the ground, my face still unable to move. Damn it, I tried to rely on my title's abilities, but that immune hypothermia power becomes useless if my blood freezes." Looking at the sun, he silently sighed. Should I rest for a moment now? Alicia saw the strange object in front and quickly ran over, trembling inside the frozen pipe as she curled up, trying to keep the workers warm with her fur-covered body. The people outside are bustling in and out. Loy can hear their announcements. 2 more people have been saved. Please help the queen. He lies there motionless, enjoying the sunlight. The queen is still rescuing citizens, and Habil is restraining the power of the winter heart, so I think they'll succeed somehow. Seeing her constantly coming and going to save the workers, a man speaks up to stop her. "Your Majesty, please stop. How can you put yourself in danger just to save these workers?" Everyone else runs to bring blankets to them. Alicia, hearing this, shouts loudly, "Shut up, if you were in their position, could you say such nonsense?" Hearing that, Loyan closed his eyes, quietly thinking, "Just Rest for now and dream a sweet, beautiful dream of having money and teasing Hanyan. Suddenly he opened his eyes and the energy of the winter heart became even more intense. Habil now used his entire body to hold Sisuria, shielding her from the snowstorm. The villagers hurriedly brought blankets to announce that another person had gone outside. Alicia looked back, feeling the cold air rising, and said uncomfortably, "No, there are still a few people in the cooling room." Vodong, trembling, perched on her shoulder as the ice magic suddenly erupted violently, shattering the ground into many pieces. They instinctively tried to shield themselves. She was stunned by the scene in front of her. What is that? The ice magic now forms a tornado, releasing a powerful surge of magic energy, freezing the nearby building as well. The cold rushes in, making them shiver, everyone staring at the tornado above. Dongdong then arrives, gathering magic and aiming directly into the tornado. A surge of powerful magic shot out, rushing straight into the vortex. The tornado kept moving, destroying everything in its path. Alicia hurriedly ran while shouting orders to evacuate all civilians and for mid- and high-level experts to care for the injured. Sensing something, she suddenly stopped. Loy has returned to normal. He stands tall amidst the snowstorm. She shouted, "Don't even think about going in there. Evacuate now." Hearing that, he replied without hesitation, "No." He determined to gather his mana into his hand and said, "I will not abandon anyone under my command. I will save everyone." A super-fast charging notification suddenly appeared on the system. Then he shot a huge energy stream forward. Seeing that, Alicia quickly ran over to stop him. "Stop, Lowen. No one can handle this much mana." The tornado suddenly stopped moving, gradually weakening, and the icy air dissipated. She hesitated and looked back, only to see the tornado had completely disappeared, leaving behind just a magic circle. It rushes down to the ground along its trajectory, reaching out toward him with an outstretched hand. As soon as the icy heart touches Loy, his entire body instantly freezes. The sun reappeared once again, warming the people in the city. The snowflakes melted and fell under the sunlight. Alicia stared in shock at him like an ice statue. He stood there, motionless. The other workers saw this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. They curled up under the blanket inside. The warm air begins to flow in, brushing past Thanos' frozen body. Sisuria separates from Habil, bewildered, and says, "The winter heart." She looked at the empty stone pedestal in front and said, "It's gone. Only Loy is turned into an ice statue outside." Snow gradually fell under the sunlight. At this moment, the voices of the villagers rang out. Everyone was safe for the afternoon, quickly helping those still inside. The mages, freed from the freezing spell, looked around in confusion and asked, "How did we survive that cold?" He raised his hand to his chest and tremblingly said, "I must have frozen completely. I thought I was dead, but then the cold suddenly disappeared, as if something had absorbed all the cold that had frozen me into a statue." Habil stared at his friend in horror. Sisuria behind him was just as surprised, covering her mouth with her hand. Alicia's gaze has been fixed on him ever since. She was so shocked she couldn't speak, standing there in stunned silence. After a moment, she finally approached him, her eyes wide open, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Alicia reached out her trembling hand toward his frozen arm. She clenched his hand tightly as her pounding heartbeat echoed. She was stunned by the noise from earlier. Suddenly, the continuous pounding of the heartbeat made her freeze. Alicia immediately turned to Habil and shouted, "Lord Azrahan!" Lloyd's heartbeat is still going. He was surprised to hear that. She nervously ordered, carefully moving him, "Lord Azrahan, can you melt the ice using your mana?" The others, along with Habil, immediately ran over, and even though he was frozen, he could still feel everything. Loy's whole body is bound inside. He trembles, thinking, "Damn, it's so cold." He bit his lip in frustration. "Why am I like this? Why am I in this state?" A strange voice echoes, catching your attention. It's the embodiment of your heart. The only thing that moves inside your body now is your heart. The proud embodiment of the winter heart says, "Thanks to me, you're still alive. Be grateful." Hearing that, he cursed, "You old hag, a monster with a butt." Feeling insulted, angrily replied, "I am the heart, the winter heart, damn it." Suddenly revealed the shape of a heart, saying, "See, a blue heart. The blue winter heart." Seeing that, he nervously said, "Honestly, you really look like a butt." "So why is the heart shaped like a butt inside my body?" shouted angrily. "Why are you so stubborn? You're really persistent." The proud winter heart says, "I am here because you absorbed me. Or rather, I let you absorb me." Continues to boast, "It's ridiculous. Who would have thought that the winter heart created by the great Tyrannos dragon by accumulating energy for over 100 days could be absorbed? Even if your body tries to absorb my magic until it explodes, you still won't absorb more than 1 in 1,000 of my total mana." Eli happily says now, but I can feel a special power from you because you have a heart similar to a Dragon Clan member. Suddenly wings grow on your back and a dragon tail appears from your head. It just now dawned on him that one of his skills, half dragon, half human, was also the reason that old, grumpy dragon was friendly towards him. But that's not all, she continued. Remembering the scene where you bravely carried others through the snowstorm, she continued. You are ready to sacrifice yourself for others without hesitation, so I am quite surprised. At this moment, the winter heart tells me it wants to see how far a human like you can go. Hearing that, he stuck out his tongue in mockery. Self-sacrifice, not at all. I just don't want others to speak ill of me, M. Hailong replied. That's also good. Hearing that, I was a bit surprised. That's enough already. Then she closed her eyes and flew up. The winter heart spirals a few times before merging into his body, and his entire body glows as it floats. The system window then appeared, showing that you have become one with the dragon's sacred object, the winter heart. Due to the power to freeze everything, you have unlocked a new skill, the special ability to freeze time. Loy suddenly woke up staring blankly at the ceiling. Hearing that, his eyes widened in shock. Freezing time? That's fucking awesome. The system continues to explain that you can freeze the flow of time and also choose a region that is not frozen. The size of the non-freezing area depends on the user's total mana. Time flows normally within the non-freezing zone. He lay there lost in thought, knowing that time could be extended up to a year, but if the user is outside the unfrozen area, the skill would be cancelled. Is it really possible to do something so absurd? Thinking of this, his smile gradually lost its humanity as he froze time and built structures during that frozen period. The system, displeased, spoke up. You're such a fool. Knowing nothing but shouting and building. He clenched his fists, excited, thinking this was the perfect insurance for himself. Even if that cursed fate begins now, all he needs to do is freeze time and do what he has to do. The only problem is that the RP window pops up. I need 3,000 RP to use the skill. Below, his RP count shows 2665. Seeing that, he feels a bit disappointed. Lately, I've been lazy about collecting RP. I need to try harder. It's amazing to have such a crazy ultimate super skill. But I still have one problem to face now. Hearing the noise, he glanced over, and Habil was stunned as he looked at him. He quickly covered his mouth. Kim Shu. He raised his index finger as a sign to be quiet and looked at him irritably. He leans over to look at Alicia, who is now sound asleep on the chair. At this point, he turned and said sharply, Listen carefully, I just swallowed the holy relic of the kingdom, like someone stole a country's nuclear missile. Hearing that, Habil asked confusedly, Nuclear what? He replied irritably, Forget it. I mean, I could be executed over this. Loy then orders in a threatening tone, and he can't help but wonder. Running won't solve anything. You'll have to fight an entire kingdom. How can you possibly deal with the consequences of that? His face darkened and his body trembled. He panicked and asked, Did your older brother have a plan? Have you ever seen me fail? Seeing his pupils dart around, he calmly said, Those eyes look like you've already failed. Alicia suddenly spoke. It's too late to run now. Hearing that, he was startled and shouted loudly, I will immediately get off the bed and bow my head to beg. Oh, great queen. I never intended to swallow the winter heart first. The thing is, you don't really care. And you said, do you think every time you raise your butt high, it's the solution to handle everything? I know what happened. The problem is that whoever caused this is, but you are the one responsible for taking care of the winter heart because you borrowed it. Loy burst into tears, thinking that the bastard used blood magic to measure everything, and at this point he asked out of curiosity. What happened to him? She calmly replied. He is Thanos, the son of the former Duke Thanos. He has escaped the cold and survived. The scene of him being chained to a wooden post appears, flames raging fiercely but ultimately consumed by fire. Before being completely burned, he offers a mysterious smile, looking quite pained. I saw with my own eyes him turn to dust. Alicia shrugged and closed her eyes. Maybe at this moment what's more important is that she looks at you, gently smiles, and says you're safe. Loy blushed and his heart raced. Curious, he thought to himself, wow, what just happened? My heart just skipped a beat because of that stupid heart of yours, huh? Hearing that, she snapped back angrily. I told you it's that stupid heart of yours, and the system on this side also chimed in. Honestly, you look like a flying butt, which made her annoyed and shout. What did you say? Shut up for me. He couldn't take it anymore and scolded them. Both fell silent. I'm about to lose my mind because of you two, Alicia said thoughtfully, tapping her fingers. It's a pity we can't learn more about the blood magic Thanos used. Even if we torture him, he will recover instantly. Even the cursed beast magic has no effect, and I want to learn more about such a dangerous thing. Hearing that, he looked up and replied, Oh, I have some information about him. He used a purple mana-infused sword to stab into my spine. Her words left her stunned. And at that moment I was cursed by something called the devouring darkness. There, another version of me kept speaking. Alicia suddenly interrupted him. That's enough. She kneels seriously on the floor and demands to hear all the details. After speaking, she purses her lips and takes off her gloves. The scene before him left him stunned. Her hand now bulged with blue veins, the flesh infected and reddened. Late at night, when the full moon rises high, its white light covers the silent night completely. At the main palace, Alicia strides confidently down the corridor, her face filled with thoughts and worries, her eyes harboring unreadable emotions. Alicia's footsteps stop in front of the massive wooden door. She reaches out and grips the doorknob, and the door swings open immediately afterward. Behind the door is a shocking scene of corpses scattered on the floor, and in the middle, the young lady still clutching her blood-stained sword, standing in a daze. Alicia's eyes dimmed. She seemed to have many things she couldn't say. The sharp sword in front of her remained there, blood dripping onto the cold corpse on the floor. The mysterious girl across suddenly spoke, breaking the gloomy, silent atmosphere. I have no other choice. My brothers tried to kill me. The ones who murdered my parents are them. Her voice trembled, weak as if pleading with Alicia. After a moment of hesitation, she continued. Their acts of kindness were just tricks and lies. Ty's expression suddenly changed completely. She said each word sharply, her face becoming more intense than ever. It's hard to say each word, not trusting anyone, having to act first before being killed. Loy, huh? You know how serious his threats are. Are you going to let someone else step into your heart again? Are you crazy? You will also be betrayed eventually. Suddenly she shouted, carrying her resentment. Do you think you'll be respected just because others call you a queen? Everyone in this world is just waiting to cut your head off. She started speaking uncontrollably, repeating meaningless words over and over. Fight, kill, crush them with fear, and deal with anyone who dares oppose us. Alicia slowly stepped closer and suddenly embraced her, the hug full of understanding and warmth, making the little girl unable to hold back tears. Her voice was hoarse as she spoke. Don't put on that angry face. Her arms still holding the fragile girl tightly, her voice soothing as she asked, You're sad and scared too, right? It's okay. Everyone has moments of weakness sometimes. The image of the two small girls comforting each other is reflected on the calm surface of the lake, tears streaming down their cheeks, but this time filled with happiness from love and understanding. Then she gradually disappears, leaving Alicia alone on the tranquil lake. She also started crying, her eyes filled with mixed emotions, a bitterness of pain that's hard to describe. The scene shifts to the large bedroom, where she is now lying stretched out on her big bed. On her eyelashes, tears that are hard to wipe away still linger. She slowly raises her hand into the air, trying to grasp something undefined. That gaze followed with a serious, yet strangely contemplative look. She recalls that moment when she was still in that small room, Lloyd's voice echoing. Honestly, I don't know how to get through it either. I just accept it. He is begging in front of her. Alicia just slowly asks, Do you accept? He began to explain his thoughts more carefully. Sometimes people harbor evil thoughts and occasionally they become weak. If you deny it, it will gradually become a mental illness. She listened quietly and thought to herself. Mental illness? Do you have any knowledge about it? He honestly answered immediately about everything he knew. This is a disease more terrifying than you imagine. I also just did a small research. She looked at him carefully, then reflected on what Loie just said. Acceptance. Returning to reality, her mood had gradually stabilized, and it seemed she had made the right decision. My voice became more reassuring, then suddenly rang out again. I owe you again. This is really awkward. The scene shifts to the courtroom, where the judge's voice echoes throughout the hall. The trial is about to begin, and the nobles are urged to focus as soon as possible. A group of nobles suddenly burst in from somewhere, led by a noble from Magentanu. His sneaky face secretly shows his satisfaction. That goo guy really did something great before he died. Suddenly, another noble nearby sneered at Loy's group. No matter how biased Magentano is, this is enough for us to teach him a lesson. Seeing him say that, this guy also joined in criticizing. That's right, he took over the kingdom's treasure and lost it. No matter how much merit he accumulates, his family's title will at least be revoked. On the courtroom stage, Loy stands alone under the spotlight, surrounded by the gazes of countless nobles staring at him. Queen Alicia's voice rings out loudly. From now on, according to the sacred laws of the kingdom of Magentano, Loy's grand trial begins. The trial is held in accordance with the legitimate request of the nobles. The aristocrats will directly participate as jurors to expose his crimes. As she finishes her sentence, she suddenly looks at him with a guilty expression. Sorry, Lee Frontera, even if I am the queen, I cannot ignore the law. At least I will help you avoid the death penalty. Below, his lonely figure facing all the nobles of Magentano, Suddenly a girl's loud shout from the hallway. It's so ridiculous. Someone has driven the Winter Heart crazy, and Lord Loy has protected the city's peace. But Habel's voice interrupted her, and even so, since the young master borrowed the Winter Heart, he must take responsibility for not stopping that guy in time. Hearing that, the girl became even more anxious for him. That must be very difficult for him. He suddenly spoke to reassure the worried girl. Don't worry, the young master will be fine. Even though she heard you say that, she couldn't help but worry about him. The aristocrats hate Lord Loy so much, there's no way he could be okay. Habel's eyes seemed to trust Loin completely. He confidently said that everything would be fine because the young master had assured him so. The scene shifts to the courtroom where the fierce judge recounts your crimes, and defendant Lloyd Frontera listens carefully. Regarding your request to borrow the treasures of the noble kingdom, both the queen and we have fulfilled it with trust and favor towards you, Loy replied calmly. What the hell is this place? Quit wasting time and put your hand in your pocket to search for something. An empty bottle is taken out of his shirt pocket. At first, Judge's face looked curious as he examined what he just pulled out, but then his expression turned extremely sinister as he directed that gaze at him. After realizing this, his face suddenly turned pale, blood draining from his body. He began to recall that very moment when he himself ordered the knight to bring it up to the room with the Winter Heart, and you would receive a generous reward. Old acquaintance. His body trembled uncontrollably with fear. Boone buried him, secretly overwhelmed with chaos inside. How? How did he get it in that chaos? He still calmly points to the empty vial in his hand as if it were the evidence of a heinous crime. Remembering the difficult patrol with Habel, I still tried to tell him this place is completely safe. That guy definitely can't get in. Did he teleport through his blood? That means someone here has opened a path for him. If we find evidence, we can turn the tide. After all, this is probably one of the nobles who hates evil. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "A bunch of spirit beasts, follow my call and come out." The open shirt fully unleashed the entire herd of spirit beasts rushing out. He immediately ordered them to find them and go on their mission. Returning to the present, the result of that effort is the small jar he is holding in his hand. Judge Tam's voice trembled as he stared wide-eyed, stammering each word. This definitely needs to be reviewed. It still needs to be reviewed. The court session's expression of his face became even more unpleasant. He felt guilty as he looked at Loy, sweat pouring down his face, while the knight behind him was also restless, constantly watching the vial being passed back and forth in front of him without being able to do anything. I still remember kneeling and thanking you back then. I promised to help Lord Loy and the person who saved my life. Back in reality, he was still smugly staring intently at the judge. He rolled his eyes and, struggling to speak, said each word through gritted teeth. It's complicated. You're a good kid. Yeah, both right and wrong. Suddenly his face changed 180 degrees, becoming more cheerful and friendly as he spoke to you. But who is this guy really? A distinguished figure, the pillar of society. He built a suspension bridge to make traveling around the city easier. Not only that, he also stopped someone from attacking the queen. The faces of the surrounding nobles froze, all confused about what he was doing. Even the Empress, witnessing everything, was surprised by the judge's actions. He keeps rambling in front of him about creating a beautiful garden that will move the entire world and protecting the kingdom from the attack of the Kotlong. Let the world see that Kotlong has always been our kingdom's secret weapon. It's like a message that Magentano is truly the strongest kingdom in this world. And I am still here, dancing happily in front of the unflattering praise from the judge. I suddenly become hesitant, pointing at him and thinking to myself, this time I will go easy on him. Next time, watch out for me. As for that guy, he was both laughing and crying, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to announce, "Let me declare, Loy is not a defendant but a hero among heroes." Cut to outside the city, after successfully escaping punishment, he silently breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he is a hero of the kingdom, having avoided punishment but not entirely escaped guilt, as a large boulder is being painfully lifted over a pit amid shouts urging him on. Take it slow, be careful, be careful. Outside, B is trying to lift the big stone alone, only hearing English instructions continuously guiding him. Bir Bayong, hold on a little longer. After a while, everything was done. He finally let out a sigh of relief, while the little mascot lay exhausted on the ground, resting. It seems this is their mission after all. Whenever the Queen calls, we must rush there and assist with the construction. I'm grateful for that, but I don't know how to manage if time is limited. Uncle Seal also raised the stone he just pulled up and shouted happily as if their hard work had paid off. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared. You have found 12 pieces of terrainer, an important ingredient in Iroha. Because you have discovered a legendary material, you are rewarded with extra RP for this historic achievement. Loy suddenly widened his eyes, reading each word that appeared. Then the system displayed another message. Bonus LP PWOS 2000. His reaction was even more intense this time. He exclaimed with joy. Wow, the system's statistics panel appeared. Loy couldn't contain his joy when he saw his current RP of 4.65 and kept jumping around with excitement. What is that? That's amazing. Now I can use time freeze in emergencies. The Queen's words have been erased. I've prevented some accidents, so I think the fate will change a little, but not that easily. Another notification appeared, showing that the number of lives you saved is -1. Seeing that made him hesitate for a moment, but he quickly found a way to reassure himself. But, Tisk, it's all right. I will find the answer. Loy now stands tall and proud, seemingly ready to face anything. Nothing can stop him at this moment. The scene shifts to the royal palace, where he is kneeling before Queen Alicia. She sat heavily on the throne, speaking down to him, truly a troublesome one. Are you planning to leave right after finishing your task? She said indifferently, her serene face gazing at him. Only now does he put aside his respect to beg her for forgiveness. Please forgive this subordinate's unforgivable mistake. I have an urgent matter to deal with and no time to delay. Hearing that, she also remained silent without replying. After a while, she said, Is it more important to rest for a bit? Seeing her question, he responded confidently, Yes. Alicia still looked at him intently, as if she cared deeply for Lo, but deep inside she was smiling with satisfaction, quietly feeling heartache as she said, Go ahead, I will wait for you to return. Her smile shone with a dazzling radiance, and it was that very smile that stole Loy's trembling heart. He blushed shyly, staring in disbelief that she would agree. Realizing his strange state, he silently cursed himself, confused about what was happening as his heart was acting up again. Winter is coming, and you're making my heart act strangely. The winter spirit resides within him, cursing and blaming when not scolding. What's wrong with this idiot? Is he really mentally challenged or something? We switch to another scene where he and Hobble are sitting on a wandering dragon, carrying the pile of stones they just collected. The sack containing the stones suddenly fell off its back and dropped straight into the sea, causing a shockwave across the calm surface of the lake. My plan was successful, he kept praising. Good. If they fall along this path, they will land near the Merfa kingdom. Suddenly he turned to the person next to him and asked curiously, Hey, Javi, have you said goodbye to Siluria properly? He also hesitated before replying. I think so. Seeing that, he casually asked if there was anything else, and feeling like he was being questioned by his father, Habil sulkily turned away and changed his attitude. Is there anything else? You seem to enjoy pairing me with Miss Siluria. Seeing him react so excessively, Loy mischievously teased him a few words. Just pretend you don't care. I am a master of love. Just by looking into your eyes, I can tell everything. There's nothing I don't understand. Seeing him boast so recklessly, his inner soul is fiercely resisting. No, you're the one who doesn't understand. That idiot who knows nothing about love is truly a fool. But Habil thought differently. Hearing him say that, he also fell into deep reflection, unable to help but recall the moment when Siluria, with a gentle voice, promised to be with him someday when Azrahan's work was done, and he became a full-fledged archmage, saying, I will tell you I love you. She spoke with all her sincere heart, promising to be happy with you. It really made you care. Habil's face involuntarily flushed as he recalled that scene, and Loy immediately shouted to break his emotional flow. Hey, your face is as red as a tomato. I didn't say anything sweet. I'm a bit annoyed. It feels like I was caught off guard, and you immediately countered what he said. So, where? Your words earlier sounded quite encouraging, but how could they be so easily deceived by you? Lai still shouted, I'm feeling jealous now. Hakach, I hate your face so much. Seeing how obsessed he was with this issue, he immediately tried to change the subject. Enough. Where is our next location? He also calmly replied, there is another important ingredient in the southern plain. Suddenly hearing this name, Habil asked in surprise, Is Thao Nguyen Phuong Nam in that tribe? And he was met with a firm confirmation from him. His face darkened as he silently pondered, a centaur from the prairie. The second key ingredient, Tao, was passed down after the War of the Tribes into the hands of the Centaur tribe. If we find them, we might uncover clues about Tao Bo Chuyen when they arrived. It's a lush green hill, and 2 people are walking across it. Habil suddenly spoke up in complaint. It's too vast to search on foot like this. Loy's voice replied calmly, Can't we just ride a terrifying dragon like that and fly around? They will come looking for us first, he said with a smile, enjoying it. Suddenly everything around started shaking violently. A herd of centaurs was rushing in from afar. They are shouting loudly, You bastards, how dare you invade our territory knowing who we are? They look like a gang preparing to collect a debt. He suddenly paused, glancing carefully at them, and thought to himself, this is so much different from what I imagined. What's with this strange new setting? They started to surround him and make strange sound effects. Suddenly he spoke up. What do those sound effects mean before you tell me? Oh, you mean the sound effects? You mean our screeching sounds. Humans do the same, like howling or scratching or something like that. His face grew even more serious when he heard them say that, only able to sigh in despair and say, I can't believe the story's gotten so chaotic. Even so, he respectfully tried to speak with the people of the centaur race. I have come here to seek the wisdom of the great Mavi Dai chieftain and ask a few important questions. You want to meet our chieftain, you two-legged creature? How dare you? Suddenly, he smiled maliciously, ready with some scheme to respond to their mockery. Does it matter if I have 2 legs and 4 limbs? After all, if I'm faster than you, I should be able to meet the chief, right? His confident expression and determined attitude successfully provoked the competitive centaurs. They roared wildly, with the leader even ordering the others. This human dares to challenge my guard captain, brothers. Let me tell you about the rules. The one who sets the finish line first wins. It's over. Loy's voice suddenly cuts off their words. Yeah, I know your traditions well. Should I join or not? He immediately refused him outright. If I don't end up like the mermaid case, it'll be troublesome again. If he wins against me, you'll join afterward. You hear that, but can't help but warn him earnestly. It's quite tough. The race against the centaur is like racing against a great master. Still, he remains calm and responds. Of course running is one thing, but I don't plan to run. The bank's secret suddenly turned sinister, as if plotting some scheme. Suddenly, the leader ran over from nowhere to interrupt their conversation. He then pointed to the rock and said, the target is 200 meters over there. I will show you what a festival is. The scene shifts to the start of the race, with the human and demon groups shouting in horror and the referee's voice ringing out, ready to start. As soon as he finished speaking, the rubber arrow was shot out, and the orange-haired guy immediately made him taste the smoke that disappeared into the distance, leaving only a trail behind. Habil and the remaining Nahanma people watched the scene with continuous excitement, thinking to themselves that this wasn't a situation where confidence alone could guarantee victory. Suddenly, he pulls something out of his shirt with a serious expression, ready to do something. The boy seems to realize his intention, ignoring the centaurs still cheering loudly. The spear thrusts backward, shouting fiercely as it burns. With that, he charges forward like a comet, leaving behind a deafening explosion. Gradually, he also overtook the centaur, desperately trying to run away. Soon after, he was struck right in the face by the stone in front of him. The impact left an incredible dent, and it seemed he gradually lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. The leader witnessing this scene was also stunned into silence. The rest of the group, who had initially cheered enthusiastically, now only remained in silence. And after waking up, he laughed foolishly, then burst into loud laughter despite his mouth bleeding nonstop. He still tried to say, Dad is faster. And they were stunned, thinking to themselves this must be the legendary speed demon sitting there foolishly laughing out loud at those people. Ha ha ha. All right, so who is the real winner now? Take me to your tribe leader. The leader, after suffering a humiliating defeat, but still refusing to admit defeat, stubbornly responds with nothing. He suddenly asks back, What? Why? That guy is not someone to be underestimated. He angrily shouted in his face, You cheated! You dog! You have to win by running if that's how you play. Hearing that, he couldn't accept losing and argued back fiercely. The tradition is that the fastest wins. Horse, stop making excuses. If you're slow as a snail, losing is just right. Lai's cold stare scared the horseman, who shrank back and nervously shouted, Yes, that's right. But inside he was thinking, Oh my God, I'm so scared. Suddenly a shout from behind rang out. Hey, the guard captain is getting more and more embarrassed. Why don't you stop? From afar, a girl riding a cool black horse approached, and he instinctively called her Jeranin. She casually explained to him that whoever is faster wins. As our tradition says, did anyone ever say we need to run? Even my closest friend said that he had no choice but to accept defeat and step aside. She then turned to Lo and called out, Hey, smart one, follow me. I will take you to the chief. As she finished speaking, she turned to leave, but suddenly he heard a call that unexpectedly surprised him. After a while, I realized everything was going smoothly as planned. Ha ha ha. So this is how things are supposed to unfold? Tisk-tisk-ha. Habil and Loy are both being guided by that girl across the endless green prairie. Suddenly, Habil spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. Now he looks quite proud. Hearing that, he replied, Well, I guess I'm pretty famous or something like that. Suddenly, they shifted their attention to the girl across from them. The centaur woman prefers guys with speed, and if 2 suitors come, they'll choose the one who moves faster. Miss Jeranin over there has already captivated me. No, absolutely not ever. He continued to boast about himself. Are you jealous? I'm not surprised. You always think you're handsome, not noticing that the girl in front of you heard everything and didn't hesitate to kick you hard. After delivering that kick, he immediately flew down to the bottom of the hill. After all that, she turned to Habel and said, You're quick, but your face is only average, so you're a fool. See, I told you. Her gaze at him was emotionless, and he replied, How do you know just by glancing? He simply responded calmly with a deadly handsome look. Because I have seen countless eyes of women who like me. That's why I know very well. Hearing this response from you, he seemed to be completely stunned. After finishing, you carried him and continued the journey. Then Jaranin spoke up, saying, It's sickening how everyone talks about speed. Speed isn't everything, she said with a serious expression. They listened and then stared at her, puzzled by the implication. After a while, they arrived at the place. The three of them stood on the cliff looking down at the camp. She immediately pointed and guided them over there. The biggest tent is the chief's house. The name of that person is Chekaran. That is my father, she said distractedly. The two of them continued to watch her actions with confusion. As they entered the camp of the chieftain, a large, strong centaur suddenly spoke happily upon seeing them. The agile human is recognized by my daughter. They continued to kneel and stare intently at the man in front of them. After a while, he asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Loy immediately felt guilty and replied, Nothing, sir. I was just curious about the style and setting of the story. He also asked curiously, Is it the story's setting style? Then he began to introduce. I am Lloyd Frontera, a human seeking something called the Ta-Up from a long time ago. It is part of the Stone of Truth. Iroa, if you know anything about it, before I can finish speaking, he cut me off and pointed behind us. Oh, that over there, it's right there. This scene surprises Loy. Like a cat spotting a piece of fish, he immediately makes a request. Please give it to me. The village elder also joked enthusiastically. I heard you're quick, but it seems your shamelessness shows just as fast. Honestly, I didn't use it at all, but keeping it safe is part of our tradition. I can't give it to you. I didn't expect him to refuse so outright. He looked at Damchu with a displeased expression, silently thinking to himself, I knew it wouldn't be easy. Sherinan, standing to the side, then interrupted their conversation. Why do you keep sticking to useless traditions? They've come a long way. Just give it to them. Chorin immediately became angry and scolded his daughter. You're starting with those advanced and friendly ideas again. Go outside for a run and destroy something. Hearing that, he silently reflected that the story background and the family teachings are really a bunch of nonsense. Suddenly, she remembered something and said to him, Dad, you've heard about the legend of the superspeed hero, right? It might be him. I also just heard about that hero. That wasn't just a random comment, right? What is the superhuman of light speed? Jaranin could only helplessly explain that it was a legend passed down from ancient times, claiming that one day a human capable of flying super fast would visit our village and solve the centaur's speed problem. That look in his eyes seemed very trusting and determined as he spoke each word. Truonglungung pondered for a moment before finally making a decision. I understand. If you truly are the legendary superhuman with light speed and you can solve our speed problem, I will gladly hand over the reins to you. I was stunned and couldn't believe it, thinking, are they faster now? They're already very fast, so how can I possibly do this? Then, night falls. The blood moon makes the atmosphere even more eerie. At the ruins, broken red fragments are scattered across the ground. In the dark dungeon, a mysterious cauldron appears in the center of the room, with a zombie hand emerging from it. Suddenly it moved and rose. Then its flesh began to shift and connect with the buried body. The zombie rose, howling in terror, and stepped out of the cage that had held its body for so long, moving forward step by step. He became furious after returning from the gates of hell and vowed to kill Loy's people. He secretly cursed that bastard, damn it. Then immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. With his last bit of strength, he tried to think, unable to believe he had failed. Even ancient dark magic can't fight against Loy, that bastard. Even after being resurrected, I look no different from a demon. What can I do now? With no strength left, he collapsed, perhaps ready to accept his defeat. Suddenly, memories flooded back, and a strange voice suddenly spoke up. Oh my God, this tragic scene is too much. Wasn't I the one who told you from the beginning? All you had to do was summon me to the world you're living in. The voice echoed from the blazing fire. The demon continued, I will kill you. I told you the location of Taga Castle, and even helped you learn that ancient forgotten dark magic. I understand the heart of someone seeking revenge, but you know your opponent is not easy to defeat, right? After hearing his question, he hesitated for a long time, unsure how to answer. Without giving him a chance to speak, he continued, If I can enter the world of the living, everything will be easier. However, due to the laws of this world, I cannot cross the boundary of hell. I will ask you one last time to gather the necessary materials and summon me. I will avenge you. His words completely stirred him up. The beast inside him has awakened. He enunciated each word with anger. Then I will hang a noose around his soul and use him as my slave forever. He could only remain silent, unsure how to respond. Helplessness clearly showed on his face. After a moment, he bowed respectfully and paid his respects to him. I can help you ascend to this world, King of Hell. The scene opens with a sunrise over the vast desert plateau, the sun just risen but already accompanied by a weary sigh from someone. Loy sat pensively in the tent, sighing in frustration. I don't know what to do, or maybe I should teach them the core technique to fly with Aura Blasti. Habil Azrahan looked at him silently and straightforwardly replied, You know they won't accept it. The centaurs just want to become faster. He glanced outside and calmly reminded Lloyd Frontera that we should also consider whether helping them become faster is good or bad. But, as you can see, everyone from young to old was injured all over their bodies. They are victims of the race to become the fastest. Lloyd, after hearing this, instinctively looked on with a contemplative and passionate expression. Now Javier only just remembered that Jernan mentioned yesterday that no matter how small the conflict, they all handled it with a special race, because it was a competition for a female centaur. The image of the previous race flashes back in his mind, a scene more terrifying and chaotic than ever, with everyone going completely crazy and running at full speed. It literally caused chaos. Back then, at the field, Karnan was sadly confiding in him. Everyone keeps talking about speed, but speed isn't everything. Remembering this, he became more eager to find a solution and tried to focus his thoughts. The super speedster will solve their speed problem. Solve it, solve it. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, as if he had thought of something, and he unconsciously let go of his grip to solve the problem. Not just making them faster, right? At the same time, outside the camp, Sharonan was strolling leisurely when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Hey, Sharonan. A tall centaur with bulging muscles and a rebellious look, holding a bouquet of brightly colored flowers, happily asks for your acceptance of his proposal. Sharon spat out the thread with a look of disgust and turned away, snorting in annoyance. The guy still didn't give up. Instead, he laughed loudly with a cheerful smile. Here we go again. You act like you don't like it. Ha ha. He tilted his head, squinting his single eyelid with a perverted and smug expression, teasing her. You are the ultimate champion of the centaurs. Miss Manchi, all women are enamored with you. Are you going to act like that too? Manchi firmly grabs Jarenen's wrist in surprise, then sternly warns, Don't act so noble and start a dating race among the flower bushes. His action really drove Sharonan crazy. She angrily kicked him hard in the stomach and shouted loudly, This bastard told you not to touch me. Didn't I tell you I hate those who only rely on speed like you? Speed is everything. What else do you need? Even Chief Cherokee has acknowledged you as his son-in-law. Why do you keep refusing me? He lost control and suddenly jumped up to grab Cherokee. The overwhelming difference in strength leaves her unable to struggle. She glares with bloodshot eyes as Lion threatens her. You think your father will stay silent and do nothing if he finds out you're doing this. Just stay silent and marry the next chief. At this moment, a large hand suddenly placed on her shoulder, causing him to startle and glance over. It's Sumahan. He glared at him and with a serious tone ordered the opponent to stop. Stop, you're making her uncomfortable. Jerenin was stunned by this look, standing frozen in place, staring at her beloved with wide eyes and blushing involuntarily, calling out Somahan's name in confusion. Meanwhile, her Manchi-Chi looked on with obvious disdain. He squinted at him. Chumo spat out a big wad of saliva, then laughed loudly with pleasure. Ha ha ha! Is this the hero saving the beauty? Surely he's not brain damaged, right? Ha ha ha! The other knights joined in laughing and pointing to attract Lloyd Frontera's attention. Chi quickly took the opportunity to press her face against Sumahan's handsome face. He licks his long, sticky tongue and laughs distortedly, mocking the opponent. Don't you hear what they're despising you for? Last time you lost to me, don't you realize that slow-witted people like you don't deserve to talk to me? Manchi smugly points at Cherenin standing helplessly behind, looking extremely excited to boast. See, even she has abandoned your side. Faced with his oppression, Sumahan could only stay silent and look away, and this demeanor of his made Miss Manchi even more excited. Ha 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 ha! Look at your evasive eyes. You're just a loser. Don't interfere in others' affairs. Ha 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 ha! Only the triumphant laughter of him and his clan echoes through the space, while everyone else looks at them with disgust and a hint of contempt. He clenched his teeth, secretly cursing in his heart, I don't like these bastards even a little bit. The scene shifts to the vast grassland. The sunset is about to fade. Dark clouds are gradually covering the sky, when suddenly a familiar voice calls out. Sumahan belongs to Jerenin. She hesitated for a moment before approaching Sumahan behind the camp and spoke up. I apologized earlier. Jeranin, afraid to face the one he loves, nervously explained if he had been with you then, the two of you would have started another race. That's why I did. But she hadn't finished speaking when Sumahan cut her off directly. You are the one who needs to apologize. Sumahan looked away awkwardly and said sadly, Because I am too slow, I can't convince anyone. That's why the chief still hasn't acknowledged you. Jeranin immediately retorted, confidently shouting, Who said I'm slow? I know you're the fastest in the world. Sumahan quietly bowed his head, his voice growing softer. He had never won a race before. Jeranin remains firm in his feelings and boldly declares, I don't care about those things. I will marry you. I don't care about my father's approval. I love you, not him, but Suma directly douses her with cold water, coldly replying, I don't want to. This statement left Sharonan stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief, tears already welling up beneath her eyelids. Sumahan calmly went silent for a moment before saying to her, No one congratulates the loser on their wedding like I do. You really hate Manchi, but at least you should date someone else quickly. Then he quietly turned and walked away, leaving Jeranin alone with a hopeless, solitary figure. Before disappearing completely, Sumahan still carefully advised her, You should meet someone you can be proud of, someone you can confidently declare is your man. May I ask you something? Jeranin was startled and looked over, revealing a face streaming with tears and snot. Loy stood nearby, watching her with amusement, and teasingly asked, What's going on? After a while, the two of them went for a walk across the field. Jeranin hesitated and said, Sumahan, I'm serious. I'm telling the truth. Yes, I know faster than anyone else. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, How do you know? You've never seen him run before? Lee shrugged and replied calmly, It's a sixth sense. The shape of his head shows he's fast. The image of Suhan unleashing his power like a racing car appears in his mind. No matter how fast Sumahan is, no one cares about individual achievements. They only care about winning by a certain margin. Loy, hearing this, felt confused and asked, Can't he unleash his full speed in the race? Is it some kind of easy tension or something? She immediately denied it. No, that's not it, Jeranin began to recount. A month ago, a similar incident happened just like today. Both of them had an impromptu race based on our tradition. At that moment, both Comanche and Sumahan were already at the starting line. The referee had shouted ready. Then arrows were shot out along with shouts of run, and a mischievous kid with a candy in hand appeared carelessly on the track. Sumahan saw it and was stunned, his eyes wide open in shock, his mouth agape in panic. He quickly slammed on the brakes, his legs starting to wobble from exhaustion. Sumahan fell to the ground to avoid the kid, but she didn't realize that someone was rushing toward her from behind. Jeranin was shocked and hurriedly tried to intervene in front of her, Comanche with blazing eyes like a beast charging forward recklessly, ignoring the obstacles below. Jeranin sadly continues, Sumahan was injured, but that boy was hurt even more seriously. That always happens. Sumahan is very kind. Compared to winning the race and marrying me, he's more concerned about making sure everyone around him stays safe. Loy asked suspiciously, If someone gets hurt, does no one protest the race? The centaurs who don't participate in the race don't reflect that, do they? She coldly replied. No, centaurs always risk their lives when it comes to tradition. No matter what, they have to keep it. At this point, Jeranin was so angry she burst into tears, shouting and cursing, What kind of stupid tradition is this? It's just a demon's custom. Loy chuckled casually, soothing her. Don't get too angry. I think there must be a reason they keep the tradition like that. Hearing this, she immediately turned around and snapped back angrily. What would someone like you know? What silly reason could there possibly be? He half smiled, sneered at her, and with a contemptuous tone said, Because they're all brainless fools, right? His attitude left Jeranin stunned, her bewildered face looking down with an expression of confusion. Are you reading my mind just now? Loin continues to probe her. Sorry, but what is your ranking in terms of speed? Jeranin honestly replied, First, my father is number 1, but after retiring, that stubborn name of yours became the top rank. He quietly smiled slyly, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and cheerfully said, Aha, so apart from the chief and the current number 1, the rest have to obey you, right? Jeranin hesitated a bit and replied uncertainly, Well, maybe. It still depends on the situation. If I do something like banning running, She-Manchi or my father can eliminate it. Loy firmly told her, I want to ask you something. Gather all the tribe members in one place. His face showed excitement, his eyes were full of determination, and he declared strongly, I will root out that custom and make Sahan the fastest champion among the centaurs. The next morning, on the Sagittarius Plains, the sun had just begun to rise beyond the mountain ridge, casting bright rays that spread across everything. Somewhere in a tent, Loy is sitting in deep thought with Habil Asahan. Habil can't help but be curious and asks, "What are you doing?" Loy, now full of determination with a serious expression, replied, "I am waiting for my first target for my grand plan," when suddenly the sound of hooves from afar caught his attention. Sure enough, a proud-looking rider swaggering over with an arrogant expression approached. Loy smirked with amusement, licking his lips slightly, and muttered, "He's here." Then he slowly got up from the wooden chair, with Hab looking on in confusion. Loy also adopted a haughty attitude, lifting his chin to the sky, swaying as he approached the green-faced rider. As expected, when they passed by each other, he deliberately bumped his shoulder hard into the other, causing him to flinch, glare at him, and curse angrily. "Ah, you son of a bitch." Loy nonchalantly continued on, still turning back to challenge him with a mischievous grin, then casually walked away, glancing back in a way that made the green-haired guy lose his temper and explode in rage, shouting loudly, "Come here, dog! Race me! If you lose, I will kick you 300 times with my back legs." Loy smugly looked at him with a challenge, mockingly replying, "Why would a lowly human like me race against you?" The green-haired guy, seeing this attitude, became even more annoyed and spat directly in Loy's face, saying, "According to our centaur tradition, you have no right to refuse. We will race immediately." Dog Loy frowned as he looked at the excited centaurs behind him, shouting and urging him to race with them again and again. Hearing the cheers ringing in his ears, Loy happily grinned widely with a cunning smile, while outwardly he still appeared annoyed and helplessly accepted the challenge. "Wow, I can't disrespect your traditions, can I? I guess I have to follow them." The spiked centaur angrily orders you to choose your finish line since you've accepted the challenge. Loy points to the lone tree on the mountain peak, "So run to the village and head to that tree." He immediately agreed to play. While the villagers cheered happily, Sharonan quietly watched him from the side, confused. "I wonder what he's up to." I remember his confident look when he told me earlier that before gathering all the troops in one place, he needed to prepare a few more things. A catalyst that can lead both of us to victory. Thinking of this, Jaranen paused in contemplation, with a slightly hesitant expression, but he didn't intend to speak up. The green-haired guy is now puffing up his chest to threaten his opponent. "From what I hear, you're a superhuman, with lightning-fast speed or something, able to fly using magic. So this time you have to run. This is a foot race." Loy then shows a contemptuous, disdainful look at him. "Come on, that's a bit unfair. I only have 2 legs while you have 4, so it's not fair." But he immediately retorted, "So flying is fair?" Suddenly he had an idea. What if I marry something 4-legged? The green-spiked head gleefully laughed out loud, confidently asserting that the centaur is the fastest among 4-legged creatures. After discussing, the spiky blue-haired guy excitedly shouted, "The race begins now," and soon both of them are at the starting line on the track. But his opponent is a giant hamster, Podong. Seeing the big thing beside him, his face darkened a bit and he couldn't help but comment, "I guess that's a bit too big." Loy sat on the giant hamster's back, holding his head and sighing, then suddenly glared at him and said in a stern voice, "What can I do now? The rules can't be changed because we're following tradition." The spiky-headed guy went speechless after hearing that, pouted in disapproval, looked away, and snorted. The arrows have been shot from the bows, and the command is given. "Run." Bodong and the spiky, green-headed guy immediately charged forward, both rushing like arrows across the green field, leaving behind a trail of thick black smoke. The other riders on either side cheered excitedly, shouting encouragement. "Wow, that was close. Run now, wow, that one is ahead, but the path ahead is the tribe's camp area. The route is too narrow. The one in front on this trail will win." But the twist happened at the last moment. Podong's massive body suddenly closed in on the sharp-headed guy, leaving him no time to react, only able to gape in shock with wide eyes. Boom! Podong joyfully leaps into the air, spinning the opponent around until his face distorts, then flings his own master off his head. Loy loses her support, floating helplessly in the air, screaming in panic. "Hey-ah!" Among the panicked centaurs below, a little boy with purple hair was already frightened. Seeing Loy getting closer and closer, the boy became even more confused, with a terrified expression on his face. Loy falls straight to the ground, spins gracefully on the grass to scare the centaurs into panic, causing them to kick and run away. Sharonan and Habil watch this scene in awe, confused about what's happening, when a shout suddenly rings in their ears. It was a draw. Both of them fell. Habil couldn't believe his ears, looking stunned and questioning himself with doubt. "I thought he was trying to achieve something by winning. Kim Soo-ho has failed, hasn't he?" The purple-haired kid was so frightened he turned pale, his eyes vacant as he gasped rapidly and kept sweating cold. His mother quickly ran over to ask, "Are you okay?" "Oh my God, please wake up." Loy had already fainted on the ground, his body covered in scratches. Soon, night fell again. The sky filled with dark clouds, and inside a lit hut, hands holding a spoon trembled uncontrollably in mid-air. The purple-haired boy is still shaken from the race earlier, and his mother feels so sorry. Oh no, he looks so pale. She hugged her trembling little son, tears of sorrow streaming down her face, lamenting, "Why does my child have to suffer because of this damn tradition?" The boy's father, hearing this, immediately exploded in anger, shouting fiercely, "Don't talk nonsense. That's how we grow up." But Thang's mother looked at him angrily and snapped, "He's trembling right now. How can you say that? It's not just his body that's hurt." He couldn't argue back and was forced to swallow his words, unable to speak. Looking at the innocent boy still stunned by the shock, his eyes were vacant and pitiful. He could only hold back his anger, bow his head to read the newspaper, and helplessly say, "It's just tradition that they don't understand." Loie, standing outside the tent, had overheard everything and looked contemplative, as if pondering something. Then he quietly turned and left into the night, his cloak billowing in the wind. As the scene shifted to the next morning, with the blazing sun shining over the mountaintop, a group of riders gathered in front of a large arena, whispering and murmuring non-stop. "What? Why did Jeranin gather everyone together? Huh, what's that?" "The super speed course. With this speed, do you think you'll be okay?" To avoid making them wait too long, Loie stepped onto the stage to speak. He raised his hand to calm the crowd and loudly announced, "All right, everyone sit down, my course will start soon." Everyone looked confused, wondering if he was really too fast in yesterday's race, but he just pretended to listen, with Swan among them. Loy put on a friendly, enthusiastic face and said, "You probably think I'm ridiculous and wonder who I am to teach you about speed, right?" He raised his thumb, but I glared at the crowd below, pointing at them and saying sharply, "You're the ones who are ridiculous. Those crazy fools." The herd below was provoked by these words, grinding their teeth to hold back their rage, glaring at him with deadly eyes. Despite Jeranin's hesitation, Loy continued to speak about those monsters. What are they doing just to protect that ridiculous tradition? Many members were injured, objects damaged, and houses destroyed. Is this a civilized tribe? Yesterday, while walking down the street and being provoked by someone, I had no choice but to stand up and join a race following tradition. Then, a child had to experience a terrible accident that cannot be erased. As he spoke, tears suddenly streamed down his face in 2 lines. The family of the purple-haired kid was also very surprised and listened intently. "So, here we are. Not a single person here has not been hurt. Do we really have to endure this just because of that speed and tradition?" The crowd started protesting, shouting in unison, "What does a foreigner like you know? We are completely fine. Go away." But the purple-haired kid's mother quietly bowed her head, endured, and pressed her lips. Then she couldn't bear it and cried out in agony. But I didn't. "Are you crazy fanatics? What should I do with my child?" Everyone around immediately started yelling at her. "Tsk, tsk, are you crazy? That tradition is what we have protected for over 10,000 years. Exile her. Exile her immediately." The boy's father was also truly furious, raising his voice as he responded, "Are we really that fanatical? Do you guys really think it's okay with him? Are you really okay?" The boy's mother, who had been struggling, finally shouted in frustration, "Honestly, I don't like it either. My son's arm is still injured." "What is that? We should." Not only them, but others are starting to speak out too. "I'm fed up with this. My mother is also hurt, so stop that nonsense. How dare you insult the pride of the centaur?" The purple-haired boy's mother tearfully hugs her trembling small child, crying in pain. The purple-haired boy who was panicking inside his mother's arms now calmly looks up as the sound of arguing still echoes nearby. "I guess I should decide what to do with my leg. I am limping now, removing that evil tradition. Down with the idea that speed is everything." Facing it is Laloy's sinister smile as he happily thumbs up. The kid no longer pretends, raising his hand in response, smugly smiling in victory, banishing those traitors. Let's create a new era. Now is the time to eliminate that outdated tradition. Habel was stunned by the chaotic scene before him, and then suddenly realized, "Don't tell me it's him." Sure enough, Loie secretly made a deal with the kid with the spiky hair to find your little brother. "You guys need money, so why not put on a show for me?" "Oh, my price is pretty high." In the tense atmosphere filled with the smell of gunpowder, Loie slowly walks forward, bowing his head solemnly. Two people hold their fingers wildly moving in front of their chests. He stands on the highest step, arms outstretched, taking in the scene below. The crowd losing control, arguing and taking sides, expressing their satisfaction. This is the masoob of a war of public opinion. Hey, you say no and you can't do it? Once you're injured, you'll have to understand it. Everyone has gone through that experience. You are truly traitors to our tribe, and I hope this thug tribe disappears for good. Loy sat calmly on the wooden chair, looking down at the chaotic crowd with a composed expression. Next to him, Sharonin stands stunned and confused. They are divided into two factions. The extremely conservative group kept shouting powerful commands, execute everyone who denies the soul of our tribe. Execution, 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 execution. On the other side, the progressive faction is not far behind. They desperately shout and fight back. We don't need a tribe like this. Disband, 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 disband. And at this moment, Loy, the instigator of the rebellion, was calmly watching them with a look of contempt as the cheers continued to echo around him. Death penalty, disbandment, disbandment, death penalty, death penalty. Jeranin could no longer watch and impatiently questioned him. Hey, what are you planning to do? Why did you provoke them to fight? What's that? When did I do that? I was just talking about the dangers because of the accident that happened, that's all. Hearing that, she was startled and suddenly realized, unable to refute in an instant. Hobble remained silent, but deep down he had already made up his mind, convinced that it was you who orchestrated everything. It was definitely you. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded. What is that noise outside? For a moment, the space seemed to freeze. Everything fell silent, and Sharonin's expression involuntarily grew tense. Loin was not surprised at all, slowly standing up, thinking to himself that finally, not far away, a muscular figure with many ink stains on his body and cool sunglasses was approaching slowly. He looked directly at him with a very serious expression. The boss has appeared. Jeranin glared at him, his face grim, and asked sharply, You said you would solve our tribe's speed problem. What the hell are you doing? Loin bowed politely and answered calmly. I will keep my promise, but the tribe's opinions are not unified, so it might be a bit complicated. Cherokee listened quietly to his explanation, with one side wanting to run anytime and anywhere, while the other wanted to eliminate tradition. Loy stroked his chin thoughtfully, hesitating as he sighed. So I think this is quite difficult. And then an idea came up. He raised one finger and confidently said, We will first establish a speed limit. No running over the speed in the village, and no unplanned races. The crowd below, after hearing this, all put down their thumbs and shouted insults. Stop joking around, get out, what kind of freak are you? Do you even know about us? Loy paid no attention to them and continued to raise another finger, loudly declaring, Number 2. Jiangrong spread his arms confidently and said, We will build a giant racetrack to allow high-speed racing. All races will take place here. Think about it. A place without obstacles, created for the purpose of racing. Loy glanced to the side, deliberately speaking in a metaphorical way. Then someone will set an unprecedented record. This sentence is aimed directly at Sumahan, who is attentively listening below. Sharonin then realizes this, with a puzzled expression, and suddenly thinks, Sumahan is quietly lost in thought, unaware that Cherokee is secretly watching him with a sharp gaze. Loy happily continued, saying, In that case, there will be no victims from accidents and new records will be set. That is the real solution to your speed problem. After finishing his speech, Loy bowed politely with a smug expression and a look full of determination, thinking to himself that with this, the app would be within his reach. The crowd below was once again stirred, some cheering and supporting, others angry and protesting. No way! We don't need a joke school! Suddenly Jeranin opened his big mouth and yelled irrationally. He remained steadfast in his ideals. The tradition our centaurs have upheld to this day is that we are allowed to run whenever and wherever we want, regardless of the situation. Cherokee firmly insisted, emphasizing, This is what saved us in the holy war of the clans. We cannot ignore it. Loy raised an eyebrow and calmly asked, Is there still a holy war now? He calmly replied, This is how we show gratitude to history and our ancestors. The people around also started to get excited, all trying to persuade the elder, and what that human said was completely correct. Let's change it. We must prevent accidents from happening. Jeranin also strongly voiced his opinion. Dad, I will still invest in this project even if you disapprove. I will allow the construction of the racecourse. The supporters cheered happily. Sharonin, you're the best, always unlucky. The opponent strongly countered, Why don't they just go themselves and take the road? Cherokee glared at her and warned sternly, Do you hear? Our tribe is divided. Sharonin ignored his attitude, calmly and coldly replying, Just accept it. The argument still raged on, with both sides continuing to bite and fight to persuade. Chief, chase away that human and please allow the racetrack to be built. Chief, why should we listen to that inferior human? His expression suddenly darkened as he narrowed his eyes at the opponent and asked loudly, "This is beyond my control because of you. You want to build a racetrack, right?" Loy happily and excitedly replied, "If you allow it, I will carry it out immediately." Jerican exhaled deeply, hesitating before saying, "All right." Then he regained his composure and decisively declared, "I, Jerican, challenge you to a duel." Moving at super speed, his eyes turned fierce. Flashing with killing intent, he said in a low voice, "If I win, you must leave this place immediately." Loy also didn't hold back, a sinister smile on his face as he confidently said, "If I win, I will build a school for jokes." The atmosphere instantly became tense, with the entire tribe cheering excitedly. After a while, Loy changed into different clothes, a sleeveless shirt and shorts with boots, walking proudly alongside his guard Habalo. He glanced at his master and asked curiously, "No ultimate move? No riding podong, yet you agreed with him?" "Do you have any plan in mind?" Loy replied casually and indifferently. "No, I just plan to run. From what I hear, Cherokee has won all 380 races. I don't see a future where you come out on top." He simply shrugged calmly, cheerfully reassuring Habil that this is a race to the finish line and back to the starting point. "Because I accepted the challenge, I have the right to decide the finish line. The race route has already been set. That will be the northern border of the Magentano Kingdom. The distance is crazy. Because of that, I, a human, will take the lead." In the clear blue sky, the sun shines brightly down on everything below. Cherakan and Lloyd Fonterra are both at the starting line, with countless spectators eagerly cheering on the match. Everyone thought humans were weak animals. As the referee's shout rang out, they were ready. Both quickly took their fighting stance. Humanity is even weaker than a small chimpanzee. Sheridan is also holding his breath, watching this intense race. Komanchi doesn't even bother to hide his contempt for his opponent. It's hard to find a mammal as slow as humanity. Habil quietly stood to the side, watching Loy with a worried expression. Loy looked up, his eyes full of determination, and made up his mind. However, humans are much stronger than the world thinks. The bow shoots out a stone, and the referee decisively calls for the start. As soon as the words finished, Cherokee shot forward like a fairy, leaving behind a cloud of thick black smoke. Even after his figure disappeared into the distance, Loy still hadn't moved from the starting line. The entire group of horsemen stared in confusion as he stood still like a statue. Only after a long moment did Loy slowly lift himself up from the ground. His legs moved steadily with small steps on the ground. Loy ran very slowly, breathing heavily with each step. His slow pace made the centaurs lose patience and watch him step past them, eventually unable to hold back their laughter and burst into tears. Kauai Tree shouted mockingly, "What was that? This race is a disaster. Just look at it. Two-legged animals are truly pathetic." Loy is still running steadily, ignoring their mockery, telling himself, "Sure, humans are physically weaker, but if that's the case, how can we suppress stronger animals and develop our civilization?" Cherokee sped like an arrow, sweeping across the vast grassland, behind him clouds of dust billowing up. But after a moment, the armored horse's pace slowed from a gallop to a brisk walk. At this moment, Cherokee was exhausted, stopping amidst the grass with heavy, labored breaths, while on another side, Loy's legs kept moving steadily on the ground. Fongma breathed steadily, trying to conserve his stamina, already knowing in his mind that it's because we are smart and because we can run longer. The sound of even breathing echoes across the vast prairie, and in the distance, the figure of Loy is still sprinting fiercely. He gasped for breath while thinking that although he couldn't match the terrifying speed of those four-legged beasts, his legs kept moving steadily on the ground, and Long still had a little hope to win, but he could only conserve his energy because he had two legs. Under the blazing sun of the prairie, Loy feels lucky that he can still endure and regulate his internal temperature by sweating. He thinks of prehistoric humans who, thanks to their physique, had the advantage in hunting. That is the greatest body in the history of the earth. Even in hell it could help with successful hunting. At that moment, inside his body, the uncomfortable winter heart began to complain. "What are you mumbling about so much? Are you suffering from heat stroke or something?" The cards kept advising her to let him go. His mind is always so chaotic like that. Loy immediately retorted, "You two are the ones all over the place. What the hell are you doing in my head?" Then he kept running tirelessly. After running for a while, Loy saw a shadow behind the rock and exclaimed in panic, "Oh my God, it looks like the champion of 380 races has already run too fast in the first half." The next moment, it seemed he had predicted this. a smug look on his face as he thought, I knew this would happen. But in an instant, Loi's expression suddenly froze. It turned out that the person behind the rock was Cheek Korin. He, wearing sunglasses and turning to look at him with a cool expression, then struggled to stand up, and Loi secretly felt disappointed. It's a bit different from what I expected. I didn't think he would be so normal. Chikorin strolls casually beside him, complaining. Oh my, running long distances is really exhausting. Our race is really fast, but we also tire quickly, unlike Loi, who is still sweating and trying to run. He just finished resting, so he's still quite capable of talking. You proposed this race because you knew that, right? You're clever, I must admit, but you've made a mistake. Korin lowered his gaze to look at him with a dangerous expression. You never considered my recovery speed. Loi also raised his gaze to look at him. Before he could react, he had already lunged forward, leaving him far behind in the blink of an eye. Korin even deliberately shouted out a farewell, see you later. Loi was shocked by what just happened, his eyes wide as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, isn't this a bit dangerous now? Then he kept his speed steady, reassuring himself internally that staying calm and maintaining his pace was enough. If he wanted to be strong and good-looking, he had to exercise regularly. Soon, old Korin appeared again in front of him, with 2 fingers already resting on his forehead, ready to lower his hand as Loi ran up, then he would vanish in a gust of wind. Loi, although he saw him acting arrogant, had no strength left to pay attention and just kept running silently. His face quickly turned pale as he thought to himself, maybe I should use my energy skill or should I run a bit longer and then use the blast? But still, I'm very worried what if I end up collapsing in the end? This is a battle of speed and endurance. Under the blazing sunlight of the prairie, Loi was so exhausted that his facial muscles were twitching. At that moment, the northern border of the Magentano kingdom was already in front of him, and Chekaran was standing there, smirking and mocking. I figured you'd run after I started, but you made me wait a bit too long. I try to run to the city gate and smash it open, then turn around and run again, leaving the guards confused. Loi's strength is almost gone, he thinks to himself. This monster, forget it. I don't care about the race anymore, I'm helpless, but how can I get the upper hand now? He scrunches his nose as much as he can, silently giving up and thinking, forget it. Stealing is enough, I don't need to deal with their problems. At the same time, in the middle of the vast grassland, there is the figure of a 4-legged man. Then comes the image of Chernin Yu sadly saying, if our traditions were a little different, if we were born somewhere else, in another world, then Sumahan might be able to become faster. Accompanying that is the image of a man slumped in a dark room. Thinking of this scene, Loi grit his teeth and try to keep running. His heart full of helplessness, he shouts in despair. Damn it. Finally, Loi calms down, breathes evenly, and softly recites his own spell. Until the very end, just like the way I started. Until the very end, just like the way I started. Somewhere not far away, Sharan was sitting and resting. But this time he didn't look very calm. He was so exhausted, he was gasping for breath. Meanwhile, on Lloyd Frontera's side, he kept running tirelessly even as night fell, shouting the incantation, as always, like how we started, fueling his motivation. He just ran past Chekaran while reading, just like the way we started. But when he saw Lo surpass him, Korin quickly stood up, ran over, his voice still echoing. Just like how I started, Korin grit his teeth and forced himself to run forward. Loi also did his best, breathing heavily as he ran. The next day, Cheoran reached the yellow flower field. He kept running non-stop, his horse's hooves pounding the ground as he surged forward with great momentum, until suddenly Chekaran's hind legs slipped, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Choran didn't give up. He used both hands to push himself up. Then suddenly he burst into a bitter laugh and said with a strained voice, I no longer have the same strength as before. My recovery speed has slowed down a lot. Choran looked at the ground with a sad expression, his heavy breathing making his words falter, as if heaven was telling him to retire. He stood up straight and looked up at the sky above. At this moment, Cheoran's gaze suddenly shifted, and suddenly images of Sharanan and Sumahan appeared before him. He looked at his daughter's face, smiling happily. Choran bowed his head, still determined in his heart. Sharanan, I know your true love, but I cannot ignore tradition just because you are my daughter. Until one day someone appeared and told us that we should rest and stop protecting. As he was lost in thought, Loi was running from behind, while Quran remained deep in his contemplation, clinging to the outdated traditions we always defend, and Loi was still gritting his teeth as he ran up. Choran suddenly shouted loudly and fearfully, a sense of rivalry rising in his mind. Show me if you have the right to do this. Prove it to me. At that moment, everyone at the Centaur unit was already waiting. Soon, a young boy shouted loudly to announce, "Ah, it's here." Sumahan's surprised reaction was no different from hers. What they saw was Chekaran and Lloyd struggling to run over. Sheen was so exhausted he frowned and clenched his teeth. Lloyd was no better, sweat pouring down his face. Amid the cheers of everyone, only Habal Azrahan's face slightly changed as he observed the situation. At that moment, the crowd began to discuss, with the leader taking the lead. "I see, that's where the problem lies." Habal Azrahan subtly glanced at Loy and silently confirmed. "Kim Soo-ho's mana is depleted. Seeing Lachan exhausted, he still holds a deep trust in him. That depleted mana will be replenished immediately." At that moment, the system menu appears asking if you want to use the energy cell skill. Yet he paid no attention to it. He loudly shouted his own spell. "In the end, it's the way I started. In the end, it's the way I started." The system feels confused. Bewilderment appears in the text. "Hello," Loy runs while shouting his own slogans. The shout grows louder as if lamenting its own hesitation, just like the way we started. In the end, just like how we started, Habil Asrahan was also very surprised by his effort. Amid the cheers of the tribe, Loy and Choran are both pushing themselves to reach the finish line first. But at this moment, he's exhausted and wants to pass out, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, I'm so tired I want to die. Why hasn't this old man fallen yet?" He could only watch the old horse in front of him keep running in helplessness. Just then, Korin's leg suddenly jerked back, causing him to lose balance and slip forward. Taking advantage of Koran struggling to stand up, Loy had successfully overtaken him. But in just a moment, Koran once again pushed himself forward and surged ahead. Loy could only silently curse and fall down. Fall down, fall down. Meanwhile, Korin clenched his teeth, encouraging himself to overcome it, to surpass his limits. He continues to move forward slowly, but this time what he steps on is not the ground, but a puddle of water. Loy's entire body suddenly sank into the water. A feeling of difficulty breathing overwhelmed him, making him feel uncomfortable. The feeling of heaviness is too much. While Loy was being held back, Koran was still running up. At that moment, he was horrified to realize he had reached his limit. Blinking, the blurry image of a plate of food with a pool of blood in front of Lai appeared before his eyes. He is now inside Kim X-Ho's body, staring at his bloodied finger and letting out a stunned cry. "Ah!" Then Kim X-Ho's nose kept bleeding uncontrollably, so he had to catch the blood with his hand, still cursing under his breath. The blonde-haired guy sneers in surprise. "You're not only poor but weak too, huh?" Although he said that, his hand was already holding a tissue, and he stepped over to help Kim Soo-ho wipe his nose, then looked up and said, "If you die from blood loss, you won't get your wages, right?" Kim Soo-ho reluctantly held his hand back and said, "No one asked for your help, let me do it myself." And then he wiped his nose while saying sorry to the confusing blonde-haired guy. What's it about?" Kim Soo-ho hesitated slightly and replied, "Yeah, because my nose was bleeding while we were eating." After hearing that, your friend suddenly fell silent and looked at you, then asked curiously, "Isn't it strange? Have you ever felt a bit unbalanced?" Kim Soo-ho didn't quite understand. "What do you mean? Can you explain more about Hanthan's concern? Your results at the academy are top. You're smart and very persistent. Someone like you should be full of confidence. But strangely, your health is quite weak." Kim Soo-ho just sat quietly listening to him talk. "It's like you come from another world but can't get used to this one. There are comics and cartoons about heroes with incredible powers in some worlds, yet they can't even breathe properly here. I've been like that since I was little." The blonde kid pours hot water on a towel, eyes full of suspicion as he looks at Kim Soo-ho, then steps over to help him wipe his nose again and announces that he won't be able to buy you food at the BBQ restaurant anymore. His mouth twitched, but there was no sign of disappointment or fear. "My parents were caught while cheating a politician. They are being tried and will be convicted eventually. A few days later, we'll be as poor as hell." Kim Soo-ho looked up in surprise and pointed to his face with his hand, saying, "This expression of mine. This is exactly how my parents' faces have looked ever since I was born. This face is so annoying, isn't it great?" Then this friend of mine went back to his seat, proudly saying, "I don't have money to buy things for you anymore. You don't need to see me anymore." Kim Soo-ho then looked confused and asked, "What are you talking about? You know you're my only friend. You've helped me a lot." Listening to him, he laughed and said, "Friends mean giving and receiving. If you stick with me, what do you learn?" "Do you know why I stick with you? Because you're fucking unbearable." He started to open up. "Your situation is tough, but you never give up. I come from a pretty wealthy family. I have everything I want, so I think if I were in your situation, I would probably have died right away. Tell me, how can I be as strong as you? I'm not really strong, I just go about my day like usual. Study and work, then study some more and work some more." "Oh, I see. Just let me take you there." Kim Soo-ho sat still, listening as he promised that once I think I'm as great as you, I'll come back and buy you 10 portions of BBQ meat. My confident friend said loudly, determined to do his best, as long as I keep doing what I'm good at from the start, right? Thanks to his words, Loy was able to get out of the muddy water that was swallowing him. Habil Asrahan thought he would lose, but unexpectedly he managed to break through like this, his face showing clear surprise. Loy kept running forward, gritting his teeth, lifting his legs heavily, feeling the difficulty even in the moment his foot touched the ground. Habil Asrahan wondered to himself, what kind of stubbornness is this? Watching Loy try his best, he secretly admired that he had always overcome adversity, but this was the first time he wasn't relying on his mysterious abilities. An ordinary person possessing such mental strength? I used to think it didn't matter who you were because you saved our land, but now I want to know what kind of life you lived in your previous world. He stared intently as Loy ran past. Jeranin watched the scene unfold with great excitement as all the spectators held their breath in silence. On the racetrack now, only the heavy breathing of Lloyd and Chekaran can be heard. He remains right beside him. Loy clenched his teeth as if using his last bit of energy. Then his vision suddenly blurred and his eyes gradually closed involuntarily. Now he sees nothing anymore, only hearing the cheers of the crowd, and soon, under the blinding sunlight, Loy sees the face of Habil Asrahan. I'm lying here gasping for breath while Habil Asrahan sits beside me. My voice, barely audible, asks, "Did I win?" Habil Asrahan closed his eyes briefly without replying, then turned to look at Chioran lying behind him and slowly said, "Yes. Once again, you have won." He helped him to stand up. "Get up." At this moment, a familiar voice caught both of their attention. "Everyone listen up," Korin declared confidently. "Our tribe will welcome a new era." After hearing this, all the tribespeople cheered happily in unison. Loy Hong, smiling proudly, said, "Good. Everything is going according to plan. We just need to build the racetrack and take the crown. Look at your current condition. I doubt that plan is still on track." Then he wondered why you didn't use your mysterious powers. "You should have been able to win easily." Lloyd looked down and remained silent. "Over there, Karan and Sheridan are talking." Loy, feeling a bit down, replied, "Because that old man runs on his heart. I feel like I would be cheating if I used them, so I didn't." Hearing this reason, the system panel couldn't help but appear. Having a mana heart is already considered cheating. He immediately replied, "I didn't do it on purpose, it's just an innate skill." Habil Asran suddenly sighed. Loy looked at him confused. Then he placed his hand on his chest, bowed solemnly, and said, "I will do my best to build everything from now on." Young Master Loy shows no excitement and asks confusedly, "So why am I being treated like a young master this time?" He sincerely replies, "Because you deserve to be called that." Deep inside, Habil Asrahan silently resolved that this was the man. Kim Soo-ho looked at his face, and he silently vowed, "I will protect you at all costs, even if it means risking my life." At the chieftain's camp, Lloyd Frontera's voice rang out, saying, "We need to start building the racetrack. This project will take a year to complete." Inside the camp, Lloyd and Habil Asrahan knelt before Chorin. My representative said, "I have limited time, so I plan to use my supernatural abilities to stop time for the entire world except this land. Actually, I come from another world, and after arriving here, I gained many more supernatural powers. I know it's difficult, but I hope the Centaur tribe will leave this grassland area." Hearing him speak so bluntly, Habil Asrahan beside him glanced without saying a word. He only thought to himself that he really could stop time, but revealing his true identity like this surprised me. However, despite talking so much, Cheek Korin showed no surprise or curiosity, simply shouting, "Do whatever you want." Habil Asrahan glanced at him, dismissing his own previous thoughts. "No, this old man is even more surprising." Soon after, Lloyd and Habil Asrahan stood together looking at the vast prairie. He shouted the command for the status window, and immediately the system panel appeared with several lines of text in a row, freezing time. Activate the power of the winter butt to freeze the flow of time. You need 3,000 RP to use skill. 3,000. Your current RP is 465. Do you want to use the time freeze skill with the two options, yes or no? Lloyd raised his head, waved his hand, and shouted to stop time. Then he swung his arm forward and ordered it to freeze. A second later, a system message appeared. The power of the winter's butt was unleashed. The winter heart quickly received the command, slowly releasing its power while shouting. When the winter heart unleashes its icy power, it also screams in defiance. "Not this damn dog's ass." Loy looks up at the sky, trembling all over. Habil Asrahan stands silently behind him, watching as he performs the spell. He jerked harder and harder, his body tensing up, his back arching sharply backward. Soon after, a faint, thin veil appeared at the far end of the prairie. From the outside, it looked like a giant layer of ice covering the land. Loi, expressionless, said, "All right," Habil Azrahan straightforwardly remarked, sounding a bit dull or flat, I guess. He also agreed and replied, "I agree." Then Loi carried the sovereign and continued on. "Chich, let's check it out first." Soon after, he sat inside the ice classroom watching a butterfly-catching cat frozen in midair. Loi just got up and said, "I think that's it." Habil Asrahan boredly replied, "You're probably very disappointed because its effect is a bit dull." After hearing that, he could only sigh and accept the truth. Well, this is life. What more do we need to make it special? Then Loi raised the shovel high and loudly declared, "The key is to finish everything quickly and start building." With that, he struck the ground with a powerful blow, causing dust and sand to fly everywhere. This is the first step, where the Great Master Bulldozer levels the ground. Next, in the second step, the Great Master Artisan adjusts the terrain to find a long lounge chair for Habil Azrahan to rest while measuring the land. By step 3, Selu the Great Master levels the ground while Habil Azrahan enthusiastically stomps on each piece of earth. Step 4, the Great Master Craftsman requests a negotiation. At this point, he runs over to where Loi is lying. Kim Chesu angrily asked, "What's going on here? Why am I doing everything alone?" Unexpectedly, Loi, with a terrified and surprised expression, asked back, "Hey, wasn't it you who called me young master, so this big shot can do whatever he wants? You said it yourself. Why are you acting so suddenly now? Why are you acting so strange now? Are you serious?" So the negotiation failed. Habil Asrahan is bitter but can't argue. To speed up the progress, they brought out a new machine for the third step. The golden dolls rolled back and forth to level the ground. Step 5. Bandgun pours the reinforced concrete. This step is easily completed. Loin finally stands up to observe the progress of the construction. Now we need to place the rebar to reinforce step 6. This construction method is called continuous reinforced concrete construction. The lifespan of the CLCP will be longer compared to other construction methods and is extremely perfect for this hot, arid prairie. He closes his eyes, thinking, the steel bars must be placed with precise size, perfectly horizontal and securely fixed. In the end, most of this road has to be built manually, so I think support from the Centaur tribe might be necessary. Looking at the Centaurs, everyone is complaining and struggling. "Ah, I can't reach it. Oh, my back sitting down and standing up is so tiring." Loi quickly gave up on the completely useless idea. He sighed in disappointment. They can't help at all? In the end, the Great Master continues to do everything step by step with an unsatisfied look on his face. Not long after, they reach step 7, pouring the concrete. The next step is 8, taking care of it. After pouring the concrete, lay down the paper. Next is step 9, finishing the sand part. Habil Asrahan was carrying large sandbags when Loi suddenly appeared behind him, shouting loudly. The final step in the project will be completed. Loivac will stand on the high wall, looking at the extremely magnificent racetrack with all kinds of shapes. He wiped his sweat proudly and said, "It took 7 months to complete this big project." Not stopping there, Lloyd shamelessly turned to ask Habil Asrahan, who was frowning. "So, isn't Javier amazing?" "We finished it in just 7 months. Pretty amazing, right?" Habil Asrahan clenched his teeth in silence, then let out a low growl of fury before turning his back and walking away alone, leaving Loi behind. At that moment, the system display appeared, indicating this was Javier's maximum anger. Loi still gazed intently at his back with a cheerful expression. Not long after, at the newly built, magnificent racetrack, Chorin, incredibly powerful, shouted loudly, "Welcome to the Centaur racecourse. Welcome to the first race." He confidently spread his arms and announced loudly, "Due to the existence of this racing school, new regulations will be implemented. No more reckless racing and speed limits must be enforced within the village. I know some will agree and some won't. Let's go." Chorin emphasized, "But it doesn't matter because this is my decision." He extends his hand to Jeranin and announces that the first match is historic. "This is a match to win the right to marry my adorable, beautiful, and charming little daughter, Shernim." Sheranin immediately protests, "Don't do this." But Chekaran didn't care, kept praising her, and even though he was angry, the girl remained incredibly charming. Sheranin angrily reminded him, "I told you not to." Then he introduced each candidate. The number 1 racer, Koman Tri, the number 2 racer, Sumahan. As soon as these names were heard, the surrounding audience began to mock and tease. "Hey Mantri, isn't your opponent a bit too easy? He's just rolling on the floor. He'll be the first failure in history." "Hey, Sumahan, I've seen you practicing running in a corner of the prairie. You're pretty fast. I guess you run slowly inside the village because you're afraid of crashing. But you know it's not just you adjusting your speed. Since no one uses vegetables to slaughter buffaloes, I also slow down to race against the snails in the village. No matter how the world changes, those who can't do it will never be able to. As for these challenges, Sumahan paid no mind and finally spoke up to cut in. All right, the fight ends here. He raises his arrow high, shouts the command, and gets ready. Immediately, both racers took their positions. Sharonin watched his lover from above. Her father is also there. Choran is watching the match too. Loy fires a missile arrow into the sky accompanied by a scream. Run! As soon as the command was given, Sumaha vanished without a trace. He ran so fast that the spectators couldn't see him, only feeling a strong gust of wind that distorted their faces. Before she could close her mouth, another arrow flew towards her. In the blink of an eye, Manchichi was still near the starting line, while Sumahan had already crossed the finish line ahead. He quickly regained his composure, then slowly turned his head politely and replied, Sorry. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Manchichi's face froze stiffly, only able to stare blankly at her opponent. Sumahan rushes over to Cheranin and Chekarin, while Loy looks up from below, softly proposing, Cheranin, will you marry me? Cheranin had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and she was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes, trembling slightly. A second later, Cheranin rushed to hug Sumahan tightly, scolding him. You took too long to propose, you fool. Choran, standing nearby, made no move to stop her. At that moment, Sharonin smiled happily and loudly told her clan, Did everyone see that? This fool, he is my man. After saying that, both of them looked at Loy with grateful eyes. He also smiled and looked at them. The night sky was illuminated by the gentle moonlight, creating a slightly mystical and peaceful atmosphere. Inside that tent, the Ma family is resting together in a quiet space. Ma's father starts to cough, and Ma's child's face shows helplessness. I don't think there's any other way now. Then he decisively divorced. Mommy heard that and couldn't hold on anymore. I also couldn't think of anything. Right now, at a very lively racetrack, cheers and commentator voices fill the air. Today is the final race. The name of today's race is Wife. Can we get back together? The main characters of this race are Mother Sagittarius and Father Sagittarius. Both are ready on stage. The two voices start shouting together as the signal for the start is given. Loy, watching the race from the stands, wonders, what kind of strange name is that? Cheranin nearby immediately replied, Oh, maybe you're resting and didn't notice it's already a trend in the centaur tribe. She continued, The people here get dizzy from the speed they feel when racing on the track, so they often find excuses to race, with the most common reason being divorce, followed by remarriage. It's true that there haven't been any more accidents and everyone likes it, but what if the divorce rate increases? Hearing Cheranin's words, Loy was truly disappointed. These guys are really some of the craziest creatures I've ever seen in this world. Suddenly, Cheranin handed him a piece of paper. Oh, and this one too. Loy knows nothing. What are you asking? Cheranin put on a relaxed face, thinking you had already solved our speed problem. This map marks our designated location as promised. Oh my God, I didn't do much, but I guess I have to be shameless and accept it, Cheranin replied. That's the thickest face in the world. She suddenly softened her tone. But in reality, I'm the one with the thick face. Hearing that, Loy hesitated. Cheranin turned around, looked at him, and smiled brightly. I have received too much help from you, thank you. Loy immediately bowed cautiously. It's nothing, I just did what I had to do. The system message appears, unlocking the race you left behind, which greatly contributed to the safety and development of the Centaur tribe, plus 100 total RP 1755. At this moment, Habil Asrahan, standing nearby, looks at Loy with deep contemplation. He understands that Kim Shu-ho only acts for him, but the result always ends up with him helping others. It's time to say goodbye to the Centaurs. But Habil Asrahan is still pondering how he's different from the noble heroes of the past I heard about when I was young. But for me, Loy and Habil Asrahan are now packing their belongings. Walking across this field of golden wings, Habil Asrahan believes he is the protagonist of this world. As he moves forward, Loy suddenly senses a change in Habil Asrahan. He turned around in shock to see that Habil Asrahan had disappeared from this place. This made Lloyd extremely amazed, mixed with a sense of panic. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan's voice rang out. Young Master Lloyd, only now did Lloyd realize he was still present there. Seeing your surprise, Habil Asrahan asked curiously, What's wrong? Lloyd stammered in reply. Nothing. I was just thinking at that moment. Habil Asrahan's face still showed a very puzzled expression about this. Seeing that, Lloyd didn't want to say anything more. Never mind, let's keep walking. Loey touched his chest and thought, maybe I'm just tired. Is it a nervous breakdown? Then he looked ahead. Loey said, we've reached the border, so we should probably stop the time freeze now. Immediately the system appears, ending the time freeze. High above, a cold atmosphere enveloped the area but quickly disappeared, leaving the land with a brighter hue. Loy and Habil Asrahan remained standing silently, lost in thought. Loy suddenly snapped. Thud, huh? Just one hit and you're done? What the hell is this? Habil Azrahan then said, I think you should get used to it. Suddenly, Loy's heart pounded fiercely, and a wave of cold air froze his heart. Feeling that in his own body, Loy's face turned pale. He cried out in pain, clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground. Habil Azrahan saw that and worried, Lord Loin. Breathing heavily, Loin wondered, surprised indeed, his heart suddenly freezing. Winter's buttocks, what is this? It is the embodiment of the winter heart. It responds. It is a transfer of intense cold energy that can freeze even space and time. When you release energy from your body, you can't feel it. But when the energy is absorbed, you can sense it. Hearing this, Loy was immediately stunned. Damn it, winter butt, I'll be fine, right? He keeps talking. I don't know, maybe it's not an issue right now. Lowen starts to feel uneasy. Winter butt, give me a proper answer. What will happen if I freeze time again? The embodiment of the winter heart replied. I honestly don't know. I wasn't the one who created me. Lowen was furious. What does this winter anus know? He snorted again and said, I will tell you this. The face of the winter heart incarnation looked angry. You calling me winter butt sounds okay, but calling me an anus makes me a bit pissed off. Does that matter now? Just let the winter form. Leave the person. I can always go out, but you know your heart will go out too and you will die, right? You have to endure both physical and emotional pain. Loy bites his lip. Damn it. I have no choice but to keep you here because of your time-freezing ability, but letting you go outside puts me in danger. So be it. The embodiment of the winter heart continues. Tush. You can ask the person approaching this place for more details. Right now, Habil Azrahan senses that something is coming. Loy immediately asked, What is it? Habil Azrahan replied, I'm not sure, but he's becoming very serious. I don't think I can stop it. In the middle of this vast, desolate field, the two begin to stand up, preparing to face whatever is coming. At that moment, a pair of massive wings spread wide across the clear blue sky, pushing away the clouds as they swoop straight toward them. A fierce wind suddenly swept in, leaving Lloyd and Habil Azrahan stunned and speechless. In front of them was the massive body of a dragon, its entire body covered in a thick layer of ice. Lloyd quickly realizes that the ice-covered dragon Tennis is the one who created the winter abyss. The embodiment of the winter heart angrily retorted, I told you to call me the winter ass. Teratos's eyes flashed with fury. It asked, Are you the one who ate the winter's heart, the one who abused that power and froze this world's time? Teratos's eyes widened and shone brighter. I need to take it back. Not afraid. Crying in the forest and denying it while putting on a naive face. It's not me. Seeing your current appearance, Habil Azrahan behind immediately froze. Terato probably didn't expect this situation. No one would believe it if he told the story. Even the embodiment of the winter heart has to be glued stiff. Terato confirms again. Isn't it, Nai, really? He firmly replied, Yes, you have the wrong person. Then he turned and walked away. I hope you find that person soon. Goodbye, Teratos said. Oh, I see. I must have mistaken the person. As he said this, Lloyd and Habil Azrahan's faces were filled with fear and worry. Dorados glared at them and said sharply, Do you think I would say that? Immediately, they both knelt down and bowed their heads respectfully. Loy asked, Wait a moment. What did you say I was looking for? Teratos replied, The winter heart. He continued, Oh, I heard it as the spring heart? Yes, I have your winter heart right here. Those are just words from outside. Inside, Loy is whispering that it's useless. Habil Azrahan overheard and was stunned, pondering. What? Does he think that petty trick will help him escape? Teratos questions, Why did you dare to absorb the winter heart, the gift I gave to the founder of the Magentano kingdom, Michael? You're nothing like his descendant, are you? Teratos grew angrier. You stole it, didn't you? He explained that I am not a thief. I am not a royal descendant either, but I work with them. Actually, I am married to someone from the royal family. Who? Loy blurted out. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. His blatant lie made Habil Azrahan next to him break out in a cold sweat in fear, but Teratos remained suspicious. So I can ask her about this, right? Loy continued. Please go ahead and do that. Habil Azrahan's sweat and tears flowed like a stream. Perhaps this is his greatest trial yet. Immediately, Teratos took to the sky to seek the truth. At this moment, in the winds left behind by Teratos, Habil Azrahan has lifted his face, and the wind is gradually calming down. Loy quietly got up. His whole face seemed to have lost all life. It's ruined, sis. What should we do now? I'm dead. What should I do now? Help. Alicia here must also be very surprised by Teratos's appearance. Oh, great holy dragon founder Tyrannus, what did you just say? Teratos exhaled icy breaths, his eyes blazing. Do you really think that's true? The one who absorbed the winter heart is married to her? Suddenly hearing the rumor of marriage, Alicia became more stunned than ever. The Holy Dragon is a creature from the founding story of the Magentano Kingdom, supporting King Maiko in establishing the realm. Seeing the great Teratos in front of her, Alicia thought to herself that the great Tynus had appeared before her, and she thought something serious was happening. Is he here to deliver the prophecy, or because the kingdom is in danger, or could it be because of the winter heart? Now Teratos finally asked, Michael's descendant, my friend, is it true that you married the one who absorbed the winter heart? Alicia froze in shock, still trying to process the situation, and asked again. Oh, Saint Dragon who founded Tyrannus, what did you just say? Teratos repeated. I asked if it's true that the one who absorbed the winter heart married you, and shock was clearly written on Alicia's face. Seeing this, Teratos erupted in fury. From her expression, that guy was lying. Alicia quickly realized the current situation and pieced the problems together. Loy absorbed the winter heart. Lord Tyrannus is furious. Loy was caught lying, claiming he absorbed the winter heart because he was married to her. So Alicia firmly replied, no, we got secretly married, so I was a bit surprised that you knew about it, Teratos wondered. Secret marriage? Why did you marry him in secret? Alicia answered without hesitation because I felt embarrassed. Teratos didn't understand what she meant, so Alicia explained, I was worried I would tremble and turn red when I walked down the aisle with Loy. And being called the shy queen of Magentanu, she blushed again because of those around her and the entire kingdom. Faced with this answer, Teratos listened quietly. Seemingly convinced, in an unreasonable way, Alicia continues, the winter heart was entrusted to him and he did not steal it. Teratos was truly quite shocked to hear those words. Then he said, I believe you. Having achieved her goal, Teratos swiftly flew away, leaving behind a chill in the air. Now, Alicia was alone on this balcony, her brow furrowed in anger. You fool, Alicia thought to herself with a determined look. Next time we meet, you'd better be prepared for what's coming. In the deserted grassland, Habel, Azrahan, and Lloyd sit silently, as if they already knew the outcome of their lives. At this moment, Teratos suddenly appears, while Loy still pretends to be innocent. Habel and Azrahan then frown. Teratos looks at them and says, You told the truth. Now your mind is clear. I'm alive. I guess I'm about to get a whole bunch of bananas. And damn it, my queen, you're amazing. I am just a slave. Your slave, I will do everything you command. You are the best, the very best. I am alive, O mother. Teratos continued, I will gently extract it in an instant. Before long, Loy froze like stone at this very decision of Teratos. He kept going. I'm quite curious about you because you have a dragon heart, but that's a power that shouldn't exist. That power can devour even the winter heart, and you have also stopped time. You are a threat to the laws of this world. Teratos' eyes blaze with intensity. He's using his power. I will take it back. As it happened, the embodiment of the winter heart was immediately pulled out of Lloyd Frontera's body. His hand desperately tried to hold on, and he cried out in pain. Habel Azrahan saw that, knowing he couldn't fight Teratos but still about to draw his sword. Loy shouted, Stop, stop, you will regret killing me. The embodiment of the winter heart was suddenly pulled back, and Loy, trembling like a stretched rubber band, was left sitting there. As it was pulled out quite forcefully and suddenly stopped, the embodiment of the winter heart was hurled forcefully into Lloyd Frontera, causing him to fall backward. Teratos asked, Why would I regret? Loy was struggling to get up, thinking to himself that he had the upper hand now, since this dragon was the type willing to listen to humans. Loy is really suited for acting. He trembles uncontrollably, pretending to be pitiful. I am a member of the Dragon King Society, Teratos asked again. A member, you say? Seeing Teratos find it hard to believe, Loy knelt down and said, Yes, please verify that freely. Teratos immediately widened his eyes shining like lighthouse beams as BKIS appeared to verify the truth. Teratos was surprised. Yes, he did acknowledge the person. Loy then pondered, this dragon refers to absolute existence. Is the Dragon King him? It must be one of the strongest dragons in the world. Javi, if you fight it, you won't come out of it unscathed. Think carefully and slowly lift your head. If you kill me, you'll definitely get into trouble with the Long King. Teratos suddenly laughed out loud. So now you're threatening me? For the sake of world order, I can handle this trouble with him. Lloyd continued, Do I look like I am threatening you? I have accepted the truth that I am going to die. Lloyd knelt down again, but I don't want to cause any trouble for others because of my departure. I want to propose a plan to ensure no issues arise between you and the Dragon King, even if you kill me. It sounds pretty reasonable. Huh. If there's a way like that, it's not too bad. Keep going, the opportunity has arrived. Loy immediately expressed his wish. Please bet with me. If I win, let me go. If I lose, take back the winter heart. Tears had already streamed down Lloyd Frontera's face. Of course, I thought I would lose. Teratos is listening carefully to what you say. If you kill me because I made a bet, the Dragon King has no reason to complain to you. Loy started to suggest a plan. The bet is that I get to attack your stomach once. If you vomit, I win, Loy said sadly. But I am sure that will never happen. Still, Loy believes that after I die, I will be recognized as the one who defeated Tyrannus, so I also stand to gain from it. Teratos carefully observed and listened to a small, fragile human. Seeing his pitiable state, still crying uncontrollably, Teratos agreed to the request. Fine, because I will kill you even if you're innocent, so I accept that offer. Lloyd then clasped his hands together and begged further. Thank you for listening to the words of a doomed and humble human like me. If you're okay with it, would you be willing to grant one more wish for this young man nearing his end? Teratos grumbled. You're asking for too much. What now? Loy said, I have always loved water since I was a child. My dream is to be cremated at sea. I want my final attack and death to happen near water. Teratos doesn't seem to care much. Whatever works, just do it quickly. Loin still has a river over there. Go to that place. So, Lo sluggishly walks ahead leading Teratos, while Habil Azrahan stands beside him, utterly confused. What kind of bet is this? Going from amazing to hopeless, it looks like you have no chance to win. Seeing Lloyd Frontera's sad, lifeless face with tears streaming down, Habil Azrahan clenched his teeth and silently vowed that somehow he had to stop that dragon and help Lloyd escape. At this moment, Teratos' massive foot has stepped into the water. Teratos is completely standing in this river. All right, I'm ready. Loy is still very sad. He turns his back and doesn't want to face Teratos. Then suddenly my tone and expression turn terrifyingly frightening. I am coming. Even this sudden murderous aura makes Teratos feel uneasy. He sits still without defending, making it too easy for Lloyd Frontera. He rushed forward with his fist clenched, as if Lloyd had poured all his strength into this single strike. The system appears, and a special skill fires into the stomach. So Loy successfully punched Teratos' stomach, but it wasn't very painful. Done. Teratos then spoke. Humanity is interesting. You did well. You will always be remembered as a great human. Our puncher. Saint Long was speaking when suddenly Ji Hui arrived. Teratos vomited out all his essence into the river. The system reappeared. You can attack the belly of any underwater creature and make it vomit everything in its stomach in one strike. Loy had to endure all of Teratos' vomit, but he looked very excited. He happily wondered to himself, did I win or what? Teratos is telling the story. Just like every day, I spend time alone. At this moment, Teratos feels time come to a halt. He continued to tell his story until time suddenly froze. Teratos guessed this must be the power of the winter heart. What kind of monster could amplify its strength to this extent? Quickly, Teratos sensed that this power was coming from that direction. Wait a minute. Is the winter heart inside a human? Who exactly is he that he can swallow the entire winter heart and stop time? Teratos moved, unsure of what he would do, but this was very dangerous, so when the power was released, I flew straight to his position. Right now here, Teratos is quite surprised, and at this moment I am vomiting because he hit my stomach. Loy is still pretending to be clueless even though it was all part of his plan. Wow, what's going on? Why did I win? That's strange. Hearing these words, Teratos' body stiffened like glue, and he couldn't say anything more. Right now, he suddenly transformed into a human form while Teratos was still vomiting what remained in his stomach. The exhausted man asked Lloyd Frontera, "What have you done to humanity?" Lloyd pretended to be naive, showing no concern for Teratos' vomit still lingering on him. Seriously, how could this happen? Maybe it's a miracle. What is going on? Lloyd asked again. I won the bet, right? So I'm alive now, right? Teratos reluctantly replied, Yeah, the dragon always keeps its promises. I have no other choice. Loy sighed in relief. Tasty and alive, I was scared, but managed to escape. The skill is weak, but still effective. The system appears, allowing you to attack the abdomen of any underwater creature and make it vomit everything in its stomach in one strike. Loy thinks, not caring about the amount of water as long as the target is inside it, the move will be effective. Teratos then said, but this promise only counts for now. If you cause more chaos in the world, Loy immediately bowed respectfully and replied, Please don't worry, I don't have the courage to do it again. Teratos looked at you with contempt and said, You are not only shameless and cunning but also possess a strange power that can defy the laws of nature. I really don't know if letting you go is the right choice. He's still pondering. Well, I guess I'll leave you like this. Wait a moment. A son? King Vi, also known as Teratos, said calmly. Yes, he is my son. Now Lloyd looks like a hollow shell after receiving such shocking news. Teratos was puzzled by Lloyd's silence. At that moment, Lloyd quickly approached him and said, Verkus's father. Then he suddenly took Teratos's hand, and with a gentle tone, Loy said, "I'm sure you've had a very difficult time." Teratos felt a chill from Lloyd Frontera's action. "What are you doing? Let go of me. This is terrifying. God, you must have endured so much." Then he reached out and touched Teratos's hand, causing him to exclaim, "Hey, don't rub my hand, you're vomiting on it." "Stop it." Loy ignored those words and kept going. "Oh my God, your hands are so rough I can feel the suffering you endure." Teratos immediately retorted, "There is nothing in this world that can cause me trouble." Yet suddenly, tears streamed down his face, something even Teratos didn't expect. He wondered, "What is this? Why am I crying?" Loy immediately comforted him. "Just cry it out. Don't be shy. Stand amidst the river filled with Teratos's vomit." Loy continued, "I can feel everything even if you don't show it. He's lazy, selfish, even violent, but also incredibly strong. Your words are full of empathy and understanding. You must have endured for thousands of years." Hearing these words, Teratos was truly surprised. His eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Moved by the deep understanding, Teratos immediately embraced Lloyd Frontera tightly. Holding onto his sleeve, Teratos burst into tears and began to share his frustrations. No one has ever said this to me before you bastard. I mean, my son, I tried so hard to raise him right, but it turns out his wife is the one helping him grow up. Teratos is still expressing all his shame and humiliation. Even my beloved daughter has gone to find her sister-in-law. All my efforts have gone to waste. They only think of their own happiness. Does anyone think of me? No family member listens to me at all. Now I am just an old dragon. Habil Asrahan sits by the shore watching everything unfold. You probably didn't think this scene would happen. No one would believe it if you told them. Loy at this moment fell silent. No, those members, the ones you said only think of their own happiness, are like flowers that have bloomed because you fertilized them. It was this very statement that awakened Teratos, making all his efforts feel truly acknowledged. Teratos pressed his face against Lloyd's shoulder and cried even louder, his endless and heartbreaking sobs echoing far away. Lloyd now simply remained silent and comforted Teratos. No one would have guessed that this was all part of Lloyd Frontera's plan. His face looked truly disgusting. With this final blow, the great Tyrannus would think I, the dangerous one, was dead. A sinister smile echoed in his mind. Habil Asrahan witnessed everything that no one expected. A flood of thoughts started to flood his mind. Could he be the main character of this world or not? Or is he just a purely evil thug? I can't say he's doing something wrong, but I also can't say it's something good. I really don't know anything anymore. The weather is so beautiful with the blue sky and warm sunlight. At this moment, all three of them are resting on this lush green meadow. Teratos speaks, "Ah, how embarrassing. I am a dragon, yet I hug and cry in front of humans. Ha ha." Loy then replied, "Ha ha, I guess humans and dragons are the same when it comes to empathy." Teratos suddenly glanced at Loy, then sat up and asked, "Human, your name is Loy, right?" Loy replied, "Yes, great tennis." Teratos calmly said, "You will die soon." He explained that the winter heart was slowly freezing your heart, and after a while you would die. Hearing that, Loy immediately blamed the incarnation of the winter heart. "Winter's rear? Are you a killer or something? Did you come to eliminate me?" Eli angrily retorted, "You're talking too much. I didn't know anything either. I let you absorb me because I can save you, isn't that right? And I told you I am a fool." Lloyd snapped, "Shut up, you winter fool." Now both you and Habil Asrahan are stunned. Lloyd anxiously asks, "Is there no solution? I still can't die." Teratos thought for a moment and said, "Because your heart is freezing, we need to melt it. You just need to absorb the summer eye with the power of fire." Loy froze. It's also a sacred relic of the Magentano kingdom, and now he has to owe the queen again. After thinking, he asked, "How long until my heart is completely frozen?" Teratos immediately replied, "If quick, maybe 5 years. If slow, around 10 years. After hearing that, Loy fell silent and pondered. He let out a sigh of relief. "Is that all? So it's been a while then, right? I just need to settle everything before it happens." Teratos is surprisingly tough-minded. He keeps surprising me. This might be what Vis and the Winter Heart see in him. He asked aloud, "So what is it that you want to resolve?" Lloyd hesitated slightly. "Oh, the story is quite long." Teratos decisively told everything to him. He exudes a very strong sense of trustworthiness. "If it's not too difficult, I will help you. The river has now turned into a vomit-filled mess, really polluting the environment. So Loy is telling a story now, huh? To prevent the unfortunate fate I saw in my dream, I am gathering the ingredients of Airoa." Teratos immediately said, "I have 2 of the items you're looking for." Horaki and Takafuna were overjoyed, their mouths wide open, their eyes shining brightly. "I know this is shameless, but could you please give them to me?" Teratos replied casually. I found them when I visited the ancient demon castle. I only used them to make pillows so I can give them to you. Loy's joy was obvious, just like he had hit the jackpot. There are a total of 5 ingredients, so I was a bit worried. But now I already have 4 of them, I need to find the last ingredient. Just one more, Kiara, Teratos continued. Kiara, I'm pretty sure VKIS managed to surprise it once. What? Teratos continued. He said he's researching space travel and keeps sending things to different places. It has also sent Kia somewhere else already. Loy was a bit angry. Why did this damn dragon send it to another dimension? He asked. Where did he say he sent it? It seems Teratos has remembered that. He let out a surprised sound and then decisively replied. Soon. After hearing that, Loy no longer wanted to say anything. A mountain rose up in the southern plains. I finally found 2. The system notification says you have obtained TPO, one of the legendary core ingredients RP plus 2200. Using Tyrannus's power, we quickly moved to the Merfolk Kingdom and headed straight to where the other 2 materials were stored, obtaining Haraki and Takapuna. The notification appeared one after another. You have acquired Harukaki, one of the legendary core materials RP plus 2400. You have obtained Takapuna, one of the legendary core materials, RP plus 2600, RP 8955. Teratos turned to Loy and said, maybe we should send these to the Merfolk Kingdom like Tao suggested. Loy politely declined. It's not necessary. Loy then respectfully bows to Teratos. Based on all you've done for me, I owe you so much, sir. Teratos sighed. Well, those things are not difficult for me at all. I don't want to trouble you any further. I hope from now on you will observe me. Teratos still kept a cold expression, but his words seemed very caring. Are you okay? You'll need Verkus's help if you want, Kiara. It's not easy to get it to move. Loy lowered his head and said, I am a professional. He smiled smugly and continued. In matters like this, your actions make Teratos a bit wary. Oh, wow. He looks at Loy and thinks to himself that judging by how this guy makes him act, maybe he really can do it. He's truly a terrifying human. Then Lloyd shouts as loudly as he can with all his might. Long, come here. Teratos was amazed. So he can command Kot Long at will? He is truly too strange. This makes him very worried and thoughtful. This man has the power to destroy the entire world instantly if he wishes. Yet after some reflection, Teratos turns to say something to Lloyd. Lloyd Frontera, you must not consider the phenomenon of fate restoration, because even Vudike cannot do anything against that immense power. But I believe you will be able to complete the mission you need to do. Lloyd happily accepts Teratos's wise advice as Habil, and he sit watching the bone dragon unleash its fury. Habil confides in Lloyd sitting beside him, wondering if VKY will teleport us again. He's too lazy to do that. Let's continue the conversation. I have a plan. Lazy ones often create weaknesses for others to exploit. Ha ha ha. Habil paused for a moment before remaining silent. Then he spoke again. Is Seun your hometown? Loy hesitated for a moment before replying to Habil. Why do you think that? Habil casually assumes it's because I saw the change in your face when Seun was mentioned. Loy was taken aback and then smiled brightly. My hometown is now Frontera. Looking at the vast sky before me, Loy sighed. I miss it so much I wonder if everyone there is doing well. The scene shifts to a town at night. The streets lit up, footsteps echoing as a group of soldiers arrives and stops here. Edis is the leader of this group. He looked towards the brightly lit town and said, This is the place, the village known for its many treasures and riches. One of his guards had something to say. Although Lord Edis was once the third prince of the distant Arios Duchy in the south, you failed in the uprising and now lead a band of bandits. But if we take control of this village, he will be able to build the new country he has always dreamed of. Hearing those words of encouragement, Edis made up his mind to succeed. He shouted, Let's go, my comrades, burn this village to the ground and cut off the head of its ruler. Team 1 set all the houses on fire. When the bandits received the order to charge, they encountered a group of people that frightened them so much they fled in panic. What the hell are orcs doing here, and why are there so many? Fall back quickly or we'll be selling salt. Edis was furious when he received the news. What? Orcs? Why are there orcs in a rural village? The subordinate kneels and reports to him. He also doesn't understand how they walk and talk as if they were ordinary villagers. Edis roared wildly. It doesn't matter. Team 2 will cross the northern forest and seize the Lord's mansion. The bandits followed Edis's orders again, but they encountered another group of people lighting a fire in the forest, causing them to freeze in fear. Did you just step on a flower? Then once again the bandits had to retreat to their base. Edis seemed unable to believe what he was hearing. Come on, what the hell is LVE doing grilling meat in the village forest? The subordinate immediately replied. How the hell am I supposed to know if the meat looks good or not? Edis shouted in frustration. After traveling such a long distance, we can't turn back. All of us charge forward together. The bandits once again follow the order to charge without hesitation. Inside the village, Kujio hurriedly goes to knock on Greg's door. Gray is teasing. Just remember, don't get too close or you'll get burned. Gray, hearing Kujio speak with a lisp, asks him to speak properly. Kujio justifies himself, saying human language is too hard to learn properly. Gray coldly looked at Gooker. I see you have a disability when talking to Emily. Suddenly, Gray realized he had forgotten something. Only then did he turn to ask Care. What's coming? Cuz immediately responds. The bandits, Gray sighed. Wow, really? Greg looked at his weapon sketch and marveled. Perfect, just in time to try this out. So, taking this opportunity, the missile cannon vehicle model was put to the test in real life. Edis frowned when he saw this weapon. A few seconds later, it exploded into a sea of flames hundreds of meters away from the bandits, causing them to panic and run for their lives. Looks like Greg is feeling down in size. Damn, missed it. The veteran elder saw Greg's disappointment and encouraged the young man that it was better than before. I will still continue to help you, Edis shouted loudly from over there. I am Edis, Prince of the Abyss, the demon guarding you. I will not retreat. The guard also shouted fiercely. Your subordinate will serve you until death. Yes, Your Highness. The scene shifts to Gray. The old veteran says to the little red-haired boy, Hey, clumsy dragon, send them home. The red-haired boy looks confused and asks, Why should I do that? What? Are you a dragon? I don't know. The elder discusses a perfect plan so we can start the lesson quickly. Then, a giant red dragon rushes in to teach the bandits a lesson. It kept roaring fire, making Edis and his men lose all courage, panic, and almost drop their pants. Then Edis fled to the coast, following the peaceful moonlight. As the two villagers stood there talking, they saw him. He thought to himself that I, the Prince of the Abyss, will someday increase my power and destroy everything in that cursed land. Then Edis looked up at the sky and saw a water dragon's head. The two villagers were stunned, their mouths agape. Why did that thing come to our village? Edis sat on the water dragon with a miserable face and shouted down. What nonsense are you barking? Do you want to die? Coo. He and the old man immediately stopped showing their astonishment. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Edis falls to the ground and collapses on the spot. In the future, bandits spread stories about the Hymn of Frontera, the land of demons and gods. Meanwhile, Loy is carrying a rather heavy backpack. He exclaimed, All right, it's time to open the door to Chun. Then, Habil falls into a deep sleep on a vintage sofa. The scene shifts to the early morning, sunlight streaming through the windows of the villa, revealing moving skeletons, each carrying their own unique musical instrument. So, they were performing a joint concert for the Dragon King, but he had been deeply asleep for a long time, even drooling in his sleep. The sounds of each instrument blending together could create chaos, yet the Dragon King still slept peacefully. The sound was so terrifying that the maid outside felt it was unbearably loud. Long Vuong slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he said was that it was really noisy. His dreamy eyes recognized the moving skeletons. Then someone appeared. That person is none other than Lloyd Frontera. He let out a long yawn and then waved at Long Vuong. Lai's prolonged, humming yawn was even more terrifying than the orchestra and echoed everywhere, causing the maid to react even more fiercely to resist. The Dragon King couldn't stand it either, since he was the one hearing it directly. The Dragon King shouted in horror before collapsing onto the sofa. The orchestra couldn't withstand such a terrifying sound either. Everyone, living or conscious beings, were stunned by this strange noise. Habil is no exception. Loy still happily greets the Long King, hoping that he has been well lately. Your Majesty, the Dragon King. You were still in shock, saying you were very fine until a few minutes ago, and extremely fine until you pierced my eardrum. Loy responded, Do you find it comfortable when your 3 musicians wake you up in the morning? Long Vuong sighed and said, Well, it's a bit noisy, so that's why I woke up. Atam's gaze of the Dragon King gradually becomes hazy and narrows. Lloyd sighs and says, It's been a while since we met, but you've already fallen asleep. Suddenly, the Dragon King shouted at Lai, Hey you, are you leaving without cleaning up your mess? And you're still renting to customers for months? I will kill you. Lloyd was stunned. Hey! But Lloyd quickly used his silver tongue to justify himself. I have diligently called you to wake up as promised. I did say I would arrange a contact with Long Hao. I do remember the promise, but contacting Long H is something you have to do yourself. Well, isn't that impressive? The Dragon King froze for 5 seconds, too angry to speak after hearing Loi's words. Next, the Dragon King sighed and said, What the hell should I do now? Am I going crazy? Why did everything turn out like this? Just when Long Vuong was struggling, Loi came up with an idea. What if we do this? Long Vuong suddenly turned around and asked him, "Huh, is there any way?" Loy said that the Dragon King was very busy because he had to catch a villain who came from another dimension and use strange powers to travel between worlds and commit crimes everywhere. Because the righteous dragon couldn't stand idly by while he caused chaos, he went after him and finally caught him. Suddenly, Loy changed his expression, pointed to himself and said, "And I am him." "Wow, impressive. You should be praised for that idea." Loy happily explains his plan. "Actually, you hit me and then brought me to the Dragon Mother." Loy smirked like a villain. "I will play the villain role perfectly for you." He scoffs. Seeing Habil look at Loy like that, he falls into contemplation. "It seems Habel has understood, Loin. I think there's no acting involved. You're a true villain, wandering around and lying every day." Then Loy smiled and looked at the Dragon King. The Dragon King also understood his meaning. "So, this time, what do you want me to do?" Lodi Frontera bowed and replied, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Your Majesty Long King, please help me find Kiara and Soon." The Long King was astonished. "Ha, ha, what's going on here?" Then it seems he understood what I meant, and he burst into laughter. "Oh, I see. That's the ingredient for the Truth Stone. That's right, I threw it to Zhu." Lloyd thought to himself, so he knows the Truth Stone was separated? But he didn't even tell me. It's so frustrating. The Dragon King spoke to dispel Lloyd's thoughts. "I will send you there, but I can't say the location is exact, so I will give you something to help find it." He gave you a mischievous dog. It's a multi-purpose tracking dog. I have infused a magic pattern into it so it will guide you in the right direction. It seems like the dragon isn't interested in showing off or looking cool. The Dragon King immediately replied, "I don't know about others, but my face is already cool enough so I don't need anything else, and this is just any magic wand." Why isn't it coming out? I'm worried that if he sees this item, he'll think it doesn't look very good. Long Vuong waved the magic wand towards Jun and told him to go. Loy thought to himself that since this was a space teleportation, it should at least be as powerful as the Hellgate from that old man. The Dragon King threw the magic wand down and squeezed the scroll. Then a bright spiral circle emanated from the wand's position, swirling around him. Habel patted Lloyd on the shoulder and told him he should start getting used to it now. Loy shrugged. "Oh well, I guess I'll just go in then." So he stepped into the portal. Habel also accompanies Loy on this interdimensional journey. The Dragon King says, "This is a two-way magic. If you stand at the portal of that world, you will return to this world." Then the two of them gradually sank into the spiral. As they were about to complete the transfer, the Dragon King suddenly spoke. "You come from Seon, right?" Loy replied, "Yes." Long King has a few words to tell Loy. "Your body in that world must be sleeping deeply, so don't think about searching for it if the two bodies get too close. Serious errors could occur, and everything might be destroyed." "Probably so," Loy immediately understood. "Oh, I see." Then they gradually sank deeper and disappeared. Now they are both standing on a spiral, but in a different world. Habio looks around and thinks, "This is Kim Suo's hometown. If he tries to stay here instead of returning, I will use force to make him go back." Suddenly, Habil froze. He raises his hand and wonders what he's thinking. Something's wrong. His mana has completely disappeared, and he can't use it in this world. Habil turned to look at Lloyd Frontera, then Lloyd, holding the clever multi-purpose dog, threw it and put it away. "Let's go. Javi is probably in this direction." Habil was stunned for a moment. On the way. Javi is still burdened with worries. This is trouble. If a dangerous situation arises, suddenly a beam of light shines down on their location, immediately interrupting Habil's thoughts. The two of them observe the surroundings. Habil reaches out to feel the air, as if they were in hell. Lloyd said, "Let's change our clothes first. Wearing this makes us look suspicious." Habil voiced his true feelings. "Earlier, my mana lord disappeared." "If anything dangerous happens," Lloyd calmly replied, "don't worry, there's nothing here." Habi stared blankly at Lloyd's back, suddenly feeling confused as she noticed something ahead. The final main ingredient of Aotearoa Kiara. It is said that this mysterious object can change its appearance to match the surrounding environment. Kiora changed her form somewhere in Seon. Suddenly, Loy approached a barrel and started grabbing some items. Loy cheerfully exclaims, "Hey, I've got a few things to bring back." He looks pretty decent, so it should be fine to carry him. Habil thought to himself as he watched Loy's appearance. Is he okay? He doesn't look well at all. Suddenly, Loy showed signs of chest pain. Habil hurriedly turned around because a police officer said this. Over there, the police officer points to Loy's bag, which he just scavenged. That's cable theft. "Put that down." Loy looks so miserable right now, like a beggar complaining to Habil. "I told you to watch him already." Habil closed his eyes and endured. "May I apologize?" The police officer asked who you are. "Are you a foreigner? Are you cosplaying?" "Let's go to the station to talk." Loy immediately takes advantage of his slickness, smiling and explaining that, "Oh my God, officer, there's a misunderstanding. We are employees of a collecting company." The angry police officer asked him, "Why are the employees cosplaying and stealing clothes? Should I call the company to verify?" Loy then uses a level 2 trick. "Oh, officer, even in this heat you're so stubborn there's not much here." But then, Light Frontera pulled out some gold pieces that shone brighter than the future of the police officer. With his quick-talking style, Loy told the officer, "Take this to buy some ice cream. And if there's any left, buy a car to avoid the sun." Huh. The police officer was stunned, but then he pulled out a pair of handcuffs. "You got arrested for bribery and wearing ugly cosplay." At that moment, Lloyd was stunned and said nothing more. Then he quickly threw the pile of gold at the policeman and turned to run away. "Ha ha!" the police officer shouted. "Ah! Damn it!" Loey ran at full speed and shouted. "Run! Loey is furious." "Damn it, even here, I still get criticized for being ugly?" Habil immediately responded. "Is that really a problem?" "Over here, the police officer is picking up some gold bars and trying a bite." "Ah, I see. No way. I became a police officer with noble dreams, only to be humiliated by this test." The injured officer resolutely decides to fix it by sending you two into the locker for proper preparation. The ugly cosplay guy and the handsome foreign visitor. Over here, a police officer received intel via radio. "Hey, is that an ugly cosplay guy running down the street?" "I see him now," Loy immediately shouted in front of the police officer. "A good piece of wood is better than a good coat of paint. If you run that way, you'll run into another police officer with long hair." "Hey, a disgusting person, huh? I've seen him." Lloyd cried out in pain. "Big Brother hasn't even seen my face yet. At least look before judging." The police officer sighed through the radio, and his neck also looked terribly ugly. In the end, the two managed to escape and run into an alley, and all I could hear was Lloyd's tearful sobs. You, Hobble said. "Isn't it possible for you to buy clothes with gold?" Loy thought that here only money is accepted, or it would take a long time to appraise that amount of gold. Loy opens the bag he just gathered and says we should go back to the teleportation gate and deal with the clothing issue. We will act once it gets dark. No matter how we disguise ourselves, we will still stand out. Habil felt something strange when looking at Loy. He looked very distressed. Habil wondered, even with low mana, you shouldn't be this exhausted. Are you feeling unwell? Loy simply replied, "No, it's just because the air isn't very fresh, so change your clothes." Habil silently observed for a moment and said nothing more. The scene shifts to Seun at night, with the multi-purpose dog tracking the way. Now Habil and Loy are disguised as Seun's villagers. Habil spoke, reacting directly in this direction. Loy was stunned. They looked up at the towering skyscraper in the distance. Loy said, "Don't tell me we have to carry that whole tower." Suddenly a voice rang out from behind him. "Well, I don't know anything about cosplay, but if someone has a really bad neck, there's one." The two immediately realize what's about to happen and run away in a panic, while the man with the radio calls out, "Hey, stop it. Damn it, we can't reach Tower B by the normal route, we have to climb the mountain path." Hobby continued, What do you need to hide that ugly appearance of yours?" Loy, touched on his weakness, shouted loudly, "How the hell should I know? Asking that question so seriously just makes me more annoyed. The destination is the towering, shining Namsan Tower ahead, but they have to cross mountains and streams to get there. Loy finally grew so exhausted he could no longer breathe and had to cling to a tree to gasp for air. Hobby looked back and asked, "Are you okay? Let's rest for a bit." Even though he's tired, Lloyd still refuses to give up. He said that I, Lloyd Frontera, would not be defeated by something so trivial. Then he knelt down, clutching his chest in pain. "Sorry, I ran too much and I'm a bit tired." Habil then turns back and heads toward Loy. "Is it true that your heart is causing all this?" Loy is still holding on. "It's okay, it's normal. Habil still thinks I don't find this normal." "You have been like this since we arrived in this world." Loy stubbornly insisted, "No, it's normal. Living in this world, I have always been like this. The world is always cruel and unjust to me. I only feel okay when I am with my parents." Habil listened carefully to Loy's heartfelt confessions. "But after they passed away, due to their fate, my situation worsened. Having returned here after a long time, I couldn't control the pain. The first time I met you at the Frontera estate, everything was wonderful. I was captured in that moment. I realize I have completely changed. Suddenly, I feel as if my inner world is filled with confidence. I can push back everything, but this is my true self, without a name, without importance, all psychological scars." At this moment, Habil finally spoke. "So while living in this world, have you always blamed yourself for having such a body? You just sit down and give up like you are now?" Lloyd was silent for a moment before replying to Habil, "I really want to sit down too. But I can't. Everyone around me pointed fingers at my family. My parents were scammed out of a large sum of money and chose to commit suicide. They blamed my family for being irresponsible and leaving me alone. Those people don't even realize how bad their own illnesses are, yet they still criticize my parents like that. My father and mother are truly incredible people. I can't stop. I have to show everyone how wonderful my parents are. I have done everything I can, studying and working. Loy was deeply heartbroken as he revealed his innermost feelings. I must live worthily to prove that both of them are truly great. Habil comforted him, saying, "You haven't done anything wrong, young master. But who entrusted you with that responsibility?" Loy said it was himself, that if he didn't bear the responsibility, he would truly be nothing. Habil bowed his head in thought for a moment before speaking, "I suppose I was worrying too much." This statement from Habil made Loy look up at him. Habil turned and continued on his way, saying, "Even whether it's in Seun or the Lore Razor continent, in my view, you are still a person." He hesitated for a moment, wiped away his tears, and then said, "Javier, you have regained your fierce spirit. I am the one who will lead the way." Habil smiled upon seeing this look on Lloyd Frontera. The sky was starting to darken, and Lloyd and Habil Azrahan had also arrived at the South Tower. He took the opportunity to follow the trail and carry out his task. Faced with hundreds of lovelocks in front of it, it was a bit confused about how to search. That's Kia. But after holding the key, it just noticed they dismissed it. One of these keys here? Maybe not. Suddenly, following the trail again, Duongdog became extremely excited, as if he had just found something. Damn it, this time I'm sure. Loy is starting to feel helpless because he hasn't found anything yet. This fence itself is Kia. Since I didn't see it myself, I can only guess that it might have fallen into this area while it was being built. And because it fell onto the fence, Kiara turned into it. This lazy dragon should have been sent somewhere better. Habil Asrahan looks like a lost deer in front of these things. What are those hanging on it? Loy also enthusiastically explained. Oh, those things. Lovelocks at Namsan Tower is a famous tourist spot. With Kai's explanation and vivid illustrations, he must have understood it better. Lovers often come here to hang locks on the fence as a promise of eternal love. Walking among this crowd, Habil Asrahan feels a bit worried. This could be a big problem. It will be very difficult to take this with so many people around. Should we wait until midnight to do it? But right now Lloyd's mind is a bit foggy, so he's not sure. I don't know what I should do anymore. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the side, prompting him to look over as well. It turned out Loy was looking toward the distant observation tower. Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia surged in his heart. The image of joyful childhood days with his parents appeared like a slow-motion film. But now that scene only exists in Lloyd Frontera's mind. For some, it may just be an inanimate lock, but for him, it is an entire sky of memories. This isn't just a piece of metal, it represents memories and promises, because it is what connects two hearts. When someone truly misses the other, they might meet again. Habil Asran understood that Lloyd was feeling a bit sad right now, so he said nothing, and just listened to him. The Namsan Tower still shone brightly against the night sky, but they had not yet found what they needed. Both of them seemed to be getting tired and sit down on a bench watching the bustling crowd in front of them. Although this place is quite unfamiliar to him, it gives him a sense of excitement. I'm glad we came here. Hearing that, he also wondered why. Because through this journey, Habil Asrahan can better understand Lloyd Frontera's character. I was once very curious about what kind of person he was in his world. I don't know if what he said was sincere, but you have a different thought. Isn't it that you don't care who I am as long as I can save the Frontera territory? Habil Asrahan immediately confirms, yes, I was just curious. Loy now also reminds him that our relationship is that of business partners, so don't cross the line. When he sees everyone busy locking their own locks, he also wants to do something. What should I do with this? Seeing everyone live the way they want, Loy suddenly had a thought. I am also a human being. I don't want to destroy their memories just because I have to. There's a warm and nostalgic feeling when locking the padlock. By doing so, they have placed their feelings into it, waiting to cherish each other forever. It's not just a lock, but a symbol of their everlasting love, with memories they want to rediscover all entrusted within that very lock. Lloyd's eyes are wide open as he looks ahead, struggling internally between his heart and his mind. After a moment of deep thought, he finally spoke, and Javier quickly responded. Yes, young Master Loin. In the end, Loin couldn't fight those thoughts and became extremely miserable. I will no longer be human. Seeing his intense and somewhat strange expression, he was also very confused. Why is he so angry? I really don't know what to do. Now that's more like him. Through the time they've spent together, Habil Azrahan also understands his personality very well. Loy can't stay here any longer and grimaced like a monkey eating chili. Just bury this damn thing and let's get out of here. He immediately obeyed, understood. You look best like this. Right now, Loy has completely changed his attitude and become aggressive, stepping aside to check the fence. And so, after suppressing everyone here, they walked along the fence and looked around sharply. Suddenly, the veins on his face bulged, and he stared ahead as if preparing to do something. Suddenly, the two of them stood up straight with a serious posture, surprising those around them. Then he slung a stick over his shoulder and began his act. Why are they hanging so many locks? It's hard to check like this. Anyway, after breaking up, they'll just come here to throw their locks. Let me remove them all for everyone. You're looking cool, but then you hear a voice that makes you turn off the radio. Are you pretending to be a fence maintenance worker this time? And it was none other than the police trio, the voice of justice near fury, a lightning bolt of judgment to destroy the evil. Truly, a perfect match. Loy was fierce, but they were even more intense. The next second, just before engaging, they also danced and spun around to flex their formation a little. Then the three of them coordinated to shoot their sharp weapons at the two gunmen, but before Loy could react, Habil Azrahan charged forward to block the attack. With his flexible body and lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged the attack as easily as eating a cake. The girls standing around couldn't help but gape in amazement. The fence thief? Even though he can handle everything alone, his face remains calm as if nothing happened. Girls started taking out their phones to take pictures of Habil Azrahan. He's so handsome. And Habil Azrahan's image then spread rapidly across social media. And after a back-and-forth struggle, they finally managed to steal a fence to bring back. But he was still full of fighting spirit. Give up. The whole of Korea is chasing you on social media. I'll handle them. There's no way I'm just letting them go. The police's hearts are still inexperienced and naive. It will take a long time before they can match Lloyd Frontera's reputation. Thanks to our labor and swordsmanship skills, we are faster than them. When we see them flying at a speed like a ritual altar, the police officers' hearts are filled with amazement. They are so fast right away they immediately searched on their phones. I think they know this area well. Don't worry if you're looking for the handsome fence thief, we can find them right away. Truly, the digital age is different. Anything can be done. They are at the main gate. Let's go there. The police's hearts are pounding as they rush forward to catch them. They were just here. We're about to catch them. There aren't many hiding spots here. When he finally got into the room and started to undress, Habil Azrahan also wondered a bit. Is it young Master Loin or something? He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Don't you feel sad leaving Ko Huang like this? I'll stall for a bit, so please stay here a little longer." But you refused outright. "No, I have already met my family, only you know how and where you met them." Loy looked up to the sky and smiled softly when thinking of his family. "Of course, I also have someone I want to meet here, but I only meet him when he wants to meet me. Right at that moment, at this factory, whoever finishes over there, come help here. If you need my assistance, come immediately." He really is a hard-working worker, but I don't understand why his face looks like that. While the police are chasing after them, they accidentally run into a couple. The police and the thieves already told you about this place. You are a handsome man with no crime. Thank you, brave citizen. They immediately charged inside. The bad guys will be blinded. But in the next second, one of the three people's faces showed a huge surprise as they arrived to find only their underwear left. The interior space is smooth and ghost-free. But what's even more surreal is that before their eyes there is an incredibly mysterious whirlpool. The vortex carrying a different dimension gradually shrank right before their eyes, but one thing did not disappear, and that was a piece of paper with a little yellow. What the heck is that? Thanks for your hard work. After reading the contents of the paper, they became even more curious. Who are those two? While the police team still didn't understand what was happening, they had already returned to Frontera. Getting here past that fence wasn't easy at all, so they had to sit down and rest for a bit. Lloyd broke out in a cold sweat and exhaled heavily, while Habil Azrahan remained silent in the face of his silence. Suddenly, Lloyd's people shivered like a leaf and seemed to let out a groan. Habil Azrahan still didn't ask anything, and just kept a calm expression. Let's see what he does next. And sure enough, with someone as mentally unstable as Lloyd Frontera, he suddenly becomes strangely interested. We have collected all the ingredients. You have obtained Kyaura. You've obtained a core ingredient for Alteroa. RP plus 2800, current total 11,775. No matter what happens next, Loy is ready to face everything. Whether it's a fate restoration phenomenon or anything else, I will completely crush it. In a treacherous cliffside area where the sunset dyes the sky purple, Thanos stands silently alone amidst that vibrant yet gloomy space. His eyes are fixed on the distant horizon, where anger and hatred are gathering like an impending storm. To ensure the journey doesn't end in disaster, Thanos must prepare carefully to summon the Lord of Hell into this world. I need to have a clear wish. Some items are granted depending on the nature of that wish. He disregards everything, even his humanity, to achieve his goal. If the nature of the wish is a desire for someone's death, then it must involve the body of someone with a deep grudge against the target. And the remote place where Thanos is standing is where his goal will be fulfilled, based on what the Devil King told me in this dungeon. Suddenly, Thanos froze in place, staring intensely ahead. The scene before him is a skeleton with its skull separated from the body. The white skeleton in front of him is the reason that brought him here with such difficulty. There are the corpses I am looking for in this dungeon. A scene suddenly flashes in Thanos' mind like a slow-motion film. He already knows the reason behind this person's despair. This one died at the hands of Lloyd Frontra. Because he studies ancient dark magic to revive his family, and since he was stopped by my brother, his hatred must be immense. After a long time, when he finally reunites with his close brothers, he slowly lifts the skull and wears a strange smile. Rulin Thanos really wants to show him what his lifelong enemy is up to. That bastard pushed both of us into this situation. Do you know what kind of life he's living? He is respected, trusted, and followed by countless people. Things that should rightfully be ours. He has taken everything from us. Thanos is still very bitter about Loy, yet he still talks about you in front of Dufelin. The more he talks, the more his envy and resentment towards you grow. He's lucky to have a strong knight by his side. That luck also helped him gain the Queen's trust, which isn't fair at all, right, guys? We really are pitiful. It's really hard for us to get back what belongs to us right now, and he is the one who caused all of this. Thanos' gaze is not only one of pleasure, but also a silent vow for revenge that is nearing its end. So let's bring him down together. At that moment, Thanos raised the stark white skull high into the air, and immediately a chilling blue aura began to coil around him like a serpent, tightening its grip, spreading hatred across the world and sealing his death. The skull now emits a strange light, like drops of poison seeping into the surrounding space. There is no way back now. The revenge matrix that Thanos has painstakingly prepared has officially been activated, signaling an impending tragedy about to fall upon this world. The container is already there. Next is a huge fear to fill the container. This enormous fear is only the beginning. The real story is still to come. And of course, the disaster that will bring chaos everywhere Thanos is thinking of is war. He wears a wicked, cunning smile and begins to hatch a grand scheme. If we want the war to break out, we just need to make the Queen go insane. Not wanting to waste any more precious time, Thanos continues on to Magentano's palace. Loy still chooses selfishness now, as he carefully unlocks each padlock on the fence, appearing to be very pleased on the outside but feeling painfully anguished inside. What? An eternal lovelock? This damn thing is really ridiculous. I will crush all of you completely. Let's see if you can stop me now. If I don't have it, no one else can either. Take everything and destroy it all. Goodbye, little brother Myung. Goodbye, kind brother. Young Master Loy, do you realize you look a lot like a villain right now? I was really annoyed by those dog food distribution scenes, so I had to break them apart no matter what. No, I am the embodiment of justice. I have to make him suffer equally to be fair. FA can go anywhere for a lifetime now. After tearing down the fence and unlocking everything without mercy, it has become emptier than ever. It's all done. It seems this isn't enough for you, so you're a bit disappointed. Why bring another fence back? Before he could answer, the fence in front of him suddenly lit up with a blinding blue light that made Loy's eyes hurt, and he covered them. But even more surprisingly, a white cube fell from above, landing on the ground and rolling a few times in front of him. Loy hesitated for 5 seconds before picking it up with a stunned expression. This is Korra. You have obtained Korra, one of the legendary core materials. RP increased by 2,800. Your current RP is 11,255. Congratulations on obtaining all the core materials of Altroa. You should have been happy about what happened to you, but instead he just stood there, looking lost with a sad expression. The next second, Loy clenched his lips tightly again, and Habil Azrahan looked at him without saying a word, because he already knew what expression he was about to show. As expected, Loy stood up sharply, pointed to the sky, and declared confidently, "Let's move on to the next stage immediately. You really are someone who can never rest. Just when you take a break, you start your journey again. Starting from here to the Merfolk Kingdom, we must not delay. Given his passionate spirit, even he has to respect him. If he throws a party to celebrate his success now, no one would say anything. I can tell he's that kind of person. If it were Loy, Habil Azrahan would know it like the back of his hand. That's why he was able to save everyone. Because Lai appears cold on the outside, but is kind-hearted inside. When they arrived at the underwater palace, the octopus immediately came out to greet them. As he sank deeper below, he said quite thoughtfully, "Javier, so many things have happened so far. We have built a sewage system, a suspension bridge, a highway in hell, a cold storage for the Orc tribe, irrigation for the desert, a sauna for the Merfolk Kingdom, and a racetrack for centaurs, too." Loy couldn't help but feel like a saint fallen from the heavens. Why do I keep building all these good things for others? Habil Azrahan immediately understood what I was implying and asked, "Are you asking that because of Altero? I know you want to build it somewhere else, but you promised the Merfolk Kingdom, and we can't do anything about it, right?" But Loy directly denied it, saying, "I still can." The next second, he broke into a wide, cunning smile and stole Eroa to build it on our territory. "What's wrong? Why are you giving me that look? You always have that look on your face. So in your mind, you must be thinking, he's definitely the worst evil demon in the world. Have I ever been selfish with anyone before?" But it seems Loy isn't very trustworthy, so he keeps looking at him with a look of disdain. Karma's a bitch. His previous words clash with the next one. Well, sometimes they do. Maybe only 2 times, or perhaps 3 or 4. And very quickly after that, the underwater palace appeared before them. As they entered the temple, the two bowed respectfully to Ariel. "Oh, my brave but ugly friend. You truly have all the ingredients for the real stone now." She is also very willing to lend her full support. "We will provide everything you need to build the Stone of Truth. Feel free to use all the equipment and facilities." This time, Loy is also determined not to disappoint her. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my best." And suddenly, a mysterious puddle of water appeared right where he was standing, causing the ancient glory of the Merfolk Kingdom to shine brightly once again. At this moment, Ariel looked at Lloyd and found it very confusing. Lloyd Frontra, unknown since when and for what reason, had tears streaming down his face. "Why are you crying with such a sad face?" But the more Ariel speaks, the more he bows his head and cries even louder. "Sorry for being so rude, it's nothing." She couldn't ignore this either, so she asked about him. "It's okay. You're our friend and hero. We will do our best to help you. Just say what's bothering you." Loey then fell silent again, his lips trembling as if he was about to say something. After a performance even better than Hollywood actors, he finally revealed his true intention. "It just pains me that the monument can only be built in the Merfolk's kingdom." "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" "We already agreed to build it on our land." Habil Asrahan was also sitting nearby, listening carefully to La Frontera. "I don't mean it that way. It's just that once the stone is truly completed, those blinded by greed will start a war to possess the Stone of Truth. And when I think about the kingdom, the beautiful and peaceful mermaids will have to face that disaster once again." When Loy talked about their downfall, Ariel's face changed suddenly as if she believed his words. To subtly force her to agree with them, Loy made a bold move. "But a promise is a promise. I will proceed immediately, and as you wish, Ariel has agreed to stop." Now it's forced, just a moment. "Honda, is it really only possible to build here?" With his extensive experience, Loy quickly proposed an alternative. "No, anywhere is fine, as long as it's at least 70 meters deep in the sea. You are truly skilled." After a while, Ariel also agreed with your true wish. "I think it would be better to build it somewhere else." Although Loy appears to be crying on the outside, deep down he's quietly happy, and after discussing everything, they finalized the plans and left. Loy seems worried about the merfolk, but I really want to take it for myself. We will build it in our territory and the Mer Kingdom can use it whenever they want. Quite smooth. I truly worry about the dangers the Mer people face. And this time, Habil Asrahan looked at him with the familiar look of disdain. "Good guys are never number one." "I'm not lying at all, I'm just telling the truth. It's true that the first and second sentences don't quite fit together." The next second, Loy turned his face 180 degrees, though not entirely from the heart, and seeing him look at me as if I were the villain, I immediately questioned him. "What now? Do you think I am cowardly or something?" Habil Asrahan, loyal to Loy, naturally always supports what he does. "No, haven't both sides already been satisfied now, so it's okay, right?" "I am very pleased with this clarity of yours. You've finally become a bit more realistic. Do you admit that you are gradually becoming more like me?" Loy reaches out, expecting a response from Habil Asrahan, and true to form, he does not disappoint, extending his hand in return. The two of them high-fived like true partners. Then suddenly he remembered another issue. "By the way, at the Hellgate, I will also make sure to settle things properly for him. I will ask the Truth Stone about how to build it." Then the two of them high-fived again, showing their shared spirit and determination to stand together. They couldn't wait any longer and immediately looked for a suitable place to build the Truth Stone. Kapuam Lake will be the perfect place to build the Truth Stone. It's spacious, and the water is deep. But since this is Bibung's house, he also asked for her opinion before getting started. "What do you think? Can we build the owner of this lake here?" To personally observe the terrain and necessary things, Loy also decided to take a trip underwater. "All right, I'll start scanning the area, then take a deep breath and immediately jump into the lake to dive underneath." And Lloyd's gaze immediately scans the bottom surface of the lake, where there is a flat, solid ground right beneath. Next, Lai uses the simulation mode to get a clearer picture. I heard that the Truth Stone releases a lot of energy to answer questions, so maybe I should check how powerful it really is. The Lukebao stone in front of him suddenly shone brightly, releasing a fierce stream of green energy as if signaling something about to happen. Just above, a giant energy vortex suddenly appeared, swirling with light and air as if tearing apart space itself, more than I imagined. Before I could recover, the distant lake roared, forming a massive whirlpool that shook the ground. At that very moment, the whirlpool exploded like a liquid bomb, sending water soaring dozens of meters into the air. No one expected that the bright blue liquid would turn into a savage tsunami rushing into the village with devastating force. Houses, trees, everything around was swept away and submerged beneath the dark waters as if swallowed by a giant monster. Seeing the brutal scene, Loy couldn't keep his composure and slightly furrowed his brow, his face showing clear unease, while in another corner of the sky, Habil Azrahan still casually stroked his pets as if the world was perfectly peaceful. After witnessing the underwater preview of the disaster, he finally calmly stepped onto the shore, neither in a hurry nor panicked. Of course, the strange power emanating from the stone made Loy feel as if an invisible boulder was pressing down on his chest, making it impossible to stay calm. Habil Azrahan tilted his head and asked casually, as if nothing was wrong, "Is there a problem, young master?" And Lloyd Frontera, after everything, could only look up to the sky and shout loudly as if daring fate. When can I finally retire and enjoy a beautiful life? Feeling that this matter isn't simple and can't be rushed, he also wants to consider it further. "Javi, go take a break for a while. I need to think about a few things." After a while, Loy quickly dressed and put on his coat. Habil Azrahan could only stand by and watch, unable to help, then let out a short sigh. "I can't do anything but fight." While Loy is busy with his own affairs, he walks slowly along the stone path past the village. Seeing how the scenery has changed from before, Habil Azrahan feels a bit nostalgic. This place has changed so much. A few years ago, it was just a poor village with nothing special. Suddenly, a shout nearby caught his attention. "Dad?" When I see the family reunion scene, I secretly admire it. I heard that his children are studying in the capital and receiving a good education without lacking anything. Then he continued to look towards the side where they were happily chatting with each other. I don't know how it is elsewhere, but in Frontera everyone is friends and there is no racial discrimination. Although the ORC and LVE tribes have different personalities in Frontera, they live together very well without that difference. Their conversation in the next moment pulled Habil Azrahan back to reality. "Sorry, Lady Emily, what happened to you is my fault." But she's a girl with a kind heart, so she didn't hold this against him and comforted him. "No, I really enjoyed our training date together. Because her wrist is stronger, she can fold the big blankets just once, and it's done." Hearing that, Ko was deeply moved, and Lady Amelia, even though their dating style is a bit unusual, still feels very happy being together. "Try to chase after me, Lady Amelia." So Habil Azrahan, seemingly still not fully grasping what is happening before his eyes, froze for 5 seconds, but with a little time he'll soon get used to the changes here. This scene is so strange. I still need time to get used to it, but having muscles is still good. Things are much better now than before, and everyone is gradually achieving more. A giant statue. The project is complete. Gradually smiles appeared on everyone's faces here. It's finally done. Xiaolong doesn't look like a strange dragon. I thought it was slim. They no longer live in confinement, and when did their lives begin to blossom so beautifully? Dreams have come true, and hunger has been satisfied. Everyone now has delicious food to fill their hungry stomachs, and are all satisfied with life. They are living the life Hang once dreamed of. Everyone here is enjoying their lives. Habil Azrahan feels happy for them, but also sad for someone. His eyes also darkened with heavy emotions. "And you, how are you? When will you come here?" The Loy he's thinking of right now is buried in a library full of books. Mabella Frontera and Akos Frontera are now feeling anxious and worried about Lloyd Frontera. I'm very worried about Lloyd. Finally, it has returned after a long time, but it only stays in the classroom. Yeah, we still can't even organize a proper welcome party for it. At this point, she also noticed his unusual expression. I didn't even get a chance to ask what he was busy with. It looks very serious. Hearing that, he strongly agrees with her. I also feel the same way. I find it very difficult to ask questions. In the past, it was just an unemployed child, but now it not only controls itself but has also revived our territory like a borrowed hero, so much so that sometimes before Akos Frontera can finish speaking, Mabella Frontera cuts in. Because she also thinks the same way. You feel like he's a completely different person, right? When he saw that she shared his thoughts, he also paused for a moment and fell into contemplation. "Do you feel the same way?" With a mother's intuition, Mabella Frontera felt that he was somewhat unfamiliar to her. He didn't even call us mom and dad. The way it speaks, acts, and its expressions have all changed since that day. The room suddenly fell silent in an unusual way. Everyone has their own hidden thoughts they dare not speak out loud, but Akos Frontera still thinks positively. A young sapling will someday become a great tree, meaning he believes it has already grown up. I think it's time to give this to Loy. Hearing this, Mabella Frontera immediately smiled, and what he prepared for him was a formal suit that he had kept very carefully, the Frontera family's formal attire to be passed down when a family member becomes a baron. But the boy has exceeded all expectations. Agus Frontera couldn't help but feel excited as he handed this outfit to Lloyd Frontera. He used to make a fuss just to get this outfit, so I'm sure he's very happy now. After searching tirelessly, Lloyd quickly stepped forward. Now I am very excited because I have found the right solution for the truth test. I am a genius, so we will build it downstream of the Prona River and construct a gravity dam to block the floodwaters. Now I'll try to simulate the scene. On the way, I also happened to meet my parents who are looking for me. They didn't beat around the bush and just expressed their feelings directly. You seem busy, so let's get straight to the point. We have a gift for you. I was also a bit surprised at this moment. Really? Akos Frontera then immediately held up the outfit and smiled brightly. This is it. But Loy didn't know anything about this outfit, so he wasn't particularly happy and looked at it with a strange expression. But to avoid disappointing them, Loy immediately put on a genuine smile. It's so beautiful. I will definitely wear it. Because time was tight, he couldn't stay long and had to leave. Thank you both very much. I'm busy right now, so I'll take it later. Hearing Lloyd's reaction, he felt a bit disappointed and brought up the old story again. Hey Lloyd, don't you remember? You said you really wanted to bring it because your grandfather looked so cool with it. Remember? As the evening sun filters through the window, Loy leaves in a rush. Oh, I didn't expect you to still remember, thank you. And then he ran ahead, leaving the two of them standing silently behind. But Loy never expected that it was just a test from Akos Frontera for him. Loy has never met his grandfather before. The next morning at the estate, Habil Azrahan also met with the two of them. Javier greeted him good morning. He immediately respectfully greeted the Count and Countess. Seeing him so relaxed, Mabella Frontera happily asked, "Are you enjoying your vacation?" "Yes, there's nothing to do now, so I'm a bit annoyed." When they saw Habil Azrahan's gloomy face, they were very confused. "What are you talking about? You two have been through a very difficult time. Take a rest. You two have been so busy lately going here and there. I'm really curious. Can you tell me about your journey together?" He politely declined Akos Frontera's request, saying it's a bit difficult to share details with everyone now. I will tell everything once it's over. If that's the case, then you won't make things difficult for him anymore. Just a small request. All right, then answer me this question. Do you know where Loy is now? Based on what I remember, Habil Azrahan replied, "He's at the Prona River." But I don't think that's what you really want to know. No, it seems that at this moment he suddenly realized the true intention behind that question and froze up. Both of them now fall silent, suppressing a heavy atmosphere. He really is our son Loin. Is he still alive? At this point, Habil Azrahan's heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest, and his throat was so stiff he couldn't speak. The atmosphere among the three of them suddenly grew tense, because everything had now been exposed. Their identities had truly been questioned by both of them, but Habil Azrahan still tried to remain calm and respond. What are you suddenly talking about? Mabella Frontera didn't hide anything and directly recounted what happened yesterday. Javier, you know too, right? About the Frontera family's ceremonial attire? Lai wanted it so much, but it seems the little one has completely forgotten about it. When he heard about their suspicions of him, he became even more tense, so he casually mentioned that Lai had seen her grandfather wearing the ceremonial attire before. It told me to remember and stay away. Both Ta and Ma feel like something's wrong. Ever since it started working hard, its actions, its words and reactions, it feels like it's not one of us. At this point, Habil Azrahan has truly been cornered, caught between two sides and unsure which to lean toward. You have been with it for a long time. Your swordsmanship even surpasses that of a master swordsman. We believe you would surely notice that difference too. Agos Frontera's voice began to lower again. We know it has worked very hard for the prosperity of the territory. I have no intention of forgetting that gratitude. However, we are truly worried about our own son. Please tell us the truth. Is Lloyd still alive? As a parent, Frontera couldn't hide his unease about his child and asked him directly. But when faced with this difficult question, Habil Azrahan didn't know how to answer correctly and just stood there, silently, like a fish. Young Master Loy is truly dead. He couldn't bring himself to tell them this terrible truth, because he himself knew they couldn't handle it and would break down. Although the truth seemed otherwise, it was too complicated to explain to them. I heard that he was reincarnated, but I didn't know which era he would be reborn into or what form he would take. For the Count and Countess, their son is essentially dead. Even if he is a bastard and useless, he is still their son. What happened to their real son is truly beyond their endurance. If they knew someone had expelled their son's soul from his body and taken over it, both Kim X-ho and they would lose their sanity. Now, Habil Azrahan finds himself unable to speak or remain silent. When he looks into the expectant and worried eyes of the parents in front of him, he feels reluctant, but he cannot lie to them. After a moment of inner struggle, Habil Azrahan clenched his teeth in torment before slowly uttering a sentence that left them heartbroken. "I'm sorry for hiding the truth all this time." His heart is now filled with guilt. And then, the moment Habil Azrahan least wanted to see finally happened. Akos Frontera stared ahead with wide eyes. Mabella Frontera's heart also skipped a beat as she opened her eyes wide, unable to believe what she was hearing. Although he knew it would be hard to say this since they would find out anyway, he had no other choice. But surprisingly, not yet, old man. The next moment, Habil Azrahan calmly spun an entirely different story. Lord Loy is experiencing a form of personality and memory disorder because part of his brain has been destroyed. Both of them just moments ago looked like they were about to faint, but in an instant they looked at him with a dazed expression. Of course, neither of them understood what he was saying, so they immediately asked, "What do you mean? Can you explain it?" And then Habil Azrahan put on his stern face again and continued the story he just told. "As you both know, I never liked young Master Loin, and he never liked me either. Count, ever since he's been by the young master's side, he's always been harsh and terrorized me whenever he had the chance. Even the wooden sword you gave me, Loy destroyed it. Do you understand the core issue here?" Seeing his face right now, he probably doesn't understand at all. "I apologize." Then he reached out his hand and continued calmly as if nothing happened. "You don't need to apologize. And then one day you ordered me to find the young Master Loy because it was late at night and you didn't know where he was. I thought Habil Azrahan was always so dull, but it turns out his storytelling skills are quite impressive. When I arrived at the tavern, I thought to myself that at that moment, as the night fell, he was walking around spitting in frustration at life. Why do I have to be the one taking care of that trash? It's so annoying. Both of them keep going from one surprise to another, unable to believe it. Do you really think that way? Habil, Azrahan, and Loy are all very skilled at leading others around like cattle, making them believe whatever they say. Because I grew up through your insults, isn't it natural that I also ended up on the wrong path? Now they both believe his old-fashioned hero story and can't help but tear up with sympathy for him. I understand now. We never paid attention to this. Then he continued his delusional story about Canada. Damn it, I don't need a bastard like you, you make my eyes itch. I accidentally ran into the young Master Loy on campus, and, as usual, he continued to insult me. And then he said something that really made me lose my temper. Just go home already. You don't even have a home to return to, right? Then he just strangled him right there on the street corner. And so that was the moment when Habil Azrahan's sky-high story began. I couldn't control my anger and used my sword to strike the back of Lord Loin's neck. Both of them were so stunned that their mouths were open in amazement, unable to speak. With his shameless expression, he then continued to tell the rest of the story. I thought I should give up, so what should I do now? So I shook him and woke up the young master. And according to what he said, from that moment on, the bump on his head made Loy change 180 degrees. Oh my God, I don't remember much. But I know I am not a good person. Starting tomorrow, I think I need to begin living kindly. At that moment, they agreed to keep this secret, and no one must find out. That's a good idea. But if you tell the Count about me hitting you on the back of the head, you'll be playing underground forever. Oh, I won't say a word. So that's why Habil Azrahan was so silent earlier, to come up with such an incredible plan. This is what really happened. After finishing telling everything, he fell silent again. And so did they. But before they could regain their composure, Habil Azrahan drew his sword. All right, for hitting the young Master Loy on the neck with a sword hilt, I will pay with my life. It seems he learned this move from Loy and is applying it. Of course he succeeded, just wait a moment. After stopping him from doing something foolish, they expressed their gratitude to him. What are you doing? You're not wrong at all. It was you who turned Loy into a decent person. But the tension was completely eased, replaced by a radiant smile from Frontera. Javier, you did very well. Thanks. Habil Azrahan just pulled off one of the most shocking press escapes in history. It seems Lloyd will have to thank him this time. Suddenly, he turned back and shouted. The Count reports the message. What is it? It seems this is a very important matter, so Lloyd invited them inside. It might take a while, so go in first before I continue. At that moment, I just brushed past Habil Azrahan, and of course I knew everything he had just done and was very pleased with his impressive handling of the situation. Javier, after all these years, you're finally growing up, huh? If you don't want Loey to be disappointed, Habil Azrahan also immediately raised his index finger and pointed at him. You are influenced by those around you. The closer you are to the master, the darker you become. Although it hasn't started yet, Loey already warned them not to be surprised by what I am about to tell you. I have had countless dreams about the deaths of the people in the territory. When I asked the Dragon King sleeping in the next room about that dream, he said it was a prophetic vision. The Dragon King told us to build the Stone of Truth and asked for its solution. And if we want to build it, we need to construct a dam at the lower river first. But they both agreed easily without asking any further questions. I understand. Go ahead. With their attitude, I also wonder. Aren't they a bit surprised? They quickly explained. We just heard something even more shocking, so what you just said doesn't seem to matter much. Agos Frontera is very worried about you and wants to share some of that worry. I know you're very busy for the sake of the territory, but instead of working alone and overexerting yourself, I hope you can rely on us even a little. Although the obstacle in front of them is not their real son, he is still very grateful for their love and efforts. All he needs is for both of them to stay healthy and safe. And after everything was prepared, Loy stepped forward to address the people and announced his upcoming plan. Everyone listen carefully. From now on, we will start a super large project, the biggest in the history of the entire continent. I won't say much to protect everyone. This is necessary. Just trust me. Your title has connected with others to create a new title. Crack Crack, Bone Crusher, the resurrector of dead properties. The top choice of Termin Pest Control, the leading debt relief expert, and the leader of the weary. Should I give you a red or blue tissue? Then the system panels all appeared at once. And finally, after all the effort, you gained everyone's trust. Absolute trust. Loy looks ahead with a hopeful gaze towards a bright future. Everything we do ultimately proves useful. Construction team, one of the complex project, including the Truthstone and the dam. Engineers, let's show everyone the experience we've gained from building the heating system, the island, the station, and the excavation. Everyone is now filled with enthusiasm. Team 2 gathers resources and moves Earth, while the other side swings to lay the foundation of the realm. Team 3, the engineers with endless stamina, seem willing to dedicate themselves to the never-ending work. And of course, this process also couldn't happen without the presence of our beloved pets. Team 4 handles heavy machinery, while Team 5, an alliance of different races, provides skills and resources. Everyone works together without discrimination to build the land, and the final team is the ultimate boss of them all. Team 6 takes care of everything the other teams couldn't do. How come I'm the only one here? In response to Habil Azrahan's question, he straightforwardly replied, this team is led by Javier, and after dividing the teams, the next step is to dedicate ourselves fully to the domain. It's all for a better life. Let's get started. The atmosphere is no longer gloomy, but instead brimming with a fierce spirit of work. In another place, high up on the 9th cloud, a magnificent and splendid heaven suddenly appears before the first heaven office. At that moment, an old man with a forgetful look was sitting and looking over the document. What's written in here? And none other than the high-ranking leadership of Seraphim Heaven, the first angel, Gabriel. At this moment, the angel Pharaoh also reports that illegal construction is underway on the lower world, building Altyro. He's also getting old, so he has some difficulty reading. It's too bright here, making it hard to read the words. Wait a minute, isn't that the Truthstone? If someone built it, wouldn't that cause chaos? He suddenly realized this and hurriedly asked again. They then discussed the issue in more detail. That person got the information from the Dragon King Vi. We found out that he had collected the cursed lizard divine material. Why would he do that? However, isn't it true that this thing can't be built just by saying so? Angel Pharaoh also confirmed that afterward. That is why we are still observing, but we believe his ability to build the stone is not zero, and we will begin the destruction process immediately. The chairman of the Underworld Inspection Bureau, 3rd level Angel Raphael, lifts his glasses and announces. Before everyone actually begins the construction process, Loy has some very important news to share. Listen up, everyone. I know it will be hard to believe, but I can stop time. I will stop time for 1 year from now for the benefit of the construction process. Without hesitation, he announced decisively. When everyone heard this crazy story from Canada, they all froze in place, staring at him in confusion. And this was exactly what he had expected. Loy started thinking about how to explain it to them more clearly, but he knew they wouldn't believe it. Everyone must have been surprised that he said time could be frozen. The effect of the title combined with absolute trust is being activated, but while he was thinking hard, someone shouted out to save him. Loy said, anything will do, just do it. And then the atmosphere returned to its lively state. Everyone continued to support him and follow everything that Loy said. He can even summon monsters, willing to go through fire and water for the young master. What kind of monster could it be? The young master can even control the bone dragon. Everyone now is willing to dedicate all their effort to follow Loi's demands, willing to go through fire and water for the young master, and they all pledge to be loyal and trust him completely. Even though Loi keeps raising and lowering his hand repeatedly, he's still very curious if the people in the town are okay. You have spent 300 RP to freeze time. At this moment, the entire territory is covered by a blue, icy dome structure. Time has truly come to a halt. But at the same time, Lloyd's heart also had to endure being frozen. Seeing his unstable condition, he immediately asked, "Are you okay?" He doesn't hide it and speaks frankly, "Of course not." As expected, Lloyd Frontera. His personality is like sunshine and rain, and the next moment he becomes more excited than ever. Right now I am very excited about the idea of building the Truth Stone. To achieve what we have now, he also put in a lot of brainpower, with many calculations made to design the dam. Although I lack the knowledge, I kept revising the design based on my simulation skills and finally created a perfect blueprint. Everything was already planned out by him. We will create small channels to drain water from the area where the Truth Stone is placed, then proceed to build the dam. Due to limited technology, we will use the Spanish Tipa Dam as a template. It is a legendary dam built in the medieval times, but it is still in excellent condition and maintains its performance. And after completing all the preparatory steps, they will move on to the most anticipated stage. At that time, we will build the True Stone, the most important part. If everything goes smoothly, they will soon achieve the expected results. The progress is very fast. Soon I will be rewarded for my efforts and hard work. Suddenly, I received a call from the Dragon King. "Hello, 1234, the filthy and disgusting singer. Can you hear what I'm saying?" When that distinctive hoarse voice rang out, Loi had no trouble recognizing it. Is this the voice of the Dragon King? It seems something urgent is happening, and he's rushing me. Yeah, I'm coming. I'll be there quickly. This is an ultra-urgent situation. You might not be able to build the Stone of Truth. Just hearing this much already made his face change color. Of course, nothing else matters because this is too important for Lloyd Frontera, so he can't hesitate anymore and rushes forward. After you ran like a dog to BKS, he was lying face down on the bench, and I thought Bach Kiss would talk about that urgent matter, but instead he made a request to Lloyd Frontera. My neck is stiff, mage for me, but I don't have time for that, so I quickly remind him that you said this is an emergency, and I probably won't be able to build this stone. But he still teases people like that. Bach Kiss called me here just to get a massage, and my neck is stiff. This is an emergency. If you don't mage, I feel like I will get angry and destroy everything. Although Loi is cursing him inside, he only dares to hold it in on the outside. This damn bastard. Loi decided to teach BKIS what true high-end massage service with a destructive twist really means. Is your neck stiff? Yeah, hurry up. With all the frustration in his heart, he began channeling all his anger into his hands, preparing for a massage that would shake your meridians. I will give you such a painful massage that you'll be moaning in agony. A bright green wave of energy flashes, clearly showing the mood he's in, being summoned all the way here just to be a punching bag. Loi isn't happy at all. So he poured all his strength into grabbing the back of your neck. How dare you break me when I'm so busy? Although the name sounds like a demon, anyone looking at Loi would think he's performing a quick farewell ritual. Die. His face is now tense like a stretched string, ready to go all out against the unfortunate old skeleton opponent. Yet Biss remains as calm as Disa, even commenting on his poor skills. What are you doing? You're still holding back, aren't you? Hearing that, Loi also drops his composure and prepares to unleash his ultimate wind strike capable of tearing apart the dragon bone. Yeah, a dragon is still a dragon. All right, if you want to fight, let's go. I am a monster who devours others' screams like food. Consider today my feast. Immediately after, Lloyd Frontera doubled his power, creating an energy that made the surrounding air tremble. Yet it still wasn't enough to satisfy Bai, prompting him to keep criticizing. You're too weak, your skills are poor, I'm really disappointed. By this point, Loi is filled with bitterness. I'm going crazy. You're the first person to make me this annoyed. You've unlocked a new skill. Absolutely ugly. You're an ugly character, whether you're angry or crying. You make people exclaim, "Oh my God," when they see you. Your face is so ugly. Let me say this. You look like a pile of shit, but he's not satisfied with it at all. What kind of skill is that? I've been handsome since I was born. Suddenly, Biss called Lloyd Frontera. Yes, this time he was no longer teasing, but instead questioning him. So, you think you can change your fate with the Truth Stone? Then what do you do next? A direct question follows. What should I do next? Oh, so what are you planning to do with that Truth Stone? Of course, who would have guessed Loi would give an answer that surprised him? I will destroy it. Having something like that only causes more headaches. It will interfere with my happy retirement. After you use it, you'll also plan to throw it away. After questioning him for a while, he continued to wait and criticize him. Oh my god, what a terrible face. Because of you, you damn dragon. Bacchus didn't just ask Loy about this for no reason. He only truly wanted to understand who he was. It seems the truth stone won't be used for evil purposes. He really is someone without ambition. He seems malicious, but in truth, he has no malicious intent at all. After a while, Bai no longer needs you here. All right, go. But Loy still isn't satisfied. What is it? But I'm not finished yet. You've pushed the function of the mana heart to its limit, and now his face is starting to sweat. Stop! What are you trying to do? The system panel keeps appearing, your mana heart has leveled up, and you have become a high-level swordmaster. Loy couldn't believe his eyes at this sudden level up. What the hell, the passive skill Swordmaster Syndrome. All your senses are greatly enhanced. Seeing Liar look like that, BKIS asked, "Are you okay?" I froze, but when I heard his concern, I froze even more. "Are you okay?" Those 4 words of Bis kept flashing in Lloyd Frontera's mind until it was deafening. Although no one had done anything to him yet, he was starting to panic, which even Bo Kiss found strange. "You haven't taken your hand out yet?" "No, some syndrome expert or something. It hurts so much." Loy also doesn't know what problem he's facing, rolling around on the ground like a stray dog. "Congratulations. Good job." He just turned back with his head pounding like a hammer. "Damn it, I still have a lot to do with the construction process, so whether I become a swordsman or not doesn't matter. Loy really needs a way to handle this, right now. Should I use the RP app to level up my mana heart? No, if I do that, I won't have enough RP to prevent my fate." Suddenly, Habil Azrahan appeared and accurately described your current condition. "Young Master Loy, are you experiencing the swordsman syndrome? But with this terrible headache, I don't feel like talking to him. Stay silent, don't speak to me." I thought Habil Azrahan would be worried about me, but instead he smiled happily. "Surrender yourself to the silence and face your extremely sharp and sensitive senses. Focus on them. You need to hold them until you feel true silence." It seems that Loy isn't able to do that right now. The very next moment, he was lying in a pool of red syrup flowing from his head. Even though you're in pain, Habil Azrahan cruelly points at you and laughs. You can do it. Are you cheering for others while making that face?" "I will deal with you." Suddenly, Loy paused as he realized something, waiting for his vision to clear so he could see Javi's flaws too. But his perfectly shining face made me so angry. Because he has no flaws at all, it made me furious. Although Javier teased me a lot, since he had gone through this process before, he stayed awake some nights to help me and get used to the new senses. Time flew by quickly, and several months had passed since then. Everything is still going smoothly. The dam and the truth stone are almost finished. Until now, Habil Azrahan has still been very concerned about his condition. "Are you okay?" "I want to ask about the symptoms of that swordmaster. It seems you feel more stable when you're at the construction site, right?" "Oh no, I forgot and I spoke a bit loudly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, but maybe you should see this as a new kind of training." Stop right there in the face of his chatter. "Do you enjoy doing that?" At this moment, he can only feel sad and helpless. I'm tired of hearing those 2 words, pure and innocent. I truly worry about you. That's what I mean. Loy isn't surprised by this expression of his. "I know you're really happy right now. You're determined to show him just how formidable you are. Just wait and see how terrifying a worker can be." Suddenly, a melodious voice from above captures his attention. What is that? I hear something like a hymn? A shimmering, noble light suddenly shone on Lloyd Frontera's face, and when he looked toward the blinding sun, he seemed to glimpse a shadowy figure lurking there. Is that a person? From above, a great angel with large wings gradually appears before his eyes. At this moment, Loy looked up at the sky intently, realizing that the person was none other than the angel Raphael. "Nice to meet you. I am the angel Raphael, chairman of the Lower Realm Inspection Bureau, and an employee of the Heavenly Realm. I am here to deliver the enforcement order." Loy also sensed that he had no good intentions in coming here. A certain angel doesn't seem to feel very comfortable. The next moment, Raphael keeps flipping through the pages of the book in his hand, then he lifts his glasses and announces shocking news. The execution order, owner of the project Lloyd Frontera, is to halt all illegal construction of Enro and destroy everything that has been built so far. This news was like a thunderbolt to Lloyd Frontera. What did you just say? The blinding light emanating from the angel Raphael makes everyone stop their work and look up. Everyone was stunned and confused by his sudden appearance. Time seemed to stand still as everyone stopped their work and looked up at the light. Although the project is now nearing completion, Raphael declared coldly that what he just said represented the will of the heavens and that the Altioa project would be destroyed immediately. How can we let everyone's months of hard work go to waste? So I strongly oppose it. Wait a moment. What have you been talking about just now? What's going on? Are you really an angel? Show me your identification to prove it. You're Loy, right? Do you dare to doubt even after seeing my wings? But I couldn't accept this explanation and pointed to Habiel Azrahan. Do we have a way like that too? So this guy's also an angel, but what he cares about is just his handsome face, no different from his idol. Humans do have the faces of angels. When Habiel Azrahan sees himself being praised by an angel, he finally feels a bit proud. Loy obviously doesn't care about that, but what drives me crazy is the idea of destroying the project. Whatever, but how can I believe this is the will of heaven or something? I have to go through fire and water to build it. Do you think I would just say, okay, and tear it down? Meanwhile, Raphael remained calm as he put his hand into his shirt, then suddenly extended it as if he had some intention in mind. Immediately after, a powerful beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. If you don't believe it, Raphael will prove it to you. Kim Troy instantly appears in his hand and a swirling light suddenly forms above his head. Then it twisted and became a headband for the angel. At this point, everything was already clear. Loy also can't help but believe anymore. Just a moment ago it was a bit dull, but now Raphael has fully equipped himself. Now everyone believes that the shining light fills the entire space and that he is not bluffing. That is Kim Troy's verdict. It is exactly as described in the Holy Book. Everyone had to be amazed by his impressive appearance. Like a high-quality cow, he's a top-tier angel. When he saw someone calling his beloved by the wrong name, he immediately corrected them. The name of this hammer is a professional matter. Look at it go. Luckily it's not labeled made in China, or I'd think it's a fake. Knowing that Raphael is an angel, Loy still doesn't understand why the project was cancelled. But why is the construction of Aliroa illegal? It seems like it won't be easy to collapse. Besides, we are the owners of this land. Seeing that you looked just like a confused young deer, Raphael also explained, it's the Enro Truth Stone. It is an extraordinary object that can even see through the upper world, a realm even more advanced than the heavenly realm, revealing forbidden secrets. On the morning of December 6, 307, according to the mythological calendar, the Holy War of the Clans took place because everyone desired the stone. 4,000 through 70,000 creatures died, and 120,000 living beings were injured. The total damage is estimated at 4,720,400,000,000 gold coins. At this moment, Loy was standing below, almost wanting to fly up and devour him. After outlining the devastating consequences it had caused earlier, Raphael quickly concluded. That's why Ataroa was considered an illegal construction. If you don't destroy it immediately, I will do it. But this project is the result of everyone's efforts. I am extremely frustrated to be put in such a difficult situation. No matter what happens, Loy won't accept it and will protect it at all costs. Don't be so ridiculous, you guys are a bit too arrogant. I want to appeal. Since you definitely won't accept this ruling, Raphael is giving you a chance. We accept appeals through earnest pleas. If your plea is sincere and honest, it will reach the civil complaint chamber. Can I do that? Your system is pretty good too. The heavenly realm is a friendly place that always seeks to minimize the hardships faced by the mortal world. Loy immediately kneels and clasps his hands together, not wanting to waste any more time. I will do it now. Please try to sincerely and resolutely plead with all your heart. Lord, I need to borrow Eroa's power to protect the people I care about. I don't want to lose anyone else. Please answer the plea of this humble servant. Up in heaven, the celestial staff are also beginning their duties. All the people here have beautiful hearts, full of happiness. Oh, what a heartfelt plea. But after hearing that person's plea, his face immediately turned bored. They have to live so that they can enjoy life after retirement. Before the plea sank into the ground, he didn't hesitate and hung up immediately. No way. And after the plea, the response Lee received was a refusal. He immediately hurriedly asked why. The reason he has to do it is because it's not a lie. Whether it's earlier or now, Raphael's only request is to destroy Iroa. But Loy couldn't destroy this spiritual child and refused with a furious attitude. I can't do that. Life is not a dream. Even if you refuse, Raphael will still step in to handle it. Then suddenly he raised the Truyan Thuyet spear high, as if about to do something. I will do it for you. With his hot temper, he immediately grabbed it and charged toward the construction site. Raphael started to take a run-up and swung the truncheon forward at an incredible speed. Loy obviously couldn't accept this and watched him with a helpless scream. No, but no matter how desperately he begged, Raphael would not change his decision. A greenish light immediately appeared. As the beam of light rushes toward the structure to destroy it, Habiel Azrahan flies in and blocks it. The giant scepter is now charging at him at lightning speed. But he has never been afraid of any father and son, not even the angels of heaven, so he quickly drew his sword and blocked the attack. When the two super-destructive energies collided, the space itself seemed to tear apart. Loy is still affected by that syndrome, so this is like torture for him. Because of the Swordmaster syndrome, the sound of the clash is too intense. Habil Azrahan has been silent all along, but now he bravely stands up against Raphael for this place. I am Javier Asarin, a knight of the Frontera domain, an intruder in this land. You must leave now, or I will eliminate you. Habil Asarin, annoyed by the joke, stared at him with a murderous gaze. Raphael was also surprised to see that he was just a small human, yet dared to stand up against a god. While chaos is unfolding there, Solitas suddenly arrives here, unaware of why she hurriedly came to Frontera. What? Solitas realized how serious the situation was only after seeing what was happening in front of her. I came here because I sensed a ridiculous source of mana. There really is a fallen angel here. Mom already told me. Angels are beings that maintain order. If that person appears with a hammer, it means they intend to destroy something. I won't be able to get married. If that happens, I can chase him away by fighting the Great Master. For my own benefit, Solitas is willing to summon the monster within to prevent this. Even though she hadn't even made a move yet, Bacchus was already behind her, stopping her. Hey, stop what you're about to do, you'll get into trouble. Although he knew for sure this would happen, he chose not to intervene because it would disrupt the order. When the heavens, hell, and the dragon race clash intentionally, a holy war will erupt. If that happens, this planet will be doomed, and the situation will spiral out of their control. Bacchus, with the experience of someone who has been through it, also tries to advise Solitas. As long as it's just territorial intrusion or small-scale attacks, just turn a blind eye and keep this world stable. Even though he's been exerting himself so much, what she cares about is his identity. Who are you? You're afraid that those around you will be affected negatively, so you immediately run away and evacuate them. Everyone run away. Run as far as you can. Seeing Habil Asrahan overestimating himself, Raphael also warned beforehand. Great Master Javi Asrahan, if you refuse to drink the wine I offer and want to be punished, I will do my duty. But he also has his own ideals to protect, so he doesn't mind facing him. Perhaps we are both loyal to our duties, right? Without further words, Raphael swings his hammer at Habil Azrahan, sparking a clash between the two worlds. But with his agile body and flexible movements, he easily dodged the attack. Loy was now watching Habil Ahan closely, unable to help but worry for him. Javier really is impressive. He might win. Once you've thrown the spear, you have to go all in. At this point, he can only pour all his strength into the strike and swing it out. The spinning light above Raphael's head also ceases to be just a decoration, and instantly becomes a weapon. Both are evenly matched, neither willing to give way. When their strikes collide, a colossal burst of power is unleashed, and this created a terrible sound, like it was about to blow Lloyd Frontera's eardrums. Habil Azrahan knew that all their trust and hope were placed in him, so he couldn't let them down, and pushed all his strength into swinging his sword forward. Indeed, a master swordsman indeed. In the next moment, colorful beams of light shot from his sword towards Raphael. His rings of light also immediately counterattacked. All of their attacks were nothing more than a spectacular fireworks display. He doesn't dare to slack off for even a second and focuses all his attention on him, but Raphael still wants them to give up here. It's not too late. Stop and follow the rules of the heavenly realm. He said this with a very calm demeanor, but little did Raphael know that the next moment an earth-shattering event would occur. Javiet is here to help you. Cover your ears so the Loy family can't just stand by and do nothing. So this moment is when he truly breaks through and takes the spotlight in this fight. Although Lloyd's swordsmanship is limited, his skills are boundless. He then took a deep breath, filling his lungs, ready to counterattack. Raphael looked down from above, still not understanding what was happening. Habil Asrahan, following his words, covered his ears in advance, and then used all the breath he had to shout as loudly as he could, causing the heavens and earth to shake. But since it was his first attempt, something felt off. It seems Lai was the first to fall. He just self-destructed and sank into the ground, unable to handle the sound he created. Seeing Loy, who was still confident a moment ago, now collapse, he couldn't help but be stunned. Loy now looked like his soul had been drained, sitting there stiff and motionless. I don't want to hear that sound anymore. All sounds are amplified because of the Swordmaster syndrome. Hearing it now would be like a cow's moo multiplied several times. Habil Azrahan is also at a loss for words now, unable to hide his cluelessness. Having lived in the heavenly realm for so long, even Raphael finds this scene hard to understand. What was that? The sound earlier was like the scream of an ancient monster. But unexpectedly, while the old man was distracted, Habil Azrahan seized the opportunity and pressed his sword against his neck. Because he is an angel, the ring of light reacted automatically and counterattacked him. A moment ago, Raphael was careless, but now he raises his hammer to show Habil Asrahan what respect looks like. He's not someone to underestimate. No matter how fast his hammer strike is, It can't match his lightning-fast reflexes. After years of hard training, this is the moment for Habil Azrahan to shine as he charges forward at maximum speed. His speed now has reached the pinnacle of the universe. He fears that in just a moment he will break free from Earth and create a gap to attack through that light ring. But Raphael is not yet aware of Habil Azrahan's intention and is preparing to swing his hammer again at him. It's useless. The angel's halo is an absolute blessing. Raphael's hammer swings, and Habil Azrahan's sword clashes repeatedly, creating blinding flashes of light like thunderbolts. He is also very proud of his power, as long as he possesses a righteous and pure soul. The divine halo will protect me forever. The force from Raphael's giant scepter is so powerful that Habil Azrahan struggles to defend against each strike. But no matter how resilient humans are, they have their limits. Habil Azrahan was finally pushed away by the powerful blow of the giant scepter like a leaf in a storm. But he immediately realized that if he kept falling freely like this, he would hit the truth stone and lose everything. As he was pushed back, he strained to summon his wings and tried to regain control in midair. But Raphael didn't let him rest like a hunted beast. He immediately charged again, continuing the attack as if to end everything. Before Habil Azrahan could regain his composure, another powerful strike came straight at him, leaving no chance to defend. And then, the worst thing imaginable happened. Habil Azrahan fell freely to the ground like a fallen angel, his body smashing into the surface. A scream of pain burst from his mouth as the impact reverberated through every fiber of his body. Raphael then also descended near him, standing like a stone statue, his icy gaze fixed directly on the exhausted opponent. Habil Azrahan seemed to have exhausted all his energy, his body limp and collapsing into unconsciousness. He was extremely satisfied with this scene. "If you stop now, I will let you go. Just stay there, quietly." Thinking your opponent has completely fallen, Raphael slightly smirked, turned around and walked away without looking back. But he didn't know that it was just a trap. Habil Azrahan's eyes slowly opened, a resolute gaze shining through the darkness. He clenched his sword tightly and slowly got up amidst the rubble, preparing for his final counterattack. When he saw that he was awake, Raphael immediately turned around. "I told you to stay still." Who would have thought that Habil Azrahan would take a handful of dirt and directly throw it in his face? But the even more surprising thing is that Raphael forgot he's an angel and ended up cursing this dirty playing dog. Surprised yet, old man? He didn't need to lift a finger to make Raphael lose points. Swearing cost him 10 points. It really was just my own fault. A penalty has been applied to Kwanghuan's function. This time, Habil Azrahan is determined to hold onto his sword and go all out against him. "Oh, you cursed just now. Seems like you're not so innocent either." "What the hell is that?" "Is that Javi? Why does he look so cool today?" To prove his indomitable spirit, Habil Azrahan immediately swung a swift and sharp strike forward. Raphael's light ring at this moment also had to give in and could no longer protect him. It's true that Raphael can't do anything without the light ring. He immediately gets hit in the face with his sword. While Raphael was still trying to recover from the last blow, Habil Azrahan was about to strike again. It hurt so much. But luckily, he was still alert enough to dodge the previous strike, otherwise he would have gone straight to the heavens. Raphael quickly swung his sword down to retaliate against Habil Azrahan, but Suka told him he didn't hit. "Take this." After each intense second and minute, the situation now is a tie. Are they evenly matched now? Both of them truly have incredible endurance, still full of energy after all that fighting. But then Loy immediately dismissed his previous thoughts, no matter how much they had. His eyes quickly darted to Habil Azrahan, fighting with all his might. Then to Raphael, who refused to give up, his face twisted like a monkey eating a chili. He closes his eyes tightly to see if there's any way to turn the tide of the game while above. Both of them are fighting fiercely without seeing a way home. Habil Azrahan is delivering powerful blows at him. Raphael is eagerly dodging but showing no signs of tiring. Suddenly, in that tense moment, Loy unexpectedly shouted. Now he is slumped between the two of them, looking exhausted. "Please don't hurt my friend anymore." His face suddenly looked strangely pitiful. With tears welling up, Loy's latest antics remain a mystery, while Habil Azrahan just stands there, staring blankly at him. After uttering those heartfelt words, he fell back into silence. Teacher Loy proactively asked Din Qian, so he immediately inquired, "So you will destroy the Stone of Truth, right?" He then made a condition, "As long as you promise me one thing. If I do not build the Truth Stone to prevent the Fate Restoration phenomenon, all the beautiful and lovely residents more than anywhere else in the world will suffer and face many calamities. When I see you reveal all the hidden emotions inside, everyone starts to look towards you. I don't care what happens to myself, but please help them live happily." Loy's words moved everyone who heard them. "You can take my life if you want. No one expected him to sacrifice himself for everyone else, and tears from the depths of Loy's heart flowed like a stream, his inner torment finally spilling out. Hearing this, Rappel also didn't know what else to do, and stood silently for a long time. Although he really wanted to help him, he couldn't go against the law. "I'm sorry, there's no way I can help you with that." "I see. In that case, it seems negotiation is not an option." Suddenly, the system panel appeared around Lloyd Frontera all at once. If he were awarded the title of the Master Who Conquers Hearts of the Year, it would truly be well-deserved. "You have managed to win people's hearts and level up to RP to 96.71. You have received enough RP. Do you want to level up to a swordsman?" Seeing everyone's love for him, he couldn't hold back his emotions. But Loy is a person of sunshine and rain, so the next moment he suddenly smiles in a strange way. Seeing this, Raphael couldn't help but feel confused. That was just a draft earlier. Now Loy is truly revealing his true radiance. It's time for him to stand up and protect his efforts and those he loves. I believe the time has come for the hymn to be sung. Loy's entire body is now enveloped in a powerful blue light. Neither of them can take their eyes off him. Habil Azrahan never expected that Loy Vici from days gone by would now possess such incredible power. A swordsman? Facing his outburst, Raphael remained calm and advised him to suppress his worldly desires and not interfere in the affairs of the celestial realm. "But as you just saw, I possess the strength to fight alongside the great master next to you. A small, frail swordsman like you has no chance against me." Seeing him look down on me like that, I couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan's large wings spread open. A powerful beam of light then surrounded him, and he covered his ears, as if he was facing some trouble. While the outside faces 7749 calamities, Bis sits quietly in a corner, without any reaction. Seeing him so calm, BKIS has now completely escaped from Earth and moved to the moon. Meanwhile, on Earth, warm rays of sunshine have begun to shine down below, and birds are starting to sing joyful melodies. Colorful fish are happily swimming in the clear water as a majestic pair of wings spreads wide, ruling the sky from afar. The little fish happily jump and play under the dazzling sunlight, and at that very moment, the stage officially belongs to Lloyd Frontera. You're like an unwilling opera singer. As soon as you open your mouth, you hit a high note that makes the heavens shake. A giant wave of sound burst from his throat, so powerful it spun into a tornado and slammed into the truth stone. But the next moment, the sound suddenly turned and headed straight for the innocent villagers. In an instant, everyone was hit by such a sonic assault that they wanted to stick their fingers in their ears and wash out the noise. Their goodwill plummeted. Everyone had to hold their heads and cover their ears, staggering and screaming as if tortured by the ultimate sound, and their goodwill was gone. That terrifying sound wave wasn't just confined to the battle. It echoed through the forest like a haunting call. After the opera performance made the forest god shake his head, Loy still didn't stop and reached out, preparing for more. Raphael just stood there blankly, like he couldn't believe they were going all out like this. Meanwhile, the forest birds, usually loyal fans of the peaceful nature, all collapsed as if they had just watched a horror movie. Under the lake, the little fish also hurriedly played dead because they couldn't stand this accidental one. Who would have thought that Raphael would fall right into his trap and curse again? "Damn it, your mouth really gets you into trouble. This time he's been severely penalized. Since you cursed and lost 480 points, exceeding the maximum penalty of 300 points, what privileges will be taken away from you during the punishment?" Loy really has an IQ of 3,000 for coming up with this demand, and now he has nothing left to protect. Raphael has completely been left empty-handed. He still can't believe he was deceived to this extent. After a moment of dazed silence, Raphael looked up ahead, only to be met with Lloyd Frontera's fierce gaze and his imposing sword. But with him there, Habil Azrahan's presence was also indispensable. Feeling that the situation had turned around in the 89th minute, Raphael slowly took off his glasses. He agrees to back down to ensure his safety. "Gentlemen, let's reconcile." But it's not so easy to take what belongs to the outside world, so Loy slapped him across the face for daring to invade his territory. It seems Raphael's true hell is only just beginning. After taking a hit and wanting to see his future, he suddenly received a powerful blow from him. The two kept hitting Raphael one after another, making him look like a wind-up doll. A series of coordinated spear throws then took place, leaving Raphael so battered he couldn't find his way back to the heavenly realm. It's like your father has been waiting for this day for a long time, and he smiles with great satisfaction, determined not to let Raphael go without paying him back. It seems that today, Raphael's encounter with this pair of rivals was truly unlucky, and he completely lost consciousness. Everything was temporarily settled there, but since Raphael is still an angel, he was taken back to the mansion to recover. He opened his eyes, and at this moment, Raphael's entire body was covered in wounds with no unbandaged spot. He slowly opened his small eyes and looked around curiously, wondering where he was. Raphael must be so happy. Just opened his eyes and someone was already waiting beside him. Are you awake now? Although just a moment ago I was physically interacting with him, now he appears gentle. I was worried he would never wake up, and I stayed by his side caring for him all night. Given Loy's attitude towards me, Raphael couldn't help but wonder. I tried to destroy the truth stone, so why did you do that? You're not hiding anything, and you think simply because you're not a bad person. The only evil is the purpose. Our purposes are different. I don't think either of us is a sinner. Raphael then reflected on what he had just said. No one is a sinner? Is that so? But when he remembered their fierce, predatory looks, he thought differently. Suddenly, Javi Azarahan pushed the door open abruptly. Javi, why is it you? It seems he's still bitter about him and wants to settle the score no matter what. We have to kill him, let me go. He immediately stood up to stop him. Stop right there. That is an angel, you shouldn't do it again. It was hard enough to get Javi Azarahan out, but Loy immediately shut the door again. Truly hot-tempered. I really struggled to hold back his brutality. Back then, while you had already gone mad, he was trying to save everything. Die, you bastard, stop it. That's an angel, this is the real truth. But through Lloyd's lies, Raphael became a bit more moved and then surprisingly bowed his head before him. Thank you very much. You are a good person. It's nothing, everyone would do the same. Actually, all of this was part of his sneaky plan. Just as I thought, he's easily led astray, just like in the novels, Simple as Pie. Then Loy also asked about his situation. I heard you're being punished. What will happen to you during that time? He also told the truth. I lost all my angelic authority and cannot return to the heavens. I can only use this to communicate now. A smartphone? No, this is a smartphone, not a truly intelligent one. Both heaven and hell are named poorly now. Loy suddenly realized something and asked sadly, so does that mean once the punishment process is over, you will try to destroy the stone of truth again? But Raphael isn't sure about that either. It's a decision from the heavens, so I have to carry it out. For the benefit and order of the mortal realm, this is an unavoidable matter. However, Loy thinks completely differently. Is it really for the benefit of the mortal realm? Are you sure this isn't some kind of selfish violence imposed on the mortals who only follow your orders because they cannot resist? Because this was the first time someone had spoken these words to Raphael, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He crossed his arms and continued to delve deeply into his heart. Until now, you have always fulfilled your mission because it was necessary and right. But how do you think people like me and I will feel? Have you ever listened to us? Have you ever put yourself in our shoes? You said that the heavenly realm here is to help the mortal world avoid difficulties, but what will happen to those who face hardships that are doubled because of the decisions made by the heavenly realm? Raphael's eyes now also filled with sadness, as if he had come to understand this profound truth after everything. You're right. I have never listened to the voices of the lower world residents, so Loy suggested. Then we are already on my territory. Why don't you learn more about the mortal realm, he said, sounding very excited. Can I really do this? If you don't mind, others probably also feel uncomfortable staying here without a purpose. I really haven't thought this through. The next moment, Loy pulls out a stack of papers from inside his shirt. He held it out in front of him with a slightly pleading look and said, If you sign this contract and complete a few small requests of mine, I will warmly welcome you. Raphael had no doubt at all and directly picked up the pen to sign, and this was exactly part of his plan. Being good with this instrument, I can solve countless problems at once. If I can exploit you, I might be able to get the eye from the queen. The only way for Loy to stop the process of freezing my heart is this: to preserve himself. After some time recovering, Raphael was finally able to return to normal. One bright morning, while Byung was still excitedly turning the pond into a mini freezer, Raphael suddenly sprang up like a spring. His face radiated confidence as he said, Don't anyone stop me from succeeding? Without hesitation, he swiftly threw on his coat as if racing against an alarm clock. And, of course, he put on his legendary glasses with the style of someone who never forgets an accessory. Once everything was in place, Raphael's appearance began to shine as if he had just stepped out of a high-end perfume commercial. It's early in the morning and he's already jogging diligently, just like an inspiring figure from a fitness magazine, and what's remarkable is that Raphael isn't alone. The forest animals are happily running along, making it the most fun run of the year. Hello, Nitho and Sok. Today the sky is still clear, along with the cheerful chirping of sparrows. Surprisingly, the next moment, Raphael received an invitation to welcome the new day. How should I sing? I feel a bit shy, but I will respond to your song. After exercise, the glistening sweat on his neck is like stage lights under the morning sun. Unable to hide my excitement, Raphael sang and danced with passionate fans like performing outdoors. The farmers here are also somewhat healed. Listening to the angels singing every morning warms my heart. Why is his voice so special? All the eyes turned towards him have completely changed. Although he was initially an enemy, he is now a source of energy that strengthens me every morning. Lloyd singing like that is a relief. And now they keep comparing the divine voice to Lloyd Frontera's goose-like singing, and Lloyd is already satisfied with his partial singing ability. Master Lyd, you heard everything, didn't you? Please forgive us for what we just said. But honestly, hearing your voice a few days ago made us have nightmares. Because our hearts are being purified, we couldn't help but say these words. Flying Knight, I know you are very honest, so there's no need to defend yourself. Although you gave Raphael the chance to shine, now you are jealous of him. That Raphael guy really gets my blood boiling. Habil Asrahan can see right through him. It seems you're just jealous because everyone likes him. Angels are always better than a deep-dwelling demon from hell. The more I hear, the more it irks me, so I questioned him directly. Are you implying I come from hell? That angel, you know he attacked us, right? But what he's now focused on is the current Raphael, who has already melted everyone's hearts. Look, when you see Habil Asrahan defending him, I also feel a bit hurt. Traitor. Seeing Loy uncomfortable looking at him, he also wondered why he didn't kick him out if he hated him, because having Raphael here would benefit him. He has already signed the contract, which means he can be exploited. Raphael, there are 2 things you need to do for me. I suddenly remembered the negotiation between us that day. First, I want you to quickly inform me about the related plans of the heavenly realm. With this smartphone in hand, Raphael can tell you about the whole world. No problem, this phone can receive the earliest and most accurate information from the heavenly realm. I hope you will rely on this phone to live a better life. What you just said is, indeed, the words of an angel. Loy didn't stop there and continued to make requests, and the second request was that there were a few things I wanted to verify with you first. During your punishment, you still have the ability to prove you're an angel, right? Even though your privileges were taken away, overall, Raphael still exudes an angelic aura. Is this enough? Then it's convincing. But haven't you lost your authority? All the powers within my strength disappeared, but my appearance remains the same. If that's the case, then it's more than enough for Loy. Good. I need you to cooperate with me as much as possible on the plan I am about to reveal. Based on what I overheard from the celestial realm through Raphael, Loy Frontera also told Habil Asrahan that the celestial realm is having a meeting because of our firm stance. Of course, high-level meetings take a long time, so when there's a chance, we must ask about the truth of the stone immediately. Before the meeting ends, you can do whatever you want with the stone after asking. It will be finished in a few hours. Although he was very excited, he still maintained a calm demeanor. Suddenly, Habil Asrahan spoke up. It might be a bit random to say this now, but I think your singing voice is better. On the surface, he's praising Raphael. But it was only when there were just 2 of them that he revealed his true feelings. Loy was also surprised that in this tense moment, he could hear such words. That was just random. Do you realize what you just said? That really is Habil Asrahan's kind of music, very intense. He quickly explained that the sound was truly terrifying. It sounds like it carries the same damage as a disaster, like it's the scream or curse of a demon from the depths of hell, echoing back at the entire squad. You think you're a musician or something? Despite Loy Frontera's questioning, he kept going. That's why it feels like you're not really singing. Every time you finish singing, you feel ashamed and guilty. But despite all that, you still sing with all your might, regardless of whether you feel ashamed or not for the people. If there is a song that is honored as the most noble, I believe it belongs to you because what truly moved Habil Asrahan was your compassionate heart. Loy also couldn't believe that today he would say such profound and moving words, to the point that he stood there stunned, open-mouthed, unable to believe what he was hearing. You're crazy. But one thing Habil Asrahan cannot deny is that his singing voice sounds like a punch to the ear. But I still don't want to hear you sing. Just thinking about it makes my face show a reaction. This is really the kind of thing he would say. His face turned to him with a look of disdain. Although their feelings for each other are now very close, Loy still feels a bit shy. Luckily, he heard the last sentence, or I would have gotten goosebumps all over. But when Habil Asrahan praised him, he still felt truly happy inside. The clear water reflected their joyful faces at this moment. And so, a beautiful morning for Loy passed by filled with sweetness and joy, while a dove arrived at the Truth Stone after a long journey. It came here to deliver an extremely important item for them. Drop Kiara off. That white force immediately transformed into energy and descended below, landing right on the top of the Truth Stone. Then it became the soul of this stone, and finally a masterpiece of the era was born. The purest drops of water pour down below. Honda Truth Altroa has been completed. You have received 8,500 RP for completing the legendary achievement. Without waiting another second, Loy immediately ordered the water gate to open, and now the moment they had long awaited has finally arrived. The Frontier Project, the largest concrete dam in the history of the Larazor continent, has been completed. You received 1,500 RP. The clear jade-like waters began rushing violently into the dam, and then the Truth Stone immediately sank into the water. Inside, it now resembled a magnificent underwater palace. Loy then jumped into the water below, and the scene before his eyes now is real, not just an illusion. At last, what has been hidden from him for so long can be revealed. It's time to hear the answer. Loy reaches out and smiles eagerly as a blinding light suddenly appears before him, revealing the power of this place. The truth immediately welcomes you with joy. Hello, I only tell the truth, I am Iroha. The author of Bloodsteel Knight really made this stone clumsily. While Loy was still pondering, it continued. Do you have any questions? But it won't be free. Will you tell me one of your secrets? I find it a bit hard to understand given this unexpected condition. Huh? What's the surprise? It then revealed more clearly a secret that only you know in this world. As he was pondering, Habil Asrahan was also present here. My true identity probably can't be kept secret since Javier knows. Do I have any secrets? After using the bathroom and cleaning both sides, I roll the toilet paper as tightly and thickly as possible, then insert it into the known spot, turning it 5 times to the right and 5 times to the left. Repeat this process 3 times in total. Immediately afterward, a beam of light shines out from the top of the Truth Stone. Who would have thought that it would openly reveal that secret to everyone? A message from the Truth Stone after going to the bathroom and cleaning both sides. Roll the toilet paper as tightly as possible to make it thick and pointed, then stuff it into the place everyone knows about. Turn to the right and left 5 times on each side. Repeat this process 3 times in total. I didn't expect the Truth Stone to play like that, covering his mouth in surprise. How deep did he shove it? But he drilled into it even more, making Loy even more embarrassed. Forget about that. Isn't it better to just not know anything? And why did you come up here? So it turns out Habil Asrahan is here because he was worried about you. Because you said there would be a strong shock when the stone was activated, I was worried. You also can't understand his overthinking right now. Why is he acting so strange? No one is going to die, right? After some back and forth, the Truth Stone finally speaks. Ask me a question. And then Loy's greatest dilemma was revealed. I come from a different world. I have done many things and faced many people. I should have died or faced disaster, but the phenomenon of fate restoration keeps reversing everything I do. Tell me what I should do to stop it. Suddenly, the Truth Stone blazed brightly, illuminating the entire space. Suddenly, everything around him turns pitch black as a powerful vortex of energy erupts from above, and both of them seem to be engulfed in a sea of energy. This is a space where only you and I exist. Only you can hear the answer. The voice changed then. Loy was supposed to die, but he didn't. Instead, he took the main role that should have belonged to Javier Asrahan. This world is trying to kill Lin, restore the destiny, and give the main role back to Javier. However, due to the known system error called Loin, the world cannot determine who the main character is and is facing a very serious crisis. Fate is now in chaos in an attempt to return to the original storyline. Even if it costs everything to be destroyed, the story must be rewritten to end the chaos and calm the world's anger. To do that, we must decide whether the main character is Lloyd or Javier. The story will be reconstructed when one of them dies. It's over. When he heard the words that shattered the truth, Lloyd's heart felt like it had just broken into 100 pieces. When he suddenly collapsed, Habil Hassan showed concern. Young master, everything has suddenly turned into a tragedy. There is no other way. Suddenly he turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat, repeatedly shaking him to wake him up. Young master? Please breathe, young master. Loy couldn't believe that everything had turned into such a nightmare. I worked hard without rest, just hoping that one day things would get better. Seeing him in critical condition, Habil Asrahan went crazy with a heart burning like fire. Please, just breathe. Is it because of your heart? Is your heart not healthy? But he didn't realize that his heart had now been pierced by the words just spoken by the Truth Stone. Kim Soo-ho, hang on a little longer. Someday the sun will rise and shine again. In the meantime, Habil Asrahan is desperately crying out, hoping he can wake from this trance. Isn't your mana flow normal? Please wake up, young Master Loin. He tries to reach out his hand toward the light just in front of him, but it feels so far away at the horizon. Just a little more. He is now trying to channel mana into Lloyd Frontera, but the light keeps fading before his eyes, and once again, darkness of despair engulfs him. Lai's face now looked truly miserable, as if she had lost all hope for a bright future ahead. In this tense situation, like a stretched string, Habil Asrahan still refused to leave Lloyd, and remained by his side, trying to breathe life into him. Breathe, please breathe, but right now he is struggling with his own choice. Since I have 2 lives, what will happen? What if I lose 1 life first? So, this event would become the main character's rebirth. Countless questions flooded his mind. What if I go back to Seun then? So I no longer exist here, right? If you think positively, Loy is just returning to his real world, which doesn't mean death. His heart now seems to have died a little. It has lost some of its vitality and turned a dull gray. At this moment, with his life hanging by a thread, Mong couldn't keep his composure. What's going on? Why is the freezing process happening so quickly? He's a swordmaster. You should have been able to use mana to somehow prevent the freezing process, but suddenly this notification appeared, showing your condition. This is a mental disorder. Once the symptoms flare up, there's nothing you can do. Everything suddenly turns from calm to tragedy. It's true that the truth always makes people go crazy with pain. It seems that no matter how much effort I put in, the class can't change anyone's fate. I will repeat it one more time, even your closest friend, but right now you're not even sure if you can protect him. One of Lloyd or Javier must die. Now he is like a soulless person, staring blankly ahead, while the other remains completely still. Everything now has suddenly become a dilemma, dragging him and his loved ones into an endless cycle of tragedy. That is the only way. The icy dome that freezes time still remains intact to this day. At this moment, the white snow has begun to fall below, covering the cold flowers outside, while Loy is still struggling with pain both physically and mentally. He lies on his soft, warm bed, but not a moment of peace as he keeps tossing and turning in pain. After a while, Loy collapses onto the bed and begins to curse his fate. Hey, messenger, what is this? Did you bring me to this world just to suffer? Loy felt like everything was just mocking him. Impossible for this tragedy to happen. Who are you? Are you above the king of hell or the gods? Did you push us into this situation to mock us or just to make a joke out of us? I'm sorry, but you don't need to hear those empty words to get even more angry. You enjoy this, don't you? Are you trying to say that Kim Joo-ho is weak and will always have to endure hardships no matter where he is? That unfortunate people are doomed to face cruel fate wherever they go? Don't be so ridiculous. But no matter how much fate tries to throw cold water on him, he will never bow before it. Nothing can stop us. I will make everything I want come true. I am Lloyd Frontera. After reassuring himself, he continued to drift into a foggy sleep, as uncertain as his own uncertain future. Meanwhile, Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera also came to visit him. Is Loy still not better? Habil Asrahan, who has been standing outside for a long time, reported. Yes, it seems he has been overexerted from work for quite some time. She then expressed concern about the current situation and inquired about it. Have we found a way to stop all the ominous signs our territory has received? He quickly reassured them and said, of course there is a way. He is resting to regain strength to block it again. His gaze at that moment was a bit strange, as if he still wanted to know more. Habil Asrahan also did not avoid him and looked straight ahead. If that's the case, then they wouldn't bother Loy to rest anymore. All right, take good care of the boy. After visiting for a while, they gradually turned and left. He hasn't gone inside yet, so I was a bit worried about him. Then Habil Asrahan gently pushed the door open and stepped in. Young Master Lo, even though you're lying still and unresponsive, you know you're still awake. So I comfort you. I don't know what the Stone of Truth told you. I believe that you will always find the answer just like before. His eyes now are tinged with sadness, but deep inside, they still shine with faith and hope in Lloyd Frontera and Habil Asrahan, knowing that he cannot achieve the final goal with that cold heart, so he truly wishes for his quick recovery. But to do that, he still needs to stay alive first. Please wait a little longer. Although Habil Asrahan can't help you right now, he will do his best in the near future. I will wake you up once more. If before the sun was what pulled everyone out of the darkness, this time he will be my son. After finishing what he needed to say to him, Habil Asrahan turned and walked away. Can I accomplish everything I've planned? But now he no longer questions himself. He is determined to succeed. No, I can do this. I now know what the key is. With my full experience, he must have already come across many of those evil faces before. I have seen that look countless times. His eyes look ahead with fierce determination, as if he is the main character in his own story. I am Lloyd Frontera, and the next place Habil Asrahan will go to is Raphael's location. Oh right, I heard some new information that the Celestial Realm is considering summoning Loy, and what he wants to know exactly is the specific time when that will happen. Luckily, everything is still proceeding slower than he expected. Not yet. The high-level leaders' meeting will last a little longer. After hearing Raphael's response, he also fell into deep thought. Indeed, every time Habil Asrahan is silent, he's about to do something very shocking. He suddenly grabbed the lamp and didn't stop there, then hung the cross as well. The lamps that caught Habil Asrahan's eye were hurriedly gathered and placed in one spot. Seeing him suddenly set up all his tools, Raphael also wondered, "What are you doing?" And his response truly surprised others. Praying. It turns out that with his superhuman memory, he intended to use the prayer to reach the divine realm. You said we could send an appeal if our prayers are sincere and passionate, right? Habil Azrahan truly cares about Lloyd's safety and prays for him. Oh, mighty God above, there's no more time. Please summon me up there right now. Just do it, do it. Who would have thought that his plea would be an ear-splitting nuisance to the celestial staff? This guest is quite bothersome, but his sincere and passionate prayer makes it impossible for us to ignore. Wait a minute, isn't he the owner of the Truth Stone? There's no reason to summon him. But Habil Azrahan knows exactly what they're thinking and continues to terrorize them once more. Let me go up. I have the authority. Faced with his repeated actions, they had no choice but to admit defeat and marvel. He's under our celestial bed. This client is not only difficult but also clever. Sure enough, everything seems to fall into Habil Azrahan's hands. Unable to handle his stubbornness, they sent him straight to heaven. Just keep it simple. Who would have thought he would actually invite Raphael too? Am I really going? Seeing him hesitate, he immediately asked, "What's wrong? Does this teleportation magic not allow two people to go?" "Oh no, that's not it." Raphael didn't want to go back there because he was afraid of being scolded from above. "It's just that if I return to the celestial realm, I will be reprimanded for cursing." Honestly, I was a bit nervous. But whether he agrees or not, Habil Azrahan still carries him on his shoulder and heads out. Wait a minute, do I need to go? Javier, seeing Raphael struggling like a fish on a line, then showed a serious face and reminded him, "You signed the contract, didn't you? You said you would help us get the summer eye. If not now, then never, so this is the best time to act. Now we will immediately go and get the summer eye." Raphael has no chance to stay anymore because they have stepped into the teleportation portal, and one step takes them straight to the ninth cloud. In no time and at the speed of light, Habil Azrahan now appeared before the angel Gabriel, who lifted his glasses to get a clear look at the brave young man in front of him. "You are indeed daring. Javi, I know you are a human with noble character." But Habil Azrahan responded calmly, "You say I can't appeal to become a legend, so I don't have a noble character? You speak as if only centaurs can appeal." Both he and Loy often say things that hit the mark perfectly but tend to provoke the warning angels. What you just said is criticizing those who appeal. Since I am also an angel, I quickly calmed down and explained, "All right, Javier, I apologize. First, I think everyone is misunderstanding something, if they knew how dangerous the Truth Stone really is." But before the angel Gabriel could finish speaking, he cut in. "I agree that the Truth Stone is something that shouldn't be built, and the decision to destroy it by the celestial realm is understandable." He was a bit surprised to see Habil Azrahan suddenly change his attitude 180 degrees. "What's going on? Are you going to destroy it?" He quickly confirmed it. "But he won't do that without having something as a condition." "What is the condition?" He gets straight to the point without beating around the bush. "I have a question I want to ask first. Exactly when did you find out that we were building the Stone of Truth?" He also recalled and replied, "I think it was around the time of the Winter Heart incident. I received a report right after the construction was completed." Suddenly, Azrahan slammed the table so hard that he startled even himself. True to his nature, with just his words, he had put the angel Gabriel in a difficult position. "So why did you want us to destroy it after building it? Why didn't you just ban its construction from the start? Are you trying to surprise us or something? Do you enjoy making us hopeless?" Faced with his questioning, he also shrank back. "No, that's not it. We didn't think you could gather all the materials. I understand now." But Habil Azrahan still hasn't forgiven him and stares fiercely ahead. Let them do whatever they want. It won't get them anywhere. Only when everything is out of control will they step in. Even Gabriel the angel never expected that an ordinary person before him would be a war god. He could see the thoughts he had hidden deep inside his mind. At this moment, he was eagerly awaiting a response from him. "You must think that way, right? If Gabriel the angel wants to talk nonsense, there's nothing he can do about it. It must be true. As an angel, I am not allowed to lie." And so, with just a few words, Habil Azrahan shifted all the blame onto them, as a way to cover the opportunity costs we lost due to negligence on the part of the celestial realm. "I request that you delay destroying the Truth Stone until the phenomenon of fate restoration is halted." Gabriel the angel is so tense that he takes off his glasses. But this is a bit, in front of his dissatisfaction, he tries to push him into a corner. "Yeah, are you planning to deny my request? So you're saying it's the heavens' negligence that makes the mortal world suffer? Aren't the heavens always trying to help the mortal world overcome difficulties?" At this point, the angel Gabriel couldn't bear the pressure from him and had to agree. "Fine, fine. But remember to keep the situation under control until everything is over." When everything went according to his plan, Habil Azrahan returned to his friendly demeanor. "I sincerely thank you for your kindness." "You're kidding. I am the angel Gabriel. You can't deceive my eyes with the truth. Who would have thought that he could change his feelings 180 degrees like that? He's really grateful, so grateful that he's shining with an aura. There is no evil in his heart at all. I can't even find a flaw in what he's saying. He didn't stop there and continued to make demands. The second condition is to enlighten the Magentano royal family through Raphael and require them to give Lloyd the summer eye. At this moment, the angel Gabriel sprays on a hardening glue in disbelief. Unable to resist his demands any longer, he finally loses his patience. You're crossing the line now. We've just agreed on compensating you with more time. But Habil Azrahan denied it. What did he say? That is a safeguard for our opportunity costs. This time, it is the damage compensation request. After realizing I was caught up in the conflict with the celestial realm, I was so terrified I couldn't sleep for several nights. Please compensate for the pain my heart has endured. In front of his cleverness, he was left stunned and speechless. What did you say? He was just trying to blackmail us. His feelings keep swirling around him like a storm. He is even more evil than he looks. Truly terrifying. Wait a minute, is it true? Is he really suffering? His heart has truly endured a lot, so it seems I really have to compensate him. But what's with that face? I thought I was going to invite this guy to heaven to work after death, but he's more like someone from hell. At Loy's residence, he is still resting in his room for recovery, and when he sees someone waiting outside, he allows them to come in. So it was Emily visiting him. She gently pushed the door open with a worried look on her face. I'm sorry to disturb you, young master. I hope I haven't interrupted your rest. Seeing her arrive at this time, there must be something going on, so Loy immediately sat up. It's okay. What's the matter? Then she held out a letter in front of him. Here it is. I thought it was a letter from someone important, but it turns out to be an invitation from Emily. This is an invitation to my wedding. She then happily announced her upcoming joyful event. I'm about to marry her. This is a special invitation just for you, because I was able to meet him thanks to you. When I opened the card, sure enough, Emily had used bright colors to draw Lloyd Frontera. Although the invitation card is very cute, he still shows a gloomy and dark expression. But even so, to Emily and everyone, he is still the sunshine in their eyes. Thanks to you, our land has never been happier, and everyone is grateful to you. Seeing himself remembered so fondly, he reflected for a moment. Then Loy immediately smiled at Emily, for that was the honor he received. Thank you for saying that. Sorry, everyone. After a while, I was able to step out of the room. I will prepare a new blanket for you, so I will open the door. It's okay, please rest. I am fine. I want everyone to continue being happy. Before Emily leaves for good, he still turns his head back and smiles. Congratulations on your wedding. Loy is truly happy to now witness everyone living a life full of joy. But when the door to the room closed, he collapsed and kept blaming himself. I can't do anything for everyone anymore. This happiness is only temporary, and in the future they may once again live in prolonged suffering. One of Frontera or Javier Asrahan will die. Every time he thinks about that, his mind is only filled with a dull gray. Is death the answer? No way. The main character can't die. Lloyd's heart is still frozen, still consumed by a cold gray emptiness. Suddenly, a heart attack struck him again, making his face turn as green as a banana leaf and look like a lost soul. He immediately collapsed onto the cold ground, curling up in pain in a way only he could. And I am just a supporting character. Until this moment, I still haven't truly seen where I am, and everything remains vague. The atmosphere suddenly turns as cold as ice, as if everything is coming to an end here. If I don't die, while desperate thoughts are eroding Lloyd Frontera day by day, the system panel becomes his lifeline. It once reminded him of the reason why he needed to keep trying. Your dream has still not come true. You have to live. Once you're dead, there's nothing you can do anymore. After leaving a brief but motivating message for Lloyd Frontera, it then disappeared into the sky. The system panel now feels like a warm fire embracing his aching body. Although the situation is now filled with negativity and despair, at least Lloyd still has them. You are still embraced and protected in the arms of those you love, while the night covers every corner, and the monster KJ Titan once again stirs the calm waters. Countess CRMO now stands by the window with her hands behind her back, leisurely watching her little pets running free in the distance. They now dominate a vast sea area and are under her watchful eye. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an ominous change was beginning to unfold. The cross-shaped stones, which seemed destined for a peaceful night, suddenly became a sign of chaos. But in the next moment, it suddenly shattered by an invisible force. Seeing someone come to him uninvited, Samakan couldn't help but feel anger boil inside him. Which monster dares to attack my territory? His subordinate immediately reports. They seem to be imposters pretending to be God's sheep. They are indiscriminately attacking the palace and all related areas, making it very difficult to deal with all of them. But at this moment, the Magentano Empire is no exception. All living creatures are being attacked by the strange monsters. The hunters here can't explain this strange phenomenon either. Where did these enormous monsters come from? If the animals in the forest continue, they will all run away. The attendants quickly notice the abnormality and report to Alicia. A large number of monsters have appeared, including the Gigan Titan, the rebellion of the heretics from Asfan. She also couldn't understand why everything suddenly changed without warning. What's going on? Are all these strange events happening at once? It seems something really is wrong out there, which is why Habil Asrahan hurriedly rode out to see her. They didn't come to Magentano empty-handed, but brought along a huge bag of items. Before the official audience, she also informed Alicia in advance. Your Majesty, Queen's Guard, Lloyd Frontera, Javier Azrahan requests an audience. Is Javier here? No mistake, right? After entering inside, he immediately bowed and showed respect. God, Javier Azrahan, wishes to express his respect to our Queen. In response to his reverence, Alicia remained silent. Seeing him suddenly come here in this chaotic time, she also became a bit suspicious. Does Lord Azrahan have some kind of scheme? She probably just overreacted. Faced with that questioning, he looked at her with a confused, doe-like gaze. But it seems Alicia is also quite annoyed by his expression, her face scrunching up like a monkey eating chili, as they stare at each other in silence, neither understanding what the other truly wants. To break this tense atmosphere, she asked, "So what brings you here?" Turns out he came to ask for permission on a few matters. The god has come because there are many unused iron resources in the territory. He is curious if we can use them for anything and wants the Queen to consider their potential military applications. But at that moment, Alicia's mind was elsewhere. I was planning to find Lai and punish him for daring to lie about being married to me and the Queen. Suddenly, as she was lost in thought, a blinding beam of light shone directly into her face, and before she knew it, a melodious song had filled the entire space. What? Raphael's performance is only just beginning now. He gradually descends from above, his singing like honey pouring into the ear. A pair of pure white angel wings and a circle of light suddenly appear above his head. Raphael's angelic light energy also left the surrounding courtiers wide-eyed in amazement. Alicia then looked up, surprised to be visited by a guest from the heavenly realm. An angel, and the play that Habil Asrahan had prepared earlier has now gone on stage. Queen of the Magentano Kingdom, Lady Alicia. Alicia Termina Magentano. I am here to speak about her. I mean the divine order from heaven. Lady, you have mistaken the Queen. You must immediately hand over the samurai to Lloyd Frontera. After stumbling through his words for a while, he finally finished his sentence. Suddenly, as Raphael finished speaking, it seemed like something pulled him upward. Raphael's body then stretched out like spaghetti and was directly taken back to the heavenly realm, and in an instant, everything vanished as if nothing had happened. Alabaya is no stranger to his tricks. What's so suspicious about this? This must be a joke. Lowy is behind this. What does he think he's doing now? You can't hide your curiosity and then turn to Azrahan. Say, Javier Ahan, be honest with me. Is it because he doesn't know what just happened that his face is sweating so much? Could it be that Lord Asar isn't joking? Even the most sensitive courtiers are now urging her to prepare for the summer eye. But at that moment, there were also those who opposed it. That is our last weapon. I have now lost the winter heart. How can we give it away? That angel, I even hear him stammering. A fake full of wounds. Another argument breaks out. Can't you see his wing? His voice still echoes throughout the palace. If it's not an angel, then what is it? Even if it is an angel, this will still affect the peace of our kingdom. That angel is definitely lying about the heavenly will to undermine our kingdom. Haven't you read the Holy Scriptures? Angels do not lie. His calmness is because he has previously negotiated with the heavens. At first he refused Habil Asaren. Javier, are you asking the heavens to lie? To be honest, angels cannot lie. I cannot accept your request. He doesn't need them to say anything profound, just a simple sentence. I don't see any part of it as a lie. Wait a minute, what? Just tell them to hand it over without talking about the prosperity of the kingdom, or avoiding curses, or anything like that. So there's no need to lie when I haven't even said anything. It's hard to deny in response to his request. At this moment, no one in the Grand Hall is willing to back down, splitting into two factions, and Habil Azrahan waits silently for the outcome. Everything proceeds as planned. The last thing is to trust the Queen. He believes Alicia will make the wisest decision. With her keen and intelligent observation, she also senses that something is wrong here. Lord Asarin, I hope you will be honest with me, Alicia said frankly, without hiding her thoughts. The order from Heaven's main court is behind this, right? Who would have thought he wouldn't deny it and would confirm outright? Yes. Hearing this, she also let out a sigh, unable to understand his unpredictable temper, and responded immediately. Oh, why did you act so convincingly back then? With his extremely tactful way of handling the situation, Habil Asrahan explained, The reason I appeared surprised then was to make all your subordinates believe it was genuine. I know that cheap acting can't fool anyone when they see how he looks right now. I immediately thought of you and your flattery, which reminded me of that time. Luckily, you didn't stick your butt out. For someone with a noble soul like Habil Azrahan, that's simply impossible for him. I just can't lower myself to do such vulgar things. Alicia is no stranger and feels very empathetic towards him. That scene was really uncomfortable. After that, he didn't hide anything from her and was completely honest. Although this is Lord Lai's plan, that angel is not lying. It seems like that's how Father is. You don't doubt the identity of that person? Loi is capable of deceiving even the founding Saint Dragon of the kingdom. Alicia needs to truly understand their purpose before she can make a decision. Let's get to the main point. Why do you need the samurai? Suddenly, Habil Azrahan fell silent and said nothing. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly uttered a sentence that shocked her. Young Master Loi is slowly dying. Alicia was also unprepared for how serious everything had become, her eyes filled with panic. While early in the morning, Emily was standing outside Lloyd Frontera's door. Young Master, I brought you some food, but right now I just want to be alone and not see anyone. Oh, thank you. Just leave it outside for me. I need to clean the dishes and utensils from yesterday. No need. I will wash them thoroughly later. I'm a bit busy right now. Emily and Mabella Frontera look at each other with sad expressions because he doesn't want to see them. If you said so, Emily has no choice but to follow your words. Then I will leave the food outside the door. Please call me if you need anything. Thank you very much. And so they gently left breakfast outside Loi's door and left. Only when he heard their footsteps had disappeared did he dare to act. Loi slowly opened the door to see if they had really left. When he saw no one was outside, he finally dared to take the tray of food inside. And after finishing the meal, he would leave the empty tray in front of the door. But day after day, this pattern continued. Loi didn't touch the food at all and just left it scattered on the floor. The atmosphere was so heavy right now. He seemed to have fallen into hopeless despair, unable to even swallow food. Meanwhile, to save Lloyd Frontera, Habil Azrahan told her about his condition. Is the phenomenon of fate restoration real? He immediately confirmed it and even brought out some witnesses. Those are the words that the Dragon King Bach, also the son of the holy dragon who founded Tyrannus, said to us. All fate and destiny will return to their original state thanks to young Master Loi's power. Suddenly, Alicia remembered something. The attack by Giga Titan, the rebellion in Astrahan, Loi was the one who stopped them all. Will everything really return to its original state? A big question mark immediately appeared in her mind. Loi's body is probably exhausted from not eating or drinking, but his spirit is the most affected. Right now, how can his little ones stand by and watch him sit alone in such a cold, lonely corner? They immediately jumped onto him. Vodong felt heartbroken seeing Lai in this state. She could do nothing but hold him tightly in a warm embrace. Suddenly, the system panel appeared, and for some reason it displayed images of MBA Frontera and Acus Frontera. It seemed unwilling to let the system panel touch him and raised its hand to protect him with a determined expression. All three of them seemed to want to pull Loi out of this chaos, but he himself is the one who doesn't want to leave. Sorry, I'm a bit tired and can't take you for a walk, but Loi couldn't stand being terrorized by them anymore, so he had to accept it. All right, I'll let you out. But it seems like his beloved pets have some ulterior motive and are taking him upstairs. This is the upper floor of the only room here, and during that time I faintly heard the voice of Mabella Frontera. She's not only overthinking, but her health is also getting worse. This is the voice of the Countess. Even though I try my best to block this sense, I can still hear from this distance. And not only that, even Akos Frontera can see right through him. You figured it out too, right? Javi said he's just resting, but he's terrible at lying. She lifted her teacup and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's always been like that. He said that Loi changed because someone hit his head, but we all know that was just a lie to protect the person who took over Lin's body. It's true that old Ginger is spicier. Turns out they saw through his lies from the very beginning. When he stood outside and realized that the two of them had discovered everything but chose to remain silent, his eyes widened as if he couldn't believe this truth. Suddenly, Loi's chest tightened and an uncomfortable feeling of pressure overwhelmed him. The reason he let everything continue is because they saw he had no ill intentions. Javier's long journey was only to help him, which means that person is truly trying to help us. Mabella Akis also decided to turn a blind eye to this truth and let everything happen naturally because that person is definitely not a bad person. Just wait a little longer. Once he recovers and stops all the problems in our territory, I am sure he will tell us the truth. A small spark of hope lit up in her eyes. Akos Frontera also decided to trust him. Yes, I also believe that. After knowing that they had seen through everything for a long time but still didn't expose me, I felt extremely guilty and hurried back to my room. Loy has been afraid to move forward for so long, but from today on he won't just move ahead, he'll even run faster. If they trust me like that, I can't let them down anymore. I have to live. He reminded himself that he needed to live. Then he reached into the blanket, rummaged around, pulled out a loaf of bread and took a bite to satisfy his hunger, because first he had to fill his stomach before anything else. He is no longer lost in darkness but opens the window wide to let the sunlight in. He has started eating properly so he can hold his head high and tell them the truth. Loy has been immersed in guilt for so long, and now is the moment he will prove himself to them. Alicia Jeremani has also now grasped Lloyd Frontera's situation. I understand the situation now. Since I couldn't persuade the vassals with such a foolish story, you used the decree of the angel. I agree with what you are doing. The remaining issue is how to resolve the conflict between those who believe in the decree and those who do not. Habil Asrahan could only think of one solution right now. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, there is only one way to bring someone capable of solving this situation, and it's not hard for you to realize who he is referring to. And that person is gradually dying from the winter heart, and moreover, he has also lost all his strength to fight against it. It seems this time they can't help him, only give him more strength. Only Loy can stop the fate restoration phenomenon. We need to help him stand up on his own feet and stop all the changes happening inside the kingdom. What could go wrong? Alicia is the boss in this matter. She smiles with complete confidence, looks toward the sunrise ahead, and agrees to handle it. It's too easy. For me, forcing people to do things is my specialty. Habil Asrahan also smiled lightly, and they would work together to pull him out of the quagmire. Loy's problem is himself, so now he must find a way to fix it first. I need to deal with this despair first. The first step is what? Oh, stop isolating yourself, seek help, and accept it. Thanks to you guys for even the smallest things. Now all I can do is clean the room and take a shower. The next step is the one that makes me think the hardest. A plan. I need a plan. What is a plan here? First, I have to keep living. Only then can I fight against that damn fate. I need to take the samurai. I already have a plan to get it. But I keep thinking that method won't work. I need to overcome those thoughts, eliminate them, and take action, gradually finding ways to reassure myself better. Meanwhile, Dong Dong and Habil Asrahan returned to the mansion that very afternoon. Loy also noticed his return and looked out the window, quickly inviting him inside so the VIP guest wouldn't have to wait outside for long. Baron, you have an important guest. May I ask you to step outside for a moment? Who is it? But not only him, Mabella Frontera and Akos Frontera also went out to welcome this guest. A familiar red hair fluttering in the wind appears at the doorway, and that person is none other than Alicia. I only heard about your names before, and this is our first time meeting. I am engaged to your son, Lloyd Frontera. My name is Alicia. It turns out I'm still holding a grudge about him breaking his promise to me, so I came all the way here to talk to them. Both of them were suddenly taken aback by the visit from their future daughter-in-law, but immediately their faces darkened as they realized what it truly meant. Anyway, since the person in front of them has an extremely noble status, they immediately bowed down to her. She is the queen. There's no need for such formality. I will be your daughter-in-law. Do you agree, future husband? Looks like if Loy refuses this time, he'll be going to see the ancestors right away. When he saw a noble queen arrive and call himself future husband, Loy was momentarily confused and stood there blankly. But as soon as he understood the situation, his expression was even more amusing than his parents'. Because Alicia is an extremely noble queen, they couldn't let her stand outside, so they immediately invited her inside the mansion. When inside, she sat in the middle seat, while they sat on either side. However, because everything happened so suddenly, the atmosphere inevitably became awkward, and the person praying silently in their heart the most at this moment was Lloyd Frontera, who kept peeking at them without daring to say a word. Alicia, being a relaxed girl, lifted her cup and took a sip of tea before starting a conversation. After tasting this incredibly refreshing tea, she became very curious about it. This kind of black tea is really good. I wonder where the lordship's territory gets their tea leaves from. Madam, when Mabella Frontera was suddenly asked a question by her, she couldn't help but startle. Huh? That. Although she hadn't asked them anything yet, she showed a frightened expression and explained herself, saying, "No, we didn't steal anything." Seeing that, he quickly corrected her words, "Stay calm. If you answer like that, the queen will misunderstand." Surprised, old lady? Acus Frontera, yet the very next moment he admits his guilt in front of her, surprise. It was the thief god. Your Majesty, please execute the thief. Did Acus steal it? Seeing how tangled the situation has become, Loy is also flustered and all over the place. Both of you, calm down and let me tell you the whole story. As expected, Alicia is still very bitter about that and asked again seriously, so what's the whole story? Is it that thing you lied about marrying the queen? They seem to be taken from one surprise to another, glancing at their super fierce son and lying about marrying the queen. This story is truly beyond their imagination. Both of them immediately lost their souls and fainted from the shock. Loy can't let everything become a mess like this. He must explain everything to each side, step by step. Countess, please listen to me. Actually, I thought you would give a long-winded explanation to justify yourself, but you only confirmed with 4 words that I really talk too much. Better not to say anything at all. As soon as he finished speaking, they went back to the divine court for round 2. Now he was sweating profusely, his face soaked with sweat, trembling like a dried-out dog, and turning to him for help. What the hell are you thinking bringing the queen here? Hurry up and help him. But Habalan remained as cold as ever, staring at him for a moment before calmly turning away without saying a word or offering any help. Even the dog didn't betray him, yet Habil Azrahan left him alone in this chaos. Hey, save the master. After a moment of silence, Alicia immediately put down her teacup. Don't worry too much, I will tell you the truth. Due to the complicated situation, your son has been forced to possess the treasure of our kingdom. However, that treasure was given to the Magentano royal family by the holy dragon who founded Tyrannus. Everything is now brought to light. Tyus met Lloyd Frontera and asked him how he managed to possess the treasure despite not being a member of the royal family. Then he lied, claiming he was married, which meant he was considered a member of the royal family. But upon hearing about his unforgivable sins that heaven and earth cannot tolerate, they experienced a completely new feeling that truly transcended the universe, an amazement beyond words that left them stunned and speechless. This truth is even more shocking than the previous one. Alicia certainly has no intention of forgiving him over this matter. Because he deceived Saint Long, the founder, he must take responsibility for what he said. Agus Frontera, although not involved, is now sweating profusely, soaking his shirt. After all, the person sitting in front of him is still living under the title of his son, so he can't completely ignore that responsibility. The god doesn't think his death is enough to atone for his sins. At this moment, she also attentively listened to how he wanted to resolve the matter, but for that young man, only now did he dare to open his eyes wide and look at him. It is the god's precious son. Please punish me instead of him. I opened my eyes wide because I couldn't believe that even though he knew he was just a fake, he still stood up to protect me. Lloyd's face looked blankly ahead as if stunned. He had just been hit with a blow he couldn't believe he was hearing. What? Even though they knew about Lloyd Frontera's plot twist from Mars, they still defended him. Please, just take our lives to make up for what it has caused. What are you two talking about? You can't just let them stand up for you like that and rush to jump down. Wait, I'm not your son. What are you two doing? Lloyd quickly stepped in front of them and explained. It has nothing to do with them. I caused this. Step back. Parents should be responsible for what their children do, but... He sharply retorted, What are you talking about? It's not you. But just as he was about to reveal the truth, Alicia interrupted, You're full of energy, aren't you? I heard that you lost all your strength because of your heart condition, and she was a bit surprised to see you so healthy. And Loie truly did not disappoint her. But as I thought, there are things you need to do, and you will always keep moving forward until you reach your limit. The responsibility I'm talking about isn't worth risking your life for. It's just a test I'm giving you. Then suddenly time seemed to slow down. Alicia reached out her hand. Why not try getting married for real? Just as you once said, Lloyd stood there stunned like a lost soul in front of her proposal. Just a moment ago you were panicking because your family might be executed, and now you're just standing there clueless and confused. Lloyd's mind was still slow to catch up, and he didn't understand why she made that proposal, so, to snap him out of his daze, Alicia flicked his nose to bring him to his senses. This is no longer a request, but an order from the Queen. You will marry me, and you will work with me for the benefit of the kingdom by giving everything you have. It seems Loy has no idea what overestimating himself means, because in front of the Queen, he refused her. Refused? Okay. The calm conversation between them, as if nothing had happened, made the two elders secretly pray in their hearts. That was a quick answer, because I really don't want to. Why don't you want to? If the deal is good, take it. If it's bad, throw it away. Do you think working for him is easy? That's right. Seeing that she couldn't move Lloyd Frontera's icy heart, she also sighed and changed her approach. I'm also a bit hopeful. So because of that decisive lie, I want you to resolve the conflict between the two sides, one agreeing and the other disagreeing with the heavenly god's order to give the summer eye to someone. But he couldn't help but be surprised because he hadn't actually done anything. What? Did they get that from the decree? I didn't do anything, did I? But then he suddenly remembered Habil Azrahan's presence and looked over at him. He didn't admit directly that he had done it, only shrugged. Seeing Habal Asrahan try so hard because of me, I also started to feel guilty. I have been hopeless for so long because I couldn't find a way to handle it. I also blame myself for making him carry my personal problems as well. I should have been the one to find a solution. I should have come up with a solution at any cost, but then Loy remembered that they are comrades fighting side by side. You really are an idiot. This isn't something I can handle on my own. You are not alone. Your family and friends are always ready to support you, and this is a problem only we can handle. Because this is the mistake Loy must fix. I will not run away. Please don't worry. I, Loy, will put an end to what's left. Although he appeared confident on the outside, he still felt a bit worried inside. What if he couldn't find a solution? There's always a way to solve everything, just focus on finding it. I'll start with the summer eye first. I need to deal with the current risks. Just like before, starting a journey to rebuild everything, he looked back at them before leaving. And one of the reasons Loy kept trying was because of them. Protect my father and mother. I have considered them my true family for a long time. Loy smiles at them before leaving, promising he will return with achievements that make them proud. And then Alicia and Habil Azrahan will accompany him on this journey. Suddenly, when she looked back at them, they felt a bit guilty, but Alicia's next action left them stunned for 5 seconds. Anyway, she still respects them, and they bow with great reverence. Alicia knows they will meet again. You will meet the two of them again after your parents are gone. Seeing her change her way of addressing them, they couldn't help but feel confused. And now Lloyd and Habil Asrahan are riding on Dongdong's back, still worried about what is to come. What if the kingdom is cursed for defying the decree? If that happens, the angel has already warned us. The problem is that person didn't say anything. Do you want to see this country destroyed? Everyone in the palace is arguing fiercely about Loy Frontera. They've had enough. Eat up. Anything related to Loy is complicated. It has to be him. If he's here, we can handle this. As soon as Tao Thao is mentioned, he arrives. While they were arguing, he suddenly pushed the door open. Loy is here now to settle everything clearly with them. Who's looking for Dad? At this moment, the gentle dawn sunlight shines down on the palace where a large-scale meeting is about to take place, and the main subject of this meeting is none other than Lloyd Frontera. It was you who triggered all of this, so today everyone will debate whether to follow the order from the angel. To avoid keeping everyone waiting, a noble immediately stood up to speak. The urgent noble meeting will now begin. We will gather opinions to decide whether to follow the angel's order or not. Although it has just begun, he already saw a hand raised. I have an opinion. The 3 dukes opposing, please speak. I thought there would be an important contribution, but he only cares about a minor detail, and the content of the meeting lacks the summer eye. When he received this suggestion, he was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. But since someone had already made adjustments, this noble also quickly changed it to match his idea. Let's begin the urgent noble meeting. We will gather opinions regarding the summer eye and the angel's command and decide what to do next. But at that moment, Lawrence slammed his hand on the table in anger. The 2 old men are probably joking with me. Count Lauren from the allied faction agrees. Please raise your hand and speak. Finally, someone spoke up about the naming of this sloth. Count Lauren from the opposing faction agreed. Why are we wasting time on this trivial naming issue? We should be discussing the main matter. Although he himself said to focus on the main issue, he kept editing trivial names to be added to the grand noble emergency meeting, truly clueless about pleasing everyone. This time he's adjusting it again. From now on, why add the word great after the noble's emergency meeting? From now on, the great noble emergency meeting, whether it's a debate over the name or what, these old men keep nitpicking about it one after another. Don't they know what's going on right now? This is an emergency now. It has to be a great emergency to be the best. Neither side is willing to back down. They're already arguing with each other before anything even happens. What's so good about it? Does that mean this meeting is small? They really know nothing. Calling this a great meeting is just laughable. Stop beating around the bush. A truly great emergency feels completely different. And now the meeting room has fallen apart. These so-called officials here are no different from gossiping women at the market. I oppose the opposition just to oppose. I oppose that statement. I oppose the opposition. Everyone calm down. The real issue here is the name of the meeting, which doesn't include the summer eye, even though that's the main focus. How dare you insult the kingdom? Who the hell do you think you are to talk like that? Loy was just sitting there listening to those words to clear his mind. Oh, how the scent of this house is so enchanting. The more everyone here disagrees with each other, the easier it is for him to act. But it has to be like this to make it easier to manipulate them. Although the meeting still hadn't made much progress, just deciding on the names took until late at night. It seems he's now quite tired of these people. For the last time, he announced that the first urgent royal noble meeting would now begin. We will have time to discuss, consider carefully, and exchange opinions on whether to carry out the divine order issued by the angel. that we will bestow the treasure of the samurai kingdom upon our hero or not. And in the next moment, a fierce argument erupted. The divine command must be obeyed, no doubt about it. Come on, speak up. The stage belongs to Duke Tiso. Hey, old man, you're raising your voice, but not actually answering. It's true that loud voices always get heard, and the orders from the angel must be obeyed at all costs. After being provoked himself, he also raised his voice to argue back fiercely. This is the will of the heavens to give the summer eye to young Loy Frontera. Giving away the summer eye is like telling the enemy kingdom to come and conquer us. Was he bribed? We need to investigate everything thoroughly. Stop being superstitious, old man. How can we trust that Lloyd guy? Some people believe in Loy, but others do not stand on his side. Just assume the queen will give him the summer eye? What guarantees that Loy won't abuse it? You've been silent all this time, so now it's your turn to speak up and defend yourself. As a loyal attendant of the great queen, I will never let that happen. How can we trust that? But if the queen is forced to give me the summer eye, neighboring countries will look down on the kingdom of Magentano, and if they invade, war will break out. I can't accept that. Oh, what a great statement, young man. The meeting is over, brothers. Seeing that Loy has ended the meeting himself, the courtiers also don't want to stay any longer. All right, let's go home. What do we have for dinner tonight? Duck? Do you guys like eating duck? I thought everything had ended here, but you continued to speak with a pleading tone. However, if you disobey the orders of the heavenly spirit and the will of the kingdom, I cannot agree. What do you mean? They wanted to go back already, so they hurried you. Just say it clearly then. So you're going to accept it? It's a treasure, not a toy. Now speak properly. With his Hollywood-level acting, Loy immediately expressed his emotions. Oh, this heart is tormenting me. Whether you accept it or not, I still feel a lot of pain. If I don't accept it, I can't. Before his spectacular performance, the ministers were overwhelmed with emotion and started to clash. But in the midst of the difficulty, he came up with a solution that could satisfy everyone. I just came up with a really good idea. They also stopped and stared at Lo, waiting to see what he would say. At first, he realized that the risk of disobeying the heavenly god's command was still unknown. But the danger of losing the summer eye was all too clear. That will be the weakness of the kingdom's strength, so it turns out you're planning to invest your intellect in another top-tier thing. If the kingdom had a weapon comparable to the summer eye, then when I take the summer eye, the kingdom would face no danger at all. Everyone is still curious about what that weapon actually is. I thought you would say something profound, but it's just a natural formation. The Pantara mountain range is located southwest of the Magentano kingdom, a mountain range that stretches like a sword, impossible to cross on foot. To trade with the southern countries, we must pass through countless nations. The cost we have to pay when passing through those countries is enormous. To secure the trade route, we must bow to the smaller nations along the way. But what if Gialoy is planning to exploit this flaw, to invest in a worthy weapon? What if I told you that a direct trade route across the Pantara Mountains would be built? With all his experience, he immediately predicted the sweet rewards they would reap. Our kingdom will become the trading hub between the eastern and western nations. Even just tolls on the road generate unimaginable profits, but it seems people still don't quite trust him. This issue concerns the honor of the kingdom. What kind of merchant's thinking is that? But there's one problem. It seems like people aren't very fond of this idea. Managing the trade route will create a huge amount of work, and there will be many related budgets and businesses. But he had already planned for this. Of course, he wouldn't do it alone. Isn't this something the noble council should share the responsibility for? Everyone is now stunned, unable to believe Lai would go so far. The meeting finally concluded after hours with the outcome he hoped for, allowing Lloyd to open the trade route through the Pantara mountain range. If we succeed, we will allow you to take the summer eye, and of course, before this decision, I feel more excited than ever. How should I put this? You're not only skilled at tearing things down, building them up, but also talented in politics. These topics are just like a mental exercise game to Loy. Politics are not as difficult as people think. Every place we used to live still happens every day. We argue and fight, but once they find out how to make money like that, those guys will become good friends. After spending some time with him, Habilasran truly learned a lot about social knowledge. I understand now. Being the National Treasury Manager means holding that power. It all comes down to one word: money. In the end, what do honor or the destiny of the nation matter? Money comes first. Whether others exist or not doesn't matter. And this matter was quickly approved by Alicia. I have heard the opinions of the Noble Council. I approve and authorize the construction project. My subordinates are deeply grateful to the Queen. But before Loy's bold decision, she was a bit curious. I have two questions. Is it really possible to cross the Pantara mountain range? The previous generations had no method for that. The harsh climate makes building a bridge impossible, and digging tunnels causes them to collapse. Even if we build a proper road, walking through is impossible. That's the key point. All of this has been carefully planned by him because we will cross there by train. Use a narrow-gauge track system with switchbacks and turnouts. The United Kingdom discovered an ideal highland area for tea cultivation because they couldn't gather enough tea, and they used this system to cross the GHI mountain range. The train will run along a slope long enough to operate. Then the track will change direction, and we will go back in the opposite direction. Indeed, this time Alicia also has a more positive view of Lee Frontera. You always come up with strange methods for construction, so I believe you can also build this train. But will the train be built safely in places like the sharp mountain peaks? That issue is still beyond their capabilities for now, so we chose a different terrain. That's too difficult, so we're planning to choose the flattest area on the summit to build the track. Upon hearing this, she immediately responded, I understand. So the second question, about the cursed land on the mountain peak, how do you plan to get through it? She is sure that will be an obstacle for them, so she wants to ask him. But Loy only offers a calm smile. There's nothing he can't do. He will try to perfect it as best as he can, with wisdom and a plan. And finally, after settling everything, they followed Dong Dong to the mountain. While taking a break, I also have a few questions I want answered. Hey, do you know anything about the demon race? I only hear about them in old stories. I just know what people say. That's what I'm asking about. There used to be ancient demon clans and their descendants living at the top of the Pantara mountain range. Their land is surrounded by ice pillars and no one can enter. Their appearance is extremely terrifying, or maybe they are frightening because they eat people and do other things that normal stories usually tell. The things he just mentioned, I've looked into them too. I've read some similar information about them in books from this world. They aren't even mentioned in the Crimson Night, and suddenly, as they sit there, a powerful aura rushes toward them. In the midst of the blizzard, they will need to move their limbs a bit to warm up. So we're here already? That's obvious. A towering and powerful ice-breaking column instantly appears behind the mountain. It is the territory of the Crow Demon clan. Seeing that the road ahead looks tough to pass, Habil Asrahan hesitated and asked him, What is your plan? What else? With Lloyd Frontera's fearless nature, I have no intention of running from him. I will face him head-on and attack directly. As expected, you haven't changed at all. You're truly a bad person. If you didn't know their identities, Innova would find out right away. No matter what it is, challenging even angels, manipulating demons, who else but you? What do demons have to fear? Loy smiled with great satisfaction. Just as he was about to meet them after days of Thang staying cooped up in his room, Long Long didn't hesitate for a second. And Dong Dong immediately charged forward, unleashing a powerful icy aura from her body. A burst of brilliant light pouring out from her mouth. She charged straight into the fierce tornado, pitch black like an abyss. Finally, she completely subdued the chaotic space and boldly stepped right into it. Then Dong Dong, along with two companions, traversed the space and arrived in the land of the demon race. Lloyd immediately looked around and took in the scene. But it doesn't seem like this place matches my expectations. I thought the demon world would be really terrifying. But this place is quite beautiful. The golden fields in front of him made him reevaluate the scenery here. While floating in the air, Habil Azrahan also noticed the young demon lord over there. Below are Lyra and her younger brother. It seems their appearance has frightened the girl into silence. Lyra immediately burst into tears upon seeing a stranger step onto her land. They are humans, Mother. I'm so scared. Seeing that they were afraid of him, he tried to reassure them, but in reality, he was more threatening. Do these two people look very evil? Although they didn't come here to attack the demon race, Lyra and her brother misunderstood and started crying out of fear. Although Lai has good intentions, his face doesn't look very friendly. Just a moment, I only want to ask a few questions. But it seems that the more he talks, the more Lyra and her brother become frightened. Truly, Lloyd Frontera's fierce monster-like face is the reason they were so scared they ran away, even losing their shoes. Why did you run away and forget your shoes? While you're raging like a hungry tiger, Habil Azrahan standing beside you is like a saint. His face always looks very cold and expressionless, but Habil Azrahan is very Mangan in his sense of touch. He immediately sensed the danger approaching. Sure enough, a demon was charging at them with fierce intent. To ensure the safety of himself and Lloyd Frontera, he immediately drew his sword. With his swordsmanship skills, Habil Azrahan had no trouble blocking his opponent's recent attack. Just from a single collision, he could gauge the strength of that demon lord. What the hell? That's like an adult demon attacking head-on, matching the strength of a swordmaster. Although that demon race was just a simple farmer, he was surprisingly formidable. Facing his hostility, I quickly pressed my imposing body down onto the field. To prevent him from misunderstanding me and causing a war between the two clans, Loy immediately stepped down to explain. Sir Demon, I am not here to fight. But they didn't even bother to find out why he came and just grabbed their weapons and charged forward. Loy didn't have to lift a finger. because next to him was the swordmaster Habil Azrahan to help defend, and the demon from earlier didn't seem to have any intention of letting them go, continuing to attack with his claws. They didn't rush in recklessly, but one of them immediately introduced themselves. "We serve the Demon King and protect this land." And this entire formidable team, as impressive as it is the 8 guards of the Demon King. But after glancing at Swang Swang a bit, Loy felt something was off. Who would have thought he wasn't afraid of them, but actually waiting to criticize this formation arrangement? Isn't that a bit too many? Usually there are only 6, right? Like in superhero movies, the 2 guys behind got blocked by the ones in front. Although their aura was very heroic, their appearance still looked a bit rustic. The more people there are, the better we can protect this place. But that guy sounds so lame, and more importantly, why are those people all holding farming tools? But he doesn't seem interested in Loy at all and just walks away. Don't waste time. Leave here immediately. Humanity is so wicked that they find his appearance even more strange than theirs, yet he has a body like Samsung, so he's a bit dissatisfied. A demon with horns on his head calls me evil? Habil-san still maintains a calm and indifferent expression. I have many things to say, but I guess I'll leave it at that. Seeing that I've been beating around the bush long enough, I'll get straight to the point. Oh, forget it. I'm not here to fight the demon race. I have something to discuss. Let me meet your leader. 2 words. Innocent and pure. I've said enough. I haven't done anything, but they're already panicking and seeing me as an attacker. Coming here to talk but making our kids scared? I didn't do anything. Hey. Loy really wants to clear his name now. Hey kids, tell me, I didn't do anything. But the more he spoke, the louder the children cried. Turns out you really can't joke around with kids. The demon tribe, now faced with imminent danger, is determined not to spare him. That evil human, I will make him pay. Seeing that I haven't done anything and am still being scolded, now I will let them enjoy my voice echoing through the mountains. This is like a weapon to Loy. Unable to communicate properly with everyone, Javier and he could only resort to gestures and actions, and in the end, the demon clan members, after being hit on the head, lay scattered on the ground, unable to stand. Loy already told you, but you didn't listen, so I had to play the villain. That's why I said we should stay calm and talk. Lyra was very worried when she saw everyone lying unconscious. Ritos, wake up, please, Ritos. Nino, Savan, everyone, please wake up and get up. Please, wake up. Seeing her voice hoarse now, he also felt a little softened. Dun, please wake up, I beg you. The girl is crying uncontrollably, looking so pitiful. I promised to pick strawberries for you today. You're a liar, you lied to me. Lloyd Fiontera's eyes couldn't leave the tearful face of the girl right now. Although they only fainted briefly, Lyra now thought something was really wrong, and her crying grew louder. And with his kind heart, the scene in front of him made him cry too. Well, what should I do now? It seems the demon race is quite kind. Maybe they are not the bad guys. The real villain here all along has been that young master. It seems that even on the first meeting, Loy failed to make a good impression on Lyra. How could you do this to us, you evil human? Every time you see us, you beat us up, so we have to hide here. We can't even go outside. We've been hiding, so why do you come here to invade and disturb us? Why is that? Her questions make him pause and think for a moment. I think I understand now. It turns out these demons need waves to create wind. For some reason, they are afraid of humans, so they hide and live here. And those 4 great demon guardians and their fields. It seems they make a living through farming, so maybe their belief that they eat humans is just a misunderstanding. What you knew about them before has changed. Suddenly, a voice responded to your words as if that person had just read your mind. No misunderstanding. We do eat humans. The woman in front of him confirmed that her name was Anis and calmly introduced herself to Loy. I am Atanis, the 5th disciple and the supreme leader of the demons here. At this point, you are starting to have doubts. Does the demon lord she read my thoughts? Habil Azrahan. I think you're acting a bit too hastily this time. Young master, you should have been a bit more cautious. We still don't know what her abilities are. The woman in front seems mysterious, but she is definitely not ordinary. When Lyra saw Anis arrive, she looked like a savior she was begging for. Lord Demon King, these humans are very wicked. You must punish them. They have defeated all the demon guards. Although it's a bit late now, Loy still wants to explain. So this is like an excuse, or is it actually just an excuse? I thought Anis would get furious, but she just smiled warmly to reassure them. It's okay. Given Atanis's expression, I also find it very confusing. Turns out she's just comforting the children so they stop crying. That person only knocked out the demon guards without hurting them too much. These 2 really came here not to fight. It seems they just want to pass through our territory. Let's go to the Demon King's castle and talk. Anis realized their intentions and directly suggested it. Loy was also a bit surprised because she seemed much friendlier than the other demons. And soon after, they were invited to the Demon Lord's palace. Even though she sat right behind Anis, Loy still dared to think wildly. They really eat humans? Truly, demons are still demons. Even Javi feels tense, so conquering the human world shouldn't be that hard for her. Why are you all hiding so badly? Seeing your thoughtful expression, she quickly guessed and said, "Can you look over there for a moment?" Huh? Which side? What is that? That's terrifying. A statue of Kratos, our former demon king from thousands of years ago. Our demon race feeds on humans. If not humans, we even feed on our own kind. She then revealed a shocking truth. Our demon race lives on barren land and suffers from constant hunger, so we tried to invade the human world to feed on them. But the Demon King Ka stopped that and started farming. Since then, our descendants have lived off this cultivation. The area inside the ice barrier is larger than outside, but even so, food remains very scarce. Since Atanas can read Loy Frontera's mind, he can also read his intentions. The trade route you want to create, you're going to have to cross our territory, right? She regrets, but has to refuse this to you. If the ice barrier is removed, it could happen, but destroying the barrier would ruin our home, so we cannot grant you passage right now. But the more I think about it, the more something feels off. It's strange you said earlier that food here is scarce, right? If we find a larger area out there, the production will increase and the population will grow too. Isn't that better? Atanas is very smart and won't fall into Lloyd Frontera's trap. You don't need to try to lure me with that question. As I said, our ancestors really did eat humans. We are terrifying demons with appearances different from normal, and every human who encounters us is frightened and responds with violence. Even if we approach humanity with good intentions, conflicts will still happen. Every time she thinks about it, her heart skips a beat. Of course, under the orders of the Demon King Kratos, we are never allowed to attack humans, but we can't do anything about the fear humans feel when they think of us. That is the fruit of our past. We must accept the guilt of having eaten humanity, and our fate is to be imprisoned here within this barrier until the land is completely barren and nothing can be cultivated anymore. That cruel destiny inside the barrier. Atanas knows that they were at fault in the past, but now she still wants the demon race to be given a chance to atone. Please, let us out, oh hero from another world. You just confirmed and denied her words at the same time. Yes, I really come from another world, but I am not a hero. I am just a greedy person wanting to establish a trade route. Let me summarize to see if I got this right. If there's a way for demons to live safely outside, you will remove the barrier and abandon this land, right? Atanas will definitely ensure this with you. That's right. Loy was just now considering a plan that could allow the demons to go outside without causing a war when they meet humans, and a victorious smile appeared on his face. Then he turned to Atanas. Has she read my mind yet? With my infinite IQ, it's not hard for you to find a way to help both sides. Start packing your things. Everything has been resolved. It seems their negotiations are still going very smoothly. That's the hero's words. Only by trying can we see the results. Atanas will also support Loy with this. I understand. To verify whether the scenario you envision is real or not, we need to check it ourselves. However, since this matter is temporarily settled, I still have a question I want to ask her. So I immediately called out to apologize, but when the 8th Demon King Atanas saw him calling the wrong 5th, she corrected him, saying it was her fault. I was confused by the previous Demon King, so she didn't mind this mistake and calmed him down. It's okay. Having so many demons does make things a bit confusing. So the real issue Loy was concerned about is her ability to see the future. How far can King Atanas read thoughts? By this point, Atanas no longer hides anything, and honestly shares. It's not really reading thoughts, more like seeing the near future. I can see the next move of the target I am observing, so you can say that I have seen our conversation. Hero. She inherited this skill from her ancestors. Long ago, the Demon King Kas used this ability to observe the sky. Before this skill, Loy finds it somewhat useful. Predicting the movement of the sky to plan farming and weather forecasting? What kind of skill is that, mainly about planting and tending? But if I could also predict a person's future actions, suddenly Loy remembered something that might require her help. You want to know how far Atanas' ability can predict the future, so you asked if this forecast can predict the future that far ahead. But she still has many limitations in this ability. Unfortunately, it's not as powerful as you hoped. Then she also explains more about the average time needed to do this, which is the same amount of time spent observing without closing your eyes as the future you see. But for humans, just 5 minutes of observation allows me to foresee their actions for the next 24 hours. That's the maximum amount of time I can predict. Hearing this part, Loy couldn't wait any longer and hurried to ask, so what about accidents? Can you predict disasters that could lead to people's destruction? Despite his somewhat anxious and uneasy question, she still maintained a calm and composed expression. Atanas indeed can understand your intentions even if you haven't spoken them out loud. If you ask about the phenomenon of fate restoration, it can indeed help prevent short-term and isolated misfortunes. Suddenly, Loy felt like he saw a lifebuoy of hope in front of him. At least he could protect his loved ones from that phenomenon and take action to find a definitive solution. Atanas is willing to help you, protect your loved ones, but in return, you must help them. However, that only applies if the hero helps free our race. And the first step Loy needs to take to help them is to gain their trust. We can force on all the demons out. But many demons will not be able to avoid feeling uneasy, so we will choose a representative and prove to that person that outside the barrier there is a place where demons can live peacefully. This is easy for me. I am very confident I can do this perfectly. While Atanas took him to meet the representative, they also passed through a golden ripe field that looked very vibrant under the sunset. Unexpectedly, that person was Lyra, the girl who had been terrified of him from the very first moment. At this moment, the girl is hiding behind Atanas, trembling uncontrollably while Loy is trying to comfort her. "Hey kid, I was pretty scary earlier, wasn't I? I was in a bit of a hurry." Then he tried to comfort NGT to get her to come with him, but instead he showed that terrifying, indifferent face. "Hey kid, do you want to check out the new house with me?" And no matter how much Loy tries, Lyra is still terrified of him and screams loudly. "I won't go. I won't be the first." Habil Azrahan beside me can't compare to his expression. "Why do you keep teasing children like that? I'm so calculating. What have I done to deserve this?" You touched his head. Contrary to his terrified expression, he gently sat down beside the girl and said, "Do you want to explore the outside world with us? It's true that being handsome always gives an advantage." His sweet appearance made the girl stop crying. Loy Frotera stood nearby, unable to hide his jealousy as he glared at him with a piercing look. Then all three of them sat on Dong Dong's back and glided through the snowy sky. At this moment, the girl is sleeping soundly in Atanas' arms. The child's name is Lyra. It is especially afraid of humans, even the demon children. Meanwhile, she also asked casually if you've heard stories that sometimes demons appear in the human world, right? That's right, but there's no solid proof, so I think it's just rumors. But what shocked me to the core is that it's not just a rumor. The demon race can freely cross the barrier and wander outside. Lyra herself once sneaked out and visited the outside world. At that moment, she could only hide behind a tree and watch the humans happily eating in front of her. In her eyes, they seemed cheerful, innocent, and completely harmless. The adults say humans are very dangerous and shouldn't be seen, but they seem so kind that Lyra is starting to think maybe the adults are wrong. In the days that followed, the girl still sneaked into the outside world to secretly watch humans playing together. Suddenly, one of the boys was hit on the head with a stone. Seeing that scene, Lyra couldn't help but laugh. Although she didn't play with them directly, she shared their joy. On a freezing winter day with thick snow falling everywhere, the family she used to visit no longer had any food left, and Lyra, hiding behind a tree, looked sad as the smile on their faces had disappeared. Seeing that, Lyra decided to do something to help them, so she turned around and ran to the back. While the boys from that family carried firewood back home, Lyra was already standing in front of their door. The kind girl, worried they might be hungry, brought a basket full of fresh vegetables. Lyra hoped they would accept it and held out the basket with a happy smile. I thought her kindness would be met with thanks, but they were afraid of her. The demon is a demon human. At this moment, their previously noble image has completely vanished. Lyra stood frozen as if a knife had been stabbed into her heart. Even though she hadn't hurt anyone, they rushed into the house and slammed the door as if she were the villain. But just as Lyra was standing frozen, her father was about to attack her with an axe. Suddenly, Lyra turned around and looked at the man with a vacant stare. At that moment, he swung his axe down, but the girl narrowly escaped. Lyra, overwhelmed with fear, ran quickly through the white snow. "It's a demon. Don't let it escape." Although the girl had good intentions, humanity at that time was searching for her to destroy her. "Too fast, it's a monster. Don't let it escape. If it gets away, another demon will go after it. It runs over there." Everyone looked at Lyra as if she were a wicked demon. "What do you plan to do to my family? After all, Lyra is just a helpless child." The girl trembles uncontrollably when cornered. "Kill her. They say she eats people. Kill it, deal with it. Kill it." When she saw everyone wanting to kill her, the girl couldn't hide her fury. Because Lyra had been trampled on her kindness, she suddenly transformed into a monster and attacked them. Everyone was wide-eyed and filled with fear, but suddenly the teaching suddenly appeared in the girl's mind. Demon race must never forget the words of Demon King Kratos. No matter what happens, they must not attack humans. No matter what happens, instead of attacking them, Lyra transforms and runs away from this place. She is fleeing. Catch her, catch her. Even though Lyra spared them, they still refuse to let her go. Kill her. The innocent heart of the girl has been completely destroyed by humanity itself. Lyra kept running while crying, and after hearing her story, Loy couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. "I've heard enough. You can tell by looking at my face. I've never heard these stories before. Because what the girl had to go through was so terrible, he couldn't help but cry for her. But what's done is done, so there's no need to bring it up again. Those old-fashioned human stories can be thrown in the trash. After flying high for a while, they finally returned home to pay Loy Frontera. They have arrived at the Frontera territory. Everyone together entered the city, while Lyra still stayed close, not leaving. The girl is still haunted by that experience. A human village is just too terrifying. It's been a while since I last saw everyone, so Loy happily waves and greets. It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been lately? Lyra clung more tightly to her dress because she couldn't face everyone here. But everyone is friendlier than the girl thought. These days I've been dating Malika and my muscles are a bit too much, so I'll probably train less. At this moment, Lyra finally dared to lift her face and looked ahead in amazement. The Orsi tribe, after greeting them, then moved ahead to lead them inside. But Lyra couldn't help but be curious. Why would another demon walk through the human village? Atanas explained, that's not a demon. It's an orc. Is there anything different? Just as one top finishes, another one eagerly holds up a sign to welcome them. Are you planning to cause trouble? Is there any issue today with summoning the Demon King? Lyra was still not very used to it and a bit hesitant, but it didn't stop there as a dragon was flying across the sky above them. Damn it, I'm late for the dump run. Seeing how diverse this place is, the girl also asked, so you're the Demon King too? Henry, what's with your face? Does it look like a compliment or a pout? But Lloyd, hearing this, already had a sour face like a monkey eating chili. Do I have any particular features? When Lloyd's secret lover returned, everyone happily went to greet him. Young master, you're back. But he was immediately drawn to their handsome and sharp appearance. How come they look so well dressed? What? There's a wedding by the river today. I thought the young master came back just to leave. At this moment, I suddenly remembered the invitation Emily sent me before. Oh, right. Lyra still hasn't dared to talk to them. A human indeed. Meanwhile, the blonde guy had also noticed her presence. Lyra was afraid everything would happen the same as before and dared not look at them, just hiding behind Atanas. Then, in the next moment, he shifted his gaze elsewhere with a very serious expression. The target the blonde-haired guy is aiming at is Atanas. Then he furrowed his brows cautiously and asked about these horns. Are you two demons? Atanas also had nothing to hide and confirmed it. It was Lyra, fearing she would be beaten by the people ahead as before, who closed her eyes in fear. His expression was tense as a string, expecting a tense confrontation to erupt, but in the end, nothing happened. So he left without any conflict with the demon race. By the way, since you're arrogant, among the praying mantises there's one that looks like a terrible flower. What? I just lied. I didn't find the beginning. Then, Loy led them deeper into the village. Young master, you're back. The ceremony is about to start. Oh my, this old man is still busy carrying food. Contrary to Lyra's expectations, everyone here is very friendly. Oh, where does this adorable child come from? The Patara Credos Mountains. Hearing that, he also teased the girl a little. Oh my God, you're a descendant of the demon race? No wonder I almost freaked out just looking at you. The other kids here are also very happy to see Lyra with this new friend. It seems like he's around our age too. Sounds good. Hey, do you know how to play soccer? The young master taught us. It was really fun. But they got a bit too enthusiastic, which made Lyra a little uncomfortable and scared. A little red-haired girl ran over to him, holding a ball. Can we play with him, young master? He doesn't seem to be from around here, but he told the girl to ask Lyra. Ask me what to do. Just ask him directly. It seems like they really want to play with her and are asking Lyra if she will join, right? Answer me. We don't like wasting time. Since this is the first time Lyra has been invited to play by humans, she couldn't help feeling awkward. But I have horns and a very unusual skin color, too. It was her appearance that made her feel very insecure. After hearing this, the red-haired girl stood silently, her eyes fixed on Lyra. But the red-haired girl didn't care about Lyra's appearance. That's even more strange, isn't it? There are plenty of features like that around here, so stop messing around and tell me, are you in or not? Seeing that the girl in front of her doesn't care about appearances and is willing to play with her, Lyra also found it hard to believe, and looked up to see Anas's reaction. She also smiled gently, indicating that she could play with them. Anatis knew she couldn't hold her hand forever. Lyra also needs new relationships to heal her inner wounds. She let go of Lai's hand, and finally the girl was able to open her heart again and play happily with others without fear of being ostracized. Although everything seems to be okay for now, Loy Frontera is still quite worried. But even so, a demon is still a demon. I'm not entirely sure. But Anatis has complete trust in her people. No, I am certain. With her overwhelming power, just one shot from Lyra sent the ball soaring high and then crashing into the tower, destroying the roof. She really was telling the truth this time. This hero-built village is not haunted by prejudices or hatred that have plagued the world. Anatis was right. Despite Lyra causing a disaster by destroying the structure, the children around her did not blame her. Instead, they praised her. Amazing! You're our secret weapon. That horned girl is really strong. See? It's okay. The shining happiness in Lyra's eyes proved that everything she said was true. Suddenly, Anatis knelt down on one knee before him. She must have seen the potential in Lloyd Frontera and is relying on him. Please, lead our people. Who would have thought that Anatis would give up her title as Demon King and pass it on to him, the new Demon King, Lloyd Frontera? What? But just as he was still in shock, a surge of crimson aura suddenly emanated around Anatis. But that red aura quickly shifted to him. The special achievement officially succeeded Atanas V as the new Demon King. And now Lloyd officially receives a new title, awakening the power of the Demon King not as a skill granted by the system. In the very next moment, in front of everyone, he unleashes all his incredible strength. The authority of the Demon King is evident from the title he bears. At this moment, a pair of horns suddenly grew on his head, and he also gained 2 pairs of wings on his back. But Lloyd didn't understand what these decorations were for and asked, "What are these for?" "They help you look like a true Demon King." "Is that all?" "I guess so." While he was struggling with his new Demon King appearance, Habil Azrahan remained still with a calm face. To reassure Lloyd from feeling worried, he said, "Don't worry. You don't look much different from before." Everyone in the village was very surprised that he had taken on a new responsibility. Young Master Lloyd is now the Demon King. Wasn't that already the case before? It's strange. It's not much different. Seeing everyone have their own opinions about my appearance, I couldn't help but wonder. What kind of image did everyone have of me? Don't you know? That's even more surprising. Meanwhile, Lloyd is still reconsidering whether to give her this title. This Demon King Atanas, I don't think I'm suitable for this position. Even with 10 people like me, I couldn't defeat her. Atanas still held firm to his belief that authority comes not from strength, but from worthiness. The demon race obeys the Demon King's orders, even if those orders involve manual labor, and seeing this, he also smiled contentedly. All right. Then Tootsie's fine too, Lord of Demons. Soon after, under the congratulatory flowers from everyone, Emily and Kur's wedding took place. Lyra has now become more open and has gradually gotten used to everyone here. She also clapped enthusiastically to celebrate their wedding. While attending the wedding, Lloyd's appearance returned to normal. His swelling disappeared, thank goodness. In the moment when they held hands, a happy smile spread across Emily and Kuzer's faces. But Lloyd was the only one there who knew what was about to happen to them, as mentioned in the opening pages of the Blood Knight. Countess CRMO asked Javier what had happened to the fallen noble family's servants. Recalling those words always weighs heavily on his mood. Javier opens her heavy-lipped mouth about the fate of that girl, Emily, knowing that this moment of happiness may not last much longer. Because a tragedy is about to happen, they are sold into slavery, all of them becoming slaves. Because there are things that need to be done, they cannot stay here for long. Let's go, Javier, get it over with, yes. And the two of them continued riding the dragon back to the demon race after hearing Lyra's story about the Demon King Atanas. They quickly finished their preparations, and in the dungeon of the Demon King's castle there was an item called the Tear of the Embrace that created the barrier. That idiot's name still hasn't been clarified. Then, Atanas also returned and put his hand into its mouth. Outside, the heavy snowstorm continued to swirl, but the barrier remained unmoved. After observing Kaka, I confidently concluded that based on its design, this is definitely a product of the Dragon Clan. For sure. Lloyd also received a gift from her now. The warm hug is a gift for the Demon King, capable of creating cold air anywhere, at any time. As soon as he held it in his hand, he thought of 49 different scenarios in his mind and knew exactly where to use it. The snow was still falling heavily, creating an extremely cold and harsh atmosphere. After earning the trust of the demon race, he led them to Frontera. Listen to me. From now on, demon race, you will move to the human village in the Frontera territory. They will have to leave their old home for a better life, but at the same time, Lloyd will use their manpower to carry out his plan. But before resettling, you all need to stay here and build the trade route for a whole year. Everyone, including Atanas, stood silently in response to his request, but in the next moment she realized that she hadn't even used her foresight ability. He decided to seize this opportunity to push the construction progress to a climax. The demon race can adapt to hunger, so they can work even when food supplies are low, right? Even the weakest among them can fight like an elite soldier. Seeing a golden opportunity right in front of him, he decided to seize it immediately. I can't waste this manpower. Seeing her face start to sweat, the demon next to her also had an opinion. Lord Atanas V. This human really is warm and kind after all. But he quickly reminded himself that he is now the Demon King, Lord Atanas V, and so the railway that Loy had been planning for so long could now finally proceed. With a workforce of about 3,000 undead, the main trade route construction officially begins. I want to freeze time and start the construction immediately, but to build here for nearly a year, the prerequisite is to establish a village so that thousands of workers can live and rest for a year. Since time will be frozen, the food supply must be secured. At dawn, when everyone is gathered beneath the cliff, Loy steps forward in front of them. He looks ahead with a determined gaze and raises his hand high. Now that Loy has a new title, he can also freely transform his appearance. In the next instant, he raised his hand to his face and covered one eye. And in just a moment, his other eye transformed into that of a demon. And now their new Demon King officially makes his debut, with a pair of horns on his head and large wings protruding from his back. His appearance right now is truly majestic and heroic. Standing behind him are Anatis and Habil Azrahan. Although it's just a change in appearance, it significantly upgraded his look. I used to wonder what this form could do, but it looks really cool. I like it. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Young master, Habil Azrahan's face is now as red as a tomato, and Lo can't understand it either. Please don't do that anymore. You don't feel ashamed, but I do. Do you hate me that much? You're not a child anymore. You must really hate him to speak to your master like that. But contrary to his embarrassed expression, I still felt incredibly cool just now. But sorry, you would never understand. Only when transforming and shouting out the Demon King's title does it sound cool and powerful. But Habil Azrahan is not alone, as Anatis's face also flushes with embarrassment. It seems that the fifth Demon King Anatis also agrees with me. Oh, the community agrees with Javier? But no matter what people say, he remains steady as three-legged stool. But Min likes this style, and at this moment, Loy feels more energetic than ever, shouting with all his might to echo through the mountains and forests. Demon, listen to me. But something feels off. In response to his loud call, only a silent crowd remained. Seeing himself thrown a big lump of butter, Loy naturally wasn't pleased at all. Not going to answer? Don't you see the wings and horns? I am the Demon King. Although the demons aren't really interested in playing this game with you, they eventually responded to make you happy. Yes, sir. But seeing everyone's lack of enthusiasm, he turned to Anis to question him. The demon race doesn't learn to listen? At least you should acknowledge me. Seeing everyone like that, I got angry and snapped at everyone. I won't move houses for everyone anymore. But she also has to admit a harsh truth that demons are really hard to deal with. In ancient times, the strongest demon naturally became the Demon King. Power comes from legitimacy. That principle was established by King Kratos. That is the absolute rule of the demon race. Anatis can see the potential in Lloyd Frontra, but the demon beings down there still somewhat doubt his abilities. Of course, since I have acknowledged you, they will follow your orders as Lord Loy. However, deep down, they still lack respect. Because what he needs is their enthusiasm, Loy also begins to think of ways to boost their morale. If this continues, productivity will never improve. I need to make them see that my orders are justified. So it would take a lot of time then. Afterwards, he also planned to challenge a demon to a one-on-one fight to prove his strength. If I defeat the strongest among them, will they listen to me? But it's a bit difficult because unfortunately, according to the decree of the Demon King Kos, one-on-one duels between demons are all forbidden. However, if the match is approved by King Sidios, then it is allowed, and this is the only exception. Of course, to be recognized, the following standards are essential. Superior instincts, instant judgment ability, lightning-fast reflexes, and sharp vision. And to evaluate these aspects individually, there is also a special tournament dedicated to them. To be recognized, a person must excel in these areas. This is a one-on-one combat method among demon beings. It's called rock, paper, scissors. What do you think, old man? I thought this was something sophisticated, but it's just a childish game. Hearing this, Loy's face froze in disbelief that such a simple game could be highly valued by the demon race. Honestly, I don't really understand what they see in this game of luck and chance. Mom, isn't this just a Korean rock, paper, scissors game? Is it because the author of the novel Steel Blood Knight or that weird Kratos guy? But since this is how he can earn everyone's recognition, he didn't hesitate to go ahead. All right, if that convinces everyone to go along then. Once you've made your decision, step forward confidently and announce, "Listen up, everyone. I don't want to work with uncooperative people. I'm confident I can help everyone find joy in working with me. But that would take too much time, so now we will fight. If I win, everyone must join in, building with enthusiasm. To ensure they can cooperate seamlessly, he agrees to challenge one of them. Loy no longer hesitates and immediately issues a challenge. The strongest one, step forward. As he finished speaking, a foot slowly moved forward. And he is one of the 8 guardians. This demon seems very confident in his abilities and wears a very arrogant smile. I will respect the orders of the Demon King. Loy is determined not to back down and will go all out this time. As the two of them prepared to compete, other demons lined up side by side and shouted together, "Bwakeo bao, bwakeo bao," as they faced each other. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually lively, with the demons making noise and shouting, worried that Loy Frontara might be in danger, tears welling up in their eyes and anxiously watching over him. Please stop him. The Demon King is a good person, but since this is his decision, there's nothing they can do. This is a holy war. We are only allowed to watch. Lai is the hammer and sickle. Now both of them have moved closer together and started cracking their knuckles to prepare for this decisive duel. Habil Azrahan stood nearby, looking like a bewildered deer. So, what exactly is this match about? First, you need to understand the basic rules. Anatis then kindly helped him understand the rules of the game, with a clenched hand representing the hammer that can shake the entire continent. 2 fingers raised represent scissors that can cut the sky in half, while an open hand symbolizes a bag. Not that bag, forget it. Seeing that she didn't mention the bag, he wondered why the bag was being discriminated against. But Anatis's knowledge only goes this far. Lord Kaz taught me that, I don't know anything else. That's just basic knowledge about this game. Then she went deeper into the principles of the game. The hammer shatters the bag, while the bag can pierce through the hammer. If you understand the rules of this duel, it's very easy. When the command hammer, scissors, bag is shouted out, the 2 warriors choose 2 of the 3 weapons in their hands. Then, when the command is given and this is announced, they each throw out 1 weapon, then reveal the second. The winner is decided based on the combination of weapons. After listening for a while, Habil Azrahan also began to change his view of this game. At first it sounded like a child's game, but it is definitely a combat method to determine who is stronger in strength. Both warriors are at the swordmaster level, so since they are evenly matched, this will be a close duel. They cannot act carelessly or without thinking and must pay attention to every move they make. Just a slight movement of a muscle or a breath can predict the opponent's next move. Kim X asks if you have any tricks this time, and the referee for this match will be Anatis. Warriors, get ready. The one-on-one duel between Lai and the demon is about to begin. Now he's also in a ready stance. Hammer, pull the bag. The demon's hands are now hidden behind his back, just like his, preparing to strike. Although he's standing far away, he can see through every movement he makes. Wait a moment. The distraction of muscle strength just now was the weapon both of them quickly revealed. Are both sides choosing to pull? Then it can only be a tie or a loss. Seeing that, Habil Azrahan couldn't help but be surprised, thinking he had mistaken him. Has he forgotten the rules? Why is that? But for a cunning strategist like Loy, victory is the only option, not defeat. This guy really didn't disappoint. The demon was startled by his face. What's wrong with the Demon King's face? Lyra is now staring intently at their tense match, while the others also keep their eyes fixed without even a second to see who will truly be the winner. But it seems the outcome is already clear. The demon has both hands in the bag, while Loy has both hands on the scissors. And so, the 2 pulls will cut through the 2 covers. You are the one who wins today. Although he knew there was no way out at this point, he still kept provoking to the end. So now, which hand does he want to extend first? The space and time seem to freeze as the 2 stare at each other, but this is the end. The demon cannot resist any longer and collapses to the ground. Habil Azrahan seems well aware that he will definitely come up with some plan, so he remains calm and unbothered, but inside he's quietly assessing him. Scheming dirty tricks. Anatis now looks up to Loy with a look of great admiration. What is that legend about the one who wins before extending his hand, Loy? The demon will still do as he said because he lost and must obey Lloyd Frontera, the demon lord, in front of everyone. Now everyone has been convinced by him, so they all bow their heads before him. Then Loy's horns and wings also appear. So this is the proud demeanor of the victor, and now he has officially become the Demon King, revered by all. In the name of the true Demon King, from now on carve the base of the mountain range into steps. But Habil Azrahan still finds that cool attitude of yours irritating right now. I told you to stop that kind of thing. Immediately after, they mounted Dong Dong and returned to Lloyd Frontera's kingdom. On the way, he suddenly remembered the words the Queen had told him before. The Queen said that anything related to her would be restored to its original state. The fate restoration process is progressing faster in the final chapter. Because my actions have changed, the future will definitely change as well, and that change will affect Lloyd Frontera's loved ones. One of them is the corruption of the Queen, but so far there are no signs. Although the situation has improved now, in the near future they still won't escape tragedy, and everyone will once again be caught in a whirl of misfortune, including Julian, their parents, their family, and all the people in the territory. Until the residence system for this project is completed, I can't freeze time, and accidents could happen during that period. When I was drowning in despair, I thought there was no way to help everyone escape that tragic fate. But now he has turned the tide. And things are different. Because Lloyd Frontera has agreed to help the demons, Atanas will also support him with all his might. With her by his side, he could feel a bit more at ease now because I have a camera that can see the future. Atanas, the fifth, has the ability to predict the weather. After some time traveling, they returned to Lloyd Frontera's mansion. The two of them saw each other at Emily's wedding last time, right? This is Atanas, the previous fifth demon king. She is also meeting with Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera now. Why does her horn look so long? So, you're the demon king, you're truly beautiful. I thought demons would have a terrifying appearance. Thank you both. To be honest, what surprises me even more is that neither of you are surprised. He also didn't hide the current situation and immediately updated them. As I mentioned, the phenomenon of fate recovery is still ongoing. The countermeasures are still being studied, but if something happens before a solution is found, it's all over. And since Loy is worried, she entrusted the two of them to her. So Atanas V is here to regularly check on their fate. To ensure safety, Julian and Serat are also summoned to the domain, while the Queen will promptly inform about the progress of other events. They can't afford to delay any longer, so they immediately start. Now, let's get to work. And the first step of preparation and inspection is always the most important. First, we will send veteran engineers to the demon tribe to oversee the project. And among them, 2 people will accompany him directly. Sergeant Greg and Mr. Jdis will solve it with me. Loy wants to make full use of the manpower they have. Since there are many heavy tasks to do, we will also bring the ORC along. However, Queer is very enthusiastic about the assignments given to everyone. Oh, I want to go too, but since you arranged for the newlyweds to stay at home, I'll stay behind. Just stay at home and enjoy your honeymoon. The demons, after submitting to Loy, also started working very diligently. With their overwhelming strength, even these tasks are easy. The slave, the 8 guardian warriors of the Demon King at the Swordmaster level, will help us set up the terrain in half a day. Thanks to everyone's teamwork, their construction progress has significantly accelerated. Thanks to the abundance of monsters, building the house was easier, and it was even almost finished in less than a week. This is the true power of the demon race. Every time I see him like that, Habil Azrahan feels ashamed. Oh, come on, why bother transforming? It's so embarrassing. What's wrong with him? To ensure everything goes smoothly, Aloy also prepared the route very carefully. All right, the route has been planned. Tomorrow we will freeze time and start building the thick road. Annis is also doing very well in her duties while she's with them. Countess Noble Lady, I will check your fates today. I will observe the count without blinking for 5 minutes. Then she stood still like a statue, staring intently at them. The man and woman also remained motionless, afraid of disturbing her work. It seems that at this moment, Atanas has entered a state of absolute concentration. She didn't blink even once. But for some reason, in the next moment, she started trembling, and Anatas's mouth began to move as if about to say something. Auguste Frontera didn't understand what was happening, but also fell into intense tension, not knowing what she had seen that made her face grimace and tears stream down. He thought Anatas had seen something bad and held his breath in fear, but the next moment her face flushed red and she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, with that expression on both of them, I can tell something's wrong and they look as if they've seen a ghost. Who would have thought she actually saw a good future? The love between them is truly beautiful. Just a moment ago they were about to jump out of their skin, and now they are blushing and covering their faces shyly. And they just went out shyly in front of Julian and Serjat, who invited them in. Then the 3 of them sat down together, and she continued to watch over them. But Anatas's expression this time isn't much different from before. Oh my, their feelings are just as beautiful. Looks like today we have 2 shy couples. Julian and Serjat, hearing this, also cover their faces, blushing like ripe tomatoes. Things are going very smoothly on Loy's side. Everyone did a great job. Our temporary residence for a year is now complete. Everyone, regardless of race, worked together very well. We are all different like a big pond. Everyone's unity has made it happen. But still, we have worked together towards a common goal. A goal that makes everything better. Suddenly, he starts whispering to himself, which is a bit confusing for him as well. Of course. Except for the Alpha race. If they see us destroying nature, I guess there have been a few cases like that before. And now, the long-awaited moment has arrived. The project will officially begin from this point on. Everyone is ready to go. Then I had to leave first because I had something to do. Javiet will check the route for a bit, then freeze time. You stay here and handle the steel bars. Are you planning to go alone? Yeah, there's nothing there to worry about. Loy is confident going alone because he has a voice that makes everyone fall for him. I am a swordsman with a hellish singing voice. No one can touch me. Are those tiny monsters even strong enough to fight me? Under the endless white snow, Dong Dong is about to deliver the letter to him. Loy is very pleased with her enthusiastic attitude at work. Thank you, Long Long. Your delivery mission is complete. Join the construction process and head straight to the shelter. When you receive the letter from an artist, you can also feel a bit more at ease. The report from an artist, the fifth family of the Demon King, is safe for the next 24 hours. That's good enough. From now on, we will teach the people in the territory the farming techniques of the demon race. Everyone is kind, and no one has any prejudice against us. Through Long Long, I also heard from the 8 guardians of the Demon King that they are doing very well. The children, who have always wanted to explore the outside world since they were young, are now very happy. All happiness is thanks to you. Demon King, I hope that your majesty is also happy. After reading her letter, he also gazed into the distance with a faraway look. Unlocking the race, the remaining descendants have fulfilled their wishes. RP increases by 100. Loy's true happiness is found in bringing happiness to everyone. I am very happy right now. And then he immediately pointed to the sky. Hey, time freeze for Ta. Activating time freeze costs 3,000 RP. Current RP is 7171. And that familiar blue dome appears once again after the stonework. But Lloyd's heart was growing colder and colder, as if thousands of icy blades were piercing through it. The sky was now pitch black, and thick white snowflakes were falling heavily below. Despite the freezing weather, he couldn't hold on anymore and lay down on the cold snow. He had to leave quickly if he didn't want to put himself in danger. Its effect is faster than I thought. Manga is also feeling more and more conflicted. Sorry, Loy, I immediately comforted him. It's okay, buddy. You didn't know everything would turn out like this. Plus, thanks to you, I can freeze time. And I can also prevent the phenomenon of fate restoration. You're really lucky, so there's no need to feel guilty. You really are an optimistic lord. Even with the snowstorm about to swallow me, Loey still tries to get up. Even though it's a bit cold, how come there's a snowstorm now? Even though time is frozen, it's still this strong? I can't lift him up. My chest hurts too much. Javi, I need to call Javier if I can release a small amount of mana. But as he started to collapse and lose consciousness, he felt someone approaching him. Who could it be? Javi? Loy is convinced that it's him. That name is always you, isn't it? If it's Habil Azrahan, then I can rest assured and take a break. I suddenly hesitated for a moment. But this time it was different. The person who appeared here was Alicia, someone he hadn't expected. She also noticed that he was not doing well, so she quickly approached him. Despite the heavy snowfall, Bel and Habil Azrahan still diligently worked in their village. This bone-chilling cold makes Bo shiver and sneeze constantly. After a while, she also starts trembling to keep her body warm. After a while, Beo's condition had improved significantly. He was still standing beside her, watching over her. But Habil Azrahan felt that forcing Bel to work in this weather was truly cruel, so he allowed her to stop and go back to Bun. It seems that steel production in this weather is no longer feasible. It's like Bel has been waiting a long time to say this, and she immediately closes her eyes for a moment to rest. At this point, Habil Azrahan's feelings also tell him how Loy is doing. After the time dome appeared, Kim Suo's mana became unstable, probably because of his frozen heart. He is obviously very worried about his safety right now, and wants to run over immediately to see if he is safe. But what is this, ice dome? It was that very dome that became an obstacle for Habil Azrahan when he tried to leave. It seems I can't do it myself, so he asked for her help. I can't get out of here. At this moment, Habil Azrahan could only rely on Alicia, kneeling on one knee to report. Your Majesty, we are carrying out your orders. The young master has frozen time outside. She suddenly wondered, time? Is it because of Lo? Yes, he also couldn't hide it and had to reveal an undeniable truth. So, how do we get out of here? I humbly inform you that we are trapped. Where did you learn that line from? And how long will we be imprisoned? Until the project is completed in about a year. To reassure Alicia, he also added, don't worry. Time outside will not pass. Please see this opportunity as a short vacation. Given Loy's outrageous actions, she has no choice but to accept. How silly. Is he trying to become the Demon King or what? But just then, the demon beings beside Alicia exchanged glances for a few seconds, but neither side spoke to the other. While Habil Azrahan wanted to say more, she wondered about Lloyd's current location. Let me explain, Your Majesty. All right, I will ask Loy for the details later. Where is he now? Based on his guess, he must be collapsed somewhere by now. He went up the mountain to observe the route. The snowstorm has gotten stronger since earlier. Hearing that, Alicia decided to go out alone to meet him directly, so I will go see him myself. Based on his intuition, Habil Azrahan also guessed that their meeting had taken place after a while, with mana unstable beside a strong mana flow. The Queen must have found Zoe by now. Knowing that he has a guardian, he can now finally smile with relief, no longer needing to be a third wheel. While the snow outside was falling heavily, Loy had just woken up from a foggy dream, thinking he had been buried under the snow. but now he was inside a cave, wrapped in a warm fur coat. Loy also couldn't help but feel that he was truly blessed by the elders. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. A cave? Luckily, it seems like someone is here. At this moment, he also notices that his clothes have all been changed. Huh? What kind of outfit is this? Do we have something like this in the storage? This fur coat looks quite luxurious. But surprisingly, Old Man Lo thought it was him, and turned to the side and said as if it was obvious, "Hey, Javier, about the clothes." A surprising thing is that Aliso Germany gave him her fur coat, while she herself was only wearing a thin shirt. Loy was so stunned by the surreal scene before him that he stood there in silence. Fortunately, there was a cave nearby, so neither of them would have to endure this snowstorm in their thin clothes. Of course, as a man, he couldn't let her sleep in that outfit. He immediately returned the fur coat and wrapped it around her because Loy, having just owed Alicia a life-saving favor, no longer had the face to stay here. After owing the queen and feeling exhausted, Boo needed to quickly call Javier or Long Long, but before he could go far, he had to stop as his frozen heart started to ache painfully. At this moment, Loy truly couldn't move in this weather with a heart that hurt like this. Damn it, even moving gently hurts. While he was still struggling with himself, she woke up and said from behind, "It seems you're not in very good shape, are you? Come here. Alicia also doesn't want to see you get hurt, so she'll watch over you for now." It seems Loy was so embarrassed he didn't dare lift his head to look at her, bowing his head before the rightful ruler. Seeing him hesitate like that, she urged him on. "I don't want to hear that greeting twice a day. Come here." But Loy's movement was as slow as a turtle, truly testing Alicia's patience. After she urged him one last time, he finally sped up. Then suddenly she, unsure of what she intended to do, lowered one leg. Alicia then patted her thigh and asked him to lie down here. Faced with her request, he was momentarily stunned for 5 seconds and froze in place. Instead of lying towards her, you turned the other way around. Are you joking with me? What? You told me to lie down, so I thought you didn't hear clearly, so I pointed and clearly said each word in the next moment. Lie here. Put your head here and lie down. I don't know if he can't hear or is deliberately ignoring, but every time he just freezes completely and doesn't move. It seems like Lloyd's brain hasn't caught up yet because he just keeps asking questions and then freezes. Seeing that he couldn't understand her human speech, Alicia snapped and grabbed his head, then directly placed it on her lap. This truly is a forced act that will go down in history, but Alicia has no ill intentions towards him. She gently places her hand on his chest and then transfers her mana to Lloyd from Terra. Because she knew his mana was running low, Lloyd could now also feel the abundant flow of mana coursing through his body. Is the Queen's mana flowing through her body? To exchange mana like this, she must know the core technique of Astrahan. No need to ask him, and then Alicia took the initiative to share on her own. I learned this during sparring with Lord Astrahan. Even with the same amount of mana, you and Lord Javier can both amplify your energy, but the key is to know how to absorb and utilize external mana. At this point, Loy also secretly admired her spirit of learning. Did she learn the core technique of Astrahan on her own? The Queen truly is on a different level. The other types of mana just aren't suitable for him. Javier's mana doesn't allow me to absorb it. The other mana streams are too weak to be of any help. After a while, Alicia also asked about his condition. How are you? Feeling a bit better now? All right then. Seeing that she had helped Loy, she was extremely happy and felt so relieved. Faced with Alicia's calm and sweet expression, he was a little moved. Since she had finished treating Loy, he had no reason to stay lying down, so he rolled forward. But before he could roll away, she hit him right in the face and pulled him back onto her lap, despite his struggles and unwillingness. Stay still. Today Alicia wants Loy to rest and recover properly. You are the one who told me that sometimes I need to rest too, but because I was lying on her lap, I feel this embarrassment and I am not comfortable at all, extremely uncomfortable. While Alicia German continued to transfer mana to him, he was curious about why she had come all this way. The Queen simply responded briefly without any hesitation. Because I want to meet someone who doesn't realize whether he's doing it on purpose or by accident, and yet doesn't see her feelings. Could it be that Loy has failed in his duty? There is no problem with the project at all. Although the snowstorm is a bit stronger now, when she saw Lo avoiding her, she asked directly, "Do you really not understand why?" Or deliberately refuse to understand? Faced with Alicia's questioning, he pretended to be a naive deer, clueless. She highly appreciates his quick wit but doesn't understand why he doesn't recognize her gestures of care. You're intelligent, quick to grasp things, and very capable. But when a girl comes before you to propose, you fail to understand her true feelings. As she spoke, Loy wondered to himself, proposal? Who is proposing to me? Since when? Suddenly, he remembered the moment when she was at his mansion. Will you marry me? Loy's face immediately darkened. You really thought she was just joking. Don't tell me you were serious about that. Aren't you just trying to use your position as the queen's wife to make me work for free until I die? Yes, that's definitely it. There's no other reason. Suddenly, rocks and debris from above started pouring down on them, and for some reason, everything kept coming at them one after another. Is this an earthquake now? But Loy doesn't think this is simple. At this point, I understand roughly that the snowstorm is getting worse. The earthquake just happened, yet I can still feel the demon moving. Someone is definitely up to something. This can't be just a coincidence. A suspicion immediately arose in him. If someone truly meddled in this, Loy couldn't help but find it ridiculous. They dare to cause me a loss? At this moment, Alicia also looked at him with a very proud expression. He immediately realized that this was caused by someone interfering. Truly, a king recognized by me. Loy is determined not to let those who wasted his time go unpunished. I will make them pay for the time lost building my father's legacy tenfold. A few seconds ago, I thought well of him, but now she's completely turned away. I wish only her expression would change, not her words. Outside, the snow continues to fall heavily, covering the mountains in white without any sign of stopping. Suddenly, a freezing vortex appeared in the sky. It turned out that it was not an ordinary whirlpool, but a living entity. My name is Pandarasa. An old man with a pure white beard and a crown on his head appears. I am the spirit king of the Pantara Mountains. He has been residing here as a companion to the white snow for a very long time. An ancient being has lived in these mountains for thousands of years. To protect this land, I created a harsh environment that humans cannot endure. A memory suddenly flashes in Pantarasa's mind like a slow-motion film from long ago when a group of demon folk arrived here. I didn't pay much attention to them, but what he didn't expect was that they were hiding right here. Then that dragon race created a small space enclosed by a barrier of ice for the monsters to live inside. If everything had stopped there, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. However, this time it was different. The appearance of Lloyd and Habil Azrahan drew his attention. That guy pulled all the demon folk out of their space and even brought his allies here. If they do nothing, Pandarasa won't be a problem. But because they have interfered here. Javi, that place is too steep. Level it for me. He didn't hesitate and immediately followed his command. With a single powerful swing of Habil Azrahan's sword, the entire area was leveled as if nothing had happened. But they didn't stop there. They even blew up part of the mountain. Loy and Habil Azrahan stood watching the billowing flames in front of them with satisfied smiles. As for Pandarasa, when he saw the mountain he had protected for so long being invaded, he couldn't help but be furious. What are these two fools up to? In his eyes, they are no different from villains destroying this mountain, leveling it and cutting down every tree. In Pantarasa's story, they are the villains who threaten his safety. Those human-faced demons, they dare to trample on my territory. To avenge his beloved mountain, he lurked before they could leave. It seems the snowstorm has grown stronger since then. I'll go meet him myself. Jun, split up and find Loy for me. While they were searching for him, Pandarasa was determined to stop the evil ones at all costs and drive them away. And Loy was completely right that the snowstorm didn't happen by chance. It was all manipulated by him, blowing fiercely, oh snowstorm. Those snowstorms are what slowed down their construction progress. What kind of snowstorm is this? Everyone stop construction and hurry up. We can't let the snow pile up like this, but Pandarasa relies on being a god who can summon rain and wind, so he just goes on recklessly. You're useless, weaklings. You won't be able to survive this cold. Surely he didn't expect them to take advantage of the snow to make snowmen and have fun. And when he saw that his efforts to make everyone give up in frustration were backfiring because they were actually enduring it well, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Are they really enjoying it? They don't see the cold snow as an obstacle but as a test of endurance, and training in the cold is the most fun. They don't seem to fear the snow or this freezing cold weather and are instead getting used to it. Don't demon folk know how to stay silent? Not at all. The demon race is afraid of freezing to death. We have to evolve, right? Isn't that a sad thing? Isn't it true that every story is like this? Pantarasa is not only annoyed, but also jealous of them. If orcs and demons are fine, then so be it. But even the inferior humans possess mana. Seeing that this method is ineffective against them, he quickly switches to another plan. Chasing them all away at once won't be easy. So then, if you're going to strike, you might as well take down the mastermind. And so, the target he was aiming for was none other than Lloyd Frontera. Just a moment earlier, Pandarasa also detected his location. Are you hiding in the cave? I think this is the perfect moment to get back at you, so I'll do it right now and make it pointless. And that moment was when he caused the earthquake to wipe them out, but also revealed that someone behind the scenes was involved in all of this. After a while inside the cave, Lloyd Frontera stepped out holding the hot item in his hand with Alicia. Both sides were now truly facing each other. He already intends to send you to your ancestors. The mastermind has appeared, now perish by my wind blades. The snow no longer feels soft and smooth, but suddenly moves at high speed, forming sharp whirlwinds like blades. Faced with the formidable power of the snowstorm before them, they boldly guessed that creating such a massive snowstorm, that person must not be a mage nor a dragon. If they wanted to attack, they wouldn't be using such cheap tricks. Her eyes started narrowing as she questioned. A faint presence capable of hiding even mana, controlling natural phenomena like snowstorms and earthquakes. I wonder who Lai has figured out at this moment, and she wears a triumphant smile. With full experience, he now knows exactly who is behind all this. Who else but the spirit? Even though his identity has been exposed, Pandarasa isn't afraid of any of those guys. Impressive. But I guess now you've realized there's no way to fight against me. He couldn't help but feel confident in his miraculous power that could surpass all other ordinary abilities. Physical strength means nothing, magic doesn't matter. What can you do, Spirit King Pandarasa? But he underestimated his opponent. In the next second, Lloyd used his undefeated singing voice to confront him. And sure enough, every time he sings, all his opponents have to cover their ears in pain, and Pandarasa is no exception. Even Alicia covers her ears with a pale face and no blood left. Neither of them could withstand Lloyd Frontera's hellish echo. To them, it was nothing short of torture. When her people are trembling like leaves, that's when he stops singing, revealing how tough her endurance really is. Alicia can stand firm, but Pandarasa is less fortunate. When Lloyd finally discovers what has been blocking him all this time, he can't help but feel pleased. Is that you? The one who has been blocking my work. Just now, Pandarasa was so confident, but now he's in such a pathetic state. What kind of magic did you just cast, you bastard? I am made of magic myself, so I shouldn't be affected by any attack. But he didn't expect that I would be facing someone with a super powerful attack style. That's not even an attack, just a light song. That bastard is annoying. Since Pandarasa is the guardian, I still want to talk to him properly. Why are you interfering in my affairs? Is something wrong? Are you asking because you really don't know? Pandarasa then unleashed all the suppressed anger he had been hiding all this time to vent his frustration. Humans always destroy nature, and I won't let you destroy this mountain. Suddenly, Lawyer raised his shovel high and struck a devastating blow at Pandarasa. But with his agile body, he could dodge that attack of yours as easily as eating a cake. After a moment, Pandarasa was fully recovered, and he continued to smile with delight. Mana, you're strong, but you can't do anything to me. It just feels like scratching an itch. Seeing him wait and mock me like that, Lloyd took a deep breath. As expected, his incredible singing voice makes everyone fear him. Banter now turns 180 degrees to beg. Please, sir, don't sing. I beg you not to sing. Even Alicia, your ally, is about to physically attack you just because you dared to open your mouth. Don't open your mouth. At least think about the people around you. If you make that sound from the depths of hell again, I will never look at you in the face. When Alicia shouted at him just because he was trying to stop the enemy, he was also momentarily stunned. It seems Loy feels very hurt and starts to tear up. Indeed, tears are humanity's most powerful weapon. When she saw him crying, she immediately explained, "Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean it. Not that way at all." But why is that? Pandarasa, who is hot-tempered like glue, doesn't want to see them stay here any longer and intends to end it right away. The game ends here. Suddenly, the mountains burst with a bright blue aura. All that energy quickly gathers around Pandarasa, as if he's gathering his strength to become even more powerful. There are only the two of them facing a power about to break through like him, so this will be a tough challenge for them. I am this mountain range. The mountain range is me. I do not want violence. But Pandarasa now stands like a towering mountain, making the two of them suddenly feel very small. Although he only wants to live in peace, he also needs to protect his mountain. I have no other choice, but now Loy looks at him with a serious expression. Hey, old man, I surrender. Pandarasa looked confused, not understanding what he was saying. You really are stubborn to the end. Even now, you're still joking. Anyone who dares threaten me will face an even greater danger. But it seems he is not afraid at all and still has a firm look on his face. However, the terrifying threat that Loy is mentioning is none other than Habil Azrahan. He immediately ambushed him from behind with a deadly strike. Bantar couldn't react in time and was also wounded quite badly. Before his fall, he burst out laughing with joy. Even nature must kneel before humans. When she saw Lo laughing like crazy, she also stared fixedly at him. Alicia couldn't quite explain her feelings at that moment. Right now, I must be crazy to like someone like this. Habil Azrahan indeed always appears at the most crucial moments. With his angel wings, he ambushed Pandarasa from behind. Even when struck with a clean cut like slicing fruit, he still felt the pain. Damn, it hurt so much. No matter how powerful the demon is, I shouldn't have been injured. But when I looked closely at that radiant glow, I realized this was no ordinary person. Could he be a great master? Touching anyone else is fine, but touching Loy is wrong. He is determined not to let those who harm him go. Despite Pantarasa's overwhelming size, he is still being beaten down by Habil Asrahan like a child. He didn't stop there. He kept teleporting to different places and attacking each spot a little. Bantar couldn't fight back anymore and could only hold his head and cry like a child. Wait, don't aim there anymore, hit somewhere else. After several lumps appeared on Pantarasa's head, he finally gave up. Stop, evil spirit, stop, I apologize. Although Habil Asrahan still maintains a very calm expression, his eyes are filled with murderous intent. After taking quite a few hits, he's now recoiling and looking a bit like a shriveled bean. Is that not enough? I've been hit so much that my mana is almost depleted. Now I am very weak and have nowhere left to fight. Seeing Pantarasa cornered, he retracted his sword. But with HBL Asrahan's vengeful nature, he wouldn't let him off easily and directly used his sword to flick Pantarasa. After flicking him like a mosquito with a racket for a while, he finally stopped out of mercy. But it's not easy to take advantage of outsiders like that. Habil Asrahan still didn't stop and kept flicking. Seeing that he was acting a bit too harsh, Loy quickly ran over to stop him. Javi the madman, take it easy. What are you doing? An old man with no will to fight? Although Pantarasa was wrong for attacking them, they can't keep bullying him forever. Violence can't solve everything. Alicia's face also started to darken as she realized their relationship. Fearing he might attack again, Loy asked him to stay back while she went to check on Pantarasa. You go over there and wait. Is the spirit SF okay? Even though he was there too, he still wanted to rush forward and attack him. My mother told me to stop, and she was right. Who did you learn your dirty tricks from? But Alicia quickly realized something was wrong. Who planted these sweet potatoes? You two are the same. Pantarasa curled up trembling, thanking him for saving her, but she couldn't understand his actions. That old man is under mind control? Loy must definitely be a bad person. Because she has been with them for so long, she knows their personalities very well. What about Sir Javi? Since when has he been like that? Birds of a feather flock together? Alicia also thinks he must have been influenced by him. At this moment, both of them are emanating a deadly aura. He's just a thug through and through. Seeing that Pantarasa no longer had a chance to fight back, he then got to the main point. All right, just talking then? Why are you interfering with my project? Pantarasa is actually just a tragic figure. He sincerely wants to protect this place, which is why he did it. I cannot stand by and watch this mountain range's natural beauty be destroyed. At this point, Loy understood the immediate issue and happily proposed to him. So, you will allow us to build while improving nature? Hearing this, Alicia couldn't help but be surprised. Pantarasa would also be very pleased if the mountain range received this, but he still has some doubts. If you do this, it's fine. But humanity always... He didn't let him finish and immediately confirmed, that's right, humanity is an all-powerful being. While other animals try to adapt to their environment, humans evolve to change it. But because we have the power to destroy nature, we also have the responsibility to protect and cherish it. When it comes to responsibility, Loy doesn't avoid it and is very willing to accept it. His gentle and responsible attitude just now truly left her speechless. I promise you, we will turn these mountains into a more beautiful place. The way he treats his enemies right in front of him really makes Alicia reconsider him. Even though he had subdued the Spirit King, he still decided to back down because of the old man. Loy had promised Pantarasa sincerely, so he also wanted him to cooperate. Could you help make the temperature of this mountain range a little warmer? It would really help us a lot. He happily agreed to the offer. All right then, as long as you don't do anything dangerous to the local ecosystem. Indeed, none of them are villains. Everyone has their own ideals that they must do their best to protect. That's true. The last rays of sunlight finally appeared after the snowstorm, shining down with warm beams like Lloyd Fiontera's heart right now. I'm interested in him because I really can't understand him. As soon as the conflict between them and Pantarasa was resolved, everyone started working hard on the project. This is the first step to clear the mountain range, widen the narrow valleys, and make the road straighter and more solid, with every step taken very carefully and meticulously by everyone. The second step is to develop the cable rerouting system. With Sergeant Gred's engineering skills and Mr. Kojitos' knowledge, the design is complete. Step 3, building the ship in hell is easy for us since we can make ships too. Anatis and my demon workers just need a full stomach to work tirelessly. Our demon race can do anything to survive as long as we're full. We believe that earning a living is the noblest activity. The demon people truly played a significant role in building the project. Demon laborers are unmatched, they eat little and stay healthy, nothing to complain about. And the next step is also the one he promised Pantarasa earlier. The fourth step is to create a lush green landscape to protect nature, moving plants from the foot of the mountain to enrich the demon clan's species, which they are very good at, so they can handle it. While the construction was proceeding smoothly, Lai suddenly suffered a heart attack. Seeing that, Alicia asked about his condition. Are you okay? The project is taking longer than planned. Should we break our promise and speed up the process, Lo? But since he is a person who made a promise, he must definitely keep it. So Loi Fionera immediately opposed that idea. Don't. Nature is a gift from heaven and earth, so they must work together to protect the landscape. Nature must be preserved. The only thing Alicia cares about right now is your health. Is your life in danger? You could die. Once his mind is made up, he will do whatever it takes. Because I feel like I would regret it if I didn't do this. If this ugly trade route through the mountains becomes more beautiful, it could even turn into a tourist spot. A guest house would be enough. Do you know how much you could earn? So it turns out everything was part of his plan all along. When she saw Loie suddenly change his attitude so drastically, she remained calm because she was already used to it. Seeing you being a slave to capital, Alicia immediately reminded you, I will cover the entire cost of this project, and you haven't even started thinking about personal profit yet? Not wanting to anger her, he immediately knocked her down after securing the intercontinental trade route and becoming a dominant nation. And establishing industries too, our kingdom will be extremely prosperous. If you just let me build a small building, then suddenly Alicia's next action surprised him a little. Who would have thought she wouldn't stop Lloyd Frontera, but instead allowed him to become a puppet of capital? Just indulge in your greed. Your greed always benefits others. Hearing this, my heart feels as happy as winning the lottery. Now I have extra money for my retirement. The big money comes from running the domain, and this is my pocket change. I don't know if your dreams are big or small, but even if they're small, they'll shine like a star. The star is very bright. Try looking up at the sky now. The construction phase is nearly complete, and the new train cars are about to start operating. And now, after days of effort, the testing moment has arrived. The train is here. To ensure everything runs smoothly, Loie is the one guiding and activating the switch. Everything quickly followed his orders, and now the train appeared right in front of Lloyd Frontera, with demon folk on board enjoying the cool breeze brushing against their faces. Bantarasa, seeing that he kept his promise to make this place more beautiful, also smiled brightly, like Hoa. Everything is now unfolding better than ever. You have liberated the imprisoned demons and opened a trade route recorded in the history of the Six Realms. Unlock a new title, Lockbreaker Expert. A special skill created through an effect. Whenever you want, as a symbol of liberation, you can perform a powerful jump that is not hindered by any control. Loie also finds it a bit confusing. Huh? Why a jump? I'm a swordsman, I don't need this. Currently RP is 1648 and full. Maybe it's time to prepare for the final phase of the journey. The number of lives saved remains unchanged at 0. I've just returned to the original count to fight the phenomenon of fate restoration. From now on, that icy dome has also vanished after the suspended time process ended, but his icy heart still remains. It still torments him every moment. The winds gently pass through Lai Frondera, but he couldn't even resist them and collapsed to the side. Luckily, Alicia was there to catch him just in time. She has also made up her mind to do something. Rest now, I will protect you. Dong Dong is now here to pick them up, to return to the kingdom. Habil Astrahan immediately urged them, let's go. Restore the royal decree of the kingdom. Loie must have been overworked, so he was taken back to the palace to rest. As the morning sunlight streamed through the windows, he finally woke up from his unconsciousness. As he just woke up, he saw a hand placed on his body, with Alicia always by his side, channeling mana to help him recover. I'm awake now. Seeing her personally do this for me, Loie also felt a bit uncomfortable. The queen was quite rude when she suddenly scolded him. It's okay. Fainting from illness is normal. If you've also woken up, Alicia wants to speed things up. I wanted you to rest a little longer, but quickly put on your formal attire. We are about to hold the Summer Eye Award ceremony. As promised to Lloyd Frontera, you will be rewarded if you complete the project successfully. And the award ceremony took place with great solemnity, in front of all the people's eyes. Right here, and right now, I declare the achievements that Hero Lai has accomplished. Loie successfully opened a path through the Pantara mountain range, which had been blocking our Magentano kingdom from international integration. His bold yet wise decision has elevated the kingdom to the peak of prosperity. Now, our Magentano kingdom stands at the center of global exchange, atop the strongest empire without a single war. Then Alicia also glanced lightly at Loie to check on his condition. Even though today was the award ceremony, his face looked far from well. The person trembling to honor this achievement will be awarded the sacred item, the Summer Eye, to Lloyd Frontera, as she read the award ceremony, unable to help but worry for him. A moment of neglect could worsen his condition, but we can't skip this mandatory ceremony. And beside Alicia now is the magic box where the Summer Eye is kept. Lloyd's cold heart refuses to stay still and begins to disturb him. He now looks like a lifeless corpse, drained of all energy. Suddenly, Lloyd's heart gradually turns gray and beats slower. Come on, do something already. The Hmong children also can't just stand by and watch. They try their best to restore his heart. Smash the bell. Nothing is going well right now. Just as the ceremony officially begins, the sacred and noble samurai ceremony starts now. But they didn't know that his frozen heart was slowly causing him to lose consciousness. It seemed unable to hold on any longer and was about to give out. Lloyd could no longer stand firm and began to stagger. He lost his balance and leaned forward. His body is completely out of control right now. Suddenly, at that moment, Alicia pulls out her sword, then loudly shouts Habil Azrahan's name. From below the crowd, he immediately soared up with giant angel wings and a sword in hand. Who would have thought that she would then approach that box and deliver a powerful slash? This Canadian illusion is so astonishing that even Grand Minister Kwan is left open-mouthed. The Queen, however, before he could finish his sentence, she directly split the box in front of her into 2 pieces. The people below are also very surprised by her sudden action. From inside the box, the scene everyone has been waiting for is revealed. The samurai. Seeing the samurai exposed in the sky, everyone panicked and ran for their lives. It was emanating an extremely powerful energy with blazing red rays. While everyone was fleeing in panic, Habil Asaren soared like a god, approaching the samurai and holding his sword out in front of him as if about to do something. The energy flow from the samurai seems to want to burn through Habil Asaren's flesh, but he still chooses to hold his ground. While he was radiating an aura that enveloped it, Alicia was rushing forward. She's really gone crazy. I never thought I would be so reckless just to save someone, but I believe in you. She disregarded being called crazy to keep Lloyd Frontera safe, believing he could handle everything. Wake up and fix this, as he always does. Without hesitation, she immediately climbed onto him and channeled mana to sustain his life. Absorb it, Lai. I will transfer all my mana into you at once. Because of the sudden influx of mana, Lloyd's body reacted violently, charging super quickly. After receiving that enormous flow of mana, he not only felt stronger, but also gained an extraordinary power. Lloyd reached out his hand toward Habil Asaren in the distance. He is now trying to suppress the power of the samurai. In the sky, a blazing sacred fire tornado erupts as if the heavens and earth are screaming with the fire of the sun itself. Within that whirlwind, a wild burst of energy suddenly broke away from the vortex and shot straight toward Lloyd Frontera, as fast as the furious lightning of the gods. But he remained there, motionless on the trembling ground, as if even time itself was holding its breath, waiting for what was to come. And then in a heartbeat, everything vanished. The ground trembled from the echo of a power beyond the ordinary, forcing even the sky to fall silent. The final curtain of dust slowly falls in the clear space. The light returns, pure and peaceful, to the point that one cannot believe what just happened was real. Their trembling eyes looked up in surprise and shock. Habil Azrahan, affected by it, now lay sprawled on the ground near the balcony. Alicia and Loy are lying unconscious beside each other, having absorbed the samurai. That sunlight is something Mong hasn't seen in a very long time. He looked surprised at the warmth he had been waiting for all this time. A small flash of light suddenly appeared right in front of Mong, and it was moving closer to him. At that moment, a tiny radiant being like pure sunlight appeared, and surprisingly, it met Mong. The previous elements have always been connected to Lloyd Frontera. The two entities look at each other, then like they are drawn together by an invisible, fateful thread, they hold hands and merge. A swirl of light erupts, tightly wrapping the two elements into a radiant entity like a star, and then from Lloyd's heart, the energy sphere gradually takes shape, a new symbol of life, strength, and rebirth. Now Lai's heart has returned to normal once again. It is no longer icy, but filled with warmth. The winter heart and the summer eye have come together and reside within your heart. As expected, after having a healthy heart, your complexion has become much better. Your sacrifice and dedication to others have been rewarded. The trust you have given to everyone has unlocked a miraculous power. All the actions you take come together to create a divine skill, the Demon King's blessing. You can bestow the Demon Lord's blessing on someone for 1 day. The recipient will experience positive effects for 24 hours. At this point, Loy also has some questions. What kind of effect is this? A unique skill of the blessed person will be fully activated, allowing them to instantly remember and maximize their potential whenever they acquire something impressive. What if I grant the blessing to Master Javier? Javier is in the early stage of becoming a great master. If he receives a blessing, he will awaken and truly become a great master capable of overthrowing even gods. At this point, Loy was stunned, never expecting his blessing to be so powerful. The next moment, he broke into a delighted smile. If that's the case, then let's do it. There's no more hesitation. Loy is now full of vitality. So it was not difficult for him to get up easily. His feet slammed down on the ground forcefully, signaling his return. Loy confidently climbs onto the balcony to present himself before the citizens of the Megantano kingdom. Have you all been watching? This performance was prepared by the queen herself. Now everyone in the world knows that with this trade route, Magentano will be the most prosperous country, and powerful forces like the Dragon Clan can be easily pushed back. Loy announced all of this with a voice as sharp and clear as steel, and suddenly the atmosphere became more lively and jubilant as the people below cheered and celebrated their shared achievements. Seeing that he had escaped death and was full of vitality, they both felt a quiet relief. At that moment, Lloyd turned to look at both of them. Then he smiled with a victorious and proud look, signaling that everything was now fine. The night sky now covered the entire area, and everything gradually fell silent in the kingdom of Magentano. At that very moment, the snow still blanketed the southwest of the Pantara mountain range, and in the peaceful scene, a boy from the Veneto man tribe was happily holding a bouquet of wildflowers and showing it to his mother. "Mom, look, I found different colored dry grasses to make the bouquet." Impressed by the boy's skill, she gently ruffled his hair and smiled brightly. "Oh my goodness, run. To always finds beautiful things." Suddenly, a man burst open the door angrily and shouted directly at the mother and child. "What are you talking about? Oh my God!" "Oh, and that is the chieftain of the Veneto Donfruno village." He was clearly displeased and scolded the boy harshly. "Warriors don't make cute things." He didn't stop there. He even raised one leg high and kicked Ta hard in the head. Although this had nothing to do with her, he still scolded his wife. "What is my naughty mother doing? Don't you want to talk anymore?" In the face of Donfruno's brutality and coercion, she refused to look at him. After all, he only wants to do what he likes. Not because he wants to, but because he has to. But he is different from them. He believes that with power he can have everything. Venice fights and robs, only strength can protect us. After beating up Runta, Donfuno immediately questioned him. "Runta, do you still want to make cute things?" The boy lowered his head and apologized, but that still didn't satisfy him. "The men of Veneto do not curl up like that. I'm sorry. Donfuno keeps forcing the kid to be as fierce as him. I can't hear it. I scream with all my might in frustration. Please forgive me, to atone. Just apologize to our ancestors for 1 second." While Run was shouting to the sky, he sat down and demanded my beer. Once everyone turned away, Donfruno finally showed his emotionless face. He can also see her indifference towards him. My wife never smiles at me. Even I hate myself for running away. The kid is afraid of him because of his own strictness. A giant glass of beer was placed in front of Donfruno, but I have to endure it. Long is kind and gentle but cannot protect his life. If they want to survive, they must become stronger. As the dawn breaks over the mountains, they wake up and prepare for a new day. The Veneto warriors are heading out for the hunt. To have a smooth hunting trip, the first thing they do is warm up. A short exercise with hand and leg movements to loosen muscles and joints is essential, and singing a song to hum along the way is also very important to boost everyone's morale. You would think that with their big and muscular appearance they would do intense workouts, but what they do every morning is just singing and dancing. We are the descendants of warriors who were pushed aside, looting goods and food from passers-by. They even created a song just for themselves, risking their lives for a meal. Power is the main factor that sustains their lives. We are outlaws. They don't care about the world outside, only about their own survival today, and that is them, the Veneto man tribe, the fiercest and most ruthless warriors. And the next destination they head to is Pantarassa's residence, the fiery Pantarassa mountain range. Beyond that range is our homeland, the kingdom of Magentano, the sorrow and rage of our ancestors. One day we will cross it to take our revenge. They have carried this hatred for so many years and will do anything to achieve their goal. Once again, we will cross that dangerous mountain. But now everything has changed. The snow mountain is now covered in a sea of green. Don Bruno points forward, but something feels off. The strange scene before him makes him spray his glue and stay frozen for a long time. Even the people of Veneto are now gathering together. It seems that the residents of Magentano have built a long road for a carriage and also created a large village. It's been a few days, but there are no soldiers, so this isn't an invasion. But that's not what Don Donfruno cares about. That doesn't matter. His face immediately darkened. Our ancestors lost 70% of their people while crossing Pantara. We haven't even dreamed of crossing that dangerous place again. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, it now seems that heaven is giving them a chance. But now we can do it. Donfruno can use his good looks to guarantee it. And at this moment they have waited and prepared for so long. This is an invasion. Kill them all and take what you can. My warriors cross that mountain range. But as soon as he finished speaking, Donfruno stared ahead. Life isn't like a dream. Before he could even make a move, the trio had already arrived to find him. What is this? Magentano's soldiers? But they're not even wearing uniforms, just 3 of them. Whatever their next move is, Don Funo will respond with force. Maybe they're here to negotiate? How foolish. Veneto's only way of negotiating is to fight. First, cut off their heads. But their fierce and fearless attitude also surprised him. I wonder if Loy will use his hellish singing voice again, to fight soon. But even though he just demoed, everyone's faces turned as pale as banana leaves. Oh my God, what's going on? They look so scared. To keep the people of the kingdom safe, the 3 of them came here first to prevent this. What's going on? Why are they drawing their swords and pointing them at me? I really came here to negotiate, not to fight. Let's settle this peacefully. We are civilized people. I don't know why, but when facing Lloyd Frontera, Don Funo was sweating bullets. I am a warrior of Veneto. I must not be afraid. His face, twisted like a monkey eating chili, made him scared too. But his face looks so terrifying. Is he even human? The guy next to him looks more human. It's true that wherever he goes, people are waiting to criticize him. Although he really wanted to rush forward, Don Funo's invisible fear held him back, and he suddenly remembered the words he had spoken before. Don't tremble. The warriors of Veneto don't know what fear is. Fighting and looting because only strength can protect us. Don Funo was the one who said those words, and now he's sweating bullets. Then Don Funo also calmed down and stepped down. We are the people of Veneto, descendants of a displaced family who fought their way up, and in the end, he still chose to fight to protect himself. But before they could even touch a single hair of Lloyd Frontera, he defeated them all. In the end, they had no choice but to sit in front of him with their arms bound. Why do you have to force me to use violence? I believe in peace. If they don't interfere with Lloyd Frontera, I won't pay attention to them. Just stay in the village and don't bother us. The river's water doesn't interfere with the well water, but with Don Funo's stubborn nature, he won't accept this situation anytime soon. Because the battle at Veneto only ends with death, we will avenge dozens or hundreds of times if we have to, even though they know full well we're weaker but still act arrogantly. Loy is speechless now. Don't they see the gap in strength? As soon as we blinked, we took out a few of them. We'd rather die than surrender. Shall we have a drink now, or just drink to punish ourselves? Seeing that they have no way out, Loy also has to end the negotiations. Whatever, let them go. These people seem pretty stubborn. In response to Habil Azrahan's concern, he had no choice but to accept. What should we do now? They won't stop until they are truly dead. If you follow our peaceful ideals, we can't solve this with brute force. Then he also gave me a few suggestions. What if we just lock them all up? But he also refuses, so it's still too violent. They probably still have wives and children. If you imprison them, you have to feed their children and wives. Or keep the whole family locked up. Then we need to feed them too. That's a big issue. Don Funo listened very attentively to the problem they were discussing. Habil Azrahan looked at the people outside with some concern, thinking that if we release them, we will still need manpower to chase them away every time they come back. But Loy came up with a different plan. No need to waste manpower. He leaned back and calmly replied, "The Queen is worried about the red land costs, so we also came to see if there's a way to save cash. Remember these people? We made a lot of money from them," Habil Azrahan asked in confusion. How? Loy immediately sat up. Is there any other way? With a cunning strategist like you, anything is possible. Of course, it's the ultimate peaceful method, and so, another victim falls under Lloyd Frontera's control. And the Veneto Demon Clan was released after that, but not long after, they plotted to attack again. They didn't rush in aggressively like last time, but waited for the right moment to act. Learning from before, this time they had to move quietly and swiftly. This was a night raid, so those here probably wouldn't have time to react. When he saw a few demon children playing in front, Don Funo also decided to make them the perfect target. Kids staying out late instead of sleeping early, they are truly unruly, so we will use them as hostages. And then they acted quickly, with one of them grabbing a boy and covering his mouth. Quiet now. If we scream, we'll shoot the kid 1,000 times. While Lyra was hesitating, the girl next to her quickly reminded her, "What should we do now? We're not supposed to attack humanity, right?" The Demon King already said so. Instead of teaching the children not to attack, Loy is teaching them to distinguish good from evil. In this world, there are 2 types of people. Those who need a little beating, and those who need a bit more. And the ones standing in front of the children now are definitely the ones who need more beating. Of course, the demon children won't let anyone bully them, and they immediately unleash their powerful strength. Looks like this time will be no different from before. They met neither anyone nor anyone else, but Lyra and her demon friends. So after being beaten for the 2nd time, they had no choice but to return to the camp. What should we do? The kids are so fierce. Although he failed twice before, Don Funo still has no intention of stopping. We are ruthless warriors who shed blood without shedding tears, and we will seize glory at all costs. Then he stood up with both hands. but suddenly his empty stomach growled. Only then did Don Fruno realize that he hadn't brought food home for several days. We haven't gone hunting or looting in a while, so his wife and June must be very hungry. But when he opened the door and looked inside, the scene before him left him stunned. Somehow on the table was a perfectly roasted pig, steaming hot and delicious. Don Fruno also quickly realized this was a wild Pantara boar. Where did it come from? But her answer surprised him even more. I caught it. Is there anyone else? But at this moment, Don Fruno also noticed the wound on her arm. Maybe she got hurt because she was hunting wild boars. Seeing that, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. So afterwards, Don Fruno raised his voice a bit at his wife. Hunting and looting are men's affairs. A woman should stay at home to take care of the children, but the harsh truth is that it's thanks to her. This is all we have to eat today. Let me do it if you don't want to starve. It seems her words accidentally touched Don Fruno's pride. He grimaced in discomfort. Early the next morning, after the sun had risen high and shone its fierce rays below, they had already set their sights on a seemingly plump prey. Seeing him pulling a whole cart behind, Don Fruno guessed there must be a lot of goods. That's a big catch. They didn't hesitate anymore and charged straight ahead. Let's go. At this moment, the old coachman, who was ambushed by robbers on the road, was also very startled and couldn't react in time. They immediately stopped the carriage and started searching inside. Today was a feast, and just when Don Fruno thought he was about to feast happily, a harsh truth shattered his dreams. Surprised yet, old man? The people in the carriage now are the trio who made them scream a few days ago. Seeing the three of them sitting so stiffly instead of enjoying food or valuables, his face broke out in a cold sweat. Don Fruno knew he couldn't compete, so he turned around and mistakenly went to the wrong house. But just as he was about to slip away, the demon quickly placed its cold hands on him, and they were once again bound and brought before Habil Azrahan. Our kingdom of Megentano has decided to protect all merchants passing through this area. From now on, you will never be able to loot again. But don't think it's over yet. Stay where you are, my son. In the end, they still fell into Loy's hands. He stepped out with a terrifying look, but then immediately smiled warmly. But listen, instead of oppressing them, Loy will give them the tools to fish and feed themselves. If there's a simpler way to get food in this carriage, would you believe it? You don't believe me? To make them trust me more and make my words more convincing, I will demonstrate. So let me show everyone this money. When Don Fruno sees the shiny gold coins, he becomes even more furious. You want us to buy with money? We are Veneto. We are a warrior race. We will not do that. But Loy raised his hand and waved back and forth, indicating they were all out of money. Then he happily approached him and placed some gold coins into his hand. Now I give you this money, and then you take it back immediately the next second and give it back to me. Now the carriage is yours. Who would have thought that just a few simple moves would make the carriage belong to them? And even more surprisingly, Loy's group left the carriage for them. Tonight, everyone enjoy a feast with your family. But in the face of his sudden action, Don Fruno couldn't understand at all, yet he still brought a hearty meal home to his family afterward. He is still resentful now. Why did you give it to me for free? I only accept them for my wife and son, but a warrior's pride won't let me accept this pity. Don Fruno then also made up his mind. From tomorrow on, I will go hunting. But they are all just amateurs. When hunting, they were surprised to see the large D blocking their way, and he never expected a creature like her to be here. Is there a monster like this in this area too? At this moment, D looked at them with a very cautious gaze. Despite her cute and cheesy appearance, she possesses an incredible power that can knock all of them away, and in an instant they were all thrown to the ground without catching anything. And so we meet again. Loy slowly walks past their spot. It seems this is what you planned, so they can reconsider going hunting. Every time you go hunting, a fellow tribe member gets hurt, right? The girl has nothing to eat, and it's true that hunting gets harder as she grows up. The sparkling light of gold coins once again proves useful. No need to worry anymore. The magic tool will help you and Loy do exactly what you did before. Here, I give you the money. Then he took it back and handed the money to me again. A mountain of meat was easily obtained. Through their exchanges of money, they have accumulated a mountain of food. After so many attempts, Don Fruno becomes more determined than ever. Next time, we will hunt on our own with our own strength. Suddenly, someone asked, "Chief, is something wrong?" Then he immediately expressed his opinion. It's just that scary-looking guy, so what if we accept food from him? We won't have to struggle or resort to theft. Words can be your downfall. Right after he spoke, he was immediately taught a lesson. As soon as he got home, Don Fruno still couldn't hide his frustration, the weakness, the warrior's blood flowing in his veins, the pride of a warrior. Suddenly she spoke up saying, "You thought she would scold him like usual, but instead she smiled brightly. Because you haven't been hurt lately, I feel a bit more at ease." Before his wife's radiant smile, Don Fruno was momentarily stunned. After speaking, she turned back to wash the dishes. Seeing his wife worried about him, he couldn't help but feel touched. Just as Lloyd wished, Don Fruno came to find him. "So now you'll use money to buy food, right?" "Yes." Hearing that, he happily put his hand inside his shirt to find something. "As a long-term partner, we need to negotiate a bit." A thick stack of papers is placed in front of Don Fruno, and once again, another person signs to confirm the contract with Lloyd Frontera. "Please sign here. A business plan is about to be put into action immediately. We are the financial partners. We are Frontera's money." When Don Fruno saw the thick stack of papers in front of him, he was a bit curious. "What is that?" Lloyd Fionera didn't explain in detail, just smiled and gave a brief overview. "Oh, just a contract. Read it carefully and make the right decision." After flipping through the pages, he finally admitted when he had been going through the contents. "I don't know how to read anyway, so it's okay. You can help with this." "All right then, I'll read it for you." But Don Fruno just sat there listening like a duck hearing thunder. These terms define the conditions and procedures for short-term and medium-term loan products provided by Frontera's funds, clarifying the rights and obligations of borrowers and lenders. After the contract is signed, your previous loan amount will also be included in the principal and, of course, will accrue interest. The borrower can freely choose a repayment period of up to 1 year and can pay off early at any time. And this is the part he needs to pay special attention to. The monthly interest rate is 30%, and if he can't repay the debt, he will obviously face punishment. The next second, he returned to his friendly face. "If you repay the loan within 3 days, I will cancel the debt free of charge. If you want any special long-term loan, you can do so at any time." Then his voice suddenly drops to a warning tone. "If you miss the repayment deadline, the interest rate will rise to 45%. And that's not all, you even keep adding 70749 different cases for him to hear. In this case, it's like this, and in that case, it's like that. This one looks like this, but that one isn't necessarily the same. That one is like that, but the other one is like this. All right, you've listened carefully, right?" After it was over, Don Fruno still couldn't write a single word. "Yes, I heard you, but I really don't understand." But Lloyd didn't care about that and just handed him a piece of paper. "So just write here that I listened carefully. This scene looks just like forcing someone else. Now sign. I can't write my own name." "Your name is Don Fruno, right? It's written like this." So now, Lloyd has a new profession. Installment lending. From now on, this money belongs to you, Don Fruno. So from now on, I can buy food from your village with this money. Of course, food, clothes, entertainment. With money, you can buy whatever you want. And thanks to this money, he can sit still for a while. He no longer needs to kill or steal or hurt himself to get what he wants. Hearing this, Don Fruno suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia as he remembered what his wife said earlier. "Since he hasn't been injured these past few days, I feel a bit more at ease." Then he remembered Runta, who truly doesn't know how to hunt at all, so how can he fill his stomach? But now he no longer needs to force the boy like before, because Don Fruno has money to buy supplies. After receiving the money, Tuoloi also left. "I will make good use of this." Before leaving for good, Don Fruno also remembered to be polite. "Thank you." And then when he closed the door, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Only when he was alone did Lloyd smile slyly. "Because the one who truly benefits from this deal is you. Nothing. When you tell others about this, they also plan to rush and borrow money from you. Did you really buy the supplies with the money he gave you? From now on, the weak no longer need to go hunting unwillingly, so can I also go borrow some money? I want to join in too. Let's all go borrow together." Then everyone rushed to Lloyd Frontera's place, forming a long line like a train. As they left with a full bag of money, everyone was filled with joy. But at this moment, the happiest person among them all is Lloyd Frontera. Who would have thought that Habila Sram also had opinions about his business deal? "Isn't this a bit over the limit for Picklebee this time? I think it's a bit too much." But Lo continued to justify himself with that terrifying face of his. "I didn't tie them up with a rope and force them to borrow money. Did I also threaten them with a knife, or am I just lying? I didn't do anything. Did I do anything? They came and lined up on their own. Now you're blaming me again for being the bad guy? You're so right. How can I argue? He's so unlucky that only he can be the master." Now that makes sense. The notification board suddenly appeared afterward. "It is the system. I shouldn't be saying this, but now whether you're Kim Suho or Lewin, you should know that the debt can ruin your life." Seeing both the system display and Habil Asrahan's opinions, he began to reflect more deeply. However, Loy felt no guilt about what he was doing and smiled with satisfaction. "I'm not a debtor, I'm a creditor. Who would have thought that one day you would accumulate karma?" Loy's karma point. His usury debt has increased his karma by 156. Now in front of him are the two most important system panels of his, the blessing panel and the karma panel. The person's gaze immediately shifted to the side. It seems that Loy's blessing points far surpass his karma points, but the appearance of karma points also marks a change in his character. Sometime later, Lai came all the way to Don Fruno's place. "Is he home?" When he opened the door, he couldn't help but wonder why he had come all this way. Don Fruno didn't hesitate and immediately asked, "Why are you here?" With a calm face, Loy announced a shocking piece of news. "I am here to collect the money." It seems Don Fruno doesn't realize that borrowing money means he has to pay it back and looks completely clueless. "What do you mean by that?" "I borrowed it, so I need to pay it back, and I still have to return it." Ah, it was clearly stated in the contract, and now Don Fruno's nightmare truly begins as he has to pay a huge amount of money. So far, he has borrowed 10 million gold coins divided by 12. So each installment will be 833,000 gold coins. With a 30% interest rate, you owe 1,290,000 gold coins. Hearing this, he looked as if struck by lightning and gaped. What is that number?" And immediately Don Fruno started cursing at him. "You scammer thief!" But Loy still maintains a calm expression, as if nothing has happened. Seeing that he really has no money to pay, his face suddenly changes. "Come on, brothers, when you come here to collect debts, Loy also brings a group of debt collectors led by monsters. Punish them." He knew full well that Don Fruno would be caught in this trap, yet he still attacked them. It seems this time the monsters have gone too far. The monsters immediately stormed into Don Fruno's house, leaving him stunned. The next moment, they completely destroyed Don Fruno's house, while Ruda and his wife were in utter panic, with the monsters acting ruthlessly and mercilessly, destroying everything in their path. Loy took advantage of his innocence and the power of the demon to cause this terrible thing, but yet another plot twist comes from Mars. "I thought they came here to destroy, but actually they helped renovate his house. My old dark and shabby house suddenly became clean and shiny. Now the ceiling no longer leaks and the floor is warm, but Loy is still emanating deadly intent. Hey, did you see? Turns out this was just a warning for him. If my brothers are as skilled in construction as that, they could destroy something incredibly quickly." At this point, Don Fruno also senses how serious this matter is. Not this guy, he just renovated his house without permission. If he loses his temper, he will really destroy it. But where did I get that money from? Faced with a desperate situation, he started to sweat profusely. And so, when faced with hardship, people once again fall into debt. "Borrow me some more money and I will find a way to pay you back later." But before he could take any more money from Lloyd Frontera, Don Fruno was stopped by his wife, who, being sensible, slapped him right across the face. "Come to your senses. She can't let her family fall into ruin and is begging you to give her a little more time." "I will find a way. Please give us a few more days." Loy has truly changed now. He's no different from a villain. "Exactly what way? Are you planning to go somewhere far away to loot or something?" She confidently reaffirmed without hesitation that finally I could escape from the dangerous looting and hunting. Now no one will look down on each other because they can't fight or hunt. This is the most peaceful time we have ever experienced. We won't follow the same path. Hearing that, he also stopped making things difficult for them and agreed. "All right, then I will help you." Don Fruno's face was then slapped hard by his wife. The next second, Loy immediately proposed a plan. "I will provide jobs for the villagers. If you work, the interest rate will be only 0.5%, and the installment period will be extended to 10 years. I will teach you the necessary skills for the job. If you're not skilled, I will teach you step by step. There are thousands of ways to make a living. As long as you pay attention, everyone can find a job they are good at." Who would have thought Loy is the most unpredictable person on Earth? You are using this to save their lives. Welcome. Welcome to the civilized world. Loy seems to open a new door for them to a bright future. Your blessing points have also skyrocketed now, even surpassing many of the obstacle points. He looked at the two system boards with a hint of contemplation in his mind. The blessing points exceeded 100 million, so when he dies, he won't go to hell but straight to heaven. And he definitely cannot let that happen. "I cannot let my slave be taken away." That's why he needs his partner to act faster. Come on, Gel. Once again, we meet Ruellen. He is probably still harboring the dream of avenging Lloyd Frontera. A new day begins. The sun rises behind the mountains, and as the morning light casts its warm rays below, Don Fruno gets dressed to go to work. Now he is the head of the family and has been accepted as a disciple. He has to go to work to earn money to pay off debts and support his family. But not only the boss is going to work, Don Fruno's subordinates also woke up early and are preparing to leave with their suitcases. They now carry ties and suitcases instead of weapons. Everyone still jumps and warms up before starting the new day. The members of the man tribe still look cool in every situation, even after becoming children of labor. But amidst countless chaos and turmoil, they still stand firm, their spirits soaring like warriors forged in fire and storms, singing joyful songs once again. We are the descendants of warriors. We repay our debts by working hard. It's not about looting or dying. This money is easy to earn, but after the whole afternoon, I was exhausted and just wanted to rest. But just as Don Fruno sat down for a moment, the King of Hell came to ask if his brother wanted to rest forever, and after a hard day's work, they finally finished their task. I arrive and get ready to go home. Goodbye to a long and tiring day. Goodbye to a long and tiring day, and immediately the rich aroma of the bakery made me stop. As he passed by the hot bread, he also stopped. This was the first time Don Fruno brought them food without hunting or looting. He could now also wear a gentle smile. His wife and Runta were both smiling happily upon seeing Don Fruno return home. Thanks to Lloyd's arrangements, their lives have completely changed. He no longer gets angry at the little boy. "Dad, look, I made a different bouquet today. It looks better than yesterday." Don Fruno is now more open with Junta and closer to the boy. "The bouquet my child made has blossomed in my heart." His wife no longer coldly ignored him, but also gave him a sweet kiss. A kiss from his beloved wife. Don Fruno's life is no longer tense, but overflowing with happiness. It colors the flower fields inside me with gold. The joy of labor is free from plunder and violence. Loy and Habil Azran are now standing on the cliff, observing their lives. "I plan to go to work tomorrow too. If we both work, our lives will be better. Have you thought it through? It's harder than you think. It's not harder than hunting, so why are you afraid? I thought you'd be happy to see them living happily like that." But his face looked a little wistful because it reminded Loy of his own parents. After long days of hard work, they would bring back fruits for him. Although life back then wasn't too prosperous, it filled him with endless happiness. The damp, moldy smell of the basement house somehow made him remember. His eyes now carry a heavy sadness, feeling he has yet to do anything for them. "Mom and Dad, I let you both go, powerless to do anything." No. But in the next moment, the images of the two counts appeared in his mind. That's right. Loy still has them. They are his parents. They are still there. From now on, you cannot let Phi Fam have a single moment of peace. You must make them truly proud of you. Long, long. Dong Dong immediately appeared beside them after hearing his call, and Habil Asrahan also guessed that from now on he would find a way to oppose the phenomenon of fate restoration. Before that, I still need to take care of a few things. Of course, there are a few matters we must attend to first. Just thinking about it, Loy couldn't help but feel excited. There's a problem that needs to be solved. At this moment, they have arrived in a completely different dimension, with a purple sky. The Hellgate is to the north. The intense heat radiating from all around made them feel the temperature change. As expected, the heat was becoming more and more intense. But that's a small matter like a rabbit. You don't need to worry because I brought along a treasure, so I used the fluffy hug to reduce the heat. Although it has an incredibly cute and cheesy appearance, its operation is surprisingly clumsy. The next second, he suddenly jabbed it directly, causing the fluffy cotton umbrella to swell like a giant mercury ball. Then its eyes flashed with a mystical light, shining brightly in the icy space like two shooting stars sparkling in the freezing winter. The water surface beneath it begins to rise, forming powerful waves. In an instant, the water swirls violently, like a sea monster rising from the depths. Then the water column surged up, swirling like a giant water jet, pointing straight to the sky. The water jet quickly surrounded the energy sphere, causing the air to instantly plunge into freezing cold. The whirlpool grows more intense, expanding until it completely engulfs the energy sphere, plunging it into a fury of ice cold. She's small, but powerful. Just one tight hug can instantly cool the air, and the temperature drops right away. This has always been a difficult problem that has made Loy worry many times. We are always thinking about how to block the heat coming from the gate. After spending some time with him, he also understands him very well. Just as I thought, he's just pretending not to care. But you always take responsibility, yet the more I think about their carelessness, the more I feel annoyed. Those damn hellish bastards, they open the gate and don't care. What am I supposed to do without this damn healing hug? As Loy finished speaking, Habil Asrahan looked at him with a what-the-hell look, then immediately reminded him, but of course he deliberately avoided it. But now that the old man is gone, we will fully implement the plan to counter the phenomenon of fate restoration. The young master opened the Hellgate, and a clever person would always find a way. Because Loy himself possesses too many special powers, he must use them to the fullest, and that is the blessing of the Demon King. The one who possesses power enhanced by the Demon Lord's blessing is a Natus, the one he trusts to carry out the orders of the great Demon Lord, and at this moment, her entire body is enveloped in a surge of pink aura. You don't need to say the name of the skill when activating the Demon Lord's blessing, but Loy doesn't really care, so he just does it. Shouting it out makes it cooler. That's all. The winter heart and the summer eye residing in your heart will showcase their unity and amplification. The pink aura surrounding a Natus grows more intense and turbulent. The energy vortices twist tightly, as if to tear apart space itself. A new ability has been added to Anis V's future sight power, the Blood Eye. After receiving his blessing, her ability was further enhanced. Her eyes have now also changed accordingly. It shines brightly like stars, with the blood eye covering everything. If Atanas V focuses on a place she has been to or a person she has met, she can grasp the target's condition in real time. No matter where she is, and these are exactly what Loe needs to be perfect. Thanks to that ability, I have targeted every place I have been and everyone I have met. Loe borrowed her ability to gradually prevent the resurrection of fate, observing the Count's family and Queen Magentano. At this moment, her power is still limited in some areas. So, do you see their condition? No. I see nothing beyond the territory of Frontera. Maybe I only see what's within my line of sight. Since you also feel that the situation isn't what Min hoped for, you start considering a few other options. Is she dead or just letting her marry Long Long? But I need Long Long to move. While Loy was thinking hard, he suddenly noticed ahead. Suddenly behind Anatus, a strange energy began to gather and take shape. It grew larger and wider, as if opening a portal between two worlds. Then she suddenly bent down, her whole body tense like a bowstring pulled tight. In the next moment, she took a run-up and shot up into the sky. And then everyone's eyes were stunned to realize they were a pair of wings identical to the ones that once belonged to him. Atanas V is now observing all targets, and now we can monitor the real-time phenomenon of fate restoration. Loy now stands still, taking a deep breath, waiting to see what spectacle will unfold before him. His eyes are filled with a fierce anticipation, eager for the outcome he is about to witness. Ready now, let's see who will appear first. Habil Asrahan really always seems to be watching him and making comments. Young master, your actions are quite interesting. Instead of using force to suppress the demons, you chose a more difficult path by providing them with a place to settle. And now they are all on our side. They are a great source of support. Someone like Loy still prefers to use their head to solve problems rather than violence. That's the right way to do it. I don't use violence because I'm kind, but sometimes a friendly drink is better than punishment like before. Suddenly he uttered a sentence that left me stunned. Atanas is so incredible that now I have to feel envious. Habil Azrahan will not let you fight alone. Just so you know, I will do everything I can to prevent the phenomenon of fate restoration. Seeing him fear being left behind, Loy also assured him, "Don't worry, bro. If you need someone to work himself to death, you're at the top of the list. Everything will be completed by integrating everything together. We will stop the fate restoration phenomenon while addressing the root cause to see how this plan unfolds." It's been a while since I checked the ending reveal right here in the magnificent mansion that makes everyone who passes by stop and stare. Loy sinks into despair as he sees the system message indicating you have saved. 1 lives DP 1. He feels frustrated that the annoying number is still there. This made Loy reflect deeply, unsure where he had gone wrong. Even with Atanas' expanded blood eye, that person would still end up dying because of him. The more he thought, the more disappointed he felt in himself, meaning he still hadn't found a way to prevent the phenomenon of fate recovery. But it also motivates Loy to keep digging, so if things continue like this, how will the story end? I have to check and look for clues. As soon as I finished speaking, the system immediately displayed a suggestion. Do you want to see the ending reveal for Phase 4 RP Request 160? Yes. RP is now 1648. Loy stares at it intently, hesitating before making a decision, but in the end, he chooses to agree. Let's begin. In an instant, Loy's luxurious bedroom vanished completely, replaced by an inky black space with nothing around. But he's too used to this now, just sneering slightly. This damn revelation, I've seen countless horrors before, so nothing can scare me anymore. Just when he was feeling proud, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out, terrifying Loy. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to another space. Before he could understand what was happening, a terrible explosion occurred, with shards flying everywhere and thick dust covering the entire area in front of Lloyd Frontera. He was extremely shocked, not knowing what had happened here. Strange, but it didn't stop there. Countless other explosions kept ringing out, making him even more confused. Loy stared in silence as his territory was reduced to ruins, shattered into thousands of pieces. He panicked, thinking to himself, what could have attacked us? Our territory cannot be overwhelmed like this. But as the smoke clears, what we see before us makes Loy even more terrified. Behind the thick fog, the silhouette of a giant monster loomed, its body towering like a mountain, each step causing the ground to shake. But it was not just one. It was an entire formidable army, dominating not only the land but also the sky, and Loy had no idea where they came from. What are those things? Are they stronger than our entire army? No way. Are those monsters appearing in the novel? Seeing all this leaves him utterly confused. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a deafening sound from above makes Loy startle and look up, as a terrifying gust of wind suddenly blows in. He froze, his eyes wide with shock at the scene before him. Suddenly, from the sky above, a strange object appeared, hurtling down at a terrifying speed. But upon closer inspection, it was none other than Habil Azrahan. He was even more terrified, panicking as he shouted loudly, "Habi!" In the blink of an eye, he fell straight to the hard ground. The impact was so powerful that it caused a violent shockwave, sending debris flying and dust billowing over everything. Lloyd immediately summoned all his strength to rush towards Habil Azrahan, his mind flooded with questions. I don't understand why this happened. Harry Ben was defeated? The Great Master was defeated like that? Where is the blessing of the Demon King? That thing doesn't work either, does it? The more Lloyd thinks about it, the harder it is to believe that someone like him ended up like this. Is the attacker of our territory stronger than the Great Master? Is there really someone like that in this world? Suddenly, a shadow flashes in his mind, making Lloyd's face even more serious. After the fierce collision, Habil Azrahan now lies motionless amidst the wreckage, his body torn and tattered, clothes ripped and tattered, looking extremely disheveled. From above, behind the dust and smoke, a figure is approaching Habil Azrahan. Lloyd runs even faster, constantly pondering that mighty figure in his mind. In the universe of the Ironblood Knight, beings close to gods, the Dragon King of the human world, the great angel of heaven, and as suddenly his thoughts come to a halt, and finally, Lloyd has caught up to Habil Azrahan. His face suddenly filled with hatred. Lloyd gritted his teeth, glaring resentfully at the person in front of him. The mastermind behind this crisis is none other than the King of Hell. He sneers down at Habil Azrahan lying imprisoned there and mockingly says, "Impressive. You managed to wound someone called a deity. And despite your entire body aching and in pain, he still grits his teeth and struggles to lift what little remaining willpower he has." Habil Azrahan gathers his remaining strength, pushes his hand firmly against the ground to lift himself up, and finally manages to stand. Habil Azrahan grit his teeth, enduring the searing pain from the previous blow. In the face of this, Helcaris showed no fear at all. Instead, he calmly asked, "Are you still determined to fight?" Even though he has no strength left to fight, his eyes still shine with determination as he resolutely says, "Young master, I won't let you take him away." Lloyd, hearing this, can't help but feel confused and think, take him away, what does that mean? Helos didn't bother to reply, just stood there staring intently at him. Suddenly, he lunged like a lightning bolt, delivering a deadly kick straight to Habil Azrahan's head. The fierce impact slammed him onto the ground, causing the entire space to shake as if about to explode. Seeing this, Lloyd's face turned pale with horror at his brutality. Helos coldly lifts his foot off his face. Blood-stained from his heel, dark drops fall to the ground, scattering everywhere. Habil Azrahan, after enduring these relentless attacks, is now completely exhausted, unable to fight anymore, trembling with pain throughout his body. Faced with Habil Azrahan's tragic state, Helos simply stood there with a blank expression, not a hint of remorse in his eyes. He tried to summon his last strength, glaring with hatred at him. But Helcaris showed no concern and sneered, "You've done your job well." He said in a deep voice, "Rest in peace." Immediately after, Helcaris assumed a defensive stance, his muscular arm raised, ready to deliver the final blow to Habil Azrahan. Lloyd seemed unable to believe his eyes, thinking in shock, "Habil is dead? No way, he's the main character." But suddenly in his mind, the number TR1 kept flashing on the system board, making Lloyd feel like he was falling into the depths of despair. Helcaris's entire body radiated a fierce killing intent, ready to strike and send Habil Azrahan to his final rest. But just as he was about to strike, a loud scream from afar suddenly echoed, drawing everyone's attention. From within the thick fog, a familiar figure quietly appeared. As soon as he got close, he immediately knelt down, continuously muttering and begging, "I give up, I surrender, I will surrender." His voice also gradually broke apart, choked with tears as he begged please. It turns out he is the future itself now, tears and snot streaking the once proud face of him. He sobs and pleads with him to spare Habil Azrahan, my friend. Please don't kill anyone else. He kept bowing and begging, "Please, I beg you, I was wrong." Seeing himself have to beg this much makes Long extremely angry. "Please forgive me. Please don't kill my family or friends." Seeing his good deeds suddenly ruined, Helcaris became extremely angry and clicked his tongue. What's going on? After finishing, he immediately moved closer to Lo Tuong Tuong, who was begging, and Habil Azrahan seemed to sense that her friend had arrived, her body trembling uncontrollably. Halis stands before him with a suddenly gentle attitude and says reassuringly, "You haven't done anything wrong." Habil Azrahan, with what little consciousness she has left, speaks up, urging him to run away. No, as soon as he finished speaking, Helcaris's gentle appearance suddenly disappeared. He swung his hand and decapitated Lloyd Frontera. As this scene just played out, the prediction also comes to an end. Lloyd is taken back to the dark, foggy place from before. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed out, and then the world, with only the main character, remained stable. He was confused, thinking to himself that it was a voice. The sound kept echoing in the dark space. The Blood Knight theory has been established and restarted. Stay tuned. After finishing, the sound suddenly disappeared, but Loy knew it wasn't over yet. Usually at this point, I would return to reality. As you predicted, the system immediately displays the epilogue. Suddenly, a figure hanging suspended from above, with hands bound by chains, appears, and Loy's eyes are filled with terror as he witnesses the scene before him. Right in front of him is his own puppet, but it is incomplete, with chains tightly wrapped around its arms. Trung tightens his grip, holding him high above as the narration continues to echo. Loy is imprisoned by the King of Hell. Suddenly, the entire space transforms into Karas's office. He is sitting leisurely in a vacant chair despite having a body hanging above him. The system continues to speak and work diligently as the loyal strategist of the eternal hell. Seeing this, Loy became extremely furious. His whole body radiated a fierce aura, and he thought with hatred, "The King of Hell, I never expected this ending. Is he the final enemy?" As soon as the prediction process ended, Loy couldn't delay any longer and immediately summoned the dragon to depart that night. Habil Azrahan wondered about this sudden change and turned to ask him, "Why are you leaving so hurriedly all of a sudden? Do you have some business in the Merfolk Kingdom or something?" Loy remained silent, only carefully advising him that when he arrived, he would find out, and there was something more important he needed to tell him. Habil Azrahan was puzzled, not understanding why he suddenly became so serious. "No matter what happens, don't draw your sword." Loy emphasized once again, "Absolutely do not." Finally, after a long journey, they have arrived. In front of them is a giant water vortex resembling a fierce dragon. It spun fiercely, as if wanting to swallow everything. But the dragon showed no fear and directly charged into the vortex. As soon as it entered, a portal suddenly opened to welcome it. Stepping through the portal, the world on the other side was completely different from the outside. The entire area was shrouded in a deadly red, with uneven ground covered in large rocks and no signs of human presence. Loy cautiously observed the surrounding space in front of him. This is Hiras's hideout. He lives inside a giant skull. The hollow eyes of the skull glow with flickering red-orange light, and its wide-open mouth is the entrance ready to welcome La Frontera. At last, they are finally able to meet him. Heos Ulingu sits at his desk, his voice deep as he greets them. "Welcome. I have been waiting for you to arrive." But after the recent prediction, Loy was filled with intense hatred for him. Meanwhile, Hell Karos remained completely calm in response to his attitude. They kept staring at each other, neither one saying a word until Hiras couldn't stand it anymore and broke the silence. "May I ask the first question?" Loy calmly regained his composure and indifferently replied, "Ask as many as you like." He has been watching and now understands why you are here, but he can't help but wonder, and asks, "Why do you have the courage to face me directly when you know I want you dead?" He frowns and humbly replies, "I am not brave enough to have such courage." "You want to kill Kim Shu-ho? Do you want Kim Shu-ho to die?" Loy also realized he was nothing compared to him. "Go ahead. Killing me here would be too easy for the Lord of Hell, and bringing me here is also no trouble for him." But Loy was not stupid enough to come here without doing his research, he warned him seriously. "But Hell and the human world are governed by strict laws. If I die in Hell, you confidently claim that what you say is according to the rules, then the King of Hell also cannot use my soul at will. I assure you there are rules like that, such as my soul being completely destroyed." Habil Azrahan then realized what was happening and was stunned when he understood Hello's true purpose. "The King of Hell wants to use Kim Suo's soul. Does he want to kill him for that reason?" Hellas claps in praise for your recent action. "Very impressive. Your judgment and confidence are truly remarkable. But it is also because of this excellence that Loy has fallen into his sights." Heel Karos's eyes are filled with desire, willing to have him at any cost. "That's why I want you." Loy shows no fear. Instead, he responds with a hint of disgust. "Isn't there a bit of an age gap between us?" Even if he shows disdain for me, Hellas still cheerfully speaks without joking. "It's that sense of humor that makes me like you. Joking around is enough." He turned back with a serious look and asked in a deep voice, "Now it's my turn to answer your question, right?" Loy also didn't hesitate to express the doubts he had long kept inside. "I am also human. Someday I will have to die. So why did you go so far as to look down on humanity to kill me? For someone like you, Lord Yama, waiting for me to die of old age is no issue at all." Hellas didn't hide anything and answered him. "That's right. Waiting for you to die of old age would be easier. But the problem lies in the laws of this world. I expected you to do something terrible like building Altroa, But no, what you have left for the world is too positive. Loy didn't reply, only silently listened as he continued speaking. Almost everyone who passes through your life leads a better, happier life. You are accumulating too much good karma. Helos continued. Let me explain how it works so Loy can understand. Those who accumulate enough good karma will go straight to heaven after death, but I don't want to. So after listening to his explanation for a while, I also figured out why Heel Karis was so eager for me. Was he planning to kill me before I gather enough good karma? Seeing that you finally understand my point, he nodded with satisfaction. After realizing this, Loy immediately asked the next question. I know that the King of Hell can't easily enter the human world, so how does he descend to the mortal realm? But when it comes to this, Helis doesn't want to reveal anything further and simply refuses to answer, saying I was just being kind to you, sorry, but you know, I'm not a great figure either. Seeing that he was deliberately hiding something, Loy didn't bother asking further and confidently declared, You don't need to apologize. I will find out myself. Seeing his stubbornness, Heel Karis sighed in frustration and said, You're full of desire to live, aren't you? Until death, you will still have to face the phenomenon of fate restoration and be targeted by my underworld lord for your soul. Heos bluntly pulls him back to the cruel reality. Your dream of retiring peacefully is no longer possible. It's hard to understand why Loy longs for life so much. If it's gone, then what reason is there for you to struggle and fight like this? He fell silent, pondering his words. In the end, Loy finally found the answer to this question. I am determined to fight and struggle until the very end. That is my way of living. Helos enjoyed hearing that even more. He smiled mysteriously and said, I will help you. Above the vast sky, Atanis spread her wings and gazed over the entire vast land below. Suddenly her eyes lit up as if sensing someone trying to invade her territory. Atanis immediately looked around, trying to find the intruder's figure, but all she saw were a happy couple and some mermaids enjoying the sun. Yet the aura of deadly intent suddenly grew stronger. She suddenly turned around in surprise. Atanis carefully examined every corner, including the tunnels and bridges, but found no signs of anything unusual. She was sure her instincts never failed, so she activated her power. Atanis's eyes suddenly lit up, making the scene before her clearer, and she finally pinpointed the source of the killing intent. From the quiet side of the kingdom where no one passes by, suddenly something is rushing toward us at terrifying speed. His body is distorted to a horrifying degree, like hot wax melting. He charged straight at the building without making a sound, moving so fast that the naked eye could hardly follow, and in the blink of an eye that twisted figure had pierced through the dome without anyone noticing the intrusion. As soon as he successfully infiltrated, the distorted shell on his body gradually melted away, revealing the true form of a murderer. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he drew two sharp swords, ready to end Alicia. The killer, like a starving wild beast, his eyes flashing with madness, burst into wild laughter. But his joy was short-lived as the sight before him made him gape in horror. I don't know when exactly I woke up, but I immediately prepared to draw my sword and destroy him. I quietly praised myself. If I slack off on training, I'm doomed. In a blink, Alicia swung her sword, and with a single strike, the assassin's limbs were severed from his body. Only then did the pain hit him, bringing the killer back to his senses. He cried out in pain, but his entire body suddenly melted away, like a candle being heated, until it gradually disappeared into the void. Alicia was stunned beyond words at this scene. She wondered in confusion, is this fake? Just as the killer vanished into the void, a cloud of toxic green smoke suddenly rose from the remaining pool of wax. The foul and rancid smell hit her nose, making Alicia immediately grimace and cover her mouth and nose, but after just a few seconds inhaling it, she recognized this familiar gas. Alicia panicked, thinking it was the same poison as before, but even stronger. Her whole body suddenly trembled violently, gradually losing consciousness. In an instant, she was taken elsewhere. No, the unfamiliar is the depths within Alicia's soul. Once again, she encounters her dark version. Her face was already distorted, with deep red veins like cracks spreading across Alicia's pale skin. The girl in front of her was no better, with dark red veins spreading across her face and her dark version's eyes turning bloodshot. The little girl, trembling in panic, said, It's strange. It's strange. I was sure I had overcome this curse. Alicia, witnessing this, finally understood the true intention of the murderer, the phenomenon of fate restoration. It turns out his plan was to drive me crazy, but seeing the girl in front of me in pain makes me silent, unsure how to react. Suddenly, Alicia smiled gently and softly reassured him, Don't worry. At the same time, footsteps approached. Even lost in her own subconscious, Alicia still recognized this familiar step. She proudly continued, He's here. Finally, Loy arrived just in time, gently approaching to lift Alicia's fragile body into his arms. The night finally fell, and the dazzling moonlight illuminated the majestic palace, shining over the silent sky. Alicia has also safely returned home, her body pale and lifeless, lying still on the bed. Alicia's face shows clear signs of pain as she struggles to cope with the after-effects of the toxic smoke. Loy saw her struggling like that and felt an overwhelming sense of pity. He tried to think of a way to break the curse for her. I arrived just in time, but the problem is how to break this curse. I tightened my grip on Alicia's arm as the red veins spread, praying for her quick recovery. The queen is crucial for her bright future, so I can live lazily and easily. She must be there to create a stable country for me. Loy's face was filled with sorrow, his eyes vacant, staring into the abyss, trying to hold back tears. Alicia lies there, trying to endure the pain, her face pale and sweaty, her messy hair soaked. This can't just pass easily. Loy immediately turns to ask Anis, "Atanis, can the bloodied mess that attacked the queen track his traces?" Unfortunately, even her abilities seem to be no match. "I'm sorry, once he's hidden within the blood, there's no way to locate him with the naked eye, but there's still a faint glimmer of hope," Atanis continued. "But I know what kind of magic he's using," she explained to him in a calm voice. The black magic was left behind by an ancient evil god, Malfakaram. Atanis continued to explain how it functions. The queen's original words are among them. It attacks the weakest part of the heart with evil thoughts and controls the person through madness. Her next words made Loy feel hope for salvation. "I also know how to break the curse." Atanis calmly explained that the original words are just a form of mana. The cursed mana spread throughout the queen's body, but it can be found and purified piece by piece. He was overjoyed that he finally found a way to save Alicia. "So if we channel our mana into her, we might be able to find and break them, right?" But things aren't that simple. She outright refused. Habil's mana has no effect. Atanis explained the principle to him. The cursed mana is closely linked to the queen's heart. If someone else's mana intrudes, she will point out how serious it is, become suspicious and fearful, and push it away. Atanis pondered deeply, outlining the criteria for the right person who could save Atanis, a person she completely trusted, someone who supported her unconditionally, and only that person's mana would work. Or someone she loves. After hearing her say that, Loy was left stunned. Faced with these demands, he didn't know what to say. Loy, frustrated, tried to think of a way to find that person. "Forget it. So I have to set up a date for her and make co-fall for someone? It won't be easy." Both of them just stared blankly, not understanding a word of what he was saying. Suddenly, Anis spoke up with a suggestion. King of demons, that queen, but Habil Azrahian immediately interrupted. "It won't be easy," he followed up with the suggestion. "It means the queen trusts the young master a lot. Do it." Anis, confused and worried, turned to intervene. "Are you hurt, sir?" Habil. In the queen's eyes, the demon king seemed unwilling to let her speak further. Habil Azrahian confidently replied, "She will believe you. It will work." Loy heard this without hesitation and immediately agreed. "All right, then let me try." Seeing him accept without hesitation, Atanis helplessly said, "Ma Vuong, don't you know? You're not an idiot after all. Habil Azrahian also knows this, but still supports him. It turns out I'm not the dumbest person when it comes to this subject. Go ahead." Despite their conversation, Loy still decided to give the order for them to watch over other matters. Atanis, continue observing the phenomenon of fate's recovery. Habil and the others in the territory be ready to intervene at any moment. After finishing, he said seriously, preparing to transfer his mana to Alicia. "We also need to catch that ugly, slimy bastard, but first, we must heal the queen." "We can't waste any more time." Loy quickly grabs the hand gradually being consumed by the curse and pulls it away. As their hands touched, a faint light flickered between their palms. His mana began to flow out, seeping into every cell of her body. As Loy's mana just entered, he couldn't help but be amazed at the enormous amount of mana he had to handle. He quickly calmed himself down. "There's too much. Stay calm, one at a time. Rushing won't get you anywhere." After finishing, he immediately identified his first target. "First, you." In the blink of an eye, his mana surged straight toward the cursed mana to purify it. In just a few seconds, the two mana clashed and then vanished into nothingness. Loy didn't think the mechanism would work like this, secretly wondering if it would just vanish. One cursed mana costs him 1 unit of his own mana. However, this method takes too much time, making him extremely worried. When will this way be finished? Suddenly, Alicia cried out in pain, startling Loy and snapping him out of his thoughts, her face contorted in agony. Still, Alicia clenched her teeth and fought against each wave of pain surging through her, as sudden and unpredictable as they were, making her even more distressed. Seeing Alicia struggle to endure the pain only made Loy more determined. The queen was also fighting in desperation. Even though we haven't healed her yet, we still have to overcome this obstacle. This time, I won't push myself anymore. The civilians calm down and think to themselves, let's do this together. Loy resolutely responds, let's handle this. As soon as he finished speaking, he released a large amount of mana into Alicia's body. Deep within her mind, her dark alter ego kept accelerating, trying to escape from something. The little girl's face was filled with terror, and even though she was exhausted and struggling to breathe, she kept moving forward because if she stopped, the countless long roots would immediately crawl toward her, wrap around her tiny body, and tighten until she suffocated. No matter how hard she tried, the Dark Queen alone couldn't face that many enemies. They split up to block her path, causing the girl to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, the other roots lunged forward, wrapping tightly around the small neck and pulling the girl toward them. The Dark Queen, trembling with fear, struggled desperately to break free from the encirclement. The little girl desperately calls for help. Save me, please. Save me. Immediately, Loy's voice rings out, shouting to reassure her, hey, don't be afraid. Hold on, I'm coming. The Dark Queen thought her fate would end here, but when someone responded, it surprised the girl greatly, and a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in her heart, as if she was filled with renewed energy. The Dark Queen swung her sword with her remaining strength, decisively cutting through the tangled roots holding her captive. After dealing with the first group, she didn't hesitate and immediately charged forward, ruthlessly destroying the next wave. One after another, they keep attacking the Dark Queen without stopping. They rush at her repeatedly, determined to capture the girl. The tendrils gather together, twisting into a large mass and trapping the Dark Queen in a corner, but this time the girl shows no fear, standing still and waiting for them to come closer. As the moment arrived, the little girl, full of pride, shouted loudly, calling for more strength. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Queen charged forward, swinging her sword to cut through them all. But the little girl alone couldn't possibly fight against their large numbers. The remaining roots immediately seized the opportunity and rushed to pin her to the ground. As soon as they caught her, we tightened our grip on the Dark Queen to prevent the girl from escaping like before. But even when held tightly, she gritted her teeth, desperately stalling, waiting for someone to save her as the roots enveloped and swallowed the Dark Queen into darkness, yet her small hands refused to give up, trying to find the light again. Bit by bit, the little girl managed to create a small gap, giving the Dark Queen a glimmer of hope to keep fighting. But the cruel truth struck. No matter how hard she tried, her tiny body couldn't withstand those massive, sturdy roots. But fate would not let the Dark Queen be defeated like that. Just when everything seemed to be over, a pair of strong hands suddenly appeared from nowhere, helping to open a path to freedom for the girl. In the end, Lloyd Frontera, her savior, arrived just in time. As he strained to pull and shouted loudly, upon hearing Lloyd Frontera's voice, the Dark Queen seemed to gain extra strength and helped him, all together shouting "two" in unison. Before the third countdown could even ring out, they had already succeeded in escaping those stubborn, thick roots, exhausted but with faces full of happiness for having saved the girl. The Dark Queen, once freed, immediately replaced her fearful expression with a pure, innocent smile, and the little girl quickly ran over to hug Lloyd Frontera tightly. At the moment the Dark Queen was freed, Alicia also woke up in the real world, looking around confused, trying to recall what had happened. Alicia focused her attention on the tired person sleeping beside her. Habil Asrahan, upon receiving the order from him, mounted the dragon and soared into the sky, leaving them their own space. Even from afar, he can still feel the change. The Queen's mana has awakened. Hearing such good news, Habil Asrahan couldn't help but smile happily. He silently wondered, is this what they call a soulmate? The blinding sun rises to greet the new day. The two maids stand respectfully at the door and call out, "Queen, you are awake," but after a while there was no response at all. The maid calls out again, "Queen." The guards are also puzzled. It's strange. She's never been this late before. The two of them prepare to draw their swords. Something must have happened. If we call again and he still doesn't respond, we'll burst in and prepare for the worst-case scenario. We haven't heard any sound all night, not even when the Holy Dragon arrived, we didn't notice. If a high-ranking warrior were to break in, the guards would call out once more. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty," there is still no sound from the room. Swords ready in hand, the bearded guard sternly said, "I beg your Majesty's forgiveness for this rudeness, but we will enter for your safety." They burst in cautiously, only to be stunned by the sight before them. Alicia Germani and Lloyd Frontera, sleeping intertwined in each other's arms. They shouted loudly, waking Frontera from his daze, and immediately he was grabbed by the collar. The two guards immediately tie him up and take Lloyd Frontera to the justice platform to burn him on the stake. He's still dazed, eyes half closed, when they shackled his hands to the cross. Lloyd Frontera shouted fiercely, "At least let me hear you before burning someone alive. Look at that distant face. Finally, he has revealed his true nature. If you want justice, please call the Queen." The flames are blazing below, thousands of people are criticizing. But he is still sleeping. Shut up and burn to ashes, you damn dog. This is a misunderstanding, caught in the act, so what are you whispering? Burn him. Habil Azrahan was hiding in the crowd, and I saw him too. Javi, I know you'll come when I'm in danger. I didn't expect Habil Azrahan to cry tears of happiness. He is pointing directly at my face and laughing, so he only knows how to wait for others. Atanis, I know you're watching, save me. Even Atanis has the same attitude. Habil Azrahan isn't coming either. Why isn't she coming to save me? They don't care about me? Yeah. Lloyd Frontera shouted angrily, "Why does no one care when the commander is in danger?" The system sighed in exasperation. After all, a veteran swordsman, a demon king, and one of the world's most terrifying enemies. Who would care about him? He even scolded the system, as if worrying a little would cause any trouble. Where is that shouting coming from? What on earth is happening? Calm down, that voice. Alicia Germani angrily overturns everything looking for someone. Where is Loy? Lloyd Frontera shouted with all his might. Your Majesty, I am over here. Her face froze so much that Alicia Johnny had to hold her stomach and laugh until she cried. Lloyd Frontera was so moved that he shed 8 tears from his left eye. Finally, he was removed from the cross before being burned alive. As dusk falls, Alicia Germani in the palace calmly explains, I sincerely apologize to my vassals for the delay in explanation. She sat on the throne in front of all the courtiers. However, even if your actions are justified, I still see them as a plea for mercy, because you did not wait for me to speak. Loy is kneeling before her, lost in thought, trying to figure out what kind of excuse she's making this time, but I can't think of anything. Alicia Germani's voice is a bit softer now, and right now I'm unwell. He slightly raised his eyes and she held out her veined, pale purple hands, causing the courtiers to panic. What is that? I've never seen a wound like that. Lloyd Frontera wondered. Did she just reveal everything? She told everything step by step from the beginning to the end. Last night, when my condition worsened, I hurriedly entrusted Lloyd Frontera, and because he knew how to treat it, he helped me all night long. That method consumed a lot of mana, so we both fainted from exhaustion. Alicia Germani hesitates slightly, her hands trembling with each beat as the court officials' faces grow increasingly fearful. The purple veins gradually spread across my hands, reaching my neck and face. If I don't receive continuous support from Lloyd Frontera's treatment, my condition will worsen quickly. Lloyd listened and slightly smiled. If you don't want to act harshly, directly pointing out your own disadvantages would be the easiest way. Indeed, our queen, Alicia Terramani spoke. Lloyd Frontera. He bowed his head respectfully. Yes, your majesty. You ask how long it will take for me to fully recover? He answered seriously. About a month, I will ensure you are fully healed within that time. Alicia Germani continued to ask, what is the method? He continued, using the god's mana and continuously removing the source of the disease to prevent it from spreading. But before he finished, her condition worsened. They panicked. The Queen Alicia Germani asked Lloyd Frontera to come closer. Lloyd Frontera slowly moved closer. She reached out her hand for him to treat. Lloyd Frontera slightly kneels down and takes her hand. The mana within him is transforming and flowing into Alicia Terramani's body. She gradually feels the flow of energy entering her body. It's done. Her illness has significantly improved. All the courtiers froze in shock. Alicia Johnny gently withdrew her hand. She regains the demeanor of a queen. As you have seen, the only one who can save me now is Lloyd Frontera, and there is only one way. Therefore I, Alicia Terminamagentano, declare that for the next month I will be by Lloyd Frontera's side 24 hours a day for treatment. Lloyd lifts his head, showing his satisfaction. I'm not sure how to persuade these nobles, but she's handling it so easily that I can now focus entirely on the treatment. A courtier stepped forward and spoke. The queen, although the deity has never opposed what is best for people's health and has no right to object, hesitated. However, according to the laws of the Kingdom of Magentano, Alicia gently replied, I will of course follow the law. As soon as she finished, the crowd exclaimed, Thank God, I can't believe this is real. Alicia Germani stood up and brushed her cloak aside, saying we have more work to do. The meeting ended. She extended her hand to Lloyd Frontera, speaking calmly as she clenched her fist. He raised his hand. Yes, your majesty. Lloyd Frontera still felt confused. The kingdom's laws, huh? What are they all about? Alicia German took his hand willingly, glancing with a smile and saying, Hold it for the imperial party. This made Lloyd Frontera feel quite embarrassed. After that was clarified, everyone in the city was talking excitedly. Hey, have you heard the news? Yes, Lord Loy is treating the queen, and they have been together every day for a month. So that means he has entered the royal bedroom already. Everyone is talking about it all over the streets and alleys. Don't we already have royal rules about this? No matter the reason, anyone sharing a bedroom with the king. Alicia drags Lloyd Frontera drunkenly across. Marrying the king is non-negotiable. In the luxurious palace, with majestic mountains in the background, ink flows continuously on the paper while their hands remain tightly clasped. Neither of them speaks, nor does anyone else. Frontera concentrates on transferring mana, sensing a bunch of hidden threats inside. You're doomed. A powerful source of energy surges in, launching a series of virus attacks. Your mana is a bit surprised. Did you dodge? Lloyd Frontera goes crazy. Watch out. Inside, he keeps chasing like a moth to a flame, while outside his face distorts so much that Alicia Taramni has to step back. His face kept changing every second. Then he opened his mouth as if bitten by a rabid dog, making those nearby unwilling to look, and inside he desperately devoured the virus, swallowing it in an instant. Suddenly there was a call outside. Your Majesty, this is the Noble Institute's budget draft. She gently praised. Good. The body is still chasing the assassin. Then they collide and dissolve together. Lloyd Frontera glanced softly at Alicia Germani and hesitated before saying, Your Majesty, if you let go of my hand, the treatment. She smiled as if she wanted to sing. Alicia Zani gave a playful glance. You like holding my hand that much? Lloyd Frontera glanced at her, sweating and stammering. No, not at all. That's not what I meant. Suddenly, her attitude changed completely. So you don't like holding my hand? Lloyd Frontera's heart races and his legs tremble. No, not me. Wait a moment. And so the teasing chase between Alicia German and Lloyd Frontera began. So you do like it? Do you like holding my hand? No, I like it. I like it rough. Huh? No, I don't. You don't like it? So creepy. Wow, I really find this fascinating. Isn't it fun? I just said something and you followed, teasing you. You made me so happy. Even the system has to criticize. Honestly, in moments like this, your intelligence is on par with four-legged animals. What is this illness? Lloyd Frontera only knows at this moment. Beep, beep, beep. Even the system is joining in, you idiot. Alicia Johnny won't tease you anymore. I understand what you're trying to say now. If we let go of your hand, Lufap will slow down, right? It will melt into water. Asshole. She rolled up her sleeve and let Lloyd Frontera hold her wrist. Alicia Germani holds a piece of red cloth, tying both hands together tightly. She asks the other person to hold the end, and when she counts to 3, they pull together. He squinted at Alicia Germani. 1, 2. The two of them tighten the ropes in sync. Alicia Germani gently rests her hand on her cheek and says with a smile, Now no matter how hard you try, you can't separate them, right? Lloyd Frontera, shy like a young girl, and Alicia Johnny, smiling gently as she looks at him. Lloyd Frontera recalls the earlier words, I ask you to marry me and become my queen. She was very impressed with his talent. He is very smart, perceptive, and extremely talented. But even when a woman has spoken so frankly, you still can't understand the true meaning behind it, can you? Lloyd Frontera shook his head vigorously, wishing that memory would just disappear. Mom, I am so stupid. Of course the queen wants me to be the king. I tighten my face and gather my spirits because I have talent. Because I am the best, she is the queen. Of course she wants someone as capable as me by her side. But never mind, I choose to save myself. I won't live the life of a loyal chancellor. What if the system suddenly appears and intervenes, but she actually truly likes you from the bottom of her heart? It leaves him stunned for a moment, and Lee Frontera stops overthinking. Come on, focus, focus. I remind myself to carefully examine each one. The servant outside reminds Alicia Johnny, Queen, it's time for training. Her body moves automatically, immediately standing up and signaling the soldiers to fire. Alicia Zani's body moved decisively, tossing him from one place to another. His skin seemed ready to peel away from his body. The bullet just now whizzed past him, making Frontera's face turn pale. Then Alicia Johnny moved on to her next appointment. The queen is ready to meet. She wipes her sweat and says, I am here. She sat above, listening quietly. Long is grateful that His Majesty has favored our trading company. Next, there is another task to handle. Your Majesty, we need your signature on the revised regulations. Every day there are 100 things to do. Your Majesty, it's time for practice. There are tasks that require her presence. Your Majesty, the speech for the ceremony. Day after day, the training repeats. Alicia Germani has no moment to rest, causing Lloyd Frontera to whisper in awe. His face grew pale as the moon rose high and night fell. Lloyd Frontera whispered. Queen, she said softly, go. He slouches against the bathtub and says, you need to cut back on your workload. Your recovery process is being delayed, Alicia Johnny replied while soaking in the bathtub. I wish I could too. Lloyd Germany really doesn't understand why. Lloyd Frontera wondered why you don't have many talented ministers who can check on you instead. She refused to explain no. If I let them do it, problems will arise and those issues might never be resolved. He cares deeply about her health and his own as well. No matter how slowly those issues are addressed, his current treatment is what matters most. Please take a rest, even if only for a little while. However, Alicia Germani has too many responsibilities and duties. If I rest, the people will have to endure it. If I work hard, the people can rest. Lloyd Frontera's face sank with exhaustion, but Alicia Germani didn't want to hear anymore. All right, I can't rest anymore. She gets out of the bathtub. I'll loosen the strap a bit. I need to put on some clothes. And you just look exhausted with that miserable face. A sigh. Truly someone passionate about their work. Almost impossible to break the stubbornness of such a person. Lloyd Frontera doesn't know what to do, and she's not someone I can manipulate to ignite the fire. What should I do now? My lips are so dry they're about to crack, and you smile with a mysterious look. In the bright full moon night, he asked, Queen, even if I might be a bit bold, Alicia Johnny remains firm in her decision. I told you, I won't back down. Lloyd Frontera said I didn't mean it that way, so what do you think it is? The two of them lie straight on the bed. He draws her into the story, saying, I think I can do better. Alicia Terum roughly asks, better at what? He spoke in a serious tone, the responsibility of a king, which made her freeze for a moment. Alicia turned her head. What did you just say? Lloyd Frontera sparked that curiosity. If I were king, I think I would handle everything much more effectively. Both of their hands were tied together, and suddenly she spoke more effectively than I did. Do you think you can handle the duties of a king? Suddenly he turned to look at her, determined. Yes, Your Majesty. Loy slowly spoke. From an outside perspective, the god thought he could do it. Hearing him say that, Alicia suddenly fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered something, changed her attitude, and asked, somewhat annoyed, You're already exhausted, just from following me. At this moment, Loy's face became calm yet guilty, and he nervously replied, Well, if the driver is reckless, of course the passengers will get seasick. Alicia saw this, her face burning with anger, grinding her teeth in frustration. It's only been a day and you haven't even seen a tenth of my work, yet you keep pretending. But the more Alicia gets angry, the more Loy looks smug and teasing. Oh, from what I see, there are many kinds of work, but they all seem quite trivial. The moment Loy's words slipped out, he was immediately struck by Alicia's thunderous punch, followed by a series of rapid, powerful punches to his face. At this moment, Loy, like a steam train puffing smoke, forced himself to speak. This servant has no intention of resisting the Queen's authority. I humbly withdraw everything I have said. I am so weak that I obviously cannot do as well as Your Majesty the Queen. Alicia's fist froze in midair. Her face darkened with anger, then she softened and smirked slyly. All right then. Try spending a week with me and see if you can handle royal duties, and he suddenly raised 3 fingers and responded. No, Your Majesty, just 3 minutes. Ignore the swollen face like a chopping board, try to force a smile from this moment on. Just pretend to be the king for a minute, and then you'll see something truly amazing. Alicia was skeptical, but still agreed. All right, no hesitation. That's truly the style of a queen. Alicia immediately pulled Leloy in front of a table. All right, in the next 3 minutes you will be king. Let's see how far your little trick can go. That bitch. Hearing that, Alicia suddenly froze, wide-eyed, surprised to see the man in front of her rising with an overwhelming aura of dominance, while Lo looked down at her with a condescending, oppressive tone. How dare you lift your head in front of the king? Bow down immediately. Seeing him overacting a bit too much, Alicia felt it was a bit too much of an insult, so she angrily shouted, This is getting a bit too showy up here. But Loy immediately shouted back sternly and annoyed, Are you going to hit me again just because I surrendered? Are you admitting that you're a queen who only knows how to use her fists? Alicia, with her fist raised, also had to stop, biting her lip tightly in anger, trembling with a cold, threatening look. If you want to see the power of this country, then show some proper respect. Your voice is sharp and firm, but only Loy knows the sweat running down your back. Seeing that, she seemed stunned, her fist held in a dominant stance, trying to suppress her anger. In the end, her fist gradually lowered. Seeing that everything seemed fine, Loy felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Phew, I'm still alive. I thought I was about to lose this little life of mine. At that moment, both of them moved to the bed. He sat down in a commanding posture and ordered her to kneel. Alicia, unable to believe her ears, asked again, What? He immediately retorted, What do you dare ask the king? Kneel down. At this moment, Alicia obediently cooperates, suppressing her anger to follow his command, then kneels before Loy and confidently orders him to listen to her as the queen. Then he looked down at her with an arrogant attitude and said, Alicia Termina Magentano, hand over all your duties to your servants and focus on recovery. But as she had said before she could finish speaking, she shouted in frustration, emphasizing, "I told you." That was forbidden. But immediately after, Loy also shouted, overpowering her with his presence. Oh, the king was talking and someone suddenly interrupted him. Ah. Seeing that, Alicia quickly softened her tone, looking flustered. "I understand now. I truly understand your meaning. I will obey your orders." Then both of them began to calm down. The atmosphere softened and he spoke up. As she said, no matter who she entrusted the task to, she was never satisfied. Because the best outcome is always when she solves it herself, because that makes her unable to stop working. I understand that deeply. His gaze softened as he looked at her, all stemming from her genuine care for her subjects. He spoke seriously about the true value of Alicia herself. She is very important, she is the greatest ruler in the history of this kingdom, but what if the curse destroys her? Loy thought about the worst-case scenario where she is cursed and can no longer do anything. If she cannot act, the kingdom will fall apart. Clearly, he himself understands Alicia's mission, understands her thoughts, and offers reassurance. Sacrificing the body is not the only form of effort. Even if problems arise immediately, just pretend to look away for a moment. Take care of yourself first, and look ahead. Maybe that is the harder kind of effort. Because he wants the best for Alicia, Lloyd advises to stop everything and focus on treatment. The problems that arose while she turned a blind eye can be fixed one by one after she recovers. At this moment, Lloyd looked at the girl who was forcing herself for the sake of the country, sacrificing herself without hesitation, and asked a question with respect and gratitude. "If you were the great Queen Alicia, surely you could do it, right?" Then, Alicia suddenly snapped out of her thoughts, staring intently at him. Someone who seemed like a stranger. Thinking only of herself, but then she lowered her face silently, without saying a word. Perhaps from those words, Alicia also realized that this was the best choice for now, and for herself. "I will obey your command, Your Majesty." Hearing that Alicia had agreed to the proposal, Loy finally let out a relieved breath in his heart. Phew. Luckily, she's not the type to be obsessively workaholic. Perhaps she has accepted that her words are the right way for a queen to act. At this moment, Loy crossed his arms and assigned her the task. "All right, Megantano, first allocate a bit more budget to the Frontera territory," she suddenly spoke. "But Your Majesty," I immediately objected. "Oh, and you even interrupted the king?" She immediately explained that she was not interrupting, but because right after that she returned to her Alicia's stern demeanor to warn him. 3 minutes have already passed. Lloyd Frontera. The moment he said that, he froze, and the two of them stared at each other in silence. At this moment, Alicia also stands up, while Loy hunches one leg on the ground, and suddenly a fierce fight of punches and kicks erupts. Alicia keeps kicking Loy with her foot and shouting, "This rotten servant dares not resist, only begging the queen for forgiveness." At this point, her actions also stopped as she panted and wondered, "Wait a minute, didn't you say you would prove you were capable of being king? You haven't proven anything yet." Alicia's foot is on your head before Lloyd finally speaks. How can a cowardly traitor like Min Nu Than possibly take on the duties of a queen? That's just a lie. But Magentano still keeps physically assaulting him, even as she acts that way. Her mind thinks differently. I understand. Lloyd Frontera, you've come up with a way to broaden my narrow perspective. Looking at the room and the night sky outside the door, Alicia thought to herself. Tonight? Suddenly she looked at him with gentle affection, and no matter what she did, he never resisted. That is what makes Alicia like you even more. The next morning, after the sun had risen high in the queen's bedroom, Alicia sat on a chair extending her hand forward while Lo respectfully knelt on one knee and extended his hand, but the two hands did not hold each other. At this moment, Alicia gazed at her own hand in front of her, while Lo respectfully bowed and said, "Congratulations on your full recovery." Seeing that, Alicia's face also brightened with a gentle, affectionate smile as she looked at Lai. Suddenly, the system voice rang out. The new title, the Queen Loy's husband, feels uncomfortable. I hate that title. If I marry someone so obsessed with work, I will definitely become her #1 slave. Then the next notification sent the title effect. If you are in danger, Queen Magentano will sense it intuitively and rush to your side immediately. Seeing its usefulness, Loy nodded in agreement. The effect isn't bad. Just changing the title is enough. Hearing that intention, the system immediately refused. No, we can't change it. We like this title. After the Queen's treatment was finished, I returned to Frontera. I needed to tidy up and take care of the small tasks from the past 2 months. He immediately flew home quickly. On the way, Deloy silently analyzed a way to disable the resurrection phenomenon of fate. But for now, the invasion of the Demon King is the most urgent threat. Thinking of the image of the Earth Envoy summoned with the Dark Night and Black Magic, the Demon Lord cannot freely cross this world. That means, like an underworld knight, he must cross that boundary somehow. His eyes became determined as he seriously thought of a way. If he could seal that ritual, he might be able to stop him. He needed to find out what it was. Thinking quickly, Loy immediately jumped into the water and stopped in front of a stone placed prominently on the concrete tiers. He cast a spell and thought, all I need to do is ask the Truth Stone. Lloyd kept touching the Truth Stone, but nothing happened. He wondered what was going on. Lloyd immediately thought it was impossible, and then looked around. Suddenly, a scene struck him so hard he was overwhelmed with shock, and he couldn't describe it. He never expected it to have a crack, which felt so strange. It's cracked now. I've looked at it countless times. It definitely hasn't been damaged over the years. Now I feel both confused and worried. Even the Truth Stone is damaged, so what else is left of what I have done in this world? Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Demon King!" Hearing that, Loy turned around and saw that it was none other than Atanis. She also felt panic and worry as she reported that all the projects you had worked on were damaged at the same time. The person sent to check the situation reported that a large hole had appeared. She hesitated, and some shops had been blocked by a pile of stones. Honest continued, It's all destroyed now." Hearing her report of the situation, Lloyd felt like a thunderbolt struck him, his face showing disbelief. A water dragon appears in the sky, soaring parallel to the hole where Lloyd's construction was submerged, and Lloyd immediately issues an order. Bibiong obeys your order. Inside his giant body, he holds a large sandbag and drops it into the huge hole. At that moment, A appeared flying in the sky and spoke. The demon lord at the hanging tree had already formed a scar. Hearing that, Loy immediately ordered her to contact the queen and tell her to block all movement in and out of there. Once we seal this place, we'll go straight through. Creo City. The sound of chaos and screams echoing. Evacuate immediately. At this moment, fast-moving waves are rushing toward the city port, and a chaotic scene unfolds before the monsters tearing each other apart. Underwater, mermaids armed with weapons swim wildly forward, then leap up and thrust their spears into the monsters, destroying the city. They are trying to use their strength to protect Creoport City. Javier uses magic to grow wings on his back to inform Lloyd. We managed to stop Gigationon's attack thanks to the help of the Merfolk Kingdom. He responded well. And what about the prison ice? Javier immediately responded. Serban is currently repairing the prison ice. Then Loy advised Javier to never let Huli leave Sarazardat and to increase the number of demons guarding the Count's estate. In the current situation, although he never calls them parents, he still always cares about the safety of his family. Seeing him like that, Javier remained silent without replying. At the Frontera domain, someone shouted urgently, "Don't dawdle Team B once the insulation work is done. Move on to road repair." The shouts urged everyone to hurry. "The mine is short of workers. Send reinforcements quickly. The bugs have appeared in the reclaimed fields." At this moment, a girl with brown hair exclaimed, "Why?" It turns out that this is none other than Vis's wife. Looking at the scene before her and wondering, everyone seems to be too busy. Vikis's mother-in-law, who is also her biological mother, replied that life is short, so they have to live busy lives. "My son who's dozing off, where is he?" Over there, the three of them are now entering the estate, but as soon as they step in, they are stopped by the goblin villagers. "Wait a moment, this area is off limits," but she said nothing, and just nonchalantly waved her hand. With just a light wave of her hand, she sent those people flying into the sky. Seeing her overreact, she advised, "Mom, I think they are actually good people." Mother-in-law V smiled and replied, "That doesn't matter. Isn't this way faster than explaining everything?" Then the three of them continued to move forward. Suddenly Atins and Javier land in front of them, blocking the way, with wary expressions and Javier holding a sword while Atins is ready to fight. Seeing that, VK's mother-in-law's anger flared up, grinding her teeth. "Why do these flies keep pestering?" The daughter nearby gently advised, "Mom, don't act rashly." Suddenly a sweet voice called out, "My dear," causing Javier to instinctively turn his head. It was none other than VK. He waved his hands affectionately towards his wife and called the little one in a teasing, sweet voice. Seeing her husband, she happily waved back and greeted him. "Sir," the little girl with pink hair didn't seem to like him very much, so she stuck out her tongue and teased him. Vis's wife's gentle voice said, "You have contacted me every day. Since that day, my mother also forgave you, so we came together to bring you home." Vis gently held his beloved wife's hand affectionately. "Is that true? My evil mother-in-law was the one who blocked my calls?" She gently reminded him that he shouldn't say such things. That damn mother-in-law of Viz trembles with anger when she hears this. I really want to burn her down. Then she folded her arms and said, "We have finished our world tour. Now let's go home." Suddenly he fell silent, then suddenly remembered. "Oh, wait, there's someone I need to see first, at a different hall down there." "You've been working so hard as always, huh?" Turning around, I saw VK sitting there with his legs pulled up for how long already. Loy, with a tired face soaked in sweat, replied, "It's still okay." Now Viz asks again about the stone. Isn't it true that the truth stone already told you the way to prevent the phenomenon of fate's recovery? Hearing Viz ask that, Loy suddenly fell silent and didn't reply. Then VKIS continued to ask, "So you don't like that method, huh?" Viz continued, "You can probably guess how bad this could get, right? Stopping each thing like this won't last long. Are you planning to do this for the rest of your life?" At this point, Loy finally responded with a yes. Viz was also quite surprised when he said that. Oa answered without hesitation at all. After a long talk, Loy remained silent, making Viz a bit anxious. "Oh my God." Then he stood up abruptly. Then Viz started to offer help to him. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "I really quite like you," but Lloyd's response was incredibly calm. "I can't do anything for you anymore, so I can't ask you for anything either." Seeing that, VKIS also felt a bit sad and didn't know what else to say. After some thought, he sighed and said, "Well, if that was something I could help with, you would have already found a way to extort me. Now, Vis is saying goodbye to Loin. I'm heading home. I have rested quite well here." He also didn't forget to encourage Loin. "Come on, I'm cheering for you. In my mind, I only think of dragons, hell, and heaven. If all that power clashes head-on, it would be worse than any interspecies world war." Thinking about a future war driven by love, Loy also feels worried. If I end the invasion of the Demon King myself, I can minimize the damage. Stepping heavily, he immerses himself in those thoughts. How can I defeat the Demon King or completely prevent his invasion? To find out, I need to repair the Stone of Truth first. Suddenly, Javier appeared and called out, "Master!" At that moment, Javier also thought the words just spoken by VK were good. VK was right. With this situation, we cannot hold out, nor can we prepare for the Demon King's invasion. We must decide on at least one of these two issues. Then Javier begged, "Please tell me." Javi mentioned the stone, the one that the Divine Stone told you about, the way to prevent the restoration of fate. Javier's words stunned Lloyd. Calmly, as always, Lloyd replied, "I told you before. It said it didn't know. It's completely useless." But Javi looked at him with a determined, serious expression and said, "Please tell me." He looked at Javi and then fell silent. Then he still insisted, "I told you already. It said it didn't know, but it's hard to believe. That's not the real answer." Loy began to respond firmly, "Stop it." But Javier still refused to give up. "Please tell me." At this point, Loy's voice also became less calm. "I told you to stop, give him up." Suddenly, Javier shouted, "Why do you keep hiding it?" Javier, losing patience, shouted, "Stop bearing everything alone anymore. Aren't we supposed to face this together?" Javier still wanted to advise, "We're friends, right?" But because he didn't want you to get involved in this, he had to say harsh words. "Who's your friend?" "That arrogant kid." The loud argument between the two drew the attention of the people nearby. Everyone was stunned. Loy couldn't contain his anger and said those hurtful words. Knowing I couldn't make him speak, Javier quietly lowered his head. "I'm sorry, I crossed the line." Both turned their backs to each other and walked away in opposite directions. Looking at Javier's lonely silhouette, he couldn't help but think, "I'm sorry, how could I say it?" Loy pursed his lips tightly, trying to hide his emotions. He couldn't tell Javier that one of us had to die. At that moment, Loy moved to the Truth Stone and drained all the water from it. Looking at the crack on the Truth Stone, he fell into deep thought. Then he reached out and touched the crack. The data also appeared, he pondered, since this material cannot be replaced. Other repair methods are useless. Should he try to press it back to fix the problem? Then Loy immediately activated it. The new scanning mode makes his eyes act like a data scanner for the crack. Once finished, he understood its current condition. It's already completely broken inside. Then Lai thought of a way. What if I transfer mana and attach patches to the cracks? Loy happily updates the data. Oh, there's a result at last. It took time, but it's fixable. Suddenly, a system screen appeared, showing that even a small change in the structure could cause errors. He was shocked to learn this. What? Loy clenched his teeth, thinking that this issue still needs to be clarified. After all, it's half done. We must succeed in fixing it at all costs. At this moment, Loy stands with his arms crossed, watching the cracks in the Stone of Truth. He begins to speak softly. To precisely transfer a measured amount of mana and carefully seal the cracks, only he and Xavier can do it. Mentioning Xavier, he immediately frowns, remembering the earlier moment when he let his words hurt Javi. "Who is your friend?" "That arrogant bastard." As soon as he heard those cruel words from his own mouth, Javi immediately froze. Javi immediately lowered his head silently and said, "I'm sorry. I went too far." Thinking of that, he fell into a silent void. Then Loy suddenly slammed his head against a stone in self-blame. Oh my god, you fool, why didn't I just ignore his question? Like I usually do, I behaved so badly. Maybe I hit my face too hard and just rolled over, holding my head. Ouch, it hurts so much. I thought regret wouldn't start here. Once again, emotions become mixed up, and he falls silent in frustration as the scene of Javier losing control while trying to care for him appears. Please don't try to carry everything alone anymore. Shouldn't we face the difficulties together? Come on, my emotions are dropping and I realize I might have been mistaken. That's right, maybe I've been thinking wrong all this time. The image of Javier in armor holding a sword appears in his mind. Suddenly, Loy realized that Javier is the real hero, the main character. His mission is to handle disasters and save everyone. Now he forcefully stomps the ground, pondering. If I can prevent this cursed fate from restoring, I will focus on accumulating virtue before meeting the King of Hell. And so everything was resolved. Loy's face appeared full of determination. He thought that if so, the outcome could be changed. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Do you want to know the surprising ending? He immediately answers no without hesitation. Yes. Then Loy was taken to a scene where he was sitting on the bed, hunched over in silence. Seeing that, Loy wondered what it was. Then Loy moved to the window and looked out, feeling that the territory was still safe. So telling Javier the truth could really change everything. Suddenly, a knock at the door caught Loy's attention. Someone outside the door said, I am Javier. You said there was something you wanted to discuss. Loy of Tuong quickly replied, Yeah, come in. The door opened, Javier stepped inside, and then he approached. Are you angry with me? Javier asked. What are you talking about? At this moment, Loy Tuong replied, I accidentally raised my voice yesterday and said someone was your friend. Do you still remember? Then, he suddenly realized. Huh? What? So it's only the next day now? At this point, Javier feels confused. Suddenly, Javier guessed, I'm sure you feel a bit guilty after saying that, so I don't hold it against you. Hearing Javier's response, Loy Future was also quite surprised. Then Future Loy awkwardly scratched his head. Suddenly, Future Loy coughed a few times and seriously said, Well, regarding what you asked yesterday about how to prevent that fate recovery phenomenon, then Future Loy got straight to the point. Basically, you are the original main character of this world. Javi immediately responded upon hearing this. Huh? Me? Seeing the scene before him, he felt quite surprised. No more beating around the bush. Honestly, I come from a different world, but I am also a main character here. Javi immediately replied, I understand now. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something through this conversation. So that means at that time, the future self added that when the two main characters in the world lose stability, one of us must sacrifice to end the phenomenon of fate restoration. Suddenly, the future Loy's face became determined. Of course, I wouldn't be foolish enough to commit suicide. So, I thought, and you thought. As soon as he hears this, someone like Javier will try to find a solution. Suddenly, Javier drew his sword, causing Loy to feel confused, and the current brother is also stunned. Javier understands the situation perfectly and knows its true purpose. You speak, saying, when that phenomenon ends, please quickly accumulate merit. As soon as the words are spoken, Javier stabs the sword into his own body, blood pouring out and soaking the white shirt he is wearing. Immediately, the future Law was stunned by that action and rushed forward, shouting, No! Loy Tuonglai grabbed Javier's hand and shouted in panic, Pull it out! Idiot, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Draw your sword now. The sword begins to emit mana with its inherent function of destruction. At this moment, Javier's body gradually disappeared, and he smiled as he said, Please take good care of this world. The last two words left Loy Future speechless. A hero. Then, Javier also transformed into the blue lights of his inherent mana. At this moment, Javier completely disappeared, leaving only the sword behind as Loy Future stood frozen in disbelief at the fleeting moment of Javier's vanishing. He had left this world behind, the sword falling to the ground, and Loy Future was left speechless. Then he collapsed to his knees in despair. Suddenly, Future Loy felt completely out of control and shouted in despair, unable to believe he had truly lost his friend. Immediately, tears streamed down his anguished face. How could I have expected that just when I revealed that secret, Javier would choose to leave so I could go on living? Returning to reality, Loy also called Javier to summon the young master, and he is standing at the window, lost in thought. Hearing Javier call him, he tightens his lips, thinking, That's right, you have always been like that. Seeing Loy didn't respond to the call, Javier called again. Young master, on your side, you're grinding your teeth and sinking into memories because you're like that. Only then did Loy speak up. Javier, I have promised myself I won't let that ending happen again, so I absolutely cannot let you sacrifice yourself. Then he turned his face away, still with a teasing expression, asking casually, "You probably didn't fight back because I scolded you yesterday, right? Usually when people are tired, they tend to speak too much. Please forgive me. Loy's inner thoughts are now restless and dancing. Think hard. Find a way to resolve this." Seeing that, Javier was also helpless, but his words still carried a hint of frustration. "Oh, you scolded me harshly, but you still say that?" Loy replied arrogantly. "I am the young master. I have the right, haven't I?" At that moment, Javier shifted to a more important topic. The fifth Atanis had detected signs of an unidentified dark magical force spreading near the forbidden area. Hearing the report, Loy raised his hand to his face in contemplation. Is this the ritual to summon an infernal knight? Should we hurry there to stop the dark magic? Summoning an archangel isn't such a big deal. Then Loy suddenly seemed to realize something and suddenly laughed to himself, saying, "Wait a minute, this might be a golden opportunity." "What? What do you mean?" The recipient immediately replied, "I will now launch the campaign to capture the Hell Knight. Hell is a hot and wicked place. Somewhere in Hell there is an exit built from a skull. Inside there is a black knight riding a hellish horse. My name is Jorge Exus, a brave commander protecting the King of Hell's office." At this moment, heading towards Heleximus, are familiar figures, none other than Lloyd Frontera and Habil Asrahan, the two madmen from the human world in Heleximus's memory. Not long ago, the diva of Hell and his bodyguard appeared here. At that time, he even showed contempt for humans in front of everyone. Do those bastards even know where they are? I have a grudge that runs to the bone of their very being. Remembering the early days when I was just starting as an underdog demon knight, Heleximus took a long time to adapt to everything. When I was an anonymous rookie demon knight, he's rummaging through everything looking for coffee. Damn it, where is the instant coffee? Oh my God. If he cooked a little slower, the seniors would scold him to his face. While he was fumbling, someone knocked on his helmet. This rookie, that senior, is Jor Eximus. To Heleximus, he is nothing less than a true idol. Seeing Heleximus struggling to find something, he said, "Hurry up, and you won't find it. The one who knows how to enjoy the work is the strong one." Heleximus was so moved by the heartfelt advice from Senior J. Exus that he almost cried. Then George Exus teased Heleximus, made a deal, and ran away. Whoever finds the instant coffee first wins. Of course, I already know where the whole thing is. Ha ha. Heleximus hurriedly chased after and called out, "Oh, come on, Senior, that's not fair at all. Ha ha." Heleximus remembers his senior. Senior George Exus was always kind to me. Without him, I could never carry myself as a true knight no matter where I go or what I do. J. Eximus always comes back to tell Heleximus. One time he even said that, and then that person's soul turned pale. Ha ha. Heleximus also laughed loudly. "Your story is really funny, Senior." But on that last occasion, J. Eximus told him that he had received a summons to the human world. Hearing that, Heleximus advised his senior, "Oh my God, then be careful." But something was strange. Jor Exus didn't really laugh. "Ha ha. Do you remember what I told you?" He looked up at the sky and then said, "The one who knows how to enjoy is the strongest." At this moment, a pink light enveloped George Eximus's entire body. In just a blink, half of his body vanished before Heleximus's eyes. Unable to contain his grief, Heleximus cried out loudly, and thus the senior George Exus was summoned, resembling his master in some way. In that battle of George Exus, he faced the crazy Loy. "I heard you were eaten by that monster." The one who devoured Heleximus's mentor was none other than Lloyd Frontera, also known as the Diva of Hell. Seeing his archenemy, Heleximus charged on horseback. "Bone of identity, I am J. Eximus, commander of the 2nd Legion and head of the Underworld Office Guard. Why do you dare to step into the sacred land to work?" In Heleximus's mind, his last smile is forever imprinted. Those who know how to enjoy are the truly strong. Heleximus whispered to himself, "Senior, I will never forget your words." Holding a massive sword in one hand and the chains of the hellish demon, he boldly moved forward. "For my senior, I will defeat you, all with joy in my heart." But just 2 seconds after the fierce momentum, he was hit by Habil Asrahan's punch. He didn't hold back and fought even more fiercely, just like how Loy Frontera corrupted him. After a while, Heleximus was beaten so badly by Habil Asrahan that he collapsed to the ground. "And so I was defeated once again." He cried bitterly, his lips pressed tightly in anger. "That time I cried so miserably. Now facing an old enemy, Heleximus remains the same right in front of the gates of hell." He had long been determined. After that day, I trained like crazy. I still remember my senior's words, "Enjoy your growth and never stop." The other day he appeared, but the King of Hell ordered me not to fight, and now the pink glow once again surrounds Heleximus, just like when his senior left. I have been summoned to the human world. His eyes flicker with a fiery orange, determined to avenge the old grudge. Just wait, Diva and your thug bodyguard, my super VIP Hell Knight J. Eximus, are waiting for you. At the top of Namarin, a similar pink glow from Heleximus has enveloped it. Dark magic is being activated without any summoner present. Lloyd Fronter casually put his hand in his pocket and replied, "Yes, it's the phenomenon of restoring fate, even if it means breaking all logic. I can predict this." Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan glanced at him and asked, "Recalling an Abyss Knight requires sacrificing life force, right? We evacuated the people of Naman and left this place empty, so why are the Hell Knights still being summoned?" Lloyd Fronter still, as usual, shows his face full of sins. "I heard the Count of Namarin say it. Recently, a series of mysterious gnawing creatures have appeared here. While we're talking, their life force is being drained. It's that dirty trick of the fate restoration phenomenon again." But at this point, he suddenly strips off his scholarly face from earlier and replaces it with a terrifying smile, even more evil than a demon. I'll use the old trick of hitting the back with a stick. Suddenly, the ground of Namaram was blown apart by a powerful beam of light, and from within emerged Heleximus. Heleximus burst into a devilish laugh, gripping the reins tightly, giving the order to strike, ready to make them pay. But his wickedness is no match for the man about to lose everything. As the dust settles, Lloyd Frontera stands before him. Heleximus shuddered, shouting, "Holy shit, you scared me. How did you get here?" Lloyd Frontera smirked mockingly at Heleximus. "It's just a coincidence." Ignoring Lloyd Frontera's cocky and chaotic attitude, he declares that it's also fine. "I will kill him." Lloyd Frontera's face was not only unafraid, but 3 times more teasing. "Well, I was scared. It looks like I lost the lottery again." Suddenly, Habiel Azrahan charged forward and punched him off the horse, just like the last time they clashed. Even this time, Habiel Azrahan fought more fiercely than ever. A feeling of helplessness overwhelmed my heart. Heleximus is lying there crying and taking it. I can't believe it. I have dreamed of this day. I have enjoyed training all this time. Seeing Habiel Azrahan's crazy, handsome face now, he thought to himself, so that's it. It doesn't stop there. The mischievous, uglier than evil face also made him realize. These two might even be enjoying themselves more than I am. The battle will end in a few minutes, and Heleximus is collapsed on the ground. Even his horse is curled up in a corner. Heleximus's inner voice shouted, "I am truly sorry, Senior Gekexis." Right now, Lloyd Frontera is taking the opportunity to gather more allies. He casually asks, "Are you okay, Lord of the Hell Knights?" Heleus had no idea what was happening and just let out a gasp. But surprisingly, Lloyd Frontera's face looked no different from that of an angel. He pretended to be worried and asked, "Oh my God, what did we do to you?" "You suddenly rushed in, so my bodyguard reacted a bit too strongly." Then he immediately looked at Lai next to him and said, "Stop it, you. I told you to hold back." "You dopamine addict." Habiel Azrahan stood there with a dark face, growling a few words. After reminding his subordinate, he turned to comfort Heleximus. "He always bites you, but with me here you can rest assured." Hele couldn't accept the enemy's pity and forced himself to stand up and scold, "Shut up! You are an enemy of Senior George Exis. I will definitely—" Before he finished, Habiel Azrahan swooped in and struck him a few times. Lloyd Frontera used all his strength to pull him away. Stop doing that. Why are you always like this? Stop it." After being hit again by Tan, Heleximus clutches his head and cries. Lloyd Frontera quickly ran over and said, "I'm truly sorry." "So how should I make amends? I truly have nothing to compensate with." Somewhere he pulls out a contract for selling himself. "Would you forgive me if I offer you a good job? As the leader of Hell, I cannot tolerate oppression." He laughed loudly. Don't be ridiculous. Humanity, I am a worker of Hell. I am not interested in anything else." Lloyd Frontera still didn't give up, and he started his psychological tactics. Does Hell have a policy against doing 2 things at once? Can you show me the contract?" Heleus looked confused and asked again. "We don't use contracts." Suddenly, Lai Frontera's face became strangely tense. He turned around and back again as if he was calculating something. "Wait a moment, you work without a contract? No way, no way." "That's right, this can't be true." Then he seriously asked Heleximus about the rice. "How much are you paid?" Hela straightened up and said, "Lini, is that the salary? I don't have that." Hearing this, Lloyd Frontera's face looked even more unpleasant. He began to ask repeatedly about the rights and benefits of the workers in Hell. "So what about working now? No overtime pay for a whole day off, what is that?" He was extremely disappointed that he couldn't get answers to basic questions about his rights. Lloyd Frontera suddenly pushed the actor Holy Gus away, tears streaming down his face as if Naman would flood. The King of Hell is truly a wicked person. How dare he exploit workers like that? His words reminded Heleximus of old memories. A long time ago, when he still talked with George Exis, he had said, "Sometimes I wonder if this way of living is okay." At that moment, Haleximus didn't understand what George Exis meant. Huh? What does Senior mean by that? He just replied, "We work ourselves to death and get nothing in return." Looking up at the sky, George Eximus wondered, "Is this exploitation?" Helius was a bit surprised to hear that. "It's exploitation." Then J. Exis hit him on the head again. He doesn't want to think about it anymore. Just forget it and pretend you didn't hear anything. Back to the present, Lloyd Frontera is still living up to his reputation as a champion. You know that, right? I fought alongside your comrade George Exis. I won, and I absorbed his soul. He hesitated before adding, "I feel no guilt because his actions were to carry out a cruel mission, while mine is to fight and protect the city." This statement of his directly struck deep into Aleximus's soul, and suddenly he shouted out, "I believe Zeus has also accepted his fate." He even clutched his chest in pain, tears streaming down his face, but after a lifetime of exploitation, he was dragged into this at the end. Moreover, he was absorbed by me in a battle he never wished for. Yes, Jor Exis is dead, but this time he pushed his emotions to the limit. Lloyd Frontera struck hard on his left chest, his eyes shining with determination. "Here, he lives forever in my heart." The more he spoke, the louder Lloyd Frontera's tears and screams became. "The exploitation you endure, Jus and I will stop it for you." Just by sealing this deal, Aleximus was led like a cow. He knelt down trembling, voice trembling, as he said, "Please give me your employment contract." And as usual, when someone asked for the contract, Lloyd Frontera knew he had achieved his goal. Later, everyone sat on the glowing blue dragon flying through the sky like LED lights, as if delivering an express package. After checking the job details, Georgius couldn't help but wonder. "So I really get 10 million gold coins a month, working 4 days a week and patrolling twice a day. That's all I do?" Lloyd Frontera replied. Yes, you've read the entire contract. Everything is true. And as for that last part, good communication. Just remember that." After hearing his words, he bowed his head and thought, good communication. If not followed, it would make Lloyd Frontera uncomfortable and silent. Well, it's not a big deal, but is this really going to be okay? Should I run away before the Lord of Hell arrives in the human world if he finds out I'm here? Lloyd Frontera suddenly asked. But hey, I'm a bit curious about something, Joris wondered. So, what is it? And keep talking with that sneering smile. When will the Lord of the Underworld invade our territory? He immediately fell silent without saying a word. Jesus quickly turned away, avoiding Lloyd Frontera's gaze, and replied, I don't know. Hearing that answer, he grinned widely and glared with a displeased face. Come on, you know how to pretend, right? You only signed the contract because you knew when to run away. Jasius immediately froze when he realized the secret he had been hiding was exposed. Lloyd Frontera widened his eyes and said sternly, Tell me when and how he managed to do that. Joris nervously replied, I told you I don't know, and then he thought to himself, if I tell you then the King of Hell will hunt me down to the ends of the world and kill me. Hearing Joris say that, Lloyd Frontera just let out a light laugh and said with an annoyed attitude, communicating was too difficult. As Lloyd Frontera finished speaking, Habil Azrahan behind him drew his sword and stood up. Joris slowly turned his head, fear evident in his eyes. He clenched his sword and swung it, causing him to panic and shout out, Hey, what are you doing? What's wrong with this guy? Lloyd Frontera didn't care about Joris's desperate screams. Hey, recruitment, can you handle this crazy guy? Hey, you. He finally opened his mouth in shock, realizing what it really meant. So that's what that good communication was all about. Finally, Joris had to blurt out that the offering would be presented on the day of the eclipse, and that information made him smile maliciously as if he saw a fat prey. Lloyd Frontera returned to his gentle, kind expression and asked, What do you mean by offering gift? Oh, I'm so curious, Joris stammered. Fear, a large amount of fear concentrated in the body of someone who hates you intensely, will summon the King of Hell. Hearing that, Lloyd Frontera's lips curl into a sinister smile as he silently thinks, I have a lead. He then laughs maniacally and says, Well then, let's have a little chat. Seeing that expression, Chus couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Damn it seems I've made a pact with a real demon. I have obtained invaluable information through communication. The fear collector under the King of Hell's command is that blood-soaked mess, making the corrupted queen part of his plan. We keep talking. But Joris has no idea about the other ways to gather fear. Not even he knows, and the monsters he saw in the revelation are finished. His sweat dripped down as he said, Maybe they are fragments of the demon god. Recently, the King of Hell has been secretly taking a large number of souls that should be entering the reincarnation gate. If those souls are absorbed into the skin of the evil god at the bottom of that hell, a monster called the fragments of the evil god is created. Because the power of hell cannot compare to the domain of the primordial, they are preparing more advanced monsters. Lloyd Frontera narrowed his eyes and asked, "How many of you are there?" Jorius replied, "I don't know. It's not like the King of Hell tells me everything." Lloyd Frontera again showed a displeased expression. Habil Azrahan stood up with his sword in hand, causing him to exclaim, "Brother, step back. I know their weakness." Finally, based on the information they gathered, they prepared for the battle and at the same time for another important mission, which was to restore the Stone of Truth. Stopping the King of Hell from descending to the mortal realm was the best option. As for this stone, if you rush it, it will shatter, gradually transfer mana little by little, day by day. Lloyd Frontera placed his hand on the stone, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sighed. "All right, that's all for today." Suddenly, Habil Asrahan, with a curious look, said, "But young master, there are a few things I'm quite curious about." He immediately looked at him. What's going on?" Habil Azrahan replied seriously, "It's about Joris. You obtained information by threatening him. Then why did you make him sign the contract?" Lloyd Fronterato replied with a blank face. "Threaten? What are you talking about?" "We are just communicating." Hearing that, Habil Azrahan immediately fell silent. He silently wondered whether that contract was his last shred of conscience or just a legal cover. It's hard to say, and as he looked at Lloyd Frontera's back, he suddenly exclaimed. Lloyd Frontera glanced at Habil Azrahan with his unique handsome look and said, "Let's go get some water." A few days later, under the gentle morning sunlight, a large building appeared alongside lush, green trees. Angel Raphael pursed his lips as he sat inside the building, feeling restless next to Jorcius. Although they sat on the same bench, neither of them spoke. After a while, they both turned to introduce themselves. "Hello, I am Raphael, an angel." Yes, I am Jorcius. Very pleased to meet you." He chuckled awkwardly. "So you're the one, huh? I wonder if you've responded to the letter I sent 300 years ago." He immediately replied, "Oh, I forgot. I apologize." Joris placed his hand on his head and patted it. "I may have broken my promise to you, but I didn't mean it sincerely. You know, I'm a demon after all." Raphael the angel quickly intervened. "I also called you a devil. It's just a matter of perspective. Now let's learn to understand each other better. You've probably been through a lot, born without knowing anything, just doing your job as a demon, and it seems they haven't treated you very well." He immediately continued, "I thought you were strict about work, but actually you're very kind-hearted." Angel Raphael smiled gently, but his eyes still softened a little. Joris is not much different from him either. Both of them smile brightly and bump their fists together. Just at that moment, Lloyd Frontera opened the door and stepped in. "You two are quick to get along, huh?" Angel Raphael then continued, "Heaven and hell only do their assigned duties. We are not truly enemies as you think." He smiled insincerely and said this plan is not part of the underworld officials' duties but a highly personal and arbitrary action by the Devil King. He was surprised. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Lloyd Frontera quickly recounted the information he had gathered to Angel Raphael. After hearing this, he exclaimed, "I see, so the Lord of the Underworld is planning such brutal schemes. I will report this to my superiors since this is clearly an act of invasion. The Archangel Gabriel will definitely issue an official warning." Lloyd Frontera was a bit curious and asked, "What impact will the warning have?" Angel Raphael looked tense, as if he didn't want to talk about it. Seeing that, he sighed in disappointment and said, "I guess it's hard to expect anything better." He quickly added, "I will do my best. I like you in this land. I want to help you with what I can." "Is that so? Then let me help you help me." Raphael shed a tear. "It will help us defeat the fragmented evil god." He was momentarily stunned by that. Then Raphael the angel lifted his glasses. "That's right, when touched by the tears of an angel, those fragmented pieces will lose their power. But unfortunately, angels don't cry easily. The truth is I haven't seen an angel cry in over 1,000 years." He casually added, "No, that's not true. I know how to make angels cry." He couldn't help but be surprised. "What? How?" Without a single unnecessary move, Frontera throws chili powder directly into the angel Raphael's face. "Like this?" His tears are streaming down as he screams in despair. "So, that's why throwing sand suddenly can make us cry. I'm glad I was helpful." Lloyd Frontera held onto the angel Raphael's head while using a small bottle to catch his tears. "Hey, hold on a bit. You've spilled all your tears on the floor." The angel Raphael, crying, replied, "I am sorry. I am a bit inexperienced." "What is going on? Is this what it means to be tamed? Could I also end up like that?" At that moment, Jorius thought that this person was even more dangerous than the King of Hell, as the tired voice of the angel Gabriel echoed from heaven. Yeah, I've heard about it, so I know a little." He puts on a bored look while talking on the phone, and seriously says that what the King of Hell is trying to do isn't acts of invasion. Angel Raphael seems to disagree and exclaims, "What? Why is that? He's meddling in human affairs through his underlings." Angel Gabriel was also at a loss over this matter. If that's the case, just like how we grant wishes to Tran Thee, surely the King of Hell can do the same. The angel Raphael listened silently. If from the beginning it had been Watu himself begging the King of Hell, he would have just granted the wish. None of that actually breaks the rules of the world. He tries to explain it to him over the phone. If we start a war with the King of Hell now, it means we're giving him a reason to interfere in heaven's affairs. Can you imagine how chaotic things would become? After hearing that, the angel Raphael didn't know how to respond and could only remain silent. He turned off his device and let out a helpless sigh. Angel Raphael looked full of worry, thinking to himself that he should tell Lloyd, but as he turned his head, he was immediately hit with a fistful of dirt from Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd Frontera frowned in displeasure at his reaction and asked irritably, "Why are you closing your eyes? Are you planning not to cooperate with me?" Raphael still keeps his eyes closed and apologizes. "I'm sorry. I am also a genuine angel, so this is a defense mechanism. No one bathes twice in the same river." At that moment, Habal Asrahan suddenly stepped forward, removed his glasses and pressed his hand firmly against his face, then lifted it up and said, "Please understand." Then, he slowly moved 2 fingers directly into the eyes of the angel Raphael, causing him to scream in terror. Luckily, at the critical moment, Lloyd Frontera rushed in to hold Habil Azrahan back and stop him, shouting fiercely, "Hey, Javier, what are you doing to the angel? You're willing to do anything to achieve your goal. Are you planning to replace the King of Hell or something? With this evil path?" This statement makes Habil Azrahan pause. He steps aside, looking stunned and questioning himself. When did I become so tainted? "Are you okay? The feeling just now must have been terrible." "Are you okay? That feeling must have been terrible." Angel Raphael replied a bit awkwardly, "Thank you." He still sounded very worried and caring, saying, "So, if a great master poked his eye, he would go blind." Habil Azrahan, because of his words, closed his eyes in remorse. Looking back, even though it was for the territory, he had done so many shameful things. My own morality is so low that even Kim Soo-ho is surprised, and I have to reflect on myself. Over there, Lloyd Frontera is helping the angel Raphael put his glasses back on. I don't know how he managed to jab the glasses frame straight into his eye, but he opened his eyes wide and pretended to scream. "Oops, I slipped." Habil Azrahan casually glanced at Raphael, who was rolling on the ground in agony, clutching his eyes and screaming loudly in pain. Lloyd Frontera calmly comforts him, saying, "Pain is pain, but remember to cry a lot." He widened his eyes and replied, "Oh no, I'm used to this kind of eye pain. Tears just won't come out." Lloyd Frontera, rubbing his head, muttered, "This is so troublesome." A moment later, Raphael the angel returned to normal, then suddenly spoke, "Joy? Don't you understand that one word?" He finally explained, "I heard that our angels also cry when they see happiness and laugh loudly, but because they carry a heavy administrative workload, it's hard for us to show emotions or laugh until we cry." Lloyd Frontera frowned and thought to himself, "So I need to make this guy laugh so hard he cries? If a natural science student like me can do it, I wouldn't be single now." The system panel immediately asked, "Hey, why do you always blame your major whenever you get a chance?" He honestly explained, "It's not blaming, it's the truth. I've never seen a joke about science before." Lloyd Frontera propped one hand on his thigh, trying to think. "That's really fun. A funny story. All I know is the sudden slope of those university professors now." A flicker of an idea made him come up with a new thought. So he decided to ask why the fatter the king, the more wives he has. The angel Raphael asked with confusion. What did you just say?" Lloyd Frontera repeated the question. "Do you think? Why does a fatter king have more wives?" Seeing his serious question, Angel Raphael also stroked his chin in thought. "Yes, I think it's because of their wives' preferences. Because if I knew, there are many ships." The system then also realized and exclaimed a few words. Ah, and the angel Raphael with a blank expression and no words. Habil Azrahan on the other side is also holding his breath, watching his condition. Seeing he doesn't react, Lloyd Frontera tries to explain more clearly, stammering. "Do you understand that kind of slang? Those 2 words are a kind of pun." Unexpectedly, at this moment, the angel Raphael suddenly raised his hand high and swung it in a circle. He struck himself hard on the leg and burst into loud laughter, tears streaming down his face. Those tears even splattered onto Lloyd Frontera's surprised face. Not only that, Habil Azrahan standing far away also got hit. The sparkling tears floated through the air. Lloyd Frontera quickly reacted, grabbing a bottle to catch them. He shouted loudly to announce the safe catch. Then, encouraged, he continued to pose riddles. "What do you call a pig training?" Here Angel Raphael laughed so hard he can't keep his mouth shut. He kept going and asked, "What do monks call a cable?" "It twitches." Seeing the situation looks promising, Lloyd Frontera was pleased and thought to himself that if things continued like this, we could gather a lot of tears. I discovered a pattern through the repeated phenomenon of fate restoration, so I deployed a dedicated team for fate restoration. He thinks about working with Habiel Azrahan to reduce the places he needs to go himself. Lloyd Frontera seriously considers, having heard about the point of blessing from Raphael. Unfortunately, what I'm doing now is cleaning up the mess I once caused, so I can't consider it a blessing. At this moment, that path is not the answer. He stands in front of the Truth Stone, hesitating. He asked the Truth Stone about how to stop the King of Hell from taking over or how to confront him and win. Soon after, Lloyd Frontera was seen standing beside the angel Raphael's bed. At that moment, he made a joke. Which province in Vietnam has the most good people? Angel Raphael is lying on the bed, his face pale and lifeless. But upon hearing the joke, he still tried to force out a few weak laughs, trembling as he smiled, his eyes seeming heavy and burdened. Finally, the angel Raphael tilted his head listlessly and fell into eternal sleep before Lloyd Frontera. He remained very calm and silent. Then he looked at the angel's tear jar with a somewhat sad expression and asked, "Is this as far as we can go?" Just then, Habiel Azrahan spoke from behind. "Is that enough to defeat the fragmented demon god? Maybe I'll leave it be," but then Lloyd Frontera confidently smiled and said, "But with this amount, I think I've figured out a way to turn the tide." In 30 days, until the eclipse, Lloyd Frontera stood on the edge of a high cliff, observing the city with a serious expression, thinking about what George Eximus had told him. He remembered the image of him suggesting a solution. If you wet the fragmented evil god with angel tears, you could defeat them. But such a volume of tears is impossible for us to produce. So there's another way to use even a small amount. If diluted, a single tear could turn a large pond into a holy water basin. Lloyd Frontera put his hands in his pockets and thought seriously. With this diluted solution, we can weaken many of them. Our territory is strong, and we can overthrow them. His eyes shine with determination. Then he concentrates all his strength to capture the Devil King. Since the Devil King has a human body, we have a chance. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera exclaimed in surprise, ending the reveal. It turns out the system panel just appeared with the message, "Do you want to see the ending reveal?" with an option for yes. Lloyd Frontera widened his eyes, extremely tense and thinking to himself, "I can only see the ending reveal when the circle is complete, so this is my last chance." He told himself that this time would be different, that the ending would definitely be different this time. Then he clicked yes on the system screen. But it seems that things are not going as he hoped. Lloyd Frontera wondered what was really happening here. He opens his eyes wide as he watches everything unfold. In front of Lloyd Frontera is the image of him kneeling before the Lord of the Underworld, Hughes. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "You haven't done anything wrong at all," with eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Again, is the ending still the same? At that moment, he glared at Heokaris with a look of fury. Then he closed his eyes tightly and shouted as loud as he could, "The King of Hell is watching everything." Lloyd Frontera from reality kept a tight-lipped expression as he continued to observe. In the end, Helkaros beheaded him without mercy. Then everything returned to normal, with only Lloyd Frontera remaining. He silently thought that the final scene gave me the last clue. Seemingly, the King of Hell is watching all my daily moves, so he knows every strategy, his gaze fixed confidently on one spot, while Helkaros is observing me through the computer screen. Lloyd Frontera thought with a determined and resolute expression, "So as long as he can't see me, it's fine." And Heros, seeing this expression of his, also felt confused. Hello sat in front of the computer, watching every move of Lloyd Frontera. Seeing his different expression, he felt uneasy and wondered what that smile meant. Heros suddenly felt worried. Did he discover something through the messenger's ability? Then he saw Lloyd Frontera heading to heaven. Helos couldn't predict his next move and simply watched in silence as a voice announced from heaven. Archangel Gabriel just heard and immediately understood that the civil complaint had been filed and that the strong wind prevented us from stopping it. "Is it low? We can't do much for him." The subordinate angel also looked confused, saying it's not just the letter that's hard to understand. At that moment, Lloyd Frontera sat still on the bed without moving. Hellos wondered what he was doing when suddenly the landline next to him rang loudly. Hellos answered the phone and asked, "What's going on?" "Over here. Angel Gabriel is causing trouble asking. Hellos, are you there? I hear you're planning something." Hellos doesn't want to explain much, just feigns ignorance, and replies, "I don't know what you're talking about anymore. There is someone in the human world with great ambition, so I just helped him a little." Gabriel the angel continued to ask to prolong the story. But if Lloyd Frontera applied to borrow the Heaven's Army, what would you do? A few seconds later, he replied in a deep voice. Full-scale war. A guy stuck in hell working himself to death like me. Do you think I'm afraid? Hearing no response from the other end, Hella suddenly chuckled a few times, showing a cheerful and reassuring attitude. Don't worry, Loan or Kim Shu-ho won't let that happen. He wouldn't want the whole world to be destroyed just because of him. Angel Gabriel angrily retorts, it's not his mouth that said that. I will send some things to your computer for you to check carefully. Seeing his tone, Hell Karos clicked on what was sent while quietly complaining. You're getting more and more annoying. Meow, meow, meow. Washing your face like a bad cat, not loved by mom. Where's the towel to sit and lick? The faint sound made Heel Karas's face darken. The cat video was still playing with a painfully childish tune, then crying, meow. Hughes coldly asked, what is this? The Angel Gabriel on the other side seriously told us to keep watching because this is not an ordinary matter. Even I was surprised when I watched it. At the same time, he gestured for his subordinate to go and inform Lloyd Frontera. The subordinate understood and quickly turned to run. He remained seated silently in the room with no action, when suddenly a voice announces a message. Your complaint has been received and processed. The devil cannot monitor you for the next 5 minutes. Lloyd Frontera, without hesitation, grabbed the angel's tear bottle and ran off, calling out Javi loudly, secretly thinking that being monitored by hell scared him, so he filed a complaint to delay it for a while. I did it on purpose. Heaven did it on purpose, because it helps soothe Heaven's conscience. So it's a win-win. As soon as he saw Habil Asran, he immediately handed him the water bottle, saying, he's counting on you. Lloyd Frontera, looking very urgent, quickly said, pour everything into Lake Capua. We'll produce holy water on a large scale. Then he hurried over to the Count. Countess, noble lady, I have a few things to discuss with both of you. Meow, 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 washing your face like a naughty cat, not loved by your mother, and sitting idly. Finally, the song ends with a cute meow from the cat. After the clip ends, Hell Karos clicks on the notifications button and sits motionless in his chair, holding his phone. With a gloomy tone full of confusion, he asks, what is this? Has Gabriel the angel seriously answered, have you seen the ceiling of the attic? That cute little thing is chubby, huh? Hearing this response, Hell Karos forcefully hung up the phone and then clicked back to the previous screen. On the screen, Lloyd Frontera remained seated as before, his eyes fixed intently on one spot with a confident smile. Hellos watches with clenched teeth in anger, while near the angel Gabriel, he wipes sweat from his brow and says, I'm sorry, I can only do this much. One day I promise you will receive your reward. At that moment, Lloyd Frontera and Habil Asrahan are working together to repair the cracks on the Truth Stone. Based on their strength, the stone quickly became a solid mass. Lloyd Frontera looked at his hand, silently thinking that the repair was complete. Then a surge of water rushes over and covers the island. Both of them stand on the shore, looking down. Habil Asrahan asked, what truth do you want to ask the stone? Lloyd Frontera, hands on his hips, pondered deeply, lost in thought. How to defeat the King of Hell? Ah, if the answer were that simple, the ending wouldn't have remained just one straightforward solution. Thinking of that, he jumped into the lake while pondering how to stop that world guy. If it were that easy, the outcome would be pretty promising. Lloyd Frontera places his hand on the Truth Stone, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Even if I find a way, as long as the King of Hell is watching me, he will still know. He will counter every move I make if I ask now whether the stone can be destroyed beyond repair. His eyes show seriousness as he carefully considers the situation. That's right, isn't it? This battle must be decided within those 5 minutes of blind spots. I have to finish it based on what I prepared during those 5 minutes. Thinking that, Lloyd Frontera slowly removed his hand from the stone. Then he completely lowered his hand, giving up the intention to ask questions. Are you ready yet? I won't say much, just that I'll think about it some more. I've prepared a lot, so honestly I don't need to rely too much on the stone. Kim Shu-ho, to be honest, I am a bit worried about what you've prepared. You're truly a bastard. He slowly said, but unfortunately, fate forces me to win this battle because this world itself wants you to die. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera, lying on the bed, lost in thought, cannot sleep. Staring blankly with his eyes open as images of his beheading in the end keep flashing in his mind. Thinking of that, Lloyd Frontera couldn't help but shiver. He also clearly saw the image of his body being cut in half and hanging high above. Lloyd Frontera couldn't hold back and trembled. Suddenly, he felt fear, curling up as if to protect himself, weakly resisting, I don't want to die. I don't want to leave everyone. I don't want to say goodbye. At the same time, Habil Asrahan was beside the Truth Stone in the pond. staring intently at the stone at the bottom of the water, silently thinking. Looking back, it seems Kim Joo-ho has faced death too many times. That's really unusual. Long Habel Asrahan also feels uneasy, and now he is targeted by the King of Hell. Could it be that he started analyzing Lloyd Frontera's true soul in Hell because his fate was to die, and Kim Cho's existence inside that body has broken that fate? Habel Asrahan's face seemed to realize something, his eyes subtly changing color as he silently concluded that the phenomenon of fate restoration is constantly trying to kill Kim Joo-ho. And the invasion of the Demon King is also part of that phenomenon? If we can stop the fate restoration, everything will end, so he thought, and jumped into the lake. He gestures toward the Truth Stone, conveying his thoughts. Tell me, oh Truth Stone, tell us what Kim Joo-ho wants to hide. At this point, the stone emits a few rays of light. Habel Asrahan continues to ask how to prevent the resurrection of fate, as the stone's light grows brighter and brighter, illuminating the bottom of the lake. It also cast a light on Habel Asrahan's serious face. Habel Asrahan lowered his hand, waiting for the answer. Every few seconds, a voice emanates from the stone. Hello, I am the one who always tells the truth. It demands in return, you have questions, but of course nothing is free. You will share a secret of yours with me. Habel Asrahan closed his eyes and began to recall the memories, a voice of a man filled with gratitude echoing in his mind. Everyone in this domain is happy thanks to Lord Loin. He used to be a troublemaker, but now because of him, we can live a full and clean life. Next to him is the angel Raphael. He also agrees in response. Yes. Seeing you like this, I can tell you are very grateful to Loin. The old man kindly continued, checking each person to make sure they weren't struggling with anything. He always cares for us and encourages us to stand up on our own. He is our savior, or rather, our benefactor. The angel Raphael gently said, I suppose Lloyd truly values and cares for the people here. The old man suddenly burst into loud laughter and replied, Oh my, an angel is indeed an angel. If that's true, then our Lord must have grown wings and flown away, Raphael the angel said with a puzzled sound. At this moment, another villager happened to come forward and explain. The angel boy, even if he cares, has no reason to love us. We are just common folk for him to make money from, nothing more, nothing less. The villagers are grateful to Lloyd Frontera, but to them, it's still a relationship of benefit. They believe that if we work with a good attitude and diligence, he will benefit too. That's why he provides us with a good environment. I mean, it's not like we don't appreciate it. He is completely different from the nobles who only know how to exploit the people. When it comes to this, they all express their gratitude to him. We are very grateful to him, and we like him too. Everyone here feels the same way. The old man then spoke up to clarify further. What we mean is that a talented noble like you would never truly care for people like us. Nobles and commoners are different after all. After watching the scene just now, Habel Asrahan simply bowed his head in silence. Sahiu, a few seconds later, he slowly spoke. But I know. Habel Asrahan raised his head and looked at the truth-affirming gem. Lord Lo truly values and cherishes everyone in the domain. A few seconds later, the gem atop the stone shone brightly. Then it flew straight up out of the water. A blue light appeared in the sky over the territory. That light shone on the old man earlier. The other villagers also ran out to see. It passes through the window into each house, and finally, within that blue light, the message from the Truth Stone appears. Lloyd Frontera truly cares for and values all the people in his territory. The old man perceives the message with his eyes closed, and although he doesn't show much, his heart is probably filled with warmth. The angel Raphael also saw the message through the window, while the other villagers were moved to tears. And of course, Lloyd Frontera also saw that light. He stared anxiously at the words, silently thinking that the Truth Stone had been activated, a person with enough mana to be deep below. Suddenly his body felt a shockwave passing through him, and in his mind the image of Habel Asrahan speaking up appeared, asking seriously, Please, also tell me. What the Truth Stone reveals is how to prevent the fate recovery phenomenon. Habel Asrahan said softly, Please take good care of this world. He shouted hero loudly, then disappeared into the wind. Immediately, Lloyd Frontera grabbed his sword and jumped out the window, calling out to his sister. Upon receiving the order, she immediately flew out, loudly calling. Then she transformed into a large bird carrying Lloyd Frontera away. Meanwhile, Honda from Habel Asrahan, having truly received a truth from him, speaks up, Now it's your turn to ask questions. Lloyd Frontera here is running at full speed. Habel Asrahan asked a question about the phenomenon of fate restoration. At this moment, Lloyd Frontera was also flying towards the lake, not daring to hesitate for a moment, quickly plunging into the water. Lloyd Frontera swung his arm, preparing to throw the spear forward, biting down as if channeling all his strength into it, then unleashed all his power to strike the water. The force collided with the water, creating a push that sent Lloyd Frontera flying upward. Seconds later, a surge of water enveloped him. Habil Asrahan at the bottom of the lake still didn't know what was happening. He still stands silently in front of the truth stone, waiting for the answer to his question. At that moment, everything around Habil Asrahan disappears. A round-shaped creature appears within the surging water, followed by a chubby green animal flying out. He forcefully sprays a stream of water, causing Lai Frontera, who is holding a spear, to be thrown out, and he calls out with all his might, "Bodong, over here, I'm focused on eating rice." Hearing the call, its expression immediately changed. It swung its leg forcefully, then delivered a straight kick to the stone. The truth gradually caused it to crack. Vodong delivered another powerful punch, shattering the stone. Habil Asrahan turned in shock to look at the surface of the lake, which rippled as if a battlefield was beneath. But very quickly, the water became calm again, as if nothing had happened. Under the surface of the lake, Habil Asrahan stared intently at Podong sitting in front of him. Then Loy Frontera called Javier, causing him to slowly turn his head. He gritted his teeth, pointed his spear at him, and loudly warned, "Don't move or I'll blow you away." Habil Asrahan said coldly, expressionless, just staring at him without saying a word. A few seconds later, he frowned and said, "Can't you warn me before destroying it? How am I supposed to fix this now?" Lloyd Frontera also looked just as tense, staring at him silently before stammering, "What did you ask it?" Habil Asrahan answered without hesitation, "The method to delay the phenomenon of fate restoration." Lloyd Frontera was a bit surprised and repeated, "Delay it?" He also confirmed once more, "Yes, if we can't stop it, I think at least we can slow it down or pause it." He looked confused and hesitated before asking, "So there really is a way?" Habil Asrahan still explained coldly, "That's right. Among the fates the young master has changed in this world, we are introducing one of the most influential ones on its initial state. For example, as I speak now, he glances at the pile of stones behind, about to destroy the truth stone, then looks at Lloyd Frontera and continues, "So the delay will be about a month during which you can rest." After hearing that, he froze for a moment, then let out a gentle sigh and said with relief and guilt, "Yes, you asked what needed to be asked. I am the one losing my composure here." Phew, that's a relief. Loy Frontera's mood quickly eased as he turned around with a slight smile and said, "Let's focus on finding that Wattel and get ready for the fight now." Inside, he was silently grateful, thanking heaven and Buddha. He didn't ask why I suddenly broke the stone. At times like this, it's better to let it go. Just then, Habil Asrahan called out, "Master, are you turning your head?" He slowly explained each point. "When everything is over, please let me know the reason why you destroyed the stone and the truth you didn't want to tell me." Lloyd Frontera silently looked at Habil Asrahan's face, and after speaking, he only stood still, gazing at him quietly. He lightly pressed his lips, then smiled, and with a confident tone said, "I promise that no matter what, we will win." Habil Asrahan's face now also shows a faint smile. Mabella Frontera sits lost in thought by the window. Agus Frontera stepped in through the door. "Mabella." She responded to the call. "Akis." He takes her trembling hand. "You're scared, aren't you?" Mela Frontera replied softly, "Yes." Akos Frontera also voiced his feelings. "I'm also very scared because the King of Hell is eyeing our land for invasion." The two recall the moment Lloyd Frontera burst through the door and said, Countess, I have something to discuss with you." He solemnly announces, "The King of Hell is about to invade our territory." Mabella Frontera looks confused. "The King of Hell is attacking us?" Lloyd Frontera said hurriedly. "Time is limited, so I can't explain everything in detail. I need your permission to prepare a few things. First, you need to drain part of Lake Capua and flood the surrounding land." Akos Frontera looked panicked, just like what you did to the territory. Lai Frontera frowned deeply. "There's no other way. The army of the Lord of the Underworld is truly overwhelming. That's why we need to turn the lake water into holy water. If we wet them with lake water, it could weaken their power." Mabella Frontera sat up and spoke. "Wait a minute, aren't you already fighting against the fate restoration phenomenon? Why is the King of Hell appearing now?" Akos Frontera also wondered, does that also relate to the fate restoration phenomenon? Lloyd Frontera did not deny it outright. He panicked and asked, "Why did you invade? What is it about our territory that caused all this to happen?" He fell silent like a hollow shell, not answering any questions, leaving Akos Frontera and Mabella Frontera utterly stunned. He spoke in a serious tone, saying, "I understand and believe that one day you will tell us everything." Lloyd Frontera frowned, as if he was about to cry after hearing Frontera speak. Back to the present, Mabella Frontera was worried, and it was truly frightening. She couldn't hold back her tears as they streamed down her cheeks. That child? I'm afraid something might happen to the child we consider our own, Auguste Frontera softly reassures. Trust it, our lion will never lose its head. The scene shifts to the city's blacksmith's forge. Inside, Solitas sighs and wipes the sweat from his forehead. He looks up at his work and a magnificent horse appears. With this size, I probably won't get scolded by my master, right? Loy Frontera walks in from the door and immediately praises it. Wow, no way did you create this masterpiece himself. Solitas, he replied calmly. Who do you think planted this potato patch? He stepped closer to Solitas's work, mouth agape. You usually do a bad job, so I don't think you'll make any progress. He grimaced at Lloyd Frontera's words. What do you mean, that guy? Are you praising or insulting me? Solitas began to recount those difficult days, training every day without rest, doing the same thing over and over again with little to no improvement. No matter how many times I repeat it, it's hard to improve. But he smiled contentedly, and after a few years, my skills finally got better. Thank you. Lloyd Frontera scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, you don't have to do that. This is a win-win contract. He took out a contract from his pocket, so I also have a win-win proposal. Here's a win for you. Solitas immediately realized when Lloyd Frontera spoke. What kind of trap are you planning to set for me this time? He took the stack of documents, glanced over the short-term lease agreement, rubbed his hands, and then smiled naturally. At the critical point, the King of Hell is about to invade this place, so I need to evacuate the people and I plan to borrow your house. Solitas. He was suspicious of Lloyd Frontera's attitude. This is quite serious, don't you think so? Should you be smiling right now? He still answered with a cheerful face. There's nothing I can do but just go with it. Heh. Solitas sighed and pondered. Thanks to this humanity, I have become better and even gained confidence in marriage. Perhaps I should at least follow the terms, he asked seriously. So what will you do for me? Lloyd Frontera quickly added. Toot will plan a secret date for you and a female dragon. Solitas immediately agrees. Deal closed. Lloyd Frontera looked a bit confused. Oh, you agree so easily? With humans entering your great dragon's lair, you're so willing. Solitas interrupted. Dignity can't be used as a date. He handed over the stack of documents and asked questions. Hey, if the King of Hell is about to attack, wouldn't it make more sense to suspect that I am fighting alongside you? I'm older now and stronger than the first time I met you. Lloyd Frontera calmly states the truth. Ah, so you know that the Dragon Clan cannot interfere in the battle. Solitas does not deny it. Yes, even the Dragon King has said before that he would not interfere in your affairs with violence. You're surprised, huh? Have you met the Dragon King? He quickly explained about that encounter, the one where you clashed with that angel. Solitas looked at Lloyd Frontera and said, The Dragon King seems to like you quite a lot, although I can understand why. He looked surprised at Solitas's words and seemed a bit embarrassed. Just win, because if you die, I'll be sad. Do you know any female dragons? Young master, how could you arrange a date? You didn't care and made an excuse, already having a hiding place. Are you deceiving Solitas? Lloyd Frontera remains indifferent. Now we just need to prepare for the battle. Suddenly, Habel Asrahan became serious again. You plan to fight and win, right? Lloyd Frontera confidently replied with a smile. Of course, winning is my preference. Sah-heh-heh. He stared in disbelief as Lloyd Frontera seriously laid out the plan. Now I need to explain the evacuation and battle plan to the people. How should I explain it to keep them as calm as possible? Suddenly, Bayan Bavaria approached with Sergeant Greg, young Master Lai. You immediately realize, oh, so you're flying then? I was about to talk to you as well. He announced seriously that the villagers had already begun preparing to evacuate. A few people want to stay and fight, but it's hard to convince them that they're just blocking the way. Lloyd Frontera was very surprised by Bayan Bavaria's report. What? How do you know? How do you know so much information? He quickly added. I heard from Count and Lord Raphael that the Demon King is targeting the territory, and all fighters capable of fighting have been gathered. Everyone in this land is loyal to it and to you. Bayan Bavaria, standing before the armies behind, requests, Please give the order. Lloyd Frontera froze for a moment, staring into the endless void, contemplating what the battle would be like if it happened or not. The Demon King doesn't target the territory. He opens his eyes wide with worry and focuses on himself. Lloyd Frontera imagines the scene of his departure in loneliness, with no reason for them to be hurt or die. I have to fight alone. After some thinking, Lloyd Frontera decided to speak up. Everyone, suddenly during the battle, he was interrupted by Habel Asrahan, the King of Hell targeted young Master Loin. He was amazed by his words. As everyone knows, the young master is extremely talented. That is why the King of Hell wants to drag him down to Hell and turn him into a permanent slave. Everyone listen seriously. The enemy is very strong. Even if our entire territory puts in all their strength, we cannot guarantee victory. Habel Asrahan raised his sword, and even if everyone wants to protect our leader, raise your hand with me and show your determination. The group in front immediately raised their hands in response to the command. Habil Azrahan shouted with all his might. Lloyd Frontera is everyone shouting our victory together. Lloyd Frontera seems about to cry after witnessing everyone rise up for him. Helco's, seeing everything through the hellish laptop, grins maliciously. How foolish. Lloyd Frontera waits for the battle beneath the street as the sunlight gradually changes. He and Habil Asrahan are waiting seriously. A hand is writing something on the document. Hell. Karis is sitting seriously at his desk. Bayan Bavaria approaches to inform him. The Lord's people are almost finished evacuating. Lloyd Frontera quickly responded, You did well, Lord Bayan, you should go quickly too. He seriously proposed, I am a high knight of the Frontera domain. I will stay and fight. He pointed to his head and said, In times like this, we need to stay calm. Besides me, is there anyone here with enough knowledge, experience, and expertise to restore the territory? If everyone is killed, who will rebuild the territory with the refugees? Only one person. Lloyd Frontera said seriously once again, Go now. Bayern Bavaria frowned deeply at the request and spoke seriously. No matter what happens, high-ranking knights must fight for their territory, so Bayern Bavaria turned to Habil Asrahan and gave the order. Habil now. You are a high-ranking knight of the Frontier domain. Protect the territory and the young master at all costs. The villagers are gradually moved to another place. Now only 30 people remain. Solitas, exhausted, demands, Hurry up or I'll pass out soon. Emily is worried. Hey, Sergeant Gregg is wondering why you look so down. She cried and worried for both of them. You and Lord Ko both stay and fight. Emily tries to wipe away her tears. What if something happens to one of them? Sergeant Gregg confidently asks. Emily, do you imagine the young master will lose? No. She listened sadly and said, Just consider this a trip. Our territory will surely win. He clenched his reassuring hand as Solitas began to use her skill. Emily was transported after stepping into the magic circle. Then, after she left, Sergeant Gregg revealed his true feelings. He was so tense he felt like his heart might jump out. A panicked voice echoed above the heavens. What? You want to fight, Loi Zhao? Angel Raphael explains that there will be no conflict between heaven and hell. I am currently suspended, so I am not entirely an angel. Gabriel the angel is serious. That's not the main point. The King of Hell and the Demon Lord are going berserk. You'll be seriously injured. He doesn't care about his warning. If there are celestial guards and bright circles, I can support Loi in the battle. Gabriel the angel is speaking loudly, but you just said you are suspended, so you can't use them. The Archangel Raphael boldly retorts, as the Archangels Quan Tru and Quang Huan will be seized by the suspended angel. He is powerless and speechless. After a while, Gabriel the angel also let it go and said, I don't know anything. At this moment, Atanas is rushing at full speed. She lands in front of Lloyd Frontera with a report from the haunted garden. Atanas solemnly reports that on the distant eastern land, the bodies of countless wild animals have been found, and among those corpses, no blood remains. He falls silent after hearing the report. Lloyd Frontera frowned, silently thinking it was him. Thanos Aslot, the strange demon, appeared in his mind. Lloyd Frontera seriously considered, wild animals, huh? Is that action to gather fear? No, maybe not. Heleximus has already explained the summoning method to me in detail. I recall the words spoken at the moment of the solar eclipse, where fear rises at the designated spot as the key to summoning the Lord of the Underworld. Habil Asrahan asked, how does he plan to collect the fear? There's no way he could get fear from us. Everyone here has the will to fight and win. Lloyd Frontera fell silent. You still don't understand. He thought about all the demon beast races, then the orcs, all participating in this battle with good intentions, including the White Knights and thee. But no matter how they see it, this battle is still someone else's, not theirs. Lloyd Frontera thought anxiously, do they fight without fear just for themselves? There's no way that beautiful future will ever come true. Habil Asrahan, standing behind, expressed his true feelings. Are you thinking that everyone is fighting for you? Young master, do you really believe that? Lloyd Frontera sighed and continued. Does that even matter now? The King of Hell is aiming at me. He sighs in disdain. Huh, so you suddenly imagine yourself as the center of everything? That's why women don't like you. I would usually say, what the hell are you talking about? But now I thank you for your sarcastic words. Habil Asrahan speaks seriously. The people in this territory are very grateful to you. The streets are clean, the houses are cozy, and sanitation keeps us safe from disease. There are countless tasks to do, and starvation is definitely not one of them. What they want to protect is those very things, and those things only exist when you are here. Sergeant Gregg stepped into a ruined warehouse. Each of them was fighting for themselves. He pulled back the curtain, revealing a massive, powerful cannon. Sergeant Gregg looked at it seriously, and the elves regained their fighting spirit. The orc tribe is no exception, and the 8 great demon lords are also waiting seriously. The white cavalry and me stand proudly before the upcoming battle. The solar eclipse begins to activate. Bibung immediately bites into the red sunflower seed. Soon after, Lloyd Frontera's Baypet also prepares to face the battle. The eclipse has begun to cover half of the sun. Heros puts down his pen after finishing and starts to stand up from his chair. Lloyd Frontera also stood up, ready for the upcoming battle. The eclipse was nearly covering the sun. Heros adjusts his outfit and steps out of the room. The angel Raphael asks, "If the Lord of Hell appears, do we have to fight you?" "Hail Asimus," he immediately replied. "No." After thinking it over, Lloyd Frontera's benefits are still clear and much better. Hail Asimus said seriously, making his intentions clear. "I really don't want to lose this good job." The solar eclipse has completely covered the sun, and the entire Frontera territory is now shrouded in darkness. Habil Azrahan and Lloyd Frontera draw their weapons, preparing for battle. A pair of blood wings appear above the eclipse. Following behind is a shadowy figure riding a blood-created bird. Thanos Aslot approaches with the monsters he summoned. Lloyd Frontera glared, thinking to himself, "We know the army of hell is coming, and yet we stand here fighting them. We're not weak enough to fear those puppets, so how do you plan to gather your fear?" Thanos Aslot, he smirks maniacally as he appears, under the blood-red moon riding a giant eagle rushing forward. Lloyd Frontera, a terrifyingly insane figure, shouts loudly, "I am here to destroy you." Look, just a little push and the horse goes crazy. How pathetic. If envy is that strong, you should have worked harder, and you even deliberately provoked me. Oh no, you're so stupid that the only thing you can do is go crazy with jealousy. Thanos fell silent at this, a slight smirk on his face. That guy laughed eerily. "I'm not here to argue, you unlucky bastard." Immediately after, he led 1,000 fierce beasts and ordered them to devour everything. The ORC tribe watched the scene and immediately prepared for battle. On this side, Mura is also ready to draw his bow and declare war on his own tribe. Lloyd Frontera is tense, calculating that if he can now prevent the arrival of the Demon King, it would be the best choice, and at the moment, it doesn't seem too difficult. Seeing Thanos charging forward aggressively, he quickly calculated that a single explosion could easily control him, then looked at the flock of beasts before Lloyd Frontera and exclaimed, "They're coming, but Javier alone can take them all down." He still looks confidently at his troops, and no one on his side seems afraid. Lloyd Frontera narrows his eyes, contemplating what his plan might be. Immediately, from behind him, Atanas activated his Blood Eye magic. Thanos jerked back in surprise. "What?" She stared at him and replied, "I already know your entire plan." Lloyd Frontera frowns seriously and says, "Just see through it." Atanas urgently shouts a warning, "Do not attack those beasts." She hurriedly explained, "They also have feelings. He's trying to gather their fear. He's gone crazy because he's been discovered." Damn it. But Atanas wouldn't just stand still. She controlled long ropes to strike at him. Thanos, bound tightly and unable to move, could only cry out. Seeing this, Lloyd Frontera did not hesitate and gave an order. As expected, it was worth falling for. Javier digs into the ground. Immediately, he dashed like an arrow at his command. Javier drove his sword into the ground, then held it tightly and shouted loudly. In an instant, the ground in front of Javier exploded, creating a huge, deep pit, causing the beasts to stop suddenly when they saw the steep walls of the hole. But the creatures ahead still charged forward out of sight, and so they kept rushing and crashing straight into those in front. Countless of them fell into the deep pit. Lloyd Frontera pointed and shouted, "Everyone surround them and deal with it." Receiving the order, they all gathered around the pit that held thousands of animals. Bodong happily talked to them. "Bobo, don't worry, I won't hurt you." The animals quietly look up at him. Atanas gripped Thanos' arm tightly and slammed him down hard, causing him to hit the ground painfully. At the same time, a dagger was pressed close to Thanos' face. Lloyd Frontera sat fiercely in front of him. He angrily questions, "What now, you pathetic loser?" Thanos was still shouting loudly, "You bastard! Don't pretend you've taken everything from me. I can't forgive you. Just die. Just die." Seeing Thanos' pathetic begging, Lloyd Frontera could only sigh. "Oh my God. How could a person become like this, I wonder? In the place I used to live, I've never seen anyone twist like you." He looked down in thought, thinking that ending him here would be the end of everything. But Lloyd Frontera hesitated. "Why does the system show both Javier and me? The fate of saving DP points 1 means one of us has to die." Hellos looked up thoughtfully at the blood-stained face in front of him, then spoke. "Atanas V. Continue monitoring with the Blood Eye." Heris silently looked disappointed. Lloyd Frontera still hadn't punished him, and calmly said to Thanos, "Do you realize you've completely lost? Now go and accept your punishment." He gasped for breath as he lay on the ground. But upon hearing that, Thanos clenched his teeth. Atanas suddenly realized something was wrong. He still roars fiercely. Even if I have to die, I will destroy you. Lloyd Frontera was stunned by Thanos' words. Atanas frowned and spoke. The god apologizes, Lord Demon. There is no way to stop it, and then his entire body suddenly glows. Thanos shouted loudly, "O great king of hell, please grant my loyal servant a wish." As soon as he finished, his entire body suddenly exploded into nothingness. He was stunned and confused, self-destructing. Hyus approached the cliff and then smiled mysteriously. Byung and Podong become panicked as the animals start screaming, and then they also inexplicably explode into pieces. The tiger suddenly glows brightly, and then all the animals do the same. Lloyd Frontera watches silently, thinking that with the Dark Wizard dead, the animals are also beginning to die, and their fears as they sense death. A terrible force from the moon pulls all the fears of the gathered beasts into one point, where a bright spot appears. He swallowed hard, guessing that it was a giant floating skull. He was focusing the fear into it. Javier hurriedly drew his sword and charged forward, unleashing his power directly at the skull's eye. It seemed to be blocked by some force, preventing it from reaching. Javier clenched his teeth, trying to use his strength when the skull suddenly spoke. Once the summoning ritual begins, it cannot be stopped. No matter how anyone struggles, gravity still pulls and time keeps moving forward. Lloyd Frontera stands still, frowning. Lord of the Underworld. And then that skull gradually takes on a human form. I am here to take you away. Lloyd Frontera stared in shock as he saw the skull before him, now fully restored to its human form. It is Hyus. He looked down and spoke with a commanding voice. Fragmented demon god, obey my command. A bloody face appears clearly above the city wall, and then it suddenly creates a whirlpool. Something appears inside the moon. Lloyd Frontera frowns as he observes hell, then suddenly his eyes go wide with shock. Unexpectedly, a bizarrely shaped monster crawled out from the moon. The people below remained silent, preparing for an ambush. The military also gathered their forces and prepared. The monster is slowly emerging, charging downwards. The ordinary people looked up in confusion, but then the creature's body moved unnaturally and it roared with a deafening, terrifying cry. Then a series of other monsters writhing on top of each other and crawling down. Lloyd Frontera frowns cautiously. Now in front of him are thousands of various monsters flying toward him. The soldiers see this and turn pale with horror. Lloyd Frontera still looks up at them. Thousands of monsters are still frantically flying toward him. At this moment, he bowed his head and closed his eyes tightly, remembering that the battle was about to begin, a scene he had seen countless times through the ending reveal. Countless civilians being blown away and floating in the air, our disastrous defeat. And the scene of people being crushed under the rocks. Can we win? Lloyd Frontera couldn't help but wonder in the face of the current situation. If we can defeat those monsters with our current plan, then Helos has already nearly reconstructed his body and will kill the Demon King. I have also foreseen the future. And even Javier, a great master, cannot oppose him. Lloyd Frontera was stunned to see Javier suddenly step forward behind him. Young master, please grant me the veneration of the Demon King. But he only saw Lloyd Frontera's cloak billowing as he raised it. Javier stepped back while Gil Carros looked down coldly, unable to believe that he was kneeling on the ground before him. Then Lloyd Frontera spoke again, saying, I surrender. You didn't hesitate to ask Hell, Karis, take me away. Just don't attack my territory. Javier was panic-stricken, losing his composure to question. What are you talking about? Loy is just a local here. Lloyd Frontera shouted loudly, cutting him off and told him to think with his head. You just said that if someone insignificant like me disappears, somehow the others will survive. Hell, Karis responded with a look of indifference. He also replied, I am here to fulfill Watel's wish, and that wish will not come true, even if you die. Lloyd Frontera listened silently. Helos frowned seriously. His wish is that everyone here realizes something, and that realization is that all pain, fear, and death are caused entirely by Lloyd Frontera. He listens silently to what he says, and makes you hear their anguished screams until death. That's why I will kill everyone here. Hearing that, Lloyd Frontera gritted his teeth in furious anger. What the hell are you talking about? Are you kidding me right now? You think I would let that happen? That damn bastard won't back down anymore. Lloyd Frontera turned around and pointed at his troops. The Frontera army begins now. We fight to win, without hesitation, without questions. Just follow orders. Javier smiles with satisfaction as he hears him. The entire army retreated, and everyone else ran for their lives, heading straight to the square. pushing themselves to the limit, even tearing their pants in the process. Lloyd Frontera shouted loudly, "Lord Raphael, Demon King Ionis, defend the outer perimeter." Atanis and Raphael flew straight back overhead. Hellos calmly watched the scene unfold. Is this a distraction tactic? Even if we reach the square, I didn't think they could use holy water. At this point, the monsters are berserk and charging in, destroying the entire city. Javier ran while looking back in panic. They're faster than I thought. Our army will be overwhelmed soon. Lloyd Frontera immediately replied, "That's why we stopped here." Suddenly, both of them hurriedly slammed on the brakes, and the magical beast continued to run. The group gathers with the army in the square, standing shoulder to shoulder in front of thousands of monsters. Lloyd Frontera immediately shouts an order, "Attack, slow them down." Raphael immediately swings his divine hammer down, Anise quickly controls her magic, and Javier is also ready to attack with his sword. Helus observed everything and sighed. Impressive how from the start they had no detailed cooperation plan, yet each of them obeyed the instant commands without hesitation and trusted completely. Lloyd Frontera's team launched their attacks simultaneously, and he muttered to himself, "Lloyd Frontera," without Kimex shouting, "You're very good. You're extremely strong." Helus confidently boasts, "But your enemies are stronger." One-eyed monsters are struck by Javier's attack, another is hit by Raphael's hammer, and Anis restrains them with chains. A blazing fire shot toward him, but Helus still stood calmly, watching the attack unfold. Lloyd Frontera, the variant, raises his shovel straight at him, shouting, "Javier." Immediately, he kneels before Lloyd Frontera, performing the Dark Lord's baptism. Hellos quietly thought, "Oh right, you have him by your side. Let's see how strong he really is." Javi glares fiercely, full of energy after being baptized by him. The former protagonist of this story, Lloyd, ordered the attack, and Javier struggled to hold them off for as long as he could. Receiving the order, Javi bravely drew his sword and charged forward, heading straight for the monsters. The monsters circling around him were still unaware of what was about to happen, until suddenly each nearby creature was cut in half. Then Lloyd and everyone else ran toward the square. And not only that, he also turned back to praise. Excellent, now that's our main character. Lloyd, running with the haul in hand, gives the order. "Gray, are you ready? Get ready to go." Hearing that, he was a bit surprised while running. Over here, the monsters are not just a moving shield, they also unleash tentacles to counterattack. But Javi quickly dodged. Then Javier frantically chopped off each of the monster's tentacles. So caught up in fighting the monster, Javier didn't notice another one rushing from behind. Unprepared, he was bitten on the body and then let out a painful scream. Then Javier grabs its head and slashes it in half, but one monster after another rushes to attack him. Using his swordsmanship skills, Javier quickly thrust his sword into it, targeting its vital points and stabbing straight through. One by one, his attacks took down each of them. By then, Javier was also exhausted from the overwhelming number of enemies. Suddenly, not just one, but a whole pack rushes to attack him together. Seeing that, Lloyd shouts. Javier turns back this way. Hearing Lloyd call, he immediately checks his surroundings. Then Javier quickly kicked a monster to get free. With a swift move, he escaped from their encirclement. Luckily, they landed safely and reached Lynn's place. At this point, everyone was already waiting for them. Lloyd ordered the fire. A machine and ready bullets were prepared. Greg held the start button to observe the situation, and at that moment, he pulled it, causing the bullets to fire immediately. It charged forward rapidly like a torrential rain, attacking them all at once. Only then did the King of Hell realize something was wrong. What is this? Why are things unfolding this way? He frowned in surprise. The bullets fired consecutively not only had a long range, but also aimed at the mountain in front. The King of Hell finally realizes that the current situation is turning against us. We are in great danger now. I didn't expect them to advance this far. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, flames and smoke billowing as the mountain shattered. Then, without the mountain blocking it, the water rushed in quickly, flowing fiercely in torrents. At that moment, the Lord of Hell realized that while I wasn't paying attention, they had turned the entire mountain into a holy water reservoir. Then they gathered all the minor evil spirits together and collapsed the mountain, causing my forces to be submerged in the holy water. The floodwaters surged into the city like a tsunami, he marvels. Truly astonishing. If they can carry out their plan like that, even knowing the consequences, they are still determined to do it. This is truly something I never expected. Looking at the situation ahead, Lloyd's face already showed a cold expression of knowing the outcome. Suddenly, Anis unexpectedly rushed past him. Seeing that, Lloyd shouted, "Demon King Anis!" But she didn't stop, punching hard into the ground and breaking through. At that moment, the ropes in Atanis's technique rose up like a wall, then suddenly curled into a giant ball of yarn, blocking the rushing water. Seeing this scene, Lloyd's expression darkened, as if he could feel all the loss. Old memories flood back as he and Javier nailed and repaired together, while the grandparents, helped by others, hugged each other with joyful tears. Now that house has been swept away and destroyed. Then the nearby road, everyone worked together tirelessly to rebuild, but in the end it was still destroyed by the water. The rushing water flooded into the cave where everyone was digging to mine. Now it has been swept away by the water, and very quickly the strong, turbulent current poured into the village fields. Even though he knew it would happen, Loy couldn't hide the sadness on his face, and both Lloyd and Javier also felt disappointed that they couldn't prevent this outcome from happening. Even the monsters were swept away by the water. It seems the current truly affected them, as the monsters screamed in pain. The tall buildings were damaged, but now the water had stopped overflowing. Atanas' bubble sphere was still there, undrifted. Suddenly, the sphere started to rupture. It turns out Atanas did that to protect Loy from the rushing water. Loy, holding the sword in his hand, shouted the order to attack. The tip of the sword shot out flames directly at an approaching monster, suddenly exploding. Half of its body was destroyed and disappeared, causing the monster to fall into the water. Loy pursed his lips silently, then turned to everyone and shouted, "All Frontera forces, face full of determination, charge. It's time to counterattack. All troops stand at attention. The longbow awaits orders." Mira led the charge, shouting, "Elf army, fire." As leader Mura finished speaking, countless sharp arrows shot out like a great storm. The arrows hit the beast precisely, catching it off guard and unable to dodge, causing it to scream in pain. At the same time, another monster was about to attack the White Knight's army. Bren clenched his shield tightly, inspiring everyone with his heroic spirit. We are the White Cavalry Order, pursuing practical benefits and hard-working laborers of Brontera, born from years of martial arts training and accumulated experience. At this moment, the giant hand of the monster is about to crush them. Bren leads the defense, calling everyone to use Nora, their aura, and their labor together. A sturdy barrier of magic was created to stop the monster's attack. Don Tianfeng leapt forward, shouting to advance, as each person and even the smallest ants jumped with unwavering determination, carrying immense strength that made the monster hesitate. Meanwhile, Quir and Hirochi are still working hard together to defeat the monster, as countless small monsters swarm and shoot beams of light at them. Watch out, artillery fire. Yong soars through the sky, unleashing fierce gusts of wind in the air. It roars, preparing to attack, as the ice shards in its mouth shoot out, piercing through the pesky small monsters. Aleximus rides on the beast, sword in hand, advancing fiercely. The 8 great demon kings also charge into battle, fulfilling their vows. The monsters were quickly torn apart by them, gaining the upper hand. Thin flower petals fluttered in the air when suddenly a strong gust of wind swept in, pressing down on the delicate petals. The little beasts charged forward with the strong wind behind them, followed by a huge explosion, probably caused by the illusionist faction's volcanic eruption, as Maihoa's great sand whirl spun around the beasts. The scene became more chaotic than ever, resembling a fight between creatures in a movie. Amidst the chaos of war, a figure hovers in the air, Hyrus with one hand behind his back, calmly observing the bloody scene before him. He strokes his fingertip, muttering to himself, "Still about 30% left?" Hellos adjusted his coat and reassured himself. Well, this should be enough. He lowered his gaze, a sinister smile on his face as he judged. Indeed, he is a remarkable man. The person Heel Keros is looking at is Frontera, standing below with a shovel in hand. He couldn't help but feel pleased. The man with strength greater than the fragments of the evil god. Someone who could conquer the world in the blink of an eye at any moment. He kept standing there, calmly observing, but always using that strength for those around him. Therefore, Frontera seemed to sense something, and frowned as he looked up. On the contrary, Hyrus's expression grew more ferocious, his voice filled with longing and desire. "I crave that person, more than anything." He called out, "My love." Seeing the 3 others suddenly appear, he was not surprised and said, "I hope you can also understand." Asrahan comments coldly, "It's truly a tragic, unrequited love. Rejecting and turning away is the right thing to do." Hellas retorts, "I just want to show my sincerity." In a flash, Asrahan charged forward, swinging his sword decisively at him, but he dodged, and Atanas also aggressively rushed in to help. For a moment, Helios was surrounded by both of them and in danger, but he remained calm and fearless. Helios clasped his hands behind his back and dodged the attack lightly as a feather, but suddenly a giant hammer swung close to his face. Luckily, it didn't hit. The owner of the hammer is none other than Raphael. This surprise attack, while not too powerful, still stunned him. Taking this opportunity, Atanas rushes to bind him up, while Asrahan, seeing the chance, quickly charges forward with his sword with determination. In that moment, as the sword swung toward him, Hellas broke free from his bonds, then successfully dodged the attack, grabbing Azrahan's arm. The sword's power was immense, piercing through the ground behind him, making it hard to imagine what would have happened if he had been hit. Helus smirked calmly. Too bad if it were me now. I could take him down with just this. Azrahan gritted his teeth in fury and slammed his head against him. Raphael sees this and tries again, but still fails. Atanas jumps into the air and signals to come up here. Helos pushes up his glasses, raises his hand and retaliates with an explosion aimed directly at the rushing ropes. But unfortunately, nothing happened. Helos watched in surprise as they prepared to envelop his body. Ashan, seeing that he has been surrounded, begins to aim his move. The power from the sword quickly erupts, but just as the situation was about to turn, he broke free from his cocoon. The blue light from the sword left him momentarily unable to react. A second later, it charged like an unstoppable lightning bolt. Hellas watched helplessly as the energy sphere from the sword pierced through his body. Ahan hurriedly shouted to explode, amplifying the power. Frontera stood below, watching the blue light containing immense strength.